The north wind howled past as countless goose-feather snowflakes drifted down from the sky. It's really cold in this weather, the youth muttered, rubbing his hands together non-stop and occasionally blowing warm breath into his palms. The icy wind grew ever more violent, its howling echoing over the boundless snow-covered land. Brushing the snow from his forehead, the youth glanced at the massive junkyard in the distance. I'm almost there. I hope I can gain something today, enough to at least get a full meal. And if I could dig up something really valuable, that would be even better, the youth murmured, eyes full of longing. Familiar with every path, the youth made his way to the junkyard. In truth, this was no ordinary garbage dump, but a mound formed from discarded mechas piled together. It was one of the largest mecha graveyards on this planet. Tens of thousands of mangled mecha components were heaped into hill-like mounds. The youth was named Imo Tianyun, and what he sought here were relatively intact core parts and mecha cores containing rare metals. Only those two types were worth anything. Ordinary parts and common alloys were practically worthless. Got it. Imo Tianyun cried out in surprise as he pulled a palm-sized little box from his clothes. He quickly set it down on the snow and tapped it a few times. A crystalline flash flickered and vanished, and the small box instantly expanded into a large one. He opened the box and scooped up a dismantling laser shears used for mechas. This box was actually a spatial toolbox. With a burst of movement, Imo Tianyun needed dozens of breaths to leap up onto a small platform more than 30 meters high. He pulled out a laser shears taller than a man, aimed it at a mecha's palm in front of him, and lightly squeezed the handles. The mecha's hand broke off with a snap, simultaneously releasing a colossal greatsword about 10 meters long. The greatsword crashed down, clanging loudly before coming to rest on the ground. It was immensely heavy. Imo Tianyun felt the earth tremble for quite a while. By then, Imo Tianyun had also hopped his way down. He examined the gigantic greatsword with delight. It's a pity, though. The core of this greatsword is far too severely damaged. The surface of the greatsword, however, was completely intact. Its material had been forged from metal naturally formed in the depths of a star, and it was still worth tens of thousands of star coins. If the core were intact, its value would reach 150,000 star coins. This gigantic greatsword looks almost no different from an ordinary mecha weapon. If I hadn't seen it in Grandpa Zika's book Rare Mecha Materials, I would have missed it altogether. No wonder it was tossed here. Ordinary people would never recognize this material. If I were a combat mecha master and had my own battle mecha, this gigantic greatsword would be of great use. What a shame for such fine material. Looks like I can only sell it for money. Just as Imo Tianyun was rejoicing, a thunderous boom echoed from the distance. Following the sound with his gaze, he saw a pack of golden wolf beasts charging toward him. It must have been the noise from that falling greatsword that spooked this pack of exotic beasts. He narrowed his eyes. With my speed, I can't outrun them, so I'll just have to give them a good thrashing. Imo Tianyun eyed the 8 golden wolf beasts 100 meters away. He opened the spatial toolbox again and drew out a laser sword. This is my first real battle against exotic beasts, he whispered. Fixing his gaze on the golden wolf beasts ahead, Imo Tianyun gripped the laser sword, then exploded forward with a powerful kick of his legs, charging straight at the leading wolf. Seeing this human dare to rush at it, the golden wolf beast immediately gaped its blood-stained jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, as it snapped viciously at Imo Tianyun. But Imo Tianyun's laser sword was faster. A streak of light flashed, and the golden wolf beast was cleaved cleanly in two. In the next instant, he used the same method to cut down 2 more of the remaining 7. At that moment, 2 wolves from the left and 2 from the right launched a simultaneous pincer attack on Imo Tianyun. The corner of his mouth curled. He had long since expected these beasts to try a sneak attack. He sprang upward, landing on the back of one golden wolf beast, then borrowed its momentum to leap again. At the same time, his laser sword swept horizontally in a single arc, slicing 3 golden wolf beasts cleanly in half. He then stomped down from midair, his descending kick instantly gravely injuring the wolf he had just stepped on. The slowest of the golden wolf beasts, witnessing this scene, tucked its tail between its legs and turned to flee. Trying to run. Not that easy. Imo Tianyun seized the laser sword and hurled it with all his strength. With a sharp whoosh, the golden wolf beast was pinned to the ground by the blade, dead beyond all doubt. Just as Imo Tianyun was about to retrieve the laser sword, a chill ran down his spine. He whipped around and found himself facing an enormous golden wolf beast leader. The earlier golden wolf beasts had been just over a meter long and about 1 meter tall, but this one stretched nearly 3 meters in length and stood close to 2 meters high. Imo Tianyun's expression grew grave. If it swats me just once, I won't even make it home. He swiftly yanked the laser sword free from the skewered wolf with his right hand. At almost the same instant, with lightning speed, he reached into his pocket with his left hand, pulled out a blue cube, and pressed the button on it. A layer of blue light unfolded, forming a barrier around him. Imo Tianyun had activated a low-grade energy shield around himself. Gripping the laser sword tightly in his right hand, he fixed his stare on the massive golden wolf beast leader before him. The golden wolf beast's weak points were its head and belly. The rest of its body possessed astonishing defense. Just as Mo Tianyun braced himself, the wolf leader lunged forward, its razor-sharp foreclaw, slashing down, reaching him in an instant. Mo Tianyun bent backward, the wolf's claw scraping past the edge of the shield. Seizing the opening, he drove his sword forward, carving a bloody gash along the wolf leader's body. In retaliation, the beast's other foreclaw slammed heavily into the energy shield. Not good, the energy is almost depleted, Mo Tianyun thought to himself. If I take another hit, the shield will shatter. The golden wolf beast leader had no intention of giving him time to hesitate. It launched another ferocious assault on the human who had wounded it, determined to tear him to pieces. In a split second, the wolf leader's claws slashed at Mo Tianyun once more. He dared not strike recklessly and could only keep dodging. The beast's attacks grew fiercer and faster while Mo Tianyun leaped and darted about with the agility of a monkey. This won't work. Once my stamina falters, I'll be hit, and the shield will break. Even if I avoid direct blows, the shield's energy is steadily draining. When its duration ends, it'll vanish on its own. If this continues, it's a dead end either way. I can only gamble everything. Either you die, or I do. Clutching the laser sword, Mo Tianyun kept dodging while locking his focus on the wolf leader's head. He knew he had only one chance. All he could do was seize that moment and deliver a fatal strike in the blink of an eye. Tianyun, your martial talent far surpasses that of ordinary people. To become a genetic evolution warrior, you only need a bit of effort. In this life, you have the potential to reach the ranks of high-level warriors. You must constantly temper yourself and not let your gift go to waste. The more critical the moment, the calmer you must be. Do not lose your composure. The stronger the warrior, the stronger their inner self. The warrior's path is walked through hardships. One must not only possess extraordinary talent, but also an indomitable will. You may have talent, but you lack a true warrior's heart. And what is a warrior's heart? A warrior's heart is to believe in yourself, always to believe in the martial path you walk. It is a power of the spirit, of force of will that nothing can break. Mo Tianyun gradually recalled the scenes of Grandpa Zika, teaching him martial power, and the earnest warnings he had given. A warrior's heart is a kind of spirit, a spirit that nothing can break, he repeated inwardly. Still watching the wolf leader, Mo Tianyun muttered under his breath while dodging. He avoided another swipe of its claw, and the beast's eyes grew bloodshot with ferocity. After evading one more strike, Mo Tianyun leaped backward, quickly steadying his stance. Then pouring all his strength into his legs, he sprinted straight toward the wolf leader, his right hand clamped tightly around the laser sword. The golden wolf beast leader refused to back down. Like a mad creature, it raised its foreclaws high and brought them crashing down toward the human before it. This time, Mo Tianyun did not dodge. As he reached the wolf's front, he clasped his hands together around the hilt of the laser sword. A warrior's heart is a power of the spirit. Grandpa Zika's words rang out in his mind. With both hands gripping the laser sword, Mo Tianyun drove it forward without hesitation, the blade piercing straight through the wolf leader's skull. At that same moment, the energy shield shattered. The youth pulled the laser sword free and sat quietly atop the wolf leader's corpse. The 8 fallen golden wolf beasts around him, the churned chaotic snow and the blood-stained drifts left by the leader all testified that this place had been anything but peaceful. After sitting for a long time, Mo Tianyun's strength gradually returned. My spiritual level has reached perception. I can now sense everything around me, and my physical power has doubled. Mo Tianyun slowly adapted to the changes in his body. These beasts' bodies are heavily polluted and can't be eaten. Otherwise, these golden wolf beasts could have fed me for a very long time. Mo Tianyun returned to the gigantic greatsword, opened the spatial toolbox, and stored the sword inside. At that moment, an inexplicable force in the dark seemed to tug faintly at his mind. Books say that powerful beast lairs often contain strange treasures. I wonder if that's true. A sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Mo Tianyun's mind. Driven by curiosity, Mo Tianyun began searching the area for a cave. It should be this one. There aren't any other large caves nearby, he concluded. He approached the cave entrance. A foul stench wafted out from within. Suppressing his nausea, Mo Tianyun stepped into the cave and walked deeper inside. The cave extended more than 10 meters and was pitch black inside. Mo Tianyun took out a light source, and in an instant its glow illuminated the entire cavern. Fixing his gaze, he felt there were quite a number of good things here. Wow, this is a battle mecha core. And this is an energy crystal. Mid-grade at that. This one's a mecha component core. And what's this? A metal sphere? Never mind, I'll just take it. Mo Tianyun collected all of these items. I've struck it rich this time, truly rich. I won't have to go hungry anymore. Still, I almost lost my life for it. Grandpa Zika was right. Fortune really does favor those who brave danger. He frowned slightly. But why would all these things pile up here together? Forget it, I'll think about it after I get back. His home was 35 kilometers away. It would take 2 hours to return. Every few days, Mo Tianyun came here to collect mecha materials and sell them in order to buy food and survive. By age, Tianyan should have been attending school. But 5 years ago, Grandpa Zika had said he was going to the front lines to resist the Zerg and would be back soon. No one had expected that a year later grim news would arrive. Grandpa Zika had fallen in battle. When little Tianyan first heard the news, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. Zika had been a combat mecha master who died on the front lines. By rights, the Empire should have provided compensation. Though Tianyan was a child Zika had picked up and raised, he was still considered family. Yet no compensation ever reached him. Back when he was in school, Tianyan had been the most famous prodigy in Han City. As soon as he enrolled, he broke the city's record for entrance strength tests, and in every martial exam and theoretical test, he ranked first in the entire city. After Grandpa Zika's death, however, Tianyan could no longer afford tuition and had to drop out. When he left the school, the entire student body rejoiced, cheering and dancing, because the great demon king pressing down on them at the top was finally gone. On his way here, Tianyan walked through swirling heavy snow. The 35-kilometer trek had left him a little tired and even somewhat chilled. Yet on the way home, he hopped and skipped along the road, not the slightest trace of exhaustion in his body. Even the bare leafless trunks lining the path felt especially friendly to him. Normally, it took him more than an hour to get home, yet today, he returned in less than one. Tianyan's home was in a slum on the outskirts of the eastern district of Han City. Originally, Tianyan's home had not been here at all. When Grandpa Zika was still alive, they had lived inside the eastern district itself. Grandpa Zika had been a combat mecha pilot and at the same time a mecha mechanic. His repair skills were renowned throughout the whole of Han City. From a young age, Tianyan had followed Grandpa Zika, learning both combat and mecha repair. Especially in terms of his repair skills, even Grandpa Zika could not praise him enough. This was because Tianyan had loved mechas with a burning passion since childhood. His greatest dream was to become a combat mecha pilot whose name resounded across the stars, so he threw himself desperately into learning every mecha-related skill. From early on, Tianyan had yearned for his own future. He imagined that one day he would pilot an incomparably handsome mecha, flying over crowded places and leaving behind trails of envious gazes and awed exclamations. He dreamed that one day he could control an incomparably powerful mecha, slaughtering every invading Zerg swarm and becoming a peerless hero like the Empire's Grand Marshal Kiliai. People often said that Tianyan's mecha repair skills were exceptional. If he repaired mechas for others that earn a fortune, how could he possibly still be going hungry? In truth, the situation was different. Imperial law stipulated that one had to possess a professional license to engage in any related trade. Anyone who violated this law would face dire consequences. At best 10 years in prison, at worst the death penalty. To obtain a professional license, one had to undergo a qualification examination. For high-end professions, such as mecha mechanic, an upfront fee of 10,000 star coins was required before the exam. Penniless as he was, where could Tianyan possibly obtain so many star coins? Moreover, the mecha mechanic examination was notoriously difficult. If even one person out of 100 passed, it was already considered extremely fortunate. Becoming a mecha mechanic was no easy feat. One needed innate talent, and the money spent throughout the learning process was astronomical. Just the cost of combat mecha parts used during training alone was far beyond what an ordinary family could bear. Compared to that, the examination fee was barely a drop in the ocean. Now, however, the 10,000 star coins required for the exam could be gathered simply by selling the items he had obtained today. With Tianyan's skill, becoming a junior mecha mechanic would pose no problem at all. It had been roughly 5 years since Tianyan had come to settle here in this slum. He still remembered that when he had first arrived, he had nowhere to call home. What he now called a house was nothing more than a tin sheet shack he had pieced together bit by bit over the years. Such a tin shack could hardly fend off violent winds and lashing rain, and in winter it provided no warmth at all. In this deep winter season, every night Tianyan curled up shivering under his quilt, particularly when blizzards swept in. Though the shack was heavy and Tianyan had reinforced it so it would not be blown away, he inevitably spent the entire night trembling beneath his quilt, unable to fall asleep. Tianyan unlocked the door and gently pushed it open, returning to the little home he knew so well. Aside from being utterly dilapidated, it was bare to the point of emptiness. Other than the spatial toolbox Grandpa Zika had left him, which he could never bear to sell, almost everything from their previous home had already been sold off. All that remained were a single table, a single stool, a single bed, and a single pot, and nothing more. Tianyan opened the spatial toolbox and took out the spoils he had gained today: a gigantic greatsword, a combat mecha core, a medium-grade energy crystal, a mecha component core, and a metal sphere. "I've really struck it rich," he murmured. "These are worth at least 200,000 star coins. The most valuable is the combat mecha core. Pity it's damaged. It should still fetch about 100,000, while an intact one would be worth over 1 million. The greatsword, the medium-grade energy crystal, and the mecha component core together should bring in another 100,000 star coins, Emotianyan estimated. Emotianyan picked up the metal sphere and examined it, frowning in puzzlement. What is this thing? I've never seen it in any of the books. He had finished every book in his school library, yet not a single one mentioned such a metal sphere. Forget it, never mind. It probably is just an ordinary metal ball, he said, shaking his head. It isn't very big, only a little larger than my fist. I'll just leave it on the table, he decided with a shake of his head. The table was rectangular. Its surface was not empty. On it lay a small stack of books and a white rhombic crystal. That white rhombic crystal was a Zerg crystal core which at night emitted a soft white glow. As Emotianyan looked at it, the longer he stared the more sour and tight his nose felt. When Grandpa Zika had left, he had handed this crystal to Emotianyan and said, "This Zerg core is from the first Zerg I ever killed. I kept it as a memento, hoping I would one day slay many more. Now I entrust it to you." After speaking, Grandpa Zika had entered his mecha and shot straight into the clouds. Ever since the bad news of his death arrived, this crystal had become Emotianyan's spiritual link to him. "Grandpa Zika, I harvested a great deal today. I won't go hungry anymore," he whispered. "My spiritual level has reached perception. I can pilot a mecha now. That's my greatest gain today. Though I almost want to see you today, he." As he spoke, Emotianyan raised a hand to wipe his eyes, sniffed, tilted his head back, and blinked hard while drawing in deep breaths. Over these years, Emotianyan had formed the habit of speaking to this crystal as if he were speaking to Grandpa Zika himself. Every holiday, when he saw other families happily going out hand in hand, he felt a deep and aching envy. As a child, when he heard his peers call out joyfully to their own fathers and mothers, he had felt the same envy. Yet after so many years, he had long since accepted the fact that he had no parents. Many years later, pain from losing a loved one struck him again, yet this time he endured it. Vaguely, Emotianyan recalled something he had asked Grandpa Zika when he was very young. "Grandpa, where are my father and mother? Why haven't they come to see us for so long? Do they not want us anymore? How could that be? They went to another planet to earn star coins," Grandpa Zika replied, using the same excuse yet again. "But they've never sent us any star coins," the boy protested. "Everything I eat, drink, and use comes from the money you earn repairing mechas." Grandpa Zika furrowed his brows, searching for words to coax little Emotianyan. Little Emotianyan gazed at him, and with a hint of slyness voiced the question he had long held in his heart: "Why don't I have a father or mother? Why is my name different from yours? Actually, you picked me up, didn't you?" After saying this, the boy stared intently at Grandpa Zika's face, hoping for an answer. Sure enough, the reply he received was just as he had expected. "Little Tianyun, you're far smarter than most children. At your age, others can hardly even speak clearly, let alone be as clever as you. Still, it's good for a man to be a little clever. Only then can he live a vivid, colorful life in this world," Grandpa Zika sighed. "So it really is like that. Then I must thank you all the more, Grandpa. You gave me a warm home. Without you, I might have died long ago," the boy said earnestly. Having spoken, little Emotianyan threw his arms around Grandpa Zika in a tight hug. Zika said nothing more, only lifted a hand and gently patted the boy's back. The memories faded and time in the present continued its slow flow. Emotianyan placed the metal sphere gently beside the Zerg crystal core. He had just set it down when what happened next left him utterly at a loss. A white beam of light suddenly arose between the metal sphere and the Zerg core, growing brighter and brighter. The Zerg core turned transparent, cracks spiderwebbed across it, and in the end it shattered completely. "My core." Emotianyan lunged forward, clutching several fragments in his hand, his face frozen in disbelief. What in the world is this metal sphere to actually absorb all the white light inside the core? Yet what happened next was beyond anything he could have imagined. A white radiance bloomed across the surface of the metal sphere, and then a human figure appeared beside Emotianyan. Startled, Emotianyan almost jumped. When his gaze finally settled on that figure, he was completely stunned. "A goddess," he stammered. Before his eyes stood a woman. Yet even phrases like dreamlike and ethereal, peerlessly graceful, breathtakingly celestial, able to shame the moon and sink the fish, a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, could not begin to capture even a fraction of her loveliness. Her beauty was such that even if one exhausted every beautiful word in existence, it would still fall short. She was so exquisite that one could not help but doubt whether even a creator pouring out all their heart and soul could truly craft such a being. As for the body that matched such a face, not even the most powerful, super-intelligent brain in the universe could calculate the perfect data of her every proportion and curve. Yet such a body had nonetheless come into being and now appeared right before Emotianyan's eyes. Around her figure flowed a halo of wholly flawless white light, every strand composed of countless tiny flickering motes gathered together. Behind her, 10 pairs of pure white holy wings fused into a single pair of perfectly sacred wings, their surface sheathed in a golden halo. They were not fully spread, only partially unfurled and slightly open. One could not help but imagine how incomparably magnificent and holy they would be if they were to fully expand. Looking downward, his gaze slid past a pair of flawless, slender, snow-white legs only to realize that her crystal-clear, delicate feet did not touch the ground at all. Her entire body hovered suspended in midair. She's so beautiful. Even Her Highness Princess Yulia, acclaimed as the Empire's #1 beauty, would be like a faint glow before blazing sun in front of her, separated by an unbridgeable chasm. Tianyun breathed. It was as though his very soul had been stolen away. Tianyun's eyes were unfocused as he cried out in amazement. His heart thudded wildly in his chest, each beat faster than the last. His blood rushed faster through his veins, heat flooding his body until his face gradually flushed red and his ears burned. In the next moment, the woman's eyes slowly opened. Tianyun clearly saw the stunning beauty of her deep blue eyes resembling a starry sky. At the instant her eyes opened, the light in the room seemed to brighten significantly. Within those eyes, it seemed as if countless cosmic stars and numerous truths were contained. The myriad mysteries of the world operated within the center of her gaze, resembling a black hole, immersing one in its depths, making escape impossible. The woman fully opened her eyes, her consciousness awakening. She quietly gazed at the man before her, and as she stared, her eyes suddenly widened, as if realizing something. Her face flushed instantly. The blush even spread to her neck. In the next moment, her entire body was enveloped in a sphere of white light. Gradually, when the radiance faded, the woman's figure reappeared. The woman's wings had vanished, and her body was no longer bare. She was now dressed in a light pink battle dress adorned with pink armor that hugged her curves, etched with faint blue star patterns. Her hands were each adorned with a white glove, and in her right hand, she held a slender blue double-edged sword, its blade shimmering with brilliance, a cold gleam emerging from its tip. White stockings clung steadily to her long, straight legs, while her feet were encased in a pair of pink technological battle boots. Each boot had a wing, giving them a striking appearance. In the next moment, the sword in the woman's right hand transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. She then spoke. "Who are you?" Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a celestial song. Tianyun snapped back to reality and pointed at the metal sphere, saying, "You ask who I am. I want to ask you the same. You just jumped out of that metal sphere and swallowed the insect crystal core left to me by Grandpa Zika as a memento." Metal sphere. The woman followed Tianyun's gaze, slowly turning her fair and elegant neck like a swan to look at the metal sphere. The moment the woman saw the metal sphere, she froze for a few seconds. "I understand now," she murmured to herself, followed by a wry smile. "That metal sphere you saw is called the miracle core, and I am a fragment of spiritual consciousness. You can call me the spirit of the miracle." The woman continued, "Since you have activated the miracle core, you are now its temporary master." Temporary master. Tianyun tilted his head in confusion. "Yes, your task is to collect enough insect crystal cores, and in return, I will grant you some points that can be exchanged for advanced technology." Advanced technology. Tianyun became intrigued and quickly asked, "Spirit of the miracle, can you show me what advanced technologies are available?" Of course, the spirit of the miracle waved her delicate hand, and a virtual screen appeared in the air. The screen displayed 5 options: battle mech, genetic evolution, martial arts, war weapons, life technologies, and simulation space. Battle mechs, war weapons, and life technologies include blueprints and data. The genetic evolution martial arts contains genetic evolution formulas and martial techniques. In other words, you do not have physical items to choose from, only blueprints and formulas. After exchanging, you still need to find materials to manufacture them yourself. Manufacture myself. Tianyun thought for a moment and then looked at the last option. What is this simulation space? What is its purpose? The simulation space allows you to practice simulations, the spirit of the miracle replied. You can simulate practicing martial techniques, engage in simulated combat, or conduct research on technology, among other things. Everything in the universe can be simulated as long as your mental strength is strong enough. The simulation space does not require points for exchange, it consumes your mental strength. Mental strength can be restored, you need not worry. The spirit of the miracle explained in detail. Tianyun understood. Can I see the blueprints for the battle mechs? Tianyun asked the question he most wanted to know. Of course, the spirit of the miracle nodded with a smile. With Tianyun's current mental strength, he could hardly withstand the power of that smile, and he was momentarily stunned. Seeing this, the spirit of the miracle retracted her stunning smile. "Which would you like to view, the battle mech body or the mech components?" Her ethereal voice floated gently into Tianyun's ears. The battle mech body. Tianyun snapped back to reality. "Here are 1,000 blueprints for ordinary mechs, 100 for extraordinary mechs, and 10 for epic mechs. Golden Wolf Mech, ordinary mech, maximum power, enhancement multiplier 6. Fire Leopard Mech, ordinary mech, maximum power, enhancement multiplier 7. Storm Mech, ordinary mech, maximum power, enhancement multiplier 8. Tianyun discovered that the further down he scrolled, the higher the power enhancement multipliers for the mechs, so he went straight to the bottom. Purple Gold Mech Ordinary Mech Maximum Power Enhancement Multiplier 10. Is the maximum enhancement multiplier for ordinary mechs only 10 times? Grandpa Zika's mech has an 8 times multiplier too, Onion questioned. The maximum power enhancement multiplier for ordinary mechs is 10 times. For extraordinary mechs, it is 100 times, and for epic mechs, it is 1000 times. Any mech that reaches the corresponding maximum power enhancement multiplier is termed a perfect mech, the spirit of the miracle explained. I see now, Onion quickly understood after hearing this, and flipped to the page with the epic mech blueprints. Nightfall Mech Epic Mech Maximum Power Enhancement Multiplier 250. Meteor Mech Epic Mech Maximum Power Enhancement Multiplier 567. Old Iron Mech Epic Mech Maximum Power Enhancement Multiplier 666. Silver Moon Mech Epic Mech Maximum Power Enhancement Multiplier 789. Onion scanned his gaze directly to the very bottom. Thousand Swords Mech Epic Mech Maximum Power Enhancement Multiplier 960. This mech is the most stylish and powerful. How wonderful it would be if I could also possess such a mech. Onion's eyes widened like copper bells upon seeing the last battle mech blueprint. However, when he saw that the Thousand Swords mech blueprint required 500 points for exchange, he quickly asked, "Hello, Spirit of the Miracle, what are points?" Points are equivalent to a form of currency, but this currency can only be used to exchange for items with me. For example, the Thousand Swords mech blueprint requires 500 points for exchange, but you currently only have 1 point. The Spirit of the Miracle answered. That's strange, didn't I just pick up this metal sphere? How do I have 1 point? Onion questioned. The insect crystal core you have is an ordinary insect core. The energy within can activate the miracle core, and the value of an ordinary insect crystal core is exactly 1 point. The Spirit of the Miracle answered patiently. Ordinary insect crystal core. Energy. Onion thought carefully about the Spirit of the Miracle's words, and it seemed that anything containing energy could be exchanged for points. Can this one work? Onion took out a medium energy crystal. The Spirit of the Miracle glanced at it with her star-like eyes. No, this crystal's energy level is too low and the energy within is impure, plus there is too little energy. You would need at least 10,000 of these energy crystals to gain 1 point. The Spirit of the Miracle squinted slightly at Onion, wanting to see his anxious expression. Is that much required? Onion drooped his head. Onion glanced at the Thousand Swords mech blueprint, feeling somewhat downcast. In the next moment, he adjusted his mindset and regained his composure. So how can I earn enough points to exchange for this Thousand Swords mech blueprint? Exterminate the insect race and absorb their crystal cores. The Spirit of the Miracle said with a serious expression. Insect crystal cores are the energy core of every insect, the source of their power and the absolute weakness of the insect race. Each insect crystal core contains energy of the same high level. The only significant difference between different levels of insect crystal cores is the amount of energy contained within. Ordinary insect crystal cores are milky white, elite insect crystal cores are emerald green, and there are even higher levels that you will encounter in the future. The Spirit of the Miracle narrated. I will exterminate the insect race. Because Grandpa Zika was killed by the insects on the front lines, Onion had long wanted to join the Imperial Army to avenge him. Joining the Imperial Army to accumulate military merits is also the fastest way to ascend in the ranks of battle mech masters. Legendary figures like Grand Marshal Kale are examples of this. However, considering that you activated the Miracle Core, I will reward you with 1 blueprint. You can choose one from the blueprints you just saw. The Spirit of the Miracle generously told Onion. Really? I want the Thousand Swords mech blueprint. Onion said excitedly. Unlocked. You can view the blueprints at any time now, the Spirit of the Miracle told Onion. Thank you, Spirit of the Miracle, Onion said happily. Then Onion thought for a moment. Can I call you Sister Miracle? Onion felt it was strange to address such a beautiful being who seemed unreal as the Spirit of the Miracle. At the same time, Onion had been a lonely person for a long time, lacking the companionship of family, and instinctively wanted to refer to the Spirit of the Miracle as sister. The Spirit of the Miracle was also taken aback, then quickly came back to her senses. Sure, you can call me whatever you like. The Spirit of the Miracle nodded nonchalantly. But don't think that just because you're getting close that you can get something for nothing. Points are points, don't think you can freeload. The Spirit of the Miracle said sternly. Yes, Sister Miracle, I will strive to become a battle mech master and kill all the insects to collect a large number of insect crystal cores for you, Onion promised earnestly. Fortune. Acquiring points is his only opportunity for rising. The origins of the Spirit of the Miracle can be explored later. For now, he must work hard to earn points and become a powerful battle mech master. Alright, I will await your good news. The Spirit of the Miracle smiled at the serious expression of the youth, returning her own smile. Onion suddenly thought that this metallic sphere called the Core of Miracles appeared together with several other valuable items. Thus he asked the Spirit of Miracles, "Did you collect these precious items?" The Spirit of Miracles gently nodded and replied, "These are the most valuable items from that place, and they are a gift for you." "I thought so." Mo Tianyun began to feel that the Spirit of Miracles seemed quite agreeable. "Sister Spirit of Miracles, I want to check the detailed information of the Thousand Swords mecha blueprints." "All right," the Spirit of Miracles nodded. Immediately a virtual screen appeared before Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun hurriedly clicked it open. He was ready to fully appreciate the grandeur of the epic mecha, the Thousand Swords mecha. Mo Tianyun was stunned. The structural diagram of the mecha core for the Thousand Swords mecha is incredibly intricate. Even the core design of the extraordinary Sky Rain mecha I had seen before doesn't compare to 1% of this. Moreover, most of the materials used in this mecha are exceedingly rare, each one particularly expensive, and some require a large quantity. There are some materials I am seeing for the first time, and it seems that even with money I couldn't obtain them. Mo Tianyun exclaimed in surprise. "The most absurd is this core of the Earth's heart. There is only one per planet. Where am I supposed to find this thing?" Mo Tianyun was nearly driven mad. He currently had a humble status, and some mecha manufacturing materials were especially precious, so even with money they were unattainable. Even if all these materials were laid out before me, there would be nothing I could do. Not to mention the core, even the power system energy patterns, mecha component cores, and energy shields are beyond my understanding. The technology of this epic mecha is too profound. Furthermore, Mo Tianyun's mecha manufacturing skills were far from even the basic requirements for creating the Thousand Swords mecha. "Don't worry, you can take your time to learn mecha technology," the Spirit of Miracles said with a gentle smile. "I just attempted to connect to this civilization's information network and obtained a vast amount of data. All the materials for the mecha I just showed you can be found on this planet. So if you have enough star coins, you can obtain all the materials to manufacture the mecha." Mo Tianyun calmed down upon hearing this. Fortunately, he glanced at the pile of books on the nearby table, which contained a thick stack of blueprints. Over the years, he had independently designed a set of blueprints for a standard battle mecha. This mecha was named Tianyun, named after himself. Since an epic battle mecha couldn't be manufactured in a short time, he would have to start with a standard battle mecha for now. Since he aspired to become a battle mecha master, he first needed to own his own mecha. However, manufacturing a mecha required a large amount of star coins. Then he'll earn money first, and then manufacture a standard mecha. To earn money, I must first obtain a profession. In 2 months, I will turn 16, so he'll first take the examination to become a mecha maintenance technician. And then, Mo Tianyun gradually mapped out his route. In the highly advanced mecha technology of the Kalan Empire, mechas had already been applied to various aspects of life. Mechas are divided into life mechas, production mechas, and battle mechas. There are tens of thousands of professions related to mechas, but most of them pertain to life mechas and production mechas. Among the various professions related to mechas, only those associated with battle mechas are referred to as mecha masters. Mecha masters are further divided into battle mecha masters, mecha designers, mecha maintenance technicians, and mecha accessory specialists. It's evident what these 4 major professions entail. Among them, battle mecha masters are the most financially demanding, but also the most esteemed. Because battle mecha masters possess formidable strength, they can slay the insect race and protect the Empire's territory, resulting in the highest welfare benefits granted to them by the Empire. Additionally, the materials from the decomposition of insect race corpses are essential for manufacturing advanced mechas. However, since the insect race is powerful and difficult to kill, these materials are priced exorbitantly. Thus, while battle mecha masters are the most financially demanding, they are also the fastest among all professions to earn money. Due to their role in combating the invasion of the insect race, battle mecha masters are the most dangerous profession. Mecha designers are responsible for designing mecha blueprints and assembling mechas. They are the most knowledgeable about mechas, encompassing the most extensive mecha knowledge, and have the most career levels. The career advancement path includes novice, intermediate, advanced, special, expert, master, elder, and chief. Apart from battle mecha masters, mecha accessory specialists and mecha maintenance technicians also follow this career advancement path. However, the highest level that mecha accessory specialists and mecha maintenance technicians can achieve is master level. Mecha designers are also known as the fathers of mechas. The more powerful a mecha is, the less replicable it becomes. Even with the same materials and the same individuals for manufacturing, there will still be discrepancies. Battle mechas are piloted by individuals, and the closer the pilot is in harmony with the mecha, the more the mecha's maximum enhanced combat capability can be fully realized. If a battle mecha master wishes to achieve the perfect manifestation of the mecha's maximum enhanced combat capability, even surpassing its limits, that individual must also be the creator of the mecha. Mechas also possess souls, and their soul is the mecha core. The mecha core includes the cockpit of the mecha. When a battle mecha master enters the cockpit and connects their mental strength to the mecha core, the core then connects to various systems and component cores, at which point the battle mecha master becomes one with the mecha. Thus, battle mecha masters must reach at least the perception level of mental strength. However, the problem lies in the fact that the mecha core is engraved with mental strength by the mecha designer based on the blueprints. Once the core is completed, it retains the mental strength residue of the mecha designer. Therefore, when a battle mecha master pilots the mecha, it is not a perfect fit. If the mecha is created by the battle mecha master themselves, it would certainly be a perfect fit. A mecha maintenance technician is like the doctor of mechas. If any mecha components are damaged, the mecha maintenance technician can repair them. As long as the mecha core is not damaged, other areas should not pose a problem. Finally, there are the mecha accessory specialists. A complete mecha consists of the mecha body and various accessories. While mecha designers manufacture the mecha body, mecha accessory specialists are responsible for creating the mecha accessories. The weapons of the mecha fall under the category of accessories. The selection of accessories varies based on the different needs of the mecha. The three most common combat accessories include weapons for sustained combat, shields and armor, along with some functional accessories like large detectors and high-energy weapon launchers, either single-use or in limited quantities. The primary functions of combat accessories are to enhance strength, defense, and speed. Weapons are divided into cold weapons and hot weapons. Cold weapons are for close combat, especially when powerful warriors pilot mechas. They can easily annihilate any obstacle. Hot weapons are used for long-range combat, and these weapons are energy-based, possessing astonishing destructive power. Some skilled individuals can defeat opponents from dozens to hundreds of kilometers away. If high-energy weapons are involved, they become even more terrifying, capable of devastating an area spanning hundreds of kilometers. Legend has it that the most powerful high-energy weapon can obliterate an entire star system with a single shot, reducing its stars to ashes. And then I must learn all the mecha professions. Onion scratched his head with one hand while clenching his fist and raising it high above his head. Because I am destined to become the strongest mecha master. P.S. The depiction of realms in this book progresses slowly. If you wish to see all the levels and realms, you can flip to the second half of chapter 261. Onion opened the iron door and stepped out of his home with youthful vigor. Even though it was winter and the ground was covered in snow, this place was a densely populated slum. Outside, the sky was gray and the air was permeated with a foul stench. The slum inhabited 50 of the East District's population, yet occupied only 20 of its land area. With nearly 4 million people in the East District, half were impoverished. Dense rows of shabby tenement buildings made up this dismal slum. Every day, people died of hunger, and countless crimes of robbery and murder occurred here. However, such incidents were rare near Onion's home. Back when he first arrived here, bullies had sought him out for protection money. Onion coldly uttered, "Get lost. Don't think just because you're a child I won't lay a hand on you. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. First I'll kill you, then I'll loot you." The bully drew a knife, revealing a sinister smile. He eagerly anticipated Onion's struggle before death. Though the bully appeared gaunt, his eyes were fiercely menacing, suggesting he had killed many. This child is likely to meet his end. I hope he finds a good family in his next life, so he won't have to suffer anymore. Indeed, several middle-aged women in tattered clothing covered their eyes and turned away. Though they had witnessed such scenes before, they could not bear to watch this one. They were powerless to intervene and could only wait for the corpse retrieval team to come and take the boy's body to the dumping ground. Just as these middle-aged women thought Onion was doomed, he struck back, kicking the knife from the bully's hand, then swiftly delivering another kick that sent him flying. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. By the time the women turned back, the bully was lying on the ground, spitting blood. Later, this bully called a gang to seek revenge. A dozen bullies surrounded the boy, and the residents nearby could only watch helplessly as they prepared to attack this newcomer. The middle-aged women who had witnessed the earlier scene shook their heads. How could this boy defeat one person, let alone a group? Moreover, their leader was wielding an energy gun. Unexpectedly, Onion showed no fear and cleanly knocked down the armed man with his bare hands. The leader aimed the energy gun at Onion, and a shot fired, yet Onion emerged unscathed. This was because he had prepared in advance, activating his energy shield. In the end, Onion pulled out a laser sword and swiftly ended the leader's life. From that moment on, the nearby villains learned of an unbeatable boy, and no one dared to trouble Onion again. Even those who roamed the area recklessly began to think twice. The spirit of the miracle returned to the core of the miracle. The core could shrink, and Onion strung it with a rope to hang around his neck. The rope held a tiny tag. The tag was engraved with the character Mo. Grandpa Zika said it was something found on him when he was discovered. Thus, he was named Onion, with Tianyan representing the clouds in the sky. Grandpa Zika hoped Onion would be as free and unrestrained as the clouds. Onion was now heading into the city to sell the damaged battle mech core. "Brother Tianyan, where are you going? I just saw you return home, and now you're going out again. Did you not find any valuable mech parts? You don't need to go out anymore, it's getting dark. Come over to my house for dinner tonight." As Tianyan passed through an alley, a boy around 11 or 12 ran out. "No need, Bill, I have business to attend to in the city." Tianyan looked at the skinny little boy before him. "Into the city? Brother Tianyan, I want to go too. I've hardly ever been to the city to play. No, I have things to do and cannot take you with me." Normally Tianyan would take Bill along, but today he had a transaction to make in the city. "They'll bring back some delicious and fun things from the city when I return, okay?" Then alright, but you need to come back quickly," Bill said sadly. Tianyan walked toward the city. It was not far, about 10 kilometers, and he arrived quickly. Upon entering the city, he headed straight for familiar places. The air in the city was fresh, the roads wide, and tall buildings stood in abundance with people bustling about. Floating vehicles filled the roads, and occasionally mechs flew overhead. The trading market here stretched endlessly, filled with a dazzling array of goods. There was nothing you couldn't find, only what you couldn't think of course, if you had the money. "A customer has arrived. What good stuff did you bring this time?" Tianyan entered a shop where the owner greeted him with a smile. "Please take a look at this." Tianyan opened his space toolbox and took out a massive item, the battle mech core. The shopkeeper gasped and hurried over to check it out. "Is it damaged?" the shopkeeper asked. "Yes," Tianyan nodded. 80,000 star coins the shopkeeper offered. Leaving, Tianyan said, preparing to put away the damaged battle mech core. Oh dear, 85,000, no, 90,000 star coins, will that do?" The shopkeeper hurriedly stopped Tianyan. "You conduct business like this, and everyone will part ways." Tianyan shook his head, indicating he wanted to leave. 95,000 star coins, this is my final offer. Take it or leave it." The shopkeeper spread his hands. "Shopkeeper, while this battle mech core is damaged, most of it is still good. The materials are worth 100,000 star coins. Don't think I don't understand this," Tianyan said with a cold smile. The shopkeeper frowned at Tianyan's words, and then forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "All right, little brother, you're still so shrewd, huh? Then it's 100,000 star coins," the shopkeeper conceded. "No need, since you are so insincere, this transaction can be cancelled. 110,000 star coins, little brother, don't be in a hurry. Ooh, I was wrong just now." The shopkeeper was truly anxious this time. 110,000 star coins, that's acceptable. Tianyan was satisfied. He pulled out a star coin card and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took it expressionlessly and operated it at the counter for a while. 110,000 star coins have been credited to your card. Welcome to come again next time." The shopkeeper returned the card to Tianyan. Tianyan pressed the card and confirmed the amount before responding. Star coins were the currency of the Aolong Empire. 1,000 star coins were enough for an ordinary family to live for a month. In the slum, 1,000 star coins could feed a family of several for half a year. Previously, Tianyan had only traded in small amounts, dozens or hundreds of star coins, and the most he had ever made was less than 1,000 star coins. Having faced the shopkeeper's earlier lowballing, Tianyan felt somewhat displeased. Watching Tianyan walk away, the shopkeeper opened his communicator. "A kid just made a big transaction with me, a check where he lives." "Understood," a voice replied from the communicator. "Welcome back. You will never have that chance again." The shopkeeper sneered, his eyes fiercely watching Tianyan disappear. "Tianyan, I sensed materials nearby that you might need. Go check if you can purchase them." Tianyan suddenly paused while walking. The voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed directly in Tianyan's mind. "How do you know my name, Sister Miracle?" Tianyan was puzzled. "Didn't a little child call you Brother Tianyan?" The Spirit of Miracles explained. "All right, but my full name is Tianyan." Tianyan said, "Well enough small talk. You have star coins now, why don't you buy the materials you need?" The voice of the Spirit of Miracles suddenly turned cold. "Oh, where are these materials?" Tianyan stopped wasting time. "The third stall to your right." Tianyan walked over as instructed by the Spirit of Miracles. "Here is some chinga iron. This is essential for manufacturing ordinary mecha cores." The clear voice of the Spirit of Miracles sounded in his mind again. "This large iron block in front of you weighs 300 kg, and according to market prices, it can be bought for at most 1100 star coins." The Spirit of Miracles revealed the detailed information about the material. "Hello, how much is this iron block?" 1400 star coins. The stall owner, seeing that the buyer was a young boy, initially raised the price to test the boy's intentions. 7000. "Young man, you are pricing it too low, that won't do. At least 12000. The stall owner shook his head quickly. 8500. "Will you sell it? If not, then forget it." Tianyan stared directly into his eyes. The stall owner hesitated. The cost price for this chinga iron was 7500 star coins, but it had not sold since chinga iron was mostly used in combat mecha manufacturing. Mecha manufacturers were significant figures in the city. They all had their supply channels for materials. How would they come to buy his chinga iron? With recent cash flow issues, selling this block of chinga iron would alleviate much of his financial pressure. The stall owner's gaze wavered. This block of chinga iron clearly weighs around 300 kg, so 100 star coins is the market price. You won't lose out at that price. Then the quality of this Chinga iron is just average. At most it's worth 9000 star coins. I'll offer you 8700 star coins, and if you don't sell, I'll just buy from another stall. Mo Tianyun didn't want to waste words with him and went straight to the point. Young man, you're young, but have keen insight. Ooh, I'll go with your price. The stall owner didn't want to let this customer slip away. The next place is the fourth stall ahead. After a successful transaction, the voice of the spirit of miracles sounded again. It's the transparent box containing powder. This powder is called pattern powder, used for etching the spiritual connection patterns of combat mecha cores. This box contains just enough powder, and its price is 3600 star coins. The spirit of miracles again provided detailed information. So expensive. Mo Tianyun was somewhat taken aback. Stall owner, I want this pattern powder. The stall owner carefully scrutinized the boy who expressed his desire. This pattern powder is a material for etching the spiritual connection patterns of combat mecha cores. Could this boy be a mecha manufacturer? It's impossible. How could there be such a young mecha manufacturer? He must be buying it for practice, or perhaps family told him to buy it. The stall owner's mind flashed with many thoughts in an instant. Welcome, young brother. How much are you planning to spend to buy this pattern powder? The stall owner greeted him with a smile. 26000. Mo Tianyun said. Young man, are you joking? The stall owner chuckled awkwardly. The two then engaged in mutual haggling. Mo Tianyun used his silver tongue and ultimately settled on 31550 star coins. The two transactions cost Mo Tianyun almost half of his money, but this was merely part of the materials needed to manufacture the core. The entire mecha might cost over 1 million star coins. If buying a finished mecha directly, it would cost at least 3 million or more. The Advanced Bookstore of Hanshan. This was another destination for Mo Tianyun in the city. The Advanced Bookstore of Hanshan is one of the few places in Hanshan City that sells advanced knowledge books. However, the prices here are outrageous, with books costing at least 1,000 star coins, and some going for tens of thousands. The so-called advanced knowledge pertains to high-end professions such as mecha engineers, genetic evolution alchemists, and genetic evolution warriors. On the table at home, there was a stack of books about mecha engineering. These books include rare mecha materials, mecha repair techniques, advanced mecha repair, mecha design blueprints, introduction to mecha cores, and mecha component design and assembly. These are the precious legacy left to Mo Tianyun by Grandpa Zika. The last 3 books on mecha manufacturing were gifts from Grandpa Zika on Mo Tianyun's birthday. In recent years, Mo Tianyun has designed a basic mecha blueprint by studying these books. The blueprint is tucked inside the book Mecha Design Blueprints on the table at home. As long as the materials are sufficient, it can be manufactured at any time. The Thousand Swords mecha is an epic mecha that Mo Tianyun currently lacks the ability to create. The decorations in the bookstore are extremely luxurious. Each bookshelf is made of high-grade alloys adorned with exquisitely carved patterns. The side walls of the bookstore are hung with valuable art paintings and precious ornaments. Sparkling gems hang from the ceiling. Everything appears so splendid and magnificent. People who can afford to buy books here are either wealthy or noble. How could the decorations be lacking? Hello, sir, I am the sales assistant here. How may I assist you? At that moment, a tall woman in uniform approached with a smile. Mo Tianyun immediately came to his senses. Although the sales assistant could tell from Mo Tianyun's clothing and demeanor that he did not seem to be from a wealthy family, she wouldn't neglect any customer due to her excellent professionalism. I want some advanced books on mecha manufacturing, as well as some books on combat mecha engineers and mecha component engineers. Mo Tianyun slowly expressed his needs. The assistant had served numerous customers, but had never heard of anyone needing such a variety of books. Most customers buying books here are high-end professionals or those studying for high-end professions. Hearing him, could he already be a mecha manufacturer? Now he wants to learn advanced mecha manufacturing knowledge. But why does he also need other types of books? Though curious, the assistant thought no more of it, as it was not her concern. Sir, please follow me. The sales assistant slightly nodded to Mo Tianyun. Second floor. The bookshelf over here contains books on mecha manufacturing, and the books on it are relatively advanced mecha manufacturing books. The sales assistant gestured toward a tall bookshelf. Mo Tianyun politely responded. This book, Comprehensive Guide to Advanced Mecha Manufacturing Techniques, is the best-selling book among advanced mecha manufacturing books. The sales assistant took down a thick and large book from the shelf. Mo Tianyun took a look. It was at least 1,000 pages. This book was authored by the Empire's chief mecha manufacturer Adrian Carmen 100 years ago. It is said that at that time Chief Carmen was already an esteemed mecha manufacturer. The sales assistant introduced the book in detail. Sir, you came at just the right time. There is only this one left. The next shipment may not arrive for a month. I'll take it. Only one left. Then I'll take it. Before Mo Tianyun could finish speaking, a clear and elegant female voice attracted the attention of both Mo Tianyun and the sales assistant. The newcomer was a girl dressed in the uniform of a prestigious high school in Hanshan City. Though young, she had developed well. Her chest was already taking shape with a slim waist and long legs adorned with black stockings embroidered with golden patterns. Coupled with her delicate features and waist-length black hair, this girl must surely be a campus beauty. Yun glanced over. Welcome, esteemed Miss Vina. The sales assistant slightly bowed to the girl. The assistant naturally recognized this girl. Her father was a respected senior mecha manufacturer, and she frequently came to the bookstore to purchase books about mecha manufacturing. The girl politely responded, I'll take this book. Esteemed Miss Vina, this gentleman was the first to express interest in purchasing this book. Would you mind discussing it with him first? The sales assistant quietly inquired. Upon hearing this, Vina turned her head, her hair flowing gracefully, creating a beautiful arc. She glanced at the boy beside her. This boy is quite handsome. Indeed, Tianyan's appearance is very striking and charming. He had deep-set eyes, a well-defined face, and a tall stature, leaving a deep impression. However, he seemed familiar. I feel like I have seen him before. But judging by this boy's attire, he didn't seem to come from a wealthy family. Given his age, he seemed to match mine. I am the most talented mecha manufacturer in Han City, and with my father's guidance, I barely reached the level of a beginner mecha manufacturer. What use would he have for this book? Could he also be learning advanced mecha manufacturing knowledge? Thought Vina as a smile spread across her face as she politely asked, Hello, could you let me have this book? Sorry, I need this book urgently. Tianyan shook his head. Really? Would you be able to use the knowledge in this book from mecha manufacturing? Vina didn't believe that any of her peers in Han City could surpass her in the field of mecha manufacturing. If I couldn't use it, why would I buy it? Tianyan smiled indifferently. If you are that capable, then why didn't I see you at the Genius Mecha Manufacturer Conference held in the city last year? If you were that impressive, then the champion of last year's competition wouldn't have been me. Vina looked at this boy who she thought was boasting. Champion of the Genius Mecha Manufacturer Conference. I simply didn't want to participate. Tianyan calmly replied. In fact, Tianyan really didn't want to participate in the Genius Mecha Manufacturer Conference because participating required a registration fee of 300 star coins, which he couldn't afford. Nobles, on the other hand, wouldn't think much of 300 star coins. In fact, there were many renowned mecha manufacturing masters at the conference, and any guidance received would be worth far more than 300 star coins. You talk a big game, I'll give you a chance. Vina became somewhat irritated by Tianyan's arrogant words. Her honor would not allow anyone to tarnish it. Weina took out a piece of paper from her spatial bracelet which depicted a model of a mech along with intricate structural patterns. Clearly, it was a blueprint for a mech. This is the mech blueprint I designed. My father mentioned that there were some mistakes in my design, including a fatal flaw. If you find me, I will. He'll buy this book for you, and I will also pay for the book you want to buy today. Tianyan fell silent upon hearing this. Give me the blueprint, he said, extending his hand. Weina promptly handed over the blueprint. Once Tianyan received the blueprint, he began to study it intently. Are you so engrossed because you were awed by my meticulously designed blueprint? Seeing how seriously Tianyan was looking at it, Weina remarked, It seems your father didn't want to discourage you, so he spoke so lightly about it. In my opinion, this blueprint is riddled with flaws. Tianyan started pointing out the issues one by one. This core design is the most flawed. The mental connection lines don't connect to the correct mech parts, yet connect to a bunch of unnecessary ones. This makes your entire mech response much slower, which is a fatal weakness during combat. Weina's expression stiffened. The power system is still using those antiquated devices from a century ago. Upon hearing this, Weina looked incredulous. How much energy can these monotonous energy lines transmit? I am genuinely curious if your mech can achieve a threefold increase in combat strength. Weina felt a pang of sadness as Tianyan continued pointing out the flaws. And here and here and here. Is this the so-called champion of the Genius Mech Manufacturers Conference? The design is even inferior to what I created 5 years ago. Tianyan calmly shoved the blueprint back to Weina. She stood there dazed and motionless. Am I really that incompetent? Weina's face turned ashen. Who is this person? He can point out all the mistakes my father mentioned, and even seems to know more in detail. Weina recalled her father's comments on the blueprint, realizing that this boy, who seemed to be around her age, was even more detailed than what her father had said. Hello, I still need some books on mech components. Tianyan turned to the nearby salesperson. The salesperson quickly snapped back to attention, saying, Oh sure sir, right this way. Uncertain of what the salesperson was thinking, her movements became less fluid. Tianyan then selected 2 books. One was the Complete Guide to Mech Component Design and Manufacture. The other was Advanced Mech Close Combat Weapon Design. Along with the Comprehensive Guide to Advanced Mech Manufacturing Techniques, Tianyan ended up with 3 books. Let's check out, Tianyan said to the salesperson. All right, sir, please follow me to the checkout counter. The salesperson led Tianyan to a counter. 12,500 star coins. The cashier handed Mo Tianyun a receipt. He glanced at it, and indeed it was quite expensive. The comprehensive guide to advanced mech manufacturing techniques cost 6,500 star coins. The complete guide to mech component design and manufacture was 3,500 star coins, and advanced mech close combat weapon design was 2,500 star coins. Just as Mo Tianyun was about to pay, Wayno appeared. I admit my mech manufacturing skills are not as good as yours. I meant what I said. I will pay for these books. Mo Tianyun glanced at her, indifferent to her words, and proceeded to pay. What are you doing? I told you I would pay. Wayna became anxious. Mo Tianyun, do not accept charity from others. True geniuses never boast about how great they are because they know they are not the strongest. Mo Tianyun had his own pride. He had lived in the poor village for nearly 5 years. Even during the toughest times, he had never accepted help from others. People nearby often invited him for meals, as Mo Tianyun had intimidated the local bullies over the years, and the neighbors wanted to repay his kindness. However, he had never once eaten at someone else's home. Mo Tianyun took a bag containing the books he had just purchased and walked out without looking back. The spirit of miracles revealed a beautiful smile within the core of miracles, one that could make countless stars in the sky appear dim in comparison. Unfortunately, no one appreciated this breathtaking sight. Wayna was left standing in the bookstore, lost in thought. Mo Tianyun. She seemed to remember something. Mo Tianyun. Wayna finally recalled. I actually encountered the legendary all-round genius, Mo Tianyun. So he didn't fall into despair. Instead, he has become more reserved. Wayna stared dazedly at the figure walking further away. I wonder how those self-important fellows will react upon hearing this. Wayna suddenly thought of several fated geniuses who had always been overshadowed by Mo Tianyun since childhood. Though Mo Tianyun did not attend school, his legend still circulated. The sky had completely darkened. The moon tonight was particularly round and bright, with countless stars twinkling in the sky. Mo Tianyun had just returned from the market, having bought enough food, including 100 pounds of high-grade beast meat, spending 1,000 star coins. He also enjoyed a hearty meal, having gone several days without eating. It was the only substantial meal he had in recent days. He also bought some low-grade energy crystals to fully recharge his energy shield, and some tasty snacks which were for Bill. Just as Mo Tianyun entered the poor village, the voice of the spirit of miracles echoed in his mind. Mo Tianyun, someone is following you from behind. It's the owner of the shop that sold you the damaged battle mech core during the day. Mo Tianyun paused for a moment and then resumed walking as before. Be careful, this person is stronger than you and has already reached the initial level of a warrior, the spirit of miracles warned Mo Tianyun. It seems I set the price too high today. Moreover, I seem too young, making me easy to target. Mo Tianyun thought to himself. However, the opponent's strength reaching the initial level of a warrior made it difficult. Mo Tianyun walked into a dark alley. At the same time, he took out a laser sword, though he did not activate its energy. A man in black stealthily followed him in. Just as the man in black entered the dark alley with a swish, a beam of light from the sword aimed to strike him. However, the man in black reacted swiftly. The sword that was supposed to cleave his head was dodged, but the laser sword still struck him. The laser sword left a long gash on the man in black. Then the laser sword stabbed back again. The man in black jumped back, dodging the attack. However, the man in black was seriously injured. Damn you, kid. How dare you ambush me? The man in black also drew a laser sword, preparing to strike back. The two engaged again, and after several exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. You actually blocked it. What a brat, I guess I need to show my true skills now. The man in black did not expect that Mo Tianyun, being so young, was not weak at all. Gripping his laser sword tightly, he charged at Mo Tianyun once more. Mo Tianyun's hands felt numb. Such great strength, but seems I can't fight Hedon anymore. The opponent's advantage lies in their immense strength, while my advantage is my exceptional swordsmanship, and my mental strength has reached the level of perception. Thus, a direct confrontation is out of the question, or I can only employ the strategy of using softness to overcome hardness. Seeing the opponent charge directly at him, Mo Tianyun suddenly changed his sword technique. The laser sword in his hand became agile and swift, sometimes flashing like stars, leaving the opponent unable to defend. At times it flowed like moonlight, gentle and continuous, as he executed one sword strike after another, each surpassing the last. The opponent's sword moves were repeatedly blocked or deflected by Mo Tianyun. The man in black grew increasingly anxious, for he had strength, but could not unleash it, and every strike failed to land on Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun's mental strength was formidable, always allowing him to observe the opponent's moves. How could the opponent possibly hit Mo Tianyun? The man in black understood that the consequences of this would be dire. He kept retreating, holding a sword in one hand and quickly pulling out a vial of potion with the other. This potion could temporarily enhance his speed and strength, but its drawback was its short duration and the permanent damage it could inflict on his genetic makeup. Excessive use would lead to genetic collapse and instant death. The man in black did not hesitate to gulp it down in one go. Ah, ah. The next moment, the man's muscles bulged and his physique became more imposing. Forbidden drug. Mo Tianyun immediately became alert upon seeing the change in his opponent. The man in black gave Mo Tianyun no time to react, gripping the laser sword tightly with his powerful hand and swung it towards Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun could only brace himself to defend. However, this strike was too powerful and Mo Tianyun was instantly sent flying. The man in black, whose strength was already far superior to Mo Tianyun's, had now augmented his power. How could Mo Tianyun respond? As Mo Tianyun flew through the air, he suddenly saw a bright moon and countless stars in the night sky. The moonlight and starlight intertwined, resembling a single entity. Gradually drawn in, countless scenes of practicing swordsmanship replayed in his mind, with countless sword techniques overlapping. In an instant, Mo Tianyun felt that the sword in his hand had transformed. Mo Tianyun performed a backflip in midair and landed steadily on the ground. The man in black couldn't comprehend how someone he had sent flying with all his might could still stand firm. "Ah, I want you dead." The man in black roared in fury. He had originally thought it would be an easy task, but he never expected it to be so troublesome. The opponent was clearly not a martial artist. Their strength was far inferior to his, yet they resembled an indestructible cockroach. The man in black struck again, even tightening his grip on the laser sword and exerting all his strength. Mo Tianyun, however, did not choose to meet this force heat. Instead, he kept dodging. While evading, he executed even more exquisite sword techniques, entangling the opponent's sword repeatedly, preventing them from channeling additional strength. Once the effect of the opponent's potion faded, there would be no threat. Mo Tianyun's swordsmanship grew increasingly proficient, each strike flowing like water, the speed of his attacks accelerating. At this moment, Mo Tianyun's sword techniques seemed to reach a certain bottleneck. This sword technique was known as the Star Moon Sword Technique, a martial art taught to Mo Tianyun by Grandpa Zika. Mo Tianyun had practiced it for over 7 years. In the duel between Mo Tianyun and the man in black, his swordsmanship unfolded like a painting. If someone were to look at this painting from above, they would see a bright circle surrounded by numerous flickering points of light. Wasn't this just like the moon and stars in the night sky? Finally, the man in black could no longer hold on. In an instant, Mo Tianyun seized the man's flaw. Star Moon Radiance. Mo Tianyun shouted, and the laser sword in his hand moved as swiftly as lightning, instantly piercing through the body of the man in black. "If you kill me, you won't escape. Tiangu will avenge me. You won't escape, you won't escape." The man in black slowly fell down. "Fortunately, my sword technique has broken through to the realm of imagery, otherwise it would have been a huge problem. But the trouble may not be over yet. Next, I may need to leave here, otherwise the opponent is sure to come looking for me, and if more come or stronger ones, I won't be able to deal with them. I need to hurry and create the mecha, otherwise the next time it will be dangerous." Mo Tianyun silently gazed at the man in black on the ground. Then he glanced around. The nearby residents had already heard the commotion from the duel between Mo Tianyun and the man in black. One by one, they peered out from their windows to witness this thrilling scene. Although the residents in this area had long grown accustomed to the violence of kill or be killed. This time, however, they were truly shocked. They had never seen such a powerful individual in combat, and the sounds of the clashing laser swords were as deafening as thunder. They were astonished to see that the final victor was actually a young boy. Was he the same boy who had stirred up the poor village a few years ago? In the poor village, killing was a trivial matter, hardly even considered an issue. As long as it wasn't in the urban area where killing and destruction violated imperial laws, the military would not intervene. This was because the planet, Olyulu, was one of the closest planets to the front line, and it was stationed year-round with imperial troops. Hence, the imperial army was the governing force here, but once they intervened, no matter who it was, they would undoubtedly die. Mo Tianyun paid no further attention to these residents. Instead, he began to search the body of the man. Sure enough, it was the shopkeeper. Mo Tianyun pulled off the mask and took a look. He must have plenty of good items on him. Mo Tianyun started rummaging through the shopkeeper's corpse. "Space ring, I'll take this good stuff. Star currency card, it contains 114514 star coins. No wonder the opponent was so eager to kill me. It turns out I had directly taken half of their wealth today." Mo Tianyun thought to himself. Then he found nothing else. "I'll take this laser sword too. Even if it's not useful, it can still fetch a good price." Mo Tianyun finally took the opponent's laser sword. Immediately after he left the place. Soon Mo Tianyun returned near his home. "Bill." Mo Tianyun passed by Bill's house. "Tianyun Gij, why are you back so late?" Upon hearing Mo Tianyun's voice, Bill dashed out. "I went out to handle some matters." This is a gift for you." Mo Tianyun took out the snacks he had prepared earlier. "Thank you, Tianyun Gij, you are so nice." Bill said excitedly. "When I grow up, I will be as powerful as Tianyun Gij. I want to earn good money to provide a better life for my parents and Tianyun Gij." Then you must study hard." Mo Tianyun patted Bill's head. Late at night, someone turned on a communication device and dialed a number. "Hello, Charlie, what is it that you need to contact me for?" An image of a man's upper body appeared on the communication device, a holographic projection. Tian Gukale was killed. Who killed him? Was it in the city? A burly bald man shouted angrily. "No, that's not it. Here's what happened." The responding man was so nervous that he dared not even breathe, stammering as he relayed what he knew. "Impossible, I know Kale's strength. A boy could not possibly have the power to kill him. Even the first martial genius known as Rod Hubbard at Han Mountain High School only recently became a beginner martial artist. A lowly servant from a poor village, still a boy, how could he kill Kale? I'll give you one more chance, don't try to deceive me." The burly bald man shook his head in disbelief. "Tiangu, I swear I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, look at the news about him." The man then sent a message. "He could take on 10 opponents 5 years ago." The bald man was slightly taken aback. "Had you not killed Kale, I might have considered having you as my subordinate." The burly bald man revealed a cruel and fierce expression. After reading the information, he believed Charlie's words. Then he would have to deal with this personally. Morning came. Mo Tianyun had already run 20 kilometers by dawn. He was now practicing the Star Moon sword technique. With each sword move, the surrounding air vibrated, producing a series of sounds. Having completed a set of sword techniques, Mo Tianyun sheathed his laser sword. "After last night's battle, my Star Moon sword technique has reached the realm of imagery," as Grandpa Zika said. Grandpa Zika once said that after reaching minor success, he never improved again. This means I have already surpassed Grandpa Zika's attainment in the Star Moon sword technique by 2 realms. 3 years ago, Mo Tianyun's Star Moon sword technique had already broken through to the major success realm, completely surpassing Grandpa Zika. Now he had achieved a level even Grandpa Zika could not have imagined. This was also the reason Mo Tianyun was able to defeat the man in black last night. Indeed, the realm of martial techniques was just too high. Mo Tianyun was extremely excited. The realms of martial techniques range from mastery, proficiency, minor success, major success, imagery to perfection. However, it is said that there are even higher realms which can only be reached by surpassing the level of mundane martial arts. Although Mo Tianyun was quite thrilled, the next moment a bucket of cold water poured over him, extinguishing his excitement. What's there to be happy about reaching the realm of imagery with such mundane martial arts? The spirit of miracles appeared beside him. Seeing this unbelievably beautiful woman, Mo Tianyun was still captivated. "You don't need to worry, only you can see me, not even the strongest in this civilization can detect me. Your martial techniques are merely at the level of mundane martial arts. Reaching the realm of imagery is not that simple, is it?" "Not that simple," Mo Tianyun replied, sweating. After all, Grandpa Zika took decades to reach the minor success realm, and the further one goes, the harder it is to improve. How could it possibly be so easy to reach the realm of imagery, as Sister Miracle said? Is it really necessary to be this excited? Becoming a beginner genetic evolution martial artist and creating mechas are the most important matters now. The spirit of miracles reminded Mo Tianyun. "All right, I will start learning mecha knowledge and perfect the mecha design drawings now." Mo Tianyun nodded and replied. Mo Tianyun's mecha design drawings had long been completed. Now he just needed to learn some advanced mecha manufacturing knowledge to refine the mecha design. He left. Mo Tianyun packed all the things he needed to take with him. He glanced at the iron house where he had lived for nearly 5 years. Then he locked the door. Ultimately, he was leaving this place. Passing by Bill's house, Mo Tianyun saw Bill seriously studying at his desk. Mo Tianyun could clearly see that the book in Bill's hand was the one he had given him. When Mo Tianyun first arrived in the slum village, Bill was only 6 years old. Bill had already lost his mother at a young age, and his father worked as a laborer in the city every day to earn living expenses, leaving no time to take care of him. As a result, young Bill had to take care of himself from an early age. His greatest desire was to grow up quickly so he could help his father. Because as a child, Bill saw his father laboring under the scorching sun, transporting huge goods. The cargo was much larger than his father's tall figure. Bill even saw his father slip and fall, the massive cargo pinning him down. He watched helplessly as his father gasped for air with no one willing to help. Outside the iron fence, Bill clutched the iron bars with his frail hands. Desperate, he hated himself for not having wings so he could fly in and lift the cargo off his father. Little Bill forgot that even if he had wings, he wouldn't have enough strength. Suddenly, he saw a ragged man approach his father. The man began to lift the cargo off Bill's father. Someone had come to help him. Bill thought gratefully. The next moment, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The man started to assault Bill's father. Bill was powerless except for crying. Later, when Mo Tianyun arrived in the slum village, Bill also saw Missouri Tianyun drive away the bully. From that day on, Bill regarded Mo Tianyun as his role model. He followed Mo Tianyun every day. Gradually, Mo Tianyun accepted this little follower. Mo Tianyun acknowledged Bill as his little follower because Bill had a serious and ambitious heart. Bill, Mo Tianyun called out. "Tianyun Gij." Bill put down his book and ran over. "Bill, I'm leaving here," Mo Tianyun said to Bill. Bill was stunned. He was completely unprepared. Why was Tianyan Gij saying he was leaving as soon as he came? Here are 5000 star coins. Mo Tianyan took out a star coin card. Star coin card, it contains a space used to store star coins, and to withdraw or deposit one must enter a number. This was prepared by Mo Tianyan long ago. As he was leaving, the only person he cared about was Bill. It was Bill's companionship over the years that prevented Mo Tianyan from feeling lonely. That's too much, I can't take it back. Tianyan Gij, you should keep it. Bill pushed the star coin card back. Tianyan Gij, I can't accept your money. Oh, I know your life isn't easy either. I also know you haven't eaten well these days. Bill was very aware of Mo Tianyan's situation. Take it, I struck it rich. Mo Tianyan smiled as he stuffed the star coin card into Bill's hand. No, I don't want it. Bill frowned and raised his voice a little. Tianyan Gij, didn't you always tell me that a real man has to rely on his own efforts? Don't you also never need anyone's help? I know that the neighbors nearby are very grateful for your presence, including me. Because of you, no one has dared to collect protection fees here in these years. Otherwise, our lives would have been even harder. As Bill spoke, he began to cry. On one hand, he was deeply grateful to Tianyan Gij. On the other hand, he was reluctant to see Tianyan Gij leave. Mo Tianyan's eyes glimmered with moisture. What nonsense. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Mo Tianyan firmly insisted that Bill take the money. A man should be strong and brave, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be flexible. This money is for you to go to school. What do you think it's for? Mo Tianyan shouted at Bill. If I had been able to keep studying over the years, my achievements would definitely be much greater. Mo Tianyan knew that without money one could hardly move forward. He just wanted Bill to have an education so that he could change his fate of poverty. Don't you want a chance to study? Don't you want to become a man who stands tall and strong in the future? Don't you want your father to have a better life? Mo Tianyan asked Bill loudly. If you want it, then take this money to school properly. And become the best, don't embarrass me. Mo Tianyan grasped Bill's shoulders and said seriously, I'm leaving. If you don't take this money, just throw it away. Mo Tianyan released his grip on Bill's shoulders and walked towards the city. Tianyan Gij, goodbye. You must remember to come back and see me. I will always remember your kindness and will not disappoint your expectations. Oh, I will definitely become a man who stands tall and strong. Bill tightly held the star coin card with both hands and shouted loudly at Mo Tianyan's departing figure. Mo Tianyan paused for a moment, then quickened his pace and walked away without looking back. When Bill heard news of Mo Tianyan again, Mo Tianyan had already become famous across every planet in the empire. Tiangu, that kid has entered the city. What? He entered the city. Now we're in trouble. What should we do, Tiangu? Keep an eye on him. Ew, I don't believe he won't leave the city for his whole life. Mo Tianyan found a hotel to stay in after entering the city. Soon the spirit of miracles appeared. You can study mecha knowledge and martial arts techniques in the simulation space. It has miraculous effects. The spirit of miracles suggested. How do I use the simulation space? Mo Tianyan asked. You can enter the simulation space by connecting your spiritual power to the miracle core. You can also use your spiritual power to view blueprints and recipes, etc. The spirit of miracles replied. But you need to connect to the miracle core in a safe state. Otherwise your body will have no power to resist. The spirit of miracles reminded Mo Tianyan. Unless your spiritual power reaches the next level, Spirit C. The spirit of miracles added. Mo Tianyan concentrated his spiritual power and slowly connected with the miracle core. Where's this? Mo Tianyan felt as if he had entered a strange space. There were countless complex patterns layered upon each other, and these patterns flowed slowly. The space emitted an ancient and mysterious aura as if it had existed in this world for an unknown amount of time. 6 doors stood tall here. 5 large doors were in front, and behind them was the largest door. The 5 doors in front are for battle, mech, gene, evolution, martial arts, war weapons, living technology, and simulation space. The door on the right is the simulation door. You can enter to learn how to use it. The spirit of miracles appeared beside Tianyan in a dreamlike form. What about that huge door at the back? Mo Tianyan looked at the massive door. I can't enter it now and I don't know what's inside, but maybe one day you'll be able to open it. The spirit of miracles also looked at the large door with hope. Sister Shinji, you can't enter either. Mo Tianyan asked in disbelief. The spirit of Shinji said nothing more. Then, I'm entering the simulation space. Mo Tianyan walked to the door on the far right and gently pushed it open. Inside was a dark vortex of space. Go in. The spirit of Shinji signaled. Immediately, Mo Tianyan entered the vortex of space alongside the spirit. This is the simulation space. Here you can simulate everything in the universe. As long as your mental strength is strong enough, you can even simulate an entire universe. However, this is just theory because no one's mental strength is that powerful. The spirit of Shinji began to introduce the simulation space. Look here. The spirit of Shinji waved a hand. A giant mech over 100 meters tall appeared ahead. 1,000-sword mech. Mo Tianyan walked over eager to touch this powerful and magnificent mech he had long desired. However, Mo Tianyun's hand passed through, he couldn't touch the mech. Your mental strength is not yet enough to simulate an epic mech, so you cannot touch this mech. Watch closely. The battle scene of the mech is coming. The spirit of Shinji slowly flew into the mech's cockpit. Thousand Sword Mech activate. The spirit of Shinji connected with the Thousand Sword Mech using mental energy. The energy patterns in the mech's core lit up. Then all the energy patterns of the Thousand Sword Mech connected. The massive mech slowly ascended. The spirit of Shinji piloted the mech, soaring freely in this space. Suddenly, a giant insect appeared, towering over the Thousand Sword Mech by more than 10 times. The Thousand Sword Mech was originally 100 meters tall, so one can imagine how large this insect was. The huge insect was covered in a thick shell and had a pair of wings on its back. It had 8 legs, each larger than the Thousand Sword Mech, gleaming with sharp, chilling light. Its head was adorned with countless large, dark red eyes. If one looked closely at each eye, they would find that each eye was composed of innumerable compound eyes. If Mo Tianyun had a phobia of clusters, he would surely have been terrified right now. On top of the giant insect's head were 2 horns. Between the horns flowed a green electric-like glow, likely the insect's long-range attack weapon. This insect was from the insect race. It was Mo Tianyun's first time seeing the insect race. It was completely different from what he had imagined, just its massive size exceeded his expectations. But the next scene deeply shocked Mo Tianyun. The Thousand Sword Mech did not dodge, instead it accelerated and charged forward. Giant alloy swords appeared from the surrounding void of the Thousand Sword Mech. They then condensed above the mech, forming a massive alloy sword. At that moment, the Thousand Sword Mech raised its hands high above its head, tightly gripping the oversized alloy sword. Divine Domain Thousand Sword slashed. The spirit of Shinji unleashed a martial arts technique using the Thousand Sword Mech. As the martial arts technique was unleashed, dazzling and colorful star river illusions appeared around the Thousand Sword Mech, constantly changing to form an incredibly mysterious star domain. This star domain enveloped the giant insect as well. A beam of sword light illuminated the entire space. The massive insect disintegrated into countless debris under the sword light, falling through the space and then dissipating. The spirit of Shinji piloted the Thousand Sword Mech back to Mo Tianyun's front. Mo Tianyun stared intently at the Thousand Sword Mech. At this moment, Mo Tianyun felt as if his soul and heart were simultaneously shouting, "I must quickly create the Thousand Sword Mech, I must." The Thousand Sword Mech transformed into a myriad of starlight, and the spirit of Shinji appeared gracefully. This is the scene of mech combat. The spirit of Shinji said to Mo Tianyun, "The simulation space can be used to practice combat skills and also to create mechs. Although it is virtual, it is exactly the same as in reality." The spirit of Shinji continued, "Especially for creating mechs, the simulation space allows for countless practice sessions until you perfect the creation of this mech. This way, the mech created in reality can reach the maximum combat enhancement multiple of this mech, making it a perfect mech. At the same time, it can save countless practice materials. Creating a mech requires practice unless it is a low-level mech." The spirit of Shinji patiently explained to Mo Tianyun. After listening, Mo Tianyun understood how tremendously helpful the simulation space was to him. Creating a mech is very costly, and if there is a failure, some materials would be wasted. With the simulation space, a lot of money can be saved. Moreover, some rare materials are often only enough for one use. If a failure occurs, the mech would become useless. This is not simply a matter of saving money. Moreover, the voice of the spirit of Shinji sounded again. "I have set up 10 trial levels. If you pass the 3rd level, you will unlock the advanced mechs behind the epic mech, including other blueprints of the same level. At that time, you can exchange them with points." "What is in the trial levels?" Mo Tianyun asked. "Did you not just witness it?" The spirit of Shinji smiled gently. Mo Tianyun's heartbeat quickened. "Sister Shinji, you are so beautiful." Mo Tianyun recalled the moment he first saw the spirit of Shinji. "Oh, is your sister really beautiful?" The spirit of Shinji asked Mo Tianyun playfully. Sister Shinji is the most beautiful." Mo Tianyun gradually lost his reason. "Then you must get more insect race crystal cores for me, okay?" I will do my best." Mo Tianyun nodded repeatedly. "Then hurry up and learn the knowledge of mech manufacturing." The spirit of Shinji suddenly put on a serious face. Thus, Mo Tianyun gradually began to learn all the knowledge of the mech engineer profession in the simulation space, while learning to pilot ordinary mechs to defeat ordinary insect races. A month later, Mo Tianyun's knowledge of the mech engineer profession reached an intermediate level. Moreover, he could unleash martial arts techniques, Star Moon Sword Art, through piloting the mech. Ordinary insects were no longer a match for Mo Tianyun. The blueprint design of this mech has achieved the perfect standard for ordinary mechs. If it can be perfectly manufactured, then the maximum combat enhancement multiple of this mech will reach 10 times. "This is the first mech I designed, so let's name it after me, Tianyun Mech." Mo Tianyun muttered to himself while holding a blueprint. In a month I will turn 16, but it's time to prepare well. In a month Mo Tianyun would come of age, as the legal age of adulthood in the empire was 16. By then he could participate in all professional assessments. Now he needed to buy materials for making ordinary combat mechs and biological herbs for making genetic evolution potions. Yes, Mo Tianyun used 1 point, his only point, to exchange for a beginner genetic evolution potion blueprint. With the blueprint, there was no need to learn the knowledge of the pharmacist profession, having the materials allowed for potion making. The pharmacist profession involves collecting biological herbs, analyzing their properties, and researching genetic evolution recipes. This profession holds an equal status to that of mech manufacturers, and the highest level can also reach chief. I want to climb the gift leaderboard. Please, everyone support me. With love, thank you, great benefactors. The formula for the initial stage gene evolution potion exchanged by Mo Tianyun is significantly more potent than the initial stage gene evolution potions available in the market. Moreover, it has no side effects. A typical initial stage gene evolution potion in the market can enhance strength by 300 kg. It sells for 1.0 star coins per bottle and has considerable restrictions, such as not being able to be taken more than a certain number of times. Taking it more often reduces its effectiveness. In contrast, the potion made from Mo Tianyun's initial stage gene purification formula can enhance strength to a full ton. Most terrifyingly, it has no side effects. It can be consumed continuously until strength reaches 100 tons, which is the limit for latest-stage initial warriors. To further enhance strength beyond that, one must consume mid-stage gene evolution potions. However, to take mid-stage gene evolution potions, one's mental strength must reach the perception level capable of withstanding the force of gene evolution. Thus, ordinary initial stage warriors cannot reach the perception level. Mo Tianyun realized his warrior heart to break through. Although this potion can be consumed continuously, it must be taken slowly, allowing one's body to adapt to the current strength, or only those with strong mental power can continue to take the potion. If strength has not reached 100 tons, meaning not reaching the latest stage initial warrior limit, consuming mid-stage gene evolution potions can lead to gene collapse and death. However, some individuals or beings with strong genes can survive and turn into mutant beasts. The golden wolf beast that Mo Tianyun encountered in the mech graveyard along with its leader likely transformed into mutant beasts after consuming a failed gene evolution potion. Mo Tianyun stepped out of the hotel. The attendant inside cast him a curious glance, as he had not left his room in a month, making this his first outing. Mo Tianyun paid no mind to such looks. He took a deep breath of the fresh air outside and stretched, feeling quite content. The air in the city is indeed much fresher than that in the slums. The population density in the city is significantly lower than that in the slums. Coupled with advanced air purification systems, it must be said that life in the city is truly wonderful. The winter sun is also quite warm. With just a month left in this winter, spring is not far off. However, before the warm spring arrives, the last month of this cold winter usually brings a severe snowstorm. Surviving this storm will lead to spring, while failing to do so will turn one into nourishment for others' growth. Mo Tianyun obtained a considerable amount of star coins and a spatial bracelet from the black-clothed shopkeeper who attempted to kill him that night. Inside the bracelet are the damaged battle mech core from Mo Tianyun's transaction with the shopkeeper, along with a large quantity of mech materials. Mo Tianyun's current mech manufacturing level allows him to repair this damaged battle mech core. There are also quite a few materials inside, and by purchasing some missing components, he will be able to manufacture a mech. Although ordinary battle mech materials are expensive, they are relatively easy to find in this vast mech materials market. The most important purpose of Mo Tianyun's outing this time is to find a very rare material known as deep-sea fire crystal, a crystalline substance that can only form in the volcanic craters at the bottom of the ocean thousands of miles deep. Only in such extreme high temperature and high pressure environments can deep-sea fire crystals possibly form. Mo Tianyun needs this material to manufacture the energy conduit for the mech core. Only this material can perfectly withstand the energy output pressure of an ordinary battle mech with a maximum force enhancement multiplier of 10. Then, using a mental pattern engraver to re-engrave the mental connection patterns onto the mech core will allow for the modification and upgrading of the original core. The upgraded core will elevate the mech's maximum force enhancement multiplier to the most optimal level. As expected, Mo Tianyun searched through the entire mech materials market, but could not purchase a single deep-sea fire crystal, only acquiring all the ordinary battle mech materials. Most merchants had not even heard of the deep-sea fire crystal. A small number of others had heard of it, but some merchants couldn't source it due to its rarity. Others had not stocked it because the material is expensive and difficult to sell. In summary, Mo Tianyun is just one deep-sea fire crystal away from manufacturing a mech. Just as Mo Tianyun was at a loss, the voice of the spirit of miracles echoed in his mind. Mo Tianyun, I have located the position of the deep-sea fire crystal. Really? Where? Mo Tianyun exclaimed joyfully. The location is. Following the coordinates provided by the Spirit of Miracles, Mo Tianyun quickly arrived at a concealed shop. The shop's entrance had no decorations and the ground was very clean, likely because not many people entered on a regular basis. Curiously, the shop had no decorations whatsoever. It looked like an ordinary house. Moreover, one cannot see the situation inside from outside. Since Mo Tianyun was already here, he had to go in and see. He knocked on the door. "Come in." An old man's raspy voice came from inside. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun no longer hesitated and pushed the door open. Inside was indeed a frail old man with white hair. Mo Tianyun thought to himself, "Since you are here, you should know the rules of this place, right?" The old man's next words left Mo Tianyun somewhat perplexed. "What rules?" Mo Tianyun replied stiffly. You come here and don't even know the rules of this place." The old man's expression darkened. "Well, senior, please don't be angry. I came here solely for the deep-sea fire crystal." Mo Tianyun quickly stated his purpose. "Strange, you know I have rare materials here, yet you don't know the rules." The old man seemed somewhat puzzled. "Since you've come for rare materials, you must be a mech manufacturer, right?" The old man asked Mo Tianyun again. "I suppose so." Mo Tianyun gave a vague answer. "What do you mean by suppose so? Are you or aren't you?" The old man was now a bit impatient. "Yes, I am a mech manufacturer." Mo Tianyun realized he had misspoken. "Well, I see that you are quite young. You don't look like a mech manufacturer at all. Since you have the courage to come here, I will give you a chance." The old man glanced at Mo Tianyun and said, "Only if you can design a mech blueprint with a maximum force enhancement multiplier of 5 within today will I give you the rare materials you need." The old man knew that designing a battle mech blueprint in one day is quite challenging. Moreover, he had asked for a blueprint with a maximum force enhancement multiplier of 5. This is undoubtedly a tall order. Furthermore, considering the other party's youth, it is nearly impossible for him to design one. Even the little girl who won last year's Genius Mech Manufacturing competition is far from capable. The old man certainly understood the level of mech manufacturers at this age in Han City, as he had presided over last year's Genius Mech Manufacturing competition. A blueprint for an ordinary battle mech with a maximum power enhancement multiplier of 5. Mo Tianyun confirmed the old man's words. "Haha, what? Do you think it's too difficult? Give up. Over the past few decades, fewer than 20 people have passed my test." The old man laughed heartily. "It's not too difficult, but it's too simple." Mo Tianyun replied with a smile. Over the past month, he had thoroughly absorbed the book Advanced Mech Manufacturing Techniques. He continuously designed blueprints and manufactured mechs in the simulation space. The foundation he had accumulated in mech manufacturing surpassed that of an ordinary mech maker's entire lifetime. Mo Tianyun could even design extraordinary mech blueprints now, let alone ordinary ones. For him, designing an ordinary mech blueprint was a piece of cake. Mo Tianyun took out a blank sheet of paper from his spatial wristband. This paper was not ordinary. It was crystal paper, a high-grade paper that could be connected with mental energy for depiction. The images on this paper could perform holographic projection, so the mechs designed by Mo Tianyun were three-dimensional. The books he bought in the advanced bookstore in Han City were also not ordinary. They were holographic image record books. The reason these books were so expensive was not solely due to the advanced professional knowledge they contained. Another important reason was that they recorded many holographic images. When learners opened the books, it felt as though a real teacher was teaching them on Eon. This was also why Mo Tianyun was able to master advanced mech manufacturing knowledge in just 1 month. After connecting the crystal paper with his mental energy, Mo Tianyun began designing on it. "Simple. You little brat, don't brag. I've been designing mech blueprints for decades, and even I would take half a day to design a blueprint for an ordinary battle mech with a maximum power enhancement multiplier of 5. Seeing Mo Tianyun's confidence, the old man couldn't help but laugh. "Just you wait and see." Mo Tianyun replied with a confident smile. Mo Tianyun then focused intently on the crystal paper to begin designing the blueprint. "First, I'll design the core structure." The old man nodded slightly as he saw a core prototype emerge on the crystal paper. The core structure is the most challenging part. Once this step is completed, the design of the entire mech will be just around the corner. However, to increase the mech's maximum power enhancement multiplier, the overall design of the mech must also be considered. The old man murmured to himself. After a moment, he took a serious look at Mo Tianyun's blueprint. This. He was startled at what he saw. Mo Tianyun's core design was nearly complete. How long had it taken? He had only briefly spoken a few words. This young man. He startled the old man quite a bit. Should I still live? Just look at this speed. I've spent most of my life designing mechs, yet I'm slower than this teenager. Did I waste decades of my life? Mo Tianyun's speed in designing the mech core left the old man in shock. The core is complete. Next, I'll move on to the mech components. Mo Tianyun casually remarked. Completed. Just like that. The old man's eyes nearly bulged out. In fact, the reason Mo Tianyun completed the core design so quickly was that he had long since finished designing this mech blueprint. He had memorized the blueprint thoroughly while repeatedly manufacturing mechs in the simulation space. After a while, he said, "All right, senior, my blueprint design is complete." Mo Tianyun rubbed his head. This design blueprint was somewhat mentally taxing. At that moment, the old man was still in shock from Mo Tianyun's speed in designing the blueprint. Seeing the old senior motionless, Mo Tianyun patted him on the shoulder. "Senior, the blueprint is ready." Oh good. The old man kept nodding. "Let me take a look first, let me take a look." He trembled as he received the blueprint from Mo Tianyun. Huff, huff. The old man took a deep breath to calm his startled emotions. Good, very good. The maximum power enhancement multiplier of this ordinary battle mech designed from the blueprint will reach at least 6 times. It could even potentially reach a maximum power enhancement multiplier of 8 times if manufactured perfectly. The old man gazed in awe for a long time. This old senior has a keen eye. He could tell at a glance that the maximum power enhancement multiplier of my ordinary battle mech blueprint is 8 times. Mo Tianyun thought to himself, "You passed my test. You know the rules here. The blueprint belongs to me, and you can take the materials for free. However, your blueprint is of high value, so I can give you an extra material." The old man nodded at Mo Tianyun. "I want deep sea fire crystal," Mo Tianyun said excitedly. His first mech was about to be born. As for the second material, Mo Tianyun was unsure of what he wanted. "Got it." Mo Tianyun thought carefully and suddenly had an idea. "I also want the Earth's core." He remembered the materials for the 1,000 sword mech. The most precious material for the 1,000 sword mech is the Earth's core. What? The old man widened his eyes again upon hearing this. "You want the Earth's core? Are you joking? Everything I have here combined isn't worth even 1 Earth's core. Is that so?" Mo Tianyun replied with disappointment. The Earth's core is the rarest material for manufacturing epic mechs. Mo Tianyun actually knew that it wouldn't be available here. Yet he still asked just in case. Although the ordinary mech blueprint isn't valuable enough, Mo Tianyun could trade it for extraordinary mech blueprints or even more precious ones. Isn't that obvious? This thing can only be found in the Imperial Army. It doesn't exist anywhere else. The Earth's core is only useful for manufacturing epic mechs. What do you need it for? The old man asked in confusion. "I plan to manufacture epic mechs in the future. I just want to collect some materials now," Mo Tianyun explained. Upon hearing Mo Tianyun's words, the old man fell into deep thought. Hadn't he been just like Mo Tianyun, full of ambition years ago? Epic mechs had also been his lifelong pursuit. Yet he had squandered over half his life without becoming a master mech maker or designing an epic mech blueprint. You young man have ambition. When I was young, I also wanted to manufacture epic mechs, but my hair has turned white, and I still haven't designed an epic mech blueprint," the old man said with deep emotion. "Haha, no more talk. Let's swap for something I can actually give you. Don't scare me any longer." The old man smiled wryly. From the old senior, Mo Tianyun learned that the Earth's core could be obtained in the Imperial Army, which was a significant gain. "Then I want a spatial pearl." The spatial pearl is a space technology that can hold mechs. It has a large space that can contain mechs. The higher the grade of the spatial pearl, the larger the space inside. The same goes for mechs. This is acceptable, it's not very valuable, the old man said as he took out a spatial pearl. "This spatial pearl can hold extraordinary mechs. It's a gift for you. Senior, these 2 items are too precious. If you need anything I can help with, just say it." Mo Tianyun felt that the value of his blueprint was not comparable to the 2 items given by the old senior. Come on, since you've completed my test, giving you these things is the rule here. You don't need to worry about it. Rather, meeting a talented young person like you and helping out a bit is also something that brings me joy. No need to think too much. You can't help me now. All right, you can go." The old man waved his hand. Just as Mo Tianyun was about to express his gratitude, he was unexpectedly ushered out by the old man. The old man gently closed the door, returned to his chair, and lay back, still filled with emotion, as he muttered something. "Such a gifted young person. I hope he can realize his mech dreams." Epic mecha. Mo Tianyun recalled the old man's words. If that's the case, then these should be of some help to the senior. Mo Tianyun took out some ordinary drafting paper from his spatial bracelet, quietly placed it in front of the old man's door, and used a pebble from the nearby flower pot to weigh it down. "Now that all the materials are gathered, I can manufacture the Tianyun mecha. I can't wait to pilot the mecha and engage in a grand battle." Mo Tianyun left the old senior's place, unable to suppress his excited heart along the way. The next step was to manufacture the mecha. To create a mecha, he certainly could not go back to the hotel to do it. Manufacturing a mecha in the hotel is quite inconvenient. Not to mention whether the space in the hotel is large enough. Even if the mecha is completed, the hotel's building materials would not withstand the pressure of the mecha. Moreover, many tools are needed for making the mecha, and a large mechanical workbench is also required during assembly. This can only be found in large machinery manufacturing factories or combat mecha manufacturing centers. Mo Tianyun quietly contemplated how to manufacture the mecha. Ordinary people generally cannot enter large machinery manufacturing factories. Inside, they produce life mechas and production mechas or transportation tools like transport ships. Then I can only go to the combat mecha manufacturing center. Mo Tianyun arrived at a floating platform and boarded the city train. About half a minute later, Mo Tianyun crossed the entire East District and arrived at the central area of Han Mountain City. The central area is much more prosperous than the East District and serves as the political and economic center of Han Mountain City. Although it is currently winter in Han Mountain City, there is not the slightest hint of cold in the central area, and not a single snowflake can be seen in the sky. Arriving here, one feels the climate is pleasant and warm like spring. This is because the weather system here has been altered. At the top of the tallest skyscraper, there is a city temperature controller. This city temperature controller regulates the surrounding temperature, ensuring that the temperature in the central area remains constant. This skyscraper is named Han Mountain Building. Surrounding it are 4 slightly shorter buildings. If one stands at the front entrance of Han Mountain Building, the Combat Mecha Manufacturing Center is on the left. On the right is the Vocational Center. In front is the Gene Evolution Warrior Center, and behind is the Han Mountain Commercial Center. These 4 major centers are also surrounded by buildings. The entire central area is centered around Han Mountain Building, forming a scene where many stars revolve around the moon. People from all directions come and go with intelligent service robots visible everywhere, along with countless mechanical facilities, all contributing to this incredibly prosperous central area. Mo Tianyun headed straight for the Combat Mecha Manufacturing Center. Along the way, apart from the mechanical greetings from intelligent service robots, as he passed by, everyone else looked unfamiliar. Before long, Mo Tianyun arrived at the Combat Mecha Manufacturing Center. He noticed that the people coming in and out here were either dressed luxuriously and exuding nobility or stylishly attired and elegantly poised. In contrast, Mo Tianyun's ordinary attire made him seem out of place. However, he didn't mind and walked straight towards the entrance, preparing to go in. Hey, that kid over there, stop. You can't go in. Just as Mo Tianyun was about to enter, a serious, yet somewhat frivolous male voice rang out. This voice reached the ears of everyone around, including Mo Tianyun, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Mo Tianyun turned to see that the speaker was a security personnel dressed in mechanical combat attire, holding a long energy gun. Please show your Imperial Identity Card. The Imperial Identity Card is a form of identification for the citizens of the Empire, categorized into various levels. Ordinary people can obtain an Imperial Identity Card by paying 100 star coins at the age of 16. However, this type of identity card is an ordinary one, the lowest level. With an identity card, one truly becomes a citizen of the Empire, entitled to enjoy various policies of the Empire, such as applying to join the Imperial Army or becoming a professional in various fields. The Imperial Identity Card is divided into different levels. The higher the level, the greater the rights one has within the Empire. Those with higher level identity cards have the authority to grant others a lower level identity card, a privilege limited to those with high level cards or above. It is not necessary to be 16 years old to obtain an identity card, as higher level cards can be authorized, allowing some lucky individuals to have cards even at birth. In fact, only those possessing high level identity cards or higher are the true citizens of the Empire. They are the ones genuinely protected by Imperial law, as if they are killed, the Empire will pursue the matter thoroughly. I don't have an identity card. Mo Tianyun shrugged and replied. Then I'm sorry, you cannot enter. The security personnel then extended his hand to block Mo Tianyun. The security personnel secretly mocked him in his heart. He was responsible for security here, and although his main duty was to ensure safety, not just anyone could be let in case something happened. If the person had an identity card, they could be traced. Most importantly, he couldn't let some commoners without identity cards offend the nobles. Having seen many people, he could easily tell who had an identity card and who didn't. This young man, while displaying some extraordinary demeanor, was dressed too ordinarily, completely unlike someone with a background. It was obvious just by asking. Indeed, a person without an identity card couldn't possibly be someone of status. Then how come those people don't have to show their identity cards? Mo Tianyun glanced around at the people coming and going. Don't mind them, you can't enter without one. Those around witnessed this scene and paid no mind. Some secretly laughed, while others pointed and whispered. Mo Tianyun cast a deep glance at the security personnel, realizing that the other party was definitely targeting him. This made him somewhat anxious, but there was truly nothing he could do. Causing a commotion here, regardless of how many lives were at stake, wouldn't be worth it. It seemed that this low-key outfit wasn't suitable for every occasion. Mo Tianyun thought to himself. It appeared he would have to find another way to manufacture the mecha. Mo Tianyun contemplated retreating. Before he left, he cast another glance at the security personnel. What a lowly fellow. The security personnel still regarded him with cold indifference. Mo Tianyun decided not to linger any longer and turned to leave. Mo Tianyun, what are you doing here? A clear and melodious female voice once again attracted everyone's attention. Mo Tianyan turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw that the speaker was a girl about his age. Looking closer, the girl wore a luxurious black dress, exquisite black high heels, a delicate face, long black hair, cascading down her back, and an impressive figure that was truly stunning. You are. Mo Tianyan thought for a moment. You are Wei Na. Mo Tianyan finally remembered. This girl was the proud girl he had met last time at the high-end bookstore in Han Mountain City, dressed in the uniform of Han Mountain City's elite high school. She seemed to be the champion of last year's Genius Mecha Manufacturing competition. It seems you still remember me. Upon hearing Mo Tianyan's words, the girl smiled gently. Wei Na's father is the vice president of the Han Mountain City Combat Mecha Manufacturing Association. Wei Na often comes here to learn about mecha manufacturing, so this place feels like her home. Wei Na gracefully moved her long straight legs, slowly approaching Mo Tianyan. Her beautiful figure and elegant demeanor attracted everyone's gaze. Mo Tianyan glanced at Wei Na and withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. After all, he encountered the ethereal presence of the perfect Shinji's sister every day. This had significantly heightened his resistance to beautiful things. Respected Miss Wei Na, greetings. The security personnel clenched their right fist near their chest and bowed to Wei Na. Wei Na walked beside Mo Tianyan, ignoring the security personnel's bow. You still haven't answered my question. Wei Na asked Mo Tianyan with a smile in her eyes. I came here to manufacture mechas. Oh. Upon hearing that Mo Tianyan intended to manufacture mechas, Wei Na's interest was piqued. You're going to create a mech. Can I watch you manufacture the mecha? Perhaps I can learn some tricks of the trade by observing. Wei Na said playfully with a charming smile. The security personnel felt a chill in their heart upon hearing this. Who was this guy? Miss Wei Na wanted to learn about mecha manufacturing from him. Miss Wei Na was the foremost genius mecha manufacturer in the entire Han City. The security personnel felt uneasy, silently thinking to themselves. This is probably impossible, though I don't have an imperial identity card, and was stopped by this guard. Mo Tianyan shook his head, looking at the security personnel with a helpless expression. Upon hearing Mo Tianyan's words, Wei Na turned her cold gaze toward the security personnel and said, I've been learning to manufacture mechas here since I was young. Why was I unaware that an identity card was needed to enter? This. The security personnel's tone became hesitant. Seeing this, Mo Tianyan understood that this judgmental guard was deliberately making things difficult for him. You realize the consequences of your actions, right? Wei Na, seeing that the security personnel did not respond, pressed with a cold tone. The security personnel's face flushed red, stumbling over their words, and even their body trembled, seemingly caught in a difficult decision. The onlookers around began to whisper amongst themselves upon witnessing this scene. The guard has hit a wall. This young man seems quite significant. Look at how well he knows the vice president's daughter. I noticed this young man had an extraordinary aura. I told you this youth has starry eyes and sword-like brows, standing tall. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person. Originally, the crowd had been pointing and mocking Mo Tianyan, but now they began to praise him. This change was merely flattery toward Wei Na. Even though they had heard Wei Na wanted to learn about mecha manufacturing from Mo Tianyan, no one truly cared about that. What they cared more about was Wei Na and her father. Wei Na's father was a high-level battle mecha manufacturer, holding a significant position in Han City. What does it mean to be a high-level battle mecha manufacturer? It means he can produce extraordinary battle mechas. This also indicates that many extraordinary battle mecha masters are well acquainted with Wei Na's father. An ordinary battle mecha manufacturer is already someone many people look up to. How much more so for the numerous extraordinary battle mecha masters? An extraordinary battle mecha manufacturer could destroy a city. Without the intervention of an epic-level battle mecha manufacturer, they are nearly invincible. However, there are likely no more than 3 epic-level battle mecha manufacturers on Ulula Star. The entire Han City lacks an epic-level battle mecha manufacturer. They only know that the largest military base on this planet has an epic-level battle mecha manufacturer stationed at the command center at all times. The task of this epic-level battle mecha manufacturer is to guard Ulula Star, an imperial immigrant planet always ready to fend off insectoid invasions, incursions from foreign civilizations, cosmic pirate raids, and eliminate any threats to the safety of this planet. Miss Wei Na, it was my oversight. Oh, I am willing to apologize to your friend. The security personnel finished speaking and deeply bowed to Mo Tianyan. Young master, you are magnanimous. I implore you to forgive my mistakes. Mo Tianyan glanced at the security personnel and felt no pity for him. Instead, he found him utterly ridiculous. Originally thinking he would lose his dignity alone and leave in disgrace, Mo Tianyan didn't expect Wei Na to appear and advocate for him. Mo Tianyan found it quite peculiar the last time he had embarrassed Wei Na in the high-end bookstore of Han City. Why was she helping him this time instead of taking the opportunity to humiliate him to regain her face? In fact, Mo Tianyan's words had made Wei Na reflect deeply on herself. Since winning the championship at the Hansan City Genius Mecha Manufacturers Conference, Wayna had begun to feel her mecha manufacturing talent was unmatched. Later, Imo Tianyan's words made her feel shameful. After some self-reflection, Wayna set aside her inner pride and humbly learned about mecha manufacturing. Unexpectedly, during this time, her progress in mecha manufacturing had been tremendous, even surprising her father. Thus, Wayna did not feel that Imo Tianyun was humiliating her. Instead, she felt grateful to him. She did not expect to encounter Imo Tianyun, whom she had been quite grateful for these days at the Mecha Manufacturing Center. Seeing Imo Tianyun, Wayna felt particularly delighted with a hint of nervousness in her heart. Seeing that Mo Tianyun had not accepted the security personnel's apology, Wayna spoke up. "All right, you go work as a warehouse guard." Upon hearing Wayna's words, the security personnel's face turned pale. The warehouse guard's working environment and salary were far inferior to his current position. Yes, the security personnel left in disgrace. Wayna still had the authority to reassign a mere security guard. She only needed to mention it to her father, who wouldn't mind such trivial matters. "Imo Tianyan, aren't you here to manufacture mechas? Come inside." Wayna entered the small spatial transmission platform, and seeing Imo Tianyan not following, waved at him. Imo Tianyan nodded in response as he watched the girl wave at him. Since they were already here, it would be a waste of time to change locations. After Imo Tianyan entered the small spatial transmission platform, Wayna began to operate the controller. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped them, and the two disappeared from their original spot. "Welcome to the Mecha Manufacturing Center. This is Workbench No. 3 for Mecha Manufacturing." A mechanical voice entered Imo Tianyan's ears. "Here, the Mecha Manufacturing Workstation is the best besides that of the Honorable President and my father's. I usually try to manufacture mechas here." Wayna brought Mo Tianyun to the workstation she frequently used for mecha manufacturing. Wayna brought Imo Tianyun to the intelligent recognition door, where a faint beam of light illuminated Wayna, followed by a mechanical voice. "Scan recognition successful, Wayna. You have high-level access rights." The door slowly opened automatically, and Wayna walked in naturally, while Mo Tianyun followed behind, glancing around at the mech manufacturing workbench. Inside was a vast mech manufacturing space filled with various large mech fabrication machinery. The enormous mechanical workbench in the center captivated Mo Tianyan's attention first. The entire large mechanical workbench was nearly as tall as 20 Mo Tianyans. Standing at 1.78 meters, this massive workbench must be around 30 to 40 meters high. Every level of this combat mech manufacturing center is at least 50 meters high. This is the combat mech manufacturing center, where an ordinary mech is at least several meters tall. How could a building capable of producing more advanced mechs be small? The entire combat mech manufacturing center occupies over 1 square kilometer, standing 15 kilometers tall. The No. 3 mech manufacturing workbench is almost at the very top. Otherwise, why would they have to take a small space teleportation device to get up here? The Hansan building is 20 kilometers high, and it's precisely because of this height that the temperature controller at the top can regulate the climate throughout the entire central area. This is my first time seeing such a large mechanical workbench in reality, Mo Tianyan thought silently. The large mechanical workbench is used to secure and assemble mechs. Without it, it's impossible to create combat mechs. Next to the large mechanical workbench is a control console, which is used to operate the large mechanical workbench for mech assembly. Mo Tianyan then turned his gaze to the second largest mechanical tool inside the workbench. This mechanical tool is over 10 meters high and has a spherical shape. This is the alloy forging furnace, Imo Tianyan thought to himself. Then Imo Tianyan looked towards a small room on the side. While this room is indeed small compared to the entire mech manufacturing workbench, to Mo Tianyan it felt enormous. Although it was a small room, it was still over 100 square meters in size and had a height of 10 meters. This must be the Precision Mechanical Component Processing Station. This is the Material Processing and Assembly Machine Platform. This is the Large Mechanical Power System Manufacturing Platform. Energy Intensity Tester. Here there's even a parts manufacturing workbench. Mo Tianyan observed each area. I didn't expect the tools here to be so comprehensive, even including a parts manufacturing workbench. If I were to find a large mechanical manufacturing factory, it could produce mechs, but the difficulty would be much higher and it would take significantly more time. Mo Tianyan began to feel grateful to Wayna for bringing him here. According to Wayna, this mech manufacturing workbench was the best after those of the president and her father. No wonder the tools were so complete. It turns out he owed Wayna a big favor today. If I have the chance, I should guide her a bit. Mo Tianyan couldn't help but think. These were all large mech manufacturing tools he was seeing for the first time in reality. However, he had used most of them in the simulation space and was quite skilled with them. All right, here is the mech manufacturing workbench. You can start preparing to create a combat mech, Wayna said to Mo Tianyan, looking at the familiar workbench. Thank you, Miss Wayna. Mo Tianyan expressed his gratitude. For some reason, hearing Mo Tianyun address her this way suddenly displeased Wayna. Mo Tianyun, just call me Wayna, she said with a gentle smile, trying to correct him. Okay, Miss Wayna. Mo Tianyun nodded. Oomph. Wayna frowned slightly and turned her head away in irritation, leaving Mo Tianyun confused. However, he remained silent, quietly taking out a series of blueprints made of crystal paper from his spatial wristband. The blueprints recorded a wealth of mech design information, including mechanical drawings, text numbers, and symbols densely packed together. Mo Tianyun, can I take a look at these blueprints? Just a glance won't affect your mech manufacturing. Alright. Mo Tianyun handed the blueprints over to Wayna. Blueprints are the lifeblood of every mech designer, and they usually wouldn't show them to others easily, but Mo Tianyun decided to show them to Wayna. Firstly, Wayna had indeed helped him greatly. Secondly, someone like Wayna, an expert in mech manufacturing, wouldn't covet his ordinary combat mech blueprints. Thirdly, even if Wayna took the blueprints, Mo Tianyun could still design more. Wayna gently accepted the blueprints from Mo Tianyun's hands with her soft, delicate white hands. Meanwhile, Mo Tianyun began to take out all the materials from his spatial wristband, preparing to start manufacturing the mech. Gradually, the various materials piled together, forming a small mountain. Fortunately, this spatial wristband is large enough, though otherwise I wouldn't be able to fit everything in. Mo Tianyun shook his head. He had spent nearly 200 star coins to buy all these materials. Some items he already had, like the damaged mech core, giant sword, and mech accessory core. There was also a piece of deep-sea fire crystal given by a senior. Among them, the damaged ordinary mech core was the most precious. A good ordinary mech core costs over 1,000,000 star coins, while the other materials are not as valuable. Secondly, the deep-sea fire crystal given by the senior is relatively rare. If one were to assess its value in star coins, it would be worth around 2,000 star coins. Mo Tianyun, your blueprints are so complex. My father's ordinary combat mech blueprints aren't even as complicated as yours. Wayna completely couldn't understand the blueprints designed by Mo Tianyun. Really? Mo Tianyun replied confidently with a smile. He designed this ordinary combat mech to reach a perfect level. The mech produced theoretically could achieve a maximum combat power enhancement of 10 times. However, to reach this theoretical maximum enhancement of 10 times, all the parts used must meet the qualified standards, and every part manufactured must be perfect with perfect compatibility between each part. This type of mech is also known as a perfect mech. The higher the level of the mech, the more challenging it is to create a perfect mech. Because the higher the level of the mech, the more impossible it is for each part to reach perfection, and achieving perfect compatibility among all parts is even more challenging. However, achieving a perfect mech is possible as long as you have sufficient financial resources and time. As mechs can replace parts and components, you can swap out incompatible parts until the entire mech reaches perfection. That is what a perfect mech is. If Mo Tianyun successfully manufactures such a mech, it will be a perfect level ordinary combat mech. Yes, my father's ordinary mech design blueprints are somewhat understandable to me. But every detail of this blueprint is so intricate and profound that I can't fathom the purpose behind such a design, no matter how hard I think. Vina nodded, then showed a distressed expression to Mo Tianyun. She hoped that Mo Tianyun would notice her troubled demeanor and explain the principles behind the design of the blueprint. This is a perfect level ordinary battle mech blueprint, Mo Tianyun replied succinctly, and then continued to prepare for his mech manufacturing work. This simple statement caused Vina's little worries to vanish instantly. Perfect level. Wait, I seem to recall seeing this knowledge point somewhere. Hearing Mo Tianyun's words, Vina seemed to remember something. Never mind, I'll look it up directly. Vina abandoned her thoughts and quickly pulled out a small intelligent device to begin her search. Immediately, a line of text appeared on the intelligent device's screen. Perfect level. The maximum combat enhancement multiplier of a certain level of mech reaches the theoretical maximum combat enhancement multiplier for that level of mech. For example, if the maximum theoretical combat enhancement multiplier for an ordinary battle mech is 10-0 and now there exists an ordinary battle mech with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 10-A, then this ordinary battle mech is a perfect level ordinary battle mech. This is too amazing, Vina exclaimed, staring in shock at the mech manufacturing blueprint in her hands. Is this what my father referred to as a perfect level mech? Vina also recalled that the term perfect level had been mentioned by her father. This is a mech manufacturing blueprint that even my father would find difficult to design. Vina looked at Mo Tianyun again and felt that he shone much brighter in her eyes. Is this what they call an all-round genius? It seems I still fall far behind him. Vina murmured, gazing at Mo Tianyun's back. Miss Vina, give me the blueprint. Mo Tianyun had just finished sorting materials and was now ready to manufacture the mech. Oh, okay. Vina stopped overthinking and handed the blueprint back to Mo Tianyun. This guy keeps insisting I shouldn't call him Miss Vina. Vina kept mumbling to herself. First, we need to manufacture the core of the mech. This is the most challenging part. If we fail, there won't be a subsequent series of manufacturing processes. Tianyan looked at the core structure diagram he designed. This core structure diagram could be considered the essence of the entire mech manufacturing blueprint. With the blueprint, the damaged, ordinary battle mech core pattern powder green chrome iron, and some ordinary materials in hand, Tianyan arrived at the precision mechanical component processing station. Tianyan projected the core structure diagram from the blueprint, forming a three-dimensional mech core in the air. He then placed the blueprint on a fixture so that it could project the image in midair. Next, Tianyan used a conveyor belt to send the green chrome iron and some rare metals along with a large quantity of ordinary metals into the alloy forging furnace. He then set the core model on the main control panel, inputting various parameters and confirming that all values were accurate before pressing the switch to start the alloy forging furnace for the manufacturing of the mech core framework. The temperature inside the alloy forging furnace instantly reached 5,000 degrees, causing the green chrome iron to begin melting into liquid, while other materials were also controlled at different temperatures. When all the metals melted into liquid, the high-temperature resistant mechanical arm inside the furnace began to mix the various metal liquids together. It then began to spin at high speed, perfectly blending the various metals together. Tianyan kept a close watch on the situation inside the alloy forging furnace. The metal liquid condensed into high-temperature alloy. Intelligent beams scanned for impurities within the alloy. The mechanical arm began to forge the alloy repeatedly at high speed. Countless sparks flew in the furnace as the alloy slowly took shape. Finally, the alloy was quenched again with all impurities removed and the strength reaching perfection. Then this massive alloy was reheated and mechanical arms with various forging tools shaped it into the basic structure framework of the mech core. The completed framework was transported out and Tianyan replaced the original damaged ordinary battle mech core framework with this new one, completing the upgrade and repair of the core framework. Next, Tianyan removed all the damaged parts inside, erased the spiritual connection patterns, and finally took out the energy conduit from the core. Next comes the engraving of the spiritual connection patterns. This step is the most time-consuming and challenging process. Tianyan took out a transparent box containing the pattern powder. He then picked up the engraving tool, loaded it with pattern powder, and began the engraving process on the core. At this moment, Tianyan released his spiritual force, connecting and permeating it into the pattern powder step by step, following the spiritual connection pattern diagram from the blueprint. Only the spiritual connection patterns engraved with spiritual force can be connected by others using spiritual force after the engraving is completed. If replaced by a machine, although the engraved spiritual patterns are much more exquisite and smooth than those done by humans, such spiritual connection patterns cannot be connected by spiritual force at all. This is because machines lack spiritual force. Only living beings possess spiritual force. Therefore, mechs made with machine-engraved spiritual patterns cannot be driven at all. Time flowed slowly, and the sky outside had darkened. The city entered the realm of night. Tianyan was still fully focused, meticulously engraving the spiritual connection patterns according to the core structure diagram. Vina was observing and learning Tianyan's method of engraving spiritual connection patterns through a holographic projection nearby, fully engrossed and fearful of making a mistake. After a long while, Tianyan finally succeeded in engraving the last spiritual connection pattern. All the spiritual connection patterns formed a closed loop. Tianyan used his spiritual force to connect and permeate the spiritual connection patterns, and immediately all the spiritual connection patterns in the core emitted a faint bluish light. Yes, Tianyan checked the connection status of the spiritual connection patterns one last time. All the spiritual patterns were successfully connected, indicating that the most difficult step had succeeded and the subsequent mech manufacturing could be replaced by machines. This would make the upcoming mech manufacturing much simpler. Tianyan sighed in relief, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Tianyan, has the engraving of the spiritual connection patterns been completed? Shh. Vina knew Tianyan had finished, but she couldn't help but want to confirm. Yes, it's done, and it turned out quite well, Tianyan responded with a heartfelt smile. It's done, and it only took about 8 hours, which is pretty fast. And this is the spiritual connection pattern for a perfect mech. I can barely connect the spiritual connection patterns in a fine-level ordinary mech, and you did this too well. Vina kept exclaiming beside him. It's nothing, as long as you practice enough you'll achieve such speed. Tianyan had practiced engraving the spiritual connection patterns for this mech hundreds of times in the simulation space. The fastest he completed it was in 5 hours. Today, spending 8 hours engraving the spiritual connection patterns was still a cautious pace for Tianyan in reality. This mech was the result of Tianyan's repeated manufacturing and improvement in the simulation space, along with the continuous guidance of the Spirit of Miracles, allowing him to design this perfect level ordinary battle mech. Over the past month, the mech he practiced the most in the simulation space was this one. Mo Tianyun practiced the entire process of manufacturing the mech while piloting it to practice combat skills. Although Mo Tianyun had not finished manufacturing this mech, yet he had already experienced countless battles while piloting it. Logically, it shouldn't make sense, but with the simulation space, everything became reasonable. The spiritual patterns had been re-engraved, and now it was time for the energy conduit. Mo Tianyun stretched his body, adjusted his mental state, and prepared to begin the next step of upgrading the ordinary battle mech core. Mo Tianyun looked at the deep-sea fire crystal that had been sitting aside for a long time. This deep-sea fire crystal was quite large, about the height of a person, and presented a dark red crystalline appearance. The deep-sea fire crystal was born at the volcanic vent deep beneath the sea, and its hardness was almost equivalent to the freshly forged alloy. Such a material can withstand powerful energy impacts, and the deep-sea fire crystal has excellent energy conductivity, making it a perfect material for energy conduits. Mo Tianyun placed the deep-sea fire crystal into a super laser cutter for cutting. After the cutting was completed, the deep-sea fire crystal transformed into slender dark red conduits. Mo Tianyun controlled the mechanical arms at the console to install the deep-sea fire crystal conduits into the ordinary battle mech core. Thus, the mech core upgrade was completed. However, the mech core was not yet complete, as there were still some damaged parts that had not been processed. Mo Tianyun needed to go to the material processing assembly station to manufacture some ordinary materials into parts. Then he would install these parts into the core to complete the core's manufacturing. Mo Tianyun arrived at the material processing assembly station, placing various prepared materials into the machine, and then processed each part according to the specifications from the blueprint. Then Mo Tianyun installed all the parts into the mech core, thus completing the mech core. He took out a pre-prepared cockpit from his spatial wristband and installed it. The cockpits of ordinary battle mechs are all the same, only those of advanced mechs have some differences. And just like that, it's complete. Mo Tianyun couldn't help but express his joy at finally completing the upgraded mech core. Mo Tianyun quietly admired the mecha core after completing its fabrication. The mecha core is a sphere with a diameter of approximately 3 meters, its surface adorned with numerous intricate energy patterns, each displaying a dark red hue reminiscent of deep-sea fire crystals. Inside, it comprises even more complex blue spiritual connection patterns along with the cockpit. In the future, when Mo Tianyun pilots this mecha, he will first enter the cockpit, then connect to the spiritual connection patterns with his mental energy, allowing the mecha to function as if it were part of his own body. Every movement of the mecha is accomplished with a single thought. However, the mecha's reaction speed and strength are determined by the physical attributes of the pilot. The stronger the pilot's mental energy, the quicker they perceive changes in their surroundings, leading to faster neural responses and consequently swifter mecha reactions. The greater the pilot's strength, the more powerful the mecha will be under the maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, although this is still limited by the mecha's own rank. For example, a person with perception level mental energy piloting a regular mecha and an extraordinary mecha will experience the same reaction speed, but the strength of the mecha will differ. A person with Spirit C level mental energy piloting a regular mecha and an extraordinary mecha will notice a difference in reaction speed. The extraordinary mecha will respond faster, and its strength will also vary. The above illustrates the variations in reaction speeds of different individuals with varying levels of mental energy piloting mechas of different ranks. Below is the comparison of individuals with different gene evolution warrior ranks piloting mechas of different grades. A primary warrior with a strength of 10 tons piloting a regular mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 5 and an extraordinary mecha with a multiplier of 50. The mecha's strength will vary. The regular mecha has a strength of 50 tons, while the extraordinary mecha boasts a strength of 500 tons. A mid-tier warrior with a strength of 1,000 tons piloting a regular mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 5 and an extraordinary mecha with a multiplier of 50. The regular mecha corresponds to the mid-tier warrior's inherent strength of 1,000 tons, as the regular mecha cannot augment the mid-tier warrior's power. In contrast, the extraordinary mecha's strength is 500 tons, as it can enhance the mid-tier warrior's power, making the mecha's capabilities evident. There is a vast difference between mechas of each rank. Of course, the mass possessed by the mecha translates into additional force during combat. A combat mecha master is essentially a warrior combined with their mecha. Thus, even if a person possesses weak inherent strength, as long as their mental energy is sufficient to pilot a combat mecha, they can instantly transform into a formidable combat mecha master. The first mecha Mo Tianyun crafted, the Tianyun mecha, can only be utilized until Mo Tianyun reaches mid-tier warrior status. However, that is a matter for the future. At present, Mo Tianyun has yet to reach even the primary tier. Mo Tianyun, the complexity of this mecha core rivals that of extraordinary mechas, said Wayna as she approached to inspect the ordinary combat mecha core just completed by Mo Tianyun. Haha, Miss Wayna exaggerates that pales in comparison to extraordinary ones, Emotianyun humbly replied. No, the complexity of your ordinary combat mecha core is almost on par with extraordinary mechas that have a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of around 10 to 20 times. While I may not fully understand, I have seen many extraordinary mechas with complexity similar to yours, and their maximum combat power enhancement multipliers are typically in the range of a dozen to 20 times. Wayna smiled and shook her head, recalling the extraordinary combat mecha cores she had previously encountered, and spoke truthfully. Emotianyun did not respond to Wayna's words. Instead, he pondered something else. Seeing Motianyun in this state, Wayna quietly stepped away, choosing not to disturb him while he worked on the mecha. Now I should start crafting the outer armor of the mecha, Emotianyun said as he operated a large transport mechanical arm to convey piles of rare metals into the alloy forging furnace via a conveyor belt. The metal used for the mecha's outer armor is the hardest available, and the alloy crafted according to Emotianyun's specifications is exceedingly robust, capable of withstanding impacts of up to 100 tons. The alloy forging furnace repeated the process from the last alloy, crafting swiftly, producing the outer armor pieces one by one. The outer armor consists of a head armor piece, a torso armor piece, 2 arm armor pieces, and 2 leg armor pieces. Next comes the production of the core components for the mecha. Since the mecha core is situated within the torso, we do not need to manufacture the torso itself, but we do need to create 5 core components. Although manufacturing the core components is not complicated, producing 5 of them will take a considerable amount of time. Emotianyun shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Creating the core components is quite similar to fabricating the mecha core. However, the mecha core is the hub of the mecha, responsible for controlling all its parts and systems, making its complexity readily apparent. The core components of the mecha are designed to receive commands from the mental connection patterns of the mecha core and coordinate the operation of the various components. Emotianyun began with the core component for the head. First, he completed the basic structural framework of the core in the alloy forging furnace, then began etching the mental connection patterns on the precision mechanical component processing platform, finally assembling various parts crafted from the material processing assembly station. The core components do not require a cockpit to be installed. Once assembled, the head core component was completed. Next, Emotianyun proceeded to finish the 4 core components for the arms and legs. It may sound simple, but Emotianyun took several hours to complete this. During this time, Wayna left the mecha manufacturing workstation. Emotianyun paid no mind to her absence. "Xiaona, why have you been at the mecha manufacturing workstation all day?" asked a tall, handsome, middle-aged man, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at Wayna. This tall and handsome man was Wayna's father. One glance at Wayna's stunning beauty and graceful figure clearly revealed her inheritance from him. Seeing her father, Wayna pondered for a moment before deciding to share what she knew about Emotianyun. "Father, I have a friend who is manufacturing a mecha at the workstation." "Oh, a friend," Wayna's father revealed, a knowing smile. "This is the first time I've heard you mention having a friend. Is it a boy or a girl?" Wayna's father began to inquire further. Given that his daughter had been pampered since childhood, exhibiting a distinct young lad's temperament, he had never heard her mention any friends before. This was the first time. "Oh dear, what does it matter if it's a boy or a girl? That's not important, all right." Wayna felt a little flustered at her father's questioning. "Let me tell you about it, father." She then recounted the events involving Emotianyun. This included everything from when Wayna first met Emotianyun up to his current endeavor of crafting the mecha. "No wonder you've matured so much in these days. It turns out you've faced some setbacks. However, if that kid dares to embarrass my daughter, I will have to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing about the bookstore incident, Wayna's father expressed his displeasure. A perfect level mecha blueprint. Wayna's father immediately became serious upon hearing that Emotianyun had designed a perfect level ordinary combat mecha blueprint. Oh, he has already completed the mecha core manufacturing. Wayna's father began to sense that things were getting serious. He has almost finished the 5 core components. Doesn't that mean that this perfect level ordinary combat mecha is about to be born, eh? Wayna's father was gradually becoming astonished. "Yes, father, would you like to go see it?" "Perhaps the mecha will be completed shortly," Wayna teased, noticing her father's excited demeanor. "A perfect mecha? I haven't seen one in many years. I must see what kind of genius Emotianyun is to be able to design a perfect mecha." After saying this, Wayna's father and Wayna made their way to the No. 3 mecha manufacturing workstation. Inside the manufacturing workstation for No. 3 mech. "Huh." Emotianyun let out a long breath. "I have finally completed the 5 core components of the mech." Emotianyun looked at the 5 mech core components and began to prepare for the next stage of mech manufacturing. This is the workstation for the large mechanical power system. Emotianyun will manufacture the mech's power system here. Once supplied with energy, the power system can drive the mech into battle. The stronger the power system, the faster the mech moves. The faster it moves, the greater its power output at high speeds. At the same time, the power system allows the mech to soar freely through the sky and the cosmos. If the mech has good waterproof capabilities, it can even swim in water. A blueprint appeared in Mo Tianyan's hands. This blueprint is the design for the power system. Super Light Wave Energy Drive System. This power system has 3 modes: normal mode, full power mode, and superpower mode. In normal mode, the mech's maximum speed can reach 200 meters per second. In full power mode, the mech's maximum speed can reach 500 meters per second. In superpower mode, the mech's maximum speed can reach 1000 meters per second. The power generated in the last mode is astonishing, but keeping it on for long periods can damage the power system, and in severe cases it can lead to complete system failure, unlike the first 2 modes. When activating superpower mode, it can either instantly defeat the opponent and end the battle, or it reaches a critical moment of life and death. The first scenario quickly ends the battle, causing no damage to the power system. The latter scenario reaches the most critical moment of survival, where one cannot care about the power system's potential damage, as losing means even escaping becomes difficult. Although the power system is quite complex, with the design blueprint inputting various models and parameters, and then adding materials, it can be manufactured. A good power system is determined by its power output and energy consumption. The larger the power and the smaller the energy consumption, the better the system. Mo Tianyan completed the manufacturing of the power system in a short while. Now there is the mech's energy conversion reactor. This is the source of the mech's energy. The power system's energy comes from here. Energy is output here and transmitted to the mech's core, then through energy conduits to the component cores. Following the previously designed blueprint, rare metal materials are placed into the alloy forging furnace to complete the forging. Further processing involves engraving energy conduits, then placing them into the energy conduits. Mo Tianyan quickly manufactured the energy conversion reactor. After completion, the energy conversion reaction intensity inside the reactor must be tested. Mo Tianyan transported the energy conversion reactor next to the energy intensity tester, fixed the reactor in place, and then placed a mid-level energy crystal inside the reactor. Activate the energy conversion reactor. The next second, a loud rumble came from inside the reactor, and one could see the mid-level energy crystal releasing energy. The mid-level energy crystal continuously emitted bursts of energy, constantly releasing massive energy, most of which entered the energy transmission conduits, with a small portion dissipated. The energy transmission conduits used in the energy conversion reactor are also deep-sea fire crystal conduits, now glowing and illuminating the interior red. Open the energy intensity tester and begin testing. Testing complete. Detection results: energy intensity level medium, planetary level, energy output value 10. 645. Normal combat mechs can withstand medium planetary level energy, which I expected. However, the energy output was somewhat beyond my expectations. An output of 10 can enhance combat power by 10-fold, and it seems this output may even surpass the mech's limits. While Mo Tianyan was testing the energy conversion reactor, Vina and her father arrived at the No. 3 Mech Manufacturing Workstation. Mo Tianyan. The door of the No. 3 Mech Manufacturing Workstation opened again, and Vina's voice reached Mo Tianyan's ears. Mo Tianyan turned to look and found a tall, handsome, middle-aged man beside Vina. Upon closer inspection, this man bore a resemblance to Vina, making them look like a father and daughter pair. This must be Vina's father. Mo Tianyan thought silently after a brief observation. Miss Vina, may I ask who this is? Mo Tianyan still asked Vina. Mo Tianyan, this is my father. Vina smiled and said to Mo Tianyan, "Hello, uncle." Mo Tianyan respectfully greeted the handsome man beside Vina. "I am Mo Tianyan. With Miss Vina's assistance, I have come here to manufacture the mech." "Hello, I am Vina's father, Anders Light. I heard from Vina that you are manufacturing a mech. I came to take a look. I wonder how far along the mech manufacturing has progressed." Vina's father asked Mo Tianyan curiously. "Uncle Light, the mech manufacturing is now nearing its final stage," Mo Tianyan replied truthfully. "We won't disturb you. We'll come back to see once you've completed it. Is that all right? Of course, feel free to visit us later." Vina's father nodded and said no more. "Keep it up, Mo Tianyan. You must perfectly create the mech." Vina smiled at Mo Tianyan. Mo Tianyan approached the material processing assembly platform and placed the last batch of materials inside. Now to manufacture all the parts and assemble them. These components must fit perfectly. This way the compatibility between the parts can achieve perfection. Inputting data one by one according to the blueprint. Mo Tianyan dared not be the slightest bit careless. He saw a screen appear on the control panel, and the light released from this screen continuously scanned every mech outer shell and component core. Subsequently, a string of data appeared on the screen, rapidly fluctuating. Mo Tianyan meticulously analyzed each piece of data. Part 1 manufacturing complete. Analyzing part conditions analysis complete, qualified. Part 2 qualified. Part 3 qualified. Part 10085 qualified. All parts are qualified, preparing to assemble the mech components. Emotanyan knew that the critical moment was approaching. Whether he could perfectly manufacture the mech depended on whether all the parts would perfectly fit together. Standing in front of the main control panel, Emotanyan operated the mechanical assembly arms to assemble all the mech outer shells, parts, mech core, component cores, power systems, and energy conversion reactor into sections. Countless mechanical arms were working at high speed, gradually assembling scattered parts, outer shells, and cores into a complete assembly. Done. The mech head, mech torso, mech left arm, mech right arm, mech left leg, and mech right leg. All the components were neatly displayed before Emotanyan. Among them, the mech torso is the largest, containing the mech core, energy conversion reactor, and power system. However, the energy shield for the mech torso has not yet been assembled. Emotanyan had already prepared the energy shield and would install it during the final assembly. Emotanyan transported all the parts to the large mechanical workstation via the main control panel. The final work will be completed here. Under Emotanyan's control, the large mechanical workstation fixed the mech torso piece in place and lifted it into the air through the lift platform. Then Emotanyan operated the mechanical arms to install the omnidirectional energy shield onto the torso. The shield strength of the energy shield is related to the energy intensity level and total energy of the mech's energy core. The higher the energy intensity, the sturdier the energy shield. The higher the total energy, the longer the shield can withstand attacks. The energy core of the mech manufactured by Emotanyan is the energy conversion reactor. Once the energy shield is installed, the mech's arms and legs are assembled onto the torso, followed by the head. At this point, the mech assembly is completed, yet Emotanyan still does not show a joyful expression. One cannot be too happy too soon, because the final test still needs to be conducted. Emotanyan entered the cockpit inside the mech core from the lift platform. After donning the mental connector, he released his mental power into the mental connection conduits. Emotanyan already felt that he was the mech. Mental connection successful. Emotanyan then began to activate the energy conversion reactor. Energy core activated. Power system activated. Normal mode. In an instant, the energy conversion reactor outputted a large amount of energy, which flowed through the energy conduits into the mech core, continuing to deliver to each component core. Warning. Something's wrong. Emotanyan stared intently at the smart screen in the cockpit, which displayed an interruption in the energy transmission to the mech head. Emotanyan then carefully checked the other components. There is an energy transmission problem in the mech head. Although the mech's fatal weakness is the core, the mech head's function is similar to that of a human head. The mech head is equipped with many detection devices which serve as the mech size. The mech head also has receiving devices equivalent to the mech's nose and ears. The mech head further includes devices that emit sounds and transmit signals which correspond to the mech's mouth. In summary, a mech without a head is like a headless fly. Emotanyan returned to the main control panel, disassembled the mech head, and scanned the internal conditions with penetrating light. Veena and her father approached Emotanyan. Veena's father asked, "Is there a problem?" "Yes, I found the cause. It was an issue with the energy conduit." Emotanyan discovered a tiny gap between the conduits which was causing energy to leak. "You found it? That was fast." Veena's father was somewhat surprised. It was indeed efficient to find the reason so quickly after the issue arose. Emotanyan disassembled the mech head, reprocessed a deep-sea fire crystal conduit, reassembled it, and finally sealed the energy conduits. The mech was reassembled. Mental connection successful. Energy core activated. Power system activated. Energy transmission successful. The mech manufacturing is complete. Emotanyan knew that his first mech was about to be born. The overall seamless sealing welding function of the mech has been activated. Welding complete. The mech's paint design input successful. Now starting the painting. Painting complete. My mech is finished. Emotanyan couldn't help but shout in excitement as he looked at the Tianyan mech before him. "Emotanyan, is your mecha built?" Hearing Emotanyan's words, Weina hurriedly ran to his side. "Huh." Emotanyan looked at the mecha he had created, nodding with joy. The mecha before him stood 18 meters tall and weighed 2,300 tons. That is considered gigantic among ordinary mechas. Typically, ordinary mechas range from 10 to 15 meters in height and weigh between 1,000 and 1,500 tons. "Then congratulations to you." Weina smiled at the freshly completed mecha designed by Emotanyan. "How are the mecha's data?" Weina's father could not help but ask Emotanyan. Emotanyan pulled up the mecha data on the console and projected it into the air. Tianyan mecha. Battle mecha level ordinary. Mecha height 18 meters, weight 2,300 tons. Energy core level planetary, level medium. Energy output value 10. 654. Normal speed 200 meters per second. Maximum speed 1,000 meters per second. Maximum combat power multiplier 10. Evaluation perfect level ordinary battle mecha. Energy shield strength planetary level medium. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Mecha intelligence level low. Detector automatic adjustment laser, visual detector planetary level medium. Receiver ultrasonic detection, receiver planetary level medium. Human voice, throat bionic device. Indeed, it is of perfect level. Since my graduation, I have not seen anyone capable of creating a perfect level mecha, even a perfect level ordinary battle mecha. Wayna's father sighed, shaking his head. Although he could create extraordinary battle mechas, designing a perfect ordinary battle mecha was still a challenge. However, the other basic functional accessories on your mecha are of a slightly lower level. They should at least reach the upper planetary level. Wayna's father advised Tianyan. By the way, why does your mecha not even have weapons? He further inquired. Uncle, these basic functional accessories are the best I could manage. As for weapons, I will manufacture them right away. Tianyan produced a giant sword from his spatial ring. The sword was 12 meters long and 5 meters wide. It also had a mecha accessory core. This was the gigantic sword Tianyan had found in the mecha grave. The materials for this gigantic sword were even higher grade than the deep-sea fire crystal used in the mecha he had just built. Deep-sea fire crystal is extremely rare, and since Tianyan needed a significant amount, it was valued at 2 star coins. The metal used to forge this gigantic sword was formed naturally in the depths of a star, as this metal is relatively common in such depths, and is not particularly rare, just an ordinary rare metal. Developing a star with the Empire's technology is truly a simple task. However, due to the low cost and high strength of this metal, it is very suitable for crafting mecha weapons. Tianyan remade the mecha accessory core. He then entered the accessory manufacturing workstation to polish the giant sword and embed the core. Thus the weapon was completed. Wayna and her father watched in astonishment as Tianyan executed the crafting of the mecha weapon with such fluidity. This is a mecha accessory, and although mecha manufacturers can complete it, how many ordinary mecha manufacturers have the time and energy to learn so much? Haha, Tianyan, you are truly a genius in mecha manufacturing. Wayna's father laughed heartily. Yes. Wayna nodded in agreement. Oh, not at all. Tianyan shook his head, recalling what Grandpa Zika had said: there are always people better than you, and one must recognize their own insignificance to achieve greater progress. Thus, Tianyan had always been diligent and proactive in school, never daring to slack off, even though he was the top student. I heard from Wayna that you don't have an Empire identity card. Therefore, I will grant you an ordinary Empire identity card. This way you can have the identity of a mecha manufacturer. I will notify the president now, but once he arrives you will likely obtain the title of junior mecha manufacturer. Wayna's father was very eager to make friends, especially with such a talented mecha manufacturer. Tianyan, being so young, yet able to manufacture a perfect level ordinary battle mecha, might have the potential to create epic mechas in the future and become a senior mecha manufacturer. This is a significant favor. It is worth noting that there is not a single senior mecha manufacturer on the entire Uluru star. At the very least, given Tianyan's current mecha manufacturing skills, he would become a senior mecha manufacturer in the future and equal to himself. It would be worth making friends now. Oh. Tianyan was somewhat dazed upon hearing Wayna's father's words, first being granted an ordinary Empire identity card, then being made a junior mecha manufacturer. If this could save him a lot of troubles, he was aware that accepting such help would mean he would need to repay it doubly in the future. Wayna felt a surge of joy for Tianyan in her heart upon hearing her father's words. Tianyan, this is an ordinary Empire identity card. You just need to input your personal information, but do not input it randomly. It must match your current identity information. Wayna's father took out a card that said ordinary identity card. Alright, thank you, uncle. Tianyan ultimately accepted Wayna's father's help. This would save him a lot of trouble. Now Tianyan could join the Empire's army, which would allow him to hunt the insect race and exchange their crystal cores for points. This was his primary task at the moment. As for Wayna's father's help, he could only remember it for now and repay it slowly when he had the strength. Name: Tianyan. Gender: male. Date of birth: year 23 of the 61,227th era, January 1st. Age: 15. Identity: none. Tianyan began to input his personal information. Identity information verification passed. Tianyan finally obtained his own Empire identity card. Now he could finally join the Empire's army. In fact, the Empire identity card has a wide range of uses. The closer one is to the central planets of the Empire, the more apparent the identity card's utility becomes. With it, one can access many places and relocate to other planets to live, etc. At this moment, the door of the No. 3 Mecha Manufacturing Workstation was opened again. An elderly man with white hair entered. President, you have arrived. This is the mecha manufacturing genius I mentioned. Wayna's father respectfully introduced Tianyan to the old man. As soon as Tianyan saw the visitor, he was taken aback. Isn't this the elder who gave me the deep-sea fire crystal core spatial treasure? It truly is you, young man. I was wondering who else in Han Mountain City could create a perfect-grade, ordinary battle mech. I see you already know each other. The old man looked at Mo Tianyun, appearing as if he had anticipated this. Yes, he passed my test yesterday and obtained the deep-sea fire crystal and the spatial treasure pearl. If I am not mistaken, the mech he has created has already utilized the deep-sea fire crystal. The old president said calmly, pointing at the mech Mo Tianyun had just built. Indeed, you are correct, senior. The deep-sea fire crystal you provided has been used to construct the energy pattern conduits of the mech. Mo Tianyun nodded. These drafts are what you left for me, right? The old president pulled out a stack of drafts. These were the very drafts Mo Tianyun had previously given him. Mo Tianyun nodded again. Young man, your drafts have greatly inspired my design of the epic mech. I wanted to thank you, but I didn't know how to find you. Well, fate has brought us together again, huh? The old president said joyfully. Is that so? I'm glad to be of help to you, senior. Mo Tianyun replied happily. President, may I take a look at those drafts? Upon hearing that the drafts Mo Tianyun left were of great help to the president's epic mech design, Vina's father, unable to hide his surprise, quickly wanted to see the drafts. Sure, but remember to return them after you're done. The old president handed the drafts to Vina's father. Alright, I'll take a look now. Vina's father was immediately immersed in the mech design sketches. Incredible. I never knew the core of a mech could be designed this way. This mental connection pattern is simply unbelievable. Vina, seeing her father's reaction, was equally bewildered. Could it be that Mo Tianyun's mech manufacturing skills surpassed that of her father? Mo Tianyun's abilities were so high that they shattered Vina's previous understanding time and again. She began to feel that Mo Tianyun was cloaked in an air of mystery. She could no longer help but yearn to explore how many secrets he truly held. Hey, Light, don't get too lost in your thoughts. I've been studying these drafts for quite a while, and if it weren't for your alert, I'd still be engrossed in them. The old president couldn't help but remind his vice president, Mr. Light, who was lost in the content of the drafts. Oh, haha, I'm really sorry I accidentally got too absorbed. Light, who was Vina's father, chuckled. Are these drafts really from that young friend, Mo Tianyun? Light wanted to confirm again, as once confirmed this news would be hard to believe. After all, the fact that Mo Tianyun had just completed a perfect-grade ordinary battle mech was already beyond his comprehension. His daughter Vina was of the same age as Mo Tianyun, and among her peers in Han Mountain City, her level of mech manufacturing was already the highest. Even when he was her age, his own mech manufacturing skills were not as good as hers, which is why he diligently taught her, hoping that one day she could surpass him. Vina could barely produce an ordinary battle mech, and even then it was only of the refined grade with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of around 4. Yet Mo Tianyun's mech manufacturing skills left him in disbelief. He was aiming to create a perfect-grade ordinary battle mech, and had already succeeded. And now, he wanted to offer assistance to Mo Tianyun while he was still a novice to provide timely help. Little did he expect that Mo Tianyun already knew the president, and that the contents of the drafts he provided had touched upon the threshold of epic mech manufacturing. In other words, Mo Tianyun's mech manufacturing skills were already on par with his own. Light felt as if his nearly 30 years in mech manufacturing had been in vain. Perhaps even a teenager barely in his teens could outperform him. Haha, Light, don't you find this hard to believe? The old president chuckled, gently patting Light's arm. Yes, it's truly unbelievable. Light nodded. Then the old president seemed to recall something and casually said, there are many geniuses in the empire who can achieve this level of mech manufacturing at such a young age. Many long-established mech manufacturing families exist in the Imperial Main Star whose heirs can already produce epic mechs at the age of just over 10. As far as I know, there seem to be 6 true geniuses in the Imperial mech manufacturing industry. The old president's words silenced the entire room. Vina and Mo Tianyun listened intently. The first is Cordy, who is 17 years old and completed an epic mech just 2 months ago. He is not only a special-grade mech manufacturer, but also an epic battle mech master, and he is the son of General Coley. The second is Charles Locke, the heir of the 3rd mech manufacturing family in the Empire, the Charles family. He completed an epic mech a year ago at just 16 years old on the day of his comingafage ceremony. Vina, upon hearing this, was in disbelief. At 15, she struggled to produce even an ordinary mech. There's no way she could achieve this level in a year, or even in 10. Could I create a 1,000-sword mech at 16? Mo Tianyun silently questioned himself. Vina's father, Light, remained silent. The third is Kyle Balamina, the heir of the 2nd mech manufacturing family in the Empire, the Kyle family. She completed an epic mech at the age of 15. The fourth is Princess Lisa, the 17th princess of the Imperial family, who completed an epic mech 2 years ago, becoming a special-grade mech manufacturer at just 14, not even 15 yet. The fifth is Brock Latour, the heir of the 1st mech manufacturing family in the Empire, the Brock family. He also completed an epic mech at 14, becoming a special-grade mech manufacturer, and he is now 16. The last one is Adrian Common, who is remarkable. He completed an epic mech at just 12 years old 5 years ago, and is reportedly preparing to create a legendary mech. His grandfather is the chief mech manufacturer of the Empire, Adrian Kamen. The old president recounted the stories of each genius. What I am saying refers to the most renowned genius mecha engineers in the Empire, all capable of crafting epic mechas around the age of 16, enjoying great fame throughout the Empire. The Auluan Empire spans across the entire Auluan galaxy for 300,000 light-years, with tens of millions of planets settled by immigrants, each hosting at least hundreds of millions of inhabitants, amounting to trillions of lives on the main star and its surrounding planets. With such a massive population base, the number of genius mecha engineers born is in the hundreds of millions. Among so many genius mecha engineers, fewer than 100 can become top-tier mecha engineers by the age of 16. For these genius mecha engineers to fully unleash their talents, there is one place they must attend for further training, which is the Auluan Academy for genius mecha engineers located on the Empire's main star. Of course, other mecha engineers can also come to the Auluan Academy for genius mecha engineers for training. However, the Auluan Academy only admits the best of the best among genius mecha engineers, accepting only 1 million talented engineers under the age of 20 each year. Similarly, there are also 1 million spots available each year for combat mecha engineers, mecha accessory engineers, and mecha maintenance engineers. Side, 1 million seems like a lot, but there are hundreds of billions of applicants every year. The old president sighed, wishing he had the chance when he was younger. Yes, this has been my goal for a long time. After hearing the old president's words, Vena murmured to herself. As the top genius mecha engineer from Han City, she yearned for the Auluan Academy for Genius Mecha Engineers, which was known as the Holy Land for Genius Mecha Engineers in the Empire. Mo Tianyun naturally knew about the Auluan Academy for Genius Mecha Engineers as well. Let's not digress. I will talk about epic mechas. Epic mechas pose a tremendous barrier, one that countless individuals cannot overcome in their lifetimes. The old president shook his head in lament. To create an epic mecha, the first hurdle is that one's mental strength must reach the spirit sea level, and just this requirement has stumped countless people. The second hurdle in epic mecha is at least dozens of meters tall, and often hundreds of meters tall. The amount of materials required is immense, and each type of primary material is exceedingly rare, truly something only a few can forge. Indeed, Mo Tianyun nodded, understanding well the challenges of epic mechas, as he had a blueprint for one himself. Just the core of the Earth's core indicates that even with a blueprint, it is impossible for an ordinary person to create one. The old president continued. The third major hurdle is that the core of the epic mecha must merge the energy hub and the power system into a single entity, inscribing a mental imprint to create the mecha battle imprint. The mecha battle imprint is unique to epic mechas and above, and each mecha's battle imprint is different. When a gene-evolved warrior uses a mecha to unleash martial skills, the battle imprint appears and enhances the martial skill's potency. Once the mecha battle imprint is formed, only one person can use their mental strength to fuse with it, rendering it impossible for others to use that mecha. Mo Tianyun nodded, as he was already aware of these details, having been told by Sister Shinji long ago. Vena, however, was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information and felt her mind was a bit insufficient. Light also nodded, as he was already familiar with these matters. His teacher was a top-tier mecha engineer. These three hurdles have caused countless genius mecha engineers to fail on their path to creating epic mechas. I completed the first two hurdles through decades of accumulation. Now I just lack the design for the epic mecha's core. The old president continued. This last step is also the most difficult. To combine the core energy hub and power system and then design the mental imprint is incredibly challenging. The old president shook his head. Let's not dwell on it. This young friend here is also a talented mecha engineer. Your draft has greatly inspired me. Would you be interested in discussing the creation of epic mechas together? The old president smiled, kindly hoping to invite Mo Tianyun to discuss the creation of epic mechas. Of course, Mo Tianyun nodded in agreement. Discussing with an esteemed elder might yield some insights. May I also join in the discussion? Light chimed in. Light regarded Mo Tianyun as someone on the same level as himself now. Haha, sure, but it depends on whether this young friend agrees. If uncle wants to join, how could Tianyun dare to refuse? By the way, just call me Tianyun, both of you. Mo Tianyun replied. By the way, President, can the certificate for Tianyun's junior mecha engineer identity be issued? Vena's father Light reminded the president to speak up. Of course, if it weren't for the Mecha Engineering Association headquarters requiring the holographic footage of the manufacturing process, I would have given him a senior mecha engineer certificate. The old president nodded and began to retrieve the entire holographic footage of Mo Tianyun's mecha manufacturing process from the main console, then took out a smart brain to start transmitting data to the Mecha Engineering Association headquarters. Tianyun, young friend, give me your ID card. All right. Mo Tianyun took out the imperial ID card given by Vena's father and handed it over. All done. In a while, the old president returned the imperial ID card to Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun looked it over. The information had changed. Name Mo Tianyun. Gender male. Date of birth year 61227, first day of the first month. Age 15. Identity junior mecha engineer. Originally displayed as none, now changed to junior mecha engineer. Mo Tianyun tapped on the junior mecha engineer and the ID card popped up a line of information. Junior mecha engineer. Registered with the Hanshan City Mecha Association on Eurolus Star. Certified by President Reagan Gracie. Registration date year 61227, 38th day of the 12th month at 103415. Satisfied, Mo Tianyun nodded. Then he walked in front of the just completed Tianyun mecha and stored the mecha and weapons using the spatial orb strung from the necklace around his neck. The reason Mo Tianyun didn't store the spatial orb in a spatial wristband is that it has to be strung from a necklace. Spatial orbs cannot be put into spatial wristbands. This is because the space within the spatial orb is larger than that of the spatial wristband, and spatial orbs cannot fit into spatial wristbands. However, a spatial wristband can hold a spatial orb. After seeing Mo Tianyun secure the mecha and weapons, the old president suggested, "Let's go to the Advanced Mecha Research Institute to discuss the creation of epic mechas. If inspiration strikes, it will be more convenient to conduct experiments there." "All right, let's go," Vena's father said eagerly. 2 days later, Mo Tianyun and the other two walked out of the research institute. Haha, that was fantastic. The gains were immense this time. There is hope for the epic mecha, all thanks to you, young friend Tianyun. These materials are all you need, take them. I will go back and organize the results of this experience. The old president handed a spatial wristband to Mo Tianyun and then dashed away. Mo Tianyun looked inside. There were many rare materials, including numerous that couldn't be bought on the market. All kinds of metals, crystals, and non-metal materials were present. Mo Tianyun had merely mentioned during the discussion, "I still need to gather many rare materials to be able to create an epic mecha." Then the old president laughed and said, "I have plenty of materials. After our discussion, I will give you some." Mo Tianyun wanted to return the materials, but in the blink of an eye the old president was gone, so he had no choice but to accept them. In fact, these did not mean much to the old president. He had prepared a vast amount of materials for creating epic mechas, and these were merely surplus he did not need. During the discussion on epic mecha creation, the insights shared by Mo Tianyun opened new avenues for him in the creation of epic mechas. Moreover, Mo Tianyun's extensive interpretation of the drafts resolved many aspects he had not understood in an instant. The old president now believed that he would surely be able to create an epic mecha. This discussion truly broadened my horizons, surpassing 10 years of silent research. Light exclaimed, "Indeed, discussing mecha creation with both of you seniors has been immensely beneficial to me." Mo Tianyun had also filled in many gaps in knowledge not covered in textbooks, along with numerous methods and techniques. "I must leave now. Young friend, Tianyun, don't rush to leave. Come to my house for a meal, and let me treat you properly." Light wanted to keep Mo Tianyun from leaving. "Uncle, there's no need for that, though I have matters to attend to." Mo Tianyun was determined to leave. "Then take care, I won't see you off." Light also returned to organize the gains from their discussion. Mo Tianyun slowly left the central area. At the top of the Mecha Manufacturing Center building, Vena put on her super glasses and quietly watched Mo Tianyun leave the central area. "You are too dazzling, shining like a brilliant gem. To shine like you, I must at least become a gem myself. Then I will wait for you at the Alolan Academy for genius mecha engineers." The gentle breeze lifted the girl's beautiful hair, drawing a perfect arc in the air. The girl's lips curled up slightly, revealing 2 sweet dimples as she gently lifted her head to gaze into the distance, as if seeing a far-off future. Mo Tianyun left the central district, and the temperature in the world suddenly dropped, with gusts of cold wind blowing as snowflakes danced through the air, transforming the realm into a white world. Looking back at the bustling and magnificent central district, it felt like 2 completely different worlds compared to the bleak, icy landscape before him. Mo Tianyun returned to the inn in the East District. The staff at the inn looked a bit surprised upon seeing him, but still greeted him warmly, saying, "Hello, sir. Do you need a room?" Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun thought it was a silly question. "Cut the nonsense, I still want that room." "All right, sir." The staff displayed a professional smile, but wondered how long this young man would stay. Nonetheless, it was always good to have guests. Mo Tianyun returned to his previous room. He had not forgotten the reason for staying here. He had come to this place to avoid the person behind the shopkeeper who had tried to kill him, but ended up being killed by him instead. Although Mo Tianyun now had a mech, he still thought it wise to be cautious, as the enemy was hidden while he was exposed. Thus, he settled back into the inn. "Brother Tian, that kid has come out of the central district and is back at the inn now." Ever since Mo Tianyun left the central district, he had been under surveillance. The one keeping an eye on him was none other than Charlie. Really, this kid is quite slippery. He managed to hide in the district for over a month. I don't have that much time to waste with him anymore. I'm going to make my move now. A cold voice responded from the other end. Brother Tian, making a move in the district will bring big trouble. Charlie exclaimed in shock, hastily warning the man he referred to as Brother Tian. Kylar is my good brother. He was the first to follow me. I must take revenge. Kylar was the first underling of Brother Tian. After many years of fighting together, Brother Tian had long regarded him as a blood brother. In the past, having offended a major enemy, Kylar was captured and endured severe torture for over a week without revealing his whereabouts. Eventually, Brother Tian broke through to the initial stage of a martial artist, bought a mech, and directly stormed the enemy's stronghold, annihilating them all to rescue Kylar. Brother Tian had initially thought Kylar was already dead, but to his surprise, Kylar had survived. However, when he rescued him, Kylar had already been tortured beyond recognition, yet he still did not reveal his whereabouts. From then on, Brother Tian treated Kylar as a true brother and spent a fortune to get him treated in a high-level medical facility. Brother Tian continued, besides, what are we afraid of? Just take out this kid, then change our identity card, and we can hide on another planet. Though it's a bit troublesome, we can't afford to waste any more time. I heard the front line is barely holding against the insect invasion. This planet is too close to the front line and is no longer safe. Since we need to change planets anyway, we have to take care of this kid in the district first, so we can leave quickly. We really don't have time to waste here. On the other end of the phone, Brother Tian revealed the crucial reason for wanting to act against Mo Tianyun in the district. What? The insect race is about to break through the defense line. Oh my, is even the mighty empire unable to hold on? Then we really must leave quickly. Charlie realized the seriousness of the situation upon hearing Brother Tian's words. For centuries, the insect race had been invading the empire, and the empire had lost many planets. Whenever the insect race invaded a planet, they would kill all living beings and build their nests, continuing to breed and invade other planets. This cyclical process meant that even though the insect race suffered heavy losses in war, their terrifying reproductive abilities allowed their numbers to grow continuously. If the insect race truly invaded, there would be no escape, so they needed to leave this planet quickly and seek refuge in safer places within the empire. Send me the location of the inn where that kid is staying along with the room number. Yes, Brother Tian. Charlie sent Brother Tian the exact address of Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun was constantly practicing mech combat in the simulation space. Under his control, the mech wielded a giant sword, executing the Star Moon sword technique, swinging rapidly. One after another, the insect race was continuously killed by Mo Tianyun, only to be simulated again and again, killed repeatedly. Mo Tianyun could currently handle 10 ordinary insect creatures at once, or barely withstand a single elite insect. Sometimes Mo Tianyun would also simulate mech opponents, although those mech opponents were somewhat weaker than the insect race. Mo Tianyun's strength had improved tremendously compared to before, and the battles in the simulation space were just like those in reality. With each session sharpening his combat skills, Mo Tianyun's strength was growing ever stronger. Especially with Mo Tianyun's mental strength, it had become much more powerful since he had just broken through the perception level. In the simulation space, he could continuously hone his mental strength while simulating objects, achieving excellent results. For ordinary people, enhancing mental strength was surprisingly easy. Until now, there have been no effective training methods for mental strength before reaching the Spirit Sea level. It could only be improved through practicing martial techniques or during genetic evolution. Once mental strength reaches the Spirit Sea level, it can be enhanced through mental potions. However, mental potions are quite rare, and generally ordinary people cannot reach the Spirit Sea level. Those who can reach it, although expensive, do not lack money. If one takes a mental potion before reaching the Spirit Sea level, their mind will collapse and their brain will die. Therefore, significantly improving mental strength before the Spirit Sea level is quite difficult. The more one seeks to enhance their strength, the more important mental strength becomes. Manufacturing mech genetic evolution, creating potions, piloting mechs, flying ships, and commanding warships all require mental strength. In fact, those with strong mental strength can transmit messages using their mental power without needing to speak. For communication among various civilizations in the universe, there is no need to learn each other's languages. One can simply sense the mental state of the other party to understand their conveyed messages. To convey the information one desires, one only needs to reach the other party's mental entity with their mental strength to make them understand what they wish to express. Every intelligent being has their own spirit, though the strength of their mental power varies. Those with powerful mental strength can even form a mental domain using their mental power to control objects. It is said that those with formidable mental strength can even manipulate the movement of planets. In summary, mental strength is very important. A day later, Mo Tianyun was practicing mech manufacturing in the simulation space when the Spirit of Miracles suddenly appeared. Sister Miracle, is there something you need? Mo Tianyun looked at the ever-beautiful Spirit of Miracles and asked. The Spirit of Miracles slightly nodded. Mo Tianyun, someone is knocking on the door for you. Mo Tianyun exited the simulation space. Guess your food has arrived. A man's voice came through the doorbell. Food? Didn't I just eat? I didn't order any food. Mo Tianyun felt a bit perplexed. Mo Tianyun, be careful. The other party harbors murderous intent towards you. The grave voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the Spirit of Miracles' words, Mo Tianyun immediately felt a shiver run down his spine, and his heart skipped a beat. I see they must have come knocking. Such audacity, they dare to act in the district. Mo Tianyun knew that it was definitely the person behind the shopkeeper who had come looking for him. Guessed your food. The person outside continued to call. Why is this kid taking so long to come out? He must have guessed. Long Outyin speculated inwardly. The person outside was Brother Tian. Brother Tian's real name was Long Outyin. Mo Tianyun took out a laser sword and an energy shield from the spatial bracelet. Who is it? They're coming. He first activated the energy shield, then firmly gripped the inactive laser sword in his right hand. Approaching the door, he gently pressed the button to open the alloy door. In an instant, Mo Tianyun activated the laser sword, and a long laser beam appeared at the hilt, forming the blade of the sword as it spun rapidly. As soon as Mo Tianyun opened the door, he saw a tall, burly, bald man standing before him. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, thrusting the activated laser sword at his opponent. It was clear at first glance that the imposing bald man was no pushover. He had a muscular build resembling a powerful beast. What was most frightening was the fierce expression on his face, with a pair of cold eyes that glinted like a starving wolf stalking its prey. Seeing that predatory gaze aimed at him as if he were to be devoured without a trace, Mo Tianyun thrust the sword fiercely at the man. This is what they call striking first. Long Outyin was already prepared outside the door. As soon as Mo Tianyun opened it, he quickly drew a powerful energy gun. The moment the door opened, Long Outyin noticed the laser sword charging towards him. Initially, he had planned to capture his opponent and torture him before finishing him off. Who would have thought that the opponent would strike first? Mo Tianyun's attack was too swift. Long Outyin exerted all his strength to retreat, but was still hit in the chest, though the injury was not severe. Seeing this, Mo Tianyun immediately unleashed the Star and Moon Sword technique, swinging the laser sword toward his opponent. Long Outyin staggered back, enduring the intense pain in his chest as he fired 2 shots at Mo Tianyun. One shot missed, as Mo Tianyun dodged while the other struck his shield. During Mo Tianyun's evasive maneuver, Long Outyin had already jumped out of the corridor window. Downstairs. What a vicious little brat. Long Outyin grimaced as he looked at the wound on his chest. He hadn't expected the opponent to attack so ferociously the moment the door opened, catching him off guard. Long Aocean's jump from the window had already attracted the attention of people on the street. But as soon as they saw the energy gun in his hand, they all fled far away. After running a distance, some people couldn't help but look back. Long Outyin swiftly scanned his surroundings and took a pill from the spatial bracelet, swallowing it. When Mo Tianyun came down, he found Long Outyin waiting for him. You must be Mo Tianyun. You are quite decisive. No wonder my good brother met his end at your hands. Long Outyin sneered. You'll also meet your demise at my hands, Mo Tianyun replied calmly. Oh, ha. Long Outyin laughed wildly. Many wish for my death. Who do you think you are? Long Outyin taunted Mo Tianyun loudly. In this Urilu Star, I've never feared anyone. If you dare to kill my brother, let me show you my power. As he spoke, Long Outyin pulled out a sphere. Upon closer inspection, Mo Tianyun realized it was a spatial orb. If the opponent was going to summon a mech, he couldn't lag behind. Mo Tianyun also prepared to summon his mech. Kid, do you know what's inside? I fear you might wet yourself if I told you. Long Outyin directly summoned the mech from the spatial orb. A mecha battle mech. Some people exclaimed in shock. Daddy, it's a mecha mech. A child pointed and shouted, tugging at an adult's hand. A 12-meter-tall mech appeared out of thin air on the street, leaving all the onlookers dumbfounded. Haha, kid, this battle mech is worth 3 million star coins. You'll never even touch it in your lifetime as a lowly villager. Let's allow you to touch it just once today, haha. But not to let you touch it, rather to let the mech touch you fiercely. Long Outyin stepped onto the mech's hover platform, which instantly lifted him into the cockpit. Mo Tianyun also summoned his mech and stepped onto his own hover platform to enter the cockpit. Daddy, look. Another taller mech has appeared, the child shouted excitedly. Oh no, a battle is about to break out in the city. We need to notify the military quickly. The boy's father frantically took out a communicator. Both mechs powered up the roar of their engines, shaking the surrounding streets. The tremendous vibrations drew the attention of everyone nearby. Most windows in the surrounding houses were opened and heads popped out to witness the scene. Look, what are those 2 mechs up to? They're not really going to fight, are they? If they do, it won't be safe here. We should leave quickly. Some people hurriedly fled to avoid being caught in the crossfire. It's fine, our place is so high up they can't reach us. By the way, this is big news. I need to record it and upload it to the Star network. This might make me famous. Some people continued to watch the spectacle. Kid, prepare to die. Long A Ocean's arrogant voice rang out again. But when he looked outside, he saw an additional mech, yet Tianyun was nowhere to be found. Why is there a taller mech on the opposite side? Where did the kid go? Long Out Yin was astonished. He used his smart brain to scan the surroundings, but found no sign of Tianyun. Impossible, could that mech belong to that kid? Long A Ocean's mech stood at 12 meters tall, while Tianyun's mech was 18 meters tall. Thus, Long A Ocean's mech appeared as a child beside an adult in comparison. Tianyun's mech began to move. A mech battle sword materialized out of thin air on Tianyun's right arm. What? There are mech weapons too. Long Out Yin was drenched in cold sweat upon seeing his opponent's mech armed. Kid, having a mech means nothing, you'll still die. Long Out Yin piloted the mech, activating its maximum speed, and swung a punch toward Tianyun's mech. The core of Tianyun's mech battle sword began to glow, and suddenly the entire surface of the sword lit up, activating superpower mode. The energy output from the mech's core surged suddenly, and the power system entered overload status, pushing the mech's capabilities to the limit. Just as the two mechs were about to clash, Star and Moon shined together. Tianyun used a martial arts technique in the mech for the first time in reality. The massive mech battle sword instantly lit up, and under the boost of high speed it sliced through Long A Ocean's mech. Tianyun's mech hovered in place, while Long A Ocean's mech exploded in midair, sending shards raining down that shattered everything fragile around. Long Out Yin likely wouldn't leave even a trace behind. Talk too much, so weak that you couldn't withstand a single blow from me. Tianyun sheathed the mech battle sword and returned to the ground. Nothing beats blowing up a mech in reality. Tianyun savored the memory of that sword strike. Before long, 10 ordinary battle mechs, each 15 meters tall, arrived at the scene. The mechs bore the insignia of the Imperial Army and were equipped with energy beam cannons. These energy beam cannons are powerful attachments for mechs capable of obliterating Long A Ocean's mech with a single shot. However, if Tianyun's mech activates its shield, the energy beam cannon won't break through before its energy runs out. The mechs halted and 10 Imperial soldiers disembarked. Each soldier was wielding a large caliber energy gun and had their energy shields activated. Tianyun also recalled his mech. Thus, Tianyun was taken away by these soldiers. Inside the interrogation bureau of the Eastern District Management Center of Hansan City. Do you have an Imperial identity card? A military officer coldly questioned the young man before him, flanked by 2 cold soldiers with guns. Yes. Tianyun had no choice but to reply, producing his Imperial identity card. The officer took the card and opened it for review. The officer examined the Imperial identity card, then looked at Tianyun. You are a mech manufacturer. The officer's expression softened. Yes. Tianyun unhesitatingly admitted. A mech manufacturer at such a young age, this boy must have a significant background. Do you know President Gracie? The officer probed Tianyun. Yes. Indeed he knew. What is your relationship with him? The officer asked again. Just a friend, I suppose. Tianyun thought for a moment. A friend? You can't be kidding me. The officer seemed skeptical of Tianyun's words. I'm not kidding. Tianyun replied. I have the president's contact information. Don't you dare deceive me. The officer said sternly to Tianyun. Well, feel free to ask, Tianyun replied nonchalantly. All right, I'll ask now. If you deceive me, you won't get away with it. The officer then connected to the president's communicator. Who is this? This was the president's voice. Tianyun recognized it immediately. President Gracie, hello, I am Mori from the Eastern District Management Center. Do you know someone named Tianyun? Tianyun, my young friend. Is he with you? How is he doing? It's good that you know him. He just killed someone in the city. He said he knows you, so I'm confirming with you. He killed someone. He'll come over right away. End of conversation. Is President Gracie really your friend? Now tell me the details of what just happened. The officer's tone had softened considerably. Tianyun recounted the events in detail. Okay, I understand the general situation. I also checked the scene records, and everything matches what you said. Once President Gracie arrives, you can leave here. The officer nodded. All right, thank you very much. Tianyun nodded in gratitude. After a while, the old president finally arrived. Oh dear Tianyun, are you all right? The old president asked anxiously. Do I look like I have any issues, elder? Tianyun, young friend, as a member of our Mecha Manufacturing Association, what kind of trouble could you possibly be in? The old president spoke with great authority. Let's not dwell on that. I have another matter I need your help with this time. The old president looked at Tianyun with hopeful eyes. Just tell me, senior, whatever I can do, I will do my utmost to assist. Tianyun replied. It's like this, young friend, your design perspective on mechas is unique. I would like you to take a look at this core blueprint for the mecha. I think it's already quite good, but I have a nagging feeling something isn't right, though I can't quite put my finger on it. The old president took out a blueprint, one that he had redesigned based on his previous designs. Alright, I will do my best to take a look. After all, my mecha manufacturing skills are still not as good as your senior. Haha, young friend, you are being humble. Onion took the blueprint from the old president. Please wait a moment, senior. Let me examine it carefully first. No rush, no rush, the old president replied. Were these two really going to start studying the blueprint here? The officer watching was a bit bewildered, but chose not to interrupt them. Especially the young man who had just been brought in, or if he heard correctly, even the president of the Mecha Manufacturing Association was seeking his advice on the blueprint. This was simply unbelievable. As Onion looked at the blueprint, he realized his intuition was the same as the president's. However, he just couldn't find out where the problem lay. Therefore, Onion called upon the spirit of miracles in his heart. Onion knew that Sister Miracle had powerful mental abilities capable of direct mental communication. Sister Miracle, what's wrong with this blueprint? I've searched for a long time and still can't find it. The design of this blueprint seems flawless at first glance, but there are numerous tiny issues in various aspects that are usually imperceptible individually. Only when they come together do they create a massive problem. The voice of the spirit of miracles echoed in his mind. In fact, there are many similar situations in life. These kinds of situations need not be elaborated on. Essentially, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. The spirit of miracles pointed out all the issues, and Onion listened attentively. He then conveyed these issues to the old president. After hearing this, the old president suddenly understood and thanked him repeatedly before leaving. It was only then that Onion remembered that this place was not his home. However, he still had some questions to ask the Imperial soldiers here. Onion approached the officer he had spoken to earlier and asked, "Hello, officer, I would like to inquire about something." The officer looked surprised, but nodded, saying, "Feel free to ask your questions. Can I still join the army now?" Onion asked. "Yes, in about half a month there will be a new recruit selection on this planet. You can attend at the central military base then." The officer provided the specific timeline. However, the officer suddenly paused. "What I just mentioned is for ordinary soldier selection. If you want to join the Combat Mecha Corps, you can do so at the age of 16. The benefits will be better, and as long as your strength is sufficient, promotion will be swift." Upon hearing this, Onion thought this path suited him well. "Alright, thank you very much. No need to mention it." Onion left. Half a month. Onion thought about how he had to wait until he turned 16 to join the Combat Mecha Corps. He felt he wanted to hunt the insect race right now. First, I need to think about how to obtain the insect race crystal core. Onion wanted to hunt the insect race to acquire the crystal core, then exchange it for points to redeem various blueprints and martial arts techniques to enhance his strength. It was a pity that he currently had no points. The feeling of having a vast treasure trove, yet lacking the key to unlock the vault, was truly frustrating. If Onion had sufficient power, no one would have dared to touch him earlier, and he wouldn't have needed the old president's help. I have an idea. First, I'll prepare the primary gene evolution potion, then sell it for star coins, and buy the materials for the epic mecha Thousand Swords mecha and the insect race crystal core, and finally exchange points for blueprints. Then I can take the assessment for the combat mecha core. This way 15 days will pass quickly, and I'll be able to join the Imperial Combat Mecha Corps then. Onion finalized his next plan. Now I need to purchase the materials for the primary gene evolution potion. Onion felt a sense of clarity about what he needed to do next. Indeed, once a person has a goal, they become filled with motivation. Let's see what materials are needed for this formula. Onion connected with the Spirit of Miracles to check the formula for the primary gene evolution potion. Wow, there are quite a few materials needed. Pure blood of the elite insect race. Onion discovered a unique biological material required for the potion, the pure blood of the elite insect race. This item is hard to find. Then I'll head to the biological materials market, first to see if I can find it. The other biological materials should be available at the Hanshan Biological Materials Market. At the Hanshan Biological Materials Market, Onion spent a full 100 star coins purchasing a large quantity of biological materials aside from the pure blood of the elite insect race. But he still couldn't find the pure blood of the elite insect race. Onion asked the merchants, who all said that the biological materials from the insect race were tightly controlled by the Imperial military, making it impossible for ordinary people to obtain them, let alone the rare pure blood of the elite insect race. Sister Miracle, can you sense where I might find the pure blood of the elite insect race? Onion had wandered around the Hanshan Biological Materials Market without finding the pure blood of the elite insect race. Suddenly, he remembered that the deep-sea fire crystal used to create mecha energy conduits was found through the sensing of the Spirit of Miracles. Thus, this time, Onion pinned all his hopes on the Spirit of Miracles. I haven't sensed the pure blood of the elite insect race. If I had, I would have told you long ago. The ethereal and melodious voice of the spirit of miracles resonated in Mo Tianyun's mind. What should I do then? Without the pure blood of the elite insect race, I cannot prepare the primary gene evolution potion, and all my subsequent plans will fall through. Mo Tianyun expressed his worries to the spirit of miracles. You might try looking in other cities on this planet. As far as I know, the most developed city on this planet is Uluru City, which is the central city named after the planet itself. Since you want to join the Combat Mecha Corps, the central military base of this planet is also located there, the spirit of miracles suggested. In that case, there's no time to waste. Let's set off right now. Mo Tianyun arrived outside the city and took out the spatial orb to summon the mecha. On the flat ground, an enormous mecha suddenly appeared. Wow, look, it's a combat mecha. Yes, it's so powerful and cool. Some children cheered from a distance, pointing at the mecha that Mo Tianyun had just summoned. Some adults glanced over briefly before continuing with their business. Perhaps they had seen such scenes too many times to even feel a hint of interest. Or perhaps the mecha was once their childhood aspiration, but as they grew up and became caught up in the hustle and bustle of life, they became numb and gradually lost that childish thought. They all understood that mechas were not something they could aspire to. This mecha is the largest I've ever seen. Is that person a combat mecha master? I want to become a combat mecha master too. Mo Tianyun heard a series of gasps from afar, and a smile formed on his face. Once Mo Tianyun envied others like this, and now he found himself in the same position being envied by others. Mo Tianyun suddenly recalled a saying from Sister Miracle. Though this universe is vast beyond measure, in whichever planet or civilization, no individual is equal. The greatest equality is inequality, and the greatest inequality is equality. Now Mo Tianyun seemed to understand some of the reasoning behind this. What he could do was to continuously enhance himself, thus enabling him to do the things he had always wanted to. Do not abandon the dreams you once sketched on paper in your childhood. Those are the purest and most beautiful memories. Perhaps one day you will turn them into blueprints and personally transform them into reality. Mo Tianyun entered the cockpit and connected with the spiritual circuits. Activate ordinary mode. The mecha slowly ascended, and upon reaching a certain height, it suddenly accelerated toward the distant destination. Tianyun, locate Uluru City. Mo Tianyun commanded the AI. Tianyun received. The AI responded with a mechanical synthesized voice. Uluru City is 3,781 kilometers to the southeast, and the current speed of the mech is 720 kilometers per hour with an estimated flight time of 25 hours. Too slow, over 5 hours. Mo Tianyun glanced at the time and shook his head, indicating that 5 hours was too long. He activated full power mode and commanded the mech to fly at full speed towards the southeast. Mo Tianyun focused his mind, releasing his mental energy to initiate full power mode and headed southeast. With a whoosh, the mech broke the sound barrier. Mountains and rivers rushed past beneath the mech as it soared above the clouds. Mo Tianyun observed the surroundings through the mech sensors. The mech performed strange aerial maneuvers under Mo Tianyun's control, spinning, fluctuating up and down, and swaying side to side like a bird soaring freely. He flew as he pleased, savoring the feeling of freedom he had long pursued since childhood. As the saying goes, the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is vast enough for fish to leap. This day had finally come to fruition. However, ordinary mechs could only fly freely on this planet and could not traverse the cosmos. Only more advanced mechs could do so. Thus, Mo Tianyun would continue to create more powerful mechs, aspiring to explore broader realms of the universe and uncover greater mysteries. An hour later, while Mo Tianyun was en route to Uluru City, a voice echoed in his mind. Mo Tianyun, there are insectoids below. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun quickly maneuvered the mech to a halt, allowing it to hover in midair. Insectoids have invaded, he inquired. If that was the case, Mo Tianyun would have to flee far away and leave this planet. A large-scale insectoid invasion could not be resisted by individual strength. There aren't many insectoids below, the spirit of the miracle replied. Are there any insectoids above the elite level? Mo Tianyun continued to ask. From the energy intensity sensing status, there are no insectoids exceeding the elite level, the spirit of the miracle responded. Really, that's great. Mo Tianyun felt a surge of joy. If he could kill an elite insectoid, he wouldn't have to buy the pure blood of elite insectoids. Let's take it down. Mo Tianyun piloted the mech into a dive. In Geka City, a panicked Imperial soldier reported to an Imperial commanding officer. Report, Commander, the city defense system has only 10 energy left, or it might not hold for 3 more minutes. Damn those insectoids, it seems we won't be able to hold. The officer's face showed panic and worry. Information received from above indicates that the extraordinary combat mechs will take at least another hour to arrive, but that's simply not enough time. The officer shook his head as he looked at the command center's screen, which displayed hundreds of insectoids invading Geka City. Energy projectiles and cannons continuously fired at the insectoids from the air, but they had no effect against the insectoids' armor, which was harder than high-grade alloys. One by one, the insectoids relentlessly attacked the mech forces while others were destroying the city wall defense system. The mech combat forces have suffered heavy losses. There are now fewer than 50 ordinary combat mechs left, facing hundreds of insectoids, especially with an elite insectoid opposing us. If this continues, we will surely be annihilated. We can't wait here any longer. He suddenly recalled the oath he made when he joined the military. He would not step back, not even an inch. Even if he had to die, he would die on the battlefield. He could not abandon his comrades or the millions of Imperial citizens behind him. Order in Gekka City had already collapsed. Those with floating transport tools had long fled, while those without relied on their legs to escape to the back of the city. Let's go, even if it means death, we must die on the battlefield. The commanding officer, resolute in his determination, climbed up to the city's defensive wall. An ordinary combat mech appeared on the wall, which was the commanding officer's mech. Originally, he was not the true commanding officer here. He was merely temporarily substituting for the actual commander. The real commander was an extraordinary combat mech pilot, but due to the critical situation at the front lines, he had been dispatched there days ago. Unexpectedly, some insectoids had breached the front lines and come to attack here. The temporary commander hurriedly piloted his mech into battle. However, a single ordinary combat mech, had little impact unless dozens or hundreds of ordinary combat mechs or an extraordinary combat mech joined the battle to potentially protect the city. Boom! Another mech exploded under the assault of the insectoids. Yet after fighting this long, only a dozen insectoids had been killed, while the mech forces had lost nearly half of their ordinary combat mechs. 2 minutes later, thud! The city wall defense system was breached. This meant that once the insectoids broke through the wall, they could slaughter at will in the city, which housed over 10 million people. Now most would likely not escape. At that moment, the soldiers on the wall, the citizens in the city, and the ordinary combat mech pilots still in battle all turned pale. It's over, the temporary commander said painfully. There's no hope. Reinforcements won't arrive for another hour, but no one will survive by then. Despair filled everyone's hearts. Mo Tianyun utilized the freefall speed from the air to ambush that elite insectoid. It might be possible to seriously injure or kill it in an instant. If we kill that elite insectoid, the other ordinary insectoids will be no threat. Understood. Mo Tianyun nodded and began to follow the spirit of the miracle's advice. Superpower mode activated. Energy shield activated. The mech's descending speed dramatically increased to 1,500 meters per second. A mech battle sword appeared in the right arm of the mech. Its core instantly lit up, and the mech's arms tightly gripped the sword, hurtling down towards the lone elite insectoid like a falling meteor. Insectoid, taste my move. Starfall. Boom. A streak of light tore through the sky, piercing through the elite insectoid's massive body. Mo Tianyun's mech crashed onto the battlefield like a meteor, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that kicked up a whirlwind with countless dust and sand swirling in the air, obscuring the situation around Mo Tianyun. The elite insectoid, though not dead, had been seriously injured, rendering it unable to fly and crashing heavily to the ground. The severely wounded elite insectoid struggled on the ground, its 4 sharp legs flailing in the air, but it could not flip over. The battlefield fell into silence. Only the swirling dust storm continued to dance. Mo Tianyun's mech stood on the ground, grasping the massive sword plunged into the earth. A loud boom echoed through the sky as Mo Tianyun made his grand entrance. At this moment, both the Imperial Army and the insect race were intently focused on the center of the swirling sand and dust. This sudden occurrence left them momentarily stunned. Gradually, the wind ceased, and the vast sandstorm returned to calm. A formidable mech stood firmly on the ground beneath the city wall of Gekka, wielding a great sword that gleamed under the brilliant sunlight. It's the arrival of a transcendent-level battle mech master. Gekka City is saved. The temporary commanding officer mistakenly thought that the mech of Mo Tianyun was that of a transcendent-level master coming to their aid. Wait, that's not right. Didn't the notice say it would take about another hour to return from the front lines? The temporary commanding officer pondered, confused by the information. Regardless, the one who can severely injure that massive elite-level insect must surely be a transcendent-level battle mech master. With him here we have hope. The temporary commanding officer shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it any longer, as the insect threat was still not fully resolved and the battle continued. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Everyone hold on. The transcendent-level battle mech master has arrived. Let's work together to eliminate the insects. Once the temporary commanding officer realized this, he swiftly conveyed the message to the members of various mech units to uplift their spirits. Mo Tianyun gazed at the battered city walls, shattered mech remnants, the corpses of dead insects, and the pockmarked ground, realizing that the insect race had invaded this city. He also recalled what Grandpa Zika had said: the invasion of the insect race is extremely terrifying, as they devour all living beings to strengthen themselves. If he hadn't arrived today, the city would have fallen to the insects, and tomorrow the entire Eurelu star would tremble. Mo Tianyun coldly stared at the insect race, not forgetting that his beloved Grandpa Zika had perished on the front lines during an insect invasion. Insects, you killed my family, you killed my Grandpa Zika. I will not let a single insect go. I will tear these damned insects to pieces. Mo Tianyun now harbored a deep-seated hatred for the insect race. Without further ado, he piloted the Tianyun mech and executed the Star Moon sword technique, decapitating the severely wounded elite-level insect and extracting its crystal core. The crystal core of this elite insect was emerald green, whereas ordinary insect crystal cores were pearly white. After extracting the elite insect's crystal core, Mo Tianyun proceeded to chop the insect's body into several parts. Though it may seem lengthy, it only took a few seconds. After completing these tasks, Mo Tianyun noticed that ordinary insects began to swarm around him. These insects had come to besiege Mo Tianyun. The swarm tactics were second nature to them, and they would group together to hunt down formidable opponents. Individually, they might not be much, but hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of insects together were a different story. But what about hundreds of thousands or millions of them attacking simultaneously? Under the overwhelming assault of countless insects, even an epic-level battle mech master would meet a bitter end. However, sometimes having the insects gather in one place can be advantageous, as it allows for the use of large high-energy weapons that can annihilate vast numbers of them in a single shot. Mo Tianyun cared little for the ordinary insects before him. Had the Tianyun mech been an average battle mech, he would have fled long ago. But the mech Mo Tianyun piloted was a perfect-grade ordinary battle mech, boasting an astonishing energy shield strength, a well-supplied energy core, great power, and impressive speed. Moreover, the mech's combat sword was extremely sharp, capable of slicing through the elite insect's shell with ease, let alone the softer shells of the ordinary insects. Come on then, I'll use you insects to practice my swordsmanship and mech skills. Mo Tianyun felt a surge of excitement as the Tianyun mech instantly left a shadow behind. With terrifying speed, the mech reached an insect which had no time to react before being cleaved in half by Mo Tianyun's sword. 1, 2, 3. Mo Tianyun became a reaper of insects as one by one the insects fell beneath the blade of his mech's combat sword. Countless dismembered insect bodies and spilled green blood covered the ground around Mo Tianyun's mech. However, without a high-ranking insect to command them, the ferocious and bloodthirsty insects showed no fear or retreat. Their genes determined that insects would not experience fear. As long as the enemy was alive, they would charge recklessly. Mo Tianyun felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he grew bolder with each kill. Meanwhile, on the other side, dozens of mechs were fiercely resisting the remaining ordinary insects while also observing the situation with Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun's arrival had drawn nearly half of the ordinary insects away, significantly relieving their pressure, making them no longer feel so powerless in their resistance. Their mechs were all merely ordinary-level battle mechs, and resisting a single ordinary insect was already quite taxing. Not to mention, they had been facing over 100 ordinary insects and one elite insect at that time. Seeing Mo Tianyun battling dozens of insects was once again a shock to them. Is this what a transcendent-level battle mech master is like? Killing insects is as easy as chopping vegetables. He killed that fearsome elite insect as soon as he arrived, and now he's handling dozens of insects with ease. We can't kill these insects with our dozens of mechs, and yet his single mech is stronger than our entire group. The insects near Mo Tianyun were nearly wiped out. Star Moon Convergence. Mo Tianyun piloted the mech to unleash the strongest sword strike of the Star Moon sword technique. In an instant, it swept through the last 5 insects. With that, the battle on Mo Tianyun's side had come to an end. I feel that my Star Moon sword technique has improved again. Mo Tianyun gently swung the combat sword of the mech, droplets of green insect blood falling to the ground from the blade. There are still insects over there. Mo Tianyun glanced at the mech unit before piloting his mech over. Look, that transcendent-level battle mech master is coming this way. Finally, it's our turn for revenge. These insects have killed many of our brothers. After Mo Tianyun joined the battle, the tide began to turn in their favor. One insect after another was eliminated by Mo Tianyun, and the mech unit also began to exert their strength, taking down several insects. After the battle concluded, Mo Tianyun and the soldiers of the Imperial mech unit stored their mechs back in their space pearls. These soldiers couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Mo Tianyun, "What a young transcendent-level battle mech master." At that moment, the temporary commanding officer brought all the Imperial soldiers to express their gratitude to Mo Tianyun. "I am the temporary commander here. Thank you, transcendent-level battle mech master, for arriving just in time to save us. Otherwise, Geka City would have fallen into the insect's nest. No need to be polite. I am not a transcendent-level battle mech master, nor am I even a regular battle mech master. Mo Tianyan smiled and shook his head in response. The Imperial soldiers were taken aback by Mo Tianyan's words. Not a transcendent-level battle mech master, and not even a regular battle mech master. How could you severely injure an elite insect with a single sword strike? How could you easily slay over 100 ordinary insects? If you are not even a regular battle mech master, then what are we? Each ordinary-level mech battle master from the Imperial unit expressed their disbelief. Seeing no one believed him, Mo Tianyan took out his Imperial Ordinary Identity card and projected the information into the air. All the soldiers realized that he indeed did not hold the title of a transcendent-level battle mech master, and he wasn't even a regular battle mech master. However, they discovered that Mo Tianyan was a junior mech manufacturer, and this identity, coupled with the earlier display, garnered him even more respect from the soldiers. Now do you believe me? I was actually on my way to Relish City to buy something and to assess as a regular battle mech master, but I happened to pass by and saw the insect invasion, so I came to rescue you. Mo Tianyan recounted how he ended up here. However, all the soldiers found this absurd. What does that mean? What does it mean to simply come to rescue? Regardless, we must thank you. The temporary commanding officer expressed his gratitude once more. Mo Tianyan could only nod, then looked at the insect corpses in the distance, especially the elite insect's body, saying, I will take these insect corpses with me. These insects were all killed by Mo Tianyan, so of course he intended to take them. Firstly, the insect corpses could be decomposed to produce materials for crafting advanced mechs. Mo Tianyan needed vast amounts of insect corpses to manufacture epic mechs. Secondly, Mo Tianyan had taken the risk to kill the elite insect primarily for its pure blood. All of these were killed by you, so you can take them without hesitation. We can still consider ourselves lucky to be alive. The temporary commanding officer waved his hand and said, well then I need your help to decompose the insect corpses and purify the blood of that elite insect. I will only take some rare materials and the insect crystal cores that are useful to me. As for the other miscellaneous insect biological materials, you can keep them. Mo Tianyan's storage space in his spatial ring was limited, so he could only take some rare materials. Although ordinary materials were valuable, they were still quite easy to obtain. No problem, my lord, the temporary commanding officer nodded and said. You can rest a bit in our command center. All right, then I won't be polite. Mo Tianyan then went inside to sit down. Meanwhile, some of the soldiers began cleaning up the battlefield, rebuilding the city walls, and maintaining order. Others transported the insect corpses using vehicles into the city for processing and decomposition. Half an hour later, the temporary commanding officer returned to Mo Tianyan with a spatial ring. My lord, this contains the materials from the insect corpses, including all the materials obtained from the decomposition of that elite insect, as well as 110 ordinary insect crystal cores and all the pure blood extracted from the elite insect's corpse. Mo Tianyan took the spatial ring to check. Thanks. No, you mustn't be polite. The temporary commanding officer waved his hand. With 110 ordinary insectoid crystal nuclei, it seems that this time the ordinary insectoids invading Geka City total 111, including that elite insectoid. Such a large number of insectoid crystal nuclei should be able to exchange for many points, Mo Tianyan thought silently to himself. In the divine core space, the spirit of the divine had long been aware of those insectoid crystal nuclei. Mo Tianyan, although these insectoid crystal nuclei may seem significant to you, to me, they are merely a drop in the ocean. The spirit of the divine sighed lightly and shook its head. However, if your strength improves, there will be more insectoid crystal nuclei in the future. The spirit suddenly revealed a hopeful smile. Do you have a potion formulation room here? I want to concoct some gene evolution potions. Mo Tianyan originally intended to leave and proceed to Relish City, but now that he had collected all the materials for the beginner gene evolution potion, he suddenly wanted to concoct it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if something unexpected happened on the way. He needed to concoct the beginner gene evolution potion here, first successfully enhancing his power to become a beginner gene evolution warrior, thus ensuring greater safety. Upon hearing this, the temporary commanding officer was taken aback. Does this esteemed sir know how to concoct gene evolution potions? Yes, of course. The temporary commanding officer nodded, not thinking too much about it. This way, esteemed sir, this is the best potion formulation room in Geka City. The door to the innermost, most secure room of a high-level research building was opened. Inside, a huge rack held countless potion-making tools with many instruments nearby. I might want to concoct potions. Mo Tianyan said. All right, esteemed sir, take your time. I won't disturb you, will step outside. The temporary commanding officer said knowingly. Typically, potion formulations are done by a single alchemist, as the process requires great care. The biological materials added must be precise, or the outcome could vary greatly. This demands the alchemist's full concentration, and the presence of others could easily distract them. Sister Spirit, I don't know how to use these high-tech instruments, Mo Tianyan thought as he glanced at the formulas and the instruments in the room. The spirit of the divine suddenly appeared. Its perfect visage was dreamlike and its attire remained unchanged. I will help you formulate the potions, but it will cost 20 points. 20 points, but I currently have no points, Mo Tianyan replied. However, I just killed many insectoids and obtained quite a few insectoid crystal nuclei. Mo Tianyan took out all the crystal nuclei. I wonder how many points these can be exchanged for. You can exchange them for 120 points. The spirit of the divine replied. Mo Tianyan thought for a moment and said, Sister Spirit, isn't it 1 point for an ordinary insectoid crystal nucleus and 10 points for an elite insectoid crystal nucleus? Yes, each level's insectoid crystal nucleus is worth 10 times that of the previous level, the spirit of the divine confirmed. Got it, Mo Tianyan nodded. With a wave of its hand, the crystal nuclei in Mo Tianyan's possession vanished. All right, you now have 100 points. You can check what you need to exchange for. Of course you can save them, but I currently don't recommend saving as 100 points is too little. You should exchange for something to enhance your strength. The spirit of the divine fixed its gaze intently on Mo Tianyan. All right, then what should I exchange for? Mo Tianyan asked, puzzled. Connect your mental energy to the divine core and search. I will help you formulate the potions, the spirit of the divine replied. Mo Tianyan then connected his mental energy to the divine core space. Upon opening his eyes again, 6 large doors appeared before him, with the largest door at the back capturing his attention. Curiously, Mo Tianyan approached and pushed the large door with all his might, only to find it utterly immovable. No matter how hard he tried, it would not open. Perhaps my mental energy is too weak. Maybe when my mental energy becomes stronger in the future, I will be able to open this door and glimpse the secrets within. Mo Tianyan murmured to himself, glancing at his mental projection. In fact, this mental projection could only appear in the divine core space. To manifest in reality like the spirit of the divine is still far off. Let's first take a look at the gene evolution martial arts. Mo Tianyan chose the second door. Upon entering, Mo Tianyan saw 2 enormous spheres of light. Approaching, he noticed that the first sphere displayed the formula for the gene evolution potion, while the second showed martial arts techniques. Mo Tianyan first clicked on the first sphere, which revealed 3 major categories: beginner gene evolution potions, intermediate gene evolution potions, and advanced gene evolution potions. After clicking on the beginner gene evolution potion, Mo Tianyan looked through several recipes and found that the one he was about to concoct was not the most effective. The strongest one directly increased strength by 100 tons. 100 tons. It would directly transform an ordinary person into a beginner warrior with maximum strength. However, the points required for exchange were too many, and Mo Tianyan shook his head and stepped back. Next, he looked at the descriptions of the intermediate and advanced gene evolution potions. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, especially with the advanced gene evolution potions, which casually increased strength by several tons, or even tens of tons. If Mo Tianyan had these potions, he could have torn that elite insectoid apart today without using a mech. To exchange for them would require at least several thousand points. Mo Tianyan then clicked on the martial arts technique sphere to check. It contained only 2 major categories: mundane martial arts and stellar martial arts. Both the mundane martial arts techniques and the stellar martial arts techniques were plentiful. Ultimately, Mo Tianyan found a martial arts technique from the stellar martial arts section that captivated him, and it required exactly 100 points, which was incredibly cheap compared to other similar techniques. This martial arts technique was called the Myriad Starlight Sword. However, Mo Tianyan did not rush to choose it, instead opting to explore other doors. Inside the war weapons door, there were numerous powerful weapons, such as the Star Destroyer Cannon, Stellar Annihilation Cannon, Neutron Bomb, and Space Solidification Wave, among others. Inside the living technology door, there were countless advanced civilization technologies, including space jump devices, space folding technology, compressed star devices, galaxy-level spaceships, and super-large planetary war fortresses. In the end, Mo Tianyan still chose the Myriad Starlight Sword, as he currently lacked sufficient points for the other items he desired. The spirit of the divine sensed Mo Tianyan's choice of the Myriad Starlight Sword and revealed a meaningful smile. Starry Sky martial arts techniques require at least 1,000 points to exchange for. Originally, Mo Tianyan's 100 points were far from enough to redeem the martial art of the 10,000 Starlight Sword. However, upon seeing Mo Tianyan use the martial arts technique of the Moonlight Swordplay, which was very similar in essence to the 10,000 Starlight Sword, the Spirit of Miracles reduced the required points to 100. At that moment, after experiencing the imagery of the 10,000 Starlight Sword technique, Mo Tianyan was overjoyed. The 10,000 Starlight Sword was simply a super advanced version of the Moonlight Swordplay. The Moonlight Swordplay could unleash 2 sword lights at once, but the 10,000 Starlight Sword was outrageous. Once perfected, it could unleash thousands of Starlight Sword lights with a single strike. Who could withstand that? However, to master the 10,000 Starlight Sword, one's mental strength must reach at least the level of Spirit C. The Spirit of Miracles anticipated that Mo Tianyun would want to redeem this martial art technique when it was released. It is one of the most top-tier techniques within the realm of Starry Sky martial arts. Thus, the Spirit of Miracles lowered the points required for the 10,000 Starlight Sword to 100. To be able to redeem the 10,000 Starlight Sword for such a small amount of points was practically like receiving it for free. Although I do not know why I should help you, that is unimportant. What I do know is that my purpose for existing is to absorb enough high-level energy. Only when you grow stronger can you help me collect the Zerg crystals. The Spirit of Miracles said with a downcast expression. Mo Tianyun withdrew his mental energy from the core space of the Spirit of Miracles and discovered that the Spirit had already prepared the initial stage gene evolution potion. Mo Tianyun, the initial stage gene evolution potion, has been prepared. All the elite Zerg's pure blood has been used up, and a total of 302 bottles of the initial stage gene evolution potion have been created. There are as many as 302 bottles. I thought that having over 100 bottles would be enough to elevate my power to the limit of a beginner warrior, but I never expected there to be more than 300. Mo Tianyun exclaimed with delight. Since all the pure blood of the elite Zerg has been taken by you, it's not surprising that so many bottles of the initial stage gene evolution potion were produced. The Spirit of Miracles explained. Then it added, you should consume it quickly, your strength will greatly increase. With the maximum amplification of the mecha's combat power, your strength when piloting the mecha will far exceed your current capabilities. Alright, let's leave here immediately and find another place to consider taking the potion to enhance my power, Mo Tianyun said eagerly. Afterward, Mo Tianyun left. Sir, you have come out. The temporary commanding officer had been waiting outside the door. In fact, Mo Tianyun had not been inside for long, just about half an hour. Yes, I am ready to leave, Mo Tianyun replied as he prepared to depart. You are leaving so soon, sir? The temporary commanding officer seemed a bit anxious upon hearing that Mo Tianyun was about to leave. He then said, the people in the city know that it was you who saved them, and they all want to thank you. There are also some reporters who want to interview you. By the way, in a little while an extraordinary level mecha pilot will arrive. The Empire wants to properly thank you and hopes you won't leave too quickly. The temporary commanding officer hurriedly spoke. Just as he finished speaking, a loud roar of mechas echoed from the sky. A bright red mecha suddenly appeared, slowly descending. This mecha stood 30 meters tall, with two massive cannons mounted on its arms, and an even larger cannon on its back, exuding an impressive power. Several floating laser cannons were also hovering around it. It seemed that this mecha was primarily designed for combat with thermal weapons. Judging by its size, it was at least an extraordinary level mecha. An epic level mecha was unlikely. The mecha landed and a man resembling an older uncle stepped out. However, although this extraordinary level mecha pilot was an older man, he wore the attire of an imperial officer, standing tall and upright with bright eyes and a steady gait. Ha, I heard that a remarkably brave young man has slaughtered all the invading Zerg, he exclaimed. Ped, this young man must be the one beside you. The extraordinary level mecha pilot, having just exited the mecha, suddenly laughed heartily. He seemed to be in great spirits. The temporary commanding officer quickly reacted and bowed to the newcomer, saying, yes, Captain Terry. Mo Tianyun also looked at Captain Terry. Captain Terry approached Mo Tianyun, extending his right hand in a friendly manner to shake hands with him. Seeing this, Mo Tianyun also extended his right hand and shook hands amicably with Captain Terry. I truly appreciate this young brother for protecting the millions of people in Geka City. I thank you again, Captain Terry said solemnly. By this time the area was already packed with people. Many had rushed over to watch as soon as Captain Terry's mecha appeared. Among these people were soldiers, citizens, and reporters. The scene of Captain Terry shaking hands with Mo Tianyun was captured by the reporters using holographic photography technology. Is that young man shaking hands with Captain Terry the hero who saved our Geka City? Some citizens speculated. Yes, that young lord is indeed the hero who just saved us, some knowledgeable imperial soldiers said with great respect. To be able to annihilate the Zerg at such a young age, truly remarkable. Indeed, this heroic young man has an unlimited future ahead of him. After Captain Terry spoke, he asked Mo Tianyun, we still do not know your name, young brother. Captain, you are being too polite. My name is Mo Tianyun. Captain Terry nodded and then looked at the temporary commanding officer, saying, before I arrived here, Ped had already reported your situation to me. My. Mo Tianyun blinked, finding the scene somewhat familiar. Captain Terry continued, leave the assessment of the mecha pilots to me, well, I can take you there. No need, thank you, Captain Terry. Mo Tianyun shook his head, indicating no need. I am just passing through Geka City. I have other matters to attend to, so there's no need to trouble you. Mo Tianyun said firmly. All right, then. Captain Terry, seeing Mo Tianyun's resolute attitude, did not insist. I won't linger here for long, I'll take my leave. Mo Tianyun's most important task now was to reach Ulu City and find a place to consume the initial stage gene evolution potion to become a beginner warrior. Our savior is leaving. I wish he could stay here a few more days. In a deserted open area, Mo Tianyun summoned the mecha. Is this our hero's mecha? It looks so powerful. Indeed, it's quite imposing. When I grow up, I definitely want to become a mecha pilot like the heroic brother slaying Zerg and protecting everyone. Yes. I also want to become a mecha pilot. Some children shouted in admiration. Boom. Mo Tianyun piloted the mecha and continued flying towards Ulu City. The people of Geka City watched Mo Tianyun leave until he vanished at the horizon. The next time they heard news of Mo Tianyun, he had already become a renowned hero of the empire. In the mecha manufacturing data room of Han Mountain City, a young girl was engrossed in studying a thick book clearly dedicated to learning the knowledge of mecha production. Suddenly, the door to the data room swung open, and a voice from outside shattered the tranquility. Shauna, look at this. Vena's father Light rushed in holding a smart brain device. A holographic projection flickered above it. What? The girl tilted her head, curiously gazing at her father. You'll know when you see it, Light said, pretending to be mysterious. Vena's clear eyes widened. Oh, she was eager to see what could possibly warrant her father's special visit. Shocking. The city of Gokor was nearly destroyed by an invasion of the bug race, but a young hero turned the tide. Vena began to read the content. Then she saw a shocking recorded image, and the figure of the youth instantly captured her attention. The hero boy who defeated the bug race is Mo Tianyun. Vena's expression shifted from surprise to a faint, dreamy smile. Yet the girl felt a lingering turmoil within her heart. Light observed everything silently, realizing that his daughter had indeed grown up and was beginning to like someone. In the president's office, young friend, Tianyun impressive. I wonder if he will enter the Imperial Mecha Holy Land, the Orong Academy of Genius Mecha Masters in the future. It truly excites this old man. Huh. The old president looked down at the epic mecha design he was working on. My blueprint is almost complete. I aim to be the first person on Uluru Star to create an epic mecha. A streak of light zipped across the sky. It was Mo Tianyun's Tianyun mecha. Here we are, that massive city ahead must be Uluru City. From the air, Uluru City is at least 10 times larger than Han Mountain City. This city truly deserves to be the largest in Uluru Star, with a population no less than 100 million. Mo Tianyun stowed away his mecha and walked toward the towering city gate. The defensive system of Uluru City's walls was extraordinarily powerful. Not even a superclass battle mecha could make a dent. So entering the city with a mecha was impossible for Mo Tianyun. The city walls were over 100 meters tall, and the entrance gate was the same. On the city walls, there were enormous laser cannons, and combat aircraft flew back and forth in the sky. Mo Tianyun took out his Imperial identity card and gently swiped it by the machine at the city gate to gain entry into Uru City. In a luxurious high-end hotel, is this the low-level gene evolution potion? It looks like ordinary water. Mo Tianyun curiously observed a bottle of low-level gene evolution potion he retrieved from his spatial ring. This gene evolution potion had some differences from ordinary water. Ordinary water is colorless and transparent, while the low-level gene evolution potion has a slight blue hue and glows in the dark. Your mental power is sufficient to consume 10 bottles at once 5 times in a row, which can enhance your strength by about 50 tons. A flash of light appeared, and the spirit of miracles manifested beside Mo Tianyun. I currently don't possess even a ton of strength, yet I can suddenly enhance so much. After I drink this, I will become a mid-stage low-level gene evolution warrior. Mo Tianyun gasped in astonishment. He had initially thought he would need to consume the potion bottle by bottle to reach the limit strength of 100 tons as a low-level gene evolution warrior. He never expected to enhance 50 tons of strength all at once. With 50 tons of strength under the maximum weapon enhancement multiplier of the Tianyun mecha, Mo Tianyun's pure power, while piloting the mecha, would reach 500 tons. It should be noted that Mo Tianyun had to rely on the power of gravitational acceleration to deliver a devastating blow to the elite bug race in Gokor City. If he had 50 tons of strength at that time, he could have slain that elite bug race with a single strike while piloting the Tianyun mecha. Your mental power is nearing the spiritual sea level, allowing you to naturally endure more strength enhancements from the gene evolution potions. The spirit of miracles nodded slightly. If you finish these gene evolution potions, you might even enhance your mental power during the gene evolution process, allowing it to reach new heights. After you finish the low-level gene evolution potion, you will also need to consume enough energy replenishing potions, otherwise your physical strength will not improve. I've calculated that for every 10 bottles of low-level gene evolution potions you consume, you need to drink 1 bottle of low-level energy replenishing potion. The spirit of miracles reminded Mo Tianyun. I have prepared some levels of energy replenishing potions in my spatial ring. After all, this potion can sustain a low-level warrior's stamina for 3 days. Emotianya nodded, looking at the low-level gene evolution potion in his hand, then took out 14 bottles of low-level gene evolution potions and 5 bottles of low-level energy, replenishing potions from his spatial ring. Alright, let's do this. Emotianya opened 10 bottles of low-level gene evolution potions and drank them all at once, followed by a bottle of low-level energy replenishing potion. Emotianyan's body trembled slightly, feeling as if everything around him became extraordinarily clear, and then his entire body started to heat up. It feels like my body is a seed, and these low-level gene evolution potions are the nourishing rain that helps me sprout, gradually growing into a sapling. Emotianyan sensed the changes in his body. Slowly the heat intensified, and his body began to ache as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. If the gene evolution was gentle at first, it had now reached a critical moment, with the effects of the potions accelerating the gene evolution process, becoming increasingly intense. Emotianyan, stay calm. Although gene evolution is painful, it is also the best time to hone your mental strength, the Spirit of Miracles reminded Emotianyan. Others don't have a simulation space as a powerful tool for mental training. They mostly can only hone their mental strength during the gene evolution process, so seize this opportunity. I will. Seize the opportunity. Emotianyan forced himself to endure the pain. At this moment, his old cells continuously died, while new cells from the gene evolution rapidly divided. The speed of the new evolving cells was hundreds of times faster than that of the old cells, making his physical strength vastly superior to before. Emotianyan used his mental power to feel the pain in his body, continuously stimulating his mental strength to achieve the effect of honing it. 1 hour later, the changes in Emotianyan's body ceased. I feel so powerful now, and my former self was utterly weak. Emotianyan tried to pick up a cup, but his physical strength was so overwhelming that he couldn't control it, crushing the entire cup to pieces. Getting too excited too soon. This is just the beginning. Your strength can still increase by 4 times, so there's no rush to be happy. However, before that, you must endure 4 more rounds of this pain. The Spirit of Miracles reminded Emotianyan with a smile. As long as I can enhance my strength, what is this little pain worth? Emotianyan said with great enthusiasm. Moreover, this kind of joyful pain is something that others can't even wish for. But why do I feel like my body is a bit stiff? Emotianyan pulled up his clothing and saw a layer of dark, solid shell-like substance firmly adhered to the surface of his skin. What is this thing? Emotianyan gently picked off a piece, revealing smooth, fair skin underneath. In the past, Emotianyan lived in a poor village and often rummaged through the mech graveyard for scraps. Although his skin wasn't very dark, it definitely had nothing to do with the term fair. Emotianyan wanted to take a closer look at this substance produced by his body, but unexpectedly, he smelled a foul odor. This is the impurities hidden within your body, consisting of dirt produced by your body and harmful substances absorbed from the outside. The Spirit of Miracles explained upon seeing the black substance on Emotianyan. So that's how it is. No wonder I feel much lighter now. I didn't expect there to be so much dirt in my body. Then Emotianyan took off his clothes. He then shook his body violently, causing all the impurities to be shaken off. His fair and crystal clear skin resembled that of a freshly hatched chick. Each muscle was neither too large nor too small, appearing very strong and resilient, with his body presenting a perfect streamlined figure formed by each muscle. Coupled with his resolute and handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and short black hair, the current Emotianyan exuded an extraordinary aura, definitely a strikingly handsome man. Even the Spirit of Miracles turned slightly red-faced and shifted its gaze away. A day later, Emotianyan had completed the last intake of the primary gene evolution potion. Is this the power of an intermediate primary gene evolution warrior? Now with a single punch I can unleash 50 tons of force, and my physical condition is much stronger than before. My boda's strength can already rival that of steel. Emotianyan quietly felt the changes in his body. However, even if my boda's strength can rival that of steel, I still cannot withstand attacks from low-level energy guns or laser swords. After all, steel has been eliminated by the Empire for over 1,000,000 years. Emotianyan suddenly remembered the insect race. To be precise, he recalled that during the battle outside Gekas City, the energy cannons on the city walls failed to harm the insect race. I wonder how the insect race came into being. Even the most ordinary insect race can withstand attacks from energy cannons. It's truly terrifying. Emotianyan thought for a moment and then shook his head. Never mind, I should deal with the remaining primary gene evolution potions now. I have consumed 50 bottles of primary gene evolution potions, and I still have 50 left. So there are 202 bottles of primary gene evolution potions that I plan to sell entirely before truly starting to purchase the epic rare materials needed for crafting the epic mech Thousand Swords mech. Although the senior gave me some rare materials, that's merely a drop in the bucket. I am still far from collecting all the materials. As for the most crucial core of the Earth's core, I checked, and there should be none in Uluru City. Even if they were based on past prices, it would cost at least 200 million star coins. The estimated price for each bottle of the primary gene evolution potion I plan to sell is around 500 star coins. Selling all of them would only yield 100 million star coins, which is clearly insufficient. I'm still far from it. In the Uluru City Potion Market, Tianyan rented a stall from the Market Management Center to sell primary gene evolution potions. These primary gene evolution potions also need to undergo rigorous inspection on-site before they can be sold in the potion market. At the Market Management Center in the potion inspection area, please present the potions you wish to sell for inspection, said an inspector in special attire. Tianyan took out 202 bottles of primary gene evolution potions and handed them to the inspector. The inspector then placed all the potions on an instrument. Then mechanical arms opened all the caps, and all mechanical arms extended a syringe to simultaneously extract a drop of potion from each bottle, causing the instrument to start operating. The inspector was constantly monitoring the results. Tianyan was also curious about what the results would show. Soon the inspection results came out. For the Gene Evolution Potion Category 1 bottle can enhance physical strength by 1 ton. Side effects, none. Evaluation, perfect level primary gene evolution potion. Perfect level. Tianyan was somewhat surprised upon seeing the appraisal results. Because the Empire stipulates that each tier of items has 4 levels, ordinary, fine, excellent, and perfect, with ordinary being the lowest and perfect being the highest. He didn't expect that his potion would actually be rated as a perfect level primary gene evolution potion. However, Tianyan clearly remembered seeing many potions in the core space of the Spirit of Miracles that had effects far superior to the primary gene evolution potion he held. Some of those could increase strength by several tons, or even dozens of tons, with just 1 bottle. The strongest could increase strength by 100 tons directly, giving an ordinary person the maximum strength of a primary gene evolution warrior, and still had no side effects. Perfect level primary gene evolution potion. The inspector beside him could barely hold the report in his hands. Then he took a deep breath and steadied himself. But his heart was increasingly shaken. Sir, your potion has passed the inspection. Here are all your potions and the report. You may proceed to sell them in the market. Tianyan could see that the hand offering the report was somewhat trembling. Tianyan walked out of the Market Management Center and headed towards the stall he had rented. At the potion inspection area, the inspector hurriedly took out a communication device. What is it? An old man's voice echoed. Elder, someone is selling perfect level primary gene evolution potions in the potion market. I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just a primary gene evolution potion? The old man seemed to realize something and quickly began to inquire seriously. What did you just say? Elder, someone is selling perfect level primary gene evolution potions in the potion market. The inspector repeated once more. Perfect level primary gene evolution potion. Is it really perfect level? The old man exclaimed loudly, unable to believe that someone actually brought this out to sell. Yes, I guarantee it's absolutely true. Here's the inspection report, take a look. It also has the address of the stall belonging to this batch of potions. The inspector sent the inspection report to the old patriarch. Tianyan, this potion is actually recognized as the highest level of primary gene evolution potion in your civilization. It seems you can sell it for a great price. I suggest you showcase the report first to promote it, and then many people will rush to buy it. At that time, you can choose to sell it at a higher price. As soon as Tianyan exited the Market Management Center, the voice of the Spirit of Miracles immediately echoed in his mind. Please, everyone, support with love. Thank you, esteemed ones. Sister Shinji, when I learned that the initial gene evolution potions in my hands were rated as perfect grade initial gene evolution potions, I thought the same thing. Tianyan communicated with the spirit of Shinji using his mental power. I am curious, why did I see many potions better than this initial gene evolution potion in the core space of Shinji, while the one in my hands is rated as a perfect grade initial gene evolution potion by the Empire? Tianyan suspected that the core of Shinji must come from a more advanced cosmic civilization than the Aolong Empire, but he still decided to ask the spirit of Shinji. Tianyan, this universe is vast and boundless. The Aolong Empire civilization where you were born occupies a star system spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, but in the entirety of the universe, it is as insignificant as a grain of sand. There are countless civilizations stronger than the Aolong Empire, and it is as weak as an ant in the cosmos. The spirit of Shinji spoke eloquently. I and the core of Shinji both come from civilizations more advanced than the Aolong Empire, but I cannot tell you how. The spirit of Shinji paused and continued. If your strength can reach a level considered strong across the universe, then you will naturally know then. Alright, that's quite mysterious. Tianyan could only shrug and stop asking further questions. The concept of cosmic powerhouses was too ethereal, it was not something he could consider at this stage. What he needed to do now was to sell the potions at a good price. Booth no? 114514. That's the one. Mo Tianyan took out 202 bottles of potions, then used the temporary management authority given by the Market Management Center to activate the product protection energy shield and place the potions inside. With this energy shield, only Mo Tianyan could take the potions out, ensuring the safety of the products, especially for fragile and high-value items like potions. It's time to advertise. Mo Tianyan used his smart brain to project the potion inspection report and placed it in front of the booth. He then opened the booth's advertisement player, inputting the advertisement content. Do you want to become as strong as a dragon? If so, come to booth no. 114514, where we have perfect grade initial gene evolution potions. One bottle can increase your strength by 1 ton, and there are no side effects. After inputting the inspection report, it was done. Mo Tianyan was ready to start advertising, but he needed to pay 1 of his 0 star coins for a 10-second advertisement play. It's done. As Mo Tianyan completed the transaction, the content of the huge screen at the Potion Market Center transformed into Mo Tianyan's advertisement. 10 seconds passed quickly, but many people took notice. I'm dying of laughter. This advertisement is so low-level, designed unprofessionally. Spending money on advertising. I want to see what potions he is selling. One person began to look seriously, and as he continued, his eyes gradually widened. Am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes and focused again. Perfect grade initial gene evolution potion. My God. This person stared intently at the inspection report, repeatedly confirming that he wasn't mistaken. Could the report be fake? Impossible. Because this is the market. If someone dares to commit fraud, they wouldn't even make it out of the market. Moreover, it's a gene evolution potion with no side effects. Even quality grade potions are usually snatched up immediately. Now a perfect grade potion has appeared. I can't imagine how crazy the market will be later. Indeed. A chorus of exclamations erupted in the potion market as countless individuals took out their communication devices. What? Perfect grade initial gene evolution potion. There's such a thing on Star. Alright, I'm coming right away. Perfect grade initial gene evolution potion that can increase strength by 1 ton with no side effects. I have hoped to break through to the late stage of initial gene evolution warrior. More and more people receive the news and rush to the potion market. Mo Tianyan's booth no. 114514 was becoming increasingly crowded, gradually forming a sea of people. The Market Management Center received the information and quickly dispatched security personnel to maintain order. Mo Tianyan had already activated the energy shield early, enveloping himself inside, otherwise the people outside would have already caught him and asked him endlessly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I am the booth owner here. Mo Tianyan took out a loudspeaker and shouted loudly. The crowd gradually quieted down. There are a total of 202 bottles of perfect grade initial gene evolution potions here, each capable of increasing physical strength by 1 ton with no side effects, and can be continuously used up to the limit of early-stage gene evolution warriors. Mo Tianyan began to introduce his potions. The reason why my potion is rated as a perfect grade initial gene evolution potion is primarily due to the lack of side effects. Some exceptional grade initial gene evolution potions may be able to increase strength by 1 ton, but their side effects are significant and they cannot be used continuously. Even if they could, the potion's efficacy would diminish progressively until it becomes completely useless. So I won't elaborate on the preciousness of this potion. The minimum price is 8 0 star coins per bottle, and you can purchase multiple bottles at once. The highest bidder wins. As Mo Tianyan announced the price, most people present quickly shook their heads. For many, this price was already considered high. In fact, Mo Tianyan was not overpricing. In the Empire, common initial gene evolution potions are 1 0 star coins quality grade, 2 0 star coins exceptional grade, 4 0 star coins, and perfect grade, 8 0 star coins. Thus, Mo Tianyan's price is reasonable. As for why the minimum is 8 0, it's because perfect grade initial gene evolution potions are extremely rare on Star. There hasn't been one in the past several years. I offer 1616 I want all 202 bottles of the initial gene evolution potions. Upon hearing this, everyone in the crowd turned to look at the person who made the offer. The person was an old man with snow-white hair, dressed in simple white garments. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this elder carried an imposing aura, clearly someone of high status capable of exuding such a dignified presence. Haha, old Gula, it won't be easy for you to swallow all these potions. The loud, boisterous laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. The man continued, I offer 170 million star coins. Do I want all 202 bottles of potions? This person was a robust middle-aged man with a thick beard and prominent features. Naibo, do you think you can take these perfect grade initial gene evolution potions for 170 million? It won't be that easy. I offer 180 million. The elder immediately countered. 190 million star coins, 200 million star coins, 210 million star coins, 220 million star coins. The two individuals continued to confront each other. Emotanyan was also somewhat surprised, and at the same time, he began to feel pleased. Very well, I didn't expect these two to compete so fiercely. It seems I can earn quite a few star coins, which means I can secure those materials. Gentlemen, there's no need to argue so fiercely. I'll be careful not to let the fishermen benefit. A woman's slightly cold voice rang out at that moment, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Emotanyan followed everyone's gaze. What a beautiful ice-cold woman. Just one glance, and Emotanyan could tell that there was an aura of icy chill surrounding her. How could one tell? Just look. This woman had a neat bob of light blue hair, and her face bore a pair of cold eyes that seemed to warn anyone to keep their distance. Anyone who locked eyes with her for a few seconds would surely feel frozen. Looking further down, she wore an exquisitely tailored blue long dress adorned with small blue gemstones. At the bottom were her fair long legs clad in deep blue high heels. One cannot help but say that this woman has a strong preference for blue, yet her aura complements the color remarkably. It's Miss Lung Yu has arrived. It seems she is a woman of great stature. Emotanyan observed quietly. The two competing bidders also ceased their bidding. Miss Lung Yu, hello. Miss Lung Yu. The beauty named Miss Lung Yu approached the booth. Everyone, let's not compete, let's split it equally. Miss Lung Yu said coldly. Everyone, don't rush, let's add ourselves into the mix. Another voice came through, this time from a male. Emotanyan looked over. This man was dressed in an elegantly fitted black suit, exuding a refined and cultured demeanor. He was tall and quite handsome. However, what drew more attention was the tall, coldly handsome man beside him clad in battle gear. Emotanyan could tell at a glance that the quality of this battle gear was certainly high and not something an ordinary person could obtain. The man had a purple sword sheath strapped to his back, housing an alloy longsword with only the red hilt visible. If I'm not mistaken, this sword sheath is forged from purple cloud mystic gold as the primary material. I can only wonder what precious materials were used to forge that sword. Emotanyan silently thought. Miss Lung Yu turned her head gently, and upon seeing the newcomer, especially the man in battle gear, her icy gaze revealed a hint of rippling emotion. She then spoke. Young Master Talent, it's a pleasure to meet you. As for the man in the black suit who had just spoken, she didn't even glance at him. Yes, Miss Lung Yu, a pleasure indeed. The man in battle gear who was respectfully greeted by Miss Lung Yu replied with a slight nod. This complicates matters. It seems I won't be able to obtain many bottles of the perfect level initial gene evolution potion. The two who were previously competing both shook their heads and sighed. It looks like almost half of the great families on this planet have arrived. Yes, representatives from 4 of the 8 great families of Ululustar are here. Indeed, this is quite rare, the onlookers remarked one after another. Listening to their words, Emotanyan began to form new ideas. Since the money from selling these potions is intended to purchase materials for making the Qianjian mecha, and given the large number of people here, including those from the 8 great families of Ululustar, they must have the rare materials I need. Why not try a barter system offering equivalent value materials I require in exchange for these potions? With this in mind, Emotanyan took out his smart brain and began inputting the materials he desired, marking them with the corresponding value of the perfect level initial gene evolution potion. Below is the input content material serial numbers. Determine the priority for exchanging potions. 1. Core of the Earth's Heart can be exchanged for 202 bottles all. 2. Stellar Red Flame Crystal 1 piece of 1 cubic meter standard size can be exchanged for 20 bottles limited to 3 pieces. 3. Obsidian Gold 10 tons can be exchanged for 1 bottle limited to 300 tons. 4. Rainbow Moonlight Fallen Stone 1 piece of 1 cubic meter standard size can be exchanged for 10 bottles limited to 3 pieces. 5. Radiant Light Vibrant Yttrium 100 kilograms can be exchanged for 1 bottle limited to 1 ton. 6. Void Fire Crystal 1 piece of 1 cubic meter can be exchanged for 1 bottle limited to 10 pieces. 7. Luminous Vast Star Iron 30 tons can be exchanged for 1 bottle limited to 300 tons. 8. Tianyuan Xuanjin 1 ton can be exchanged for 1 bottle limited to 10 tons. 9. Spatial Flow Sand 1 ton can be exchanged for 10 bottles limited to 2 tons. The above content appears extensive. Emotanyan quickly completed the input using his mental power to connect with the smart brain. Ahem, everyone, let's exchange using the barter method. Emotanyan announced loudly using a megaphone. This statement immediately captured everyone's attention. Barter? What kind of exchange is that? Everyone expressed their confusion. Haha, everyone, please look. Emotanyan projected the input content onto a holographic screen, allowing everyone to see it clearly. The serial numbers of these items determine their priority for exchange. The ones listed first will be considered first, but the exchanged items are limited in quantity. If the exchanges exceed the limit, the highest quality items will be prioritized until the limit is reached. I am selling these potions solely to earn star coins and then purchase materials. Now I plan to directly exchange for materials, giving everyone an opportunity to trade. Everyone can rest assured that the exchange will be fair, and some materials might even come with discounts, Tianyan explained patiently. The exchange will begin in 1 hour. If anyone is not prepared, you can go and prepare now. However, everyone should act within their means, as the items I exchange are limited. I will prioritize high-quality items for exchange, so anything exceeding the limit will not be exchanged. Tianyan continued. 1 hour. Hurry. Go prepare, if there might still be a chance to obtain a few bottles of the perfect initial gene evolution potion. Some people hearing this hurriedly left to prepare these items. I happen to have some of these materials. Perhaps I really have a chance to become a mid-tier gene evolution warrior. I've been stuck as a low-tier gene evolution warrior for many years. Some individuals, seeing they had these items, were so happy that they could barely contain their smiles. What is the Earth's heart? One person remarked in surprise at the high value of the Earth's heart. It can exchange for all the perfect level initial gene evolution potions. A knowledgeable person beside him answered, the Earth's heart is the core part of a planet. There is only one on a planet extremely hard and very heavy, usually used to manufacture epic mechas and above. The person, after understanding, added, so the vendor must be planning to manufacture mechas. It seems quite likely given that so many materials are related to mechas. Yes, having perfect level initial gene evolution potions and now planning to make mechas, especially epic ones, is a bit unbelievable, isn't it? What does it matter to you what materials he wants? The most important thing for us is to see if we can gather these items in exchange for some potions to enhance our strength. Another person, unable to contain himself after hearing their conversation, spoke up. Hey housekeeper, go check the warehouse for these items on the holographic display and send someone to collect them. The higher the quality, the better. The exchange for perfect level initial gene evolution potions starts in an hour. Miss Lung Yu instructed her housekeeper via a communicator. The housekeeper's small holographic image and the communicator glanced at the item exchange list projected by Tianyan and respectfully replied, Understood, miss, I will go right away. The elder and the tall middle-aged man who had been competing earlier, along with the man in the black suit who arrived last, and the battle gear man referred to as young Master Talink by Miss Lung Yu, were each preparing their own things. Material market. The information about the materials Tianyan needed had already spread throughout the market, causing the prices of these materials to soar. Using the barter method allows Tianyan to conveniently avoid searching for materials in the market and purchasing them one by one. An hour quickly passed. The area around Tianyan's stall was once again crowded with people, and this time the number of attendees had increased significantly compared to an hour ago. Tianyan glanced at the time, noting that an hour had elapsed, and then said, The hour is up. We will now begin the exchange of goods for goods. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately quieted down, and no one spoke loudly anymore. We will start with item number 1, which is the core of the earth. If anyone exchanges for the core of the earth, they will receive all the perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions, and the subsequent trades will cease. So does anyone wish to exchange the core of the earth for all the perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions? Tianyan inquired. He naturally hoped someone would exchange the core of the earth for all the perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions, as this would resolve his material collection issue for the epic mecha, the Thousand Sword Mecha. The core of the earth was extremely difficult to find in the low-level planet of Uru Star, which lies on the fringes of the Empire. In other words, there was simply no market for it here. The core of the earth is only usable in the manufacture of epic-grade mechas and above, yet there wasn't even a single epic-grade mecha craftsman on Uluru Star, making it impossible for there to be a market. Everyone present, including Tianyan, was looking around searching, but no one was willing to engage in a trade. It seemed there was no core of the earth available. Tianyan felt a bit disappointed, but it did not affect his subsequent trades. It appears no one has item number 1, the core of the earth. We will now proceed with the exchange for item number 2, the Stellar Crimson Flame Crystal. As soon as he finished speaking, Miss Lung Yu, an old man, and Prince Talink dressed in combat attire stepped forward. They approached Tianyan to initiate the exchange. Here are 3 Stellar Crimson Flame Crystals. Miss Lung Yu took out 3 standard-sized Stellar Crimson Flame Crystals and placed them on the ground, speaking coldly. The temperature around them instantly rose. These 3 crystals were deep red and emitted a crimson glow under the light's reflection. The Stellar Crimson Flame Crystal is a type of crystal formed at the center of a star over billions of years. It can withstand temperatures exceeding millions of degrees and the terrifying pressure found at the heart of a star. Previously, the deep-sea fire crystal that Tianyan obtained from the old president was insignificant compared to the Stellar Crimson Flame Crystals. I have 2 Stellar Crimson Flame Crystals here. Please take a look. The old man took out 2 Stellar Crimson Flame Crystals. I have 5 stellar crimson flame crystals here. Prince Talink waved his hand, and 5 more stellar crimson flame crystals appeared on the ground. Motianyan stepped forward to examine these 10 stellar crimson flame crystals, intending to select the best 3 for exchange. This was another advantage of the exchange, one could choose the highest quality items. The materials presented by these families were all of superior quality, and Motianyan carefully selected the best among them. The chosen materials were all of exceptional quality, significantly enhancing the strength of the mechas during manufacturing. If Motianyan were to purchase these materials with star coins, their quality would not be as high, and the 1,000-sword mecha produced would naturally be weaker. This one, and this one. After carefully considering these 10 stellar crimson flame crystals, Motianyan finally chose 3. One was from Miss Lung Yu, and the other 2 were from Prince Talink. The 2 stellar crimson flame crystals brought by the old man were not selected by Motianyan. The old man merely collected his 2 stellar crimson flame crystals without changing his expression. This does not imply that the quality of the old man's stellar crimson flame crystals was low. On the contrary, the quality of the old man's stellar crimson flame crystals was rare in the market. It could only be said that the stellar crimson flame crystals brought by Miss Lung Yu and Prince Talink were of exceptionally high quality. Having tasted the sweetness of this exchange, Motianyan felt increasingly that his method of trading goods for goods was a wise choice. Miss Lung Yu, here are your 20 bottles of potions. Prince Talink, here are your 40 bottles of potions. Motianyan retrieved 60 bottles of perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potions from the energy shield as payment. The exchange for item number 2, the stellar crimson flame crystal, is complete. Now we will proceed with item number 3, the obsidian gold. Motianyan began the next item exchange. This time many more people came to trade. Obsidian gold is a rare metal formed in stars with a maximum yield of only a few tens of thousands of tons per star. Newly formed stars may not even produce obsidian gold. Obsidian gold has exceptional strength and is suitable for manufacturing outer shells of parts for the 1,000-sword mecha. This time the other 4 great families also sent people to take out obsidian gold for exchange. The quality of the obsidian gold brought by these families was very high. Motianyan also selected the best 300 tons of obsidian gold to exchange for potions. Next up is item number 4, the colorful moonlight meteorite. Once again, many people came to trade. Next is item number 5. Item number 6. Item number 7. Item number 8. Item number 9. Motianyan proceeded with the exchanges in an orderly fashion according to the exchange list. With the last bottle of perfect-grade beginner gene evolution potion exchanged, Motianyan's goal of selling potions was achieved. The one who received the most potions was Prince Talink, who exchanged a total of 55 bottles from Motianyan. Next was Miss Lung Yu, who exchanged 40 bottles, followed by the 2 who had been bidding at the beginning, who among them the old man exchanged 25 bottles, and the tall middle-aged man exchanged 23 bottles. The remaining potions were partly exchanged by other great families and partly by some small families and martial artists. Thank you all for coming. I apologize, but all the potions have now been exchanged. Please disperse. Motianyan, seeing many people still lingering at his stall, spoke to inform them that the potions were all gone. Oh, they're all gone. Aren't there still materials to exchange for later? The potions ran out so quickly. I spent over 1 million star coins to buy materials, and now I can't exchange for a single bottle. This means the materials are worthless. Aren't you scamming us? Yeah, I spent half my fortune to buy some useless materials just to exchange for a potion. Damn it, refund. These people, feeling cheated for not being able to exchange their purchased materials for potions, began to voice their discontent and refused to leave. It seems these people won't easily let this go. Motianyan thought silently. If I can't resolve this, it seems I won't be able to leave. He contemplated further. Everyone, please be quiet. I mentioned before that you should act within your means. The potions are limited, and the items I exchange for the potions are also in limited supply. As soon as Motianyan spoke, the remaining people erupted in outrage. We specifically bought things you needed for the potions. Now you want to dismiss us with a mere statement of limitation. Exactly. The items we bought with our money are worthless to us if you don't exchange potions for them. Moreover, we bought them at high prices, and we can't even recoup our costs if we sell them again. Everyone, I haven't finished speaking yet. I still have some potions left. Once Motianyan said this, the crowd gradually quieted down. These are potions I prepared for myself. Now I will take them out to exchange for the last remaining materials on the exchange list. Once they are gone, there will be no more. Additionally, there are not many potions, so it will require 2 items to exchange for 1 potion. Motianyan took out 30 more bottles of potions, which finally settled the remaining crowd. At this point, Motianyan had gathered all the materials for his 1,000-sword mecha, except for the core of the earth, the Aomelin family. So have you found this person? An elderly man sat solemnly in the grand hall. This elderly man was none other than Aomelin Gula, the patriarch of the Aomelin family, who had exchanged 25 bottles of perfect-grade beginner genetic evolution potions at Tianyun's stall. Reporting to the Patriarch, we have found him. Please take a look. A young man projected the information the Patriarch requested onto a holographic display. The elderly man began to examine the information slowly. Tianyun, a beginner mecha manufacturer. The old man's gaze fixed on the hologram, gradually revealing a sinister grin. He is not an apothecary. Haha, it seems he concocted the perfect-grade beginner genetic evolution potion through a formula. As long as we keep an eye on him, find a secluded place, and then capture him, we will have the formula in hand. The formula for the perfect-grade beginner genetic evolution potion is extremely rare throughout the Empire. If our family obtains it, we can certainly mass-produce genetic evolution warriors with latest-stage beginner extreme strength, and even birth many intermediate genetic evolution warriors. By then, the Olyulu star will be under the control of our Aomelin family. The elder imagined this and felt a surge of delight. However, as the elder continued to look down, his mouth suddenly dropped open, unable to close for a long time. So the young hero who killed the elite-level insectoid is actually him. Sighed. The elder sighed deeply. Forget it, it's not worth the trouble. The Lung family. Tianyun, a beginner mecha manufacturer. In Geka City, he single-handedly killed over 100 insectoids, including an elite insectoid, earning the title of Young Hero. A cold, blue-haired beauty with a frosty demeanor meticulously examined the information gathered about Tianyun by her family. He's quite impressive, Humph, but still not as good as my brother. Now that my brother has the perfect-grade beginner genetic evolution potion, his strength will increase significantly. The young girl pouted adorably, displaying her disdain. Miss Lung Yu was first surprised that Tianyun could defeat an elite insectoid, then recalled her brother snorting with pride. Indeed, the girl was none other than Miss Lung Yu, famously known as the Ice Queen. If someone were to see the Ice Queen of Olyulu City making such a cute gesture, they would surely be left astonished. A young person capable of slaying elite insectoids is best left alone. After some contemplation, Miss Lung Yu decided to abandon her plan to deal with Tianyun. Because Tianyun could kill elite insectoids, even the intermediate genetic evolution warriors in her family would find it difficult to capture him, not to mention that there were only a few intermediate genetic evolution warriors in her family. The Burrowed family. Esteemed young master, I have transmitted the requested data to your neural brain. A servant bowed respectfully. Mysi, a young man in combat gear, nodded indifferently. This man was young Master Talink. Beside him stood another young man in a black suit. Tianyun, a beginner mecha manufacturer, killed over 100 insectoids in Geka City 2 days ago, including an elite insectoid, saving Geka City and earning the title of Young Hero. Young Master Talink glanced at it, and then said to the young man in the black suit, "When I didn't expect this young stall owner younger than you to be able to kill elite insectoids. Oh, that young stall owner is so impressive. Besides being a beginner mecha manufacturer, he's also a mecha combat master. Bro, let me see." The young man in the black suit stretched his neck curiously to look at the holographic image of Tianyun slaying the elite insectoid. This is really an elite insectoid. Gwen was left speechless. At such a young age, his strength is astonishing. Haha, I would love to have a spar with him. Young Master Talink said with some anticipation, then took out a bottle of potion, gently rubbing his fingers along it while murmuring something. However, with the perfect grade beginner genetic evolution potion I have now, my strength will significantly increase, reaching the power limit of a beginner genetic evolution warrior. Other major families in Olyulu City also sought to obtain Tianyun's personal information, but upon discovering that he could kill elite insectoids, they immediately abandoned any other thoughts. Gradually, everyone with some connections in Olyulu City learned that the young man who produced the perfect grade beginner genetic evolution potion was not someone to be trifled with. Yet they still did not abandon the idea of acquiring Tianyun's perfect grade beginner genetic evolution potion. Since they could not take it by force, they could pursue a more legitimate approach. Sister Shinji, I have almost collected all the materials for the 1,000-sword mecha, just missing the core of the Earth Heart. Tianyun left the potion market, preparing to head to the Mecha Combat Master Center for the Mecha Combat Master assessment. But you still need to elevate your mental strength to the Sea of Spirit level to complete the core manufacturing for the 1,000-sword mecha. Otherwise, even if you obtain the Earth Heart core, it will be useless. I feel my mental strength has grown significantly compared to when I just broke through perception, but I don't know why I still can't advance. Tianyun said with a frown. Don't worry, it will come soon. Once you drink a few more beginner genetic evolution potions, you will break through. The spirit of Shinji comforted Tianyun. That's good. Tianyun nodded. Soon Tianyun arrived at the Mecha Combat Master Assessment Center. This Mecha Combat Master Center is truly magnificent, worthy of being the only one on this planet. This enormous building refreshed Tianyun's understanding of architecture. The largest building Tianyun had ever seen was the Hanshan building in the center of Hanshan City. However, the Mecha Combat Master Center was at least 10 times larger than the Hansan building. Truly, it was the largest building on Star. Please show your Imperial Identity card. As Mo Tianyun entered, a beautiful bionic intelligent machine blocked his way. Mo Tianyun had no choice but to present his Imperial Identity card. Recognition successful. Beginning human body scan. Human body recognition successful. Mo Tianyun, welcome to the Mecha Combat Master Center. How may I assist you? The bionic beauty robot smiled. Mo Tianyun carefully examined the beautiful robot, silently thinking, she's quite good looking. At this moment in the core space of Shinji, the spirit of Shinji slightly pouted in silence. I would like to take the ordinary Mecha Combat Master assessment. Mo Tianyun snapped back to reality and said, all right, Mr. Mo Tianyun, please follow me. The bionic beauty robot led Mo Tianyun to the waiting area for the ordinary Mecha Combat Master assessment. Mr. Mo Tianyun, please wait patiently here. The assessment will begin in 1 hour. Since this is your first assessment, let me explain the assessment process to you. The assessment consists of a simulation assessment followed by a practical assessment, starting with the simulation assessment and then proceeding to the practical assessment. The simulation assessment involves killing insectoids in a virtual world to earn points, and only with qualifying points can one proceed to the practical assessment. If you do not achieve qualifying points, you can only take the next simulation assessment a year later. 5 points are required to pass. If your score is greater than or equal to 15 and ranks among the top 3, you can skip the practical assessment and automatically become a regular Mecha Combat Master. The practical assessment requires defeating other participants who have passed the simulation assessment, and you must consecutively defeat 3 participants. If you fail, you can retake the simulation assessment after 6 months. Mo Tianyun listened intently to the explanation given by the bionic beauty robot. I understand. Thank you. After hearing this, Mo Tianyun sincerely expressed his gratitude. No need to mention it, it is my honor to assist you. The bionic beauty smiled and then left. Mo Tianyun turned around to find many others waiting here as well. When he looked at the other examinees, they also turned to him. The machine attendant was explaining the examination process to this young man. Surely, it was his first time here to take the assessment for an ordinary battle mecha master. Such a young person must be curious, relying on his family's wealth to buy a mecha just to have some fun. Yes, I was like that back then too. In my teens, I wanted to be a battle mecha master, and my family supported me in buying the cheapest ordinary battle mecha. After practicing for 2.5 years, I came here for the assessment, but unexpectedly, I couldn't even kill a single insectoid in the virtual world and was directly eliminated. Now I am 30 years old and still haven't become an ordinary battle mecha master. I hope I can succeed this time. By the way, wasn't there another young man around the same age as this one? Yes, he is sitting in that corner. A man with a buzz cut pointed to a corner. Mo Tianyun heard their conversation and realized that there was someone around his age here for the assessment, so he curiously looked over to that corner. Indeed, he is about the same age as me and quite handsome too. In the corner, there was a particularly handsome young man with black hair. His features were delicate with fair skin and red lips. In school, he would definitely be the kind of guy who attracts many love letters. He sat upright like a clock, his sharp gaze always fixed ahead, showing no sign of distraction even when he knew people were talking about him. He wore a set of elegant, well-fitted white clothing, giving off a graceful demeanor. His entire presence radiated a noble aura, making one feel that such poise could only be cultivated in a prominent family. Mo Tianyun couldn't help but take another look. Perhaps because Mo Tianyun's gaze lingered too long, the young man noticed his attention and slightly turned his head. When he saw Mo Tianyun, the calm demeanor he had vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. Mo Tianyun, he couldn't help but call out his name. You know me? Mo Tianyun, hearing his name called, asked in confusion. The other party did not respond and turned his face aside, ignoring Mo Tianyun. Seeing this, Mo Tianyun didn't press further. In the corner, the young man was no longer calm. He was trembling slightly. Since he saw Mo Tianyun, the young man's previously placid heart was no longer able to remain calm, instantly turning turbulent like a raging sea. Ha ha ha, he still doesn't recognize me. As expected, Mo Tianyun has never regarded me as a threat. Yes, the first place is always the most dazzling. Who would remember the second place? After all, the second place is merely a failure, ha ha ha, just a failure, no one remembers it. I originally thought that your glorious life would end with your dropout. I never dreamed you would appear here. Since you dropped out, the first place fell to me, but every time I received an award, I never truly felt happy. Because I obtained the first place only because you dropped out, I couldn't get over this hurdle, so I have been working hard to improve myself in every aspect, always imagining that you were still ahead, and I was chasing after you. Unexpectedly, you came here this time. Let me show you the results of my years of effort. This time I will definitely defeat you. An hour later, an Imperial soldier entered. Please, those taking the assessment for ordinary battle mecha masters, enter the virtual combat room. Everyone lined up to go inside. There were many virtual chambers. The virtual chambers were arranged in a circle, and at the center of the circle was a massive sphere, which was the computing system of the virtual world. Now I will explain the content of the simulated assessment. The soldier began. All examinees will enter the virtual chambers. Place your space gems containing the mechas onto the mecha generation platform, and the system will randomly generate a virtual world where your mechas will appear beside you. You will be randomly placed in any part of this virtual world, and your goal is to find and kill ordinary insectoids. There will be no elite insectoids or higher-level insectoids in the virtual world. Killing an ordinary insectoid earns 1 point. Achieving 5 points is considered passing. You may encounter other examinees and can choose to issue a team request. If you team up and kill insectoids, the system will reward points based on contribution size. Alternatively, you can choose to kill the other party, and after killing them, you will gain half of their points. The top 3 examinees with points greater than or equal to 15 will be exempt from the practical assessment and will automatically become ordinary battle mecha masters. The time limit is 5 hours. After the time ends, you will automatically exit the virtual world. Now all examinees please enter and get ready to begin. Mo Tianyun selected virtual chamber number 68, placed his space gem into the mecha generation platform, and entered the virtual chamber. All examinees are ready. Prepare to enter the virtual world and start the assessment. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Mo Tianyun felt darkness engulf him and suddenly appeared in another place. This was the virtual world. Sure enough, the Tianyun mecha is right beside me. Mo Tianyun looked at his mecha from the outside, which looked no different from the real world. At this moment, an officer arrived at the virtual combat room. What is the level of the mechas being operated by these examinees? Report, sir, it just started, and I haven't had a chance to check yet. All right, then I'll take a look myself. Yes. The officer began to access the mecha data of the examinees. At the top of the data was unmistakably Mo Tianyun's mecha. Examinee, Mo Tianyun mecha analysis, information, perfect level, ordinary battle mecha. It's a perfect level, ordinary battle mecha. The officer's eyes widened immediately, unable to suppress his surprise. The soldier beside him hurried over to take a look. Indeed, it is a perfect level, ordinary battle mecha. It's the first time I've seen one in so many years. The officer eagerly clicked on Mo Tianyun's information. Mo Tianyun Jr. Mecha Maker killed 98 insectoids, including 1 elite insectoid in Geka City 2 days ago, saving the city and earning the title of Young Hero. That's him. He is the young hero who saved Geka City. The officer immediately stood in respect. Salute to the hero. In the virtual combat room, an officer and a soldier suddenly saluted towards Mo Tianyun's virtual chamber number 68. Imperial soldiers have always held deep respect for heroes who protect the people and greatly admire the strong. Let me take a look at these examinees' physical fitness. After the salute, the officer began to check the physical fitness data of the examinees. Physical strength reaches 50 tons. Who is it? The officer looked and found it was Mo Tianyun again. No wonder he is capable of killing elite insectoids. Besides the perfect level ordinary battle mecha, that strong physical strength is also necessary. What he didn't know was that Mo Tianyun wasn't even a gene evolution warrior at that time. The ability to severely injure the elite insectoid was due to the immense force and speed from a high-altitude drop executed in a surprise attack. Mo Tianyun had also fought against such elite insectoids multiple times in the simulation space, but he couldn't win, and he could only barely defend against their attacks. In the virtual world, Mo Tianyun piloted his mecha in search of insectoids. Mo Tianyun, there are 3 insectoids located 31 kilometers northwest. The melodious voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in Mo Tianyun's mind again. This startled Mo Tianyun as he was in the virtual world. Sister Spirit of Miracles, this is the virtual world. Want you be discovered? Mo Tianyun was afraid that the Spirit of Miracles would be found, as he currently had no ability to protect the core of miracles. I told you don't need to worry. With your civilization's technology, even the strongest person being beside you wouldn't be able to discover me or the core of miracles, let alone a backward technological product from a marginal planet. The Spirit of Miracles said confidently. All right, then I will rest easy. Mo Tianyun steadied his emotions and said, then piloted his mecha toward 31 kilometers northwest. When Mo Tianyun arrived, he discovered there were indeed 3 insectoids. Sure enough, there are 3 insectoids here. Mo Tianyun's mecha arm gripped a mecha battle sword and dove down. He swiftly eliminated the 3 ordinary insectoids with lightning speed. Haha, ever since my strength increased, I haven't killed insectoids in the simulation space. Now that I've experienced it, I can only say I am so much stronger than before. Dealing with these ordinary insectoids is as easy as cutting through melons and vegetables. No, it should be like slicing tofu, completely effortless. When dealing with elite insectoids, I used to have to ambush from the air. Now even elite insectoids will meet their end under my sword. Mo Tianyun looked at the sword in his hand and gently swung it, wanting to feel his current immense power. Mo Tianyun, there are 2 insectoids located 67 kilometers east. Killing these 2 will be enough. No need to tell me the direction anymore. I will go directly towards the insectoids. If I kill too many, it might raise suspicion. Mo Tianyun was still worried that if he killed too many, he would be found out. After all, others had to search for insectoids to kill them, while he seemed to know where they were in the virtual world without searching, which was rather suspicious. Understood. The Spirit of Miracles replied. Shortly after arrived, Mo Tianyun looked down from the sky at the 2 ordinary insectoids. To be honest, ordinary insectoids are too weak now. I don't even want to use my mecha battle sword to slice them. Mo Tianyun shook his head and said while thinking, if there were only 1 or 2 ordinary insectoids, it would be fine, but what if I encountered tens of thousands of ordinary insectoids? Wouldn't I be exhausted trying to kill that many insectoids? Then I need to think of a way. Next time I encounter a situation like this, at least I should have a countermeasure against my opponent. Mo Tianyun pondered carefully, ignoring the 2 insectoids crawling on the virtual ground. I've got it. I can equip some large-scale and powerful energy weapons. Things like spatial collapse bombs, super laser cannons, and heavy tracking nuclear bombs can all be mounted on the mecha. However, most of them are single-use. Once fired, they are gone. The super laser cannon is not single-use, but it consumes too much energy. After a few shots, the mecha will be out of power for combat. Mo Tianyun was deep in thought when the Spirit of Miracles suddenly appeared beside him in the mecha cockpit. The cockpit still had some space, so it was not too cramped. Sister Spirit of Miracles, what's wrong? Is there something you need? Mo Tianyun said, looking at the still flawless Spirit of Miracles. In his heart he mumbled, Sister Spirit of Miracles is so beautiful, simply perfect. No matter how many times I look, I can never get enough. What? Can't you come find me if there's nothing wrong? The Spirit of Miracles tilted her head slightly and said playfully, No, as long as Sister Spirit of Miracles is willing, you can come find me anytime. Mo Tianyun quickly raised his hands. I have never piloted a mecha in reality. I just wanted to try piloting a mecha. The Spirit of Miracles expressed her intention. This isn't reality. Mo Tianyun was a bit confused upon hearing the Spirit of Miracles' request. Less nonsense, are you going to let me or not? The Spirit of Miracles pretended to be angry. Yes, I will. Mo Tianyun hurriedly stood up. The Spirit of Miracles took the pilot seat and instantly took control of the mecha. The mecha's AI suddenly projected a holographic screen displaying the outside scene, where Mo Tianyun could see 2 ant-like insectoids slowly crawling below. Ordinary insectoids are at least 10 meters in size. They couldn't possibly be that small. It was because of the distance that they looked tiny. Mo Tianyun, just watch carefully from now on. The aura of the Spirit of Miracles changed immediately. At that moment, she resembled a goddess of war, radiating an invincible aura. It seemed that with her present, defeat was impossible. The Tianyun mecha moved, and the great sword on its right arm detached, starting to hover in front of the mecha. Go! The Spirit of Miracles commanded softly, and the mecha's battle sword instantly crossed over 1,000 meters, shooting directly at the 2 insectoids, the sword light flashing past before returning to the mecha's hand. The 2 insectoids had already been cleaved in half by the sword moving at the speed of light. Mo Tianyun, did you see it clearly? The Spirit of Miracles asked. This? I didn't see clearly at all. Mo Tianyun was so shocked to see the sword fly away, kill the insectoids, and then return that he couldn't speak. This is the application of spiritual power, as well as the power of a warrior's combat skill at the Starry Sky martial arts level. When spiritual power breaks through to the Spirit Sea level, one can control the movement of all things with spiritual power, allowing oneself to fly and even traverse the cosmos. Starry Sky martial arts greatly aids the application of spiritual power in combat. Now you understand why breaking through to the Spirit Sea level of spiritual power is so difficult, right? The Spirit of Miracles began to explain the reason. It is precisely because it is so difficult to elevate spiritual power to the Spirit Sea level that its effects at that level are so significant. First, to create an epic level battle mecha, your spiritual power must reach the Spirit Sea level. Then to fuse with the epic level battle mecha's battle imprint, your spiritual power also needs to reach the Spirit Sea level. Finally, to truly learn the Starry Sky martial arts level martial arts technique, the 10,000 stars sword, your spiritual power must reach the Spirit Sea level. The words of the Spirit of Miracles made Mo Tianyun realize the importance of the Spirit Sea level of spiritual power. Did you not just say that you wanted to install some large area high damage weapons on the mecha to deal with swarming weak insectoids? If you learn the 10,000 star sword, you can easily kill thousands of ordinary insectoids in one go. If you master the 10,000 star sword to perfection, you can unleash tens of thousands of sword lights with a mere gesture. No matter how many weak insectoids there are, you can annihilate them all. This move is far more effective than those weapons. The Spirit of Miracles' words left Mo Tianyun speechless. It turned out that her appearance was to help him solve this problem. Sister Spirit of Miracles, I understand now, thank you. Mo Tianyan said, gazing deeply at the stunning Spirit of Miracles. He realized that Sister Spirit of Miracles was piloting the mecha to teach him how to use spiritual power to solve the problem of dealing with numerous weak insectoids. She truly had good intentions. Alright, enough with the sentimentality. As long as you can kill more insectoids and collect more insectoid crystal cores for me, that's enough. The Spirit of Miracles smiled with narrowed eyes. Sister Spirit of Miracles. Mo Tianyan nodded. In a certain part of the virtual world, he said, finally found it. There are actually 2 insectoids here. A black mecha flew in the sky with a young man piloting it, looking down at the 2 insectoids below. Dealing with 2 insectoids at once isn't easy. It seems I can only use advanced pulse armor-piercing shells. The mecha can only carry a limited number of armor-piercing shells, just 10 in total, so I must conserve them and not waste them. The young man contemplated how to deal with the 2 insectoids. In the next moment, the right arm of the black mecha transformed into a massive gun barrel, while the left arm firmly gripped the right arm. The gun muzzle of the mecha's right arm aimed at the head of one of the insectoids below. The advanced pulse armor-piercing shell was ready. The enemy's fatal weakness was locked on. The young man observed the ammunition situation displayed within the mecha's AI. Fire. With a loud bang, the head of the insectoid below instantly exploded. The other insectoid, aware of the enemy's approach, bent its 6 powerful limbs into a bow shape. In the next second, those limbs propelled it skyward like a slingshot, and its wings spread wide as it flew towards the young man. This insectoid has a lightning-fast reaction. The young man had intended to fire 2 shots in quick succession to end the battle, but the second advanced pulse armor-piercing shell was still not ready, and the remaining insectoid had already come chasing after him. Long-range weapons are useless. It seems I need to switch to close combat mode. The young man quickly adapted, first expanding the mecha's energy shield to protect it, revealing 2 mecha arms. Then the gun barrel of the mecha's right arm retracted, and 2 mecha blades appeared out of thin air, each held tightly by the mecha's arms. At that moment, the remaining insectoid had already flown in front of the black mecha. Its 2 razor-sharp forelimbs fiercely reached out to grab the mecha, while the young man controlled the mecha's blades to defend. However, he couldn't completely block it, and was knocked back by the insectoid's immense strength, flying dozens of meters away in the air. What incredible power. But now it's my turn. The young man was slightly surprised, but that didn't hinder him from completing his layout. At this moment, the chest of the mecha was no longer sealed, but revealed a circular opening emanating a terrifying energy that distorted the surrounding air due to heat. Die insectoid. Blazing ray. The mecha emitted a thick red beam, shooting towards the insectoid. The insectoid reacted quickly, using its 2 hard forelimbs to block the ray. However, the power of that red ray was too great, instantly piercing through the insectoid's forelimbs and exploding violently on its massive body. This insectoid is incredible. Oh, just an ordinary insectoid forced me to use my strongest weapon. The mecha's remaining energy has dropped by 1/3 in an instant. Now it can fire at most 2 more blazing rays. The young man sighed. 2 hours had passed in reality. In the virtual combat chamber, people were gradually emerging from the virtual pods, all of whom had been eliminated in the virtual world. None of those people had achieved 5 points, meaning they had no chance to enter the practical assessment. Moreover, they would not be able to participate in the assessment for junior mecha pilots for at least another year. Damn it, I was ambushed by a few people. They actually teamed up to sneak attack. A person emerged from the virtual pod, cursing incessantly. Did they have a blue mecha among them, 2 black mechas, and 2 white ones? Someone suddenly asked. The person who was cursing continuously replied, yes. Were you eliminated in the same way? Yes, I was ambushed by them. Their mecha's energy shield was broken in an instant, and I realized I couldn't defeat all 5 of them, so I tried to join them, but they rejected me in the end. Sigh, although I wasn't ambushed by them, I had bad luck and ran into them, and I couldn't escape, said a man in white, gritting his teeth in frustration. I can't take it anymore. Oh, once they come out, I'm going to settle the score with them. Count me in. Me too. Several people joined the revenge team, one after another. Hey, look, those 2 young men are still inside, someone suddenly said while looking around. Yes, they haven't come out yet. Have they never fought against the insectoids? Another person also looked around and found no sign of the 2 young men. They must be hiding in there, too scared to engage with the insectoids. At this moment, a robustly built man said self-importantly, don't speak too soon. Perhaps those young people can already slay insectoids at a young age. Another person retorted dismissively. Huh, how is that possible? I encountered 2 insectoids. I severely injured one with a long-range sneak attack, but the other one immediately rushed beside me and shattered my mecha with a single claw. Do you think those 2 young men can withstand that? The robust man laughed heartily and disdainfully. He wanted to say something more, but thinking of the power of the insectoids, couldn't come up with any strong arguments. How many people are still in the virtual world? A military officer suddenly asked. Reporting, sir, there are currently 58. No, now there are 57 people left. Suddenly, a participant emerged from virtual pod number 89, evidently just eliminated. The Imperial soldier who had been monitoring the virtual world reported, but while he was reporting, another person was eliminated with a score of only 2, still not reaching 5 points. The officer nodded upon hearing this, then shook his head and said, of the 93 junior mecha pilot candidates who entered, 36 have been eliminated in just 2 hours. I wonder how many will be left after 5 hours. Then he turned to the virtual world inspector, the soldier tracking the situation in the virtual world, and asked, who currently has the highest score? If I'm not mistaken, it must be that young hero Emotianyun. What's his score? The officer paused briefly before continuing. Reporting, sir. Haha, who else could it be? He can even slay elite insectoids. In this low-level virtual world filled with ordinary insectoids, he can practically walk all over them. The virtual world inspector chuckled and said currently that young hero Emotianyun has 24 points, breaking the record for junior mecha pilot assessments on this planet. By the end of these 5 hours, he is likely to have over 50 points. After all, Emotianyun still needs to find the insectoids to slay. If there were insectoids everywhere for him to kill, the points he would gain would likely be hundreds of times more than what he has now. With his perfect ordinary mecha and a physical strength of 50 tons, he can slay ordinary insectoids with just one strike. Emotianyun should test for extraordinary mecha pilots. Alas, it's a pity that this planet lacks a mid-level virtual world for him to assess. The officer sighed lightly. Besides Emotianyun, how are the scores of the other participants? Reporting, sir. Here is the real-time score leaderboard. You can see the score changes at any time. Upon hearing this, the inspector immediately transmitted the information from the virtual world's back-end system score leaderboard to the officer's dedicated brain. Let me see. The officer began to check the score leaderboard. 1. Emotianyun current score, 27-2. Rod Hubbard current score, 7-3. Peiji Loasi current score, 6. 7-4. Cheong Matthew current score, 6. 5. Ninear Rossetti current score, 6. 3-6. Willie Peaksing's current score, 6. 2-7. Ellen Adelaide current score, 6-8. Chester Yecky's current score, 5. 8-9. Kelly Ricardo current score, 5. 4-10. Austin Foote current score, 5. 4-11. Jesse Atley current score, 5. 3-12. Astor Legis current score, 5. There are only 12 qualified participants so far. I fear that in about 3 more hours it will be uncertain if there will be 30 participants. The officer focused on the current number of qualified participants. However, it is surprising that the second-place scorer, Rod Hubbard, is only 16 years old and participating in the assessment for the first time. The officer clicked on the information of the second-place scorer, surprised to find that the second-place participant was only 16 years old. So he is the young master of the Rod family from Hansan City. No wonder the name sounds familiar. I've heard that this young master of the Rod family has exceptional talent and works exceptionally hard, standing out among the heirs of various families on Uru Star. Indeed, just as the rumors say, he already possesses such strength at 16. There's a good chance he will become a standard mecha combat master. At this age, among the heirs of the 8 great families, he is not lacking at all. The officer kept praising him. Just then, inside the virtual world, Emotianyun was leisurely piloting his mecha, flying around and killing any insectoids he encountered. After all, his points were already sufficient. He didn't care whether there were insectoids or not. Guys, another mecha is coming. A blue mecha sent a message to the other 4 mechas. This blue mecha was equipped with planet-level advanced reconnaissance components capable of detecting enemies from a great distance, thus becoming the scout among the 5. Haha, Nazir reconnaissance function is really too useful. Another point is in the bag. Let's go, replied a black mecha. All right. Okay. Let's go. The other 3 mechas replied. Emotianyun, there are 5 mechas ahead, and it seems they are in a team. The spirit of miracles appeared beside Emotianyun and said, "Oh, could they be trying to steal my points?" Emotianyun suddenly became alert, his eyes wide open as he reacted. Although the 5 of them are in a team, to me, they are no different from 5 isolated individuals. As long as I kill fast enough, they are just 5 isolated ones. Since they are here, I will meet them. Emotianyun piloted his mecha straight towards them without any intention of evasion. That mecha is flying over, let's surround it. Since it has flown over, we don't need to chase. This saves us a lot of trouble. Yes, but we still need to be careful. Get your weapons ready. If that mecha is too fast, we won't be able to catch up. Right just now, that mecha escaped because its power system was too strong and it was too fast for us to catch up. Seeing Emotianyun pilot his mecha towards them, the 5 individuals were somewhat delighted and flew towards Emotianyun in their mechas. They were preparing to attack Emotianyun directly without any hesitation. Here they come. Activate the energy shield. Full power mode activated. Emotianyun saw 5 dark shadows appearing in the distance and immediately activated the shield, then accelerated the mecha to its maximum speed. Activating the energy shield was to protect his beloved mecha from damage, and to prepare in advance against any surprise attacks with laser or energy weapons. These weapons fired projectiles at high speed, making it very difficult for Tianyun to dodge. Such speed the opponent has accelerated that mecha is really too fast. We can't let it escape, let's act quickly. Yes, the fastest mecha on our side is NAS mecha, which can reach a maximum speed of 400 meters per second, but my mecha's AI calculates that the opponent's current speed is 500 meters per second. I wonder if this is the maximum speed of that mecha. That mecha is preparing to enter our firing range. Everyone get ready to attack. Just as Tianyun was 3 kilometers away from the 5 mechas, all 5 of the opponent's mechas attacked simultaneously. The sky in the virtual world was devoid of clouds, resembling a vast blue sapphire where a blue mecha seemed to blend perfectly with the sky. This blue mecha carried 2 massive laser cannons on its shoulders with energy continuously accumulating within the cannons. In the next moment, the energy accumulation in the laser cannons suddenly ceased, and the cannons were fully formed with 2 flickering lights ready to fire. Pew! Pew! After locking onto Tianyun, the 2 laser cannons on the blue mecha fired simultaneously, creating a white streak across the sky. Next to the blue mecha were 2 black mechas, both of the same model. They were constructed using the publicly available design of the Empire's Black Edge mecha. The design of the Black Edge mecha has undergone optimization over thousands of years, refined by true masters and exceptionally talented mecha builders, now optimized to its limits. With around 1 million star coins, one can create one of the most cost-effective mechas in the Empire. The Black Edge mecha is also the most numerous model among the Empire's standard combat mechas. Due to its low manufacturing cost, the Black Edge mecha is not weak in power, achieving a maximum combat enhancement factor of 5 times. Although its energy intensity is of low planetary grade, its speed is respectable, reaching 400 meters per second, which is quite fast among standard mechas. It's worth noting that Tianyun's Tianyun mecha can only reach 500 meters per second in full power mode. However, without reaching perfection, it's difficult to develop an overcharge mode, as it would cause too much damage to the mecha. Only Tianyun, who builds and uses his own mechas and has achieved a perfect standard, can develop an overcharge mode. At this moment, each of the 2 Black Edge mechas combined their mechanical arms, and their hands retracted into 2 massive cannon mouths. Black Edge Energy Cannon. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, 2 massive black energy cannons roared out, simultaneously blasting towards Tianyun. At that moment, in the high sky, there were 2 white mechas, which were also constructed using the publicly available design of the Empire's White Feather mecha. Like the Black Edge mecha, they had also been modified and optimized by many mecha masters, making them one of the most cost-effective mechas in the Empire. The maximum speed of the White Feather mecha can reach 450 meters per second. Its greatest advantage over the Black Edge mecha is its lightness and agility, although its body's defense is relatively lower and its total energy is less. However, precisely because of its high agility, those skilled mecha pilots often choose the White Feather mecha when given the option. The Black Edge mecha appears heavy and sharp, while the White Feather mecha is elegant and beautiful, extremely agile, capable of performing more complex mecha combat techniques, and often more favored than the Black Edge mecha due to its high manipulation ceiling. Silver White Star Light Cannon. White Feather Impact Cannon. As the 2 White Feather mechas flew at high speed, they fired projectiles towards Tianyun's mecha. Goodness! Tianyun couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the series of attacks from the opponents. But he felt no worry. My mecha's energy shield is still of medium strength at the planetary level. Even extraordinary mechas are no better than this. No matter how many attacks these 5 ordinary mechas launch, they won't break my mecha unless my energy runs out. However, to exhaust my mecha's energy, even 100 such attacks from the opponents may not succeed. After 100 attacks, the energy of the opponent's mechas would have long been depleted. Tianyun was fully aware of the total energy capacity of his Tianyun mecha compared to ordinary combat mechas. Typically, ordinary combat mechas are about 15 meters tall, but his mecha stands at 18 meters. When designing it, Tianyun prioritized the energy conversion reactor to achieve a total energy capacity and intensity comparable to that of ordinary extraordinary mechas. In the next second, the attacks from the 5 opponent mechas almost simultaneously struck the energy shield of the Tianyun mecha. Energy shells and lasers collided against the shield, creating intense explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions shook the entire virtual world, with the sounds echoing for dozens of kilometers around. Inside the mecha, Tianyun felt not the slightest tremor. Simultaneously, the massive flash generated at the center of the explosion enveloped the entire sky, momentarily obscuring the view. Haha, look at this dazzling fireworks display, how beautiful it is. However, the opponent's mecha couldn't appreciate it. Although this is a virtual world, being struck by so many attacks simultaneously must be unbearable. I hope it doesn't get scared. Seeing that all of their attacks hit the target mecha, one of the Black Edge mecha pilots began to laugh triumphantly. Yes, if we frighten it, it might not dare to participate in assessments anymore. The Empire might lose another ordinary combat mecha pilot, haha. A pilot of a white feather mecha responded with a hearty laugh. Hey, don't just celebrate. Check if your points have increased. My points haven't gone up at all. Could it be that the mecha on the opposite side stayed here for 2 hours without gaining a single point? Another pilot of a white feather mecha furrowed his brow in confusion upon seeing his points unchanged and began to inquire among his teammates. Additionally, a sudden bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that the opponent was not eliminated by their 5? As soon as this thought emerged, it was immediately dismissed. He couldn't believe that an ordinary combat mecha could withstand the simultaneous attacks of 5 of them. In fact, he couldn't even believe that the opponent had truly withstood their simultaneous attacks. It was unimaginable. If they really could withstand such intense assaults, just how powerful would the opponent's mecha be? It was likely that a fierce battle awaited them. In fact, this person was mostly right in his thoughts, but he was wrong about the last point. What awaited their 5 was not a fierce battle, but a one-sided massacre. Seeing this message, the other 4 quickly checked their own points. Sigh. Truly no points have increased, still 0. Not a single point. Did you guys gain any points over there? No, none at all. Neither did I. What a waste of effort. I don't know where such useless people came from staying here for 2 hours without gaining a single point. It's truly a waste of our energy. The last person began to complain. Could it be? Could it be that the mecha we were supposed to eliminate hasn't been eliminated? The person piloting the Bayou mecha who had just sent a message sent another one which appeared on the team shared information screen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If you don't believe it, look. Look. The pilot of a Haifeng mecha transmitted information with their mental power while staring at the center of the explosion, but the message suddenly became intermittent. The pilot of the Haifeng mecha suddenly widened their eyes, leaning closer to the viewfinder desperately, trying to see the shadow in the center of the explosion, their mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. You guys, quick look, what is that? The center of the explosion had become calm, and all the blurry shockwaves generated by the explosions had disappeared. A black mecha silhouette suddenly appeared at the center of the explosion. No, it shouldn't be described as appearing, but rather manifesting, because Mo Tianyun's Tianyun mecha had never left the center of the explosion. Mo Tianyun's mecha was now firmly stationed there, leaving the pilots of the 5 opposing mechas utterly speechless. You all had such a good time attacking just now it's my turn to perform. Mo Tianyun grinned. Superpower mode activated. The 2 detectors at the front of the Tianyun mechas had instantly lit up. These 2 detectors were the eyes of the Tianyun mecha. Because the speed in superpower mode was too fast, Mo Tianyun had to maximize the function of the detectors to lock onto the enemy during high-speed movement. To push the detection function of the 2 detectors to the limit, they had to absorb more energy. When a large amount of energy was injected, the 2 detectors would glow, making them look like the mecha's eyes shining. The right arm of the Tianyun mecha clenched, and a mecha sword radiating a chilling light appeared in the mecha's hand, which was then firmly gripped. 1,000 meters per second. What speed is this? Everyone be careful, the enemy's mecha is charging over. By the time the opponents reacted, Mo Tianyun had already arrived in front of the 2 Bayou mechas. Star Moon Convergence. Mo Tianyun unleashed his ultimate sword technique, striking with the force of thunder and the speed of light towards the right Bayou mecha. Swish. The mecha sword directly shattered the energy shield of that Bayou mecha, and without losing speed it struck fiercely at the mecha's core. With a swift motion, the mecha sword pierced through the mecha's core and energy reaction center. Mo Tianyun then turned the mecha and continued to attack the adjacent Bayou mecha with the sword. The scene from before repeated itself. The cores of the 2 Bayou mechas were destroyed by a single strike from Mo Tianyun, and the energy reaction centers lost control of the cores and were partially destroyed, causing an immediate energy reaction failure. Boom. Boom. The 2 Bayou mechas exploded instantly. From the moment Mo Tianyun struck until the explosions, it was not even a second. With a whoosh, the Tianyun mecha instantly vanished from the spot, leaving behind only an afterimage and a wave of air. How can this be so strong? Even an extraordinary mecha is nothing like this. Run. The person inside the mecha felt a surge of anxiety and quickly turned the blue mecha around to flee. He'll deal with you soon. Mo Tianyun saw that one of the blue mechas had begun to flee. Boom. Mo Tianyun's mecha was hit again, but it had no effect at all. Another strike and a Haifeng mecha exploded instantly. Is this the intermediate virtual world for the extraordinary mecha master assessment? How can there be such a strong mecha that can destroy one with a single sword strike? To send someone so strong to assess ordinary mecha masters, is there some sickness here, or do they just enjoy bullying the weak? The person inside the mecha angrily cursed. Let's go. The pilot of the Haifeng mecha, seeing the situation, had given up and began to flee. However, their mecha only had a speed of 400 meters per second. How could they escape from Mo Tianyun's pursuit? Swish. Mo Tianyun caught up and struck with a sword. Boom. The fleeing Haifeng mecha exploded in midair. That one runs pretty fast. Mo Tianyan looked into the distance where the blue mecha had actually darted several kilometers away. With a whoosh, the Tianyun mecha vanished from its spot and chased after the blue mecha. The blue mecha moved at a speed of 500 meters per second, while Mo Tianyan's mecha reached a speed of 1,000 meters per second in superpower mode. In less than a few seconds, he caught up to the blue mecha. I thought it was easy points, but unexpectedly I hit a wall. I'll risk it. He was unwilling, after working hard for so many years to pass the assessment and finding a few people to snatch other people's points just when he was about to succeed. He was truly unwilling to be eliminated here. Storm Rain Ray. The blue mecha, seeing no way to escape, turned and fired a beam at Mo Tianyan. The Tianyan mecha dodged this beam in high-speed flight. Star Moon Convergence. Swish. A long beam of sword light streaked through the air, striking the blue mecha along with it. The Tianyan mecha stopped behind the blue mecha, retracting the mecha sword into the weapon storage space of its right arm. Bang! The blue mecha exploded and parts scattered into nothingness. I've heard that defeating other candidates will grant half of their points. Mo Tianyan opened the points record to check. Kill Zerg points 1. Kill Zerg points 1. Kill Chester Yekis points 2. Kill Kelly Regato points 2. 7. Kill Lewin Adelaide points 3. Kill Austin Furt points 2. Kill Willie Petchins points 3. 1. Current points 41. For past. In reality, inside the virtual combat room. The officer looked at the dramatically changed points leaderboard in his hands. 1. Mo Tianyun current points 41. 4. 2. Rod Hubbard current points 7. 3. Paige Ross current points 6. 7. 4. Cheong Matthew current points 6. 5. Ninear Rossetti current points 6. 3. 6. Jesse Atlee current points 5. 3. 7. Aster Legis current points 5. 8. Oma Harper current points 4. 5. 9. Funer Harrison current points 4. 5. 10. Alan Hobbs current points 4. 11. Hamilton Beecher current points 4. 12. Gordon Rahman current points 4. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were eliminated while Mo Tianyan's points increased so much. These 5 unfortunate souls must have encountered Mo Tianyan. The officer muttered to himself. With a beep, an examiner stepped out of virtual pod number 85. His face bore a hint of despair, shock, a touch of unwillingness, but most prominently anger. How is this possible? With just one sword, he cleaved through both the shield and the mech. Is this really an ordinary mech? Could it be that the virtual world system has given him an advantage? The moment he emerged, he was furious, disregarding his personal image as he shouted inside the virtual combat chamber. Then he saw an officer standing by the control panel and rushed over without hesitation. Stop. Ahead is the control panel. Unauthorized personnel cannot enter. 2 guard soldiers immediately raised their laser guns to block him. I want to file a complaint. I suspect someone is cheating. His mech's data is completely abnormal. How can an ordinary combat mech reach a speed of 1,000 meters per second? Moreover, he was able to split my mech along with its energy shield with just one sword strike. Is that normal? He shouted loudly, demanding to file a complaint. There is an officer overseeing the examination here. If there were any issues, they would have been resolved long ago. Furthermore, in the virtual world, all data is absolutely real. Cheating is impossible, said a soldier from the Empire coldly. Beep. Virtual pod number 5 opened. Beep. Virtual pod number 12 opened. Beep. Virtual pod number 42 opened. Beep. Virtual pod number 60 opened. The virtual combat chamber simultaneously opened 4 virtual pod doors, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Next, 4 examiners walked out from the virtual pod doors. Their expressions were similar to that of the previous examiner. Despair, shock, unwillingness, confusion, astonishment, and anger filled their faces. The examiner who had initially wanted to complain about Mo Tianyan's cheating finally found his peers. He approached with a stunned expression, saying, "Did you all get eliminated so quickly by that blue and white mech which moves at incredible speed and wields a mech sword?" Indeed, Mo Tianyan's mech is blue and white. I still don't understand what happened. He suddenly appeared beside me, and my mech was destroyed with a single sword strike. A person with a face like ash spoke weakly. This was the pilot of the Bayou mech that had been destroyed by Mo Tianyan's sword. Yeah, I couldn't even block one sword strike. How could an ordinary combat mech be so powerful? I refused to believe it. One of the pilots of the Hafeng mech said through gritted teeth. Such a powerful ordinary combat mech must have an equally formidable pilot. Only someone of great strength could destroy our mechs with a single sword strike. Another pilot of a Hafeng mech rationally analyzed. Yes, his mech's maximum combat enhancement multiplier must be at least 8 times or more, and the pilot's strength has at least reached the early stages of advanced genetic evolution. However, there are very few renowned individuals at the early stages of advanced genetic evolution on the entire Uluru star. Yet how come I have never heard of him? Judging by the appearance of the mech, no one on Uluru star at the early stages of advanced genetic evolution pilots such a mech. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the mech seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. This thought flashed through his mind in an instant, but he did not pay it any mind. The pilot of the blue mech clearly knew more than the previous individuals, yet even so he could not guess who had eliminated them with a single sword strike. You all shouldn't be making such a racket here, or what will this virtual combat chamber come to? A commanding voice echoed throughout the area, causing everyone to turn and look in the direction of the sound. The owner of the voice was the officer overseeing the examination. General Hutt, hello. The pilot of the blue mech immediately reacted and greeted the officer hastily. Oh, you know me. The officer, seeing someone call out his name, asked curiously. Of course I know of General Hutt's reputation. 3 months ago you returned from the front lines after achieving merit and hosted that evening gala. I had the fortune of being brought along by a friend with an invitation to attend that event. The officer responded with an acknowledgement and did not engage in further conversation. He had encountered an elite insectoid while on the front lines of the Zerg invasion. All of his companions had heroically sacrificed themselves while resisting the elite insectoid. Only he had fought desperately and managed to kill the elite insectoid that had been heavily injured by his comrades. His mech had been completely destroyed, which was why he came to this planet to perform logistical work. Though it was referred to as logistical work, it was essentially a means of survival. To this day, he is haunted by the memories of his companions dying before his eyes, feeling as if his heart were being torn apart, unable to sleep at night. He despises his lack of strength, and he loathes the Zerg for invading his homeland. Upon learning that Mo Tianyun, who was not even 16, had killed an elite insectoid and over 100 ordinary insectoids, successfully defending Geka City, he genuinely admired Mo Tianyun from the bottom of his heart. What he truly admired about Mo Tianyun was his strength. The ability to kill an elite insectoid is not merely talent, for in the Empire talent is not the most important thing. Strength is the key. The officer glanced around and said, the one who killed all 5 of you is a young hero named Mo Tianyun. He killed an elite insectoid and over 100 ordinary insectoids in just 2 days, successfully saving Geka City. With his strength, killing you is as easy as slaughtering chickens. You have no complaints left, do you? As these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Slap. Oh, I remember now, this mech belongs to that young hero. No wonder it felt so familiar. I've browsed this mech on my smart brain before. The pilot of the blue mech suddenly slapped his thigh, excitedly exclaiming, so it's that young hero. I can't believe I stumbled into such a big obstacle. If I had known he was that young hero, I would have kept my distance. Alas, it's a pity. I only have myself to blame for not paying attention to the usual news. I couldn't even recognize his mech when it appeared before me. What bad luck, what bad luck. If he can kill elite insectoids, how could we be any match for him? But I actually thought of filing a complaint. Who would have thought the fool was me? The examiners who had been eliminated by Mo Tianyun now all wore the same expression of regret. They had long forgotten their previous doubts, shock, and anger, leaving only remorse. 2 hours later, there is still half an hour left until the simulated assessment ends. The officer is constantly monitoring the points leaderboard of the simulation. 1. Mo Tianyun, current points 111. 6. 2. Pei Jiluasi, current points 15. 7. 3. Luo Dahabode, current points 14. 4. Hanti Lori, current points 13. 5. 5. 9 Yerlucidi, current points 13. 3. 6. Jesse Atlee, current points 13. 3. 7. Aster Legis, current points 12. 6. 8. Bader Mal's, current points 12. 5. 9. Funnel Harrison, current points 11. 5. 10. Alan Hobbs, current points 10. 11. Hemden Bitch, current points 9. 5. 12. Winston Baker, current points 9. 3. 13. Basil Walter, current points 9. 14. Stanford Keynes, current points 8. 8. It can be seen that on the points leaderboard, Mo Tianyun's score is far ahead of the other candidates. With half an hour left in the simulated assessment, the points leaderboard shouldn't change much now. Except for Mo Tianyun, no one else has broken the previous highest score of 23 points. I wonder how many points the others have, but over 100 points should be enough to secure a place in the top 3. Mo Tianyun casually wandered in the virtual world while looking around for Zerg to slay. Mo Tianyun, you already have more than enough points. Even if you are eliminated by others now, the remaining points will still qualify you as a regular level combat mech pilot. You should know that your score is nearly 100 points more than the second place. Of course, no one here can eliminate you unless you wish to be eliminated. The spirit of miracles appeared before Mo Tianyun and spoke. That's good. Now I just wait for the professional identity of a regular level combat mech pilot. With this identity, I can join the Empire's Combat Mech Pilot Legion to fight Zerg on the front lines. Mo Tianyun smiled happily as if he could already see himself joining the Empire's Mech Legion and fighting the Zerg. Another mech ahead. Mo Tianyun saw a black mech appear ahead, so he stopped his mech and began to examine it closely. This mech is entirely black, with its right arm gripping a black mech blade, and two massive cannon barrels on its shoulders aimed directly at Tianyun. So it's a Darkstar mech. I wonder what it intends to do, Tianyun said with great interest. The Darkstar mech is considered an enhanced version of the Black Edge mech and is among the most powerful mechs in the category of regular combat mechs. The Darkstar mech has a maximum weapon enhancement multiplier of 8 times, reaching speeds of up to 500 meters per second. It is especially equipped with many powerful energy weapons, making it highly formidable, and overall the Darkstar mech excels in all aspects as a powerful mech among regular combat mechs. However, despite the power of the Darkstar mech, it is rarely seen on Olulustar due to its extremely high production costs, with the manufacturing cost of the mech reaching several million star coins, and the finished mech often costing over 10 million star coins. Moreover, even if one has the money, it is still not guaranteed to be available. Inside the cockpit of the Darkstar mech, I now have 14 points. With about half an hour left, I wonder what rank I am now. But if I can take down that mech ahead, my points should increase significantly, and then I will smoothly pass the simulated assessment to obtain the certification for a regular level combat mech pilot, avoiding the need to participate in real combat assessments. A handsome young man about the same age as Tianyun muttered as he gazed at Tianyun's mech in the distance. This young man is the one who called out Tianyun's name in the waiting area. The young man's name is Luo Dahabod, known as the top martial arts genius of Han City. Of course, by that time, Tianyun had already dropped out. I'm getting closer to the opponent. I wonder why they have stopped and are not moving at all. Luo Dahabod felt a bit wary as he saw Tianyun's mech remain still. The opponent's mech is actually taller than my Darkstar mech. My Darkstar mech is already considered very tall among regular combat mechs at 15 meters, but the opponent's mech has actually reached 18 meters. Should I test it first? Thought Luo Dahabod, immediately aiming the 2 energy cannons on his mech's shoulders at Tianyun's mech and firing a shot each. Shield activated. Tianyun quickly activated his energy shield upon seeing the opponent aiming 2 energy cannons. Pew, pew. The 2 energy cannon shots hit Tianyun's mech's energy shield, but were easily blocked with no signs of damage to the shield. These 2 energy cannon shots are actually quite powerful, each equivalent to the strongest firepower of one of the mechs that previously besieged Tianyun. How could this be? How is it possible that my shield can't be broken? Luo Dahabod's face lost its composure upon seeing this, becoming a picture of confusion. I still have 1 armor-piercing round left. I don't believe I can't break your shield. The right arm of the black mech transformed into a massive barrel, while the left arm tightly gripped the right arm. A massive gun barrel aimed at Tianyun, and then the armor-piercing round shot out at high speed towards Tianyun. Wow, it's an armor-piercing round, but fortunately a medium-strength energy shield should be able to block it. Tianyun couldn't help but exclaim as the intelligence system analyzed that the opponent was using an armor-piercing round. An armor-piercing round is a weapon with extremely high penetration power, capable of easily breaking through the shells of ordinary Zerg and causing slight damage to elite Zerg. Boom. The armor-piercing round instantly struck the shield of Tianyun's mech. Ding. A crack appeared on the shield, which was then instantly repaired by energy. Could it be that the opponent's mech is an extraordinary level combat mech? Luo Dahabod began to suspect that the opponent's mech was not a regular combat mech. Then let's go for close combat. I refuse to believe that my sharp golden battle blade won't break your energy shield. Swish. 2 golden mech blades appeared in the hands of the Darkstar mech, shining with dazzling golden light under the sunlight of the virtual world. These 2 mech blades are made of radiant gold, a high-strength alloy that the Empire applies in various aspects of war weaponry. Are you ready for close combat? Then let's play. My points are already enough, and I'm no longer interested in the Zerg, Tianyun said as he saw the opponent's mech's arms equipped with alloy weapons. The Darkstar mecha locked onto Tianyun, suddenly accelerating forward like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at him. Seeing the opponent's Darkstar mecha wielding dual blades sweeping towards him like a tempest, Tianyun took it seriously. The mecha gripped a long alloy sword radiating sharp light, gathering power as a whirlwind surged around it. Rod Hubbard, noticing the mecha's sword appearing in Tianyun's right arm, sneered, "I thought you wouldn't move." In the next moment, here it comes. Tianyun unleashed his spiritual power to the fullest. The Darkstar mecha appeared within his spiritual perception and was immediately captured by his mental force. Swish, swish. 2 golden mecha blades slashed beside Tianyun. Star Moon Sword Art. Tianyun swept his sword, easily blocking both blades. Rod Hubbard saw his dual blades being effortlessly deflected and suddenly felt that the opponent's swordsmanship was somewhat familiar. The swordsmanship is quite good, but I feel a sense of familiarity, as if I've fought this person before. This thought flashed by, and seeing Tianyun's sharp and fast sword thrusting towards him, Rod Hubbard dared not be careless anymore. The opponent blocked his dual blades and could retaliate so quickly, surely their martial skills were not inferior to his. Rod's third sword technique. Rod Hubbard executed the martial skill passed down through his family, Rod's sword technique. Rod's sword technique is a martial skill that has been inherited by the Rod family for 1,000 years, practiced by Rod Hubbard since childhood. The opponent's strength is immense. Rod Hubbard held his dual blades to parry Mo Tianyan's mecha sword, then drew one of the mecha blades to slash towards Mo Tianyan. Oh, this martial skill is quite strong. It actually neutralized my casually displayed Star Moon sword art. It seems the opponent has already mastered their martial skills almost to the minor completion stage. Mo Tianyan's Star Moon sword art had already surpassed the image realm. Recently, the gene evolution potion not only strengthened his physical power, but also enhanced his brain, significantly increasing his mental power and deepening his understanding of the Star Moon sword art. If his mental power could break through the Spirit Sea level, the Star Moon sword art would likely soon reach perfection. Although the Star Moon sword art is a martial skill of the mundane level, achieving perfection is not an easy task. To practice a set of martial skills to perfection means to completely transform that set of martial skills into something uniquely one's own, turning every move into something immortal, and the power of that is beyond words. It is certainly not something that those still learning the fixed moves of the martial skill creator's image realm can compare with. Countless people spend their entire lives unable to bring a mundane level martial skill to the image realm. And Mo Tianyan's Star Moon sword art is on the verge of reaching perfection. However, it seems ridiculous. Mo Tianyan had practiced for several years to reach the image realm with the Star Moon sword art. Now, as a gene evolution warrior with enhanced mental power, he is about to achieve perfection quickly. The rapid improvement of the Star Moon sword art is due to two reasons: the significant enhancement of mental power and the repeated practice of the Star Moon sword art in the simulation space, allowing him to refine it during battles to suit his fighting style. Mo Tianyan lightly flicked his sword and blocked again. Rod Hubbard's attack was thwarted once more. The two exchanged blows, with Rod Hubbard gradually unfolding his Rod sword technique. So familiar, this sword technique feels increasingly recognizable. Mo Tianyan slowly realized that he seemed to have seen the opponent's martial skills before. Mo Tianyan. Mo Tianyan recalled a voice calling his name. Suddenly, Mo Tianyan remembered a boy of similar age in the waiting area who had called out his name. He had felt puzzled at the time and thought the person looked familiar, but could not remember. Oh, so it was Rod's sword technique. Mo Tianyan finally remembered this martial skill. When he was young, Mo Tianyan encountered a formidable opponent during his martial skill assessments at school, whom he eventually defeated. That opponent had used the Rod's sword technique. Later, Mo Tianyan recalled the Rod's sword technique in his mind, spending several days to finally find a countermeasure, after which that opponent could no longer threaten him. Now, the opponent's martial skill is still the Rod's sword technique, but it has become much more refined with a faster execution speed and greater skill, though fundamentally, it hasn't changed much. The opponent did not recognize that Mo Tianyan's sword technique had transformed, because Mo Tianyan's swordsmanship is no longer rigid, but rather free and unrestrained. He must be that opponent from my childhood. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I never expected to meet him again. It seems he hasn't fallen behind much. However, he was indeed very serious when he challenged me repeatedly. Because of his constant challenges, I never slacked off, fearing that if I relaxed, he would defeat me. Back then, I was called a versatile genius, while he was relentless in his pursuit. Whenever I thought of relaxing, I would imagine him striving to catch up to me, so I dared not let my guard down even for a moment. I guess he was thinking the same way. This mutual encouragement and competitive spirit has deeply inspired me, and I still remember it vividly. Mo Tianyan recalled those school days, a naive, radiant smile appearing on his lips. Alas, if I hadn't found the Divine Core and met Sister Divine, I probably wouldn't be able to measure up to him now. You've truly worked hard over the years. I really admire you, my old rival. Mo Tianyan shook his head, giving a bitter smile. Now you know. Meeting me is the greatest fortune of your life. The Spirit of Miracles crossed her arms, showing a proud smile. Yes, thank you, Sister Divine. Mo Tianyan smiled slightly. He is fortunate to have met the Spirit of Miracles, otherwise he might not even have a mecha created yet. Moreover, the items from the Divine Core have greatly aided his growth, especially the simulation space. Now, what he obtained from the Divine Core space includes the blueprint for the 1,000-sword mecha, the Myriad Star Sword, and a basic gene evolution potion. The 1,000-sword mecha has yet to be manufactured, but how could an epic mecha with a maximum combat enhancement of 960 be lacking? The Myriad Star Sword is a martial skill of the Starry Sky level, a tier higher than mundane martial skills, and its power is undoubtedly far greater than the Star Moon sword art. As for that basic gene evolution potion, it has been rated as a perfect level basic gene evolution potion by the Empire. With over 200 bottles used, he has almost gathered all the materials for the 1,000-sword mecha, and the value of this potion is immense. Those basic gene evolution potions that increase strength by dozens of tons are something Mo Tianyin cannot dare to reveal, as they are items the Empire does not possess. Revealing them would be tantamount to seeking death. Anything casually brought out from the divine core space could stir up a huge uproar. Mo Tianyin's encounter with the Spirit of Miracles is undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Since I have encountered an old rival, it's time to prepare a greeting for him, Mo Tianyin thought to himself. The two had already exchanged dozens of moves, and due to Mo Tianyin not going all out until now, it appeared that the outcome was still uncertain. I am now executing the Star Moon Sword technique before breaking through to the imagery realm. He should recognize it. Suddenly, Mo Tianyin's swordsmanship changed. He began to display the most fundamental moves of the Star Moon Sword technique, which became less flexible, gradually turning somewhat stiff and rigid. Each move was fixed, reminiscent of when he first learned swordsmanship from Grandpa Zika as a child, though the speed at which he executed the technique was much faster. The opponent's swordsmanship has changed. Rod Hubbard, who had been struggling to defend against Mo Tianyin's sword techniques, was now able to counterattack occasionally. Now he was completely in control of the fight, while the opponent merely executed some relatively fixed sword techniques to defend. I wonder why this suddenly changed swordsmanship seems familiar. Rod Hubbard slowly recalled all the sword techniques he had encountered during battles with others over the years. Mo Tianyin. It's Mo Tianyin. After entering the virtual world, Rod Hubbard had been busy with assessments and finally remembered that Mo Tianyin had come in with him. No wonder your swordsmanship suddenly transformed into the Star Moon Sword technique we used to perform during our martial arts competitions as children. You must have recognized me. Many people still learn the Star Moon Sword technique at school, but your version is so unique and powerful. The Star Moon Sword technique is a martial arts skill provided free of charge by the Empire for everyone to cultivate, so many can learn it. Grandpa Zika primarily practiced this martial arts skill, which is why Mo Tianyin chose the Star Moon Sword technique. Since it is a martial arts skill accessible to everyone, the power of the Star Moon Sword technique is quite average, not particularly strong. Rod's blade technique was a martial arts skill created by the Rod family, surpassing the Star Moon Sword technique in both power and technique. When Mo Tianyin first battled Rod Hubbard, he almost lost. Haha, Mo Tianyin, come on. I haven't wasted these years. Now that I see you're not down and out, I'm very pleased. It proves that my choice of goal was not wrong. Rod Hubbard instantly became invigorated, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, even executing the rod blade technique much more smoothly. Although I don't remember your name, I will never forget your rod blade technique. Seeing the opponent's technique speed up, Mo Tianyin began to slowly execute the imagery realm version of the Star Moon Sword technique. Under the azure sky of the virtual world, a blue-white mech and a black mech were exchanging blows, sometimes soaring high into the sky, other times skimming just above the ground. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such a thrilling battle. Mo Tianyin did not exert all his strength, but rather restrained his power, continuously exchanging sword techniques with Rod Hubbard. Rod Hubbard's rod blade technique was becoming increasingly proficient, as if it began to possess its own soul. He was likely on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm. Above the realm of martial arts techniques is the imagery realm, and beyond that is the perfection realm. The appearance of imagery in blade techniques indicates a breakthrough to the imagery realm. Previously, when Mo Tianyin's Star Moon Sword technique broke through to the imagery realm, a Star Moon imagery appeared. My blade technique has improved. Rod Hubbard felt very pleasantly surprised. Suddenly, the simulated assessment is about to end. The virtual world will close in 1 minute. The simulated assessment is about to end. The virtual world will close in 1 minute. The simulated assessment is about to end. The virtual world will close in 1 minute. A loud mechanical voice echoed throughout the simulated world, repeating 3 times. At this moment, there were about 30 seconds left until the virtual world closed. Mo Tianyin and Rod Hubbard both paused, controlling their mechs as they gazed at each other in the sky. They could no longer delay, they had to determine the outcome. In their childhood, every time they battled, a winner was always decided, even after hours of fighting to exhaustion. However, in the end, Mo Tianyin would always emerge victorious, as Rod Hubbard had never won even once. This is why Rod Hubbard cared so much. He truly wanted to win against Mo Tianyin at least once. It was the repeated defeats that fueled his inner desire for victory, prompting him to work hard for many years. Now in this battle, he had to determine the outcome. Mo Tianyin, in the past we competed in martial arts techniques, but now we are both becoming combat mech masters. Although martial arts techniques are a part of a combat mech master's strength, the power of the mechs has a greater influence. The stronger the mech, the stronger the combat mech master. Now let me show you my Dark Star Mech's ultimate kill move, which can only be unleashed once in reality. Rod Hubbard confidently believed that his mech's ultimate kill move would surely defeat Mo Tianyin. Dark Star Blazing Ray. The Dark Star Mech revealed a circular opening on its chest, emitting a terrifying wave of energy, causing the surrounding air to distort with heat. In the next moment after locking onto Mo Tianyun's mech, the Dark Star Mech unleashed a massive dark red beam. This enormous red beam illuminated the surrounding space in a brilliant red, accompanied by a tremendous sonic wave that tore through the vast sky, heading straight for Mo Tianyun. This dark red beam condensed all the remaining energy of the mech. After this strike, the entire energy system of the Dark Star Mech was rendered inoperative, as the output of energy was too terrifying, far exceeding the mech's capacity to withstand. Ultimate kill moves can only be unleashed by mechs that primarily utilize thermal weapons in battle. A mech can only unleash one ultimate kill move during combat. Afterwards, the mech's energy core system will be damaged. Ultimate kill moves can only be used in life and death situations. Normally, one would use regular kill moves that do not damage the mech. However, this is the virtual world, so the Dark Star Mech will not be damaged, which is why Rod Hubbard dared to unleash the ultimate kill move. This is also Rod Hubbard's greatest reliance in believing that he can defeat Mo Tianyun this time. Oh no, he actually unleashed the ultimate kill move directly. This terrifying energy level seems to be a big problem. Mo Tianyun silently cursed that this was bad. Even a medium-strength planetary-level energy shield wouldn't hold up, and the remaining energy would penetrate the shield. Although I could still withstand the weakened ultimate kill move, it wouldn't be a dignified victory. After many years facing off again, since the old rival has gifted me such a huge surprise, I can only accept it perfectly. Then I will send back an even greater gift to him to show my utmost sincerity. Mo Tianyun calmly watched as the opponent unleashed the ultimate kill move while tightly gripping his mech sword and activating the superpower mode. Overdrive mode. Activate. Boom. The Tianyun mecha emitted a deafening roar. The propulsion energy waves behind the mecha suddenly expanded several folds, simultaneously unleashing a powerful gust of air. Mo Tianyun controlled both hands of the Tianyun mecha to firmly grasp the mecha's battle sword. Watch as I use this sword with all my might to sever your ultimate killing move. The Tianyun mecha raised the battle sword high, and a faint crescent moon appeared around the mecha, accompanied by countless sparkling starlights. This was the imagery of the Star Moon sword technique. According to legend, a skilled swordsman mecha combat master accepted a mission from the Imperial Mecha Combat Division to explore a newly discovered star system detected in the universe. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Just as he arrived near the star of this star system and prepared to scan, the star suddenly erupted with a stellar storm, depleting the mecha's energy while resisting it. Fortunately, just as the energy was exhausted, the mecha escaped the stellar storm and drifted to a nearby planet with its last bit of energy in the vast universe. The mecha was damaged during its descent to the planet, but thankfully the distress signal beacon was still operational. However, it would take several months for the signal to reach the Empire from a planet hundreds of thousands of light years away, and the Empire's rescue would also require some time. Days turned into months, and gradually there came a day when he began to miss his family, especially at night, while gazing at the moon and stars. His longing for them intensified. Later, during his moments of boredom, he particularly enjoyed watching the starry sky of this planet while practicing sword techniques. Days turned into months, and he had already been on this planet for 2.5 years. One evening, he killed a wild chicken, roasted it, and finished it for dinner. Night fell, and a cool breeze blew. Alone, he gazed up at the jade-like universe. On the other side of the starry sky, his heart was linked to his home. The moon floated over the azure mountains, stars and moonlight intertwined. With the sword dance, shadows drifted under the moon. The brilliance faded into emptiness as stars and moonlight shone together. In a foreign land, 2.5 years had passed. At this moment, the Star Moon sword technique was finally completed. In summary, the night quietly descended, bringing a cool breeze. On this planet, I am the only one here, lonely gazing up at the night sky. On the other side of the starry sky are my beloved family. The moon gradually rose from the desolate mountain, with the stars and moonlight reflecting against each other. At this time of day, I practiced my sword techniques, swirling and maneuvering under the moonlight. The brilliance of the stars and the moon appeared to me as a warm home. I tried to grasp my family, but grasped at emptiness. I came back to my senses and found only the stars and the moon shining together. I have wandered in a foreign land for 2.5 years, and at this moment the Star Moon sword technique has finally been perfected. The essence of the poetry above conveys just this. At the moment he created the Star Moon sword technique, his spiritual power broke through to a higher level. After an indeterminate number of days, the Empire finally sent someone to bring him home. Due to his breakthrough in spiritual power, his genes could evolve once again, taking a new step on the path of genetic evolution warriors. The Star Moon sword technique he created was also passed down through generations of the Empire along with this story. Returning to the virtual world. Star Moon shining together. Mo Tianyun shouted fiercely, striking down with the sword while controlling the mecha. The brilliance of the star moon fused into the sword. At this moment, a massive red light crashed into Mo Tianyan's mecha. The sword struck directly at the center of the red beam. The two forces were locked in a stalemate for less than a second before the enormous red beam was cleaved in two by Mo Tianyan. The Tianyan mecha did not stop. The sword imbued with terrifying power continued to slash towards Rod Hubbard and his Dark Star mecha. Whoosh! The sword cleaved the Dark Star mecha in half, and the Tianyan mecha came to a halt behind it. Mo Tianyan's sword still retained its formidable, mighty beam of light, continuing to carve through the earth and sky. How could this be? Rod Hubbard wore an expression of disbelief, then disintegrated into a burst of data vanishing in the virtual world. Why would such a powerful ultimate killing move be blocked by Mo Tianyan? It should be known that the power of Mo Tianyan's sword was immense. Firstly, his physical strength was 50 tons, then compounded by a tenfold enhancement from a perfect-grade ordinary battle mecha, and finally, the near-perfect mastery of the Star Moon sword technique's ultimate move Star Moon, shining together combined with the tremendous propulsion of overdrive mode. The combination of these four powers made it overwhelmingly strong, killing Rod Hubbard. 7. Then, simulation assessment time is up. Beep. Mo Tianyan's consciousness gradually returned to reality. At this time, the remaining participants returned to reality. Beep, beep, beep. The doors of the virtual capsules opened, and one by one the examinees slowly walked out. Mo Tianyan, that move you just did. Rod Hubbard approached with a look of disbelief. You're still as dashing as ever, haha. Mo Tianyan looked at Rod Hubbard's handsome face and said, Bastard, don't change the subject, answer me. Rod Hubbard replied with a pout. Haha, perhaps my physical strength is quite formidable. Mo Tianyan laughed. So what's your physical strength? I just broke through to the initial stage of genetic evolution a few months ago, and my physical strength is nearly 2 tons now. Could it be that you're already at the intermediate early stage of genetic evolution? Rod Hubbard asked suspiciously. I currently have 50 tons of strength. Mo Tianyan nodded in response. How could your strength increase so quickly? Rod Hubbard exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape. My spiritual power is quite strong, combined with the fact that I took a lot of potions. Mo Tianyan replied seriously to this old rival. Oh, okay, I understand. Rod Hubbard still seemed a bit puzzled, but he didn't ask any further. After all, the other party had already answered so many questions, pressing further would be somewhat impolite. On the console, the officer looked at the points leaderboard in his hand. 1. Mo Tianyan points 118. 6. 2. Peiji Luasi points 16. 7. 3. Henny Laurie points 13. 5. 4. Ninear Rossetti points 13. 3. 5. Jesse Atley points 13. 3. 6. Aster Legis points 12. 8. 7. Bader Mars points 12. 5. 8. Funer Harrison points 12. 5. 9. Alan Hobbs points 12. 10. Hamilton Beecher points 9. 5. 11. Winston Buckle points 9. 3. 12. Baser Walter points 9. 13. Stanford Keynes points 8. 8. 21. Rod Hubbard points 7. It can be seen that Rod Hubbard has dropped from 14 points to 7 points, falling from 3rd place directly to 21st. Mo Tianyan and Peiji Luasi U2 can directly become ordinary-level mecha combat masters. Others with more than 5 points can participate in the upcoming practical assessment. The officer announced the entire points leaderboard publicly and spoke loudly. Inside the virtual combat chamber, everyone looked up at the score leaderboard. Mo Tianyan's name was prominently displayed at the top, and everyone's first glance was at Mo Tianyan and his score. Look at Mo Tianyan's score, over 100 points, that's incredible. Wow. The young hero Mo Tianyan is really strong. He's left the 2nd place behind by more than 100 points. Many people couldn't help but exclaim at Mo Tianyan's terrifying score. Mo Tianyan is right here. Suddenly someone pointed at Mo Tianyan. With those words, Mo Tianyan instantly became the center of attention in the entire virtual combat chamber. This is the young hero Mo Tianyan. Truly extraordinary, a child of destiny. Indeed, when he entered, I could tell this young man is no ordinary person. He is a dragon among men, said a man dressed in black. Nonsense. I remember when he first came in, you said he was just someone who relied on his wealthy family to play around. Hey, what are you talking about? The man in black immediately became anxious. Weren't you also supporting my words back then? Why are you denying it now? Enough, let's not embarrass ourselves here. Another person replied, shrugging his shoulders. Now I invite both of you to the stage. I will bestow upon you the title of Ordinary Level Battle Mech Engineer. From now on, you two will be Battle Mech Engineers of the Empire. The officer said. Mo Tianyan knew that the thing he had been waiting for was finally within reach. With this title of Battle Mech Engineer, he could directly join the Empire's Battle Mech Engineer Corps. After joining the Empire's Battle Mech Engineer Corps, he could head to the front lines to fight the insect race, making it much easier to collect insect race cores. With the insect race cores, he could exchange them for points, and with enough points, he could trade for various technological blueprints, gene evolution potion formulas, martial techniques, and more at the core of miracles. At the same time, he would also be fulfilling the task of Sister Miracle. Sister Miracle must have been looking forward to this day for a long time. I can't let her down. Hee, you do have a conscience. In the core of Miracles space, the spirit of Miracles suddenly squinted and smiled, her smile ethereal and enchanting. If seen from the outside, it would surely dim the heavens and earth, a perfection that could intoxicate anyone. Mo Tianyun, along with a strong man dressed in blue, stepped onto the stage. Empire identity card. The officer extended his hand. Mo Tianyun and the strong man in blue both took out their Empire identity cards. However, the strong man's card was a black high-level Empire identity card. This made the officer take a second glance. When the officer saw Mo Tianyun's identity card, he remarked, "Ordinary identity card, junior mech engineer." The officer silently thought to himself, could it be that this perfect ordinary battle mech was crafted by this young hero himself? If so, that would be incredible. Achieving such an accomplishment at the age of 15 is a rarity, even in the Empire. Soon under the officer's actions, Mo Tianyun's identity as an ordinary level battle mech engineer was certified, and he successfully obtained his professional identity. Mo Tianyun. Gender male. Date of birth year 23/6/1227, January 1st. Age 15. Identity junior mech engineer, ordinary level battle mech engineer. After taking back his identity card, Mo Tianyun couldn't help but take another careful look. Combat assessment room. This time a total of 26 individuals achieved scores of over 5. Aside from Mo Tianyun and the strong man in blue, there were 24 other qualified assessors. They needed to conduct practical assessments here, and each of them had to defeat 3 opponents to gain the title of ordinary level battle mech engineer. This means that only 1 out of every 4 can obtain this professional title. The matched opponents are completely random, which eliminates any possibility of collusion to acquire the title. Of course, if you could collude with everyone, that would still be a skill. The Empire would also turn a blind eye to it. Fairness is always relative. A powerful background is also part of strength. The greatest equality is inequality, and the most unequal is the greatest equality. Mo Tianyun also arrived at the practical assessment room, but of course he was not there to participate in the assessment. He came to watch the assessment of Rod Hubbard. After being defeated by Mo Tianyun, Rod Hubbard still had 7 points left. He had also passed and could participate in the practical assessment. Rod Hubbard also noticed Mo Tianyun's gaze. "I may lose to you, but I will never lose to anyone else." Rod Hubbard silently thought to himself. In the end, Rod Hubbard won 3 consecutive matches and obtained the title of ordinary level battle mech engineer. However, Mo Tianyun left after Rod Hubbard completed his first practical assessment. Rod Hubbard wanted to find Mo Tianyun in the spectator area, but couldn't find any trace of him. "Hello, Mr. Rod Hubbard, a gentleman named Mo Tianyun asked me to bring you a message." At that moment, a beautiful female android appeared before Rod Hubbard and projected a message from her chest. Rod Hubbard immediately began to read it seriously. "Haha, old rival, I'm sorry, after all these years I still don't know your name. I'll just have to call you old rival." Rod Hubbard suddenly laughed in anger upon reading this message, muttering to himself, "Mo Tianyun, I can't believe I still remember you, and you don't even know my name." "Well, whatever." Rod Hubbard then shook his head and continued reading. "You've made tremendous progress over the years. If I hadn't found my own path, I probably wouldn't even be able to appear before you today. I hope you can continue to forge ahead. The road ahead is still long. The Empire has many geniuses, many of whom are much stronger than both you and me. Besides, the universe is vast, and we all need to see it." Rod Hubbard felt his eyes moisten as he read on. After all his hard work for so many years, he was still defeated, and his opponent was comforting him. It was quite a joke. However, those later words were indeed quite inspiring. Rod Hubbard continued reading until the last segment. "Old rival, your sincere heart truly makes me admire you. I know you really want to defeat me, so I'll be waiting for you at the Mech Engineer Holy Land of the Empire, the Aolong Genius Mech Engineer Academy. But the conditions to enter there are quite strict, you should know that, so don't let me down." Mo Tianyun. After reading it, Rod Hubbard closed his eyes. After a long moment, he suddenly opened them, and there seemed to be a sharp light shooting out. "All right. I will definitely go to the Aolong Genius Mech Engineer Academy. I will meet more geniuses, and I will defeat them all, including you. I want to be the true powerhouse of the Empire, just like Grand Marshal Corey." Mo Tianyun stepped out of the Battle Mech Master Center, gazing at the distant blue sky through the towering buildings. The sky in Uluru City, under the control of the temperature regulation system, was genuinely clear and azure. Outside Uluru City, the weather was still in the grip of winter, with countless snow sprites being borne high in the sky, swaying gently in the cold winds. Ultimately, they fell to the ground, covering the earth with a thick white blanket. The lifespan of the snow sprites is very short. From their birth to their embrace by Mother Earth is their entire life. Perhaps it can be said that they do not truly die but continue to exist in another form. Huh. Emotianyan felt quite relaxed at the moment, stretching his body and yawning. It's time to return to the hotel. There are still 10 days left, so I will continue to improve myself in the simulation space in all aspects. I know that fighting against the insectoids is not easy. In fact, it can be very challenging. The more strength I have at this time, the more security it brings. Although Emotianyan could now kill elite-level insectoids, he did not let his guard down in the slightest. Because above the elite-level insectoids, there are many more advanced insectoid types. For an epic-level battle mech master, elite-level insectoids are as weak as ordinary insectoids are to Emotianyan. Emotianyan had heard that there were some particularly powerful insectoids that could cause even epic-level battle mech masters to perish on the spot. Emotianyan having this mindset is very good. Those truly powerful advanced insectoids are beyond your imagination at this stage. The voice of the Spirit of Miracles suddenly echoed in his mind. Oh, how powerful are they? So powerful that even I cannot imagine. Emotianyan asked, somewhat puzzled, using his spiritual power to communicate with the Spirit of Miracles. The Spirit of Miracles elongated the sound thought for a moment and continued to describe it this way: those truly powerful insectoids, once they strike, can erase the Auluan Empire from the universe. They are capable of erasing entire star systems spanning hundreds of thousands of light years. Do you think that is powerful? Once they strike, they can erase the Auluan Empire. Emotianyan's mind suddenly froze. He knew how vast the Auluan Empire was, occupying an area of 300,000 light years in the entire Auluan galaxy. Even at the speed of light, it would take 30,000 years to traverse the Auluan galaxy. It took over 6 million years for the civilization of the Auluan Empire to occupy the entire Auluan galaxy. How could there be such powerful insectoids? At this moment, Emotianyan could not imagine what kind of powerful insectoids could erase the Auluan Empire. If those insectoids are so powerful, why has the Auluan Empire been able to resist the invasion of insectoids for over 1,000 years without being destroyed? Emotianyan asked. Those truly powerful insectoid experts are engaged in confrontations with advanced civilizations and have no time to pay attention to relatively weaker civilizations like the Auluan Empire. The ones they send are all low to mid-level insectoids. Although the Auluan Empire occupies a star system in the universe, it is considered a strong civilization among many weak civilizations. The Spirit of Miracles spoke earnestly, suddenly shifting the topic. However, the Auluan Empire is still just a star system-level civilization. Above it are cluster-level civilizations, supercluster-level civilizations, and even higher civilizations. Those civilizations are the true powerful civilizations in the universe, and compared to them, the Auluan Empire is insignificant. And I come from one of the highest civilizations in the universe. My civilization I can't remember my civilization. The Spirit of Miracles suddenly frowned. The Spirit of Miracles wanted to introduce her civilization to Emotianyan to broaden his horizons, but unexpectedly, when she thought of her civilization, her mind went blank. It seems my memory has been sealed. Emotianyan, it appears that only by becoming stronger and a true powerhouse in the universe will you have the opportunity to learn about my civilization. The Spirit of Miracles said with a wry smile. Sister Miracles, so you come from such a powerful civilization. No wonder the things in the core space of miracles are many that even empires do not possess. But why is your memory sealed? Emotianyan asked in surprise. Don't ask me. I don't know either. I just know that you need to collect insectoid crystal cores for me. The more the better, and the higher the level of the crystal cores the better. Understood. I will do my best. Emotianyan felt a bit gloomy at this moment. He still felt too weak, always unable to help, wanting to do something, but lacking the capability. When he was young, he often couldn't help Grandpa Zika. It was already good enough that he didn't add to his troubles. Later he heard that Grandpa Zika sacrificed himself on the front lines, and he could do nothing but cry, unable to even protect his and Grandpa Zika's home. It was the same now. Of Sister Miracles clearly needed insectoid crystal cores, but he had yet to help in any way. Emotianyan knew that the insectoid crystal cores he obtained last time in Geka City were far from enough. Emotianyan also knew that Sister Miracles had significantly reduced the exchange points for the Wandering Star Sword because he realized that the Wandering Star Sword belonged to the level of cosmic martial arts. Other martial arts techniques of this level required at least 1,000 points, with some going up to tens of thousands of points. Only the Wandering Star Sword was just right at 100 points. Oh, anyone who wasn't a fool could figure it out, especially since Emotianyan had been very clever since childhood. By the way, I should go back and buy my old home. Otherwise, I don't even have a place to live. Emotianyan suddenly remembered the house he lived in with Grandpa Zita during his childhood. In fact, it was a shop rented in the eastern district of Han City, close to the market. Alright, I must go back and spend some star coins to buy it. I'm off now, back to the hotel for a couple of days of rest, then he'll return the room. Upon returning to the hotel entrance, Mo Tianyun noticed several people walking toward him. "Hello, Mr. Mo Tianyun, I am the representative of the Burrout family. Burrout Morris," said an elegant man dressed in finely tailored black clothing and wearing a black hat. "Hello, Mr. Mo Tianyun. I am the representative of the Lung family. Lung Ning," said a middle-aged woman dressed elegantly and exuding an air of nobility. Mo Tianyun noticed that this middle-aged woman had well-maintained skin and time had left no marks on her face, making her look like a 20-year-old girl with an icy demeanor. "Hello, Mr. Mo Tianyun, I am the patriarch of the Amalan family, Amalan Gula. We have met before," said a dignified elderly man approaching with a smile and a nod. This elderly man was the one who had competed to bid with a middle-aged man sporting a thick beard the other day. Mo Tianyun noticed that there were a few people behind them, one of whom was a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard who was indeed the same man who had bid alongside the elderly man. This burly middle-aged man, upon seeing Mo Tianyun glance at him, hurriedly introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Mo Tianyun, I am the representative of the Xia family Xiaodua." The remaining people also introduced themselves. They were all from the 8 major families of Uluru City. "You are looking for me because of my perfect level primary gene evolution potion." "Yes, Mr. Mo Tianyun." "Then please leave. I will not trade the potion formula with you. If you have a core of the Earth's heart, I might consider it," Mo Tianyun said lightly. "Sorry, Mr. Mo Tianyun, we don't have the Earth's heart core either. However, we understand the value of the potion formula. We came to ask if you could help us with some potions. We will provide the materials, and we will buy the potions at 1 million star coins per bottle, or we can exchange it for other items of equivalent value. I wonder if this price is satisfactory for you, Mr. Mo Tianyun." Mo Tianyun paused for a moment. "In that case, I can give each family a maximum of 100 bottles." Mo Tianyun replied. "Great, thank you, Mr. Mo Tianyun." They agreed, and then brought over the materials Mo Tianyun needed. Mo Tianyun was not worried about them knowing what materials were needed because they did not know the specific preparation methods nor the dosages of biological materials. Potions made haphazardly would cause genetic collapse. A day later, Mo Tianyun had gained 700 million star coins and some materials for mech manufacturing. These materials were intended for upgrading the Tianyun mech to a transcendent level. Additionally, there were over 100 bottles of perfect-level primary gene evolution potions made from excess biological materials during the potion preparation. In the luxurious high-end hotel of Uluru, Mo Tianyun's spiritual power connected to the core space of the miracle. This was the 3,000th attempt, yet the myriad starlight sword was proving to be incredibly difficult to master. Mo Tianyun faced repeated failures in learning the myriad starlight sword. However, he did not feel discouraged. Each failure only served to attest to the sword's formidable nature. The spirit of the miracle observed from afar, having no intention to guide Mo Tianyun. "Mo Tianyun, you must rely on yourself. The path of a genetic evolution warrior must be walked alone, and I cannot assist you. Learning martial arts relies on personal comprehension. If one is guided too much by others, their own understanding diminishes, weakening the martial arts' power and affecting future realms." The spirit of the miracle muttered to itself. This was the reason why it did not offer guidance to Mo Tianyun, for it understood that every powerful warrior walks a different path. To become strong, one must rely solely on oneself. This is the 4,000th time. I refuse to believe that there is anything that can defeat me. Mo Tianyun once again faced failure, yet his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Sister Spirit of the Miracle mentioned that the Myriad Starlight Sword is particularly suited to my martial arts, as my Starlight Sword technique closely resembles the Myriad Starlight Sword. I should refer to the Starlight Sword technique. Suddenly, Mo Tianyun recalled how similar his Starlight Sword technique was to the Myriad Starlight Sword. Yet the Myriad Starlight Sword was far more complex and profound, representing a qualitative leap. Mo Tianyun practiced the Starlight Sword technique, conjuring its imagery around him, then attempted to learn the Myriad Starlight Sword. Starlight and moonlight shine together. With a metal longsword in hand, a radiant full moon appeared beside him, surrounded by countless dazzling starlights. The stars twinkled, flickering like whispers. In this moment, Mo Tianyun focused all his attention on the starlight imagery. I've noticed maintaining the starlight imagery consumes spiritual energy. Could it be that mastering the Myriad Starlight Sword also requires spiritual energy assistance? Sister Spirit of the Miracle said that my spiritual energy must at least reach the Spirit Sea level to master the Myriad Starlight Sword, yet I am very close to that level, but have yet to grasp it. Then I will try using spiritual energy to learn the Myriad Starlight Sword. After all, it is a martial art of stellar level. Although I am unaware of how powerful stellar-level martial arts are now, I cannot use the old methods to cultivate. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Mo Tianyan closed his eyes, concentrating his spiritual energy to simulate the sky full of stars in the simulated space, silently sensing with his spiritual energy. The moon of the starlight imagery slowly dimmed, ultimately vanishing among the stars, leaving only the glimmering stars in the simulation space. Suddenly, beams of starlight flickered, all stars becoming orderly, coalescing into the shape of a sword in the sky. Mo Tianyan opened his eyes, and his pupils reflected the vast starlight. Myriad Starlight Sword, go. The starlight sword, condensed with spiritual energy, suddenly moved, accompanied by points of starlight, and a mighty force unleashing an unstoppable power, leaving behind a dazzling trail of starlight in the simulation space. What immense power! Just this single starlight sword rivals the might of my current starlight sword technique. If I had thousands of these starlight swords, as Sister Spirit of the Miracle said, no matter how many insectoids come, they would be of no use. Truly worthy of a stellar-level martial art. It is as magnificent and beautiful as a spell, yet possesses formidable power. Mo Tianyan murmured, the first starlight sword of the Myriad Starlight Sword has been mastered. After 5 days of learning, I have finally grasped the Myriad Starlight Sword. Although he felt exhilarated, he sighed. However, this is merely the beginning. I must condense at least 10 or more starlight swords simultaneously to achieve preliminary mastery. I must seize this opportunity while I still feel it. With that, Mo Tianyan began practicing the Myriad Starlight Sword once more. 5 days later, in the simulation space of the Miracle's core, he exclaimed, Myriad Starlight Sword. Mo Tianyan manipulated 10 starlight swords, continuously changing their formations in the air. Over these 5 days, not only did Mo Tianyan condense 10 starlight swords, but he could also control them at will. Now the starlight swords could be summoned and retracted under his spiritual command. Not bad. The Spirit of the Miracle nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. This was the effect she desired. If she had guided Mo Tianyan, he would not have been able to manipulate the starlight swords so skillfully. Mo Tianyan felt a stir in his heart as the 10 beautiful and sharp starlight swords returned to his side. With these starlight swords, do I even need to use a real sword anymore? He looked at the simulated metal longsword in his hand and the surrounding starlight swords, asking, what are you thinking? How could one not use a real weapon? The Spirit of the Miracle appeared beside Mo Tianyan, saying, Sister Spirit, these starlight swords are no less than real weapons. Why should I still use a real weapon? Mo Tianyan asked with some confusion. Haha, these starlight swords would be highly effective against weaker insectoids, but against truly powerful insectoids, they would be nearly useless. The Spirit of the Miracle responded. If I were to unleash thousands of starlight swords simultaneously, wouldn't that easily deal with those insectoids? Mo Tianyan thought to himself, if 10 starlight swords were already this powerful, then thousands of them would surely far surpass his current strength. If these starlight swords encounter insectoids with exceptionally strong defenses, having more of them would be useless. At that time, you will need to pilot a mech. In close combat, combining the mech's maximum power enhancement with physical strength, martial techniques, and spiritual energy, that is when your peak combat power will emerge. Without a powerful mech sword, how will you fight against those insectoids? The Spirit of the Miracle questioned Mo Tianyan. Mo Tianyan realized he had been mistaken. Do you remember that sword you used with all your might during the simulation assessment? Just that sword is far stronger than these 10 starlight swords combined. I see you have become arrogant, mastering the Myriad Starlight Sword, and yet you wish to abandon your weapon. The weapon in your hand is the lifeline of a warrior, do you understand? You practice the sword, and for you, no matter what happens, you must always believe in the sword in your hand, for the sword is not merely a sword, it is your life, your path, as a warrior, your warrior's heart. The Spirit of the Miracle gazed into Mo Tianyan's eyes as she spoke. The sword is the life of the warrior, the sword is the warrior's path, the sword is the warrior's heart. After hearing the Spirit of the Miracle's words, Mo Tianyan murmured to himself, deeply impacted especially by the last statement, the sword is the warrior's heart. He suddenly remembered that this phrase was identical to what Grandpa Zika had once said, and he recalled how he had cut down many enemies blocking his path with the sword in his hand over the years. For the sword is Mo Tianyan's warrior's path, and the warrior's heart is to believe in the path he walks. Now that Mo Tianyan no longer wanted the sword, wasn't that contradicting his own journey? Wasn't that abandoning his warrior's heart? Mo Tianyan's mind was now in a state of turmoil. The Spirit of Miracles silently watched Mo Tianyan, pondering. Mo Tianyan, I hope you can overcome this hurdle, allowing yourself to soar once more and successfully forge a budding heart of a true powerhouse. Upon hearing Mo Tianyan's words, the Spirit of Miracles suddenly recalled a plan. She intended to shape Mo Tianyan's heart of a powerhouse, enabling him to become a true strong figure in the universe, standing tall among the cosmic elites. Once Mo Tianyan successfully shaped a budding heart of a powerhouse, the benefits for him would be immense. His warrior's heart would become more resolute, making the learning of martial arts and combat techniques effortless, and perhaps even allowing a breakthrough in his mental power. However, if he were to fail, Tianyun would suffer a heavy blow. Yet the Spirit of Miracles was unafraid, as she could make him forget this memory and ask him again until he successfully shaped his heart of a powerhouse. The Spirit of Miracles knew that for Tianyun to become a strong figure, he must forge a heart akin to that of a true powerhouse. Thus, a solid foundation must be laid now so that one day it could transform into a genuine heart of a powerhouse. Tianyun slowly recalled the moments from his childhood on the path of a warrior up to now experiencing a fleeting mix of joy, sorrow, anger, indifference, and coldness. After a long while, he exclaimed, "No." After closing his eyes in silence for a moment, Tianyun suddenly opened them and spoke. "Whether it is the sword in my hand or the sword forged from my mental power, they are all swords of my heart, my warrior's heart. I have never thought of abandoning them. They are one with me, never separated. As long as there is a sword in my heart, I can cut through all obstacles on the path of a warrior. Even if there seems to be no way, I will carve a path with the sword in my heart." As Tianyun spoke, the sword in his heart became more solid and firm. His eyes grew increasingly bright, like two white lights piercing through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead for warriors. The Spirit of Miracles nodded upon hearing Tianyun's words, murmuring, "Indeed, what has been shaped is a heart of courage and valor." Tianyun's eyes gradually dimmed, yet he continued to speak. "Although the path of a warrior is fraught with difficulties, possessing great power allows one to slay more insectoids, avenge Grandpa Zika, obtain more insectoid crystals for Sister Miracles, become even stronger, and protect the things and people I care about, safeguarding everyone who treats me kindly." Tianyun recalled Grandpa Zika, the flawless Sister Miracles, Bill, who had been with him for nearly 5 years in the impoverished village, the villagers, and even the former president and Vena's fatherlight, as well as Vena. The Spirit of Miracles was somewhat surprised and delighted, thinking to herself that Tianyun had also forged a heart of protection. 2 types of powerhouse hearts. Tianyun's talent was quite remarkable. At that moment, Tianyun's eyes shifted, and suddenly a vibrant green of life appeared. "If I do not possess great power like the last time when the insectoids invaded Goka City, I would be powerless to help. I could only watch helplessly as millions perished under the onslaught of the insectoids, and then the insectoids, having absorbed enough life force, would breed even more of their kind, leading to more deaths in the calamity they caused." Tianyun thought back to when he had slain elite insectoids and hundreds of ordinary ones in Goka City, saving the lives of its people. How could this be? The Spirit of Miracles opened her starry eyes wide in surprise. Before she could calm her emotions, Tianyun's eyes shifted from green to gold. "Therefore I must possess even greater strength. Powerful enough to clear away everything I dislike, even the advanced and formidable insectoids that Sister Miracles said could easily obliterate the entire Aolong Empire civilization. Anything that does not sit well with me, I will make it all vanish into thin air." At this moment, Tianyun's golden pupils and the strong words he uttered made him exude an overwhelming aura, as if he truly had the capability to eliminate all injustices. The Spirit of Miracles was no longer merely surprised. Even her slightly pink cherry lips parted slightly, unable to conceal her inner shock. "And a heart of kindness and a heart of judgment," she murmured to herself. "I only gently prodded him regarding his warrior's heart, and I never expected that he would suddenly give birth to 4 types of budding powerhouse hearts. A heart of courage and valor. Those who give birth to such a heart can walk further on the path of genetically evolved warriors, a standard for becoming a true cosmic powerhouse. A heart of protection. Those who give birth to such a heart can often unleash their strongest power at critical moments, helping them break through to higher realms. Although the heart of protection is somewhat passive, having it can create miracles. Many have become cosmic powerhouses thanks to their heart of protection. A heart of kindness. Those who possess such a heart are always able to show compassion towards the weak with a pure and clear inner self and a deeply powerful spirit. Breaking through realms becomes simpler, and becoming a strong figure is easier. A heart of judgment. Those who harbor such a heart are unwavering in their convictions, confident and resolute, decisive in their actions, exuding an overwhelming aura that looks down upon all beings, and possessing an unrivaled dominance. The Spirit of Miracles pondered the roles of these 4 types of powerhouse hearts, and then looked at Tianyun, unable to suppress a smile, as her face lit up with uncontainable joy. A person with 1 type of powerhouse heart has the potential to become a strong figure. Possessing 2 types can lead to becoming a true cosmic powerhouse. 3 types are rare in the universe, while 4 types are exceptional talents among advanced civilizations in the cosmos. Perhaps even without my assistance, if Tianyun can grow smoothly, he will undoubtedly become a cosmic powerhouse in the future. I truly did not choose the wrong person. I initially wanted to find a youth with decent talent, yet I never expected that Mo Tianyun would be such an exceptionally gifted individual. Talents like him are quite rare across all civilizations in the universe. The Spirit of Miracles smiled, gently reminiscing how she had initially thought Mo Tianyun's talent was promising and had potential for development. She had used a bit of energy from the core of miracles to control a few golden wolf beasts to set a test for him. Fortunately, Mo Tianyun had slain the leader of the golden wolf beasts and successfully passed the test before being lured into a cave by the Spirit of Miracles, from which he brought out the core of miracles. My body hurts a bit. It feels like my mental power is about to break through. Mo Tianyun suddenly trembled, feeling that his mental power had grown 100-fold, a force as vast and profound as an ocean. With this surge of mental power, Mo Tianyun felt as if he were soaring high above the entire Uluru city, and the range of his mental perception continued to expand, directly enveloping an area of over 10,000 kilometers. This is the level of Spirit Sea mental power, representing a qualitative leap from the perception level. P.S. Please give a 5-star rating. It is the greatest motivation for an author to write. I beg you please. My spiritual power is incredibly strong now, so much so that it envelopes almost half of Uluru star. Mo Tianyun couldn't quite believe it. The spiritual power at the Sea of Spirit level was surprisingly strong. Previously, at the perception level, he could sense up to about 1 kilometer under full effort, but now his range had increased by thousands of times. Is this the spiritual power at the Sea of Spirit level? I seem to see Han Mountain City, the Han Mountain Building, and the Mecha Manufacturing Center of Han Mountain City. I can also see Geka City. Mo Tianyun exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations, Mo Tianyun. Your spiritual power has finally broken through the bottleneck, reaching the Sea of Spirit level. Now you can manufacture the epic mecha Thousand Swords Mecha. Also, you can exchange for intermediate gene evolution potions and become an intermediate gene evolution warrior. Moreover, you can strive to cultivate the 10,000 star swords to perfection. The Spirit of Miracles smiled nearby, continuously speaking. Yes, I will elevate my power to the limit of the early stage of the intermediate gene evolution warrior. Mo Tianyun said, pulling out 50 bottles of perfect grade initial gene evolution potion. A day later. The feeling of enhanced strength is truly amazing. My physical strength has now reached 100 tons. Of this is the limit of an early stage intermediate gene evolution warrior. Mo Tianyun said, feeling the power coursing through his body. I've also grown about 5 centimeters taller. My skin has become a bit fairer, and I look a bit more handsome, though not as handsome as my old rival. Mo Tianyun said narcissistically while looking in the mirror. Well, I still look quite handsome, but the most important thing is strength. I can now take on 100 rivals like him. That's what truly makes me happy. Now it's time to return to Han Mountain City and reclaim my home. Mo Tianyun constantly thought about his previous home. He is still wandering alone outside. Although it's common for a gene evolution warrior to be out in the world, being alone without a home is like a rootless duckweed drifting aimlessly in the vast sea of people at the mercy of the currents with no place to settle. Since leaving his previous home, Mo Tianyun had found a place to stay, but without the warmth of a home. Over the years, he always felt an emptiness inside, as if something was missing. Winter is coming to an end. How far could spring, the season of revival, be? However, many seeds die in the cold earth of winter, unable to wait for the light of spring, filled with life and hope. Why? Because the hearts of these seeds were corroded in the frozen soil. A seed without a sprout, even when nourished by the spring rains and warmed by the sunlight, cannot take root and sprout. Thus, Mo Tianyun is like a seed, yet he lacks a homeland in his heart. Hello, sir. What business do you need to handle? Help me check out of this room. Sure, sir. You rented for 15 days, and there are 3 days left. We will refund you 15000 star coins. Mo Tianyun nodded. He arrived at this hotel on December 16th and had stayed for 12 days. Today is December 28th. At the front desk of the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, Mo Tianyun checked out of his room. Uluru City is vast, and it took Mo Tianyun an hour to reach the outskirts. Mo Tianyun took out the space pearl and summoned the Tianyun mecha. Instantly, it attracted the attention of the Imperial soldiers guarding the massive city gate and passing people. Mechas are still relatively rare, with those who own them usually coming from prominent families or high-ranking officials. In just under 3 months, my strength has skyrocketed. The mecha has also been successfully manufactured. My spiritual power has broken through from the perception level to the Sea of Spirit level, and I've almost gathered all the materials for the epic mecha Thousand Swords Mecha. Once I acquire the core of the Earth's heart, I can manufacture the epic mecha. Mo Tianyun gently stroked the Tianyun mecha and said with deep emotion. The Imperial Identity Card, Junior Mecha Manufacturer, Ordinary Combat Mecha Technician. I've acquired all these professions and identities along with over 700 million star coins. Unfortunately, I can't buy the Zerg Crystal Core, otherwise I could purchase many of them. These were previously only dreams, and I never expected to realize them so quickly. In just 3 months, I have accomplished what I planned over the past decade, especially regarding wealth, which has far exceeded my expectations. Before obtaining the core of miracles, Mo Tianyun also had his own goals and had always strived to learn for them. Now not only has he achieved his goals, but he has also exceeded his psychological expectations. However, after enduring the inquiries of the spirit of miracles from his soul and heart, Mo Tianyun has successfully forged 4 types of warrior hearts. He has embarked on the path of a strong warrior, so he now seeks his own warrior path, treating himself as a raw gem that through continuous grinding and carving will shine with brilliance that astonishes the world and become a true powerhouse of the universe. Mo Tianyun understands that he must carve out his own path as a warrior. He has people and things to protect, a kind heart and a domineering will from the depths of his soul. I will return in a few days. Mo Tianyun looked at Uluru City from inside the mecha and then soared into the sky. He left behind the trembling air and the envious gazes of the people. In the high sky, Mo Tianyun, try using your Sea of Spirit level spiritual power to push your mecha. The speed of the mecha will be much faster. There are other benefits, try to feel it. The spirit of miracles appeared beside Mo Tianyun and said, "Really? Then I'll give it a try now." Mo Tianyun's interest was piqued as he had just broken through his spiritual power and hadn't had the chance to explore its use yet. Full power mode activated. The mecha suddenly accelerated, quickly reaching a speed of 500 meters per second. At this moment, Mo Tianyun released his spiritual power. I feel that my mental reaction speed in controlling the mecha has greatly improved and the sensing range is enormous. I should now be able to dodge some super fast laser cannons and energy cannons. Previously I had to rely on the energy shield to block. Mo Tianyun said with delight. Yes, because you are now controlling the mecha with your spiritual power, and your current spiritual power is far stronger than before with a much faster reaction speed. Thus, the true power of the mecha can now be unleashed. Many high-difficulty mecha driving actions and techniques have only now been unlocked. You still have much to learn about mecha combat techniques. The Spirit of Miracles nodded and said, "The speed of the mecha is greatly increased through the control of spiritual power combined with its extensive sensing capabilities, eliminating its original fatal weakness of lack of agility. Flexibility is no longer a weakness of the mecha. This is one of the remarkable aspects of spiritual C-level spiritual power. Why do epic mechas require spiritual C-level spiritual power to operate? The first reason is that each epic mecha has its unique mecha battle seal, which requires spiritual C-level spiritual power to integrate, thus unveiling the true power of the epic mecha. The second reason is that epic mechas are too powerful and complex. Without spiritual C-level spiritual power, one cannot even operate the mecha, let alone pilot it into battle. Epic mechas are generally dozens to hundreds of meters tall, with some being even larger. They contain numerous parts, and the systems are incredibly complex. With Mo Tianyun's spiritual power at the perception level, even operating an ordinary combat mecha, like the Tianyun mecha, felt somewhat clumsy. Thus, even if an average epic mecha were placed before him, he would be unable to pilot it, let alone the Qianjian mecha, which is exceptionally powerful among epic mechas. Then Mo Tianyun propelled the Tianyun mecha, using his spiritual power. The speed of the Tianyun mecha kept increasing. 600 meters per second, 700 meters per second, 800 meters per second, 1000 meters per second, and finally 1167 meters per second. In just a few seconds, the flying speed of the mecha reached 1167 meters per second. 1167 meters per second. This is the fastest speed I could achieve using spiritual power to propel the mecha in full power mode, an increase of 334 times, already exceeding the speed of the superpower mode. Now let's test how much the speed can be enhanced in superpower mode. Superpower mode activated. The flying speed of the Tianyun mecha surged again. 1,300 meters per second, 1,500 meters per second, 1,700 meters per second, and 2022 meters per second. Moments later, the maximum speed of the Tianyun mecha maintained at 2,022 meters per second. The speed increase isn't as significant as before, but it's still very fast, a full doubling of the speed. Mo Tianyun then switched back to full power mode, as superpower mode cannot be activated for too long, otherwise it could damage the superpower wave energy drive system. If the power system were to be damaged, it would be a huge loss. After 50 minutes, Mo Tianyun piloted the Tianyun mecha to the skies above Han City, and then stored the mecha back into the spatial treasure. Meanwhile, Mo Tianyun flew in the sky using his powerful spiritual power, attracting countless onlookers from below in Han City. Look, there's a person up there who can fly without any hovering vehicles. Indeed, it seems that he doesn't use a flying or hovering vehicle, and he appears quite young, like a teenager. One person observed Mo Tianyun through a telescope. Could he be flying in the air relying on spiritual power? One exclaimed. Impossible. Someone so young reaching spiritual C level of spiritual power is extremely rare in the entire empire. How could they be here on Olulu Star? I bet he has some micro-flying device on him, or that outfit of his is some sort of technological flight suit. One person clearly did not believe it and rebutted loudly. Yes, that level of genius is rare throughout the Empire. They are usually only seen on the Imperial main star. How could they come to such a desolate planet? The person beside him started to believe the other's words. Mo Tianyin could also clearly hear everything being said below. This is one of the applications of spiritual power. Mo Tianyin smiled, inwardly thinking, indeed, I have become a true genius of the Empire, am not even 16 yet, and within a year I will surely be able to create the epic Qianjin mecha. By then I will be a renowned genius throughout the Empire. I'm off. Whoosh. Mo Tianyin disappeared into the sky and then reappeared in a concealed location. Near the market of Hanshan City, it was bustling with activity. I wonder what my home looks like now. I haven't been back in almost 5 years. I used to sneak back often, but it seems I haven't gone in the last 2 years. Mo Tianyin slowly walked towards the place in his heart. This is the place. Turning the corner, Mo Tianyin looked at a large mechanical repair shop with high ceilings, which used to be the mecha repair shop rented and modified by Grandpa Zika. Now it still serves as a mechanical repair facility, but everything has been replaced. Mo Tianyin wondered if the mecha model embedded in the wall for decoration had been changed. It was the first mecha model he had made as a child, and since it was embedded in the wall, he couldn't take it with him. If you can't fix it, then don't touch it. A furious man's voice could be heard from a distance. I'm sorry. Another man's voice, slightly hoarse, kept apologizing. Either fix the mecha or pay me. Those are your only two options. If this isn't resolved, they'll tear this place down. Even if the military officers come, I won't be afraid. Someone's trying to tear down my home. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyin hurriedly quickened his pace and rushed over. Don't tear it down, don't tear it down. Ill pay, isn't that enough? Yes, please don't be angry, we can discuss this. At that moment, a woman's voice came through. Get lost, you woman. What do you know? Hurry up and get your husband to pay. Mo Tianyin arrived at the entrance and saw the fierce-looking man forcefully pushing the woman who had been trying to mediate. The woman stumbled and was about to fall to the ground. The hoarse-voiced man wanted to rush over to help, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as his woman was pushed to the ground by someone else. However, the next scene left everyone stunned. The woman did not fall, though instead her body froze, forming an angle of about 30 degrees with the ground, and then she slowly righted herself and stood back up. Honey, are you okay? The hoarse-voiced man exclaimed in surprise, but his face bore a hint of confusion. What just happened? Could it be that this woman is a genetic evolution warrior? A man with a scar on his face said, puzzled. Mo Tianyin had already arrived at the door, looking at the fierce-looking man who was also the man with the scar on his face. He then spoke up. I helped her up. How could this be? I clearly didn't see you come over. How did you help her up? The fierce man with the scar on his face frowned slightly and spoke with some apprehension. Stop with the nonsense. You were the one who pushed her down first. Shouldn't you apologize to her? Mo Tianyin said, coldly staring at the scar-faced man. The man sneered and replied, apologize. Why should I apologize? They broke my mecha, and they expect me to compensate them. You just said you wanted compensation, right? Well, I bought this battle mecha for 1.85 million star coins. Let's not drag this out. You can pay me 1.5 million star coins, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you won't have a good time. Upon hearing this, the hoarse-voiced middle-aged man who was the shop owner widened his eyes in shock and stammered 150 million star coins. The woman who was almost pushed down, the shop owner's wife, exclaimed in surprise, 150 million star coins. Why don't you go rob someone instead? She continued, her voice trembling. We work hard all year just to earn a couple of thousand star coins. How long will it take us to pay that back? I don't care about you. You have to pay me back whether you can or not. The scar-faced man mocked. In the next moment, the scar-faced man was in for a surprise. Mo Tianyin could no longer stand by. Who such a person deserved to face his judgment. Kneel before me. Mo Tianyin felt a surge of power and a strong mental force spread out, directly pressing down on the scar-faced man. Thud. With a loud thud, the scar-faced man fell to his knees, unable to get up no matter how he struggled. I'll get up. He continued to struggle while shouting, but remained firmly knelt on the ground, not moving an inch. The shop owner and his wife stared in shock at the scar-faced man suddenly kneeling on the ground. Then they simultaneously turned to look at Mo Tianyin. At this moment, the kneeling man also reacted, his eyes wide with rage, as he shouted, Let me go. Let me go. Mo Tianyin looked at him coldly, as if he were just a rabid dog. It seems this mad dog lacks a lesson. All it knows is to bite. Watch me teach him a lesson. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of mental force manifestations in the shape of hands appeared around him. What are you going to do? The man became flustered upon seeing the hundreds of hands. Go. Smack. The first handprint landed directly on his face, followed by the second, the third. Smack. 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 I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. Don't hit me. I apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The scar-faced man kept begging for mercy. Mo Tianyan showed no mercy, only releasing him after all the mental force handprints had struck his face. Do you think I don't know? Your mecha was already broken. You just tried to cover it up to swindle money from others. Get out of here along with your broken mecha. Mo Tianyan felt a surge of energy and directly used his mental force to throw the man out along with his mecha. This. The shop owner and his wife were dumbfounded. A mecha that big was just thrown out of thin air. How was that even possible? As the mecha was thrown out, people around began to gather and watch. What happened? Is that mecha no longer wanted? Did you see that guy over there whose face is swollen like a pig's head, eh? That mecha belongs to him. He tried to swindle someone and got beaten up by that young man, then was thrown out. A person who witnessed the whole incident explained. Wait a minute, how did he throw out such a large mecha? I'll tell you, just recently a person with a mental force at the Linghai level appeared in the sky and disappeared in an instant. I heard that person seemed very young, and now it seems it was this young man. Oh, I saw it too. It turns out to be true. At that time, many people said it was a micro-flying device or something, but who knew it was really Linghai level mental force? You just wait for me. The scar-faced man, no longer caring about listening to their words, just wanted to find someone to take revenge. He stumbled to his mecha, fumbled in his pockets, and finally took out a spatial treasure orb to store the mecha. Then, under the mocking gazes of the crowd, he scurried away. Thank you, sir. The hoarse-voiced shop owner quickly expressed gratitude to Mo Tianyan. Mo Tianyan felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Why does everyone like to call me sir? I'm not that old. But he decided not to correct them, knowing that even if he did, they would still call him that. You're welcome. I came here to buy this property. Mo Tianyan spoke directly. You want to buy this place? Yes, Mo Tianyan nodded. I used to live here, but I had to move out when I couldn't pay the rent. Later you bought this place, and now I want to buy it back. The shop owner hesitated. He knew Mo Tianyan was very powerful and didn't dare to refuse. On the other hand, finding a new place to set up shop would be troublesome and time-consuming, and they might lose their old customers. Mo Tianyan noticed the owner's indecision and said, You bought it for 1,000 star coins. How about I give you 1 million star coins? Upon hearing this, the shop owner and his wife trembled, their eyes wide open. Is what you say true, sir? The shop owner asked in surprise. Yes, but you must move out by today, Mo Tianyan nodded. Okay, no problem. The shop owner quickly nodded, and his wife said nothing. After all, the amount Mo Tianyan offered was far too generous. The value of everything in the shop combined with the property was not more than 2,000 star coins. 1 million star coins was a fortune for them, allowing them to live a wealthy life. Who wouldn't want that? Robbie, what happened to you? Ayo, big bro, I got beaten up. You must help me get back at that guy. The man with a face swollen like a pig's head said to a tall, strong, and fierce one-eyed man. However, he could barely articulate his words, making it somewhat comical. This one-eyed man was a notorious underworld boss in Han City, known as One-Eye. Oh, who in Han City dares to touch my people? Robbie, who is it? Let me deal with him. One-Eye said angrily. Seeing his big brother wanting to help him get revenge, the man with a scarred and swollen face began to recount the events in detail. But he spoke in a fragmented manner, occasionally taking deep breaths, exclaiming ouch, ouch, making it evident that he was struggling to speak due to the beating. At first, One-Eye didn't pay much attention. When Robbie stammered about how Mo Tianyan had lifted the shop owner's woman from the ground, the one-eyed man immediately stood up from his exquisite and expensive sofa. Robbie, keep talking. One-Eye fixed his gaze on the scarred man. Yes, big bro. Robbie continued while One-Eye listened with an increasingly grave expression, eventually turning dark. The person who beat you pressed you down to the ground, and then he could form palm prints in midair. In the end, he could even throw out several hundred to 1,000 tons of mecha from a distance. One-Eye became increasingly agitated, and soon his back was drenched in sweat. Slap, slap. Then One-Eye, looking at Robbie, became angrier and slapped him twice more. Why are you hitting me, big bro? Robbie was knocked to the ground by One-Eye's slap, unable to comprehend why his brother would hit him. I'm hitting you for being so foolish. One-Eye looked at him with disappointment. You damn fool, I told you to read more, but you wouldn't listen. Now that you're in big trouble, you come to me. What's wrong, big bro? Why are you hitting me? Don't you understand yet? With your limited knowledge, there are plenty of people on the street stronger than you. If I hadn't taken care of you all these years, do you think you could survive so well? Slap, slap. One-Eye slapped Robbie several more times, causing Robbie to cry out in pain. What are you doing? Ouch. You're at death's door, and you still don't realize what you've done. Let me make it clear to you, you need to resolve this matter, or I'll be in big trouble. One-Eye pointed his right index finger at Robbie's face and said the person who struck earlier is at least a powerful individual with a spiritual strength reaching the Spirit Sea level. You should know that there is only one person in the entire Han City whose spiritual strength can reach this Spirit Sea level, and that is the president of the Mecha Makers Association. Just think, is this someone you can provoke? Moreover, you mentioned he's a young man, someone under 20 years old. In the entire Aolong Empire, he is a renowned genius. If he truly decides to take action not only in Hans City, but even on Olula Star, he could obliterate it. Now you want me to go against him. What can I do? If you want me dead, just say it. One Eye shouted at Robbie in exasperation. Today I heard one of my subordinates say that a person capable of flying without relying on hovering technology appeared in the skies of Hans City. I was still wondering if it was true, but unexpectedly you offended him. Let's go, come with me now. If that lord doesn't forgive you, don't even think about coming back. One Eye grabbed Robbie by his clothes and dragged him out. Mo Tianyan's former home. Oh, now it's Mo Tianyan's home. Mo Tianyan nodded, then took out a card, which was a star coin card. This star coin card contains 1 million star coins. It's yours now, you need to move quickly. Mo Tianyan handed the star coin card over. All right. The hoarse-voiced man stared at the star coin card in Mo Tianyan's hand, trembling, as he gently took it, then examined it closely. So this is what 1 million star coins look like. The man gasped, his lips trembling as he spoke. Darling, let me see. A woman took the star coin card from the man's hands. Be careful, don't break it. The man quickly reminded her. Mo Tianyan watched from the side, pondering to himself. The material of the star coin card is very sturdy and durable. It can withstand a fall from several stories high, so how could it possibly break? Haha, but if it were me a few months ago, I might have been even more cautious than they are now. Mo Tianyan self-deprecated, suddenly recalling his struggle in the mecha graveyard. If it weren't for me today, this couple would be in big trouble. The person I just threw out was also a genetic evolution warrior, and he had a mecha. He seemed to have quite a background. Wealth, fame, status. Everything stems from one's own strength. Strength is fundamental. Thud. At that moment, a person was thrown in, accompanied by an angry voice. Get in there and kneel down to apologize. Mo Tianyan was still lost in thought, even getting a bit deep into it, not noticing the commotion outside. When he turned his head, he found it was the scarred man he had just thrown out, lying on the ground with a burly, one-eyed muscle man outside. I'm sorry, please forgive me, great one. You're magnanimous, I beg you to spare me. Robbie knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the floor, still begging Mo Tianyan for forgiveness. Honey, it's him, the one who came back. The man grabbed the star coin card from his wife's hand and stuffed it into his pocket. Oh, why are you back? I don't want to see you. Hurry up and get out, don't defile my home. Mo Tianyan's expression turned sour. Having such a person enter the home he just bought made him quite displeased. This is my little brother. He now knows he was wrong and is willing to take any punishment. I beg you to calm your anger. Whatever you want, we will offer it willingly. One Eye spoke submissively. Oh, is that so? Mo Tianyan's spiritual force surged towards One Eye. In an instant, One Eye felt as if an enormous invisible wall was pressing down on him, a sensation so overwhelming that it made it difficult for him to breathe. Yes, my lord, we are sincere, said One Eye. Are you an ordinary level battle mech technician? Mo Tianyan inquired. Yes. One Eye nodded repeatedly. All right, then come find me in 3 days. Don't make me come looking for you. Off you go now, see you in 3 days. Mo Tianyan waved his hand, sending the two individuals away. Why did Mo Tianyan ask One Eye to come find him in 3 days? Mo Tianyan had detected with his mental power that this person possessed the strength of a mid-stage early genetic evolution warrior, and yet he was still just an ordinary level battle mech technician. Such a person could be extremely useful to Mo Tianyan. Since they came to him then. 1 hour later. My lord, we have packed everything into the spatial ring, but there are still a few large items we cannot carry. What do you think about this? Said the hoarse-voiced man to Mo Tianyan. Mo Tianyan looked around. It was almost entirely empty, with only a few large tables piled with items, a large rack, an ultra-precise CNC machine, and some decorations remaining. That's fine, I will take care of the remaining items. You may leave. Mo Tianyan nodded. Well then, thank you, you are our great benefactor. Meeting someone as noble as you is a tremendous fortune for us. The hoarse-voiced man said, pulling his wife to bow deeply to Mo Tianyan. Hey, don't do that, it's just a transaction, nothing more. I wouldn't even look at other houses. You were able to buy this house, which shows that you and I are fated. Besides, these star coins are nothing to me. Seeing the couple bowing deeply, Mo Tianyan quickly used his mental power to lift them up. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Suddenly, a little girl around 10 years old ran in. Mo Tianyan noticed that the little girl was wearing the same school uniform he wore as a child. Clearly, this couple's daughter was also attending the first primary school in the East District of Hans City. Our daughter Karina is back. Quickly come here, this is Lord Mo Tianyan, who has helped our family tremendously and even gave us a lot of star coins. Come over and say thank you. The man waved his hand, smiling, signaling his daughter to thank Mo Tianyan. Okay, Dad. Karina quickly reacted and walked towards Mo Tianyan. Oh, no need to be formal, little sister. Just call me Brother Tianyan. There's no need to call me my lord. Thank you, Brother Tianyan. The little girl said in a crisp voice. Mo Tianyan nodded, saying, no need to mention it. Daughter, we are moving. Is it all right if Dad buys you a big house? We will also travel together, eat many delicious foods we've never tried, and see the 10 beautiful landscapes of Uluru Star. Isn't that what you have always dreamed of? Now Dad can take you there. Are you happy? The hoarse-voiced man looked at his daughter with deep affection. Really, Dad? Karina was momentarily stunned, then excitedly asked for confirmation. Of course, sweetheart, it's absolutely true. Why would Dad lie to you? At that moment, the girl's mother came over, gently stroking the little girl's hair, happily saying, "Hey, yay." The little girl jumped up in joy. Mo Tianyun silently watched from the side, his eyes revealing a deep sense of envy. For Mo Tianyun, home was always incomplete. He had never seen his parents since childhood, and every time he witnessed such a warm scene, he felt a profound sense of envy. Just moments ago, this couple envied Mo Tianyun for his youth, strength, and immense wealth. Now it was Mo Tianyun's turn to envy them for being able to joyfully reunite as a family, for having a complete home, and for the little girl to have such loving parents. What one cannot obtain is always what one yearns for the most, yet many forget the happiness they currently possess only to realize its value after losing it, regretting that they couldn't cherish what they had. Where's my home? Mo Tianyun gazed at the house he had just purchased, which had once been the home of him and Grandpa Zika. Now that Grandpa Zika was gone, what significance did this home hold? Everything around was empty, no longer resembling its state from 5 years ago. Mo Tianyun looked towards a corner of the hall where there had been a chair for lying down, a place where Grandpa Zika would rest when tired. Now that chair was gone, and so was the person. Then Mo Tianyun looked to another corner of the hall where 5 years ago there had been a desk, the place where Mo Tianyun used to study. Here and here. Mo Tianyun slowly recalled everything in this house and their respective locations. Aside from this house, everything else is gone. Mo Tianyun's body trembled as his heart ached. The home in his mind contrasted starkly with this empty shell of a house, piercing through all the illusions in his heart. What a joke. It turns out the meaning of home is when everyone gathers together. That is happiness, that is home, a true home. Mo Tianyun released his mental power, enveloping the entire house. Under the scrutiny of his mental power, every detail of the house became clear with nowhere to hide. This is... Mo Tianyun observed something with his mental power. It was a model of a mech, the first mech model he had made. It was still there, embedded in the wall of his room as a decorative item, untouched for 5 years. Moreover, Mo Tianyun carefully examined all the parts of this mech model with his mental power, discovering that it had been well maintained. The paint had not chipped, the model was intact, and there was very little dust. Could it be? Has someone been maintaining this mech model all along? As a child, Mo Tianyun had always taken care of this mech model. To him, it held significant meaning, for it was the first mech model he designed. Upon closer inspection of this mech model, one could see that some parts were very similar to the Tianyun mech. Yes, the prototype of the first mech Mo Tianyun manufactured, the Tianyun mech, was based on this first mech model he designed as a child. This mech model stands over 1 meter tall, and all its parts were made from the leftover alloys that Grandpa Zika had used for mech repairs. When the mech model was completed, Mo Tianyun was ecstatic for quite a while. Whose room is that? Who has been carefully maintaining the mecha model embedded in the wall? Mo Tianyun originally did not want to disturb the happy moment of the family, but he couldn't help but speak up. The family of 3 also came back to their senses, looking at the room that Mo Tianyun was pointing at. Brother Tianyun, that room is mine. The mecha model inside was something my father wanted to take apart, but when I saw it I really liked it, so I begged my father to keep it, and I still live in that room. That mecha model is really beautiful and cool, I particularly like it. I dust it every month. Karina answered Mo Tianyun's question with a smile. So what's wrong with that mecha model? Karina's mother paused, then said with some concern, Is there something wrong with that mecha model? Haha, there's nothing wrong with it. Mo Tianyun shook his head and smiled, saying, That mecha model is the first one I made as a child. I am very grateful to you for keeping it safe and maintaining it so well. Oh haha, so it was made by you, sir. Our daughter has always really liked it, and often cleans the dust off its surface. Karina's father laughed heartily and replied, Is that so, little sister? Do you really like this mecha model? Mo Tianyun smiled at the little girl and gently asked, I was 6 years old when I first saw this mecha. That day was our first day here, and the moment I saw this mecha model, I fell in love with it. Karina nodded vigorously, recalling the scene of seeing the model for the first time, and happily said. Mo Tianyun also smiled, because he knew that loving something does not require a reason, as sometimes when you see something for the first time you just fall in love with it completely. Since you love mechas so much, little sister, do you want to become a battle mecha master when you grow up, or do you want to be a mecha manufacturer? Mo Tianyun asked with a smile. I want to become a mecha manufacturer, Karina stated firmly. Ha, good. Seeing Karina's determination to become a mecha manufacturer, Mo Tianyun took out a book from his spatial ring. The title of the book was Mecha Manufacturing Blueprint Design, a birthday gift from Grandpa Zika on Mo Tianyun's birthday when he was a child. Over the years, Mo Tianyun had taken many notes while learning about mecha manufacturing. Now Emotianyan no longer needed this book, so he decided to give it to someone who needed it. The value of a book is to impart knowledge. It should not be left to gather dust in a corner. As for its sentimental value, Emotianyan still had 2 other books that Grandpa Zika had given him on his birthday. Little sister, I am giving you this book. I hope you study hard in the future and become an outstanding mecha manufacturer. Emotianyan gently handed the book over. What is this? Karina asked as she received the book and glanced at the cover. This is a book on mecha manufacturing. Karina quickly opened the book and carefully browsed through its contents. She looked for quite a while before she finally put it down. Thank you, Brother Tianyan, Karina said, happily holding the book with both hands. All right, daughter, we should go. This house now belongs to this gentleman. I have already booked a place for us to stay first, and tomorrow we will buy a new house, a big house. Karina's father suddenly spoke. Okay, Dad, Karina replied. So we should leave. Please take care. Emotianyan was taken aback, thinking, what kind of talk is this? What else could he do? Let's go, let's go. Emotianyan waved his hand, watching the happy family of 3 leave. Emotianyan's arrival changed the fate of this family of 3. What was once their happiness might have been lost, but now their destiny had shifted. Years later, the Empire gained another genius mecha manufacturer, just like Emotianyan, who also hailed from Urulu, star named Karina. This home. Emotianyan looked at the empty surroundings, thought for a moment, and then said, after all, this is the place where I lived for many years. Now that I have returned, even though I am the only one here, I cannot let it fall into disrepair. Then let's restore everything here to the way I remember my home. About an hour later, Emotianyan purchased many pieces of furniture, just like before. Just as Emotianyan returned to the door, he saw 3 familiar figures. The first figure was a girl dressed in a pure white dress, the hem swaying gently in the wind, resembling a white lotus dancing gracefully. The girl wore a colorful bow on her head, her black hair falling loosely, long slender legs clad in black stockings, and she wore a pair of black high heels, smiling charmingly at him. The stark contrast between the girl's upper body in white and her lower body in black caught Emotianyan's eye, making him glance at her a couple more times. The second figure was an elderly man dressed in deep red, looking kindly at Emotianyan. The third figure was a tall and handsome middle-aged man standing behind the girl. These 3 were Vina, the former chairman, and Vena's father, Light. Emotianyan. Vina waved and called out, why are you all here? Emotianyan approached and said, it was Grandpa Chairman who said you had returned, so we all came with him to see you. Vina tilted her head and glanced at the old chairman. Ha, young friend Tianyan, your spiritual energy fluctuations are so strong. You must have reached the spirit sea level. With your mecha manufacturing skills, it seems that soon your Star will have a true genius mecha manufacturer known across countless planets of the Empire. Little Vina, although you have made great progress in the past half-month and can now touch the knowledge of extraordinary level battle mecha manufacturing, you must keep working hard, otherwise you won't be able to catch up with young friend Tianyan Ha. The old chairman said with a hearty laugh. Yes, Grandpa Chairman, I will work hard. In 2 months, I will become a junior mecha manufacturer, and then I will qualify to go to the Mecha Manufacturing Academy of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master School for assessment. Vina nodded and quietly glanced at Emotianyan, saying with determination, what are you all doing standing at the door? Come in and sit for a while. No need to be polite, young friend Tianyan. We just came to take a look and we'll be leaving soon, so we won't take up your time. The old chairman shook his head. That's good then. Emotianyan nodded as well, thinking that with the house being so empty, it wasn't good for receiving guests. After some pleasantries, the 3 left. 3 days later, in the early morning, Emotianyan opened the door and stepped out of his home. Emotianyan stretched lazily. In these 3 days, the house had undergone a significant transformation under Emotianyan's hands, returning to the appearance it had when Grandpa Zika was still around. Although I have only lived in this house for about 3 days, I must leave again. I have a premonition that this departure may last a very long time. Perhaps I will not return. So I should take a good look around now. Emotianyan glanced back at his home, feeling as though he could never gaze enough. After a while, he finally shifted his gaze and softly said, the soaring eagle must eventually leave its nest to soar high into the clouds. Thus, as I depart today, I wish myself a remarkable achievement in my ventures outside. My lord, we have arrived. A man with a scar on his face approached. Emotianyan had asked them to come here after 3 days, and they truly came. The one beside you with the scar is called Robbie. His matter is done for now. I taught him a lesson back then, and I am glad you could come to me now. Emotianyan looked and realized that it was the one-eyed man who had brought the scarred man, and then he spoke. So may I ask why you have summoned me here? I called you here to invite you to join the Imperial Mech Warriors and fight against the insectoids. Emotianyan did not intend to beat around the bush and stated his intentions directly. What? You want me to join the Imperial Mech Warriors to fight the insectoids? The one-eyed man was astonished. He knew that the insectoids were extremely powerful and vicious. Many mech warriors had perished in their onslaught. Now the Lord wanted him to confront them. Wasn't that akin to sending him to his death? No, no, no. My lord, spare me. The front lines are too dangerous. I really do not want to fight the insectoids. The one-eyed man quickly shook his head. Haha, I knew you would refuse. However, if you can endure one of my strikes, you won't have to go. If you cannot, then you must obediently come with me to fight the insectoids. Mo Tianyun had already anticipated that the other party would not comply so easily. However, Mo Tianyun did not plan to let him off. As a big brother in the underground world of Hanshan City, his strength was certainly not weak. Rather than letting him stay here to cause trouble, it was better to have him go to the front lines and fight the insectoids, protecting the empire and its people. I am empty-handed. It is impossible for me to withstand your strike, my lord. Please do not put me in a difficult position. I still want to live. From now on, I will be a good person and will not harm others again. Please let me go, the one-eyed man said, trembling with fear. Aren't you a mech warrior? I can allow you to use a mech. Don't worry, I won't use my mech to attack you. Mo Tianyun looked at the one-eyed man and said, you can use a mech. The one-eyed man's hope seemed to be rekindled. He felt that even if this lord was powerful, he could still block his strike if he used a mech. After all, the energy shields of mechs were quite strong, capable of withstanding some laser cannons and energy blasts. All right, enough nonsense. Hurry up and prepare, otherwise I will make my move. Mo Tianyun suddenly raised his hand, signaling that he was about to strike. Okay. I will prepare right away. The one-eyed man summoned his mech from his spatial treasure. The one-eyed man's mech was a storm mech with a maximum combat power amplification of 8 times. Among ordinary class mechs, it was also quite powerful, known for its incredible speed, reaching a maximum speed of 600 meters per second. A mech. It's a mech. No way, it's only been half a month, and there's still someone causing trouble in the city. Get away from here. If you get caught in the battle, it will be disastrous. Nearby, some people suddenly saw a mech appear, and the crowd erupted in excitement. I am preparing to make my move. Mo Tianyun used his spiritual power to transmit his words into the one-eyed man's storm mech. Then Mo Tianyun raised his hand, and a starlight sword condensed from his spiritual power appeared behind him, followed by a second, a third. In less than a second, hundreds of starlight swords floated and danced around him. Ever since my spiritual power broke through, my myriad starlight swords have reached a small level of mastery. Now I can condense 552 starlight swords, and I estimate I will soon break through to a greater level of mastery. Mo Tianyun carefully sensed his myriad starlight swords and declared, myriad starlight, /. In the next instant, he launched all the starlight swords toward the storm mech. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The starlight swords drew white arcs in the air, striking the energy shield of the storm mech. Boom, bang. The energy shield of the storm mech could not hold for even half a second before it was shattered by Mo Tianyun's starlight swords with a resounding crash. How could this be? No. Before the one-eyed man could react, the beams of sword light continued to cut toward the storm mech. This terrified the one-eyed man, who immediately shouted from within the mech. Suddenly, he saw the streams of starlight swords halt in midair, no longer advancing. You cannot even withstand my strike. You should just come with me. Mo Tianyun's voice rang in the one-eyed man's ear. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man hurriedly retracted his mech. Then, trembling, the one-eyed man respectfully said, Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. I have long had a distaste for the insectoids. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to go to the front lines and fight the insectoids. Mo Tianyun, hearing this, thought, weren't you just scared? Now you are back to flattering me. All right, don't be so pessimistic. Following me will bring you many benefits. First, I have many perfect-grade primary genetic evolution potions at hand, which can significantly enhance your strength. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Many people would have to seek me out to buy them. Perfect-grade primary genetic evolution potion. The one-eyed man instantly became invigorated. Secondly, I am also a mech craftsman. I can easily make you a mech that will be 10 times or even 100 times better than your current storm mech. Thirdly, your other I must have gone blind eye can help you regenerate an eye in the future. Of course, you must work hard to kill the insectoids and bring me their crystal cores. Once you reach a certain quantity, I will naturally reward you with some benefits. With each word, the one-eyed man felt increasingly delighted, and when he heard that his eye could be regenerated, he was practically overjoyed. Although in the technologically advanced empire the regeneration of limbs and organs was already possible, the medical costs were exorbitant. Even all the wealth of the one-eyed man combined would not be enough. Okay, I will work hard to kill the insectoids. The one-eyed man knew he could not escape, so he had to accept his fate of going to the front lines. Mo Tianyun first hit the one-eyed man with a stick, then rewarded him with a date. Now the one-eyed man was not so resistant and instead felt a bit eager to try. Wait a moment, soldiers will be coming soon. After all, we summoned a mech in the city. You should be able to handle it, right? Mo Tianyun asked. No problem, I've dealt with these soldiers before. We haven't destroyed anything or harmed anyone, so it shouldn't be a big issue. A one-eyed man nodded and replied, From now on you don't have to call me sir anymore. My name is Mo Tianyan. According to your customs, you should now be my subordinate. You can call me Big Brother. Although you are older than me, I am stronger than you, so calling me Big Brother is fine, right? Okay, Big Brother Tianyan. The one-eyed man was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had gone from being an elder brother to a younger brother. So what's your name? Mo Tianyan asked. In response, Big Brother, my name is John Thorne, the one-eyed man replied. Then I will just call you Thorne from now on. Mo Tianyan nodded and said, before becoming a combat mech master, he had wanted to cultivate a few subordinates to assist him as he couldn't handle everything himself due to lack of energy. Moreover, some minor issues could be troublesome and waste a lot of time. Instead of dealing with them, wouldn't it be better to use that time to learn advanced mech manufacturing knowledge or cultivate the 10,000 stars sword? Additionally, on the front lines fighting the insect race, Mo Tianyan's strength was still limited. He needed to kill the insects and collect crystal cores, which would waste a lot of time. If a large number of insect hordes surrounded him, it would be dangerous. Thus, having more subordinates to help collect insect crystal cores and eliminate any stray insects was quite necessary. Soon after, he said, let's go, goodbye my home. Mo Tianyan took one last look and walked towards the outskirts of Hansan City. On the other side, John waved his hand. Big Brother, are you really going to follow that adult to the front lines to fight the insect race? Robbie ran over excitedly. There's no turning back now. Whether I can survive on the front lines is still uncertain, and it's all because of you. I should have taught you a lesson long ago. John raised his fist, pretending to hit Robbie. Big Brother, I'm sorry. If you want to hit me, just do it. Robbie knew he had made a big mistake and did not intend to avoid his brother's fist. It's too late. John did not strike, but gently patted Robbie's head and said, you've been with me for quite a while now. You're a gene-evolved warrior, and you also have a mech. The other members of our Poison Eye organization will be your responsibility. You must constantly improve your strength and become an excellent leader. Also, this house belongs to my brother. You must take good care of it. When we return later, if anything happens to the house, see if I will let you off. From now on, do not engage in wrongdoing. We will no longer mix in the underworld and will only do legitimate business. You also need to become a good person. Big Brother, rest assured. I won't let our organization go to waste. It will grow stronger under my leadership. After this, I have reflected on many things. I realize my mistakes. Although I haven't killed anyone, I have taken a lot of other people's things. I will return everything. Robbie looked seriously at his brother and said, all right, Robbie, since you can say this, Big Brother believes in you. John patted Robbie's shoulder vigorously and then looked at Mo Tianyan's disappearing figure, saying him leaving. Robbie endured the pain in his shoulder. He understood that the heavy pat was John's way of passing on responsibility to him. He must bear the burden and not shame his brother. Big Brother, take care. The Poison Eye organization will always welcome you back. Robbie shouted loudly at John's departing figure. Outside Hansan City, the ice and snow had dissipated and the sky was no longer a dull gray, but had turned clear and azure. The earth was faintly growing tender green grass, but what was most surprising were the colorful little flowers blooming on the ground. Upon closer inspection, although these flowers were of different colors, their petals were identical. These colorful little flowers that adorned the ground were called winter departure flowers. They typically bloom after the winter snow melts, symbolizing that the bitter winter has passed and spring has arrived. Today is January 1 SDO and winter has indeed passed. More importantly, today is also Mo Tianyan's birthday. Yes, it is Mo Tianyan's 16th birthday, and 16 is the legal age of adulthood in the Empire. Now I am also an adult. Although many people call me sir, because of my strength from today onwards, I am a true adult, no longer a child. Mo Tianyan picked a winter departure flower and gently sniffed its fragrance, saying with a look of intoxication. Then Mo Tianyan lifted the flower above his head, spreading his spiritual energy, sending the winter departure flower soaring into the sky to ride the winds. At 16, one can join the Imperial Combat Mech Corps. This has been Mo Tianyan's goal for quite some time, and he finally reached this day. Mo Tianyan had not celebrated his birthday for 5 years, and he would not specifically celebrate today either. Mo Tianyan, happy birthday. The spirit of miracles appeared beside Mo Tianyan, happily saying, thank you, Sister Miracle. Mo Tianyan felt warm inside. Having someone to congratulate him on his birthday made him incredibly happy. After waiting so long, you can finally join the Imperial Combat Mech Corps. But let me remind you, the path of fighting the insect race has just begun. The road ahead may be very difficult, so you need to be mentally prepared. The spirit of miracles looked into Mo Tianyan's eyes as she spoke. She wanted to see what reaction he would have, but was disappointed. There was not a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. No matter how difficult the road, it cannot stop my steps forward. Mo Tianyan said firmly. Big Brother Tianyan, where are we going now? John ran over without a hint of embarrassment, for he was a gene-evolved individual with extraordinary physical capabilities. However, John did not see the spirit of miracles, not even when she appeared outside. We are going to Uluru City to join the Imperial Combat Mech Corps, Emotianyan replied. When do we leave? John asked. Now. Emotianyan no longer lingered here. Boom. Boom. Outside Hansan City, two mechs soared into the sky, leaving behind a massive shockwave that sent winter departure flowers swirling in the air. The last difficult winter of Emotianyan's life had passed, and ahead of him awaited greater challenges as well as greater opportunities. Above the clouds, the airflow here is relatively gentle. This is the stratosphere of Uluru Star. At this moment, two mechas are flying forward at high speed, and the originally calm airflow is stirred into layers of ripples by the terrifying sound waves generated by the mechas. The pilots of these two mechas are Emotianyan and Suan. Big brother, your mental power is too terrifying. It can even accelerate my mecha. My storm mecha generally flies at a speed of 400 meters per second. My mecha's maximum flying speed has now reached 860 meters per second, more than double the speed. Suan looked at the flight speed data of the mecha's intelligent core in astonishment. Emotianyan nodded, not saying much more. The reason Emotianyan used his mental power to accelerate Suan's mecha is that in his eyes Suan's mecha is too slow, moving like an ant, which would waste time. The second reason is that Emotianyan's mental power has only recently reached the spirit sea level. He needs to familiarize himself with the control of his mental power while also slightly exercising it. After flying for 1 hour and 16 minutes, the two finally arrived at Uluru City, having left for a few days and back again. Emotianyan looked at this magnificent and developed city and said. Then both of them headed toward the military base of Uluru City. The military base in Uluru City is also the highest level military base on Uluru Star, rumored to be guarded by an epic grade battle mecha division. This might be the only epic grade battle mecha division on this planet. Military restricted area ahead, please halt and state your reason for being here. A soldier from the Empire stationed at a checkpoint in front of the military base stopped Emotianyan and Suan and said, We are here to join the Empire's battle mecha division. Emotianyan said solemnly. The Imperial soldier immediately showed respect and said, Please present your Imperial identity cards. After I check and confirm your identities as battle mecha pilots, I will allow you passage and provide you each with a temporary access card allowing you to directly enter the battle mecha division hall. Upon hearing this, Emotianyan and Suan each took out their identity cards and handed them to the soldier. The soldier took the identity cards and operated a machine at the checkpoint. Emotianyan, ordinary level battle mecha pilot. Temporary access card for the Battle Mecha Division Hall has been successfully printed. Suan, ordinary level Battle Mecha Pilot. Temporary access card for the Battle Mecha Division Hall has been successfully printed. After confirming their identities, the temporary access cards were immediately printed, and the soldier quickly approached Emotianyan and Suan. Here are your Imperial identity cards and the temporary access cards for the Battle Mecha Division Hall. The soldier returned their Imperial identity cards along with 2 temporary access cards. The soldier added, This temporary access card will not be needed once you join the Empire's Battle Mecha Division. You can enter the Battle Mecha Division halls on various planets with just your Imperial identity card. Understood. Thank you for your help, Emotianyan politely responded. The two passed through many security checkpoints using the temporary access cards and arrived at the Battle Mecha Division hall. The hall, although spacious and exquisite with the intelligent core projecting a sea of data that constantly fluctuates, is not very crowded with only a few people moving around at a glance. Perhaps it is because this is the Battle Mecha Division Hall, and those who can enter are all Battle Mecha pilots, making it seem somewhat desolate. As soon as Emotianyan and Suan arrived, someone came forward to greet them. I just received notice that 2 Battle Mecha pilots will be joining the Empire's Battle Mecha Division. I am here to await your arrival. A soldier in military uniform responsible for reception said enthusiastically. Hello, may I ask how we can join the Empire's Battle Mecha Division? Emotianyan got straight to the point. Joining the Empire's Battle Mecha Division is quite simple. As long as you are a Battle Mecha pilot, you can join. The soldier replied. He continued, Once you join the Battle Mecha Division, you will become an Imperial soldier. At that point, a dedicated Imperial military starship will come to pick you up to a nearby frontline base. There you will undergo a rookie test and military skill training for Battle Mecha pilots. After completing the military skill training, you will be able to carry out missions. This is the general process for joining the Battle Mecha Division. Emotianyan fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Then he couldn't help but ask, Do we have to undergo training? Can't we go directly to carry out missions and exterminate the insect race? Upon hearing this, the soldier felt that this seemingly young Battle Mecha pilot appeared to be a bit impatient. Other Battle Mecha pilots joined the division to learn the Empire's mecha combat techniques to enhance their combat effectiveness. He patiently explained, The rookie test is to assess your combat strength, determining the level of missions you can accept while the military skill training for battle mecha pilots will greatly assist you in your upcoming missions and enhance your strength. This training teaches you military theory mecha combat techniques, the use of various weapons and tools, etc. These cannot be learned outside. Only in the military skill training for battle mecha pilots can you learn them. The reception soldier looked at Imotanyun and continued, the testing does not take much time, but the military skill training for battle mecha pilots takes half a month. If you're eager to carry out missions, you can do so, but your combat strength must reach at least the extraordinary level of battle mecha pilots. As long as you prove that your power is strong enough, you can be exempted from training. Upon hearing this, Imotanyun felt relieved. His combat strength should indeed be at the extraordinary level of a battle mecha pilot. In fact, even with extraordinary level combat strength, I still recommend completing the training, as the benefits gained during training are numerous. Additionally, outstanding trainees can earn significant military merit, which is incredibly useful. Suddenly the soldier added, military merit has its uses. Imotanyun asked curiously, what is the use of military merit? Military merit can elevate your rank and can be exchanged for rare resources to enhance your power. This is the reward the Empire gives us soldiers for bravely fighting on the battlefield. When will the interstellar transport battleship arrive? Imotanyun asked. It is expected to arrive in 2 hours and 45 minutes. The soldier in charge replied, glancing at the intelligent brain screen in a corner of the hall. Imotanyun also noticed that screen. Gentlemen, this is the Imperial regulation for joining the Battle Mecha Corps. Please take a good look at it. If there are no issues, I will help you register as members of the Battle Mecha Corps. Although the regulations are strict, it is your duty as Imperial soldiers to comply with them. The soldier said solemnly, while projecting the Imperial regulations filled with dense text through the military's intelligent brain. Imotanyun and Sa-In also stepped forward to browse through the regulations. 1. Absolute obedience to superior orders. 2. Be brave and tenacious and resolutely complete the tasks assigned by the Corps. 3. Diligently train in mecha combat skills and master various mecha technologies. 4. Strictly adhere to Corps discipline and obey management. 5. Keep the military secrets of the Corps. Those who fail to comply with these regulations will face severe penalties ranging from a deduction of military merit points to expulsion from the Corps, with the most severe punishment being immediate execution. After reading for a while, Imotanyun felt he had browsed through enough. This Imperial regulation was specifically formulated for those joining the Battle Mecha Corps. We have finished reading it, and there are no issues. I am willing to join the Imperial Battle Mecha Corps and comply with its regulations. Please register our identities as members of the Battle Mecha Corps now. Imotanyun took out his Imperial identity card and handed it to the soldier. Me too. Sa-In also quickly took out his Imperial identity card and handed it to the soldier. Great. The Imperial Battle Mecha Corps welcomes your joining. From now on, you will be warriors charging into battle for the Empire. I hope you can bravely slay the enemy's gallop across the battlefield and defend the Empire's territory and its people. The soldier straightened his body, puffed out his chest, and saluted Imotanyun and Sa-In after taking their identity cards. Imotanyun and Sa-In also wore serious expressions mirroring the soldier's actions in return. After a while, gentlemen, here are your Imperial identity cards. Your identities as members of the Battle Mecha Corps have been successfully registered. The soldier returned the Imperial identity cards to Imotanyun and Sa-In. Imotanyun opened his identity card to check. Imotanyun, gender male, birth date year 23 of the 61,227th era, age 16, identity junior mecha manufacturer, ordinary level battle mecha soldier, private of the Imperial Battle Mecha Corps. After reading, Imotanyun began to wait for the arrival of the interstellar transport battleship. Time passed quickly, and there was still about half an hour until the interstellar transport battleship arrived. Suddenly, about a dozen people entered the hall of the Ulyalu Star Battle Mecha Corps. The sounds of their conversation and the thudding of their combat boots shattered the hall's tranquility. Imotanyun and Sa-In were also drawn to this scene. They must also be battle mecha soldiers joining the Imperial Corps. The interstellar transport battleship is about to arrive, so they probably rushed here after receiving the news. Imotanyun speculated. I didn't expect to see a few familiar faces among the newcomers, he said softly as he looked at two familiar faces. One is Miss Lung Yu, who resembles the man beside her. They must be related. Imotanyun remarked upon seeing a cold-looking woman. And the other is the man referred to as young Master Talink, dressed in combat gear. His expensive outfit has not changed, nor has that sword. Imotanyun also spotted a man in combat gear. It was Talink, who had traded the most perfect grade beginner genetic evolution potions with Imotanyun. Imotanyun watched them, and they also noticed his gaze. After recognizing him as the one who had provided the perfect grade beginner genetic evolution potion, they glanced a bit longer before retracting their gaze and finding a spot to sit quietly. Half an hour later, a loud noise accompanied by piercing sonic waves came through. An oval rift suddenly appeared above the Ulyalu City military base. A blue light emerged from the rift, which then gradually faded, revealing a massive interstellar transport battleship that cast a shadow over half of the Ulyalu City military base. The battleship slowly descended and landed on a designated area paved with alloy floors for docking. Amid such commotion outside, Mo Tianyun and the others walked outside to watch. At this moment, the soldier who had been in charge of reception and several unfamiliar soldiers approached the group of a dozen people. Ladies and gentlemen, the interstellar transport battleship responsible for taking you to a frontier defense base at the Imperial border has arrived. Please cooperate with us to complete the inspection before boarding the battleship. One of the unfamiliar soldiers spoke up. Your identity information has been confirmed. Please board the battleship. Mo Tianyun stepped onto the gangway and boarded the battleship. Following closely behind was Sun. 5 minutes later, everyone had boarded the interstellar transport battleship. Imperial Starship 78-546-4697 will initiate spatial leap in 1 minute. Destination, the Zerg Defense Frontline Military Base on Duna Star 0. 948,779 light-years away. Estimated arrival time 8 hours 45 minutes and 43 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. Mo Tianyun was already prepared in his seat, eagerly awaiting departure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, initiating interstellar spatial leap. Above the Ulyalu City military base, a massive interstellar transport battleship instantly transformed into a dazzling and intense light before disappearing into the sky. I'm really curious about what the cosmic scenery outside the battleship looks like. From childhood to now, this is my first time leaving Ulyalu Star on an interstellar transport battleship. Mo Tianyun murmured. A brother Tianyun, I'm almost 30 years old, and this is my first time leaving Ulyalu Star to go to another planet. Suwa interjected upon hearing Mo Tianyun's words. Is that so? Huh? Mo Tianyun chuckled lightly, then sighed. Leaving the planet where I was born and raised for the first time feels like a traveler setting off for distant lands. With every few steps I must look back at my homeland. Thus, Mo Tianyun and saw and began to chat on the battleship, getting to know each other better. 8 hours later, suddenly the battleship shook slightly. We have arrived at the destination, the Zerg Frontline Military Base on Duna Star. Please disembark from the interstellar transport battleship. Phew. Finally here. Those 8 hours were so boring. Mo Tianyun took a deep breath, left his seat, and stood up, stretching. Is this the military base defending against the invasion of the insect race? It's truly massive, so vast that even with my spiritual sense, I can't perceive the end of this defensive military base. So how large is this military base? Compared to this military base, the largest military base on Ulyalu Star is like comparing an ant to an elephant. The disparity is like that between heaven and earth. But upon closer thought, this is one of the military bases of the Empire defending against the invasion of the insect race on the front lines that have lasted for tens of thousands of light years. How could it possibly be small? The Duna Star Defensive Military Base covers an area of 15200 kilometers in length and 13800 kilometers in width. It is the largest military base within a 10 light-year radius of Duna Star and can be considered a military hub on the front lines. This military base deploys tens of thousands to millions of interstellar shuttles daily to patrol the front lines. Just the area occupied by the interstellar shuttles exceeds 60 million square kilometers, not to mention the residential areas, logistics areas, production areas, training areas, combat areas, trading areas, command center areas, and so on. The number of Imperial soldiers stationed here is at least over 100 million, with most being ordinary soldiers. Some of them operate interstellar shuttles and powerful energy weapons, some repair combat weapon machinery, while others are only responsible for transporting supplies. In short, this defensive military base has formed a supply chain capable of sustaining combat operations. In addition to the majority of ordinary soldiers, a small number are the commanders and mecha engineers maintaining the base's operations in the command center area. The mecha engineers here refer to the 4 major mecha professions: combat mecha engineers, mecha manufacturers, mecha repairers, and mecha accessory engineers. Among the mecha manufacturers, mecha repairers, and mecha accessory engineers usually stay in the logistics area, earning their military merit points for manufacturing, repairing, and creating mecha accessories. Only combat mecha engineers can go out to carry out missions received in the Combat Mecha Engineer Corps Hall to earn military merit points. Thus, combat mecha engineers are akin to special forces within the Imperial Army, and the Combat Mecha Engineer Corps is equivalent to the special forces among all Imperial legions. When dealing with the powerful insect race and alien civilizations, combat mecha engineers are the main force in battle, often playing a crucial role on the battlefield. Attention all new recruits who have just joined the Combat Mecha Engineer Corps, please proceed to the Combat Mecha Engineer Corps Hall for your new recruit testing. Mo Tianyun withdrew his spiritual sense, observing everything before him. It turns out that not only Mo Tianyun and his ship were here to transport new recruits to the Combat Mecha Engineer Corps, there were also several hundred ships like theirs all transporting new recruits. Thus, the new recruits disembarking from each interstellar shuttle were led by soldiers through various access controls to the Combat Mecha Engineer Corps Hall. This hall is as large as the square in Eurolus City, no even more expansive, easily accommodating over 100,000 people. That large light screen over there in the Combat Mecha Engineer Corps Hall is surely the place for accepting missions, as there are always tens of thousands of combat mecha engineers receiving and submitting tasks. Mo Tianyun exclaimed as he gazed at the Combat Mecha Engineer Corps Hall. The surrounding new recruits were also looking around. In the distance, veterans who came to accept and submit tasks were also watching the freshly arrived recruits. Here come the new recruits arriving on the 1st of the month again. I arrived here on the 1st of last month, and after half a month of training I completed a few missions, but finished none. Most of my teammates are gone. If it weren't for my fast mecha, I wouldn't have made it back. A combat mecha engineer spoke painfully as he looked at the new recruits. Saihu isn't the same. Those without strength come here just to seek death. I've been here for half a year and have barely completed a few tasks. The strong ones who joined at the same time as me, I heard the strongest one is already a lieutenant, while those weaker than me have long become cannon fodder. Another combat mecha engineer lamented from the side. Every combat mecha engineer who joins the Combat Mecha Engineer Corps must accept one mission each month, otherwise they will be forcibly sent to the front lines to fight the insect race, which is a life or death situation. If you dare to be a coward, it's a dead end. To date, I haven't heard of anyone escaping. Accept a simple mission and just kill 1 or 2 ordinary insect races. Even if you fail, it's fine. If you endure for a year, you can apply for retirement. Another combat mecha engineer joined the conversation. Mo Tianyun and the other new recruits were then led into a new recruit testing area. All new recruits, please sit down and wait quietly. After the new recruits settled down, a tall and imposing man dressed in a green military uniform stepped onto the podium. Mo Tianyun, like everyone else, gazed at the officer on stage. This officer had a bronze-colored face full of firmness with piercing eyes that shone brightly, as sharp as 2 knives, seemingly piercing the hearts of all the new recruits, causing most of them to avoid looking directly at him. Moreover, there was no doubt that this officer was a battle-hardened, powerful, and cold soldier, dignified, yet stern, composed, yet restrained. Such an aura could only be cultivated through a long period of war and military life. He had short hair that, along with his stern and cold square face, exuded an air of authority, making it hard for anyone present to stare unblinkingly. However, Mo Tianyun was unaffected, calmly scrutinizing the officer as if nothing were amiss. The officer scanned the entire crowd and noticed that only Mo Tianyun remained unusually calm, thus he scrutinized him. I already used my spiritual sense, and I didn't expect someone to remain unaffected. The officer thought to himself. It seems I need to be more intense, otherwise if even a rookie doesn't get frightened, he'll lose face if those rascals find out. Buzz. The air trembled slightly, and the once bright light in the rookie testing area suddenly dimmed and swayed slightly. 2 incredibly powerful, invisible spiritual forces were clashing against each other, seemingly unable to distinguish superiority for a moment. What is happening? Many of the returning soldiers looked at the officer on stage and noticed his gaze focused on Mo Tianyun. Could it be that this rookie is competing in spiritual strength with the lieutenant colonel? That's impossible. The lieutenant colonel is an epic battle mech master with spiritual power already at the spirit sea level. How could a rookie possess such powerful spiritual energy? An experienced soldier said in disbelief nearby. Yes, it must be that this rookie has a relatively strong spiritual power. The lieutenant colonel is testing him with his spiritual force. At this moment, another veteran echoed the previous soldier's words. I told you it's definitely like that. The lieutenant colonel broke through to the spirit sea level over a decade ago and exchanged military merit for an epic battle mech years later, becoming an epic battle mech master. That was over a decade ago. At that time, the lieutenant colonel was still under 30 years old. Such talent is considered genius throughout the entire empire. The previous veteran, seeing someone agree with his viewpoint, began to speak proudly. How could a rookie possibly have spirit sea level spiritual power? Look at him, he can't even be 20 years old. If he really had spirit sea level spiritual power, he would have been renowned throughout the empire, taken as a disciple by those true big shots, and wouldn't be here as a rookie. So at most he just has a bit stronger spiritual power. Don't close your eyes and speak nonsense. You are still a battle mech master. Your spiritual power is at least at the perception level. Carefully sense the center of that fluctuation. The knowledgeable veteran scoffed, pointing to the 2 spiritual forces. Just let me sense it, and you'll know. The other person said dismissively. In the next instant, he was in trouble. This veteran suddenly cried out in pain. Phew. Finally recovered, that was terrifying. As he recalled the vast spiritual forces he sensed earlier, he continued. I felt like an ant caught between two vast seas of spiritual power. Even the residual waves shattered my spiritual energy. Haha, I told you, and you didn't listen. You love to be clever, this time you've tasted a bit of hardship. Remember, never be too clever at any time, it can harm yourself here. If it were on the battlefield, it could harm others. The knowledgeable veteran imparted his wisdom. Got it, thank you. The veteran no longer had a playful demeanor, but sincerely expressed his gratitude. Oh dear. Ouch. The rookies below also did something as foolish as this veteran, using their spiritual energy to sense the two immense waves of spiritual power. As a result, their spiritual energy was directly shattered, causing them to cry out in pain. Brother, thank goodness you reminded me, or I would have. A girl with short light blue hair sat not far from Emo Tianyun, slightly furrowing her brows at a white-haired man beside her. This girl was Miss Lung Yu, who, like Emo Tianyun, came from URU Star, and the boy beside her was her brother. This white-haired youth was also quite handsome, exuding a cold aura similar to that of the girl with light blue hair. His handsome face bore a pair of eyes as cold and desolate as eternal ice. Hearing his sister's words, his gaze softened significantly, as if the ice and snow had melted. When two Spirit C-level spiritual power experts clash, only someone with perception-level spiritual power would be foolish to probe with their spiritual energy. The white-haired youth said coldly, "Is he really a Spirit C-level spiritual power expert? He's only just turned 16, and only his grandfather in the family has reached the Spirit C level. Even his father said he is still a bit short. Truly a young hero." Miss Lung Yu remarked with a sigh. Having such a person around constantly stimulates oneself, allowing for improvement in strength. The white-haired youth gazed at Emo Tianyun's back. "Young hero, Emo Tianyun, I didn't expect you to become this strong. However, I still look forward to sparring with you." Talink, dressed in battle attire, gently stroked the sword he carried with him. At this moment, things were becoming a bit unfavorable for Emo Tianyun. This officer's spiritual power is so strong, and my spiritual energy is depleting rapidly, and I'm starting to struggle. No, hold on, I won't give up easily. After struggling for a while, Emo Tianyun felt the pressure mounting. Suddenly, Emo Tianyun sensed the opponent's spiritual power slowly diminishing and understood that the other party had withdrawn upon realizing he was about to reach his limit. This rookie has such strong spiritual power, it truly is Spirit C level. I've struck it rich this time. The officer on stage felt a surge of joy in his heart. The officer observed the surrounding people in a state of panic and thus quietly watched them. All around, everyone felt the terrifying calm gaze of the officer on stage. Soon the standing veterans resumed their proper stance, and the seated rookies adjusted their postures. Welcome everyone to join the Battle Mech Master Corps. I am Odenman Chris, a Lieutenant Colonel of the Imperial Battle Mech Corps. I am responsible for the Battle Mech Masters in this base, and I am also an epic Battle Mech Master. After consolidating his spiritual power, the Lieutenant Colonel's voice suddenly boomed like thunder, resounding throughout the area and echoing in the air. Once Emo Tianyun reacted, he immediately began to applaud, gradually leading everyone to join in the applause. The slightly serious atmosphere dissipated amidst the rookies' applause. Our frontline forces are currently stretched thin, and your joining will greatly ease the military pressure. I represent our base in thanking everyone for joining. The officer expressed his gratitude. You are all powerful battle mech masters, each one an elite of the Imperial Army. Therefore, you will all need to undertake some high-difficulty missions within the military. These missions are quite dangerous, and there may be casualties. Upon hearing the Lieutenant Colonel's words, some rookies below began to stir slightly. Why does this Lieutenant Colonel scare us rookies who have just joined? Shouldn't he be encouraging us instead? But the voice of the Lieutenant Colonel suddenly paused, then continued, Everyone don't panic. For every completed mission, you will earn military merit points. These points are extremely valuable and can be exchanged for precious items that cannot be bought elsewhere to enhance your strength. For example, high-level basic gene evolution potions, intermediate gene evolution potions, even advanced gene evolution potions, and extraordinary grade battle mechs, even epic grade battle mechs. These precious items and mechs will significantly enhance your power. Moreover, anything the Empire has, as long as your military merit points are sufficient, can be obtained for you. This is the reward the Empire provides to us soldiers guarding its territory. I believe you all know that everyone here has come for military merit points to exchange for what you need to enhance your power. The Lieutenant Colonel spoke the heartfelt thoughts of nearly all the new recruits. They have come here to enhance their strength, otherwise why would they leave their comfortable lives as battle mech soldiers to risk their lives against the insectoid and alien civilizations? Although the insectoids have been attacking the borders of the Aolong Empire, the Empire is not yet at a point of dire crisis. For a vast civilization like the Aolong Empire to stand tall in the sea of cosmic civilizations, war has never truly disappeared. Alright, I won't say any more pointless words, but I must remind you all that since you have chosen to join the Battle Mech Corps and become glorious soldiers defending the Empire, At this point, the lieutenant colonel's expression suddenly turned fierce, and his words became heavy. So, I must warn you that war is never a child's playout. It is incredibly brutal, and one misstep could cost you your life. I hope everyone can remain vigilant at all times, whether here on the battlefield or while executing missions. The lieutenant's voice rose even higher. The enemy is very cunning, and if their strength were not formidable, the Empire would have long concentrated its military forces to eliminate them. Otherwise, our compatriots would not be sacrificing themselves at every moment on the front lines. You will eventually experience the might of the insectoids and other cosmic civilizations. The upcoming military skill training will cover this, so I won't elaborate further here. Every battle mech soldier in our corps is an elite of the Empire. I hope that some of you new recruits can grow to become powerful figures within the Empire, defending our civilization and homeland. The lieutenant colonel glanced at Tianyun before looking at the new recruits. Alright, I've said enough. I wish you all great success in the Battle Mech Corps, rapid enhancement of your strength, and abundant military merit points. After hearing this, the new recruits, including Tianyun, broke into enthusiastic applause. Next, we will begin the new recruit testing, the lieutenant colonel indicated. The new recruits began lining up to prepare for the test. Below the stage, the lieutenant colonel approached an old soldier holding a stack of files. I want all the new recruit data. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. The old soldier pulled out a file. The lieutenant colonel immediately took it and opened it. The file consisted of thin glowing crystals, each recording detailed information about each new recruit. Found it. The lieutenant colonel quickly scanned through thousands of files using his mental power, and soon he saw Tianyun's data and said. Thus, the lieutenant colonel began reviewing Tianyun's information. Tianyun. Gender male. Date of birth year 61227, a day 1 month 1. Age 16. Identity junior mech engineer, ordinary battle mech soldier. Residence immigration planet Urilu, Cold Mountain City, Aulon Galaxy Arm 5, Spiral Arm 8375754. Relatives Darren Zika, deceased in the line of duty. Education level primary school. Historical achievements: killed an elite insectoid and hundreds of ordinary insectoids in Goka City on Urilu, saving millions of citizens. Historical punishments: none. Undoubtedly, this data on Tianyun is the most detailed. This information was sent by the Empire's most powerful intelligence brain, the pinnacle-level intelligence brain, and every person joining the military is scrutinized by this advanced intelligence. Why is Tianyun's identity card not as complete as this data? Because his relative Grandpa Zika had already recorded Tianyun's identity information from 5 years ago when he joined the military. Thus, this data is so comprehensive. He is only 16 years old. Seeing Tianyun's age, the lieutenant colonel, who is an epic-grade battle mech soldier, shouted out without regard for the gazes of the surrounding old soldiers. It is known that he only broke through to the Spirit C level at 29 years old, graduating from the Aulon Genius Mech Academy. He later joined the Battle Mech Corps, experiencing countless battles, and within a few years became a major using the military merit points he painstakingly accumulated over the years to exchange for an epic-grade battle mech, thus becoming an epic mech warrior. Only then did he successfully graduate from the Aulon Genius Mech Academy and obtain his diploma. After nearly 10 years, he finally accumulated enough military merit points to be promoted to lieutenant colonel. It is hard to imagine that such a backward colonial planet could give birth to such a prodigy. This talent, even on the Empire's main star, would emerge only every few years. I never expected to encounter such a genius here. If Tianyun were born on the Empire's main star and received ample resources for cultivation, his achievements would be much greater than now. He would have long been renowned throughout the Aulon Empire, and even the Balabode Federation and Dylan Empire would not sit idly by sending people to infiltrate and assassinate him, eliminating him in the cradle. The lieutenant colonel looked at the open data with a serious expression. I need to report this to the highest commander of the base, Major General Griffith Fred. Such a genius must not fall on the front lines, or a bit of tempering is acceptable, but I must ensure his safety. If Tianyun can successfully grow, he will add another fierce general to the Empire. At that time, with this favor and merit, perhaps I could be promoted as well. The lieutenant colonel squinted, a smile creeping onto his lips, as if he could see a bright future ahead. Years later, someone asked this lieutenant colonel, with your abilities, how did you rise to such a high position? Now a major general, this lieutenant colonel crossed his legs and said, because I was a bit lucky and my investment insight was good, I latched onto a budding powerhouse, so ha. The new recruit testing area. Next group of new recruits: Barot, Talink, Wendell, Brian, Moss, Bray, Chibman, Page, Joseph, Leasy, Fiki, Windsor. In front of thousands of new recruits, another group of 30 individuals stepped up for testing. The testing items included Strength, Mental Power, Mecha Level, and Maximum Combat Enhancement Multiplier. The strength test involved using martial arts techniques to strike the strength testing device. The mental power test required the recruits to directly release their mental energy, with the instrument measuring the intensity of their mental power. The mecha level and maximum combat enhancement multiplier tests were conducted by placing space pearls equipped with mechas on the detection platform to obtain accurate data. Wow! The surrounding new recruits erupted in excitement. Emotianyun also turned to see what was happening. Following the gaze of the crowd, he observed the testing data of the recruits. Barot Talink, age 21, normal body strength 100 tons, maximum strength with martial arts techniques 196 tons, mental power intensity 10 limit of perception level. Mecha level extraordinary combat mecha. Maximum combat enhancement multiplier 54 times. Unexpectedly, this young Master Talink is quite strong. His normal body strength has reached the limit of the latest stage initial gene evolution warrior at 100 tons, likely due to the perfect initial gene evolution potions I traded to him. Emotianyun thought to himself after glancing briefly. Although these statistics didn't particularly concern him, they were enough to astonish the other new recruits. They dared to say that among the thousands of new recruits present, this testing data ranked at the top, with very few able to compare. Firstly, his normal body strength data reached the limit of the latest stage initial gene evolution warrior at 100 tons, which is not something everyone can achieve. It requires a significant amount of high-quality gene evolution potions. To possess the normal body strength of a latest stage initial gene evolution warrior, his mental power must have reached the limit of the perception level. Mental power intensity of 10, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand such immense physical strength and would surely collapse. Moreover, Barot Talink is only 21 years old, exceptionally young, yet he already possesses an extraordinary combat mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 54 times, indicating that his financial and material backing must be formidable. Now another group of new recruits was stepping up for testing, and they were still discussing this person named Barot Talink. In the following several groups of recruits, none had testing data as astonishing as the previous one. Next group of new recruits: Adrian Jolly, Algernon Noah, Lung Yu, Lung Feng, Jared Dorothy, Les Monroe, Emmanuel Harkins. Among this group, there was one that Emotianyun recognized: Miss Lung Yu. Her cold aura and blue-themed makeup left a strong impression on Emotianyun. Her testing data across all categories was also quite high, surpassing 90 of the other new recruits present. Lung Yu, age 18, normal body strength 51, 9 tons, maximum strength with martial arts techniques 88 for tons, mental power intensity 6, medium perception level, mecha level extraordinary combat mecha, maximum combat enhancement multiplier 43 times. However, what truly caught Emotianyun's attention was the white-haired man next to Miss Lung Yu, who emitted a similar cold aura. His testing data was exceptionally high, rivaling that of young Master Talink. Lung Feng, age 20, normal body strength 100 tons, maximum strength with martial arts techniques 188, 5 tons, mental power intensity 10, limit of perception level, mecha level extraordinary combat mecha, maximum combat enhancement multiplier 52 times. Wow, another genius. This data also left most of the new recruits present in awe. Even some veterans from the combat mecha squads were impressed. I need to find a way to persuade these strong new recruits and bring them together into a team. This way, not only will we be more efficient against the insect race, but it will also be less dangerous. Emotianyun murmured to himself. But besides the perfect initial gene evolution potions, what else can I use to attract them? Star coins. They have plenty of those. Perfect initial gene evolution potions. I've sold over 100 bottles of potions to them already. They don't really need more. Emotianyun scratched his head slightly, furrowing his brow, pondering. It seems I need to showcase my strength more later, so they know I'm a reliable and powerful partner. Also, we are all combat mecha masters. Oh, what holds the greatest attraction for a combat mecha master? Definitely mechas. I can repair mechas and manufacture mecha components. Most importantly, my mental power has broken through to the Spirit C level, allowing me to learn how to create epic-level combat mechas. That is the most attractive offer. With this in mind, Emotianyun felt reassured the conditions he could offer were already exceptional, so why worry that they wouldn't join him? For a combat mecha master, as long as they fight, their mechas may get damaged, and just the fact that Emotianyun can repair mechas is already a significant enough attraction. Not to mention, Emotianyun can manufacture mecha components. The weapons, shields, and other powerful functionalities of combat mechas require specialized mecha component masters to create. Mecha component masters must tailor components according to the conditions of the mechas, which takes a long time, so their prices are quite high, and there's often a shortage of supply, mainly because there are too few mecha component masters. As for epic mechas, the attraction is such that a combat mecha master simply cannot refuse. Many people can't even create one, even if they gather enough materials. This is due to the rarity of top-tier mecha manufacturers. It takes them at least 10 days to half a month to produce an epic-level combat mecha, which consumes a tremendous amount of mental energy and requires them to rest for a long time to recover. Additionally, the failure rate of crafting epic mechas is very high. If one is not careful, the most precious materials can be wasted. Thus, if a top-tier mecha manufacturer can produce one epic-level combat mecha in a year, they would be considered highly productive. The next group of new recruits: John, Thorn, Payne, Lucia, Lynn, Dan, Tracy, Mansfield, Lev, Abraham. Upon hearing his name, Thorn stepped forward to undergo the new recruit assessment. Mo Tianyun watched seriously, eager to see how capable his subordinates from Hantan City truly were, hoping they wouldn't be too disappointing. John Thorn, age 29, normal physical strength 46, 3 tons, maximum strength with martial arts enhancement 72 tons, mental strength 5, medium perception level, mecha level ordinary combat mecha, maximum combat power enhancement multiplier 7 times. Mo Tianyun nodded. This data was not too bad. In fact, having such testing results at 29 years old on Ulya Lustar indicated a relatively good talent, and Mo Tianyun was quite satisfied. However, Thorn's group had a new recruit whose testing data surpassed that of Talink, causing another uproar in the crowd. After all, among the thousands of new recruits present coming from hundreds of surrounding planets, it was impossible not to have some truly powerful individuals. Mo Tianyun looked on, slightly astonished. Lev Abraham, age 19, normal physical strength 100 tons, maximum strength with martial arts enhancement 216 tons, mental strength 10, extreme perception level, mecha level extraordinary combat mecha, maximum combat power enhancement multiplier 60 times. This person was 2 years younger than Talink, yet his maximum strength reached 216 tons. Based on this data, his martial arts enhancement was even stronger than Talink's. Moreover, his extraordinary combat mecha's maximum power enhancement multiplier of 60 times indicated that he had already entered the realm of top-tier mechas. As time passed, many strong combat mecha masters emerged, leaving the others in awe. There were also many weak combat mecha masters with normal physical strengths of just 1 or 2 tons, mental strengths of 1, 8, and maximum power enhancement multipliers of 1 to 2. Most people laughed at them, and some even burst into uproarious laughter upon seeing these results. Weak individuals would be ridiculed wherever they went, and this place was no exception. Mo Tianyun silently observed, pondering how he would react if he were among those being mocked. Would he remain silent and endure? Or would he glare back angrily? Or perhaps defiantly proclaim that his fate was in his own hands? Or would he shout with a dismissive air, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not underestimate the youth? Mo Tianyun's mind was in turmoil until a dark-skinned shorter boy appeared before everyone. His testing data seemed weak to most, but Mo Tianyun noticed some clues. Cardigan Nick, age 16, normal physical strength 1, 2 tons, maximum strength with martial arts enhancement 3, 5 tons, mental strength 5, medium perception level, mecha level ordinary combat mecha, maximum combat power enhancement multiplier 2 times. Undoubtedly, this data was indeed weak, leading to mockery from the crowd. However, Mo Tianyun did not laugh like others. Instead, he began to analyze rationally. A small portion of people looked at the dark-skinned boy with unusual expressions, just as Mo Tianyun did not underestimating him. Although this dark-skinned boy had very weak normal physical strength, his maximum strength with martial arts enhancement reached 3, 5 tons, which indicated nearly a threefold increase, suggesting a high level or realm in his martial arts. It should be noted that Mo Tianyun's power enhancement using the Star Moon Sword technique at the level of intention only reached 3 times, indicating that the dark-skinned boy had a martial arts technique that reached the level of intention. If Mo Tianyun were to use the Myriad Star Sword to enhance his physical strength, the minimum enhancement would also be 5 times, so the dark-skinned boy could not possibly possess martial arts at the level of Starlight. Unless he was hiding his strength, but that seemed unlikely as his physical strength and mental power were too low. The Starlight martial arts required a high level of physical quality and mental strength. The surrounding new recruits looked at the boy, most of them revealing disdainful expressions. However, the dark-skinned boy did not care about the gazes and laughter of those around him, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. A slight smile appeared on his lips, as if he were murmuring something. Mo Tianyun used his powerful mental strength to probe and sensed the faint voice of the dark-skinned boy. I have trained for a month, and my normal physical strength has increased by 0.2 tons. Grandma plan was right. As long as I persevere, I will definitely improve. Nick, you must keep pushing. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun suddenly recalled the belief he once held in his heart, the unwavering determination to never give up. Indeed, why should I worry? Others' ridicule and surprise have nothing to do with me. As long as the path in my heart and the spirit of martial arts remain unchanged, one day, I will surely become a true powerhouse, standing tall among the strongest in the universe, guarding those who call out from my heart, judging the wicked in my heart, and protecting the kind and weak. In the core space of the divine miracle. What? The spirit of the miracle sensed Mo Tianyun's transformation, and her flawless cherry-red lips parted slightly. Has the heart of a strong person begun its first step of transformation so quickly? If so, the remaining steps are not far off. I look forward to the day you become a true powerhouse. The spirit of the miracle said with a smile. After a while, Tianyan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the testing data of the dark-skinned boy, saying, "This boy possesses such a serene and lofty mindset. He will surely achieve great things in the future. I accept this, teammate." The dark-skinned boy left the testing area, seemingly unconcerned about the laughter and mockery from those around him. Tianyan slowly walked up beside the dark-skinned boy. "Hello, I am Tianyan. I would like to form a team and invite you to be the first member of my team," Tianyan said. "Oh, my name is Cardigan Nick. Did I hear you correctly? You a strong person like you are inviting me?" Nick was momentarily taken aback. His testing results were not good at all, rather the worst, and it was surprising that someone would seek him as a teammate. Moreover, it was the person rumored to be the strongest among all new recruits present who approached him. Although he did not want to belittle himself, Nick was aware that his current strength was still weak. The new recruits around also noticed that this person was the one who had just competed in mental strength with that lieutenant, a potential master with the level of spiritual C mental energy. What is he doing here to find this trash? He can't be thinking of bullying him, right? The new recruits thought with ill intentions. "I came specifically to find you. Come on, join us. You won't suffer any losses, and there are plenty of benefits," Tianyan said, staring at Nick. Nick did not rush to refuse, but said, "Can I think about it first?" Tianyan replied, "Don't think too much. A look at this." Tianyan took out a vial of potion, a perfect grade beginner gene evolution potion. This is a perfect grade beginner gene evolution potion. Just one can increase your strength by a ton without any side effects. With your mental energy, you can at least take 50 vials, which would mean 50 tons of strength. This is much faster than your hard training. Such a thing must be precious, right? I don't have enough to exchange for it." Nick said. Though he was very eager, he still resisted the huge temptation. "My conditions are simple. After joining the team, you can exchange a vial of perfect grade beginner gene evolution potion for 100 ordinary insect race crystal cores." Tianyan revealed his purpose, and he believed that Nick's potential to become stronger would definitely be a great asset for him. Tianyan gently shook the potion in his hand, constantly lifting his chin to gesture towards the potion. "Do you want to try the thrill of spending money and taking drugs? That feeling of soaring is quite delightful." Nick was somewhat tempted. "Yes, joining my team brings other benefits too." After Tianyan spoke about mecha repairs and mecha component manufacturing, and even painted a picture of an epic mecha, Nick finally agreed. The new recruits around were dumbfounded. They had been quietly listening, wondering why such a good opportunity hadn't come to them. "Sir, I also want to join your team. Here is my new recruit test data. Could you consider me?" A rather sleazy-looking man squeezed through the crowd and said. Tianyan saw that this person was the one who had just mocked Nick the loudest. He immediately pushed him away with mental strength. If it weren't for the rule against harming others here, he would have definitely taught him a lesson. Next group of recruits: Maxwell Blau Jinne, Douglas Roderick Clement, Illick Frederick Blaze Riley, Tianyan. Finally, it was Tianyan's turn for the test. "Look, it's the turn of that person who competed in mental strength with that lieutenant, the one with the spiritual C-level mental energy." "Oh, it's him, that's right. I was so foolish that I tried to touch him with my mental strength, and instantly my mental energy was crushed. My whole body hurt for a long time before I recovered." A person couldn't help but shiver as they spoke. Tianyan slowly walked to the testing area and first conducted the strength test. Beep. The normal physical strength is 100 tons. Please start using martial arts techniques to strike the strength tester. All the martial arts techniques I learned are sword techniques, but I don't have a good sword to carry with me. I must get a good sword. Tianyan looked at the strength tester ahead. Then he concentrated his mental strength to form a starlight sword. As soon as this sword appeared, the thousands of new recruits and dozens of veterans present were shocked, and an uproar ensued. A sword formed by mental strength. Oh my god, it's confirmed. He definitely has spiritual C-level mental energy. Boom. A loud crashing sound echoed throughout the venue, almost deafening. 685. 4 tons. 684. 5 tons. I can't believe his strike is 3 times stronger than the previous strongest kick at 226. 4 tons. Sai, why is it that becoming an epic battle mecha master is such a huge hurdle? Just because mental strength is a barrier that has defeated countless people, not only do the pilots need spiritual C-level mental strength, but the mecha manufacturers need that powerful mental strength as well. Some people sighed as they spoke. Indeed, and it doesn't stop there. To become a mid-level gene evolution warrior, you still need spiritual C-level mental strength. The key is that without reaching that level, even those potions that enhance mental strength cannot be endured. One can only rely on their own talent, opportunities, and comprehension. Some people also sighed upon hearing this. Hey, you should take a look at the vast Aolong Empire. How many people can achieve spiritual C-level mental strength before the age of 25? Those are all top-notch geniuses. Some people laughed. Please release your mental strength. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun immediately released his mental strength, which erupted like a volcano, impacting the mental testing instrument. Mental strength intensity 22246, a low-level spiritual C, in the core space of the miracle. Indeed, after the first transformation of the heart of the strong, the mental strength immediately doubled. Originally, Mo Tianyun's mental strength was just over 100, but now it has reached 22246. The spirit of the miracle nodded and muttered to himself. Outside the new recruit testing area. What is happening? Wasn't my mental strength just steadily suppressing Mo Tianyun's mental strength? How could his mental strength intensity test reach 22246? I just recently tested at 20153, just over 2000. How could he be higher than me? The lieutenant had an expression of disbelief on his face. He then forcibly changed his mind and said, Mo Tianyun must have held back just now. He must have had concerns wanting to save face for me as his commander, fearing I would target him. That's definitely it. After the lieutenant finished speaking, he smiled. Please place the space treasure containing the mecha on the detection platform. Mo Tianyun complied without hesitation. Ordinary battle mecha maximum combat power enhancement multiple is 10. The mecha was evaluated again, perfect grade ordinary battle mecha. This data is not very high as Mo Tianyun's mecha is not a transcendent battle mecha. However, a perfect grade ordinary battle mecha is unique to Mo Tianyun. After all, perfect grade mechas are not so easy to produce. Thus, all of Mo Tianyun's test data was revealed. Mo Tianyun age 16, normal physical strength 100 tons, maximum strength under martial arts techniques 684. 5 tons. Mental strength intensity 22,246, low-level spiritual C mecha level, perfect grade ordinary battle mecha, maximum combat power enhancement multiple 10. It's terrifying. The intensity of this mental power data is over 2,000 times greater than the limit of the perception level. No wonder it's so powerful. With our mental strength, we can't even get close. A new recruit exclaimed in disbelief. But that's not the most important part. To take a look at his age, it will definitely shock you. An old soldier chimed in. Age? 16 years old. This is simply unbelievable. It's astonishing. With this age and talent, it seems he is destined to become famous throughout the entire Along Empire. At that moment, some were gasping, some covering their mouths with their hands, and others shouting in excitement. In short, everyone was astonished at the mental power intensity of Mo Tianyun at such a young age. Everyone was focused on Mo Tianyun's age and mental power intensity in the new recruit test data, and no one cared about his other data. What purpose does the new recruit test data serve? The first purpose is for the officers of the Battle Mech Corps to analyze. They will select the most outstanding individuals for focused training, meaning there will be a tilt in resources. The second purpose is for the recruits themselves to review their test data, allowing them to analyze their weaknesses and work to improve their shortcomings, thereby enhancing their strength. Thus, the significance and value of the new recruit test are substantial, but many people fail to recognize it and instead fixate on others' data. What impact does others' data having highs and lows have on oneself? It has no impact at all. Too many people are overly concerned about others and forget about themselves. Those who understand this principle are the elites among the new recruits. Mo Tianyun also knew very well that there was still much room for improvement in his data. Therefore, he remained neither happy nor sad, indifferent to the external noise, and focused solely on reviewing his own data. First is the regular physical strength. With my current mental power, I can take the mid-tier gene evolution potion, allowing my physical strength to be enhanced to over 2,000 tons, which is nearly a 20-fold increase. Therefore, I need to exchange more points next to strive to obtain the mid-tier gene evolution potion formula from the divine core space. Mo Tianyun thought silently about his physical strength. Moreover, the maximum power boost from my martial arts skills is still far beyond 684. 5 tons. I can now condense several hundred Starshine swords, and when all the Starshine swords concentrate their attack on one point, it will probably have a force of several tens of thousands of tons. This is my greatest strength at present. If I can break through the realm of the myriad Starshine swords to perfection, then possessing over 1,000 Starshine swords will elevate my strength even further. Mo Tianyun thought to himself. Lastly, there's the mech. I must promptly upgrade the Tianyun mech into a transcendent mech. At that point, it will have at least dozens of times the maximum combat power enhancement multiplier. When I wield the mech, I estimate I could unleash a force of 100,000 tons. Finally, to create an epic grade mech, the 1,000 Swords mech, with a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 960 times, that would be millions of tons of power. With such immense strength, what insect race could possibly stand against me? Wouldn't obtaining crystal core points and military merit be effortless? Tianyun thought to himself, secretly reveling in his thoughts. Tianyun is too naive. If insect races were so easy to deal with, they would have long been exterminated by those higher-level beings in the universe. How could they possibly come to a small place like the Along Empire? In the Divine Core space, the spirit of the Divine Core shook its head and smiled, but did not relay these words to Tianyun. It did not want to dampen his confidence at this moment. Now that you've arrived here, you will soon experience the cruelty of war. Experiencing it firsthand will leave a deeper impression than if I told you directly. The spirit of the Divine Core said solemnly with a cold and unfeeling demeanor. Meanwhile, the new recruit tests continued, but no one else could spark any excitement, as both the new recruits and old soldiers had become numb to the data produced by Tianyun. As the last group of new recruits completed their tests, the new recruit test came to an end. At this point, Colonel Chris began to address everyone through the voice transmitter. The new recruit test is now concluded. All new recruits will receive a personal exclusive microintellect device from the Imperial Army. This personal microintellect device cannot be transferred to others, otherwise it will automatically be rendered useless. Please take note of this. Colonel Chris extended his left hand, upon which rested a flat black crystal roughly the size of a few square centimeters. Every soldier in the Empire has a personal exclusive microintellect device that records your soldier identity information, which regiment you belong to, which base you are from, and your temporary residence address. At this base, your rank, military merit points, and all related information can be queried within it. Additionally, the number of enemies you have killed during combat, their levels and strengths will all be recorded within. It will automatically keep track of your military merit points, and if you need to purchase items, you can use this exclusive microintellect device to buy them with military merit points, allowing you to claim your purchased items at the base later. In short, the personal exclusive microintellect device is powerful and practical. Apart from strength and rank, any issues you encounter can be resolved through this device. After Colonel Chris finished speaking, the old soldiers began distributing the personal exclusive microintellect devices to the new recruits. Once all the new recruits had received their devices, Colonel Chris began to speak again. New recruits, after receiving your personal exclusive microintellect devices, please proceed to bind your personal identity information. Simply place your Imperial identity card near the exclusive microintellect device, and it will automatically recognize and bind it. The personal exclusive microintellect device can only undergo one binding and authentication. Afterwards, it cannot be changed unless it is broken, in which case you will have to bind a new one. Colonel Chris reminded the new recruits from the podium. Tianyun followed Colonel Chris' instructions and took out his Imperial identity card to authenticate and bind it to his personal exclusive microintellect device. The surrounding new recruits also began to bind their personal exclusive microintellect devices according to Colonel Chris' instructions. Beep. A faint red light emitted from the personal exclusive microintellect device, illuminating Tianyun's Imperial identity card and beginning to scan it. Suddenly, a small blue light screen appeared on the personal exclusive microintellect device. Identity verification successful. Tianyun. Binding process initiated. Connecting to the Imperial Military Headquarters system. The Hyperspace Information Transmission Matrix is sending data expected to arrive in 30 seconds. Please wait patiently. 29, 28, 27, 3210. Connection to the Headquarters system successful. Exclusive microintelligent brain function officially activated. Now generating your information. Retrieving information from the current base. Initiating matching and generation of Imperial soldier information. Imperial soldier information generated successfully. Binding information. Binding successful. Tianyun watched as lines of text rapidly flashed by and soon completed the certification and binding of his personal microintelligent brain. Tianyun. Age 16. Rank 3rd class private. Merit value 0. Affiliated Legion Battle Mecha Division. Position none. Skills none. Normal physical strength 100 tons. Maximum strength under martial arts enhancement 684. 5 tons. Mental strength 22246 low level in spiritual C. Mecha maximum combat power enhancement multiplier 10. Mecha level perfect grade ordinary battle mecha. Test data source Duna Star Defense Military Base new recruit test. Current assigned residence at Duna Star Defense Military Base, Building 4513, Residential Area 54 of the Battle Mecha Division. This is my basic information, and I do have a place to live in this defense military base. Tianyun tapped on the information about his residence, and suddenly a series of text introductions popped up. After reading them, he understood. It turns out that by opening the map of this defense military base, he could find his residence. He also learned that new recruits joining the Battle Mecha Division enjoy much better treatment than ordinary soldiers. First soldiers joining the Battle Mecha Division receive a daily salary of 100 star coins, while ordinary soldiers only receive 500 star coins, which is a staggering 20-fold difference in pay. Secondly, Mo Tianyun discovered that soldiers in the Battle Mecha Division have superior provisions when it comes to meals. This is because the Battle Mecha Division has a dedicated cafeteria for its personnel where various rare foods that are hard to find in daily life are readily available. Each item, which would be expensive outside, can be purchased here for a minimal amount of star coins. Finally, every soldier in the Battle Mecha Division has an independent house to live in, unlike ordinary Imperial soldiers who have to crowd into a single house with dozens of others. In fact, the treatment and conditions for soldiers in the Battle Mecha Division are far superior to those of ordinary soldiers in every aspect. However, the soldiers of the Battle Mecha Division deserve such good treatment, for with greater power comes greater responsibility. Firstly, the combat effectiveness of the Battle Mecha Division is inherently much stronger than that of ordinary soldiers when operating energy weapons, so those who are often at the forefront are the soldiers of the Battle Mecha Division piloting mechas. Secondly, the mechas operated by the Battle Mecha Division soldiers are their own and not provided by the Empire. They bring their expensive mechas to the battlefield to defend the Empire's territory, and for these two reasons alone, they deserve such good conditions. Thirdly, the missions executed by the Battle Mecha Division are highly dangerous, often requiring at least a Battle Mecha team to go to the mission site to complete tasks with dangers that cannot be accurately quantified. Therefore, the mortality rate of the soldiers in the Battle Mecha Division is very high, and they are essentially fighting with their lives. If their treatment were comparable to that of ordinary soldiers, one must ask, which Battle Mecha soldier would foolishly choose to join the Battle Mecha Division? It is precisely because the treatment in the Battle Mecha Division is sufficiently good, and as long as you dare to strive and complete tasks to earn enough merit value, you can exchange it for some precious items to enhance your strength. Moreover, after serving for a year, you can choose to retire, at which point you will receive a substantial sum of wealth and items to enhance your strength. Only in this way can there be a continuous influx of Battle Mecha soldiers joining the Battle Mecha Division, fighting for the Empire and defending its territory. It is said that many Battle Mecha soldiers who join the Battle Mecha Division receive generous resource allocation and training, and after enduring numerous trials and tribulations, they eventually stand out and transform into heavy assets of the Empire. Speaking of which, one must mention an old friend who appears multiple times in the story, Marshal Kiliai. He is such a legendary figure, having fought his way through the Battle Mecha Division, continuously accumulating military achievements until he became one of the top marshals of the Empire, renowned across countless planets of the Orlan Empire, and even notorious among other hostile civilizations. Mo Tianyun looked at the light screen before him and realized that there were some functions he could not access, such as the officer section and the technology module. It seemed that to unlock them, he must obtain some permissions. Aside from that, some basic functions were still available, with the one that most captured Mo Tianyun's attention being the merit value module. When Mo Tianyun clicked in, he found a dazzling array of items available for exchange, including mechas, potions, materials, weapons, mecha-compatible accessories, martial arts skills, and everything else. It could be said without hesitation that as long as the Empire has it, you can obtain it with sufficient merit value. Mo Tianyun continued to click on the mecha section, where various categories of mechas appeared. He discovered that the epic mecha was currently inaccessible, with a prompt stating your rank level has not yet reached major. What excited Mo Tianyun the most was seeing that behind the epic mecha were categories for legendary mechas and mythical mechas. Mo Tianyun first lightly tapped on the legendary mecha, and the prompt stated your rank level has not yet reached Lieutenant Colonel. Do I need to reach the rank of Lieutenant Colonel to unlock the legendary mecha? Mo Tianyun murmured. The next mythical mecha looks powerful. Let me see what rank level is required to unlock it. Then Mo Tianyun clicked on the mythical mecha category, and sure enough, a prompt appeared. It stated your rank level has not yet reached Marshal. Marshal? Mo Tianyun's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. How wonderful it would be if he could one day become a Marshal of the Empire. At that time, holding the power of life and death, treading across the Empire's territories, his name resonating throughout the Orlan Empire, piloting a mythical mecha to fight in battles, crushing all insectoid and alien civilization enemies. Then he could roam freely across the universe, marvel at billions of stars, absorb countless celestial bodies, and explore the infinite wonders of the universe. Wouldn't that be a delightful and beautiful experience? This guy just loves to daydream. Just relying on a legendary mecha and the title of a Marshal of the Aolong Empire to eradicate the Zerg, he is indeed too young and inexperienced. The spirit of the divine relic gazed up at the ancient and mysterious flowing patterns at the top of the core space, recalling some memories, all of which were terrifying recollections of the Zerg. In the new recruit testing area, the atmosphere was explosive, with new recruits discussing the functions of their personal microbrains. The most shocking were the items available for exchange with military merit points. Seeing these precious items capable of enhancing their power in the unopened categories, everyone was extremely excited. Alright, you have all finished setting up your personal microbrains. Now, let's discuss the military skills training for new recruits. Colonel Chris' thunderous voice immediately silenced everyone present as they awaited his speech. Super-level mecha fighters may choose not to participate in the military skills training for new recruits, while ordinary mecha fighters can also opt out if they possess the strength of a super-level mecha fighter. For those who do not meet the criteria, it's best to train diligently. It will at least elevate your strength a bit, providing more assurance when you undertake missions in the future. Colonel Chris' words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. In the end, over 95 chose to participate in the military skills training for new recruits. The remaining less than 5 of the new recruits were exceptional combat mecha fighters, with some military knowledge and considerable strength. For them, forming teams quickly to take on missions and accumulate military merit points was more important. In fact, most of those opting out of the military skills training made their decision after seeing Mo Tianyan choose to participate. This was because after the military training for new recruits, there would be a competition and the strongest victor would receive a substantial reward of military merit points. The most generous of all as subsequent ranks would not be as rewarding, so these individuals preferred to take on missions rather than waste time on training. Well then, those who chose to participate in the military training will begin a half-month training starting tomorrow, while those who did not can freely form teams to accept missions in the task hall. Colonel Chris was very pleased to see Mo Tianyan participate in the military training for new recruits. He decided to personally train this batch of new recruits. After the meeting, Mo Tianyan stepped onto the metallic ground outside, took out a space treasure orb, and summoned his mecha, then piloted it towards the location designated by his personal microbrain. That was his residence in the military base. Arrived, this house is quite big. I wonder what it's like inside. The house before him easily covered an area of at least 1,000 square meters. Although this was nothing compared to the command center area he had just passed, with buildings spanning hundreds of square kilometers and soaring over hundreds of meters high, it was still 10 times larger than the old house Mo Tianyan bought in Hansan City. Mo Tianyan flew for nearly half an hour before arriving at the residence arranged for him at this base. Tick-tock. As he arrived at the entrance, a beam of white light swept over and the mechanical door opened instantly. Welcome the new master here, Mo Tianyan from the Empire's Combat Mecha Division. There are really a lot of furnishings here. Each one is a powerful piece of high-tech furniture. I have only seen them in books since childhood, and now I can use them, and it's all provided for free by the Empire. Hello, my new master, Mo Tianyan. I am the robot butler here, and from now on I will take care of your daily living needs. Suddenly, a white robot strolled over, and aside from its glowing eyes, it was indistinguishable from a normal human. Could you please give me an overview of this house? Of course, my master. Let me briefly explain about this house. It has 5 floors and a basement. The first floor is a reception hall for guests with numerous high-end drinks in the storage cabinet. You can request a refill when it runs out, and a dedicated delivery robot will bring it to you. The second floor is a relaxation area primarily for entertainment, featuring gaming pods that connect to the virtual world karaoke rooms and various entertainment spaces. Mo Tianyan nodded. These amenities would indeed help him unwind, and sometimes it's good to take a break. The third floor is a place for acquiring knowledge, housing a vast collection of Imperial mass-produced holographic books containing 1543,745 volumes. These books encompass various aspects of Imperial knowledge. Although they aren't particularly profound, having a wide range of reading will still be beneficial for broadening one's horizons. Really, I will definitely take a good look when I have time. I haven't used mental power to learn new knowledge yet. I've heard that those with Linghe-level mental power can learn thousands of books in one go and retain the knowledge as if it were copied in their minds. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyan's interest was piqued. Acquiring knowledge was his forte, and reading was a joyful endeavor. The author himself can hardly believe that reading knowledge books is truly a pleasurable activity, but he knows that reading novels is indeed a joy. The robot butler continued. The fourth floor contains many combat robots. Although their power is weak, their chips record many exquisite martial arts techniques. Master, you can control your strength and spar with them using pure martial arts. This may help improve your martial arts skills. Mo Tianyan listened and did not pay much mind. As long as he practiced, there might be some help, but nothing could compare to the simulated opponents in the simulation space that perfectly mirrored reality. You must have guessed that the last level is the place for rest, where advanced temperature controllers automatically adjust according to the indoor and your body temperature, ensuring utmost comfort during your relaxation. Moreover, the walls of this room can change into different shapes, colors, styles, and even various landscapes, creating a realistic, immersive experience. As the robot spoke, the walls began to transform, displaying forests, oceans, plains, deserts, blue skies, and starry nights. The robotic butler continued to explain. Although it's quite nice, I'm not really used to it. It feels too artificial. Let's change it back to the original. Mo Tianyan shook his head. All right. The mechanoid nodded, and the walls returned to their original appearance. As it continued, the 5th level leads directly to the rooftop. The rooftop has a teleportation device for mechas, making it very convenient to take off. If you receive an urgent task while resting, it can save you some time. What about the basement? Emotianyun suddenly asked. The basement is equipped with a low-end laboratory featuring a large mechanical workbench, an advanced alloy forging furnace, high-precision mechanical component processing stations, and other common machines for mecha manufacturing and repair. Upon hearing this, Emotianyun was thrilled. He hadn't expected the basement to contain such equipment, which truly delighted him. What Emotianyun didn't know was that others' houses did not have such machines, and even the size, number of floors, and decorations of their houses paled in comparison to his. This house had been personally arranged for Emotianyun by Colonel Chris, and even many lieutenant-grade officers envied Emotianyun's residence. In the Dunistar, a day lasts 32 hours. By the time Emotianyun fully acquainted himself with his new home, he entered the simulation space to practice the 1,000-star sword and finally contentedly went to sleep on the 5th floor. A day had passed. Following the guidance of his personal microintelligence, he arrived at the Advanced Mecha Control Skills Training Camp. Here the new recruits participating in military training saw Colonel Chris from yesterday. Strange, isn't Colonel Chris very busy? Why is he here? A lieutenant-grade officer came over to guide the mecha control training, puzzled. But soon they learned the reason. Hello, new recruits. I will be guiding you in mecha control skills training for the next half-month. Colonel Chris looked at the new recruits, especially at Emotianyun. The recruits and the training officers were all astonished. Thank goodness I chose to participate in the new recruit military training, otherwise I would have missed out big time. This is the guidance of an epic battle mech master. How could some lieutenant-grade officers compare to him? The recruits felt extremely fortunate. Some of them sent messages to acquaintances who had not participated in the military training. Upon hearing the news, they lamented while slapping their thighs, expressing deep regret. Colonel Chris came here to teach the new recruits. Am I hearing this right? The training officers were left speechless in astonishment. How could the exceedingly busy Colonel Chris have the leisure to guide new recruits? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it at this defensive military base. Could it be? Many people looked at Emotianyun, piecing together some reasons. Indeed, during the subsequent training, it became apparent that Colonel Chris was there specifically to guide Emotianyun, yet they were quite happy, because being able to learn from an epic battle mech master was a huge gain. After all, as Emotianyun feasted, they could at least sip some soup. The mecha control skills training took place for 8 hours daily, followed by 4 hours of military knowledge lessons, and finally 4 hours of military equipment operation lessons. Thus, Emotianyun received guidance from Colonel Chris during the day and practiced continuously in the simulation space at night, rapidly improving his mecha control skills, even earning praise from Colonel Chris. Within half a month, Colonel Chris decided to leave, feeling that he had nothing more to teach, as what remained was only practical experience and insight, which could not be imparted. Finally, the half-month new recruit military training was coming to an end. Today was the last day, marking the competition for the new recruits who participated in the training. In the various matches, Emotianyun either effortlessly defeated his opponents or faced opponents who surrendered. There was no way. Emotianyun's mecha control skills were far more exquisite than they had been half a month ago, almost like he was a different person. Against other ordinary new recruits, Emotianyun won without even using 1/10 of his strength. When encountering some exceptionally strong, extraordinary battle mech masters, Emotianyun, without using his mental power, was still able to triumph using his ordinary Tianyun mech, combined with the mecha control skills he had learned from Colonel Chris. Finally, during the semifinals, Emotianyun encountered Talink. There was no doubt that this was a formidable opponent and the first truly challenging foe Emotianyun faced. Emotianyun, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Over the past few days, I've realized the gap between us, but I still want to challenge you personally to see how great that gap truly is. Talink, operating an extraordinary battle mech nearly 30 meters tall, issued the challenge through the mech's voice communicator. Haha, great. Then let's have a grand battle. Emotianyun replied with high spirits. This is no contest, it's clearly a guaranteed defeat. Emotianyun's mental power is so strong, how could anyone among us possibly win against him? A new recruit shook his head in derision. What rank did you place in this competition? Suddenly another new recruit asked. I ranked 1245. Why? Is there a problem? The new recruit confidently stated his rank, which placed him in the top 30 of all new recruits, a respectable position. Ha, 1245. Clearly you're just a loser. Do you know what rank I placed? I ranked 73. With your abilities, how dare you critique the semifinals? I'll tell you this, the stronger the individual, the less they ever concede defeat. True strength lies in boldly facing challenges. The more formidable the opponent, the more they desire to fight. What victory or defeat is predetermined? Only a coward would say such things. A true strong person knows that giving up means zero chance of winning. As long as one doesn't give up, there's at least a glimmer of hope. It is precisely this glimmer of hope that has allowed countless individuals to see the dawn of light in despair, thus successfully breaking free from dire situations and transforming into true strong beings. After this person finished speaking, he walked away disdainfully, leaving the new recruit, who ranked 1245, utterly bewildered and disoriented. On the competition field spanning hundreds of kilometers, a large and a small mech clashed, sparking brilliantly in battle. No, it's still a bit challenging. The Tianyun mech is merely an ordinary battle mech, while the opponent's mech is extraordinary. In terms of speed and strength, it is vastly superior. Tianyun knew that without relying on a mental power of Linghai level, it was only a matter of time before he would be hit. The Tianyun mech could not withstand many attacks from an extraordinary battle mech. It seems I must resort to utilizing my mental strength. Facing the relentless and fierce attacks from Talink, Tianyun was doing his utmost to defend, while rapidly contemplating whether to employ his mental energy. At this moment, Tianyun was clearly distracted and the opponent's attacks became increasingly ferocious. Whom you think you can defeat me with an ordinary battle mech, Tianyun? No matter how skilled you are, you cannot withstand my brute force. Talink thought to himself, immediately unleashing his secret weapon he had long prepared. Sanyu 7 Swords. Talink controlled his mech to rapidly execute 7 slashes in quick succession. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! What? Tianyun was momentarily caught off guard, unable to react in time to Talink's relentless series of 7 strikes, each more powerful than the last. In an instant, Tianyun unleashed the myriad star sword, attempting to stack its power upon the blade of the Tianyun mech, yet he could not fully block these 7 strikes. He managed to block 5 of the strikes, but the remaining 2 struck the energy shield of the Tianyun mech directly. The energy shield shattered in an instant. This was the first time the shield had ever been breached since the mech's creation. The 7th strike directly carved a gash into the Tianyun mech. This could only indicate that the opponents Tianyun had faced in the past were merely insignificant, nothing more than chicken and dogs. But this time was different. Talink was on par with Tianyun in terms of mech level and strength, and even surpassed him in mech grade. However, Talink's martial art, Sanyu 7 Swords, was significantly inferior to Tianyun's myriad star sword, which was why Tianyun managed to block 5 of the strikes. In fact, Tianyun had refrained from unleashing his powerful mental strength to train his mech control skills. Otherwise, how could Talink have dealt such damage to the Tianyun mech? Seeing the gash on his mech, Tianyun immediately felt a surge of panic. I cannot panic, I must remain steady. The more anxious I am, the more flaws I will expose. Tianyun quickly stabilized his mind, sensing his mech, recalling the training from Lieutenant Colonel Chris over the past half-month and the scenes of his repeated practice in the simulation space. He had simulated such formidable opponents in the simulation space and had triumphed over them multiple times. In the most intense battle within the simulation space, Tianyun had controlled the battered Tianyun mech to simultaneously fight against 2 powerful simulated opponents, and in the end he still emerged victorious. So what was there to fear? The battle was about to erupt once again. This time, Tianyun understood that he could not simply face the attacks head-on, as the strength of the Tianyun mech was far inferior to that of the opponent's extraordinary battle mech. Thus his combat style should be more agile and swift, dodge the opponent's strikes and counterattack afterward. Thus the 2 mechs exchanged blows back and forth for over half an hour, yet the victor remained undetermined. The new recruits in the observation area were growing weary of the match. Why haven't these 2 finished yet? The other semifinal ended in less than 10 minutes, and besides, Tianyun is guaranteed to win. Why is it taking so long to determine a winner? A new recruit asked in confusion. Tianyun might just be toying with him. He is merely using his mental energy to connect with his mech, without even releasing it externally, solely relying on pure mech control skills to battle against a mech that is stronger than his. A new recruit pointed out the clue. So that's how it is, but I'm still curious, isn't the key to winning a mech battle based on the mech's level and the warrior's own strength? Why does Tianyun care so much about mech control skills? Another new recruit inquired. What you may not know is that mech level is determined by the maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of the mech. This maximum enhancement can directly amplify a warrior's strength. Suppose there are 2 mech masters with the same maximum enhancement multiplier and equal strength. In that case, the importance of mech control skills becomes significant, as everyone possesses different control techniques, and the application of those techniques varies. Thus, control skills also have levels. Once mental energy reaches the Linghai level, it can completely master every part of the mech, and from that point onward, the power of mech control techniques can be fully realized. A knowledgeable new recruit came over to explain. I see. I've watched this match for a long time. No wonder Tianyun's mech is so agile, almost like a real person, while that extraordinary battle mech opposite him, despite its great power and speed, is quite stiff and has no way to deal with Tianyun. The new recruit who had asked the question suddenly understood. In the competition arena, Mo Tianyan's mind flashed with inspiration. This half-hour battle had made his mech control skills ever more refined. Finally, at a certain moment, Mo Tianyan felt his mech suddenly become extraordinarily agile, as if it had shed its previous constraints. Every part and component of the mech was under his command. Originally, Mo Tianyan could achieve this level with his mental strength at the Linghai stage, but it consumed mental energy at an alarming rate as he had to continuously mobilize every component to achieve precise control of the mech. Just the movable parts of an ordinary battle mech number in the tens of thousands. Oh, what if it were an extraordinary battle mech, or even an epic battle mech? Using mental energy to control all movable parts certainly cannot sustain long-term combat, not to mention that mental energy has many other uses, such as exploring, condensing myriad star swords, and so forth. If one is sufficiently familiar with the mech and possesses outstanding control skills, then during battle there is no need to employ mental energy to mobilize every component of the mech. One can simply use a minimal amount of mental energy to instantly activate the desired parts and components, achieving control of the mech and executing the intended combat maneuvers. After half a month, I have finally reached the micro-control level of mech operation. The mech control levels are divided into initial control, precise control, micro-control, and seamless integration. Now Mo Tianyan could easily respond to the attacks from Talink's extraordinary battle mech. It was evident that Talink's extraordinary battle mech resembled a clumsy giant, while the Tianyan mech was like a nimble child. The Tianyan mech appeared to be on the verge of being hit at any moment, yet always managed to evade by the narrowest of margins. This is what is known as a slight miscalculation leading to a significant loss. Mo Tianyan wielded the Tianyan mech, delivering one sword strike after another against Talink's mech, leaving a trail of sword marks. I won't play with you any longer. Oh, let's end this battle. A vast surge of mental energy was released, coalescing into a multitude of star swords that shot toward Talink's extraordinary battle mech. Suddenly resorting to underhanded tactics, Talink thought helplessly, yet he had no choice but to concede. In the final match, Mo Tianyan faced Lev Abraham in a contest to determine the strongest new recruit. As soon as Mo Tianyan entered the arena, he unleashed the myriad star sword, bringing the match to a swift conclusion. Thus, the new recruit military training came to an end. Mo Tianyan officially embarked on his military journey on the front lines against the Zerg. Colonel Chris has arrived. Wait, who is that walking in front of him? Which senior officer in the base is this? Some new recruits exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Colonel Chris and the senior military officer ahead of him. In this base, a colonel is already a high-ranking officer. I heard that above him are several majors and a brigadier general. I wonder which one has come. Some new recruits curiously remarked this. This uniform can only be worn by officers of the rank of general. It must be the highest commander of this defensive military base. Quick, gather and organize the formation. A lieutenant quickly relayed the message. Thus, all the new recruits and officers began to assemble. After a while, all the recruits participating in military training, along with the commanding officers responsible for the training, stood in a respectful and orderly formation. This is Major General Griffiths Fred, the highest commander of our Dunax Bug Clan's frontline defense military base. He will personally award the top 10 of the new recruit competition. Colonel Chris announced loudly, "Now please let the top 10 of the new recruit competition come up to receive their awards." Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyan and the other top 10 recruits stepped up to receive their awards amidst the envious gazes of the other recruits. At this moment, Major General Griffiths Fred walked up with heavy steps. This commander, holding the rank of Major General in the Empire, was dressed in a greenish-brown uniform. This uniform is not ordinary, as it is made from the exoskeleton of a bug lord's corpse. Bug lords are powerful entities within the invading bug forces against the Orlon Empire, on par with epic battle mecha divisions in combat strength. As for the bugs stronger than bug lords, they are the bug generals, existing at a completely different biological tier, classified as high-level bugs among all those invading the Orlon Empire. It is said that above the bug generals are the bug marshals and the bug kings, but Mo Tianyan is unaware of what lies beyond the bug king. All this knowledge was gleaned from military knowledge courses during his new recruit training. Of course, it is said that the creators of these bug ranks come from a higher civilization, but the details of that civilization's teachings remain unknown to him. He only knows so much. In summary, Mo Tianyan currently knows the ranks of bugs from lowest to highest are ordinary bugs, elite bugs, leader bugs, bug lords, bug generals, bug marshals, and bug kings. Among these, the biological forms of bugs below the rank of bug generals are vastly different from those at the rank of bug generals and above. However, all bugs share some commonalities, such as their basic biological structure consisting of bug crystal cores and bug exoskeletons, as well as their ability to evolve by consuming matter and energy. The biological forms of bugs below the rank of bug generals are diverse, and there are two evolutionary paths. The first evolutionary path involves consuming matter primarily aimed at reinforcing the bug's exoskeleton, making these bugs powerful in close combat. The second evolutionary path involves consuming energy primarily aimed at upgrading the bug crystal core. These bugs possess formidable long-range combat capabilities able to unleash rapid and destructive energy beams. Bugs of the rank of bug generals and above possess even more astonishing combat prowess. The weaker ones at the same combat level as battle mecha divisions stand no chance and can only flee for their lives. If caught, they are doomed. But why do the bugs of the rank of bug generals and above possess such formidable combat power? Because bugs of the rank of bug generals and above simultaneously pursue both paths of consuming matter and energy, rendering them devoid of weaknesses in both close and long-range combat. Did you think that's all? Just this. No, the power of bugs of the rank of bug generals and above is far from limited to that. Because bugs of the rank of bug generals and above possess intelligence that even surpasses that of humans. This means they also have technological civilization, not merely brute beasts that conduct savage attacks. Thus, these bugs of the rank of bug generals and above have a third evolutionary path, spiritual evolution. It is precisely because of this third path that they have martial skills, and their martial skills are remarkably powerful. If a battle mecha division represents the combination of a person and a mecha, then bugs of the rank of bug generals and above are the perfect fusion of human and mecha. For these bugs of the rank of bug generals and above, their exoskeleton serves as their mecha, while their crystal core is their energy source and true brain. Although the intelligence of bugs below the rank of bug generals is relatively low, it does not mean their combat power is weak. Rather, their numbers are exponentially greater than those of bugs of the rank of bug generals and above by millions. This is because lower-level bugs reproduce rapidly, so as long as there is sufficient energy and matter, their numbers can grow exponentially. Relying on the endless lower-level bugs they consume and evolve, growing within the universe, becoming the most terrifying race, and thus began their horrific ambition to conquer the entire universe. In fact, bugs of the rank of bug generals and above are quite rare among all bugs. Why can so many lower-level bugs evolve and give birth to a few bug generals? Because bugs of the rank of bug generals and above require the consumption of vast amounts of matter and energy. Moreover, their spiritual power must reach the Linghai level among humans, enabling the birth of a bug general. At that time, Mo Tianyun was also quite astonished upon hearing this detailed information about bugs, along with the other recruits unable to recover for a long time. Later, Mo Tianyun also learned about the previous history of the Orlan Empire and the events following the bug invasion. In the past, the Orlan Empire was also an indigenous civilization on a small planet which underwent 8 industrial revolutions under the leadership of great scientific pioneers to emerge from its star system. Subsequently, in exploring the universe, they experienced a technological explosion, and after several civil wars within the star system, they learned of the existence of spiritual and genetic evolution warriors, as well as mechas, ultimately combining technology with genetic evolution to create a powerful civilization that integrated both mechas and warriors. They successfully eliminated other civilizations in the star system, conquered the entire star system, and named it the Orlan star system. So why is this civilization named the Aolong Empire? An empire implies that there must be a supreme ruler whose power is unparalleled. Thus, this supreme ruler possesses the greatest strength within the empire. Since this civilization combined technology with genetics, a group of beings far surpassing ordinary people in power inevitably emerged. The identity and status of these powerful beings are also far above that of ordinary people, thus giving rise to a new social class, the Mecha Master class. The strongest among this class possesses world-destroying power akin to gods and totems in primitive civilizations, so powerful that no one in the entire empire can sway their decisions. Moreover, with this strong individual's identity and status at this time, they effortlessly seize the supreme power of the entire civilization, becoming the highest ruler and naming it the Aolong Empire. It is said that Aolong is the surname of the ruler of the Aolong Empire, and once this ruler began to govern the entire civilization, their family, the Aolong family, became the most esteemed royal family of the Aolong Empire. After the Aolong Empire unified the entire Aolong star system, this Aolong civilization also set its sights on the depths of outer space, thus beginning a new exploration and expansion in the universe. After exploring the universe for many years, the Aolong Empire discovered 2 other star system-level civilizations, the Balabode Federation and the Dylan Empire, whose strengths are not inferior to theirs. These 2 star system-level civilizations had clashed in the universe for many years, and due to their similar strengths, neither could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Now, with the emergence of the Aolong Empire as a new star system-level civilization, the Balabode Federation and the Dylan Empire, which originally wanted to continue their struggle, found their mutual rivalry disrupted. Subsequently, both the Balabode Federation and the Dylan Empire turned their attention towards the newly discovered Aolong Empire civilization, initiating a tentative war. However, the Aolong Empire was not to be trifled with, as they annihilated the vanguard forces of the Balabode Federation and the Dylan Empire that invaded almost simultaneously. The Aolong Empire, unwilling to back down, dispatched a large number of troops to retaliate, ultimately returning in defeat. For the next thousands of years, these three-star system-level civilizations continuously collided and rubbed against each other, launching numerous wars of varying scales in the universe, but none could inflict severe damage, resulting in a stalemate. From then on, the Aolong Empire, Balabode Federation, and Dylan Empire formed a balance of mutual restraint and checks. Years later, the Aolong Empire, Balabode Federation, and Dylan Empire encountered a common formidable enemy, the Zerg civilization. Initially, the Aolong Empire, Balabode Federation, and Dylan Empire were busy with their mutual games, paying no heed to this new enemy, the Zerg civilization. Soon, in less than a century, all three-star system-level civilizations suffered significant losses. The endless Zerg directly invaded all of their territories outside their respective star systems, and the Aolong Empire was even intruded upon nearly 100 light-years into its own territory, almost reaching its core. The Aolong Empire paid a heavy price to drive out these deep invading Zerg. Although the Balabode Federation and Dylan Empire did not suffer as severely as the Aolong Empire, they too paid a considerable price during the large-scale Zerg invasion. From then on, the Aolong Empire, Balabode Federation, and Dylan Empire had no time to pay attention to their rivals, all busy trying to eradicate the Zerg. However, what happened next left the Aolong Empire, Balabode Federation, and Dylan Empire dumbfounded, as they discovered that the Zerg were nearly endless. No matter how much force they concentrated, they could not eliminate them, and it seemed the Zerg only grew stronger. In one massive war against the Zerg, the Aolong Empire gathered over 10 billion starships and countless battle mecha masters, vowing to eliminate the largest Zerg nest they discovered in the universe near their invaded star system. This largest Zerg nest was constructed using innumerable planets as materials and tens of thousands of stars as its core, stretching over 1,000 light-years. Upon seeing this, the high-ranking officials of the Aolong Empire could no longer sit still, leading to what would become the largest military operation in the history of the Aolong Empire. This battle lasted for a full 100 years, consuming the energy of over 10,000 suns, and finally, they managed to eliminate most of the Zerg within this nest. However, the over 10 billion starships had already lost more than half, and just when they thought the Zerg had nearly been wiped out, and they could breathe easy, a sudden piece of news came through, instantly dampening the spirits of the Aolong Empire's high-ranking officials. It turned out that while the Aolong Empire was engaged in this war, the Balabode Federation and Dylan Empire also faced Zerg invasions. They too had expended their entire civilization's strength to eliminate the invading Zerg and traced back to find an even larger Zerg nest than the one near the Aolong Empire. This Zerg nest was at least several thousand light-years in scale, and the initial forces of the Zerg nest had already caused significant troubles for the two-star system-level civilizations. Who knows how many Zerg were still within that nest? Thus, after some consideration, the Balabode Federation and Dylan Empire decided to inform the Aolong Empire of this news. Subsequently, during discussions between the Aolong Empire, Balabode Federation, and Dylan Empire, they decided to put aside their past grievances and initiated their first alliance. The common goal of this alliance was the gigantic Zerg nest situated over 1 million light-years away from the Aolong Empire, Balabode Federation, and Dylan Empire. This would be yet another unprecedented battle, with the three-star system-level civilizations collectively deploying over 200 billion starships, and even the strongest mecha masters of the Aolong Empire, including its ruler, personally commanded the operation. The Zerg were never to be underestimated. The most powerful of them struck, and countless starships could not withstand the assault, leading to a chaotic retreat on the battlefield. This forced the strongest mecha masters of the three civilizations to take direct action to counter. After the war, both sides entered a stalemate. The three-star system civilizations remained in a weaker position, retreating to a defensive stance, while the Zerg continued to be on the offensive. Mo Tianyan looked at the olive-green officer uniform of Major General Griffiths Fred, before him, a flurry of thoughts flashing through his mind. He soon snapped back to reality as the Major General had already approached him. Major General Griffiths Fred gazed at Mo Tianyan, who stared back at him, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual observation. Although the atmosphere was slightly awkward, Mo Tianyan stood upright, his gaze unwavering, intently looking at the Major General before him. The cold aura emanating from him was even more intense than that of the nearby Lieutenant Colonel Chris, and combined with his deep-set eyes, he appeared incredibly imposing. In the next moment, Major General Griffiths Fred spoke to Mo Tianyan. "Good, very good, recruit. Take out your personal micro-intelligent brain and turn it on." "Yes." Mo Tianyan raised his hand and activated his personal micro-intelligent brain. Then Major General Griffiths-Fred also activated his own. Before long, Major General Griffiths-Fred's micro-intelligent brain emitted a blue light directed at Mo Tianyan's device. Ding! Mo Tianyan's personal micro-intelligent brain emitted a sound prompting him to check it eagerly. Military Merit Points 100. First place in the recruit competition reward issued by Major General Griffiths-Fred. Ding! Ding! Before Mo Tianyan could fully relish the moment, his micro-intelligent brain transmitted 2 more messages. Your accumulated military merit points have exceeded 10. Congratulations, your rank has been raised by 1 level. You are now a second-class private. Your accumulated military merit points have reached 100. Congratulations, your rank has been raised by 1 level. You are now a first-class private. First-class private. Mo Tianyan realized that after acquiring 100 military merit points, his rank had jumped 2 levels from third-class private to first-class private. The Empire's rank system is divided into 3 levels of privates: third, second, and first class, followed by 3 levels of non-commissioned officer ranks: second lieutenant, first lieutenant, and captain, then 3 levels of officer ranks: major, lieutenant, colonel, and above that 3 levels of general ranks: brigadier, major general, and lieutenant general, with the highest ranks being marshal, grand marshal, and supreme commander. It is said that there are even higher positions above, but those do not count as military ranks within the Empire, as their authority extends beyond military affairs, influencing various aspects of the Empire. For an ordinary soldier, obtaining 100 military merit points is quite difficult, but for a battle mecha division soldier, defeating one of his ordinary level Zerg can easily achieve that. Since these 100 military merit points can be easily obtained by the battle mecha division, why is the reward for being first in the recruit competition only this much? In fact, these 100 military merit points are meant to elevate the rank of outstanding recruits. But what is the use of raising one's rank? Soldiers in the Battle Mecha Division can accept and execute tasks in the task hall of the Battle Mecha Division's headquarters, where rank becomes significant. Those with higher ranks can naturally accept more advanced tasks, and upon completion, the rewards in military merit points are more substantial. Of course, the higher the task level, the greater the danger. For those recruits who ranked high in the recruit competition, their strength is sufficient to take on high-level tasks, but military regulations dictate that to accept higher-level tasks, one must meet the rank requirements. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you must start with simpler tasks. Therefore, Mo Tianyan's half-month was not wasted. He first learned mecha control techniques from Lieutenant Colonel Chris, then absorbed much military knowledge, including details about the Zerg and the Empire's history, as well as the operation methods of various military equipment. Finally, he earned 100 military merit points in the recruit competition, elevating his rank by 2 levels to become a first-class private. This harvest is quite substantial, better than starting from small tasks. First place in the recruit competition earns 100 military merit points, second place 90 points, third place 80 points, and so on, with the last place receiving 10 points. Achieving second-class private requires exactly 10 points, so recruits ranked 2nd to 10th are all second-class privates, while only Mo Tianyan can jump 2 levels to achieve the rank of first-class private, which is the greatest benefit of being first. Some exceptionally strong recruits saw that Mo Tianyan was participating in the competition and immediately gave up. They simply did not have the confidence to defeat him, so they preferred to take on tasks instead. The difference between first and second place is just 10 military merit points. That's not much. Since I can't clinch first, I'll settle for second. That's still 90 points. However, that's still somewhat lacking. When the first place can accept higher-level tasks, I'm left with just 10 military merit points and can only take on lower-level tasks. Why should I even bother with military skills training? Wouldn't it be better to start directly with lower-level tasks? After the award ceremony, Lieutenant Colonel Chris and Major General Griffiths-Fred turned to glance at the recruits before leaving. Mo Tianyan watched the 2 senior officers depart, realizing that Major General Griffiths-Fred had likely come to see him. Ever since the Major General arrived, he had observed him several times with his spiritual sense. Not concerning himself further, his main task now was to accumulate enough military merit points to exchange for the Earth's core. Earth's core. Required rank for exchange: lieutenant rank, not reached. Required military merit points for exchange: 3,000. Current military merit points 100. Insufficient. To accumulate 3,000 military merit points, I need to kill 300 ordinary level Zerg, or 300 elite level Zerg, or 3 leader level Zerg. To achieve the rank of lieutenant, I need to kill 10 leader level Zerg. That shouldn't be difficult with my current strength. Mo Tianyan murmured. Military merit points can be earned by killing Zerg. Killing an ordinary level Zerg yields 1 military merit points. Killing an elite level Zerg yields 10 military merit points, while killing a leader level Zerg grants 1,000 military merit points, and a lord level Zerg provides 1 military merit points. This is one source of military merit points. Completing tasks also provides military merit point rewards with different rewards based on the task's level and difficulty, and each task's military merit point rewards are quite substantial. Even a relatively simple task generally involves facing hundreds or thousands of Zerg, so usually a battle mecha division team takes on the tasks and the generous rewards are distributed among all team members. So what is the specific allocation method? From the personal microintelligence brain, one selects to form a team, becomes the captain, and then invites other combat mecha masters to join the team. After the combat mecha masters form teams, the captain accepts the tasks. Subsequently, the personal microintelligence brain of the combat mecha masters in this team will allocate according to each person's contribution during the task execution. This is also a very fair allocation method. Military merit points can be transferred to others, which means they can be traded. Also, if someone is very wealthy, wouldn't they be able to become a high-ranking officer by exchanging a large amount of wealth for military merit points? Not quite soldiers cannot transfer military merit points, and the promotion of ranks above private is no longer solely based on military merit points. In addition to accumulating military merit points to meet the standard, there is also an added criterion of exterminating insectoids. For example, if Mo Tianyun wants to be promoted from a first-class private to a corporal, he must not only accumulate 200 military merit points, but also exterminate an elite insectoid. Only upon fulfilling both criteria can he be promoted to corporal. The subsequent promotions are the same, all having these two criteria, with the difference being the quantity of accumulated military merit points and the number and level of insectoids. Miss Lung Yu and the gentleman with white hair beside you, please wait a moment. Mo Tianyun had just received his rewards and saw the white-haired man, who was among the top 10, and Miss Lung Yu preparing to leave, so he anxiously shouted, "My. Miss Lung Yu and the white-haired man turned around, puzzled by Mo Tianyun's shout. Seeing that the two had stopped, Mo Tianyun approached another person. "And this Mr. Talink, may I invite the three of you to discuss something with me?" "All right, where should we talk?" Talink nodded, curious to see what the first-place winner of the rookie competition, Mo Tianyun, had to say. Miss Lung Yu glanced at the white-haired man. After sensing his sister's gaze, the white-haired man nodded and said, "Okay." This white-haired man was indeed Lung Ye's brother, Lung Feng. Mo Tianyun knew that Lung Yu and Lung Feng were quite close. Hearing their names and the ages displayed during the rookie test, it was easy to guess that they were siblings. Mo Tianyun sighed in relief, glad that they did not refuse. Since he had the chance to speak, wasn't that already half the success? The three followed closely behind Mo Tianyun and arrived at a quiet place to sit down. Mo Tianyun looked at them and directly stated, "I invited you three here to ask you to join my team." Upon hearing this, Talink, Lung Yu and Lung Feng's expressions turned serious. Forming a team is a matter to be taken very seriously, because once a team is formed, they become comrades in the same trench, which means entrusting one's back to teammates. This concerns one's life, so how could it be taken lightly? After a long silence, the three remained quiet. Mo Tianyun realized that the atmosphere was too heavy, and he prepared to present his bargaining chip. "Everyone, I have more to say. After I finish, you can decide whether or not to join my team. However, after hearing it, you should recognize my sincerity." Talink nodded and said, "Please go on." Mo Tianyun glanced at Miss Lung Yu and the white-haired man. Both Lung Yu and Lung Feng nodded lightly. "All right, then I will start speaking." Mo Tianyun then began to reiterate the argument he used to persuade Nick. As Mo Tianyun slowly articulated his points, Talink, Lung Yu and Lung Feng's eyes grew wider, clearly captivated by what he was saying. "This is my identity as a mecha manufacturer. Although I possess the skills of a senior mecha manufacturer, even a special grade mecha manufacturer, I have not yet had the opportunity to update my mecha manufacturer rank." Mo Tianyun took out his Imperial Identity card for the three to see, which displayed his identity as a junior mecha manufacturer. "What do you think? I'm telling the truth, so please consider it." Mo Tianyun, "I admit that what you say is quite attractive to us, but I can't just take your word for it, as a junior mecha manufacturer." Talink nodded first, then shook his head. "Yeah, what you're painting sounds great, but I need to see it with my own eyes to believe what you're saying." Miss Lung Yu also spoke at this moment. "Yes, unless you can prove your mecha manufacturing level has reached that of a senior mecha manufacturer, or you can repair an extraordinary level combat mecha. If you can prove one of these two, then your character will naturally be guaranteed. Coupled with your strength, I will definitely join your team." Lung Feng voiced what Talink and Lung Yu both found convincing. Mo Tianyun was silent for a moment. "All right, I understand. You just need to come with me for a bit." "Where to?" Lung Yu asked. "Aren't you asking me to prove my mecha manufacturing level? Then of course we are going to the combat mecha manufacturing department in the logistics area." Mo Tianyun responded to Lung Ye's question. Are you going to manufacture combat mechas? Or the extraordinary level combat mechas?" Lung Yu said in astonishment. "Otherwise, can I still manufacture epic level combat mechas?" Mo Tianyun waved his hand. Lung Yu looked at the confident Mo Tianyun, took a deep breath, and slowly calmed her mind. Mo Tianyun opened his personal microintelligence brain to check the location of the logistics area combat mecha manufacturing department, then summoned the Tianyun mecha. However, the Tianyun mecha had a long crack in its body with sparks dancing inside, and the brilliant blue energy leaking out, creating an unsightly appearance. Let's go. Mo Tianyun turned to glance at the three and said. Talink Lung Yu and Lung Foam also retrieved their mechas from their spatial beads. Immediately 1, 2, 3 mechas appeared consecutively on the metallic floor of the base. These 3 mechas were about 30 meters tall, evidently extraordinary level combat mechas. They are indeed from one of the 8 major families of Relish Star. Although extraordinary level combat mechas are relatively common here, they are the highest level on Relish Star. The extraordinary battle mech of Talink is entirely black, featuring 2 long energy launch ports on its back. Judging by the caliber, the energy output is undoubtedly formidable. However, the mech bears numerous scratches and cracks, appearing battered and bruised. These wounds were inflicted during the recent rookie competition by Mo Tianyun's mech sword. Nonetheless, these are merely minor injuries that can be easily repaired with some rare metals. On the other hand, the long crack on Mo Tianyun's Tianyun mech is difficult to fix due to the depth of the breach. Although it can still fight, the mech's power has diminished. Mo Tianyun's visit to the Battle Mech Manufacturing Department in the latest age zone is not only to prove his mech manufacturing skills, but also to upgrade the Tianyun mech. This way, the damage to the Tianyun mech and its upgrade can be resolved simultaneously. Sorn, come over here with me. Oh, I want to show you something impressive. Nick, come here as well. I want to broaden your horizons. Mo Tianyun sent messages to Sorn and Nick from his personal microintelligent brains teammate page. Sorn and Nick have already joined the team formed by Mo Tianyun. Anyone in the team can now view each member's location at any time and send messages to everyone, a feature exclusive to team members. These 2 functions allow for quick checks on teammates' positions and situations, facilitating timely communication. During battles, these functions are crucial for coordinating various actions within the team. In addition, joining a team provides shared perspectives, conversation halls, task inquiries, and other functionalities. Got it, I'm on my way. Sorn replied immediately. Alright, I'll be there soon. Nick also responded. You 3 please wait a moment. My team still has 2 members who I've notified them, and they will arrive shortly, so please hold on. Mo Tianyun said to the 3. After a while, 2 mechs appeared one after the other. Mo Tianyun had already seen Sorn's mech, even the Storm mech. Mo Tianyun had not seen Nick's mech before. This was his first time seeing it. However, upon seeing Nick's mech, Mo Tianyun secretly shook his head. This mech was simply too pitiful. Even Sorn, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind, all professionals, struggled to hold back their laughter. Mo Tianyun had seen Nick's rookie test data before and knew that Nick's mech was quite ordinary, but he never expected it to be not only ordinary, but also less than 10 meters tall, completely ragged. It appeared as if it had been patched up with some melted metal, resembling a beggar's mech. Mo Tianyun was also disheartened, but as he had chosen his teammates and was a mech manufacturer, he must arrange for a new mech for Nick today. He would use the materials from the spatial ring along with any leftover materials from upgrading the Tianyun mech to manufacture a new mech for him. There are still plenty of materials in the spatial ring, some of which Mo Tianyun purchased himself, while others were given by the former president. The majority were traded from the 8 major families of Relish Star last time. It's just perfect for use today. Nick, your mech is quite hard to look at. Mo Tianyun remarked. Captain, my mech has been with me for 3 years. I often use it to hunt exotic beasts and sell valuable parts to alchemists in exchange for some star coins. Nick said a bit awkwardly. So while this mech is somewhat battered, it can still fight. If you think I will drag the team down, then I'll just quit the team. Nick glanced at Mo Tianyun's and Sorn's mechs, especially the extraordinary battle mechs of Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind, which towered impressively compared to his own. He then earnestly looked at Mo Tianyun and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Mo Tianyun's expression turned cold, and he firmly looked at Nick as he approached. How could we possibly dislike you just because your mech isn't great? You are my chosen teammate, so don't underestimate yourself. You've had a mech for 3 years while mine is only recent. It's just a bit of damage to the mech. You want to quit the team over such a trivial matter. Do you think I pulled you into my team for fun? Hearing Mo Tianyun's words, Nick regretted it, realizing he had misspoken. Captain, that's not what I meant. Nick quickly shook his head. Do you remember what I told you when I invited you to join my team? Mo Tianyun asked. Nick thought for a moment and replied, Joining your team comes with a perfect level primary gene evolution potion, and you are a mech manufacturer who can even create epic battle mechs. You can repair mechs and manufacture mech parts too. That's right, I am a mech manufacturer. Now that I see your mech in such a state, how could I allow my teammate to continue piloting such a mech? Later, I will manufacture a brand new ordinary battle mech for you, at least one that can achieve an ordinary battle mech with a maximum power enhancement multiplier of 8 times. An ordinary battle mech with a maximum power enhancement multiplier of 8 times. Nick expressed surprise upon hearing this. As for your mech that has been with you for 3 years, you may have developed feelings for it after many battles, but it's time for retirement. The new mech will be crafted for you, and you will need to properly familiarize yourself with it when it's ready. Emotianya nodded and continued, however, this won't be free. I checked, and an ordinary battle mech with a maximum power enhancement multiplier of 8 times costs 800 military merit points to exchange. For now, consider it a debt to me, but I won't ask for your military merit points. You just need to give me 800 ordinary level Zerg crystal cores in the future. Nick nodded readily, not wanting to take the captain's mech for free. Meanwhile, Talent Cold Rain and Cold Wind beside him began to consider joining Emotianyan's team. 6 mechas of varying sizes soared into the air from the vast Dunestar Defense military base, causing a slight tremor in the metallic ground. Surrounding hundreds of ordinary soldiers paid no attention at all as mechas had become a common sight here. These 6 mechas belonged to Emotianyan and his companions. They were currently heading towards the mecha manufacturing department in the logistics district. The front gate of the mecha manufacturing department was a full 4511, 83 kilometers away from their departure point. With Emotianyan's Tianyun mecha flying at a speed of 500 meters per second in full power mode, it would take them 2.5 hours to arrive. The ordinary flying speed of the extraordinary battle mechas belonging to Talink Lung Yu and Lung Feng was at least over 1,000 meters per second, with a maximum speed potentially reaching 2,000 or 3,000 meters per second. This speed was more than enough to catch up and leave Emotianyan far behind. Although Thorn's mecha speed could not match Emotianyan's, it still managed to keep up. However, Nick's mecha was far too slow, seemingly unable to reach even 200 meters per second. To keep up with Emotianyan's mecha was still a long way off, and compared to those 3 extraordinary battle mechas, it was simply out of reach. The flying speed of my mecha can't keep up with theirs, Nick said with a slight frown, shaking his head as he looked at the 5 mechas growing more distant ahead. The mecha's flying speed is rapidly increasing. The current speed is 300 meters per second. Suddenly, Nick's mecha's AI issued a prompt. Huh, what's going on? How did my mecha's speed increase so much? Could it be? It's the captain. Nick pondered for a moment and realized that it was Emotianyan using his mental power to propel his mecha to accelerate. At 400 meters per second, then 500 meters per second, then 600 meters per second, Nick's mecha's flying speed finally stabilized at 712 meters per second, more than doubling its previous maximum speed. The flying speed of Thorn's mecha also gradually increased, finally stabilizing at 784 meters per second. Emotianyan's own mecha also broke through 800 meters per second, reaching 842 meters per second. Relying solely on his strength, Emotianyan forcibly increased the flying speed of the 3 mechas, with his mental power concentrating most of his mental energy to elevate Nick's mecha's speed to 712 meters per second. Originally, when Emotianyan had just arrived at the Dunestar Defense military base, his mental power was not that strong, and it was already an achievement to reach this level. However, the preliminary transformation of Emotianyan's 4 hearts of power had directly doubled his mental power strength. Additionally, after half a month of continuous training in the simulation space, he had made significant progress, allowing him to propel 3 mechas to fly at high speed simultaneously. If I had enough points to exchange for mental power potion formulas and mid-tier gene evolution potion formulas from the core of Miracle's space, my strength would truly show explosive growth. Emotianyan silently felt the 3 mechas surge in speed under his mental power, and then he thought. Indeed, when mental power reaches the level of the spiritual sea, a person's spirit becomes remarkably stable, and the effects of mental power begin to manifest significantly. Moreover, mental power can be enhanced through certain external sources, such as the mental energy organs of powerful exotic beasts and mental power potions. With enough external sources, mental power can achieve a true explosive increase until it reaches the sea of perfection. So what is the sea of perfection? As the name suggests, it is when the mental power at the level of the spiritual sea has reached its limit and the mental power ocean is unable to contain any more. It is like comparing the entire mental power ocean to a container with mental power likened to water. When the water fills the entire container, it naturally cannot hold any more water. So what should be done at that time? Can mental power no longer be enhanced? Yes, since the mental power ocean is already perfect, one should find a larger container to contain more mental power. What is larger than the entire ocean? The sky. The sky is vast and expansive, far larger than the ocean. When mental power breaks free from the constraints of the spiritual sea, it begins to spread into the entire sky. This level of mental power is known as the Nyan Kong level. 2.5 hours later, Emotianyan and his companions arrived at the mecha manufacturing department in the logistics district. The mecha manufacturing department covers an area of 1.0 square kilometers, entirely composed of mecha manufacturing factories. There are over 10,000 mecha manufacturers in the department, most of whom are junior mecha manufacturers, with only a few being intermediate or advanced, and the highest being a few special-grade mecha manufacturers. Those special-grade mecha manufacturers are the highest echelon of the mecha manufacturing department, rarely seen in public. The security at the mecha manufacturing department is extremely strict. When Mo Tianyun and his companions entered, they passed through 3 security checkpoints before finally entering. Upon entering the mecha manufacturing department, one could see massive metal doors, each leading to a mecha manufacturing workstation primarily producing ordinary battle mechas. Inside the mecha department, there were countless robots, various conveyor belts, and mechanical arms working in an orderly manner. These robots, conveyor belts, and mechanical arms are responsible for transporting materials, with robots carrying precise, small components and parts, while conveyor belts and mechanical arms handle the transportation of larger components. Hello, what service do you require? A service robot approached Mo Tianyun and his group. Hello, I need to borrow a large mecha manufacturing workstation. Mo Tianyun quickly stepped forward and said. His purpose for coming here was to borrow a large mecha manufacturing workstation. The large mecha manufacturing workstation is a more advanced workstation than the regular mecha manufacturing workstation used for producing extraordinary battle mechas. Sorry, the large mecha manufacturing workstation is not open to the public. The small mecha manufacturing workstation is available. The robot's eyes emitted red light as it shook its head in refusal. But I am a mecha manufacturer. According to the military base's rules, I should be able to join the mecha manufacturing department. Once I join, can I not use the large mecha manufacturing workstation? Yes, after joining the mecha manufacturing department, you will be able to use the large mecha manufacturing workstation. The robot's eyes emitted green light as it nodded in agreement. Alright, I want to join the mech manufacturing department now, Mo Tianyun said. Acknowledged. Please open your personal micro-intelligent brain, and I will register your beginner mech manufacturing skill officially, making you a mech manufacturer with military credentials from the Empire. At that time, you will be able to earn military merit and hold unique positions as a mech manufacturer by producing mechs of various levels for the Imperial Army. The robot stated truthfully. Mo Tianyun nodded lightly upon hearing this, and then opened his personal micro-intelligent brain. The robot's glowing eyes shot out 2 beams of blue light connecting to Mo Tianyun's personal micro-intelligent brain. Under the robot's operation, lines of green characters flickered on the display of Mo Tianyun's personal micro-intelligent brain. Before long, the robot's eyes retracted the blue light and said to Mo Tianyun, your information has been updated. You are now a respected military mech manufacturer of the Empire. Creating powerful mechs to safeguard the glory of the Empire is the sacred duty of a mech manufacturer. Welcome to the Empire's mech manufacturing department, Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun heard the robot's voice suddenly change to that of an unfamiliar man. He glanced at the updated information on his personal micro-intelligent brain. Mo Tianyun. Age 16. Rank Private First Class. Military Merit 100. Affiliated Legion Battle Mech Legion. Position Junior Mech Manufacturer of the Empire. Skill Beginner Mech Manufacturing Skill. Regular Physical Strength 100 tons. Maximum Strength with Martial Arts Enhancement 684 tons. Mental Strength 22246. Low Level of Spirit C. Maximum Combat Power Boost Multiplier for Mechs 10. Mech Level Perfect Ordinary Battle Mech. Test Data Source Duna Star Defense Military Base New Recruit Test. Current assigned address at Duna Star Defense Military Base, Building 4513, Residential Area 54 of the Battle Mech Legion. Mo Tianyun's eyes scanned the information and quickly noticed that his position and skill information had changed. He then replied to the robot. To contribute to the defense of the Empire is the honor I pursue for a lifetime. Mo Tianyun said respectfully and solemnly to the robot while looking at his personal micro-intelligent brain. The last statement from the robot was not its own, but that of a man. Mo Tianyun did not know who this man was, but he speculated that the man must have temporarily taken over the robot to address him. Based on the statement, "Welcome to the Empire's mech manufacturing department," Mo Tianyun guessed that this man might be someone from this department. Thus, Mo Tianyun responded with great respect, as the other party might still be watching him. The robot's arms and legs suddenly moved again and returned to their original positions. Sorn, Nick, Talink, Ling Yu, and Lungfeng looked at Mo Tianyun's conversation with the robot with curiosity. "Let's go, we can enter now," Mo Tianyun said to the 5 of them. Following the prompt from the personal micro-intelligent brain, Mo Tianyun and his group arrived at a remarkably high-end mech manufacturing workstation, which was the large mech manufacturing workstation. This large workstation stood out in 3 ways compared to the one in the Hanchuan City Mech Manufacturing Center. High, big, and impressive. High, the entire large mech manufacturing workstation reached a height of 200 meters from the alloy floor to the metal-lined ceiling. Otherwise, how could it accommodate the assembly platform for battle mechs that were over 100 meters tall? Big the space of this large mech manufacturing workstation was immensely vast, occupying an area of nearly 1 square kilometer. Here there were countless mech manufacturing instruments, tools, various workstations, production rooms, testing areas, and processing stations, as well as conveyor belts and material storage sites. Impressive, the central control console's various intelligent brain displays operated continuously, clearly showing every metric and data of the large mech manufacturing workstation. It could even analyze each situation of mech manufacturing and provide the most accurate prompts. This is incredible. Nick exclaimed, his mouth agape as he looked at the large mech manufacturing workstation in amazement. Yes, this is my first time seeing the place where mech manufacturers create battle mechs. I never expected it to be so high-end and complex. Soren also widened his eyes, constantly observing the surroundings and nodding in agreement with Nick's words. Talink, Lingyu, and Lungfeng did not show much of a change in expression, as they had seen large mech manufacturing workstations many times at the largest mech manufacturing center on Uluru Star. Haha, everyone please watch me closely, Mo Tianyan said confidently while laughing towards the sky. Since his last breakthrough in spiritual power to the Spirit Sea level, Mo Tianyan had been continuously learning advanced mech manufacturing and practicing mech control techniques in the simulation space, though he had practiced the 10,000 stars sword techniques less. After countless practices in the simulation space for manufacturing extraordinary battle mechs, Mo Tianyan could almost achieve a success rate of 100%, which was the reason for his confidence. Not only could Mo Tianyan manufacture extraordinary battle mechs with nearly a 100% success rate, but he also had a 70% success rate for epic battle mechs, which was considered very high among special class mech manufacturers. It could be said that Mo Tianyan was on the verge of manufacturing the epic level 1000 sword mech, and as long as he accumulated 3,000 military merit points to acquire the Earth Core and practiced for some time, the 1000 sword mech would be born. He had been anticipating that day for a long time. Now he would first upgrade his mech to temporarily enhance his power. Mo Tianyan took out all the necessary materials, placed them in the material storage area, and approached the central control console, unleashing a strong wave of spiritual power to control all the mech manufacturing instruments. First, he divided thousands of tons of metal into batches to be forged in the large alloy smelting furnace via the conveyor belt. After forging, he used his spiritual power to process these metals into various alloy component materials. Then countless alloy materials were classified and processed to create various parts and components, which were then assembled. Now it's time to upgrade the Tianyan mech core. Mo Tianyan transmitted the Tianyan mech, placed it on the mech disassembly platform, extracted the mech core for upgrading and modification, and re-engraved the spiritual patterns. 1 hour later, the mech core was upgraded to an extraordinary level battle mech core. The speed at which this core is manufactured is hundreds of times faster than when it was produced at the Mecha Manufacturing Center in Hansan City. If the spiritual connection patterns of the mecha core were still being engraved using the perception level of spiritual power, it would take days to accomplish. This is because the spiritual connection patterns of the core for extraordinary battle mechas are hundreds of times more complex than those of ordinary battle mechas. Now Mo Tianyan has completed it in just 1 hour, showcasing the power of spiritual sea-level spiritual energy. Originally, the core of the Tianyan mecha had a diameter of 3 meters as a standard battle mecha core, but after modifications and upgrades, it has now reached 11.64 meters. This significant change in the mecha core alone demonstrates just how much more powerful extraordinary battle mechas are compared to ordinary ones. Outside the large mecha manufacturing workstation where Mo Tianyan and his team are located, 3 middle-aged men and an elderly man with white hair along with a gray-haired old woman have arrived. The source of that spiritual sea-level spiritual energy fluctuation must be here. Besides us, who else would use spiritual sea-level spiritual energy to manufacture battle mechas? A tall and thin middle-aged man spoke with suspicion. Indeed, I have never heard of any military officer at the academy level in this defense military base who can manufacture battle mechas. Another slightly plump middle-aged man nodded in agreement. There's no need to speculate any further, let's just go in and take a look. The last shorter middle-aged man said. I don't recommend doing that. The person inside who is manufacturing battle mechas possesses spiritual sea-level spiritual energy, and just based on that we cannot treat them like an ordinary person. Otherwise, if we offend them, it could lead to trouble, said the slightly plump middle-aged man, waving his hand in disapproval. In that case, why don't we use the management privileges granted to us by the Mecha Manufacturing Department to check the situation inside? The old woman spoke up. Yes, that sounds good. If we go in rashly, we will disturb them. Using management privileges to view the situation through the intelligence brain's holographic screen will not disturb them, and we can also understand what is happening inside. This is a good approach. The white-haired old man also agreed. These 5 individuals are the 5 special mecha manufacturers from the logistics area of the Duna Star Defense Military Base. When Mo Tianyun began upgrading the Tianyun mecha, the spiritual C-level spiritual energy had already been sensed by these 5 special mecha manufacturers. There are over 10,000 mecha manufacturers in the mecha manufacturing department. As these mecha manufacturers come and go, many have noticed that all the special mecha manufacturers in the department gathered in front of this large mecha manufacturing workstation, and thus messages were passed around bringing their friends and colleagues over. Those who received the information learned that the rare special mecha manufacturers were gathered together and even put down their work to rush over. Everyone thought the same: something significant must be happening, otherwise how could those 5 special mecha manufacturers possibly gather there? How could I possibly miss such a significant event? Thus a bustling scene appeared in front of the large mecha manufacturing workstation where Mo Tianyun was manufacturing mechas. In the mecha manufacturing department, such a lively scene only occurs when special mecha manufacturers impart knowledge or when they are manufacturing epic battle mechas. Holographic screen. It seems several teachers have used their privileges to check the situation inside this large mecha manufacturing workstation. Many mecha manufacturers saw the holographic screen in front of the 5 special mecha manufacturers and understood that even the teachers chose not to enter directly, but instead opted to observe the situation from outside using their privileges. This left them both astonished and curious about what was happening inside. Could someone be manufacturing an epic battle mecha? With curious gazes, they quietly observed the images on the holographic screen. Next comes the manufacturing of the mecha's power system. Mo Tianyun transferred hundreds of tons of alloy materials to the supersized mechanical power system manufacturing platform and input the data according to the power system design blueprint that he had memorized in his mind. As a result, the power system could be automatically manufactured. Meanwhile, Mo Tianyun did not rest, but instead shifted his focus to the manufacturing of the core components. The core frameworks of the 5 major components, the mecha's head, left arm, left leg, and right leg, have been assembled. Now these 5 component core frameworks are firmly fixed in midair. Rise. Mo Tianyun used his spiritual power to manipulate the spiritual patterns powder while simultaneously conducting the spiritual connection patterns for the cores of the 5 mecha components. Intricate spiritual connection patterns were accurately engraved onto the spiritual connection lines of the core components under the meticulous control of Mo Tianyun's powerful spiritual energy. 20 minutes later, the spiritual connection patterns of the 5 component cores of the extraordinary battle mecha were completed in succession. This scene had long been witnessed by all the mecha manufacturers outside. Such powerful spiritual control techniques. This exquisite level of spiritual energy control is even beyond me. The old man among the 5 special mecha manufacturers sighed slightly. The other 4 special mecha manufacturers nodded repeatedly. Just this skill from Mo Tianyun had already astonished them. Simultaneously engraving the core components of 5 extraordinary battle mechas in just 20 minutes, and without a single mistake, the speed at which he manufactured the mecha component cores was simply breathtaking. What kind of deity is that person inside the large mecha manufacturing workstation? They are simply beyond human. I usually take half a day to carefully manufacture a core component for an ordinary battle mecha, but who is this person inside? How could they manage to complete the cores for 5 battle mechas simultaneously in just 20 minutes and 26 seconds? And these are extraordinary battle mecha cores. Since Mo Tianyun began manufacturing the mecha component cores, the astonished remarks and gazes of the outside mecha manufacturers have not ceased continuing until the end, and they only grew more intense. Inside the large mecha manufacturing studio, Nick and Thorn, who have seen little, also felt that their captain's mecha manufacturing skills are absolutely top-notch. Watching the seamless operations, the mecha is being manufactured piece by piece, which is truly a delightful sight. The trio of Talent, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind were filled with deep shock, for they had all witnessed the complete process of creating an extraordinary battle mecha. The extraordinary battle mecha that he was currently piloting was something he had seen being crafted from start to finish, taking a full week and requiring several senior mecha builders to collaborate. Yet in less than a few hours, Mo Tianyun had single-handedly completed the crucial processes of the extraordinary battle mecha's core, its component core, and its power system. How could they possibly maintain a calm heart in the face of such a spectacle? At this moment, Mo Tianyun stood at the central control panel, continuing to manufacture his mecha. Next is the construction of the Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace. Mo Tianyun connected his spiritual power to the Energy Hub manufacturing platform of the mecha and began the creation of the Energy Hub. This Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace was capable of energy conversion and transmission over 100 times more powerful than the original Energy Conversion Reaction Furnace of the Tianyun mecha. The energy output from the original Energy Conversion Reaction Furnace was merely at a planetary mid-level, barely qualifying as the energy intensity of an extraordinary mecha's energy hub. However, the newly designed Energy Reaction Hub by Mo Tianyun The Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace could output energy intensity at a stellar low level nearing that of an epic mecha. Thinking carefully, if an extraordinary battle mecha's energy output intensity could rival that of an epic battle mecha, how powerful would this extraordinary battle mecha's performance be? Just like the ordinary battle mecha of Tianyun, it could stand atop ordinary battle mechas, facing weaker extraordinary battle mechas without fear. Even if the battle mecha master's control skills were sufficiently advanced, they could contend with some relatively strong extraordinary battle mechas, just like the competition between Mo Tianyun and Talink. Now with the Tianyun mecha upgraded to an extraordinary battle mecha under Mo Tianyun's control at the microcontrol level, combined with the support of spiritual C-level spiritual power, it could already unleash the combat power of an epic battle mecha master. Half an hour later, when the Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace with a radius of 7 meters was completed, both the 5 people saw Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind, and the many mecha builders gathered outside gasped in astonishment. Is this the energy reaction hub of a battle mecha? Am I seeing things? The slightly plump senior mecha builder rubbed his eyes, wanting to see it more clearly. Yet he had forgotten that he was also a senior mecha builder with spiritual C-level spiritual power. Even without his eyes, he could see clearly. I can no longer distinguish whether he is creating an extraordinary battle mecha or an epic battle mecha. But the size of an epic battle mecha is not this small, yet the energy reaction hub produced here is precisely what only an epic battle mecha can match. The tall and thin man among the 5 senior mecha builders rubbed his forehead in frustration. If my calculations are correct, then this battle mecha's energy reaction hub corresponds to the perfect level extraordinary battle mecha. Only a perfect level extraordinary battle mecha can match this 7-meter radius energy reaction hub. The elderly woman, also a senior mecha builder, chimed in. I see, so the young man inside is actually creating a perfect level extraordinary battle mecha. In amazement, the tall and thin man gazed at Mo Tianyun on the screen and said, let's conduct an energy test to see the energy output intensity and size. Mo Tianyun transported the Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace to the energy intensity testing area via a large transport mechanical arm, and then placed 10 high-level energy crystals into the furnace. The Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace had 10 core energy crystal storage slots, allowing it to absorb energy from 10 energy crystals, simultaneously achieving a 10-fold increase in energy absorption and output speed compared to the previous Tianyun mecha's energy conversion reaction furnace. Begin the test. Mo Tianyun's heart stirred, and the Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace instantly absorbed the energy from the high-level energy crystals. The high-level energy crystals burst forth with energy brilliance, continuously releasing immense energy. Most of this energy was absorbed into the energy transmission conduits that filled the Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace, with only a small portion converted into heat dissipating inside. The energy transmission conduits within the Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace were made from a material known as stellar red flame crystal, which Mo Tianyun had obtained in Uu City in exchange for a perfect level initial stage gene evolution potion. Originally, Mo Tianyun intended to use them for the energy transmission conduits of the Thousand Sword Mecha. Now, with some excess, he decided to use a bit for this mecha's energy transmission conduits. If stellar red flame crystal can be used to create the energy transmission conduits for the epic battle mecha Thousand Sword Mecha, then it is more than sufficient for the energy transmission conduits of an ordinary extraordinary battle mecha. The energy transmission conduits lit up, illuminating the inside of the Advanced Energy Fusion Reaction Radiative Control Furnace in a bright red. Seconds later, the test results emerged. The energy core's energy level was stellar low level. Energy output value 100. 752. Good. Upon seeing this result, Mo Tianyun knew that the energy foundation for the perfect level extraordinary battle mecha had been established. Outside the large mecha manufacturing workstation, it truly is as I suspected. The young man inside is indeed creating a perfect level extraordinary battle mecha. The elderly woman among the 5 senior mecha builders exclaimed excitedly as she clapped her hands. The design of a perfect level extraordinary battle mecha's blueprint is not much less difficult than that of an epic battle mecha's blueprint. For us, we would rather design an epic battle mecha than expend a great deal of energy designing a perfect level extraordinary battle mecha, said the white-haired elder among the 5 senior mecha builders with a sigh. The remaining senior mecha builders nodded in agreement. It seems that this young man's extraordinary battle mech is about to be completed, but I wonder if it will reach perfection. The 5 elite mech manufacturers gazed at the light screen with eager eyes. Cold Wind turned to his sister and spoke. My. The girl gently replied to her brother's words, devoid of her usual icy demeanor. What do you think of Mo Tianyun? Cold Wind looked at Mo Tianyun, who was busy crafting the mech. Cold Rain's demeanor returned to normal, her icy gaze fixed on Mo Tianyun, her head slightly tilted seemingly in thought. Mysterious, powerful, confident, and exceptionally talented. Cold Rain recalled every fragment of memory from their first encounter at the potion market in Uluru City until now and summarized. So what do you think about joining his team? Cold Wind continued to ask. Brother, are you thinking of joining the team that Mo Tianyun is forming? Cold Rain looked at Cold Wind and said, I have that intention. Cold Wind nodded. Yes, I have considered it too. Joining Mo Tianyun's team seems incredibly advantageous. First, Mo Tianyun is already very strong. After completing the extraordinary battle mech, he will only become stronger. Second, Mo Tianyun is a mech manufacturer, and indeed an excellent one. Initially, he exchanged many rare materials from us, and some of those materials are only used for crafting epic battle mechs. Looking at the mech he is currently making, I believe he will soon be able to manufacture epic battle mechs. Third, Mo Tianyun treats his teammates well. Just now, when Nick's mech was damaged, Mo Tianyun immediately offered to fabricate a new one for him. Once he finishes his own mech, he should be able to create one for Nick as well. Fourth, Mo Tianyun's mental strength is formidable, making him adept at detecting potential dangers. Joining his team will significantly reduce the risks we face during missions. Considering all these 4 points, I believe that among all the new recruits who have just joined the Battle Mech Legion, none are more qualified to be our companions than him. It's even a stroke of luck for us that Mo Tianyun is inviting us. As Cold Rain spoke, Cold Wind listened attentively. Nearby Talink also glanced at Cold Rain with interest. You have a point, but there is a downside to joining Mo Tianyun's team. His current strength far exceeds ours, and once his extraordinary battle mech is completed, the gap between us will widen. At that time, we might earn very little military merit during missions. Cold Wind's words plunged Cold Rain into deep thought. Indeed, if Mo Tianyun makes a move with his immense strength and mental prowess, everyone else will merely become a supporting cast. This would lead to the loss of the greatest benefit of joining the army, wouldn't it? They came here precisely for military merit. I don't see it that way. Talink approached and said. His words caught the attention of both Cold Rain and Cold Wind. We all know that missions are categorized by levels. The higher the level, the more military merit one can gain. If Mo Tianyun is strong, he will surely accept higher-level missions. Even if he takes the lead, what remains for us will still be better than engaging in lower-level missions. Talink paused his voice for a moment before continuing. Moreover, Mo Tianyun ranked first in the new recruit competition and was directly promoted to first-class private, so the missions he can accept will undoubtedly be of a higher level. By following him, we can directly partake in some advanced missions, which is far better than doing low-level ones right. Furthermore, our skills will surely improve. Even if we can't match him, I believe I won't fall far behind. Yes, I won't be too far behind him either. If during advanced missions my mental strength gets sharpened and I can break through to the Spirit Sea level, I will be able to catch up to him completely. Hearing Talink's words, Cold Wind also spoke with confidence. Cold Wind, Cold Rain, and Talink have known each other since childhood, all being heirs of the 8 great families of Uluru Star. Their families had extensive interactions, and Cold Wind and Talink often engaged in sparring. We are now preparing for the final assembly of the mech. Mo Tianyun murmured as he looked at all the completed components and parts. However, we need to perform a check first. If there is a flaw and it doesn't reach perfection, we will have to reassemble it. Start the scanning. Mo Tianyun stood at the central control platform, manipulating all the components and parts. A massive light screen appeared on the central control platform, displaying rapidly fluctuating data. Mo Tianyun quietly analyzed each data point to check for any substandard components and parts. Analyzing Component 1. The analysis of the parts was in progress. Analysis complete. Qualified. Component 2. Qualified. Component 3. Qualified. After more than half an hour, tens of thousands of parts have been tested. All parts and components are qualified and all issues have been ruled out. Prepare to assemble the mech parts. Mo Tianyun looked at all the parts before him. Less than half an hour later, on the mech assembly platform, the mech's head, torso, left arm, left leg, and right leg lay neatly arranged before Mo Tianyun. Finally, it is time for the last assembly. Mo Tianyun transported all the components and parts to the battle mech assembly area. The assembly platform for the battle mech towered over 100 meters high, capable of assembling epic mechs. Mo Tianyun input all parameters into the control AI before retrieving a 1-meter diameter yellow synthetic crystal. This is the component for the epic battle mech, the Thousand Swords mech, which Mo Tianyun is manufacturing a stellar-class defensive energy shield. It took him considerable time and many precious rare materials to create. Now he would attach this shield to the mech, and later, when crafting the epic battle mech, he would detach it for use on the Thousand Swords mech. This stellar-class defensive energy shield can output energy shield strength at the stellar-class ultimate level. The Stellar Class Ultimate Energy is the energy output limit for epic battle mechs. Start the assembly. As soon as Emotianyan made a move, the battle mech assembly platform began to operate. Countless mechanical arms of various sizes assembled the mech components under the commands of the control AI. First, the Stellar Class defensive energy shield was installed, followed by the assembly of the mech's arms and legs onto the torso, and finally the head of the mech. When everything was completed, the mecha assembly was finished, and it was time for the final test. Emotianyan used his mental power to lift his body and flew into the cockpit inside the mecha's core. After donning the mental connector, he released his spiritual energy at the Linghai level into the mental connection patterns. This powerful mental energy instantly took control of the entire mecha. The mental connection is successful. Emotianyan could already feel the various parts and components of this upgraded mecha. He then began to activate the high-level energy fusion reaction control furnace. The stellar-level energy reaction core has been activated. The stellar light energy drive system is now online. In an instant, the high-level energy fusion reaction control furnace output a large amount of energy, which flowed through the energy conduits into the mecha's core, continuing to supply energy to all the component cores. The component cores successfully received the energy transmission. The mecha slowly powered up, although it was not painted, it exuded a chilling, brilliant metallic luster from its 56-meter height. The extraordinary combat mecha, Insect Hunter Mecha, has been completed. Although this Insect Hunter Mecha is an upgraded version of the Tianyan Mecha, Emotianyan felt as if he had almost created a brand new mecha. But why did Emotianyan say that the Insect Hunter Mecha is an upgrade of the Tianyan Mecha? Because the blueprint for the Insect Hunter Mecha was adapted from the Tianyan Mecha, and upon closer inspection, the Insect Hunter Mecha is indeed a scaled-up version of the Tianyan Mecha. In fact, Emotianyan originally wanted to upgrade the Insect Hunter Mecha's blueprint into an epic mecha manufacturing blueprint, but now he found that he really couldn't manage that. Emotianyan had also attempted to design an epic combat mecha blueprint, and had referenced the Thousand Swords mecha manufacturing blueprint multiple times, but ultimately he still failed. For this reason, Emotianyan pondered over this issue for a long time, finally concluding that his knowledge of mecha manufacturing was still not advanced and systematic enough. It is understandable. How could a place like Hanshan City possibly have access to truly advanced mecha manufacturing knowledge? Emotianyan was quite lucky to learn about the manufacturing process of epic combat mechas from that book, Advanced Mecha Manufacturing Technology Encyclopedia. How could he still expect to learn about the blueprint design for epic combat mechas? That being said, the extraordinary combat mecha that Emotianyan completed was named Insect Hunter, and it was evident that he had high hopes for this mecha in hunting down insectoid creatures. At the moment the Insect Hunter mecha was born, both Mo Tianyun Sit-in and I, Ku Ta Lin, Ku Lung Yu, and Lung Feng inside the large mecha manufacturing workstation, as well as the mecha manufacturers gathered outside, displayed joyful smiles. Some even excitedly jumped up and down, clapping vigorously. Even the 5 special-grade mecha manufacturers joined in applause, and gradually all the mecha manufacturers outside began to give enthusiastic applause towards the light screen. For mecha manufacturers, the birth of each mecha is a sacred moment. Every mecha is like their own child in the eyes of the manufacturers, as they have nurtured them with their own hands. Emotianyan then proceeded to perform seamless sealing and welding on the mecha, which is a processing step after the completion of the mecha, enhancing its waterproof and dustproof capabilities. After completing the seamless sealing and welding, Emotianyan began to paint the mecha. The painting effect was almost identical to that of the Tianyan mecha, both featuring a blue and white color scheme. Blue represents the blue sky, symbolizing Tianyan's sky. White represents the white clouds, symbolizing Tianyan's clouds. Although the colors of the sky and clouds can vary widely, Emotianyan still felt that blue and white were the most fitting to represent them. After completing all of this, Emotianyan began to check the detailed data of the Insect Hunter mecha he had manufactured. Insect Hunter Mecha Combat Mecha Level Extraordinary Combat Mecha Height 56 meters, weight 8211, 985 tons. Energy Reaction Core Energy Level Stellar Level Low. Energy Output Value 100, 752. Normal Speed 3000 meters per second. Maximum Speed 10,000 meters per second. Maximum Combat Power Enhancement Multiplier 100. Evaluation Perfect Grade Extraordinary Combat Mecha. Energy Shield Strength Stellar Level Low. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Mecha Intelligence Level Intermediate. Detector Automatic Adjustment Mental Power Detection Laser Sight Stellar Level Low. Receiver Mental Transmission Detection Receiver Stellar Level Low. Super Long Range Universal Voice Bionic Transmitter. The mecha still lacks appropriate weapons. Emotianyan looked at the empty weapon list and realized that this won't do. Without mecha weapons, how could the mecha engage in battle? So Emotianyan began the manufacturing of mecha weapons. The manufacturing of mecha weapons falls under the skills of mecha accessory manufacturers. Since the insect hunter mecha was designed and completed by Mo Tianyun himself, he directly skipped the step of measuring the mecha data and started the manufacturing of mecha weapons. Mo Tianyun first remelted the mecha sword he had picked up from Ululu Star, then combined it with nearly 100 tons of rare metals for synthesis and forging. The temperature of the large alloy forging furnace quickly rose to 300, and the rare metals melted into a pool of liquid, which was then poured into high-temperature resistant molds. As the mecha sword blade was being forged, Mo Tianyun hurriedly manufactured the mecha accessory core. 26 minutes later, a double-edged mecha sword 42, 61 meters long and weighing 108, 77 tons was completed. This mecha sword dazzled with a cold brilliance under the light, its blade shimmering. Good. He can even manufacture mecha accessories. Such a genius mecha manufacturer would stand out even among the talented mecha manufacturers at the Aolong Academy of Mecha Engineering. The white-haired elder among the 5 special-grade mecha manufacturers raised his thumb towards the light screen and said, "Old Bailuo, how do you think the mecha manufacturing skills of that young man inside compare to ours?" One of the elderly women among the 5 special-grade mecha manufacturers asked the white-haired elder. "Judging by his mental strength, it is not inferior to any of us 5. To be able to create a perfect-grade extraordinary combat mecha in half a day on his own, his mecha manufacturing level is already on par with ours. However, since I haven't seen him manufacture an epic combat mecha, I cannot make a final judgment." The elder responded after pondering for a moment. After completing the insect hunter mecha, Mo Tianyun did not stop there, but began a new round of mecha manufacturing. This time the mecha being manufactured was for Niku. Another hour later, Mo Tianyun approached Niku with a smile and said, "Your mecha is completed. The performance is better than I expected, with the maximum combat power enhancement multiplier reaching 9 times. However, don't worry, it still requires 800 insectoid crystal cores." "Thank you, Captain Mo Tianyun. No one has treated me this well besides my grandmother. Thank you so much." Niku said, tears glistening in his eyes. "No need to be polite. After all, we are teammates." Mo Tianyun then extended his hand towards Talink Lungyu and Lung Feng, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. How about it? Come join my team." Talink Lungyu and Lung Feng looked at Mo Tianyun's outstretched hand and without hesitation placed their hands on his. This was the result of their discussion. Joining. Mo Tianyun smiled and looked at Sua In and Niku, saying, "Come over." Sua In and Niku also placed their hands on top. "I hereby announce the establishment of the Tianyun squad." Mo Tianyun invited Talink Lungyu and Lung Feng into the Tianyun squad. With a resounding thud, the massive metal door of the large mech manufacturing workstation swung open as Mo Tianyun and his team were preparing to step outside. Outside, a sea of people had gathered, with a group of mech designers led by 5 elite mech engineers pushing their way in. With Mo Tianyun's formidable mental strength, he was already aware of the crowd outside. Just as he was about to prepare to go out, they entered. "May I ask what brings you here?" Mo Tianyun was the first to speak. The 5 members of the Tianyun team beside him looked at their captain without saying anything, as they now regarded Mo Tianyun as their leader. "Young friend, your skills are remarkable. In less than half a day, you've created a perfect-grade extraordinary battle mech, a mech battle sword, and a standard battle mech. Such speed is truly astonishing." The slightly plump middle-aged man among the 5 elite mech engineers spoke. After a lengthy chat, half an hour had passed. Mo Tianyun was also familiar with these 5 elite mech engineers. "Esteemed seniors, everyone, we must take our leave. I still have tasks to attend to." Mo Tianyun was unwilling to linger any longer. After completing the hunting mech, his strength had increased, and he had invited 3 powerful teammates to join him. It was crucial to take on a mission now. "Tianyun, what mission are you planning? With your mech manufacturing skills, you could earn plenty of military merit right here. Isn't that better than taking on a mission? Besides, the battlefield is quite dangerous. A talent like you should take care of yourself." Before departing, several elite mech engineers desperately tried to persuade Mo Tianyun to stay. Although Mo Tianyun felt somewhat tempted, he realized that remaining here in comfort would hinder his growth. What would be the point of coming here? Moreover, while he could earn military merit and elevate his status by manufacturing mechs for the imperial military, the Zerg crystal cores still needed to be obtained by himself. If Mo Tianyun stayed here to manufacture mechs for others while collecting some Zerg crystal cores as payment, wouldn't he be able to balance all 3 aspects? However, this would mean Mo Tianyun would be confined to the mech manufacturing department, losing the opportunity for promotion and relegating him to a technical role rather than a combat role. Leaving the mech manufacturing department, Mo Tianyun and his team headed straight for the task hall of the battle mech division. Notably, this time, they were much faster, saving over an hour compared to their previous journey. This was due to Nick and Mo Tianyun's mechs having significantly increased speed, allowing the entire team to travel much more quickly. "As you all know, I am now a first-class private and can take on quite decent missions. Look at all these thousands of tasks and see which one you'd like to choose. Mo Tianyun scanned the various screens in the task hall and addressed his 5 teammates. Captain, I think this task seems quite good, the rewards are decent, and the safety level is pretty high. Soren was the first to point at a task named OSHE 765-41875 Planet Garrison Mission. He was very concerned about the safety level of the task. Don't ask, he was just a bit afraid of dying. Mo Tianyun turned to look in the direction Soren had indicated. OSHE 765-41875 Planet Defense Line Garrison Mission. Task Level 3. 3 stars. Required military rank to accept the task First Class Private. Task Deadline Year 6, 1227, February 1 ST. Task Duration half a month. Safety Level High. Description: during the garrison for half a month, constantly scout Zerg movements and eliminate invading Zerg. Note there may be leader-level Zerg present. Completion reward: each battle mech engineer receives 1,000 military merit for solo missions. Total reward for group missions: 2,000 military merit for teams of 5 or more. What kind of thing is this that you've chosen? Mo Tianyun nearly burst out laughing. If this guy was quite timid. Nick, Talink, Lingyu, and Lungfeng also glanced at it without saying a word. Clearly this task was far too simple for a team undertaking a group mission, and the rewards weren't substantial. For a solo mission, the difficulty was also quite high. Otherwise this task would have been taken long ago, and it wouldn't have come to them. Thus only a weaker battle mech team would be suitable to take on this task. However, for Mo Tianyun's squad, it was truly not appropriate. The Tianyun team possessed 3 extraordinary battle mechs. Oh, now it's 4 extraordinary battle mechs, where Mo Tianyun's strength was far superior to that of an average extraordinary battle mech. How could he take this task seriously? After a while, Mo. Captain, I think this task should be very suitable for our team. Lingyu pointed at a task that appeared before Mo Tianyun and the rest of the team. Lunarboa Planet Zerg Small Nest Elimination Mission. Task Level 4. 6 stars. Required military rank to accept the task First Class Private. Task Deadline Year 6, 1227, January 18th. Task Duration 1 month. Safety Level Low. Description: this is a mission to eliminate a small Zerg nest with a higher level of danger, requiring strong battle mech engineers or teams to undertake. Completion reward: each battle mech engineer receives 3,000 military merit for solo missions. Total group reward: 6,000 military merit for teams of 5 or more. What do you all think of this task? Mo Tianyun looked at the task, which seemed quite good, and inquired about his teammates' opinions. After some discussion, they decided to take on this mission. Mo Tianyun took out his personal micro-intelligent brain, activated the team combat mode, and selected to accept the group task. The personal micro-intelligent brain emitted a white light, automatically scanning the task. Connect with your personal micro-intelligent brain using your mental strength to confirm whether to accept the task. Suddenly, all members of the Tianyun team, including Mo Tianyun, received the same prompt from their personal micro-intelligent brains. Once everyone confirmed the acceptance of the task, it was officially taken. We will embark on our first mission tomorrow, and I hope everyone can prepare adequately and bring your best selves to complete this task. We will gather in the combat zone tomorrow, and at that time, I will send the specific location using my personal micro-intelligent brain. Is that clear? Mo Tianyun looked at the others in the team. Understood. Soren, Nick, Talink, Lingyu, and Lungfeng all responded in unison. The reason Mo Tianyun decided to set off tomorrow was that he had just completed the manufacturing of the hunting mech today and needed time to train in the simulation space to adapt quickly to the new mech. Nick also needed time to acclimate to the new mech. The next morning, in the combat zone of the Dunistar Defense Military Base. Captain, this combat suit is quite comfortable to wear, and it automatically adjusts according to a person's body shape. Nick said to Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun responded, and then added, how's the new mech? Is it suitable for you? Of course, I adapted quickly. Captain, your mech manufacturing skills are truly remarkable. This mech is simply powerful. It's so great to join Tianyun's squad with a captain like you. Nick said, excitedly clenching his fists in admiration. That's good to hear. We are preparing to depart for the lunar Boa planet. You might still be relatively weak in strength, so during the mission, you must pay attention to your own safety and not overexert yourself, understood? Mo Tianyun reminded Nick. Then he glanced at Thorn beside him and said, you two be cautious. Just target those ordinary level Zerg and the stragglers. Got it, boss. Tianyun. Thorn wasn't foolish. Staying behind his captain made him much safer, since he mainly focused on collecting Zerg crystal cores and clearing out minor Zerg. Not far away. Xiaoyu, you must remember your close combat strength is weak. Don't get too close to the Zerg. Just attack them from a distance. Cold Wind repeatedly reminded Cold Rain. Okay, I understand, but Brother Cold Wind, you should also pay attention to your safety. Don't do anything reckless. There's no hurry about advancing your military rank. Take your time, and you will eventually find the answers you seek. Cold Rain furrowed her brows, slightly looking at Cold Wind with a hint of worry. Sai Xiaoyu, it's all my fault. You shouldn't have followed me here to suffer. Talink silently watched the brother and sister pursing his lips, ultimately letting out a gentle sigh. Time's up, prepare to board the starship. Mo Tianyun stepped outside looking at the massive starship and shouted into the waiting room for the mission. The starship before him was specifically designed for transporting soldiers of the combat mech brigade to their mission locations. This starship was a meteor-class starship, quite ordinary with average combat power and defense, though it was relatively fast. Of course, Mo Tianyun's military rank was still low. Once he reached the rank of lieutenant, he could apply for a more advanced meteor-class starship for missions. If his rank reached that of a major, the Imperial military would provide a combat starship of satellite level for free. As for ranks reaching that of a general or higher, the starships provided by the Imperial military would be even more advanced. Lunar Boa Planet is 42,216 light-years away from the Dunistar Defense Military Base, and it will take almost 2 days to reach it with this meteor-class starship's spatial travel speed. Currently, most of the Imperial military bases are defensive bases, and the military base where Mo Tianyun is located is one of them. As the name suggests, the role of such defensive military bases is to guard against enemy invasions. Currently, the Aolong Empire can only consolidate its military strength for a lockdown defense of the entire star system against the Zerg invasion. The Aolong Empire has about 1 million military bases similar to the Dunistar Defense Military Base. These defensive military bases, located not far from the front lines of the Zerg invasion, are primarily responsible for reconnaissance and elimination of small-scale Zerg that have already invaded. These small-scale invading Zerg are merely remnants left from the battlefield where the Aolong Empire North Libode Federation and Dylan Empire jointly battled the Zerg. The Zerg battlefield is a true war-torn arena, gathering over 80 of the military forces of the Aolong Empire North Libode Federation and Dylan Empire. Since the Zerg invasion, although the Aolong Empire North Libode Federation and Dylan Empire have been slightly at a disadvantage against the Zerg, they have not ceased their war against the Zerg for centuries to protect their civilizations. Meteor-class Starship 979-543-4618 is starting up. Destination Lunar Boa Planet. Distance from here 42216 light-years. Expected travel time 46.2 hours. The starship announced. This starship is piloted by a driving robot and the ship's artificial intelligence together, and in case of unexpected situations, Mo Tianyun and the others can take over. A spatial rift was slowly torn open by immense energy, and Mo Tianyun's Tianyun squad officially commenced their first mission. At this moment, apart from Mo Tianyun's starship disappearing into the spatial rift, countless other starships were doing the same from this defensive military base. Some of these starships were going to nearby planets for missions, while others were providing support to nearby military bases. Support to other military bases happens every moment, indicating that those bases in need of assistance must have encountered large-scale Zerg invasions. Large-scale Zerg invasions typically involve billions of Zerg, often led by Zerg generals. It's hard to say which defensive military base is facing such unfortunate circumstances. It is likely another fierce battle against the Zerg. However, Mo Tianyun is a rookie and is on a mission completely unaware of this support operation. Only the seasoned veterans and high-ranking officers who have been in the combat mech brigade for a long time know. Mo Tianyun is now heading to Lunar Boa Planet to eliminate the newly appeared Zerg nest. It's fortunate he didn't participate in this urgent support operation, otherwise I wouldn't be able to protect him. Colonel Chris quietly watched Mo Tianyun's starship disappear from the highest tower in the command center. It will take approximately 2 more days of interstellar travel to reach the mission planet. Let's get to know each other and learn about everyone. Let's start with self-introductions, including your names, hobbies, and the most important part, what areas of combat each of you excels in, such as close combat, ranged attacks, and defense. Feel free to mention any special skills as well. The more detailed the introductions, the better. When we execute the mission to eliminate the Zerg nest, it will certainly involve a fierce battle. We can discuss the battle plan based on each person's combat strengths. Mo Tianyun gathered everyone together and was the first to speak. Soren, Nick, Tarlink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind sat upright, their eyes fixed on Mo Tianyun, waiting for him to speak, yet none dared to utter a word. The time spent aboard the interstellar shuttle was quite dull, although there were indeed many different functions available to pass the time. For instance, there were training rooms for martial arts combat techniques, mental control exercises, and virtual worlds for mecha control. However, since the establishment of the Tianyun squad, the members had never truly gotten to know one another. Apart from Mo Tianyun and Soren, everyone was quite unfamiliar. Thus, this round of introductions was quite necessary. Since no one is willing to introduce themselves first, although I am the captain, I will take the lead. Mo Tianyun, seeing the situation, broke the serious atmosphere once again. In fact, Soren, Nick, Tarlink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind all understood a few rules. With Mo Tianyun as their leader, it was only natural for him to start the self-introduction. Soren, having been the boss in the underground of Han City for many years, certainly knew this much. Nick was the weakest in the Tianyun squad, and he naturally understood that he couldn't speak first. As for Tarlink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind, coming from prominent families, they were more accustomed to such rules, having been raised under them. My name is Mo Tianyun, which you surely know. My hobby is collecting Zerg crystals, and this is something you must remember. As long as I have enough Zerg crystals, I can create epic battle mechas for you. I'm not just boasting. Additionally, I can repair battle mechas and manufacture mecha components. If your mecha gets damaged in battle, you can come to me for repairs without needing military merit points, just Zerg crystals. I also welcome you to request mecha components. As per the usual practice, as long as you provide the Zerg crystals, any component can be made. How much does the captain love Zerg crystals? Soren, Nick, Tarlink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind all shared this thought after hearing Mo Tianyun's words. Mo Tianyun's words revolved around Zerg crystals, revealing his deep obsession with them. I am a latest-stage beginner gene evolution warrior. My mecha is the Insect Hunter mecha, a perfect level extraordinary battle mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement of 100 times. My mental strength has reached the Spirit C level, and my mecha control skill level is at the micro control level. I excel in close combat, although I also have some proficiency in ranged attacks. My primary combat method remains close combat. Alright, I've finished speaking. It's your turn now. Mo Tianyun looked at everyone. The others stared at each other wide-eyed, none daring to speak. Their minds were still reeling from Mo Tianyun's statements. Since no one seems willing to speak up, I will go first. After a long pause, Tarlink stood up to speak. My name is Burot Tarlink, and I come from Olulastar. My hobby is to grow stronger. I joined the Battle Mecha division to hone my skills. I excel in close combat and swordsmanship, and my mecha is named Sword Sheath. Tarlink's gaze sharpened, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Sword Sheath. Mo Tianyun pondered. If the mecha is named Sword Sheath, then the one controlling it must be akin to a sword sheathed within. Indeed interesting. I am also a latest-stage beginner gene evolution warrior. My mecha is a standard extraordinary battle mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement of 54 times and a mental strength of 10. After finishing, Tarlink sat down. I am Cold Wind, 20 years old, also from Olulastar with no particular hobbies. I am also a latest-stage beginner gene evolution warrior with a mental strength of 10. My mecha is named Silver Edge, a standard extraordinary battle mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement of 52 times, excelling in sword techniques and close combat. Cold Wind spoke quickly and seemed to sit down almost immediately after standing up. I am Cold Rain, also from Olulastar. I am currently a mid-stage gene evolution warrior with a mental strength of 6. My mecha is named Ice Cold, a standard extraordinary battle mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement of 43 times. However, my mecha is equipped with many ranged weapons, so I excel in ranged attacks. After speaking, Cold Rain also sat down. Finally, there was a teammate proficient in ranged attacks. Mo Tianyun felt delighted. Those skilled in ranged attacks are more efficient in exterminating Zerg than those in close combat. As long as powerful weapons are continuously installed on the mecha, those specializing in ranged attacks become increasingly formidable. It can be said that combat mecha warriors who excel in ranged attacks experience the fastest rise in strength. Once the mecha weapon components are in place, their power increases immediately. However, there are obvious drawbacks for combat mecha warriors specializing in ranged attacks, as the ammunition and energy will eventually run out. Although these energy crystals and ammunition can be stored in large quantities within the mecha weapon space, and the issue of running out of ammunition rarely arises, they do require time to replenish. If enemies approach during that time, they can only evade. If evasion fails, they have no choice but to engage in close combat, and if they cannot win in close combat, they are left helpless. In fact, combat mecha warriors who specialize in ranged attacks are quite fearful of enemies closing in, as the mecha bodies loaded with many weapons have very weak defensive layers. If the defensive layer is thick, then the mecha must give up speed and agility entirely. Such a mecha is known as a fortress-type mecha. Only when the enemies are dealt with, there is no need to evade. I am John Soren, like Captain Tianyun, also from Olulastar. I am a mid-stage gene evolution warrior with a mental strength of 5. My mecha is called Storm Mecha, a standard battle mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement of 7. I excel in using a warhammer, so I am also skilled in close combat. Soren finished speaking. Only Nick remained the last one to introduce himself. Nick first closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stood up. My name is Kagamanan Nick. I come from El Tatabi Star, which is 11 light years away from the base. I am a beginner gene evolution warrior with a mental strength of 5. My current mecha was completed by the captain yesterday, and I named it Nebula. It has a maximum combat power enhancement of 9 times, and is a standard battle mecha. I am quite skilled in using blade techniques, so I am also proficient in close combat, Nick said. In the vast and endless universe, countless stars twinkle in the night sky. A starship traversed nearly 10 solar systems in less than 2 days, covering a distance of 4 light years. In under 2 days, it accomplished what light would take 4 years to travel. This interstellar starship's speed is considered quite fast. However, this speed, when placed against the backdrop of the boundless universe, is barely akin to the pace of an ant, merely a microscopic movement. In truth, although this interstellar starship traveled 4 light years in less than 2 days, it did not surpass the speed of light. Photons propagate in the universe in a linear fashion, while this interstellar starship tears through space for ultra-long distance movement, transferring from one point in space to another. Hence, its speed does not exceed the speed of light. Suddenly, the interstellar starship ceased its spatial shuttling and transitioned to high-speed flight mode, arriving above a distant dark red planet. Mission location: planet Lunarboa has been reached. Captain Mo Tianyun, please provide the next course of action. The voice of the piloting robot of the interstellar starship echoed. Scan the location of the insectoid nest and project the images. Mo Tianyun issued the command. Behind him, the other members of Team Tianyun stood ready. After 2 days of space travel, Mo Tianyun and his team had arrived at their destination. Below the interstellar starship was the dark red planet known as Lunarboa. Originally, Lunarboa was not dark red; it had been invaded by the insectoids. Those who could escape had fled, while those who could not were slaughtered by the insectoids, becoming food for their evolution. Lunarboa is an immigrant planet with a radius of about 200 kilometers, which once housed hundreds of millions of inhabitants. However, all the prosperity of the past has turned to ruins under the ruthless claws of the insectoids. All life on this planet, including all flora and fauna, has been exterminated. Fertile soil, green forests, clear rivers. All the energy-rich substances have been absorbed by the insectoids for their evolution. Since this planet has become a breeding ground for insectoids, why doesn't the Imperial military launch a devastating attack to obliterate the entire insectoid nest? It's true that a few centuries ago the Aolong Empire would have done just that, but now such energy-wasting tactics are no longer employed. Indeed, the method of erasing the entire insectoid nest with high-energy weapons is an enormous waste of resources. Generally speaking, such small insectoid nests can span over 1,000 kilometers, and the energy harvested to breed the insectoids is buried nearly 30 kilometers underground, necessitating the obliteration of a vast area and depth. However, the energy required for such a destructive high-energy weapon is immense. Given that the Aolong Empire has borders stretching over 1,000,000 light years, employing this method on every planet would consume energy measured in stellar units. So how does the Aolong Empire utilize the energy of an entire star system? The Aolong Empire transforms star energy into energy crystals for storage and used through energy conversion technology. A small low-level energy crystal can power an ordinary battle mecha for a month. Energy crystals are classified into low-level, mid-level, high-level, city-level, planet-level, base-level, star-level, black hole-level, and galaxy-level. Low-level, mid-level, and high-level energy crystals are relatively small. However, energy crystals of city-level and above begin to grow disproportionately large. Among them, the energy contained within a star-level energy crystal is equivalent to that of a standard star, and a single crystal can be as large as the entire Han Mountain. Scanning of the insectoid nest location complete. The onboard AI of the interstellar starship projected an image of the insectoid nest in midair. The location of the insectoid nest is nestled within the highest mountain range of Lunarboa. This mountain range has been hollowed out by the insectoids, and the nest is built deep within its sprawling expanse. From the scanned images, swarms of insectoids can be clearly seen circling near the nest. Hiss, truly worthy of a 4-6-star high-level mission. There are just too many insectoids. Thorn gasped in awe. With so many insectoids, anyone with a phobia of clusters would surely be terrified. The number of insectoids inside the nest combined with those outside likely exceeds 1,000. With such a massive quantity of insectoids, there must be at least one leader-level insectoid, if not more. Talink analyzed calmly. Yes. Most of these are ordinary insectoids and pose little threat to me, but the sheer number coupled with the possibility of leader-level insectoids does present some danger. Thorn, Nick, stay 20 kilometers behind me. Talink, Cold Wind, you two flank me on the sides, while Cold Rain, you follow Thorn and Nick for ranged attacks against the insectoids. Mo Tianyun began to command. Understood. Thorn, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind responded in unison. All right, let's set out now. The interstellar starship hovered above the highest mountain range of Lunarboa. Mo Tianyun summoned the insect-hunting mecha from the spatial treasure, then used his mental power to float himself and entered the cockpit. A powerful mental force instantly controlled the entire mecha, and a battle sword more than 40 meters long appeared out of thin air on the mecha's right arm. The insect-hunting mecha towering over 50 meters paired with the 40-meter-long battle sword exuded an awe-inspiring majesty that intimidated all who beheld it. Thorn Nick Talent Cold Rain and Cold Wind also retrieved their mechas and entered the cockpits behind Emotianyan. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Emotianyan's insect-hunting mecha brandished its sword and soared down towards the atmosphere of Lunarboa, plunging thousands of kilometers below. Trailing closely behind the insect-hunting mecha were 5 combat mechas of varying sizes. The Mangmamba's mountain range is the highest and largest mountain range on Lunarboa, with an average elevation of 7 kilometers and a total length exceeding 300 kilometers. Once grand and solid, the Mangmamba's mountain range has now been hollowed out by the insectoids, leaving only countless winding insect tunnels within its vast interior. Under the command of higher-ranking insectoids, the insect swarm orderly executes their breeding plan for the next generation. Once their numbers reach a certain level or the energy of this planet is nearly depleted, they will plan to invade the next planet. Upon reaching the next planet, as long as energy and resources are sufficient, these insectoids can continuously breed the next generation, and the higher-ranking insectoids will evolve, increasing their numbers and strength. As energy and resources from each planet are consumed by the insectoids, they stand a chance to evolve into truly powerful insectoids. At that point, these formidable insectoids could even invade high-temperature stars, consuming energy and resources to further evolve. When these powerful insectoids reach a certain number, they could easily obliterate some of the mighty civilizations in the universe. In summary, the insectoids rely on this terrifying ability to consume and evolve along with their exceptional reproductive capabilities. At this moment, Emotianyan has arrived above the Mangmamba's mountain range, overlooking the insectoids below. He releases a powerful mental force at the spiritual sea level, ready to carefully observe the insectoid nest. Suddenly, the insectoids below begin to gather and swiftly fly toward the high altitude. Their direction is directly towards Emotianyan and his group. It's that insectoid. Emotianyan notices that one of the insectoids can emit a peculiar mental force. Although its mental strength is far inferior to his, it detected his probing mental force the moment he began to investigate. The insectoids are coming. This is good. I don't have to go to them personally. They are coming to me. To link Cold Wind, Soin Nick Cold Rain, get ready. The insectoids have discovered us. Emotianyan speaks to his personal microintelligence as he watches more and more insectoids flocking rapidly towards him. In the insectoid nest, various insectoids of different shapes and sizes crawl out from underground caves, then spread their enormous insect wings, surging toward Emotianyan in an overwhelming attack. Though these insectoids fall under a common classification, their forms are truly bizarre, with each differing in color, size, limbs, organs, and movements. However, they do share some similarities. For instance, certain insectoids have a crystal on their heads, which suggests that these insectoids belong to a lineage that evolves by consuming energy. There are also insectoids with exceptionally hard shells and sharp, elongated limbs, indicating that they have evolved by consuming matter. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dozens of energy beams of different colors tear through the air, emitting sharp sounds as they shoot toward Emotianyan's insect-hunting mech. But it's futile. Emotianyan had already activated his stellar-level defensive energy shield in advance. These dozens of energy beams from the insectoids are like drops of water splashing into a lake, creating only a few ripples before disappearing from the surface as if they had never existed. It's not that the energy beams released by these insectoids are weak. Rather, Emotianyan's insect-hunting mech possesses a stellar-level defensive energy shield with extraordinarily high defensive power. The combined energy beams released by these insectoids could make an ordinary mech expend all its energy in a futile effort to withstand them. Emotianyan's previous perfect-grade ordinary battle mech could still withstand the damage caused by these beams, though the energy shield might be at risk of shattering. However, the current insect-hunting mech is 2 levels stronger than the previous Tianyan mech, especially with the energy transition from planetary-level high energy to stellar-level low energy, which represents a qualitative leap in energy strength. Just as Emotianyan is about to take action, Link and Cold Wind have already made their move. Facing the front lines of hundreds of insectoids, the two of them move as if in an uninhabited realm, effortlessly eliminating several insectoids as though they were chopping vegetables. Both Link and Cold Wind pilot extraordinary battle mechs, and their physical power has reached the peak of latest-stage genetic evolution warriors. How could these ordinary insectoids stand in their way? During the rescue of Goka City, Emotianyan wasn't even a genetic evolution warrior yet, but he could already rely on the strength of the Tianyan mech and the sharpness of the mech's battle sword, along with the power of the imaginary realm's Star Moon sword technique to eliminate over 100 ordinary insectoids and 1 elite-grade insectoid. Let alone now with Link and Cold Wind. Boom, boom. 2 massive cannon blasts resonate through the sky. These two shots were fired by Cold Rain's compressed high-energy cannon, which soared dozens of kilometers upon firing, aiming at the distant swarm. The power of these two shots is immense, especially when they explode amidst the dense swarm, creating a shocking effect. 146 insectoids lost their lives under these two energy shells, truly a powerful long-range attack mech. Onion senses that 146 insectoids were directly obliterated by Cold Rain's two energy shells, and he can't help but marvel. Here they come, the elite-grade insectoids are emerging. It's time for me to take action. Onion has been observing the situation at the entrance of the insectoid nest with his mental force. Initially, he wanted to use his mental force to scan the entire insectoid nest, but the nest can block mental probing, preventing him from sensing the specific conditions inside. One cannot use mental force to probe the insectoid nest interior because it can block such investigations. This knowledge is learned during basic military training for recruits. However, Onion is only now truly experiencing this. At this moment, most of the ordinary insectoids nearby have been eliminated by Talink, Cold Wind, and Cold Rain, but countless ordinary-grade insectoids and hundreds of elite-grade insectoids are still flying out from the entrance of the nest. In the distance, Nick and Suan have also joined the battle, intercepting a small group of insectoids attempting to attack Cold Rain. Sangyu 7 Swords. Talink's martial arts technique instantly obliterates more than 10 elite-grade insectoids flying at the front. 9 Curves Spiral Blade. Cold Wind maneuvers the Silver Edge mech, gripping a silver battle blade. The mech spins rapidly, instantly slicing through 9 circular blades of light, causing another 10 elite-grade insectoids to fall. Myriad Starlight Sword. Onion has already condensed over 2,000 starlight swords with his mental force poised for launch. With a thought, these swords shoot forth explosively. The sweeping starlight swords leave no insect behind, all crashing down to the ground several kilometers below. This is the power of the Myriad Starlight Sword and the full force of the spiritual sea-level mental force. Dealing with these weak insectoids is as easy as harvesting wheat. Ordinary individuals at the spiritual sea level of mental force are nowhere near as strong. Onion's martial arts technique is at the level of cosmic martial arts, coupled with his nearing mastery, making it seem so powerful. After about 2 hours of clearing, Onion and his group finally managed to eliminate the insectoids emerging from the nest. Looking at the mountain of insectoid corpses below, there are at least 100,000. Suan, Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind, I am going to check inside the insectoid nest. Of course you all can come too. Captain, I won't go in with you. He'll stay here and be responsible for extracting the crystal cores and materials from these insectoid corpses. Son said, looking at the insectoid corpses below. He'll stay with Brother Son to help clean up these insectoid bodies as well. Nick said. Cold Rain merely shook his head. Then he'll go into the insectoid nest with you to take a look. I have yet to see the insides of an insectoid nest. Talink said, you two go ahead, who I want follow. With Captain Tianyun here, I can't be of any help anyway, and besides, I'm not really interested in going in. Cold Wind glanced at Cold Rain, wanting to stay and accompany her. Alright then, Talink, let's go. Tianyun piloted the insect hunter mech swiftly toward the largest opening of the insectoid nest. The Mingmamba Mountains were once the largest mountain range on the planet Lunar Boa, where lush trees thrived in the lower regions, and the midsection was sparsely forested with few animals. The peaks were perpetually snow-covered and pristine white. Now the entire mountain range is desolate and barren, stripped bare, with the once beautiful flowers long withered and destroyed. The towering green trees have left no stumps behind, and the lively birds, insects, and beasts of the past have all been exterminated. Not just the Mingmamba Mountains, but the entire Lunar Boa planet is like this. Everything has vanished with the invasion of the insectoids. Tianyun and his group had just eliminated at least 1,000 insectoids, most of which were ordinary level, while over 10,000 remained as elite level insectoids. Just these insectoids were able to wipe out all life on a planet. It is indeed sad. Tianyun learned from the detailed intelligence of the insectoid nest clearing mission on Lunar Boa that a legendary level battle mech master was stationed on this planet. However, the invasion of the insectoids was directed by a Lord level insectoid. This legendary level battle mech master faced a Lord level insectoid alone and fought with all his might, ultimately slaying it. Yet his epic battle mech was left in ruins after the last desperate stand of the Lord level insectoid. After the death of the insectoid Lord, this legendary level battle mech master bravely sacrificed himself under the siege of several elite level insectoids. Thus Lunar Boa became a cradle for the insectoids to proliferate. Brother Son, the captain's strength is simply extraordinary. He alone has killed at least 800 of these 100 insectoids, and most of the elite level ones were slain by him. The legendary level battle mech master probably wasn't much better than this, right? Nick said to Son, Big Brother Tyanyan's technique condenses thousands of swords at once. I wonder what martial art technique it is that can unleash such power of spiritual force. Someone recalled Mo Tyanyan's myriad starlight swords and said with a sigh, that must be a martial technique of the starry sky level. Don't think too much about it. Such martial arts require at least spiritual sea-level spiritual force to truly unleash their power. Cold Wind said while using a knife to extract the crystal cores from the insectoid corpses. Yet Cold Wind was a bit puzzled. He knew that Mo Tianyan also came from Olulistar, so why did he possess so many high-end and precious items? For instance, the perfect grade initial gene evolution potion that could significantly boost the strength of both him and Cold Rain within a few days, along with martial techniques of the Starry Sky level that were completely absent from Olulistar. Moreover, Mo Tianyan's combat talent and mech manufacturing talent were so strong that Cold Wind found it hard to imagine. The diameter of the entrance to the insectoid nest before him was about 1,000 meters, fully spacious enough for mechs to fly within. Mo Tianyan piloted the insect hunter mech through the entrance of the insectoid nest. Talink followed closely behind him. The two delved deeper into the insectoid nest and had now reached a depth of 50 kilometers below the surface. This underground space of the insectoid nest is quite large, gets hollowed out the entire mountain range. Mo Tianyan sensed the surroundings with his spiritual force on guard against any insectoid ambush and discovered that the underground space of this insectoid nest extended for over 1,000 kilometers. There are more passages below, and there are as many as 12 of them. Mo Tianyan carefully checked and found 12 more passages leading deeper. Talink, there may still be insectoids underground, be cautious. Mo Tianyan said to Talink. Got it, Talink replied. There are 12 passages below. Let me check the 8 on the left while you check the 4 on the right. If anything happens, immediately send me a message using your personal microintelligence device. Mo Tianyan then spoke to Talink. Talink piloted his sheath mech to the right. Mo Tianyan approached the first passage on the left and flew downward. These 12 passages leading deeper were at least 10 times larger in diameter than the one Mo Tianyan had just entered. In this pitch-black underground passage, it was eerily quiet with only the roaring sound of Mo Tianyan's insect hunter mech's power system echoing throughout. Have I reached the end? The mech landed again in an underground space. The insect hunter mech's eyes had already emitted 2 beams of white light continuously illuminating the surroundings. At that moment in the darkness, hundreds of densely packed red eyes suddenly lit up, each one wide open as if watching something. Moi. Mo Tianyan suddenly sensed that many eyes seemed to be watching him, and he turned around to take a look. Hundreds of massive dark red eyes came into view, causing Mo Tianyan to instinctively command the insect hunter mech to retreat 2 steps, activating all-range ultra-long-distance lighting mode. Mo Tianyan silently commanded, and the insect hunter mech emitted intense beams of light, illuminating the entire underground space as bright as day. There a massive insectoid approximately 1,000 meters long coiled not far in front of Mo Tianyan. Its head was adorned with hundreds of eyes, precisely those red eyes he had just seen. Its body was about 1,000 meters long, covered in segments of green exoskeleton, with countless sharp insect legs slowly writhing, and a pair of folded yellow insect wings on its back. A Lord-level insectoid. Mo Tianyan had been wondering why he had not seen any Lord-level insectoids. It turned out they were hiding deep within the vast underground space of the insectoid nest. What is that enormous glowing object behind it? It was previously obscured by the massive body of the insectoid creature, but now that it has shifted position, it has become visible. The enormous glowing object is not small. Even from a distance, Mo Tianyan can see its immense size. It is spherical in shape, supported by something on the ground, allowing it to hover in the vast underground space. However, before Mo Tianyan could take another look, the leader-class insectoid charged directly at him with its massive body. Mo Tianyan swiftly maneuvered his insect-hunting mech to the side, easily dodging the colossal insectoid's collision. The impact from the leader-class insectoid caused the entire underground space to shake violently. After dodging the collision, the leader-class insectoid lashed its tail, fiercely aiming to strike Mo Tianyan's mech. But how could Mo Tianyan allow himself to be defeated so easily by this leader-class insectoid? Mo Tianyan skillfully maneuvered his insect-hunting mech back several dozen meters as the whip-like tail of the leader-class insectoid swept through the air beside him at high speed, yet it did not touch the mech at all. The control techniques for this mech were exquisite to the extreme, with no superfluous movements. Everything was perfectly timed. This is the level of microcontrol in mech piloting. Even Colonel Chris, who taught Mo Tianyan mech piloting skills, had never reached this level of mastery. Colonel Chris once mentioned that mech piloting skills are categorized into 5 levels: initial control, refined control, microcontrol, seamless integration, and spontaneous movement. Only when one's mental power reaches the level of spiritual C can the true potential of mech piloting skills be unleashed. After years, Colonel Chris only achieved the refined control level. When he taught Mo Tianyun mech piloting for less than 10 days, Mo Tianyun's skills had already reached the refined control level. If he knew that Mo Tianyun's skills had now reached micro-control, would he choke on his own blood out of shame? 10,000 Starlight Swords. Mo Tianyun gathered over 2,000 Starlight Swords, which then shot forth, aimed at the head of the leader class insectoid. The 2,000 Starlight Swords pierced fiercely into the head of the leader class insectoid. Instantly, green liquid began to flow from its head. Boom. The massive body of the leader class insectoid collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire space. Its fallen form continued to writhe, its mouth opening and closing repeatedly, emitting a series of ear-piercing roars that echoed throughout the vast underground chamber. Clearly, the leader class insectoid had been severely injured in the head. It could only wail helplessly, unable to launch any attacks. The sight of this insectoid in agony is truly disgusting. Such an unrepentant race deserves to be completely eradicated from the universe. Mo Tianyun continued to pierce the massive body of the leader class insectoid with starlight swords. The ground was already covered in green liquid, which must be its blood, right? Do insectoids actually feel pain? Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. This way torturing these insectoids won't be boring at all. I don't know if you possess intelligence, but as long as you can feel pain, I will find joy in it. Shatter into pieces. Then die in despair and struggle in pain and in wails. This is the judgment that you cursed insectoids deserve. Mo Tianyun's eyes turned crimson, revealing a brutally savage expression. Every officer of the Aolong Empire tells new recruits during military training that showing mercy to insectoids is the greatest cruelty to ourselves. No matter which civilization in the universe, insectoid races must be completely exterminated. These insectoids have already devastated countless colonized planets in the Aolong Empire, with over 10 trillion lives consumed as materials for their evolution. Throughout the Empire's million-year history, the total number of lives lost in all wars does not compare to the countless deaths caused by the insectoid invasions over the past 1,000 years. Even now, in this defensive war against the insectoid invasion, millions of Imperial soldiers lose their lives on the battlefield every day, and the number rises even higher when including those who die due to insectoid invasions on planets. After torturing the leader-class insectoid, which was over 1,000 meters long, Mo Tianyun sensed an energy fluctuation from its head, and then retrieved a sky-blue insectoid crystal the size of a human head before heading towards the enormous spherical glowing object. Mo Tianyun had noticed this enormous round glowing object early on. He wanted to see what it was that led the leader-class insectoid to guard it. So that's it. This enormous spherical glowing object is the so-called energy crystal of the insectoid nest. Mo Tianyun sensed an energy within this massive spherical glowing object that was even more powerful than that of the leader-class insectoid, immediately deducing that it was the energy crystal of the insectoid nest. The energy crystal of the insectoid nest is the energy source for the insectoid lair. It is vital for the reproduction and hatching of insectoid offspring, meaning that this energy crystal, with a diameter of roughly 100 meters, can nurture thousands of insectoids. Since the energy crystal of the insectoid nest nurtures their offspring, then beneath this energy crystal must be where the insectoid larvae are located. Then I will first destroy this energy crystal of the insectoid nest, and then eliminate all those insectoid larvae. As he spoke, Mo Tianyun raised his mech sword, ready to strike down at the energy crystal of the insectoid nest. Mo Tianyun, wait, don't destroy it. Suddenly, the spirit of miracles appeared beside Mo Tianyun. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun quickly retracted his mech sword. Sister Spirit, what use is this energy crystal of the insectoid nest? If the spirit core absorbs this energy crystal of the insectoid nest, I can give you 1000 points. The spirit of miracles suddenly smiled, gently indicating that this energy crystal of the insectoid nest was very important to the spirit core. Sister Spirit's smile was truly beautiful, but unfortunately, Mo Tianyun thought to himself, almost forgetting about the 1000 points. 1000 points. Is this energy crystal of the insectoid nest really worth that many points? Mo Tianyun snapped back to reality, realizing he could acquire 1000 points, feeling as if he had suddenly become a points tycoon. Of course, the energy crystals from the insectoid hive are the very essence that nurtures the insectoids. The cores of the insectoids are developed from these energy sources, and if the insectoid cores can be absorbed by the divine core, then surely the energy crystals from the insectoid hive can be too. The spirit of the divine core spoke. Then if I find the energy crystals from the insectoid hive in the future, I can exchange them for points. Mo Tianyun exclaimed with delight. Yes, as long as it is high-level pure energy, it can be absorbed by the divine core. Not only insectoid hive energy crystals, if you were to convert all the energy of a star into energy crystals, the divine core could absorb it, and the points you receive would not be less than 100 million. If you can find a black hole and extract energy from it, then if all the energy of a black hole is absorbed by the divine core, I will give you 1 trillion points. The spirit of the divine core said slowly. I might be able to obtain star-level energy crystals in the future, but the energy of an entire black hole. Mo Tianyan found it hard to continue. Obtaining star-level energy crystals was already a Herculean task, but black hole-level energy crystals were beyond his imagination. Even for the entire Aolong Empire, such energy crystals were incredibly rare. I heard that only the most powerful starship of the Empire can utilize energy crystals of this level. A black hole can produce dozens, if not hundreds, of black hole-level energy crystals, but what the divine core wants is energy crystals that contain the energy of an entire black hole. Even extracting energy from a black hole with the Aolong Empire's energy absorption and conversion technology would take over 100 years to form a black hole-level energy crystal. How long would it take to convert the energy of an entire black hole into a single energy crystal? Sister Divine, how do we absorb the energy inside the insectoid hive energy crystals? Should I just place the divine core next to the insectoid hive energy crystals? Mo Tianyan asked. Yes, just place the divine core there, and it will absorb the energy by itself. The spirit of the divine core nodded gently. Mo Tianyan took the divine core from his body and walked up to the glowing green insectoid hive energy crystals. Immediately, Mo Tianyan watched as the divine core slowly floated away from his hand and moved towards the insectoid hive energy crystals. The spherical divine core approached within 10 meters of the massive insectoid hive energy crystals, and its diameter began to gradually enlarge until it became a large sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. However, Mo Tianyan was not surprised, as he had seen the divine core change size multiple times. Moreover, Mo Tianyan had already seen technology that allowed an object to change its size freely within the space of the divine core, though it required an exorbitant amount of points, up to 100,000 points. Suddenly, the enlarged divine core emitted a white beam of light connecting to the insectoid hive energy crystals. The surface of the divine core quivered slightly, the white beam grew thicker, while the brightness of the insectoid hive energy crystals began to wane. In less than 10 seconds, the insectoid hive energy crystals had completely dimmed. Crack! Mo Tianyan heard a cracking sound. Following that, cracks began to appear on the surface of the insectoid hive energy crystals, and the crystals started to shatter. After a few more seconds, the insectoid hive energy crystals had turned into powder, scattering across the underground space. Mo Tianyan, there is another layer of space below here where the insectoid larvae are. Don't forget to clear them all out. The spirit of the divine core reminded Mo Tianyan. Yes, I know. Mo Tianyan looked down. He would not forget. The spirit of the divine core transformed into twinkling lights in the dark underground space, leaving a dreamlike silhouette as it vanished beside Mo Tianyan. Mo Tianyan gently reached out his hands, wanting to touch the disappearing lights, but he grasped at empty air. I am not a real person. I am just a spirit. In the space of the divine core, the spirit of the divine core murmured as it looked at its perfect form made of dazzling light. Bang! In the underground space, Mo Tianyan kicked the ground with the insect-hunting mech, causing the entire ground to suddenly collapse. Is this the insectoid larvae? Mo Tianyan looked at the insectoid larvae below and remarked. So it's true, the insectoid larvae really are exactly the same. Mo Tianyan discovered that these insectoid larvae were indeed identical, merely clones that looked completely indistinguishable from one another. The insectoid larvae are completely identical, it's just that the substances and energies each insectoid consumes during their evolution differ, leading to entirely different insectoid bodies. This is common knowledge shared by officers with new recruits during military training regarding the insectoids. I heard that insect generals and higher-level insectoids can alter their forms using mental consciousness, shaping their armor to be more advantageous for combat. This is one of the strengths of formidable insectoids. Mo Tianyan murmured. The insect generals and higher-level insectoids shape their armor in a manner similar to how humans create mechs, greatly enhancing their own power. Humans must learn mech control techniques to unleash the full potential of mechs. However, the armor created by insect generals and higher-level insectoids seems a bit outrageous. Since their insect armor is formed from their own insectoid bodies, once each insect general or higher-level insectoid completes the shaping of their armor, their mastery over it can rival that of humans with seamless mech control techniques. No wonder it's said that insect generals and higher-level insectoids are so powerful that even humans of the same level cannot compete. This is not without reason. Myriad Starlight Sword. Mo Tianyan began to kill all the insectoid larvae. In another underground space, two massive creatures were attacking a mech that was trying to escape. I can barely handle 1 leader-level insectoid, and I might even be able to slay it, but here, there are actually 2 leader-level insectoids. Talink lamented. Ocean Feather 7 Swords. Using his ultimate move once again, Talink pushed back the 2 leader-level insectoids. There's no choice now, I can only call for help from the captain. Talink no longer tried to be brave and began to send a message to Emotianyan. Captain, there are 2 leader-level insectoids here, and I'm on the verge of collapse, requesting support. Suddenly Talink's side sent a message. I'm on my way, hold tight. Emotianyan looked at Talink's position on his personal microintelligence and immediately prepared to rush over. A mecha radiating dazzling white light swiftly traversed the pitch-black underground expanse. This passage is too winding. If it were a straight path, I could have reached it in 10 seconds, but now it looks like it'll take 2 minutes. Emotianyan observed the position of Talink, exclaiming, oh no. Talink saw a massive tentacle swinging towards his mecha. With the speed too rapid to evade, he could only brace himself for the oncoming attack. Boom. Talink's sword-sheath mecha was instantly sent flying, crashing into the earthen wall of the underground space, embedding the entire mecha within. Then another leader-class insectoid charged towards him. Talink had no time to assess his mecha's condition and hurriedly began to dodge. The leader-class insectoid with several long tentacles had been fixated on his mecha, and 5 tentacles came forth to assault Talink. Get away from me. Talink's veins bulged as he controlled the mecha to dodge left and right, narrowly avoiding all the tentacle attacks. However, the tentacles of the leader-class insectoid were not only fast, but also incredibly agile. Talink failed to evade the second wave of attacks and was once again slammed into the earthen wall. At that moment, the nearby leader-class insectoid, large in size with a thick shell, raised its colossal claw and suddenly struck down at the position of Talink's mecha. The energy shield of Talink's mecha had already been shattered by the tentacled leader-class insectoid. If he were to be struck by this massive insectoid's claw, the outcome would be dire. As long as my sword is sharp enough, I can sever anything. Sangyu 7 Swords. Talink swung his mecha battle sword once more, unwilling to perish so easily. He aimed to completely sever the claw of the leader-class insectoid before him. Break for me. Talink swung the 7 swords in an instant, striking fiercely against the claw of the enormous leader-class insectoid. The claw did not break, but Talink managed to withstand the blow. However, despite withstanding the attack, the tentacled leader-class insectoid, whose body was covered with a thick shell, launched 5 massive tentacles towards Talink. Sangyu 7 Swords. This time Talink only managed to block 2 tentacles, leaving him helpless against the remaining 3 and the claw of the massive leader-class insectoid. What to do? Am I really going to die in this insectoid nest today? Talink felt reluctant. Was he really going to perish during his first mission? As he looked at the approaching attacks, Talink felt the world slow down. The despair of facing death enveloped his heart. The underground space, already dark, felt even more void as Talink sensed death approaching, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Goodbye? I truly have not grasped that level of swordsmanship. What kind of sword is truly the sharpest? Talink prepared to close his eyes silently, awaiting the arrival of death. Swish, swish, swish. A dazzling series of swords sliced through the claw of the giant leader-class insectoid and the 5 tentacles of the tentacled leader-class insectoid. Every part of the leader-class insectoid severed by the meteor-like swords was cleanly and smoothly cut, falling silently in the air. Then more meteor-like flying swords continued to shoot forth, piercing brutally into the bodies of the 2 leader-class insectoids. What sharp swords! If only my sword could be this sharp. Talink watched in a daze. No, it's the captain. Captain Emotianyan has arrived. I'm saved. I won't die now. Talink snapped back to reality, joyfully shouting. His voice echoed through the mecha and even reached Emotianyan from afar. Emotianyan piloted the insect-hunting mecha, gripping a 40-meter-long mecha sword as he swiftly darted past the 2 leader-class insectoids. Talink saw that in an instant Emotianyan had split the 2 leader-class insectoids in half, and soon after the 2 insectoids collapsed into 4 large pieces on the ground. The dark underground space fell silent once more, with only the occasional roar of Emotianyan and Talink's mechas, their lights illuminating the limited distance of the dark underground. Not a single one of my teammates can be lost, Emotianyan said, looking towards Talink. His powerful voice resonated throughout the vast dark underground space, echoing for a long time. Captain. Talink choked up upon hearing this. If only my sword were a bit sharper. He clenched his fists in frustration, pounding on his mecha. Talink, a sword that restrains its sharpness, is the sharpest. Some swords may appear very sharp, yet cannot sever anything. Emotianyan spoke sincerely, sharing his insights gained from years of sword training. After hearing Talink's words, Talink fell into a deep silence. The first time I saw you, that sword of yours was crafted with great expense, showing your obsession with sharpness. However, relying solely on a sword's sharpness is futile. The warrior's inner sharpness is what truly matters. Restraining the sword's edge within the heart is the true sharpness. Mo Tianyun spoke slowly. The edge of the sword is restrained within the heart. So that's how it is. No matter how sharp the sword, how can it surpass the warrior's heart of martial arts? Talink was suddenly enlightened, as if awakening from a dream. Sangyu 7 Swords. Talink approached one half of the massive leader-class insectoid's body and executed the technique he had just grasped. With a swift slash, the insectoid's body split in half once more. The power has indeed increased significantly. My Sangyu sword technique has reached the greater accomplishment realm. Since my Sangyu sword technique broke through to the minor accomplishment realm 6 years ago, I have made no progress. In my childhood, my family regarded me as a genius in sword practice, entrusting me with the Sangyu sword technique for cultivation. It was only when I reached adulthood that I broke through to the minor accomplishment realm, and everyone in Uluru City, even Uluru Star, knew about it. But after 4 or 5 years, I made no progress at all. My martial heart began to waver. I stopped focusing on practicing the Sangyu sword technique, and instead fixated on enhancing the sword's power, thus shifting my focus to the sword itself. The material's weight and sharpness of the mecha sword, and the sword I wield. Talink began to recall his past experiences in sword practice, speaking slowly. It turns out it's not that the sword isn't sharp enough, but my martial heart has rusted and dulled. Talink caressed his now strong and vigorous heart. Mo Tianyun smiled as he watched Talink. He felt delighted that his words had helped his teammate make a breakthrough in swordsmanship. Thank you, Captain. Talink deeply bowed to Mo Tianyun, expressing his gratitude. Mo Tianyun's timely arrival saved Talink from the claws and tentacles of 2 leader-level insectoids, and he guided him to break through to the mastery realm of the Sangyu sword technique. In the face of such immense kindness, Talink's deep bow was hardly excessive. Talink silently thought about how foolish he had been to demand that Captain Mo Tianyun demonstrate his mecha manufacturing skills before agreeing to join the Tianyun squad. If he could go back in time, he would have joined Mo Tianyun's team without hesitation. Talink thought to himself, there's no need for that. Rescuing you was just a small effort. We are teammates, and besides, I am your captain. Moreover, we are compatriots. Killing the insectoids and saving our comrades is only right. You need not be overly formal. Mo Tianyun quickly urged. Talink then slowly rose to his feet. Look at your mecha, it's in such a state. You should hurry and leave for the surface. You'll explore the underground space here. There's no need for you to strain yourself anymore. Mo Tianyun said, looking at Talink's damaged mecha. All right, Captain, I'll take my leave now. He'll leave this to you. Talink staggered away in his battered sword sheath mecha, leaving Mo Tianyun alone in the underground space. Haha, there's even an insectoid nest energy crystal here. That's another 10000 points. Mo Tianyun exclaimed with a delighted smile after Talink left. The reason Mo Tianyun was so eager to send Talink away was that there were insectoid nest energy crystals here. After collecting the blue cores from the 2 leader-level insectoids, Mo Tianyun hurried towards the insectoid nest energy crystals to extract the divine core. After a while, the divine core absorbed all the energy from the insectoid nest energy crystals and returned to its original form. I've secured 10000 points. Back when I was on Uluru Star, there were hardly any insectoids to defeat, so points were quite rare. Here, earning points is so much easier. Although this amount is just a drop in the bucket for those precious items, it still offers some hope. Mo Tianyun murmured joyfully. Ever since Mo Tianyun's spiritual power broke through to the spirit sea level, he could connect to the divine core space at any time. Even in the outside world, he could simultaneously fight while checking the blueprints and formulas within the divine core space. Mo Tianyun had also passed the 3rd trial set by the spirit of the divine core in the simulation space, unlocking access to more blueprints and formulas. He could now view blueprints and formulas for legendary mechas. The exchange points for legendary mecha blueprints start at a minimum of 100 points, while the highest can reach 1,000,000 points. While the legendary battle mechas that require lower exchange points are still significantly stronger than epic battle mechas, they seem relatively ordinary compared to those that demand high exchange points. The blueprint for the Tianji Huanyue mecha, a legendary battle mecha, has a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 1086 and requires 150 points to exchange. The Wuzhan Jinghong mecha blueprint, a legendary battle mecha, has a maximum multiplier of 1111 and requires 200 points. The Baiguang Yinin mecha blueprint, a legendary battle mecha, has a maximum multiplier of 1250 and requires 2800 points. These mecha blueprints require relatively low exchange points among legendary mechas, so they aren't considered very powerful. The following are legendary mecha blueprints requiring over 1,000,000 points. The Tianlei Shiyun mecha blueprint, a legendary battle mecha, has a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 1086 and requires 150 points to exchange. The Huanshan Gongyu Mecha Blueprint, a legendary battle mecha, has a maximum multiplier of 8,452 and requires 845000 points. The Jiuxuan Baiwang Mecha Blueprint, a legendary battle mecha, has a maximum multiplier of 9,260 and requires 89000 points. The Shuori Anxing Mecha Blueprint, a legendary battle mecha, has a maximum multiplier of 9,486 and requires 945500 points. The Xuanyu Li Mecha Blueprint, a legendary battle mecha, has a maximum multiplier of 9,591 and requires 9700 points. One legendary mecha blueprint is particularly eye-catching. The Jiyue Xingguang Mecha Blueprint, a perfect legendary battle mecha, has a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 100 and requires 100 points. A perfect legendary battle mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 100 is at least 10 times stronger than epic battle mechas. If I use the military merit points I earned from this mission to purchase the core of the earth, I've just completed gathering all the materials for the 1,000-sword mecha. I wonder how many materials this legendary mecha requires. By the way, doesn't the insectoid nest have 12 passages leading to different underground spaces? I wonder if there are still leader-level insectoids and insectoid nest energy crystals connected to the other passages. It would be great if there were. Mo Tianyan suddenly remembered that there were 12 passages in the insectoid nest leading to deeper underground spaces. First, I will eliminate all the insectoid larvae beneath the insectoid nest energy crystals. Mo Tianyun gathered his spiritual power to form the Starlight Sword, and with a swift effort he eliminated all the insectoid larvae beneath the insectoid nest energy crystals before heading to other unexplored depths. A leader-level insectoid along with insectoid nest energy crystals? Mo Tianyun exclaimed as he arrived in an underground space, discovering both a leader-level insectoid and energy crystals. Mo Tianyun exterminated the leader-level insectoid, and then extracted the divine core to absorb all the energy from the insectoid nest energy crystals. 1, 2, 3 underground spaces. Mo Tianyun explored each one, discovering leader-level insectoids and insectoid nest energy crystals in every deep underground space. I've really struck it rich this time. 12000 points. This doesn't even include the points from the 15 leader-level insectoid cores in my possession, as well as nearly 100 points from ordinary and elite insectoid cores outside. If all are absorbed by the divine core, my points could reach 3000. Mo Tianyan cheered with joy as he looked at his points. With 3000 points, I can exchange for these 2 potion formulas. As long as I can mass-produce these potions, my strength will experience a tremendous surge. Mo Tianyan's face lit up with joy as he gazed at the 2 potion formulas within the core space of the divine artifact, murmuring to himself. Mid-level Gene Evolution Agent Type 9 Formula. Effect increases physical strength by 500 tons. Usage requirement spiritual power at the Spirit C level, with physical strength reaching the limit of a latest-stage initial level Gene Evolution Warrior. Ingredients required: biological medicinal materials and materials. Detailed preparation method steps. Points required for exchange 50000. Spirit C level spiritual power enhancement agent type 5 formula. Effect increases spiritual power intensity by 5000. Usage requirement spiritual power intensity must reach the Spirit C level. Ingredients required: biological medicinal materials and materials. Detailed preparation method steps. Points required for exchange 20000. These 2 potion formulas are what Mo Tianyun has long been anticipating, but previously he lacked sufficient points, only able to envy them from afar. Now Mo Tianyun finally has the opportunity to obtain these 2 formulas. The underground space is now devoid of leader-level insectoids, energy crystals from insectoid nests, or insectoid larvae. Not a single ordinary or elite insectoid can be seen. It seems they have all been exterminated by us. Mo Tianyun carefully inspected the area a few more times, collecting all the materials from the 15 leader-level insectoid bodies. These materials are invaluable for manufacturing mechas. Finally, the mission is completed. It's time to return. If I delay too long, my teammates might start to worry. Mo Tianyun piloted the insect-hunting mecha back along the route they had come. A massive blue and white mecha soared out of the insectoid nest's exit, twisting and turning in the sky before diving down. The captain is back. As Thorn and the others were still collecting insectoid crystal cores, they suddenly spotted a mecha approaching them. Turning to look, they thought, who else could it be but their own captain? Thank you for waiting, everyone. I'm back. Mo Tianyun flew out of the cockpit of the insect-hunting mecha and gently landed on the ground. Captain, how was the insectoid nest? I saw that Brother Talink's mecha was quite damaged. Nick asked curiously. There were over a dozen leader-level insectoids inside, but I've dealt with all of them. The insectoid larvae have also been completely cleared out. Not a single one was spared. Mo Tianyun turned to glance at Talink, who was diligently dismantling the insectoid body materials and extracting the insectoid crystal cores. There are no insectoids left in this nest, but I wonder if there are other subnests on the planet Lunerboa. Mo Tianyun continued to gaze at the distant entrance of the insectoid nest. No, I just returned from the interstellar shuttle, and the large mid-level AI has scanned the planet, thoroughly confirming that there are no other insectoid nests. Additionally, 644 ordinary insectoids and 124 elite insectoids from other parts of the planet have just returned, and we've eliminated them altogether. Cold Rain approached and said, "Very good." Mo Tianyun nodded. With such teammates, he saved a lot of time and effort. "How is the collection of insectoid crystal cores going?" Mo Tianyun then inquired. "Captain Tianyun, the 5 of us, along with the insectoid material collectors, have collected nearly half of the insectoid materials and crystal cores in these few hours. Luckily, we prepared enough large space storage units to carry away all the materials and cores from a full 100 insectoids." Thorn reported to Mo Tianyun. "All right, let's quickly clean up the battlefield, gather the insectoid materials and crystal cores, and then we will distribute them according to the number of insectoids each person has killed recorded by their personal micro-AI." After Mo Tianyun finished speaking, he led the Tianyun team to continue harvesting their bountiful rewards. An hour later, they completed the collection of all the insectoid materials and crystal cores. "Hey everyone, come over. It's time to divide the loot. These insectoid crystal cores and body materials are highly valuable on any planet. With so many insectoid crystal cores and body materials in one place, their worth is considerable." Mo Tianyun brought over all the large space storage units filled with insectoid crystal cores and body materials, preparing to start distributing them based on the number of insectoids each individual has killed as recorded by their personal micro-AI. The military's rule regarding the bodies of dead insectoids left on the battlefield is that they belong to whoever killed them. Of course, this is a privilege exclusive to the battle mecha divisions. Ordinary soldiers who eliminate insectoids with high-energy weapons must surrender the bodies to the military. However, under normal circumstances, it's rare to keep insectoid bodies, as lower-level insectoids would have been completely obliterated by high-energy weapon strikes. Only high-level insectoid bodies remain, and those materials will not fall into the hands of ordinary soldiers. The method of distributing according to the number of insectoids killed recorded by personal micro-AIs is a standard practice within the military. Those who kill more insectoids receive more crystal cores and materials, which everyone finds to be quite fair. After all, more effort yields more rewards, while less effort yields less, and no effort yields nothing. The personal micro-AI automatically records each person's number of insectoid kills, thereby awarding corresponding military merit points. For instance, during this insectoid extermination mission, Mo Tianyun's personal micro-AI recorded the number of insectoids of each level he killed and rewarded him with the corresponding military merit points. Below are the military merit points awarded for killing each type of insectoid. 0. 1 military merit point for killing an ordinary insectoid. 10 military merit points for killing an elite insectoid. 1,000 military merit points for killing a leader-level insectoid. 1,000 military merit points for killing a lord-level insectoid. And below is the accumulated number of insectoids killed recorded by Mo Tianyun's personal micro-AI. Mo Tianyun. Killed ordinary insectoids, 81161. Killed elite insectoids, 942. Killed leader-level insectoids, 15. Total military merit points earned, 32536. Finally, Mo Tianyun allocated to himself 81161 translucent white insectoid crystal cores, 942 emerald green insectoid crystal cores, and the corresponding insectoid body materials. Additionally, from the 15 leader-level insectoids, he extracted 15 sky blue insectoid crystal cores and body materials. It appears this harvest is exceptionally bountiful. Aside from Mo Tianyun, others also made their gains, but compared to Mo Tianyun's, theirs were completely insignificant. Sorn obtained very little, with a total allocation of 1271 translucent white insectoid cores, 12 emerald green insectoid cores, and corresponding insectoid body materials. Nick's harvest was extremely meager, totaling 718 translucent white insectoid cores and corresponding insectoid body materials, with not a single emerald green insectoid core, meaning he couldn't even kill a single elite insectoid. Talink, on the other hand, had much more, being the one with the highest haul among everyone except Mo Tianyun, obtaining 5103 translucent white insectoid cores, 102 emerald green insectoid cores, and corresponding insectoid body materials. Lung Feng's share of the spoils was third in the Tianyun team, having acquired 4454 translucent white insectoid cores, 87 emerald green insectoid cores, and corresponding insectoid body materials. Lung, you could have been allocated more insectoid cores and body materials, but unfortunately she attacked from a distance, using energy weapons causing some of the insectoid bodies and cores to be blown to smithereens, resulting in a smaller share. In fact, this situation happened to everyone. Accidentally attacking the insectoid cores led to the instant death of those insectoids, which is a rather effective method of attack. One could say the insectoid's weakness lies in their cores. Of course, the problem is first finding the location of the insectoid cores, and then you must penetrate the incredibly hard shells of the insectoids to attack the cores. Therefore, using this method is somewhat challenging. If one encounters those powerful insectoids, it might yield remarkable results. In the end, Lung Yes spoils included 4154 translucent white insectoid cores, 112 emerald green insectoid cores, and corresponding insectoid body materials. Notably, Lung, you killed more elite insectoids than Talink. Could it be because the shells of elite insectoids are harder and thicker than those of ordinary insectoids? Captain, didn't you say before that insectoid cores could be exchanged for perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions? Can I use these cores to exchange for some perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions now? The captain. Soren walked over with a hint of anxiety, but his eyes sparkled with hope as he approached Mo Tianyun with a pleading tone. Mo Tianyun looked at him and saw Soren handing over a spatial ring. My words are always as good as gold. You needn't worry about me going back on my word. Upon hearing this, Soren's anxious heart finally calmed down. Mo Tianyun checked and found that the spatial ring contained 1271 translucent white insectoid cores and 12 emerald green insectoid cores, which were all of Soren's insectoid cores. I can give you 56 bottles of perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions. That should be enough for you to raise your strength to 100 tons, but be mindful of the dosage and don't exceed what your mental capacity can handle. Also, you can take these insectoid body materials to the trading area and sell them to merchants who specialize in buying insectoid body materials to exchange for materials to manufacture extraordinary battle mechas. Then it'll help you create an extraordinary battle mecha. However, how about this? From now on, the insectoid cores you obtain will belong to me. I don't need the insectoid body materials. I only need the insectoid cores. Am I being generous, Captain? Mo Tianyun let out a hearty laugh. Although Soren didn't obtain many insectoid cores, giving them all to Mo Tianyun still made him feel gratified, deciding to nurture Soren fully so he could acquire more insectoid cores in the future. So foolish. Mo Tianyun is truly foolish. I thought he was clever. I didn't expect him to have such a pig's brain. In the core space of the divine artifact, the spirit of the divine artifact angrily said, clearly his own strength is strong enough not to carry this group of burdens. Wouldn't all the insectoid cores then belong to him? Why drag these people along to share the benefits? He could enjoy these benefits alone. The spirit of the divine artifact looked at the insectoid cores in Nick Talink Lung Yu and Lung Feng's hands, gritting its silver teeth in frustration. Weaklings are unreliable. Only by becoming strong on one's own can one truly be powerful. Though you have a kind heart, true kindness is not merely helping the weak. Such base kindness only interferes with their growth and future. True virtue is like water, able to encompass all things, nourish all things, destroy all things, and even create all things. The spirit of the divine artifact's eyes were deep, as if they were endless black holes capable of swallowing and destroying everything. If you wish to stand among the powerful of the universe, your trials are far from sufficient. Captain, this is all my insectoid cores, a total of 718. It's still not enough to cover the cost of making a mecha. Nick said, feeling both conflicted and distressed. He clearly tried very hard in this mission, yet still fell short of 800 ordinary insectoid cores. It's okay, next time try to kill a few more insectoids. Mo Tianyun took Nick's 718 translucent white insectoid cores and encouraged him. Here are 10 bottles of perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions. Since you worked so hard in this battle, take them first. Raise your strength, and next time you'll certainly be able to harvest more insectoid cores. Then you can return them to me. Mo Tianyun then took out 10 bottles of perfect grade beginner gene evolution potions and said, Captain. Nick glanced at Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun said nothing but looked at him with a determined gaze. In the end, Nick still accepted them. I must kill more insectoids next time, I absolutely must. Nick silently shouted to himself. Captain, my mecha has too many damaged areas. Could you help me repair it? Talink took the opportunity to speak after Nick finished. But it will cost insectoid cores. Mo Tianyun nodded. How many insectoid cores will it take? Talink asked. 2500 ordinary insectoid cores. Your mecha is already quite damaged. I can also help enhance its performance, or perhaps its combat capability can be improved. Mo Tianyun thought carefully before saying so. Alright, no problem. Talink readily agreed, realizing he couldn't find a better mecha repairman than his captain. We have completed our mission. It's time to return and submit our task. Everyone prepare to board the interstellar shuttle. We are about to return to base. Mo Tianyun and his team set out on their journey home, marking the end of this mission. The interstellar shuttle slowly departed from the planet Lunalboa, engaging in space travel across the cosmos. Half a day later, Captain Mo Tianyun, we've received a distress signal from 0.1 light years away. What? Mo Tianyun quickly looked at the distress information on the large screen. Rescue information source. Rescuer Cole Whitehead. Rank Major. Strength Epic Class Mecha Warrior. Details of the rescue information. Location Cosmic Coordinates 455754515. 716-54544-1152-45475. 4226-454-454-943-156-7665. 33466424. Distance from our interstellar shuttle battleship 0.1041 light years. Rescuers additional information. I am Cole Whitehead, the commander of the 115th Large Fleet of the Dunastar Defense Military Base's Mecha Warrior Corps. We are under siege from 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses, and the situation is extremely dire. I request the Dunastar Defense Military Base headquarters and nearby officers with epic-level Mecha Warrior strength to rush for support. 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses are attacking our large fleet. This is serious. Mo Tianyun said, staring intently at the rescue information on the light screen, his expression particularly stern. Captain, with 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses, doesn't that mean there are 3 Lord-level Zerg? We are likely powerless against them, Talink said anxiously. Son Nick Lung Yu and Lung Feng all looked at Mo Tianyun, waiting for his decision. Given the urgency of the situation, they felt it best to leave the decision to their captain. Starship 9795434618. Change course immediately and head towards the location from which the rescue information was sent at full speed. Mo Tianyun immediately issued the command to redirect the interstellar shuttle battleship towards the source of the distress call. Trust me, I have sufficient strength to participate in this support battle, Mo Tianyun said to his teammates. Son Nick, Talink, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng remained silent, as they had no choice but to trust their captain's strength. In truth, they did not wish for their captain to engage in the rescue, as they were facing 3 invading Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses. Once targeted, escape would be impossible. Even a large fleet led by a major-level epic-class mecha warrior was calling for support. How could their lone interstellar shuttle battleship possibly stand a chance? It was akin to an egg striking a stone. For a moment, Son Nick, Talink, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng felt anxious and uneasy, as they truly lacked confidence in facing such a monumental war. 10 interstellar shuttle battleships constitute a small fleet. 100 interstellar shuttle battleships form a medium fleet, which must include at least 1 Meteor-class interstellar shuttle battleship to be called a medium fleet. 1,000 interstellar shuttle battleships make a large fleet, which must include at least 1 satellite-class interstellar shuttle battleship and 10 Meteor-class interstellar shuttle battleships to be considered a large fleet. The commander of a large fleet must be a school-level officer with epic-class mecha warrior strength. For a fleet of such scale and strength to request support from the Dunastar Defense Military Base headquarters, even if they went, they could hardly be of help. Except for Mo Tianyun, the other members of Team Tianyun felt this way. However, they were unaware that their interstellar shuttle battleship was already like an egg striking a stone in front of 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses. But now, with Mo Tianyun's presence, the egg had turned into an iron ball, qualifying it to clash with those 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses. Our fleet has already lost nearly 1/5 of our interstellar shuttle battleships in just half an hour. This won't work. A major officer in the command room of a satellite-class interstellar shuttle battleship said, appearing calm on the surface, but inwardly quite anxious. Those Zerg have 3 Lord-level flying fortresses, and we won't be able to hold out until support from the Dunastar Defense Military Base arrives. Even if Major General Griffin Fred pilots his legendary mecha to make a spatial leap, it will take at least 5 hours to cover a distance of 31,806 light-years. This commanding officer was none other than Cole Whitehead, a major-class officer with epic-class mecha warrior strength. What to do? If we flee, we will be pursued and shot by the Lord-level Zerg fortresses, and we will die even faster. Cole Whitehead looked at the light screen where his fleet's interstellar shuttle battleships were being reduced to cosmic dust under Zerg attacks, growing increasingly anxious and losing his composure. Zerg, I will fight you. Even if I die, I will take down one of your Lord-level flying fortresses. Cole Whitehead thought fiercely. He understood that since the day he joined the Imperial Army, life and death had become secondary. He had to risk his life to fight the Zerg. Moreover, he had already encountered such dangerous situations several times before, and each time he had been saved by a stronger being. This time it was his turn to lead the team, and no one would help him. He felt somewhat unfortunate, as this was his first mission leading a large fleet since being promoted to major, and he hadn't expected to encounter 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses. Suddenly, 2 pieces of information came through on the front light screen, and Cole Whitehead quickly opened them. The The first message was from the Dunistar Defense Military Base Headquarters. The content of the message is as follows. Major Cole Whitehead, please hold on. Major General Griffin Fred is on his way for support. This is a message from the Dunistar Defense Military Base Headquarters, not nearby major-level support. Cole Whitehead glanced at it, and then clicked on the next message. This is support information from 1 light years away. Could I be saved? Cole Whitehead rejoiced upon seeing that it was a message of support from nearby. However, the subsequent content of this message left him somewhat at a loss, and then he was both angry and amused. The detailed content of this message is as follows. Team Tianyun is heading to the battlefield for support from 1041 light years away, expected to arrive in 1 hour. Major Cole Whitehead, please hold on. This message was not sent by Mo Tianyun, but was automatically sent by the Interstellar Shuttle Battleship's AI. Team Tianyun. Cole Whitehead had a bad premonition, so he clicked to check the details of Team Tianyun. Team Tianyun. Captain Mo Tianyun, rank Private 1st Class. Team Member Son, rank Private 3rd Class. Team Member Nick, rank Private 3rd Class. Team Member Talink, rank Private 2nd Class. Team Member Lung Foam, rank Private 2nd Class. Team Member Lung Yu, rank Private 3rd Class. Team established January 15, 1227, year 39. Upon seeing the detailed information of Team Tianyun, Cole Whitehead's defenses crumbled. These are all rookies, and they are all privates. What use is such cannon fodder? Is this the kind of large-scale war you rookies can get involved in? Indeed, the fearless rookies dare to come and support us. If I saw them, I would run away. This is messing with our mentality. The battlefield situation is so dire, and this so-called Team Tianyun sends messages to disrupt our command. Yes, Major Cole Whitehead is understandably furious. This is too disruptive to morale. We must bring this Team Tianyun to military court. Even if we die in this war, they shouldn't think about living. Cole Whitehead immediately sent a message back to Mo Tianyun and the others. Mo Tianyun noticed a new message on the light screen and clicked to check it. It was a video message. As soon as Mo Tianyun opened it, Cole Whitehead's holographic image appeared before Mo Tianyun and his team. Tianyun team's rookies, this war is not something you can interfere in. Now listen to me, get as far away as you can, do not come and involve yourselves in this war. Your presence won't even create a ripple in this battle. Battleships like yours will fall every few seconds in this war. I command you to retreat immediately. Cole Whitehead's hologram said angrily. Mo Tianyun didn't pay much attention and continued to steer the interstellar shuttle battleship toward Cole Whitehead. Captain, should we leave? I feel this war is truly beyond our capability to intervene, and our limited strength won't be of much use. Lung Yu advised. As a member of one of the 8 major families of Urilu, Starshi naturally understood many things. Before joining the Mecha Warrior Corps, she had learned a lot of military knowledge and understood the strength of large fleets and Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses. She believed that even if Team Tianyun fully joined the battlefield, it would be difficult to sway the outcome, as the Zerg had 3 Lord-level flying fortresses, which were equivalent to the power of 3 large fleets. Even if Team Tianyun, including their 4 extraordinary mecha warriors, joined the battle, the strength disparity would still be immense. You need not join the battlefield, I alone am enough. Mo Tianyun remained unmoved, confident in his own strength. We don't need to support. Is it enough for just Captain Tianyun? Talink knew Mo Tianyun was strong, but did not expect him to be so confident. Major Cole Whitehead's large fleet was engaging in a fierce exchange of fire with 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses and the lesser flying fortresses nearby. Various colored energy beams intertwined, forming a net of light covering the distance between the two sides, while occasionally beams of energy, far brighter than the surrounding attack beams, erupted, piercing through the interstellar shuttle battleships or Zerg fortresses, followed by a burst of light, reducing them to cosmic dust. In this war, the fall of each Meteor-class interstellar shuttle battleship equated to the death of hundreds of ordinary soldiers. The fall of each Meteor-class interstellar shuttle battleship represented the demise of thousands of ordinary soldiers. They were all living beings, and in the cruel defense against the Zerg invasion war of the Aolong Empire spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, they were but a small reflection of this harsh reality. Every moment hundreds of thousands could perish, their deaths insignificant, even trivial. From the sheer number of energy beams, it was evident that the Zerg's fortresses far outnumbered Major Cole Whitehead's interstellar shuttle battleships. Thus it was only a matter of time before Major Cole Whitehead's fleet was annihilated by the Zerg fortresses. Major Cole Whitehead, our fleet has already lost more than half. An officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and rushed over to report urgently. Let's go, it seems we won't wait for reinforcements, and we can only fight to the death. Major Cole Whitehead then led all the officers to pilot their mechs out of the satellite-class interstellar shuttle battleship, leaving only some operators to provide fire support. This satellite-class interstellar shuttle battleship measured a total length of 10 kilometers with its main cannon having a caliber of over 300 meters wide. A single shot of stellar-level energy intensity could annihilate a Lord-level Zerg several kilometers in size. However, the energy consumed by the main cannon was tremendous, and the reload time was lengthy. In addition to the main cannon, there were many secondary gun turrets which served as another means of firepower for this satellite-class interstellar shuttle battleship. As numerous epic-class mecha warrior officers joined the battlefield, the 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses and the surrounding lesser Zerg flying fortresses began to reveal many Lord-level Zergs. Additionally, the most attention-grabbing massive Zerg, the Zerg Lord, made its appearance, and not just one but a full 3 of them. The Lord-level Zerg fortresses were spherical with a diameter of a full 15 kilometers, while the Zerg Lord's body was also 10 kilometers long, comparable in size to a satellite-class interstellar shuttle battleship. Cole Whitehead's epic-class battle mecha was barely 100 meters tall, appearing like an ant before the Zerg Lord. However, while the epic battle mecha was smaller, its ferocity could stand toe-to-toe with the Zerg Lord. Cole Whitehead piloted the bluered epic battle mecha known as Thunderstrike, wielding a golden spear over 100 meters long as he charged towards the nearest Zerg Lord at a speed of 200 kilometers per second. Just from the speed of the epic battle mecha, one could tell that its power vastly surpassed that of extraordinary battle mechas. Even Mo Tianyan's Bug Hunter mecha, a perfect-grade extraordinary battle mecha, could only reach a maximum speed of 10 kilometers per second. At this moment, Mo Tianyan's interstellar shuttle battleship had arrived in the cosmic space not far from the battlefield. The Qinglei gun's blazing epic battle mech is equipped with a circular energy acceleration thruster with a radius of about 30 meters. This circular energy acceleration thruster with a radius of around 30 meters is a mech accessory that significantly increases the mech's flight speed. The higher the level of the mech, the larger its overall size becomes, enhancing its performance and energy level. At the same time, the true capabilities of mech accessories come to light. The most basic function of mech battle accessories is to enhance strength, defense, and speed. This circular energy acceleration thruster, with a radius of about 30 meters, increases the flight speed of the mech, which is terrifyingly fast, propelling the epic battle mech to a speed of 200 kilometers per second. This is the true power of mech accessories. But why did Mo Tianyan manufacture mech accessories for the Insect Hunter mech? The reason is that the size of extraordinary battle mechs and those below is still too small for such powerful mech accessories to be installed. For example, the energy acceleration thruster of Major Cole White's Qinglei gun's epic battle mech has a radius of 30 meters. With the Insect Hunter mech being only 50 meters tall, how could it possibly accommodate such an accessory? It's not that extraordinary battle mechs and those below cannot install mech accessories, it's just that most are primarily weapon-type accessories. For instance, the 40-meter-long mech battle sword used by Mo Tianyan's Insect Hunter mech is a mech accessory. Additionally, several energy cannons for attack are installed on Lung Yes Ice mech, which are also mech accessories. These are all weapon-type mech accessories. There are also defense-type mech accessories such as the energy shields installed on all mechs, which are the most common type of defense accessory. As for the energy acceleration thruster of Major Cole White's Qinglei gun's epic battle mech, it is a functional mech accessory that enhances speed during battle. When it comes to legendary mechs and higher-level mechs, these high-level mechs are measured in kilometers. These high-level mechs, with their massive sizes, can install interstellar spacecraft thrusters capable of spatial leaps, allowing them to roam freely in the universe without the need for interstellar spacecraft. So Mo Tianyan currently does not need to manufacture functional mech accessories for his Insect Hunter mech, as it is a transitional version of the Thousand Sword mech and does not require custom accessories. If functional mech accessories were made for the Insect Hunter mech, it would soon become obsolete, wasting a lot of rare materials. Since Mo Tianyan has already started planning to manufacture the Thousand Sword mech, the Insect Hunter mech will soon be phased out. With the acceleration from this energy thruster, the Qinglei gun's epic mech flies through the cosmos like lightning, covering a distance of over 2,000 kilometers in less than 10 seconds, arriving directly in front of the enormous body of the Insect Lord. A swift thrust of the gun directly hits the gigantic body of the Insect Lord, creating a flash of white lightning and erupting into a shower of brilliant sparks. The part of the Insect Lord's body directly indents, but the attack from Major Cole White's Qinglei gun's epic battle mech does not penetrate, demonstrating the terrifying hardness of the Insect Lord's shell. Damn! Major Cole White exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. This is at least an evolved Insect Lord at the second stage. This is really bad, General Griffiths. Fred, I hope you can arrive quickly, or we'll be dead here. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Major Cole White hurriedly piloted the Qinglei gun's epic battle mech to retreat. However, the Insect Lord would not allow Major Cole White to retreat freely. A red energy beam entwined with white light struck the retreating Qinglei gun mech with lightning speed. This powerful energy torrent released a dazzling light, illuminating the cosmos. The star-level low-grade energy shield of Major Cole White's mech trembled violently before shattering. Fortunately, the massive energy beam released by the Insect Lord canceled out with the energy shield, causing no harm to the main body of Major Cole White's Qinglei gun mech. The energy shield was soon replenished by the mech's energy core, allowing Major Cole White's energy shield to recover, and the situation was not dire. But things were about to get worse. 2 more Insect Lords had arrived, and Major Cole White was about to face an assault from 3 Insect Lords. Could he withstand their attacks? The answer was clearly no. The Insect Lord that had attacked him was energy-evolved, focusing on energy attacks, while the 2 newly arrived Insect Lords were evolved for material consumption, possessing unmatched melee attack capabilities. In less than 10 seconds, Major Cole White's Qinglei gun's epic battle mech was knocked away several times. If it weren't for the energy shield holding up, it would have already been torn apart by the Insect Lords. The situation is looking very grim for Major Cole White, facing the attacks of 3 Insect Lords. What should we do? If Major Cole White, our entire Fleet 115 will cease to exist, said the observer analyzing the battlefield on the satellite-class interstellar spacecraft, his face pale as death. We must provide fire support for Major Cole White. If we can assist him, then our efforts will not be in vain. All right, it is decided. Attention, all interstellar spacecraft of Fleet 115, concentrate fire on the Insect Lords. Attention, all interstellar spacecraft of Fleet 115, concentrate fire on the Insect Lords. Attention, all interstellar spacecraft of Fleet 115, concentrate fire on the Insect Lords. 3 identical commands were sent from the satellite-class interstellar spacecraft to the other interstellar spacecraft. The No. 3 Meteor-class starship received the message. The No. 4 Meteor-class starship received the message. The No. 7 Meteor-class starship received the message. The No. 10 Meteor-class starship received the message. The No. 12 Meteor-class starship received the message. The first to receive and respond to the command were these 5 Meteor-class starships. Are these the only 5 remaining Meteor-class starships from our 12-starship fleet? No. 115. The temporary battle commander said with a sense of loss. His heart could not find peace for a long time, as the fact that only 5 Meteor-class starships responded meant that the backbone of their fleet, No. 115, had already suffered significant losses. The No. 0006 Meteor-class starship received the message. The No. 0013 Meteor-class starship received the message. The No. 0024 Meteor-class starship received the message. The No. 1036 Meteor-class starship received the message. This is the statistical count of responses from 481 Meteor-class starships. The statistics displayed on the command center screen of Fleet No. 115 flashed for a second, instantly revealing the number of surviving starships in the battle. Out of 1,200 Meteor-class starships, only 481 remain, resulting in a staggering loss rate of 60. I never expected our Fleet No. 115 to suffer such heavy losses on its first mission. Alas, what bad luck. The observer said with deep sorrow. Captain Mo Tianyun, you have arrived at the rescue battlefield, awaiting your next command. Standing on the Meteor-class starship, Mo Tianyun watched as the screen displayed the battlefield, revealing the largest war he had ever witnessed. From the images on the screen, 3 massive insectoid lords flew through the cosmos, besieging a blued mech. Countless intertwining colorful energy beams accompanied by explosive blasts penetrated one starship after another, or shattered insectoid flying fortresses, which were then reduced to fragments scattered in space. Suddenly, hundreds of starships targeted one insectoid lord, and hundreds of energy beams concentrated their attack on its body, as if through a concave lens. The insectoid lord, caught off guard, found even its indestructible chitinous shell formed by consuming matter punctured with a massive hole, and then the energy beams severely wounded its core. Well done, Major Cole White shouted with delight. Thunderous strike. Major Cole White piloted the Thunderstrike epic battle mech, unleashing his martial combat skills' ultimate move to attack another insectoid lord. A blue streak flashed past, striking the vulnerable spot of an insectoid lord that was entirely black, with 2 curved sharp horns and a single blue eye. The massive spear, over 100 meters long, pierced through the insectoid lord's weak spot, causing it to wail in agony and roll helplessly in the vastness of space. However, the insectoid lord's massive body measured around 10 kilometers, so what did a few hundred meters of injury amount to? After the pain, the insectoid lord's blue eye began to turn red, and sharp spikes grew from its smooth shell, making its already large pincers even more colossal. From a distance, another type of insectoid lord had already gathered a mass of black energy, locking onto Major Cole White while he attacked the horned insectoid lord. The mass of black energy was instantly fired as if it tore through space, appearing directly behind Major Cole White's Thunderstrike epic battle mech. Not good. Major Cole White realized the presence of the black energy too late. A wave of silent energy rippled across the battlefield. At the same time, the insectoid flying fortresses concentrated all their firepower attacking the command starship of Fleet No. 115, that satellite-class Meteor-class starship. Just moments ago, this satellite-class Meteor-class starship was commanding all the starships of Fleet No. 115. Now bombarded by countless attacks from the insectoid flying fortresses, the defense energy shield of this satellite-class starship held for only 3 seconds before being breached. The remaining attacks mercilessly obliterated the satellite-class Meteor-class starship, reducing it entirely to cosmic dust. The overall commander, Major Cole White, still has the most powerful command starship. Each captain of the remaining starships in Fleet No. 115 fell silent. They knew that the complete annihilation of all their starships was merely a matter of time. Despair enveloped every warrior, and in an instant the firepower of all starships seemed to diminish significantly. At that moment, a Meteor-class starship appeared like a ghost on the battlefield of space, silent and unnoticed. A blue and white mech burst forth from this Meteor-class starship wielding a sharp battle sword approximately 40 meters long. Following that, dazzling sword shadows emerged around the blue and white mech, enveloping the entire machine. The myriad sword shadows shone like stars, numbering over 10,000, each several meters long, all converging to form a vast and radiant light mass. This time, whether it was the remaining several hundred starships, or the insectoid flying fortresses, or even the insectoid lords, they all took notice. Thousands of starlight swords unite as one. The pilot of the blue and white mech felt a surge in his heart, and the battle sword began to detach, floating in the void of space ahead, while the surrounding starry sword shadows gradually approached, gathering onto the blade. Countless sword shadows overlapped, forming a massive golden light, enveloping the battle sword in a layer of golden radiance, creating a magnificent sword over a kilometer long. In an instant, this golden giant sword resembled a meteor streaking through the sky, trailing a golden afterimage over 1,000 kilometers, akin to a golden energy beam fired from a satellite-class Meteor-class starship. No, this was even 10 times larger than the energy beam fired by a satellite-class Meteor-class starship. Only Mo Tianyun could perceive its incredible speed. The golden giant sword continued to accelerate, reaching the front of the two insectoid lords skilled in close combat in mere seconds. Among the two insectoid lords, one was entirely black with 2 curved sharp horns atop its head, and the other was a blue-eyed insect lord, which was the one that Major Cole Whitehead had shot and wounded. The first to react, it extended its massive black pincers, now enormous from its anger, trying with all its might to block the sudden and incredibly fast strike. But it was futile. Although the insect lord's body was over 10,000 meters long against the powerful assault of the golden giant sword, it was as ineffective as a mantis trying to stop a car. Slash. Thud. The enormous golden sword effortlessly pierced through the insect lord's massive black pincers, then forcefully surged into the insect lord's gigantic black body. Then in less than a moment, the golden giant sword had already passed through this insect lord's black body, leaving behind a massive gaping hole in the center. However, the speed of the golden giant sword showed no signs of slowing as it shot towards the other, even larger insect lord. The result was the same. The golden giant sword still shattered this insect lord's body, leaving a hole in its center. Next, the golden giant sword continued its attack toward the third insect lord. Now this insect lord, which had taken the route of energy evolution and progressed to the second stage, had already reacted and was preparing to gather energy to counter the golden giant sword. Finally, just as the golden giant sword was approaching, this energy-evolved insect lord had completed the gathering of a high-intensity energy attack. At this moment, the golden giant sword was already close by, and this energy-evolved insect lord suddenly shot forth a black beam of energy from its purple insect core. The black energy beam collided violently with the golden giant sword in the vastness of space, instantly generating a massive wave that distorted the surrounding universe for miles. At the center of the collision between the golden giant sword and the black energy beam, flashes of light flickered continuously, occasionally generating expanding black golden lightning and sparks. In less than 3 seconds, the golden giant sword abruptly overpowered the black energy beam. The reason for the golden giant sword's slight advantage was that it was not on the left. A joke. After breaking through the black energy beam, the golden giant sword continued to surge toward this energy-evolved insect lord. This energy-evolved insect lord was left with no choice but to use its body to block the golden giant sword. The outcome was slightly better than the previous 2 insect lords. It only suffered a small wound with a small hole pierced through its body. It's worth mentioning that from the moment the golden giant sword appeared until now, almost 20 seconds had passed. What is going on here? Could it be that Major Griffith's Fred has arrived to provide support and has taken action? It shouldn't be. I heard Major Griffith's Fred uses a knife and his legendary mech is over 1,000 meters tall. Even if it's not Major Griffith's Fred, the officer who intervened must have at least the strength of a lieutenant colonel or even a colonel is very likely. Indeed, being able to heavily injure 2 insect lords and lightly injure 1, this strength seems to be at the colonel level. Yes, the power of such a level of existence can match that of a planetary-class interstellar warship. It's far more powerful than a satellite-class interstellar warship. At this moment, the blue and white mech had crossed nearly 2,000 kilometers and arrived at a severely damaged epic battle mech. This battered epic battle mech was none other than Major Cole Whitehead's Thundergun mech. Protected by the core of the epic battle mech, Major Cole Whitehead was not in any life-threatening danger at this moment. He was using his spiritual power at the spiritual sea level to observe the outside world through the mech's core. Which lord from the Dunistar Defense military base is this? I haven't seen this blue and white mech before. Moreover, this blue and white mech does not resemble an epic battle mech. Shouldn't an epic battle mech be at least 100 meters tall? Major Cole Whitehead's expression was filled with surprise and confusion, but more so with the joy of surviving. Suddenly, the person controlling the blue and white mech transmitted a mental message, leaving Cole Whitehead momentarily stunned, unable to regain his senses. The mental message was, Major Cole Whitehead, I'm glad to see you're safe. You don't need to guess who I am anymore. I am Mo Tianyun, the captain of Team Tianyun, who is still a rookie in your eyes. Mo Tianyun, a rookie has become this strong. Major Cole Whitehead snapped back to reality, staring dumbfounded. He simply could not fathom what kind of martial arts skill Mo Tianyun's Starlight Sword fusion was, especially since Major Cole Whitehead had already deeply engraved this technique in his mind through his spiritual power. After transmitting the message, Mo Tianyun paid no further attention to Major Cole Whitehead, for he had more important tasks to accomplish, which was to send the 3 injured insect lords down to hell. Transmitting information through spiritual power is possible as long as the spiritual power reaches the spiritual sea level, but the transmission range is limited and cannot be too far. Mo Tianyun recalled the golden giant sword. It seemed somewhat strange at this moment, for the insect hunting mech controlled by Mo Tianyun was only 50 meters tall, yet it wielded a weapon that in the perfected state of the myriad starlight sword combined with tens of thousands of starlight swords extended over 1,000 meters. It was like a 2-meter tall person holding a sword that was 40 meters long. Although it looked mighty, it was also quite odd. Indeed, achieving this step demonstrated that Mo Tianyun's myriad starlight sword had not only reached a perfected state, but could also integrate tens of thousands of starlight swords into one. Wasn't Mo Tianyun's myriad starlight sword previously at the small perfection level? How did it suddenly reach perfection? And could it merge tens of thousands of starlight swords now? This all dates back to when Mo Tianyun was tasked with clearing the insect nest on the planet Lunarboa. At that time, while searching for the energy crystals of the insect nest in the underground space, there were 12 channels, each guarded by a leader-level insect. Among them, Mo Tianyun encountered a particularly troublesome leader-level insect. This leader-level insect had no other means of attack, but possessed an exceptionally hard insect exoskeleton. It curled its body into a giant sphere and chased Mo Tianyun to crash into him. Mo Tianyun, usually relying on his martial arts skill at the starry sky level, and his already small perfected myriad starlight sword, could sweep through anything effortlessly. However, he found himself helpless against this leader-level insect. He was forced to engage in close combat with the leader-level insect using his mech sword. With the maximum enhancement of the mech's combat power combined with the myriad starlight sword and the attack of his genetically evolved warrior's peak power, although Mo Tianyun ultimately did pierce through the leader-level insect, he was not pleased. This meant that Mo Tianyun's myriad starlight sword attack was still not perfected. At least equally leveled enemies could block it. This was a martial arts skill at the starry sky level, and even at the small perfection level, it was completely blocked by a leader-level insect. What if he encountered an even more formidable lord-level insect? Wouldn't that leave him utterly helpless? Mo Tianyun was a person adept at discovering and solving problems, and this foresight had always been his strong suit. Why, with my spiritual power at the spiritual sea level, which is over 2,000 times stronger than the perception level, can the myriad starlight swords still not break through to the perfected level and condense tens of thousands of starlight swords? Mo Tianyun remembered that when he first perfected the myriad starlight sword, he could condense 10 starlight swords. According to this logic, he should now be able to condense 20,000 starlight swords. Although the number of myriad starlight swords had increased, each starlight sword was condensed with the same amount of spiritual power, so why was there a limit to the number? If it exceeded this number, the extra starlight swords would gradually collapse. This was exactly what troubled Mo Tianyun the most. Finally, after much contemplation, Mo Tianyan found the problem in the underground space. It turned out that although Mo Tianyan's current spiritual power could condense up to tens of thousands of starlight swords at once within less than a second, at least 8,000 of them would collapse, leaving only around 2,000 that had actual attack capability. The fundamental issue was that Mo Tianyan still couldn't control tens of thousands of starlight swords simultaneously, as condensing the starlight swords and being able to use them for attacks were two different matters. To put it in perspective, if a person had 1 million in funds and wanted to produce a certain product and transport it to the market for sale, then condensing the starlight swords was like producing the product, while using spiritual power to control the starlight swords for attack was like transporting the products to the market for sale. If this person used all his funds to produce the product, he would not have any extra funds left to transport those products to the market. So Mo Tianyan's current situation was that although he could condense tens of thousands of starlight swords, he could not use them all for attacks. What to do then? Mo Tianyan attempted to gradually compress these more than 2,000 starlight swords into a much larger starlight sword, and soon these more than 2,000 starlight swords transformed into 1,500, until finally they became one gigantic starlight sword, as he only needed to control one massive starlight sword, now making it much easier than controlling more than 2,000 starlight swords, and the attack effect was significantly improved. Gradually, Mo Tianyan practiced the myriad starlight sword in both reality and simulation space, and finally the myriad starlight sword reached perfection, capable of merging tens of thousands of starlight swords into one, which combined with the mech sword as the carrier increased the attack power of this immense myriad golden light sword exponentially. Mo Tianyan then undertook the fourth challenge set by the Spirit of Miracle in the simulation space, defeating an insect lord with strength at the third evolution stage, and successfully passed. This caused the Spirit of Miracle to appear beside Mo Tianyan. I didn't expect that you could reach this level with the myriad starlight sword during your early genetic evolution phase, and even carve out a new path. This made me truly see you in a new light. The flawless face of the Spirit of Miracle was filled with amazement. Using the mech sword as a carrier combined with tens of thousands of starlight swords, this power even far exceeds that of a myriad starlight sword at the conceptual level. The power of this sword is indeed excessively strong. Many high-level genetic evolved warriors cannot cultivate starry sky martial arts skills to the perfected level, let alone merge them into one like you. The Spirit of Miracle continued to speak slowly. Am I the only one who can merge these tens of thousands of starlight swords into one? Can't others do it? Mo Tianyan asked in confusion. The Spirit of Miracle replied, yes, to be able to merge the myriad starlight swords into one among all those who have practiced the myriad starlight sword, it seems you are the only one who can do it. However, while the Spirit of Miracle answered Mo Tianyan, she was thinking, Mo Tianyan, you possess 4 hearts of a powerhouse, making you a true genius in this vast universe. Most of those with similar talents are born in powerful advanced civilizations, and they would not look up to martial arts skills like the myriad starlight sword. Those with inferior talents cannot merge the myriad starlight sword into one, thus you are indeed the only one who can achieve this. Why am I so amazing? Mo Tianyan was overjoyed by the praise from the Spirit of Miracle. Being complimented by such a perfect sister of miracles made Mo Tianyan very happy. After all, the Spirit of Miracle usually criticized him, so this was the first time she praised him like this. Approaching the 2 injured insect lords, he declared, Myriad Starlight Sword. Starlight Sword Fusion. Mo Tianyan unleashed his ultimate move and effortlessly dealt with the 2 severely injured insect lords. Then with some effort he killed the energy-evolved insect lord, and finally combined with the remaining interstellar warships and extraordinary battle mechs, he annihilated all the insect flying fortresses. The entire process took less than an hour. Mo Tianyan's brilliant achievements and battle footage had already been transmitted back to all the high-ranking military officers at the Dunistar Defense Military Base. From this point on, Mo Tianyan became famous overnight. Over an hour ago, in the command center of the Dunistar Defense Military Base at the headquarters command building. What is the current battle situation of Fleet 115? A colonel and several lieutenant colonels hurriedly entered the command room, which was dealing with an emergency situation. Among the lieutenant colonels, there was a familiar face. That familiar face was Lieutenant Colonel Chris. Report, gentlemen, Fleet 115 is simultaneously under attack from 3 Bug Lord-class flying fortresses, and over half of the interstellar shuttle ships have already been lost. Additionally, Major General Griffith Fred set off for the battlefield over an hour ago. Due to the long distance, it may take at least 4 hours. The Imperial soldier reporting the situation spoke somewhat hesitantly, but managed to convey all the information. Understood. The colonel nodded expressionlessly, and the 4 lieutenant colonels beside him also remained silent. Upon hearing this report, they all realized that by the time Major General Griffith Fred reached the battlefield, the bug race might have already completely annihilated Fleet 115 or even fled. In this brief hour, Fleet 115 had already lost more than half its number. It seemed that this fleet was destined for total destruction. In truth, for these officers who had spent many years in the military, such things had happened many times before, yet it was still somewhat unavoidable to feel sad. After all, that was an entire large fleet. The Dunestar Defense military base had only about 100 large fleets. How could they not feel the pain? Quick look. This is the battle footage sent back from one of the Meteor-class interstellar shuttle ships in Fleet 115. Everyone, including all the officers, looked up. A massive light screen over 100 meters wide and long was playing a video in the command room. The footage depicted Mo Tianyan controlling a gigantic golden sword, continuously attacking 3 bug lords. Which officer from the defense military base is this? This attack is simply terrifying. This sword strike is so powerful, Fleet 115 has hope now. The command room instantly erupted with excitement, with gasps and cheers echoing as both officers and waiting soldiers shouted in exhilaration. Who is controlling that blue and white mech? I know all the major affairs of the military. How can I not recognize this person? Such a powerful comrade. Is there anyone I don't know? The colonel asked the 4 lieutenant colonels beside him. I do not know, nor have I seen this mech before. I don't know either. Who is this comrade? I don't know either, Lieutenant Colonel Chris responded. Since Mo Tianyan's extraordinary combat mech, the Bug Hunter mech, had just been manufactured, and he had gone to the planet Lunar Boa to carry out a bug nest clearing mission, Lieutenant Colonel Chris truly had not seen Mo Tianyan's Bug Hunter mech. Let's see if we can find out the identity of the person inside that blue and white mech, the last Lieutenant Colonel suggested. The waiting soldiers began to investigate. Report: no accurate information was found regarding this blue and white mech or the person controlling it. However, the base's central intellect, after extensive data analysis and the footage data, concluded that the pilot of this blue and white mech is a new recruit named Mo Tianyan. What? A new recruit? The colonel was immediately stunned by this news. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Chris' eyes nearly popped out and his mouth remained agape for a long time. The colonel's mind stirred and information appeared on the light screen in front of him. Mo Tianyan, age 16, rank 1st class, private, military merit points 118463. Affiliated Legion Mech Combat Division, position senior mech manufacturer in the Imperial Military Skills, advanced mech manufacturing skills, normal physical strength 100 tons, maximum strength with martial arts enhancement 684. 5 tons mental strength 22246, loadier spirit C, level maximum combat power, enhancement multiplier of the mech 100, mech level perfect class, extraordinary combat, mech testing data source, Dunestar Defense Military Base, recruit testing and mech manufacturing department. Dunestar Defense Military Base, current allocated residence, Combat Mech Division, District 54, Building 4513. From this information, it can be seen that Mo Tianyan's position and skills have changed, and his military merit points and mech level have also changed. The changes to his position, skills, and mech level were modified by 5 special mech manufacturers from the mech manufacturing department. The change in military merit points is recorded by the personal mini-intellect, documenting Mo Tianyan's kills of various levels and numbers of bugs. It is worth mentioning that Mo Tianyan's military merit points have now reached over 11000. Originally, when he completed the bug nest clearing mission, his military merit points were only 32536. After slaying 3 bug lords and numerous bug flying fortresses, his military merit points increased to 118463. He is nearing 1200 military merit points. Mo Tianyan had just recently joined the Combat Mech Division, and this military merit points means he can now be promoted to an officer rank. Indeed, that mech of Mo Tianyan is exactly the blue and white mech from the footage. The colonel, usually calm, could no longer maintain his composure, starting to display a somewhat exaggerated expression. The colonel understood that someone who had just joined the Combat Mech Division for less than a month could achieve such great merit, accumulating nearly 100 military merit points, and additionally slaying 3 bug lords combined with Mo Tianyan's mere 16 years of age. He was undoubtedly a promising talent for the future of the Empire. I truly never expected that I originally wanted to help Mo Tianyan more. I really did not foresee that the day I lost my usefulness would come so quickly. Lieutenant Colonel Chris' eyes were filled with pride, but his mouth was uttering exclamations of astonishment. Indeed, Lieutenant Colonel Chris initially wanted to take good care of Mo Tianyan to help him grow smoothly, as he believed that Mo Tianyan was not an ordinary person and would one day transform into a dragon amidst the winds and clouds. However, Lieutenant Colonel Chris truly did not expect that in less than a month since Mo Tianyan arrived at the Dunestar Defense Military Base, his strength and rank would grow so rapidly. This is good. I originally couldn't lower my pride, but now it's fine. By the time Mo Tianyun returns to the Dunistar Defense Military Base, he will surely be a major, and perhaps I can even fight alongside him. Lieutenant Colonel Chris thought to himself. On the interstellar shuttle battleship of the Tianyun squad executing their mission, Soren, Nick, Talent, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind, a total of 5 people were rendered speechless by Mo Tianyun's earth-shattering and soul-stirring sword strike. A silent, suffocating stillness spread throughout the interstellar shuttle battleship. Even the ship's AI seemed to have ceased its operation. Shortly after Mo Tianyun's message was sent back through his personal micro-AI. "How's that, Captain? Wasn't my sword particularly cool? Talent, Cold Wind, Cold Rain, you 3 should stop lingering on the interstellar shuttle battleship and hurry over to eliminate the Zerg flying fortress. I will go take down those 3 Zerg lords. You should seize the opportunity to earn some military merit. Don't come to envy me later when my rank far exceeds yours. As for Soren and Nick, you too, just be careful. When there aren't as many Zerg flying fortresses later, see if you can snag some military merit for yourselves." Mo Tianyun sent back these 2 messages. "Captain is amazing." Soren, Nick, Talent, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind all had this thought in their minds. Returning to the present, Mo Tianyun, Soren, Nick, Talent, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind had already boarded a Meteor-class interstellar shuttle battleship accompanied by Major Colwhided. It turned out that the command starship of the large fleet number 115 had been reduced to cosmic dust under the concentrated firepower of the Zerg flying fortresses. Now Major Colwhided had no choice but to bring Mo Tianyun and the others to this Meteor-class interstellar shuttle battleship. "Brother Tianyun and members of the Tianyun squad, I am truly grateful that you could come to assist our large fleet number 115. When I saw the news of your support, I was a bit anxious and I may have spoken out of turn. I sincerely apologize and hope for your understanding," Major Colwhided said with a forced smile beside them. After this battle, Major Colwhided had deeply witnessed Mo Tianyun's strength, which was at least far superior to his own. Now that Mo Tianyun had also accumulated quite a bit of military merit, he could be said to not have a rank lower than his upon returning to the Dunistar Defense Military Base. Moreover, with Mo Tianyun's powerful strength, slaughtering Zerg lords was an easy task, and he could even take on 3 at once. His future prospects were limitless, and he would undoubtedly be one of his superiors in the future. If we set aside these matters for now, Mo Tianyun was also Major Colwhided's savior, having rescued him from the hands of 3 Zerg lords. Therefore, Major Colwhided specifically came to apologize to Mo Tianyun and his group to make amends for his previous mistakes. "Major Colwhided, please rest assured all of that is in the past. Right now, clearing the battlefield and rushing back to the Dunistar Defense Military Base is the priority." Yes. I have already ordered everyone to clean the battlefield. All the Zerg body materials and Zerg crystal cores, which are valuable items, will be your trophies, Brother Tianyun." Major Colwhided nodded repeatedly. Major Colwhided naturally understood the key point of Mo Tianyun's previous statement, clearing the battlefield. As Major Colwhided was also a soldier from the Battle Mecha Corps, he certainly knew that soldiers could collect the trophies for slaying Zerg on the battlefield. Mo Tianyun nodded. So on the interstellar shuttle battleship, Major Colwhided and Mo Tianyun's group sat down to rest and converse. "Report, Major Colwhided, the battlefield has been cleared. Currently, fleet number 115 has 422 Meteor-class interstellar shuttle battleships and 4 Meteor-class interstellar shuttle battleships left." Within less than an hour, a captain approached Major Colwhided and spoke. As he spoke, the captain discreetly surveyed Mo Tianyun's group. The captain thought to himself, "Is this the strong one from earlier? So young. They look even younger than me, truly a promising youth. I originally thought that becoming a captain at 30 years old was already considered youthful and accomplished within the Dunistar Defense Military Base, but compared to this person in front of me, I am still far behind." The captain took out a small spatial storage device and handed it to Major Colwhided, who then directly passed it to Mo Tianyun. "Prepare to return to the Dunistar Defense Military Base," Major Colwhided instructed the captain. "Yes." The captain then returned to the temporary command post of fleet number 115. Suddenly, just as fleet number 115 was preparing for a spatial jump back to the Dunistar Defense Military Base, a wave of spatial disturbance trembled above fleet number 115, followed by the appearance of a massive black battle mecha. This black, giant battle mecha was at least 1,000 meters tall. Mo Tianyun's bug-hunting mecha appeared like a regular person standing before a giant several stories tall. Such a vast difference. This is a legendary mecha, even more powerful than an epic battle mecha. Such a high-level battle mecha is capable of spatial jumps, meaning it can roam the universe just like interstellar shuttle battleships, and its combat capabilities can rival those of stellar-class interstellar shuttle battleships. The legendary battle mecha gradually vanished, and a figure clad in the uniform of a major officer of the Aolong Empire emerged. He was Major General Griffith Fred. Major General Griffith Fred swiftly flew through space and arrived at the interstellar shuttle battleship, where Mo Tianyun and his group were located. Then the hatch of the interstellar shuttle battleship automatically opened, and Major General Griffith Fred stepped onto this Meteor-class interstellar shuttle battleship. Major General Griffith Fred. Major Cole Whited along with Mo Tianyun, and all the soldiers immediately saluted. Haha, that's great. Our Dunistar Defense military base has produced another capable general. This is indeed a great fortune. Cole Whited, this time your fleet number 115th interstellar shuttle battleship suffered losses exceeding 2/3, but Cole Whited, as long as you are all right. Otherwise, our Dunistar Defense military base would be short one epic battle mecha master. Major General Griffith Fred first looked at Mo Tianyun, then turned to Major Cole Whited and said, Major General Griffith Fred, this was truly unavoidable. We were besieged by 3 Zerg Lord-level flying fortresses, and one of those 3 Zerg had even evolved to the second stage of a Zerg Lord. Major Cole Whited said, Oh, has it evolved to the second stage of the Insectoid Lord? Major General Griffin Fred cast a sidelong glance at Mo Tianyun after hearing this from Major Cole White. Indeed, that Insectoid Lord evolved to the second stage follows the energy-devouring evolution path, and its energy attacks are quite powerful enough to shatter my mech's energy shield. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so helpless. Major Cole White said with a grimace. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun thought to himself, oh, no wonder that insect could slightly withstand my sword strike. It turns out to be an evolved second stage Insectoid Lord. However, if this insect lord had evolved to the third stage, it would be quite troublesome. This time we truly owe it to your support, Mo Tianyun. Otherwise, the 115th large fleet would have certainly suffered total annihilation. Major General Griffin Fred smiled at Mo Tianyun, praising him. Thank you for your praise, Major General. When I received Major Cole White's distress signal, I found that the location of the distress signal was not far from the planet where I was executing my mission. I could arrive in less than an hour. Seeing our soldiers at the Dunistar Defense military base besieged by insectoids, I believed I had the strength to provide support, so I had to go help. Mo Tianyun nodded in response. Well, we will return to the Dunistar Defense military base now and summarize this battle. Those who deserve rewards will be rewarded, and for those soldiers who sacrifice their lives to eliminate the insectoids for the Empire, we must provide adequate compensation to their families, if they have any. Major General Griffin Fred spoke expressionlessly. Major General Griffin Fred had been in the Imperial Army for a long time and had witnessed countless battles, seeing far too many soldiers sacrifice themselves on the battlefield. He had already forged a heart of iron and blood. Yes, Major General, Major Cole White said. However, upon hearing the words compensation, Mo Tianyun suddenly recalled his Grandpa Zika. Right, am I not a family member of Grandpa Zika? Why didn't I receive any compensation when Grandpa Zika sacrificed himself on the battlefield? I only received a message, and then there was nothing more. Major General, I would like to ask, do all family members of soldiers who sacrifice on the front lines receive a compensation? With deep concern, Mo Tianyun asked Major General Griffin Fred. Yes, of course. Every soldier who sacrifices on the battlefield will have compensation provided to their families by the Aolong Empire. Major General Griffin Fred glanced at Mo Tianyun and replied, I understand now. Thank you for your answer, Major General. Mo Tianyun expressed after receiving Major General Griffin Fred's confirmation. However, Mo Tianyun felt increasingly that the fact he did not receive compensation back then was suspicious. He must investigate thoroughly after returning, otherwise he could not bear the painful weight of losing a loved one for 5 years, the hardships of life, and the wasted time from dropping out of school. As Mo Tianyun pondered these thoughts, his expression subtly changed, all of which caught Major General Griffin Fred's attention. What's wrong? You seem troubled. Do you have any questions about the compensation? Major General Griffin Fred asked. Well, I have no doubts about the compensation, Mo Tianyun stammered, but still did not voice his concerns. All right, then if you have any issues in the future, feel free to come find me. After you return, based on your achievements and military merit points, your rank can be promoted to Major, making you a senior officer at the Dunistar Defense military base. Major General Griffin Fred patted Mo Tianyun's shoulder. Yes, Major General. Upon hearing that he could be promoted to Major, Mo Tianyun felt it was something worth celebrating. In the Aolong Empire, the promotion of ranks for combat mecha pilots in the Imperial Army is determined by achievements and accumulated military merit points. Therefore, powerful combat mecha pilots like Mo Tianyun can quickly elevate their ranks by killing enough weak and strong insectoids in a short time. If Mo Tianyun had the strength to slay several insectoid generals, he could instantly be promoted to Major. Thus, strength is fundamental. Ordinary soldiers in the Aolong Empire, however, must enter fleets to operate interstellar warships and complete missions to earn military merit points, so reaching the rank of soldier is already the highest they can achieve. Unlike the combat mecha pilots in the Army who enjoy such high treatment and rapid promotion, it can only be said that the combat mecha corps are the elite of the Imperial Army. The formidable combat power of combat mecha pilots is something that ordinary soldiers piloting interstellar warships simply cannot reach. Even the most powerful interstellar warships in the Empire cannot match the combat power of the strongest combat mecha pilots. Because combat mecha pilots combine powerful genetic evolution warriors with formidable mechas, the stronger the genetic evolution warrior, the greater the destructive power and combat effectiveness they exhibit through martial arts techniques. It is said that some powerful genetic evolution warriors can shatter a planet with a single blow or even a star. The higher the level of the mecha, the greater the enhancement multiple it provides to the genetic evolution warrior's combat power. For example, the perfect legendary combat mecha, 9 Radiant Light Mecha, has a maximum enhancement multiple of 1,000 times. If Emotianyun could create this 9 Radiant Light Mecha, then operating it as casual punch could reach a force of 1 million tons. Since Emotianyun is still at the initial limit of a latest-stage genetic evolution warrior with a normal physical strength of 100 tons under the maximum enhancement multiple of 1,000 times from the 9 Radiant Light Mecha, a single strike would equate to 1 million tons of force. This is under the premise that Emotianyun does not use martial arts techniques. If he did use martial arts techniques, then his full power attack would at least be several million tons, even up to tens of millions of tons. Once Emotianyun breaks through to a mid-stage genetic evolution warrior, his strength will increase by at least 10 times. The task of eliminating the Zerg nests on the planet Lunar Boa yielded Zerg crystal cores, as well as energy crystals absorbed from the Zerg nests, and the Zerg crystal cores obtained by assisting Major Cole Whitehead in slaying Zerg and cleaning the battlefield, which granted Emotianyun a substantial amount of points. These points were already sufficient for Emotianyun to exchange for a mid-grade gene evolution potion formula of Type 9 along with a formula for a spiritual energy enhancement potion of Type V. However, after assisting Major Cole Whitehead in battle, Emotianyun acquired 3 brilliant orange Zerg crystal cores, 274 sky blue Zerg crystal cores, 1 emerald green Zerg crystal cores, and 1 4554 pearly white Zerg crystal cores. The 3 brilliant orange Zerg crystal cores were naturally from Zerg Lords redeemable for 100 points, and like the energy crystals absorbed from Zerg nests, they could also be absorbed by the Divine Core for 1000 points. The sky blue Zerg crystal cores are from leader class Zerg, and upon absorption by the Divine Core, they yield 1000 points. The emerald green Zerg crystal cores are from elite class Zerg, yielding 10 points upon being absorbed by the Divine Core. The pearly white Zerg crystal cores are from common class Zerg, yielding 1 point upon absorption by the Divine Core. Although they are all Zerg crystal cores, the colors differ depending on the class of Zerg, resulting in varying points when absorbed by the Divine Core. However, the emerald green Zerg crystal cores yield 10 points, while the sky blue ones yield 100 points, showing a significant disparity. Emotianyun had previously inquired about this from the Spirit of Miracles at the Zerg nest on Lunar Boa. The Spirit of Miracles explained that this was due to the vast energy differences between leader class and elite class Zerg, which is why the points for the Zerg Lord's crystal cores are so high. Emotianyun pondered this and agreed leader class Zerg are indeed far more powerful than elite class Zerg. The Spirit of Miracles further mentioned that there is a considerable gap between Zerg Lords and Zerg Generals, with a single Zerg General's crystal core worth 1 million points. In summary, after assisting Major Cole Whitehead in battle, if Emotianyun were to absorb the Zerg crystal cores in his possession with the Divine Core, he would nearly accumulate 800 points. This led Emotianyun to decide to forego exchanging for the Type 5 Spiritual Energy Enhancement Potion formula and instead choose to exchange for the Type 7 formula. Originally, the Type 5 Spiritual Energy Enhancement Potion formula could increase spiritual strength by 500, while the newly exchanged Type 7 formula could enhance it by 100, effectively doubling the increase. The points needed to exchange for the Type 7 Spiritual Energy Enhancement Potion formula was 300, which is 10 points more than for the Type 5 formula, but Emotianyun didn't mind the extra 100 points. He was eager to reach the peak of the spiritual sea level. Thus, Emotianyun could continuously consume potions until he elevated his powers to the limits of a high-tier gene evolution warrior in the later stages. With his military merit points exceeding 100, Emotianyun could exchange for a plethora of precious biological materials from the Imperial military, certainly enough to concoct several potions. Upon returning to the Dunistar Defense military base, Emotianyun's goal was to elevate his power to the utmost limits, which meant he had many tasks ahead of him. The first was to concoct the mid-grade gene evolution potion of Type 9, pushing his power to the limits of the mid-grade gene evolution potion. The second was to prepare the Type 7 Spiritual Energy Enhancement Potion, enhancing his spiritual strength to the peak level of the spiritual sea. The peak level of the spiritual sea does not have a precise measure of spiritual strength, as each person's spiritual sea can accommodate different amounts of spiritual energy. The third goal was to continue enhancing his power to the limits of a high-tier gene evolution warrior in the later stages, which is approximately 10 million tons of strength. However, this would require redeeming a potion formula from the Divine Core space. High-tier gene evolution potion of type X formula. Effect: increase normal state strength by 1,000 tons. Usage requirement: spiritual C level spiritual strength must reach the peak level, and one's normal state strength must reach the limits of a latest stage mid-tier gene evolution warrior. Potion preparation requires biological materials and ingredients. Detailed potion preparation methods. Points needed for exchange: 5,000. The final goal was to manufacture an epic battle mech, the Thousand Swords mech. This goal had always been on Mo Tianyan's mind. Previously, he lacked the heart of the earth, but now his military merit points were sufficient. Upon returning to the Dunistar Defense military base, he was determined to create the epic battle mech. Mo Tianyan believed that if he accomplished these 4 goals, even Major General Griffith Fred would not be his match. The Spirit of Miracles had informed him that Major General Griffith Fred was currently a high-tier gene evolutionist in the early stages with a normal strength of approximately 1 to 2 million tons, and his legendary mech had a maximum combat power enhancement of 100 to 200 times, with spiritual strength at the peak level of the spiritual C, yet to break through to the mind void level. Once he achieved the aforementioned 4 goals, Mo Tianyan would be the strongest at the Dunistar Defense military base. The large fleet No. 115 continued to traverse the vast universe. A day later, the large fleet No. 115 finally returned to the Dunistar Defense military base. Major General Griffith Fred, Major Cole Whitehead, and Mo Tianyan emerged from the Meteor-class interstellar shuttle. Mo Tianyan noticed a large crowd waiting outside the interstellar shuttle. Upon closer inspection, he saw that everyone in the crowd was dressed in the uniform of the Along Empire. There were approximately 300 people in this group, mostly junior officers with dozens of senior officers standing at the front. Each officer stood with a straight posture embodying seriousness and strength, showcasing the aura of a group of formidable warriors who had been tempered by countless battles. Mo Tianyan recognized several familiar faces, officers who had trained them in military skills. Among them was Lieutenant Colonel Chris, who stood prominently at the front, and Mo Tianyan spotted him immediately as he smiled and nodded in greeting. Mo Tianyan also gently smiled back at Lieutenant Colonel Chris. "You all are here." Major General Griffith Fred addressed the group of officers. "Report to Commander Griffith Fred, Major General. The entire Dunistar Defense military base is aware of the recent events, and all officers without duties have gathered here." A tall colonel, standing in front of Lieutenant Colonel Chris, reported to Major General Griffith Fred. This colonel stood over 2 meters tall with a robust and imposing physique. His face was rugged, resembling that of a bear, and the large muscles on his chest and arms stretched his beige military uniform tightly. He was Colonel Wilpence, a commanding officer renowned in the Dunistar Defense military base. Colonel Wilpence was a highly aggressive battle mecha commander known for his violent and brutal fighting style. He enjoyed smashing the Zerg with the massive hammer of his epic battle mecha, letting their blood and remains splatter into the air. Consequently, many ordinary soldiers and officers at the Dunistar Defense military base privately referred to Colonel Wilpence as the Violent Bear Colonel. While I believe you are already aware of the events that transpired recently, our Dunistar Defense military base has produced another powerhouse with epic battle master capabilities. This young man, beside me, Mo Tianyan. Major General Griffith Fred introduced Mo Tianyan to the gathered officers. Thanks to the support of Mo Tianyan, the large fleet No. 115 was spared, otherwise we would have lost another large fleet and an epic battle mecha master. Major General Griffith Fred continued. This Imperial warrior named Mo Tianyan is a new recruit who has just joined the Imperial Battle Mecha Corps. At only 16 years old, he has already slain 3 Zerg lords, making him a genius battle mecha master known throughout our entire Along Empire. As soon as Major General Griffith Fred finished speaking, many officers below the rank of colonel were left speechless. They were genuinely astonished by Mo Tianyan's epic battle master skills at such a young age. Originally, most of these officers below the colonel rank believed that those who appeared to be over 30 years old mentioned by Major General Griffith Fred were the main characters of this event. Because these officers had never seen anyone under 30 with epic battle master capabilities at the Dunistar Defense military base, they never expected that this young boy would be the hero who saved the large fleet No. 115. This is the true prodigy, achieving such feats at 16, making great contributions. Reflecting on their own lives at 16, they hadn't even joined the military yet. Most of the officers present thought this, while looking at Mo Tianyan's youthful face. Some colonels who were already aware of Mo Tianyan's detailed information were still astonished to see him appear in front of them. Major General Griffiths Fred Mo Tianyun and the members of the Tianyun team, along with all the officers present, entered the conference hall of the Duna Star Defense Military Base's command area. In this conference hall, Major General Griffiths Fred held a grand meeting primarily to reward Mo Tianyun and the officers who performed excellently in this war, along with the members of the Tianyun team. Mo Tianyun's military rank was personally promoted by Major General Griffiths Fred to the rank of Major, elevating him directly from Private First Class to Major. This was a full promotion of 7 ranks. Mo Tianyun leaped from an unknown private to a well-known senior commanding officer at the Duna Star Defense Military Base. Major General Griffiths Fred also rewarded Mo Tianyun with 1 of his own military merit points, bringing his total to 1 of his own military merit points. In addition, Thorn Nick Talent Cold Rain and Cold Wind were also awarded 1 of his own military merit points each. Based on their individual achievements, Thorn Nick Talent Cold Rain and Cold Wind also experienced different levels of rank promotions. Thorn's rank is now Private First Class. Nick's rank has been elevated to Private First Class. Talent has experienced a significant increase and is now a Sergeant. Cold Rain's current rank is also Sergeant. Cold Wind's rank has been promoted to Sergeant as well. This is the promotion speed of battle mecha commanders. As long as they are competent upon completing their first mission and returning alive, they can rise several ranks. However, after that, the promotion speed will significantly decrease, as each rank up requires accumulating several times the military merit points compared to before, in addition to slaying more advanced Zerg to achieve certain accomplishments before they can be promoted. It is exceptionally rare for someone like Mo Tianyun to be promoted directly from private to major in the entire Along Empire. If the large fleet No. 115 had not encountered 3 Zerg Lord-level flying fortresses while Mo Tianyun was nearby, then after completing the task of clearing the Zerg nest on the planet Lunarboa, his rank would have at most risen to Lieutenant. In this mission to clear the Zerg nest on the planet Lunarboa, Mo Tianyun killed 15 Zerg Lord-level creatures. These 15 kills constitute his record against the Zerg. Had Mo Tianyun not supported the large fleet No. 115, his achievement of slaying 15 Zerg Lords would barely surpass the requirement of 10 kills needed to be promoted to Lieutenant. To be promoted to Captain, Mo Tianyun would need to kill 85 Zerg Lords, bringing his total to 100 kills to achieve that rank. Therefore, while it seems that Mo Tianyun's promotion speed is rapid, each level of military rank advancement is actually quite challenging. Currently, Mo Tianyun's rank is Major. To be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, he needs to slay 7 more Zerg Lords and accumulate 2 of his own military merit points. However, in general, accumulating military merit points is not an issue, as any Zerg kill grants military merit points, and missions can also yield merit points, so gathering enough is merely a matter of time. The real challenge lies in achieving the performance required for rank promotion, which cannot simply be attained over time. It requires battle mecha commanders to continuously slay higher-level Zerg. Who is the highest commander of the Duna Star Defense Military Base? Of course, it's Major General Griffiths Fred. Major General Griffiths Fred must have at least slain a Zerg general to achieve the rank of Major General. Only then could he be promoted to this rank. After the meeting concluded, Mo Tianyun and his group left the middle command area. Mo Tianyun is now a major officer, and his status at the Duna Star Defense Military Base is markedly different from before. Currently, Mo Tianyun possesses many privileges at the Duna Star Defense Military Base. First, Mo Tianyun can apply to form a large fleet, just like Major Cole-Whited, capable of commanding thousands of interstellar shuttle warships and insectoid flying fortresses in battle across the cosmos. Second, Mo Tianyun has the option to choose an unmanned satellite-class interstellar shuttle warship from the combat zone as his personal vehicle. Mo Tianyun is particularly interested in this. Previously, when he traveled to eliminate the insectoid nest on the planet Runarbo, the interstellar shuttle warship he boarded was merely a meteor class. At that time, Mo Tianyun gazed at those larger and more formidable interstellar shuttle warships in the distance, feeling a deep desire to obtain one. Little did he expect that in just a few days he would become a major, thanks to his mastery of the myriad starlight swords, as well as his ability to fuse over 10,000 swords through the mech battle sword into a new path. This enabled him to slay those 3 insectoid lords and achieve the rank of Major. Now Mo Tianyun can also select a satellite-class interstellar shuttle warship, and he is eager to go to the combat zone to pick his own. Indeed, it will be Mo Tianyun's very own satellite-class interstellar shuttle warship. This is the reward given by the Imperial military for becoming a major officer. Regardless of whether Mo Tianyun stays in the military or chooses to retire, the satellite-class interstellar shuttle warship he selects will be his private property. Thirdly, the various functions requiring a major rank on Mo Tianyun's personal microbrain have officially been unlocked. For instance, the Military Merit Exchange module allows Mo Tianyun to access the exchange page for epic battle mechs. The Epic Battle Mech exchange page is filled with detailed information about various epic battle mechs. Onion spent a little time browsing and realized that these epic battle mechs are rather ordinary. There are no powerful epic battle mechs among them. The epic battle mechs listed have a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier between 100 to 500 times, which is still far from the 1000 sword mech, making them treasures only for those who cannot manufacture mechs. Moreover, the lowest requirement for military merit to acquire an epic battle mech is over 300, with the highest needing a whopping 300 military merit, so Onion quickly lost interest in these exchangeable epic battle mechs. On the other hand, the variety of materials available for exchange in his personal microbrain has significantly increased, leaving Onion dazzled. Many of these newly added materials are needed for manufacturing epic mechs and higher, as well as for concocting potions. Fourthly, the officer functions on the personal microbrain have been activated. After activating the officer function, Onion can access many previously hidden pieces of information. For example, he can view the military information of individuals not exceeding his rank. Additionally, he can see various military deployments at the Dunestar Defense military base. Captain, you actually became a major officer. I truly admire you so much. From now on, you are my idol. Nick exclaimed, excitedly circling around Onion, nearly bouncing off the ground. Tianyun, where shall we go now? Thorn asked. Of course, to choose my exclusive interstellar shuttle warship. At this moment, Onion had already donned the uniform of a major officer with the major insignia prominently displayed on his chest, exuding an air of authority and vigor. Captain, what class of interstellar shuttle warship is it? Nick asked curiously. A satellite-class interstellar shuttle warship. Onion replied with a smile. It's the kind that is over 10,000 meters long. Nick exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with envy. Onion nodded, and then said, once your rank reaches that of a lieutenant officer, the Imperial military will reward you with a Meteor-class interstellar shuttle warship, and at that time you will have your own. Nick, you must work hard. Yes, I will strive for it. I joined the military to become stronger. This has been my pursuit all along. Seeing you as a major at my age gives me endless motivation. I consider myself quite diligent, but I feel it's still not enough. Captain, your strength must have come from immense effort. Nick said, earnestly looking at Onion. Upon hearing Nick's words, Onion found himself in agreement. Although Onion knows that a significant portion of his achievements today is due to the wonders of the Miracle Core and the guidance of Sister Miracle. However, he does not underestimate his own efforts. The Miracle Core and Sister Miracle only serve as auxiliary roles. To truly become stronger, one must rely on oneself. If it weren't for his relentless learning of mech manufacturing and practicing martial skills tirelessly in the simulation space, how could his strength have improved so rapidly? Onion often wondered how his situation would be without the Miracle Core. Surely he would still be struggling to grow stronger in Han City, not possessing the formidable strength he has now. Thus, Onion cherishes the Miracle Core even more, striving to enhance his strength and become the true cosmic powerhouse that Sister Miracle speaks of. At that time, regardless of what happens, he will possess the power to resist rather than being like an ant, allowing others to control his fate, unable to even fight back. Onion has speculated many times about what the Miracle Core truly is, but Sister Miracle has never revealed that to him. He still remembers when Sister Miracle once mentioned that her memory might have been sealed. So who exactly sealed Sister Miracle? Hello, Major. This is the Interstellar Shuttle Warship Storage Facility at the Dunestar Defense Military Base. May I ask what your orders are? An administrator noticed Onion approaching and stepped forward to inquire. I am the newly promoted major here to select a satellite-class interstellar shuttle warship as my personal exclusive shuttle. Onion replied slowly. Good. Good, please activate your personal microbrain, Major. Good. Onion promptly followed the words of the administrator of this interstellar shuttle ship storage facility. His personal exclusive micro-intelligent brain was activated and a light screen appeared before everyone. Onion. Age 16. Rank Major. Merit points 128463. Affiliated Legion Battle Mecha Division. Joining date year 39 of the 61,227th era, January 1st. Position Senior Mecha Manufacturer of the Imperial Military Commander of the 116th Large Fleet of Dunestar Defense Military Base. The 116th Large Fleet has not yet been formed. Application for formation is possible. Skills: Advanced Mecha Manufacturing Skills. Normal Physical Strength 100 tons. Maximum Strength with Martial Arts Enhancement 684. Mental Strength 22246. Low-Level Spirit C. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier of Mecha 100. Mecha Level Perfect Grade Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Test Data Source: New Soldier Testing at Dunestar Defense Military Base and Mecha Manufacturing Department. Current assigned residence at Dunestar Defense Military Base, Building 4513, Residential Area 54 of the Battle Mecha Division reapplication for residence allocation is possible. The reassigned residence will be at the level of a school officer. So it turns out, you really are that legendary new major. I initially found it hard to believe the rumors circulating around the base. How could a new recruit who just joined the Battle Mecha Division less than a month ago become a major? However, after seeing you in person and looking at your information as a soldier of the Aolong Empire, I finally believe these rumors. The administrator of the Interstellar Shuttle Ship Storage Facility looked at Mo Tianyun with admiration and said, well then, how do I select a satellite-level interstellar shuttle ship as my personal exclusive shuttle ship? Mo Tianyun asked casually. Oh, I apologize, Major, for wasting your precious time just now. I will grant you access to view immediately. After you select a satellite-level interstellar shuttle ship, using your selection privilege, a dedicated pilot responsible for that ship will come to operate it for you. The administrator of the Interstellar Shuttle Ship Storage Facility said. Immediately a light screen appeared before Mo Tianyun. On the screen, information about various satellite-level interstellar shuttle ships was displayed. Nyapuna Starship. Interstellar Shuttle Ship, level satellite level. Ship flight speed 720,000 kilometers per hour. Ship space, jump speed 0. 15 light years per hour. Ship energy level medium stellar grade. Ship length 11840 meters. Ship weight 10240 tons. Ship armament 1 free-moving medium energy pulse laser cannon of stellar grade, 4 fixed low-level energy pulse high-energy laser cannons of stellar grade, 24 fixed high-energy laser cannons of planetary grade. Evaluation flexibility, low combat power high. Tejasm Starship. Interstellar Shuttle Ship, level satellite level. Ship flight speed 520,000 kilometers per hour. Ship space, jump speed 0. 12 light years per hour. Ship energy, level high stellar grade. Ship length 14640 meters. Ship weight 16250 tons. Ship armament 2 free-moving high-energy pulse laser cannons of stellar grade, 5 fixed medium energy armor-piercing, high-energy laser cannons of stellar grade, 15 fixed low-energy cannons of stellar grade, 40 high-energy laser cannons of planetary grade. Evaluation flexibility, extremely low combat power, extremely high. Badu Jilon Starship. Interstellar Shuttle Ship, level satellite level. Ship flight speed 120,000 kilometers per hour. Ship space, jump speed 0. 25 light years per hour. Ship energy, level high stellar grade. Ship length 10500 meters. Ship weight 9600 tons. Ship armament 1 free-moving high-energy pulse laser cannon of stellar grade, 1 fixed medium energy, close-range shock wave, 10 fixed high-energy laser cannons of planetary grade. Evaluation flexibility, extremely high combat power high. I choose this Badu Jilon Starship. After reviewing the remaining 17 satellite-level interstellar shuttle ships, Mo Tianyun decisively chose the Badu Jilon Starship. This satellite-level interstellar shuttle ship, named Badu Jilon Starship, has quite impressive speed and firepower, especially its space jump speed, which reached 0.25 light years per hour. This was the aspect Mo Tianyun valued the most. Last time when Mo Tianyun and his group went to the planet Lunarboa to eliminate the Zerg nest, they traveled in a meteor-level interstellar shuttle ship, and it took 2 whole days to cover a distance of 1 light years. If Mo Tianyun and his group had taken this satellite-level interstellar shuttle ship, the Badu Jilon Starship, they would have reached the planet Lunarboa in less than 6 hours. It is evident that this Badu Jilon Starship has a space jump speed approximately 8 times that of the meteor-level interstellar shuttle ship. Moreover, when Mo Tianyun supported the 115th Large Fleet, if he had taken this Badu Jilon Starship, he could have arrived at the battlefield in less than half an hour. Perhaps the losses of the 115th Large Fleet wouldn't have been so devastating. The 115th Large Fleet lost at least 2/3 of its interstellar shuttle ships, including 1 satellite-level interstellar shuttle ship. That satellite-level interstellar shuttle ship was Major Cole White's exclusive shuttle ship, which served as the flagship of the 115th Large Fleet, but was destroyed by concentrated fire from the Zerg Flying Fortress. In fact, Major Cole White was rather fortunate to have been saved by Mo Tianyun. Losing a satellite-level interstellar shuttle ship is nothing. As long as Major Cole White is alive, he can exchange for a new satellite-level interstellar shuttle ship using his merit points. Officers like Colonel Will Pence, a powerful epic-class battle mecha master, and a long-standing senior officer already have more than a dozen satellite-level interstellar shuttle ships in their large fleet, most of which were exchanged for exclusive interstellar shuttle ships through merit points. However, the number of interstellar shuttle ships an officer can exchange for at each rank level is limited, and exceeding this limit renders any excess merit points useless unless the officer can continue to advance their rank. After Mo Tianyun chose the Badu Jilon Starship, his personal exclusive micro-intelligent brain issued an information command. Major Mo Tianyun, please take out your Imperial Identity card. Mo Tianyun quickly took out his Imperial Identity card. If it weren't for the prompt from his personal micro-intelligent brain, he would have long forgotten about the existence of the Imperial Identity card. Since Mo Tianyun joined the Mecha Fighter Corps and arrived at the Dunistar Defense Military Base, most functions of the Imperial Identity card within the military have been replaced by his personal micro-intelligent brain. He never expected that after being promoted to Major, he would still need the Imperial Identity card to select a dedicated satellite-class interstellar transport ship. Major Mo Tianyun, you have selected the Bata Zhiluan starship as your dedicated interstellar transport ship. The system is binding the control brain of the Bata Zhiluan starship to your Imperial Identity card. A blue beam of light from the personal micro-intelligent brain scanned Mo Tianyun's Imperial Identity card. Binding of the Bata Zhiluan starship No. 34213166, one of the Aolong Empire to your Imperial Identity card. Major Mo Tianyun was successful. From now on, this Bata Zhiluan starship will belong to you, Major Mo Tianyun, as your personal property. After less than 2 seconds, another message came from the personal micro-intelligent brain. It worked. From now on, this satellite-class Bata Zhiluan starship is mine. Mo Tianyun said happily after seeing the success message. With this Bata Zhiluan starship, Mo Tianyun's efficiency in future actions would greatly increase, allowing him to reach places within tens or hundreds of light years in just a few days. Thus, the speed at which Mo Tianyun would earn military merit and the efficiency of exterminating the insect race would greatly improve. This is what it means to act swiftly in military operations. Major Mo Tianyun, it has been detected that your Imperial Identity card is a standard one. Now with your rank as Major, the Imperial Identity card can be upgraded to an Elite Identity card. The Elite Imperial Identity card offers more benefits from the Empire. It is recommended that you upgrade as soon as possible. While Mo Tianyun was still rejoicing, the personal micro-intelligent brain sent another prompt. Elite Imperial Identity card. Mo Tianyun was somewhat confused as he had never heard of this term before. Does anyone know what this Elite Imperial Identity card is? Mo Tianyun had no choice but to seek help from Sua in Ni Ku Ta Lin Ku Lung Yu and Lung Feng. Captain, I know. Lung Yu immediately said. Lung Yu was the most knowledgeable person in the Tianyun team, having learned a lot. This was because as a long-range attack mecha fighter, Lung Yu needed to learn a lot of knowledge about long-range combat mechs, and during her studies, she would occasionally come across other information. Moreover, as a member of one of the 8 great families of Laru Star, Lung Yu was already familiar with the classification system of Imperial Identity cards. Lung Yu, could you elaborate on the Elite Imperial Identity card? Mo Tianyun asked. Captain, of course. Lung Yu nodded gently. In the Aolong Empire, identity cards are divided into 6 levels: Standard Imperial Identity Card, Advanced Imperial Identity Card, Elite Imperial Identity Card, Noble Imperial Identity Card, Prestigious Imperial Identity Card, and Supreme Imperial Identity Card. The Elite Imperial Identity Card might only be held by a legendary mecha fighter guarding a planet in the army on Uru Star. No one in my Lung family possesses one, which shows how valuable the Elite Imperial Identity Card is. Having an Elite Imperial Identity card grants many benefits within the Empire, covering various aspects of life. For example, Captain, with the Elite Imperial Identity card, you can now settle on the Empire's main star, where the medical conditions, educational environment, and living conditions are all top-notch in the Aolong Empire. In summary, a captain with an Elite Imperial Identity card is seen as an upper-class individual in the eyes of most people in the Empire. Lung Yu explained eloquently. Ta Lin Ku and Lung Feng also nodded in agreement. Mo Tianyun, now possessing the Elite Imperial Identity card, could be considered an upper-class individual in the Aolong Empire. If even a legendary mecha fighter is not regarded as upper-class, what kind of strength must one possess to be considered upper-class? Sua In and Ni listened attentively, as it was their first time hearing about the different levels of Imperial Identity cards. The Elite Imperial Identity card is so impressive. Mo Tianyun exclaimed in surprise after hearing Lung Ye's words. At that moment, a deafening roar from the engine of a massive interstellar transport ship echoed from the distant horizon. Immediately after, a colossal vessel hovered above Mo Tianyun and his companions. Below this massive object, Mo Tianyun and the others appeared as tiny as ants. Wow, it's so big, this interstellar transport ship. Niku exclaimed uncontrollably. Major, this is your Bata Zhiluan starship. You can now connect to the control brain of the Bata Zhiluan starship using your Imperial Identity card, as the system has already bound it to your card. Once the connection is successful, you can board the Bata Zhiluan starship. The administrator of the interstellar transport ship storage facility said. After boarding the Bata Zhiluan starship, Mo Tianyun and the others wandered in nearby space for a few hours to familiarize themselves with the ship before returning. After each member of the Tianyun team said their goodbyes, Mo Tianyun returned to his residence at the Dunistar Defense Military Base. Now I finally have time and enough materials to enhance my strength. Mo Tianyun opened his personal micro-intelligent brain and first exchanged military merit for the core of the Earth along with various biological materials needed for potion preparation. Major, the items you exchanged for with military merit have been delivered. Please come to your door to sign for them. Less than an hour after Tianyun exchanged for various items, the personal, micro-intelligent brain sent out a prompt. So fast, Tianyun hurried to the door. He saw several lieutenant-level officers waiting at the door. Next to them was a long, large hovering transport vehicle, and on it was a dark red sphere. This sphere had a diameter of over 80 meters, appearing much larger than Tianyun's insect hunting mech. This was the core of the Earth that Tianyun had been longing for. The quality of this core of the Earth looks very high. After the completion of the 1,000-sword mech, it should reach a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 960. After signing for the items, Tianyun stored them in his spatial storage device. Sister Shinji, I need your help again to prepare these 2 potions. Tianyun said to the Shinji core. All right, but assisting you in concocting the potion will cost you some of your points. The melodic voice of the Spirit of Miracles flowed into Tianyun's mind. Sister Miracle, how many points will be deducted for your help in concocting the potion this time? Tianyun inquired. The concoction of the Intermediate Gene Evolution Potion Type 9, the Spirit C Level Mental Power Enhancement Potion Type 7, and the High-Level Gene Evolution Potion Type X are considered rather complex, so I will count it as 30,000 points for you. 30,000. That's so much. Tianyun said with a hint of regret. Last time when he asked Sister Miracle to concoct a potion on Oyalu Star, it only cost him 20 points. Now, however, it required 30,000 points. Wasn't Sister Miracle just trying to rob him? He didn't expect Sister Miracle, who seemed kind-hearted, to start fleecing him now that he had more points. You still have hundreds of thousands of points. 30,000 points is nothing to you. If you feel it's too much, you can learn to concoct the potion yourself. The Spirit of Miracles chuckled softly and said with a playful hum, all right, 30,000 points it is. Once I enhance my strength, I will earn even more points in the future. Upon hearing the Spirit of Miracle's words, Tianyun realized that Sister Miracle was determined to take a hefty sum of his points, so he chose not to say anything more. After all, 30,000 points wasn't too much, he just needed to enhance his strength, and he would earn more points later. In this military defense base on Duna Star, as long as one's strength was sufficiently powerful, obtaining the Zerg crystal cores and military merit was not a difficult task. Of course, for Tianyun, there was still plenty of room for improvement, so once he enhanced his strength, he could potentially become the strongest individual in the Duna Star military defense base. Other mecha fighters such as Thorn Nick Talent Cold Rain Cold Wind, and even Colonel Chris Major Cole Whitehead Colonel Will Pence and Major General Griffith Fred did not improve their strength as quickly as Tianyun. This was because Tianyun's mental power had reached the Spirit C level, and he was still in the initial stage of Gene Evolution Warrior. Besides, his mecha was not an epic battle mecha. Thorn Nick Talent Cold Rain and Cold Wind were limited in their potential for improvement due to their mental power not reaching the Spirit C level. Colonel Chris Major Cole Whitehead Colonel Will Pence and Major General Griffith Fred, these powerful epic mecha fighters had already reached a bottleneck in their strength, and every step of improvement was quite challenging. Every officer at the school rank level in the Dunastar military defense base had at least reached the intermediate stage of Gene Evolution Warrior. In contrast, Tianyun, although a school-level officer, had only reached the limit of the late initial stage of Gene Evolution Warrior in terms of physical strength, and his mecha was not even an epic battle mecha. Yet despite this, Tianyun, relying on his starry martial arts technique, 10,000 stars sword, managed to slay 3 Zerg lords, and his rank soared to major. He became an exception among the many school-level officers. 3 hours later, in the Dunastar military defense base, Tianyun was now in the basement of his home. The Spirit of Miracles utilized the potion concoction device to prepare a large number of potions. Tianyun, these 2 types of potions are ready. The voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in Tianyun's mind. Got it, Sister Miracle. Tianyun lay on the sofa at home, focusing all his mental power in the simulated space of the Miracle Core. While the Spirit of Miracles was concocting the potions, he seized the opportunity to practice making the 1,000-sword mecha in the simulated space. With the core of the Earth's heart now in hand, Tianyun was determined to diligently work on the epic battle mecha he had long desired. Epic battle mechas are far more powerful compared to extraordinary battle mechas. An epic battle mecha represents a massive threshold that many mecha makers aspire to cross in their lifetime. For many battle mecha fighters, being able to pilot an epic battle mecha and becoming an epic-level battle mecha maker is also their lifelong pursuit. Tianyun was filled with joy as he entered the basement. He was finally going to become an intermediate-stage Gene Evolution Warrior. Moreover, he aimed to elevate his mental power to the perfect state of the Spirit C. Then he would become a high-level Gene Evolution Warrior. In short, Tianyun was preparing for a powerful ascent. Sister Miracle, I'm coming. So how about it? I exchanged a lot of biological materials with military merit. These 3 types of potions should be enough to concoct many bottles right. Onion opened the basement door, and the lighting inside was just right, illuminating the basement as brightly as day. Under the bright lights of the basement, the figure of the Spirit of Miracles appeared hazy and translucent, her perfect form flickering in and out like a fairy descending from the heavens, ethereal and dreamlike. So, Sister Miracle is really not a real human body, Onion murmured. Usually Onion felt that the Spirit of Miracles was somewhat illusory, but this time under the bright lights he discovered that her perfect body was indeed slightly transparent. Onion had never noticed this detail before. Now under the bright lights, and with his mental power sensing, he finally discovered this aspect of the Spirit of Miracles. This made Onion wonder, what exactly is Sister Miracle? Is she a robot created by advanced civilization, or is she an intelligent life formed by advanced civilization? The Spirit of Miracles sighed slightly upon seeing Onion's state. Onion, stop thinking about those illusory things. The most important thing for you now is to enhance your strength. As for future matters, when your power is strong enough, you will naturally know. Time will witness and change everything, devouring all. The Spirit of Miracles tilted her head slightly, revealing a perfect smile, and said to Onion with focused attention, Sister Spirit, can I touch your body? At this moment, Onion had already forgotten that he had come here to take potions to enhance his strength. His only purpose now was to check whether the Spirit of Miracles was a real person or not. Onion, how shameless of you, daring to have such indecent thoughts about me, the Spirit. Upon hearing Onion's words, the Spirit of Miracles was somewhat flustered. Her face flushed as she opened her small lips and pointed at him, stammering in a flustered manner. Sister Spirit, I misspoke just now. I didn't mean to touch you. Onion quickly denied what he had said earlier upon realizing his mistake. Onion himself did not understand why he had said such things unconsciously. Perhaps it was because he was overly curious just now, and coupled with his long-standing curiosity about the origins of the Spirit of Miracles, as well as the fact that her figure was so perfect, flawless to the point of being almost unreal. In any case, when Onion saw the Spirit of Miracles just now, especially under the bright light, her perfect and enchanting silhouette instantly captivated him. Then he had unexpectedly made such an impudent statement, and Onion now felt deeply ashamed. Fine, I'll let you touch my hand. You can only touch once, no more than that. The Spirit of Miracles extended her pure white, delicate hand towards Onion. Sister Spirit, Onion did not expect Sister Spirit to agree to his unreasonable request, and for a moment, he hesitated, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. What? Didn't you just want to touch my body? Now you don't even dare to touch my hand. The Spirit of Miracles challenged him with a bit of annoyance, looking at Onion with a provocative gaze. How ridiculous! Her body had never been touched by any man, even though she was merely a spiritual avatar now, yet he didn't dare to touch her. The proud Spirit of Miracles thought to herself, who says I can't touch, I will touch. Onion's body flashed as he firmly grasped the pristine, flawless, jade-like hand extended by the Spirit of Miracles. Cool, tender, and smooth. Onion's first impression upon touching the delicate hand of the Spirit of Miracles was just that. The Spirit of Miracles trembled slightly, her face turning crimson, the blush spreading all the way to her slender neck. It turned out that being touched by a boy felt so strange, as if a peculiar energy was flowing through her body. All right, that's enough. No more touching. The Spirit of Miracles retracted her hand and transformed into sparkling starlight, quickly retreating back into the core of Miracles. Onion, the potions I prepared for you are on the table. 36 bottles of mid-level gene evolution potion type 9, 52 bottles of spiritual power enhancement potion type 7, and 110 bottles of high-level gene evolution potion type X. The voice of the Spirit of Miracles was slightly flustered. Okay, I understand, Sister Spirit. I truly apologize for earlier. Onion said awkwardly. He didn't know why, but after being gently provoked by Sister Spirit, he couldn't control his body. All right, stop talking. Focus on absorbing these potions. After you enhance your strength, remember to kill more insectoids, and let their cores be absorbed by the core of Miracles. After the Spirit of Miracles said this, she fell silent. 36 bottles of mid-level gene evolution potion type 9, 52 bottles of spiritual power enhancement potion type 7, and 110 bottles of high-level gene evolution potion type X. So many potions will definitely increase my strength significantly. Onion's eyes sparkled as he looked at the potions on the table. These 36 bottles of potions are all mid-level gene evolution potion type 9, so I will start enhancing my strength with these. Onion took out some high-level energy supplement potions from his storage space. The use of gene evolution potions must be assisted with energy supplement potions, otherwise the gene evolution might fail due to insufficient energy in the body. Mo Tianyun opened his mouth and downed 2 bottles of mid-level gene evolution potion type 9 along with 1 bottle of high-level energy supplement potion. The tearing pain in my body is coming again. As soon as he drank them, Mo Tianyun immediately noticed his body undergoing intense changes. His body grew hotter and soon began to ache as if countless tendrils were relentlessly pulling at him. Mo Tianyun had experienced this sensation many times before. Although it was extremely painful, he had become accustomed to it. Half an hour later, the early-stage mid-level gene evolution warrior successfully broke through. At this moment, Mo Tianyun's physical strength had reached 1,100 tons. Continue. 3 hours later, the mid-stage mid-level gene evolution warrior successfully broke through. Now Mo Tianyun's physical strength had reached 3,100 tons. 5 hours later, the late-stage mid-level gene evolution warrior successfully broke through. Mo Tianyun's physical strength had now reached 6,100 tons. 8 hours later, Mo Tianyun had reached the limit of the late-stage mid-level gene evolution warrior. His physical strength had now reached 1,000 tons. This feeling is truly amazing. With my current physical condition, I can fight elite-level insectoids barehanded. Mo Tianyun exclaimed, feeling the immense power surging within his body. The mid-level gene evolution potion type 9 exchange from the core of miracles is incredibly powerful. I only used 20 bottles of this potion, and my physical strength has already reached 1,000 tons. I remember that in the personal exclusive microbrain, the strongest mid-level gene evolution potion that can be exchanged with military merit can only temporarily increase physical strength by 200 tons, and even that comes with slight side effects. Moreover, it costs 5,000 military merit for just 1 bottle, which is too expensive. The mid-level gene evolution potion in the personal exclusive microbrain is indeed too expensive for the average mech pilot. To raise physical strength to 1,000 tons like Mo Tianyun would require a staggering 2,000 military merit. It's worth noting that the most military merit Mo Tianyun has ever had was only around 1,300. Having endured 8 hours of torment, I feel my mental strength has improved just a little, but this is far too slow. Mo Tianyun muttered to himself. He then directed his gaze towards the 52 bottles of level 7 spiritual C mental strength enhancement potions on the table. Fortunately, with these level 7 spiritual C mental strength enhancement potions, my mental strength can surge dramatically, just like the last time I broke through the spiritual C level. I heard from Sister Shinji that every significant leap in mental strength results in a qualitative change. The spiritual C level of mental strength is already so formidable, I can hardly imagine how powerful the Nyan Kong level of mental strength could be. Enough of this thinking. Quickly taking the potion is the best way to enhance my strength. Mo Tianyun grabbed a bottle of blue potion, opened it, and prepared to bring it to his lips. This potion is truly remarkable. Just by sniffing it, I feel my mental strength becoming much more active. After gulping it down, Mo Tianyun instantly collapsed. Mo Tianyun felt as if his entire being had been frozen, not in the physical sense of cold, but as if his mental strength had been sealed away. Coldness, silence, stillness, solitude, ethereality, remoteness, desolation. Mo Tianyun's mind seemed to have been frozen for an eternity, a day, a month, or even a year. No, it was none of those, for he could no longer perceive the flow and change of time and space around him. As if the eternally silent sea of his mind suddenly stirred at a certain moment, creating ripples that eventually surged into a great wave. At this moment, the mental strength within Mo Tianyun's sea of consciousness surged violently, forcibly elevating the entire mental sea to a higher level. Soon after, Mo Tianyun, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. The effect of this level 7 spiritual sea mental strength enhancement potion is truly terrifying. This icy and lonely feeling is simply unbearable. Mo Tianyun felt a surge of fear, but thinking about how much his mental strength had improved made him very happy. After drinking 1 bottle of level 7 spiritual C mental strength enhancement potion, it took a full hour for my mental C to digest its effects. Mo Tianyun checked the time and realized that an hour had already passed. Although this mental strength enhancement potion doesn't cause physical pain, this icy and desolate feeling is far worse than physical suffering. After saying this, Mo Tianyun took another bottle of level 7 spiritual C mental strength enhancement potion and gulped it down. Thud. Mo Tianyun collapsed again. At the Dunastar Defense Military Base, in the residential area, inside an independent living building for the Mecha Combat Division. Oh, a man rolled on the ground in pain. After a long while, he got up from the floor. The perfect grade initial gene evolution potion, given by Boss Tianyun, is indeed powerful, but can increase my strength by a ton in one go. Son said, feeling the strength coursing through his body. Besides Son, Nick was also at the Dunastar Defense Military Base, drinking the perfect grade initial gene evolution potion. After enduring the pain, Nick exclaimed, Another layer of black substance has appeared. As he looked at the sticky impurities appearing on his body. Now my normal strength has reached 60 tons, which means I am already a latest-stage initial gene evolution warrior. Nick said, clenching his fists with excitement. Meanwhile, Lung Yu, I have exchanged all the parts you need for you. Lung Feng brought a batch of Mecha Combat Division parts in front of Lung Yu. Lung Feng, you really are a great help. Lung Yu, who was studying his mecha nearby, smiled as he saw Lung Feng return. Originally, Lung Yu was not assigned to live here, but later he chose to stay with Lung Feng. Lung Feng, how is that matter you are investigating going? Lung Yu asked. It's simply impossible. Oh, I can't find any information at all. With my current military rank, I can't access that kind of information. If only I had a rank like Captain Tianyun, I would definitely be able to uncover the details of that war. Hearing Lung Yes' words, Lung Feng felt a surge of anger boiling in his mind. He slammed his fist into the door, denting the metal. Don't worry, Lung Feng, there will be a way. We will definitely uncover the truth you seek. Lung Yu rushed over and tightly embraced Lung Feng. By the way, Lung Feng, Captain Tianyun is now a senior officer with a school-level military rank. We can ask the captain for help. Suddenly, Lung Yu leaned against Lung Feng's chest and said yes. Lung Feng's eyes widened as if the whole world had brightened. But what if the captain doesn't agree? After his excitement, Lung Feng asked foolishly. Lung Feng, how would you know if you don't ask? Moreover, the captain is not the type to be indifferent. He will definitely agree to help you. Lung Yu gently patted Lung Feng on the shoulder. The sharpness of a sword depends on one's inner heart. My heart is not sharp enough yet. I must gather all my mental strength into a sharp sword. Only then will I have the possibility to step into the spiritual sea level. At this moment, Talink was sparring with the combat robot in his residence to hone his martial arts skills. One sword, two swords. Gather together. Talink swung his sword like a madman. The whooshing sound of the blades slicing through the air filled the entire room. At the Dunistar Defense military base in the basement of Mo Tianyun's home. I've already drunk 10 bottles. Oh, why hasn't my mental sea reached the perfect state yet? Mo Tianyun, after going through 10 experiences like the first, tragically discovered that his spiritual sea level mental strength had still not reached perfection. An hour later, how many more times must my mind fall into this lonely and cold state? Mo Tianyun realized once again that his spiritual sea level mental strength had yet to achieve perfection. This left him feeling somewhat despairing, for each time he experienced this mental solitude and coldness, he had to endure the agonizing chill from the depths of his soul. This pain was akin to being trapped in an endless darkness devoid of substance, unable to feel the passage of time or space, and seemingly enduring eternal solitude, suffering from the decay of his spirit. Inside the core space of Shinji, the spirit of Shinji looked at the despairing expression on Mo Tianyun's face and chuckled softly. Let you have improper thoughts about me, now you know what suffering feels like. The spirit of Shinji said with a smile. However, the pain Mo Tianyun was experiencing was not caused by the spirit of Shinji. These pains Mo Tianyun would have to continue to endure. The clear and distant voice of the spirit of miracles resonated in Mo Tianyun's mind, stating, Mo Tianyun, the capacity of the sea of perfect spiritual power varies for everyone. I understand, but Sister Spirit of Miracles, how much spiritual power can my sea of perfect spiritual power hold? Mo Tianyun inquired. For an average person, the sea of perfect spiritual power can contain 100 units of spiritual power, where 1 unit corresponds to a strength of spiritual power. Hence, once an average person reaches the sea of perfect spiritual power, their spiritual power strength hovers around 100. However, you are quite special, having shaped 4 types of warrior hearts. I estimate that your sea of perfect spiritual power can contain at least 400 units of spiritual power. The Spirit of Miracles suppressed a laugh and spoke earnestly. What the hell? 400 units of spiritual power strength. Does that mean I need to consume 40 bottles? After hearing the Spirit of Miracles' words, Mo Tianyun's expression froze for a moment before he reacted with a furious curse. All right, don't act coy after gaining such benefits. Such advantages are hard to find even with a lantern. The Spirit of Miracles rolled its eyes within the core space of miracles. Indeed, Mo Tianyun's behavior was akin to gaining a benefit and then trying to be clever. Mo Tianyun is someone who possesses 4 types of warrior hearts. In the entire universe, very few possess 4 types of warrior hearts. In the small civilization of the Aolong Empire, besides Mo Tianyun, it is unlikely to find a genius who has shaped even 3 types of warrior hearts. Thus, Mo Tianyun's behavior can only be described as gaining a bargain and then being shrewd. 2 days later, 43 bottles. I have consumed 43 bottles of the spiritual sea level spiritual power enhancement type 7 potion. Mo Tianyun said expressionlessly while looking at the 9 remaining bottles of the potion on the table. As his spiritual power strength increased, Mo Tianyun gradually adapted to the effects and pains of these potions. My current spiritual power strength is at least over 45000. Originally, Mo Tianyan's spiritual power strength was over 2000. After drinking 43 bottles of the spiritual C-level spiritual power enhancement type 7 potion, it now stands at least at 45000. Mo Tianyan stepped outside, and with a thought, a wave of formidable spiritual power far beyond his previous strength enveloped an area with a radius of 800 kilometers around Duna Star, and the spiritual power even extended into the distant void. As the range of his spiritual power reached its limit, the maximum extent of his spiritual power spread is approximately 1600 kilometers in radius centered around Mo Tianyan. In other words, Mo Tianyan's current spiritual sensing range can cover 2 Duna stars. While releasing his spiritual power, he sensed many fluctuations of spiritual C-level spiritual power, though they were far weaker than his. Then Mo Tianyan retracted this formidable spiritual power and immediately unleashed the myriad starlight swords at the perfected realm, managing to condense more than 100 starlight swords. However, even though Mo Tianyan's spiritual power had reached the sea of perfect spiritual power, possessing a strength of 4500, he still could not manipulate so many starlight swords. Myriad starlight swords unite into one. Mo Tianyan concentrated, and over 100 starlight swords coalesced into an enormous golden sword over 10,000 meters long. This enormous golden sword over 10,000 meters long was retracted by Mo Tianyan in less than 2 seconds. However, this scene had already been witnessed by soldiers within a radius of several dozen to hundreds of kilometers. After all, it was difficult not to attract attention when a 10-kilometer-long gigantic golden sword was suspended in the sky. That spiritual power just now seems even stronger than mine. Could it be that someone has broken through to the void thought level? No, it shouldn't be. I felt the spiritual power at the void thought level before. It has a vast sensation akin to the sky and brings an oppressive feeling. The spiritual power just now did not reach that level. Major General Griffin Fred murmured from the top level of the command building in the center of the Duna Star Defense military base. Other Academy-level officers sensed this powerful spiritual power emanating from Mo Tianyan, but they all assumed it was released by Major General Griffin Fred. Because usually Major General Griffin Fred would occasionally use his spiritual power to probe the surroundings and eliminate potential threats to the base. Captain, Olulustar is under attack by the insect race. Suddenly a message arrived from Talink through his personal micro-intelligent brain. What's happening? Talink, please elaborate. Mo Tianyan immediately sent a message back to Talink. Captain, just look at this recently issued mission and you'll understand. Talink promptly replied and sent a mission information. Mo Tianyan eagerly opened the mission details. Emergency rescue mission Olulustar is under insect race invasion. Mission level 8. Star level 2. Required military rank to accept the mission major. Deadline to accept the mission January 26, 61227 today. Urgent support mission departure within 1 hour. Mission duration none. Safety level extremely low. Description: just received the highest request for rescue from Olulustar, stating 5 insect race Lord flying fortresses are advancing, requesting rapid support from the Duna Star Defense military base. Due to the presence of 5 insect race Lord level flying fortresses, at least 5 Academy level officers are needed for support. Currently 2 Academy level officers are providing support. Completion reward 200 military merit for each epic battle mech pilot. Accept the mission. Mo Tianyan immediately accepted this mission. Son Nick Talent Cold Rain Cold Wind urgent mission. Gather immediately next to the Bateau Xylent starship. Mo Tianyan issued a command to the Tianyan team. Understood. In the Tianyan team's system, Thorn Nick Talent Cold Rain and Cold Wind promptly replied in unison. When Mo Tianyan arrived at the operational area where the Bateau Xylent starship was docked, Talent Cold Wind and Cold Rain had already arrived and were engaged in some urgent discussion. Their anxious expressions indicated that they were worried about the current invasion of the Olulustar by the insect race. The captain has arrived. Talink exclaimed in delight as he spotted Mo Tianyan's bug-hunting mech flying over from the base. Prepare to board the Bateau Xylent starship. Once Thorn and Nick arrive, we will set off immediately. Mo Tianyan said as he stowed away his bug-hunting mech. Yes, Captain. Talink Cold Wind and Cold Rain nodded in agreement. Mo Tianyan then led them to the entrance of the control room of the Bateau Xylent starship. The hatch opened automatically. After a few minutes, Thorn and Nick arrived in succession. Boom. The Bateau Xylent starship emitted a massive roar as the interstellar shuttle warship weighing thousands of tons slowly ascended, reaching the midpoint of the Duna Star Defense military base in just a few seconds. Buzz. Crackle. Chirp. The spatial leap engine of the Bateau Xylent starship made a sound followed by crackling noises as it tore open a large spatial rift. The Bateau Xylent starship instantly vanished from its original location, with the spatial rift closing naturally. Captain, the Olulustar may not hold out much longer, as there are 5 Insect Lord flying fortresses. Damn it, I have no idea where those 5 Insect Lord level flying fortresses came from. Talink said anxiously to Mo Tianyun aboard the Bardas Island starship. Yes, I've heard that high-level insect races have been appearing frequently lately. Indeed, insect lords of that level are rarely seen on the defensive front, Cold Rain said through gritted teeth. Even though Cold Rain's relationship with her family was a bit strained, she still cared deeply about her loved one's safety. Is it true that insect lords rarely appear on the defensive front? Mo Tianyun picked up on the underlying issues. Yes, that is true, Captain. When I was investigating some materials at the base, I found that insect lord level insects appeared at most a few times a month, sneaking in from the front lines of the insect battlefield. However, I've heard that in recent months the frequency of high-level insect races appearing near our base has significantly increased. The senior officers at the Dunistar Defense Military Base have been investigating the reasons, but they haven't found the source of the issue yet. Cold Wind quickly shared this news with everyone. Oh, it seems very suspicious that the frequency of high-level insects has suddenly increased. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun also began to ponder the matter. Captain, I heard from some junior officers at the Dunistar Defense Military Base that those school-level officers are also analyzing the reasons for the recent frequent appearances of high-level insects. They have identified one possibility that has gained the consensus of most school-level officers. Coldwind said, "What is this possibility?" Mo Tianyun quickly asked as Thorn-Nick and Talink leaned in attentively to listen. Cold Rain seemed to already know, so she wasn't very curious. This possibility is that within dozens of light years of the Dunistar Defense Military Base, there should be large insect nests, even insect general-level nests. Cold Wind stated, "Insect general-level nests." Thorn-Nick and Talink looked terrified as they remembered that during their training as recruits in the Mech Brigade, the officers had mentioned the various levels of insect nests, and the insect general-level nests were definitely considered the top tier of insect nests. Insect generals, I wonder how far my current strength is from them. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun's fighting spirit surged. He yearned to engage in a fierce battle with the insect generals. However, Mo Tianyun was aware that his strength was still not comparable to the insect generals. I still have 110 bottles of high-level gene evolution agent type X that I haven't had the chance to use. Once I finish consuming these high-level gene evolution agents, my physical strength can increase by another 1,000 times, which will be my greatest confidence in continuing to grow stronger. Mo Tianyun thought confidently to himself. The invasion of Uralustar by the insect race happened too suddenly, causing Mo Tianyun to have just elevated his spiritual power to the spiritual C level of perfection and not yet had the chance to use this high-level gene evolution agent type X. Captain, can this interstellar shuttle warship go any faster? Talink asked. Mo Tianyun shook his head, then added, this Bardas Island starship is already the fastest interstellar shuttle warship available among the satellite-level options I could choose. Even at the Bardas Island starship's spatial leap speed of 0.25 light-years per hour, it will still take 4 hours to reach Uralustar. Talink fell silent upon hearing this, then walked to a seat, sat down, and occasionally rubbed his head in frustration, letting out a sigh. He muttered to himself, indicating that Talink likely had someone very important to him on Uralustar. Seeing this, Mo Tianyun didn't know what to say, and could only wait patiently, hoping to reach Uralustar soon. Uralustar. Hanshan City. President Gracie, are you really going to pilot the epic mech you just completed to the battlefield for support? A mid-level mech designer asked. Yes, I must go support the battle mech pilots guarding Uralustar. Otherwise, they won't be able to hold out much longer, and our Uralustar will be destroyed by the insect race. The old president gazed at the distant planetary defense battlefield. Next to him stood a white epic battle mech over 100 meters tall, which he had manufactured just yesterday. When the mech was completed, all the prominent families on Uralustar received the news. Subsequently, the news spread rapidly, shaking the entire Uralustar. Because the old president, who had created an epic battle mech, became the first special-grade mech designer in over 200 years on this immigrant planet, Uralustar. Such a significant event is a piece of history worth remembering for Uralustar. How could it not stir the entire planet? For battle mech masters on the planet who have reached the level of Spirit C, they are just one epic battle mech away from becoming epic masters themselves, and these individuals are eagerly drawn to the epic battle mech of the old president. The old president planned to personally showcase the epic battle mech he had painstakingly crafted in front of everyone today, but unexpectedly the news of the insectoid invasion shattered all his plans. Among the battle mech masters of Uralustar, aside from a few timid ones who cower and seek to survive, the rest have all gone to the planetary defense battlefield to resist the insectoid invasion. Thus, the old president cannot simply watch as his hometown, Uralustar, is ravaged by those damned insectoids. It's time to go. The old president piloted the epic battle mech he had created, flying towards the planetary defense battlefield. At that moment, the planetary defense battlefield was truly a scene of devastation. The armies of the Aolong Empire guarding Ululustar had 3 interstellar shuttle battleships, but more than 2,000 had been destroyed by the insectoid flying fortresses, leaving fewer than 1,000 barely hanging on. The number of insectoid flying fortresses remained nearly unchanged, and their offensive firepower was still incredibly fierce. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the Aolong Empire's interstellar shuttle battleships were entirely annihilated. These weak battle mech masters had become targets for the insectoid flying fortresses in the vastness of space. On the opposite side, the insectoids had 5 Lord-level flying fortresses, which meant there were 5 clusters of insectoid fortresses. Those battle mech masters were targeted and turned to ashes in the universe before they could even reach the insectoid fortresses. Kill. Exterminate the insectoids. Even if I die here, I will not take a step back. Among the ranks of the insectoid fortresses, a towering crimson battle mech, over 100 meters tall, unleashed martial arts techniques, with each technique destroying a Lord-level insectoid flying fortress. Inside one of the mechs, a major-ranked officer bore a fierce expression, roaring with killing intent. Behind me are billions of people of Ululustar. Even if I, Adair Barnard, must die, I will die before them. Insectoids. If you want to destroy Ululustar, you must first trample over the wreckage of my mech. Otherwise, do not even think of touching a single inch of Ululustar. The Major continued to pilot his mech, the Annihilator, destroying one insectoid flying fortress after another. Finally, the insectoid lords decided to take action against this madman, who was wreaking havoc on their fortresses. Moreover, as soon as the insectoid lords appeared, there were as many as 5, which comprised the entirety of the insectoid lords. This was the usual combat style of the insectoids. Regardless of the enemy, they always employed a strategy of encirclement. This combat style had long been ingrained in the insectoids' genes, becoming their nature. The reproduction speed of the insectoids undoubtedly surpassed that of most intelligent races in the universe. Of course, many life forms in the universe reproduce even faster than the insectoids, but they could not match the insectoids' formidable combat capabilities. Otherwise, how could the insectoids invade other civilizations? It was precisely due to their rapid reproduction that this numerical advantage became the insectoids' best offensive strategy. Against weaker foes, large numbers of insectoids would simply trample over them. Against stronger opponents, they would surround them, exhausting their stamina and energy to achieve victory. Even a large-scale insectoid encirclement could not secure victory in war. It was far better to eliminate enemies one by one in batches. As long as the number of insectoids is sufficiently large, there is no enemy they cannot defeat. If they cannot defeat an enemy, it must be due to their insufficient numbers. With 5 insectoid lords simultaneously attacking, Adair Barnard's Annihilator mech's energy shield quickly faltered, and it was breached by an insectoid claw that struck like a spear. Run! Seeing his mech's energy shield being breached by the insectoid lord, Major Adair Barnard maneuvered the Annihilator epic battle mech immediately, trying to evade the 5 insectoid lords. I've been sending distress signals for almost 5 hours. How is it that no reinforcements from the Dunastar Defense military base have arrived yet? Suddenly, Major Adair Barnard spotted a white battle mech over 100 meters tall appear. Here they come. Reinforcements from the Dunastar Defense military base have finally arrived. Major Adair Barnard felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. But why is there only one epic battle mech? And this airfield looks a bit familiar. Major Adair Barnard thought for a moment. Gracie. That looks like the epic battle mech that the first-class mech manufacturer Gracie from Ululustar made yesterday. Major Adair Barnard finally recognized that this was the epic battle mech of the old president. Oh no! Major Adair Barnard's eyes widened in shock. It turned out that the insectoid lords were assaulting the old president. This Gracie is a mech manufacturer. His ability to pilot a mech in battle should be lacking. I have to hurry and help him. Major Adair Barnard immediately rushed forward. These 5 insectoids. They should be insectoid lords. After just one encounter, my epic battle mech can barely hold on. Old President Gracie watched as the protection value of his mech's energy shield plummeted, and he was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Old President Gracie truly lacked the skill to pilot a mech. Although he was somewhat familiar with the structure of the epic battle mech he had crafted, making it easier to maneuver, he was still not accustomed to the combat style of the epic battle mech, and could not withstand the onslaught of the insectoid lords. Annihilation energy beam. Major Adair Barnard's Annihilator mech immediately fired a red beam, driving back the insectoid lord that attempted to sneak attack President Gracie. Gracie, is that you? Major Adair Barnard had already guessed the old president's identity, but still transmitted a message with his spiritual energy to confirm it. It's me. Old President Gracie transmitted a message with his spiritual energy. Leave. You can't pilot a mech in battle. You came here just to die. Get out of here. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Major Adair Barnard shouted to Gracie while exerting all his strength to defend against the assault of the 5 insectoid lords. No, I want leave. Since I've come, I cannot be a coward. Ululustar behind me is my hometown. Ooh, I love this planet, and I cannot just watch it be destroyed by insectoids. Old President Gracie joined the battle once again. Even so, with 2 epic battle mechs being besieged by 5 insectoid lords, they wouldn't last long. Bang! With a resounding BM, Old President Gracie's mech's energy shield was soon shattered. At this moment, the 3 insectoid lords launched a fierce assault, employing their gigantic sharp claws, countless razor-like teeth, and terrifying energy attacks. The old president had lost the strength to resist, closing his eyes in despair as he silently accepted the arrival of death. Before coming here, he had mentally prepared himself for death, having crafted the epic battle mecha and fallen on the battlefield of Uluru, feeling that he had no regrets in life. In that instant, Major Adair Barnard controlled the incinerator mecha to violently slam into the mecha of President Gracie, bearing the brunt of the intense attacks from the 3 insectoid lords. Gracie, you must flee. The life of a master mecha manufacturer is not meant to be squandered on the battlefield. To create more epic battle mechas for the Aolong Empire is what you ought to dedicate your life to. As Major Adair Barnard sent his final message through his spiritual force, his mecha and body turned to dust in the cosmos under the assault of the 5 insectoid lords. No, you are the commander guarding this planet. Uluru needs your support now more than ever. Why would you save me? President Gracie witnessed the death of Major Adair Barnard from within the mecha he had built, howling in agony. The insectoids would not give President Gracie any time to catch his breath. After tearing Major Adair Barnard and his mecha to shreds, they clawed their way toward the old president. Seeing this situation, the old president could care less about anything else and could only maximize the speed of his mecha, desperately fleeing. It's over, it's over. Uluru is going to be destroyed by the insectoids. The old president sensed that the surrounding Aolong Empire's interstellar shuttles on the planetary defense battlefield were about to be annihilated by the insectoid flying fortresses. Chirp, chirp. Among the 5 insectoid lords, 2 of them having evolved by devouring energy, each fired an energy beam aimed directly at the nearby President Gracie. Not good. President Gracie's pupils widened in an instant, narrowly dodging a blue energy beam at the last moment, then bracing against his energy shield to withstand another green energy beam. However, the insectoid lords could fire multiple attacks. Launching energy beams was merely a simple task for them. Here they come again. President Gracie managed to evade once, but it was impossible to avoid them forever. This time, President Gracie was not so fortunate. His energy shield was breached, and his mecha was struck by the attacks of the insectoid lords. The energy attack hit the mecha, causing the speed of President Gracie's epic battle mecha to plummet. Soon the 5 insectoid lords would reach him. Farewell, Uluru. Insectoids, I will fight to the last moment. Even if I can hold them off for a second, the Imperial forces will surely come to rescue Uluru. Just as President Gracie was about to engage in a final struggle with the insectoid lords, in an instant, 5 enormous golden swords streaked across the night sky, like a meteor shower, trailing thousands of kilometers of golden afterimages coming up behind President Gracie. These 5 colossal golden swords continued to accelerate, and in under a second, they violently struck the massive 10-kilometer-long bodies of the 5 insectoid lords that were about to attack President Gracie. Who is coming to rescue me? The Imperial Army. It must be the Imperial Army. President Gracie, seeing the 5 golden swords pierce through the bodies of the 5 insectoid lords with unstoppable force, felt tears of joy welling up in his eyes as he exclaimed in ecstasy, I am truly sorry, I was unable to save your other comrade. I had only just arrived within a few thousand kilometers of this planetary defense battlefield and could do nothing to rescue that comrade. Mo Tianyan sent a message of spiritual communication to President Gracie. No. Your Grace, saving my life is already a great kindness. I was supposed to die here. If it weren't for the commander guarding the planet fighting to protect me, he should be the one who survives now. President Gracie sighed, slightly shaking his head in pain, and sent a message back to Mo Tianyan. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that this voice, manifested through spiritual force, sounded so much like that of a genius he once knew. May I ask which esteemed person from the Imperial Army you are? President Gracie, having now escaped the danger zone from the insectoids' counterattack, once again sent a message through spiritual force. Haha, so it's you, old senior. Once I received your spiritual message, I immediately realized it was you. It has only been about a month. You wouldn't have forgotten me, would you? It's me, Mo Tianyan. Mo Tianyan could now see President Gracie's epic battle mecha through his mecha's long-distance detector. Mo Tianyan. It really is you. No wonder this voice of spiritual force sounds so familiar. But thinking back to how you acted just now, I can't imagine that it was really you who made that move. By the way, how did you elevate your power to such a level in just this short month? Even the insectoid lords can't do anything to you. President Gracie marveled as he sent a stream of information through spiritual force. This is a long story. For now, leave all these insectoids to me. Dare to invade my Uluru. Kill them all. After Emotianyan sent his reply through spiritual force, he conjured tens of thousands of starlight swords, forming a spectacular torrent of starlight swords that swiftly flew towards the insectoid flying fortress. Wherever this torrent of starlight swords passed, no insectoid flying fortress was left unscathed, turning them into sieves. The nearby defensive military base has finally sent strong reinforcements to save us. We survived. Uluru will not be destroyed by the insectoids. Long live the Aolong Empire. In the distance, the Imperial forces stationed on the interstellar shuttle at Uluru cheered continuously from within the warship. We finally made it in time. Thankfully, Uluru is safe. I was almost worried sick. On the Bardas Island warship, Lung, you let out a sigh of relief. This is all thanks to the Bardas Island warship. If it weren't for its space jump speed reaching 0.25 light years per hour, we would still be on our way. Talink also relaxed and smiled as he spoke. How can you still speak? Now you understand the might of the Bardas Island starship, right? Who was it that advised the captain to seek the powerful satellite-class interstellar shuttle, the Tegism starship? Lung Yu snorted, pursing her lips as she spoke. You remember this well, as expected of you, Miss Lung Yu, with your extraordinary memory. I merely suggested it to the captain at that time. I never seriously intended to choose the Tegism starship. Talink said somewhat awkwardly. Have you all noticed? The captain's strength seems to have increased significantly again. When we supported Major Cole White, I witnessed Captain Mo Tianyun unleash a gigantic golden flying sword that wounded 3 Zerg lords. However, Captain Mo Tianyun can now simultaneously unleash 5 gigantic golden flying swords and simultaneously injure 5 Zerg lords. The gap in strength between us and the captain is growing larger. He has become an existence that feels utterly unreachable, akin to a chasm we cannot cross. Lung Feng murmured. After hearing this, Sua In Nick Talink Lung Yu and Lung Feng fell silent. They began to ponder their roles in the Tianyun team, and after some contemplation, they seemed to lose their fighting spirit. Could it be that I am truly useless in the Tianyun team? Why did the captain invite us to join the Tianyun team when he is already powerful enough on his own? Why establish the Tianyun team at all? After Mo Tianyun cleared the Zerg, he commanded the remaining Imperial soldiers and combat mechas to clean up the battlefield. Old Senior, I haven't seen you for just a month, and you have already become a special-grade mecha manufacturer. Congratulations. Mo Tianyun and President Gracie arrived on the Bardas Island starship, and Mo Tianyun said to President Gracie, I owe much of my success to your drafts and our previous discussions on mecha manufacturing. I gained a lot of inspiration from them. Later, you even helped me revise the mecha manufacturing blueprint, which allowed me to successfully create an epic battle mecha this month and become the first special-grade mecha manufacturer in the history of Uluru Star. President Gracie sighed in admiration. Oh, so you are actually the first special-grade mecha manufacturer of Uluru Star. Mo Tianyun couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Even Sua In Nick Talink Lung Yu and Lung Feng all looked at him with respect. Yes, our history of immigrants on Uluru Star is barely 200 years, and high-level talents are indeed quite scarce. Let's not talk about that anymore. The Zerg invasion happened so suddenly. Thankfully you returned. Otherwise, Uluru Star's population of billions would likely have been wiped out by the Zerg. President Gracie said. To be honest with you, Old Senior, the recent appearances of advanced Zerg have been rather frequent. We suspect there are large Zerg nests, even Zerg Lord-level nests, around the Dunistar Defense military base. Mo Tianyun conveyed Lung Feng's words to President Gracie. Large Zerg nests, even Zerg Lord-level nests. Upon hearing Mo Tianyun's words, President Gracie's eyes widened in alarm as he understood what large Zerg nests and Zerg Lord-level nests meant. If there are indeed large Zerg nests, even Zerg Lord-level nests near the Dunistar Defense military base, the nearby immigrant planets of the Aolong Empire could be invaded by the Zerg at any time. Just like today, if Mo Tianyun hadn't arrived in time, Uluru Star would have likely met the same fate. By the way, President Gracie seemed to remember something and suddenly clapped his hands excitedly. Young friend Tianyun, I just remembered something. About 2 days ago, an interstellar travel ship that departed from Uluru Star suddenly lost contact. I heard that the Army sent an interstellar shuttle to search the missing location the next day. Later, the dispatched interstellar shuttle also lost contact. Today, the Zerg happened to invade Uluru Star. Do you think the incident location could possibly be the Zerg's lair? President Gracie recounted what he knew. Old Senior, this is indeed possible. Mo Tianyun said with some excitement. Sua In Nick Talink Lung Yu and Lung Feng were also listening intently. Then, Old Senior, do you know where the incident took place? Mo Tianyun opened his personal micro-intelligent brain and displayed the cosmic star map near the Dunistar Defense military base to President Gracie. Let me see. President Gracie carefully examined the cosmic star map. Yes, it's right here. This is a remote area of space where the surrounding asteroid cluster is particularly dense. Normally, there are hardly any warships or ships that pass through there. I heard that this interstellar travel ship took that route to cut through, otherwise it would have to take a long detour to exit this nearby star cluster and reach another star cluster. After a moment, President Gracie pointed to a corner of the cosmic star map where there were almost no immigrant planets. Thank you for the information, old senior. They'll set off to check it out there tomorrow morning. Anya nodded. At this time, some well-informed people on Uluru Star had already learned that the invading Zerg had been completely swept clean by a powerful individual from the Duna Star Defense military base. They were all overjoyed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Spread the news that the Zerg have been eliminated so that the people of Uluru Star no longer have to live in fear. In less than a few minutes, the news that all Zerg on the planet defense line had been eliminated reached every corner of the planet. Everyone who heard it was ecstatic, dancing with joy. Previously, everyone was alarmed to learn about the Zerg invasion. The order on this planet was nearly on the brink of collapse. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, as if the apocalypse were upon them, and they could hardly bear it. Now, however, this news was like bright sunlight piercing through thick clouds, tearing apart the darkness that enveloped their hearts. It was like the first light of dawn breaking the night, bringing a glimmer of hope to the people of Uluru Star. Captain, I want to go home for a visit. Talink requested to Tianyun. Go ahead, gather at the Uluru City military base tomorrow. Tianyun nodded. Captain, I and Lung Yu also want to return for a visit. Lung Feng approached with Lung Yu, but Lung Yes' expression seemed a bit off. All right, gather at the Uluru City military base tomorrow. Tianyun then looked at Suwa, In, and Nick. He said, so and you can also go back to Hansan City for a look. Nick, you can come visit us on Uluru Star. Aside from you, everyone else here is from Uluru Star. However, tomorrow we need to check out the place mentioned by the old senior. Remember to gather at the Uluru City military base tomorrow. Got it, Captain? Suwan said happily. Well, then I will take a good look at the captain's hometown. Nick said. The Bardas Island starship hovered above the military base in Uluru City, slowly descending towards the docking bay for interstellar shuttle ships below. This docking bay is specifically designed for satellite-class interstellar shuttle ships. Originally, it was the docking bay for Major Adair Barnard's satellite-class interstellar shuttle ship. However, during the planetary defense battle against the insectoid invasion of Uluru Star, Major Adair Barnard has fallen, and his satellite-class interstellar shuttle ship was destroyed by the insectoid flying fortress. Now the newly available space is just enough for Tianyun's interstellar shuttle ship to dock. Reports are the losses in this battle for planetary defense have been completely tallied. A junior officer with red eyes and a pale face dejectedly reported to Tianyun. Behind him were several other officers, all bearing somber expressions. Tianyun took the report and began to review it. Loss report 2642 fallen meteor-class interstellar shuttle ships, 167 falling star-class interstellar shuttle ships, 3 satellite-class interstellar shuttle ships, 624345 ordinary soldiers deceased, and casualties among battle mech divisions 18421 ordinary mechs, 861 extraordinary mechs, and 1 epic mech. If only I had arrived sooner. Otherwise, so many Imperial warriors defending Uluru Star would not have perished. Tianyun felt a deep pain after reading, but there was nothing to be done. A war always demands lives. Well, you go and comfort the soldiers. After all, we have won this battle. On behalf of the Duna Star Defense military base, I salute you all. Tianyun solemnly saluted them. Thank you for sacrificing your lives to protect Uluru Star. The surviving soldiers and mech warriors from this battle have all contributed greatly. For those fallen soldiers and mech warriors, let us build a martyrs' cemetery in their honor and erect a monument engraved with their names. They deserve to be forever remembered by the people of Uluru Star. And for those wounded warriors, we must concentrate the best medical resources on Uluru Star to prioritize their treatment. Tianyun commanded. As a major, he held the highest position on Uluru Star and naturally had the authority to manage all affairs there. Captain, we are leaving. Thorn, Nick, Talent, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind all came to bid farewell. Tianyun waved to signal them. Now I'm the only one left here, and I still haven't taken the advanced gene evolution agent type X. It's time to use it and see just how powerful this advanced gene evolution agent type X really is. After watching Thorn, Nick, Talent, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind leave, Tianyun took out some advanced gene evolution agents and examined them closely. Not long after, there were faint cries of pain coming from the Bardas Island starship. Young Master Cold Wind, Miss Cold Rain, you have returned, a guard from the Cold family respectfully said. Where are my father and mother? Cold Rain asked. The head of the family was severely injured while resisting the insectoid invasion. He is currently receiving treatment at a high-level hospital in Uluru City, and the lady is accompanying him. What? My father was injured. Upon hearing this news, Cold Rain quickly took Cold Wind to the high-level hospital in Uluru City. Little Rain, You go and I won't go in. Cold Wind paused outside the door of Cold Rain's father's hospital room and suddenly spoke to her with his head down. No, even if my father is not your biological father, he is still your adoptive father. Aren't you even brave enough to take a look at my dad? What are you two making such a fuss about outside? Is it not enough to disturb the peace? Come in. A commanding voice suddenly came from inside the hospital room. Inside the hospital room, there were two people, a middle-aged man with blue hair lying on the bed and a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing. They were indeed Cold Rain's father and mother, and they were also the adoptive parents of Cold Wind. Rain, I've been so worried about you during this time. You two really are disobedient, but it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Mother. Cold Rain tightly hugged her mother, joyfully exclaiming. After a while, the two of them released their embrace. Father, how are you? Cold Rain approached the bedside holding her father's broad hand and asked with concern. You ungrateful daughter, now you know to come see your father. Who is it that wanted to leave home to join the battle mech division? Humph. If it weren't for your father being tough, you might have never seen me again. Cold Rain's father tightly grasped his daughter's hand, pretending to scold her. However, his eyes were filled with affection, showing no trace of blame towards Cold Rain. Father, I know I was wrong. Please forgive your daughter. Cold Rain acted coyly in front of her father. Cold Rain's personality was like this, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was like a lively volcano in front of her family and a millennia-old iceberg in front of outsiders. Such a personality is easily cultivated in some large families, as the children of these families are educated from a young age about social hierarchies, often becoming indifferent towards ordinary people. Mother, Cold Wind quietly asked. Wind, come here too. Cold Rain's father waved his hand, addressing Cold Wind. Father, it's my fault. I didn't expect Little Rain to follow me into the battle mech division, which is why I came over first to speak up. That matter is in the past. This month your mother and I have also thought it through. We shouldn't have been so agitated. As long as you two are safe, we can rest easy. No, father, you are not at fault. It was my stubbornness in this matter. Cold Wind shook his head. So Wind, after joining the battle mech division and going to the Duna Star Defense military base, what has happened this month? Have you found any information about that incident from the past? Not yet. My current military rank is still too low and lacks sufficient qualifications to investigate the detailed information about that incident. However, Cold Wind paused for a moment, then continued. I might be able to soon uncover detailed information about that incident from back, then it won't be long before I find the culprit. Is that true? Cold Rain's father, excited, grabbed Cold Wind's hand. This is definitely true because I have an amazing captain, Cold Wind said with a confident smile. Captain? Cold Rain's father asked, puzzled. Father, you don't know about this. Let me tell you about my experiences with Brother Cold Wind over the past month. After I finish, you'll understand just how formidable our captain is. Cold Rain said with a smile to her father, then began recounting all her experiences from the past month. From what you're saying, Motianyun really is a genius. At just 16 years old, he has already reached the spiritual C level of mental strength and can even create extraordinary battle mechs. Cold Rain's father couldn't help but praise when he heard that Motianyun had achieved spiritual C level at 16, won first place in the rookie competition, and could create extraordinary battle mechs. Father, don't rush. There are even more unbelievable things to come. Cold Rain continued while Cold Wind smiled silently beside her. He defeated three Zerg lords. That can't be true. I don't believe it. Don't lie to me. His mech isn't even an epic battle mech, and you're telling me he defeated 3 Zerg lords. Cold Rain's father shook his head vigorously, expressing his disbelief. Cold Rain's mother, who was also aware of these matters, was a battle mech engineer herself. After hearing Cold Rain's words, her mouth fell open, clearly not believing her daughter's claims either. What genius at 16 can defeat 3 Zerg lords without an epic battle mech? If you're going to tell stories, at least make them reasonable. This is too far-fetched. Don't make it seem so easy to defeat Zerg lords. Zerg lords are not just any lowly soldiers. Each one is comparable to an epic battle mech engineer. An epic battle mech engineer on their Ulyalu star would undoubtedly be the strongest. Who can believe that a 16-year-old boy could defeat creatures equivalent to 3 epic battle mech engineers at once? Moreover, his daughter claimed he was also from Ulyalu star, which made it even less believable. Wouldn't the heads of the 8 great families know about such a peerless genius on Ulyalu star? Oh, father, I knew you'd find it hard to believe. I can only say it's true. I know you're anxious, but please let me finish speaking. Cold Rain continued. What we've experienced this past month is like this. Captain Motianyun is currently at the military base in Ulyalu City, and he has saved the entire Ulyalu star. Before long, Cold Rain finally finished. This. Cold Rain's father, half convinced, dialed the communication device. I'm fine. Now tell me, what is the name of the person who saved Ulyalu star? If there's detailed information about him, that would be even better. Cold Rain's father inquired. Report chief, all I know is that the person is called Mo Tianyan. Currently, we cannot find any information about him because his identity level is too high for us to access. Oh, okay. I understand now. Cold Rain's father put away the Palm's Eyes communication device. Rainer, is that Mo Tianyan the one who saved Ululustar really your captain? Cold Rain's father asked repeatedly for confirmation. Everything I said is true, father. I've never lied to you since I was little. I could never say anything false. Who says you've never lied to me? What happened a month ago? Who secretly joined the Imperial Army without telling me? Cold Wind's father said with a smirk. Father, I can guarantee that Xiao Yu has not lied. I want to know what happened back then. You never told me, and this time I want you to tell me in person. Cold Wind looked at Cold Rain's father eagerly. Well, Sai, actually there's nothing to hide. I'll tell you what happened back then now. That was 20 years ago. When I was young, I also joined the Battle Mech Engineer Corps, then came to the Dunastar Defense Military Base, and joined a small team where I met your mother. In our small team, besides me and your mother, there were 4 others, 2 men and 2 women, forming 2 couples. The first couple was Jerry and Effie, and the second couple was Zika and Nala. At that time, our team suddenly received a mission to follow the Medium Fleet No. 1154 to support the nearby Tianhu Star Defense Military Base. The danger in this mission was immense and survival was uncertain. Your parents left you who were only 3 months old at the base. Unexpectedly, we encountered a mysterious mech midway which attacked our entire fleet. That battle claimed nearly half of the fleet's lives and 3 of our team members died on the spot, including your parents and Nala, who was Zika's partner. Afterward, that mysterious mech vanished without a trace, and the information about this war was concealed. At that time, our military ranks were still at the soldier level, and we had no capability to investigate the matter. After that battle, the remaining 3 of our team, me, your mother, and Zika, were left. Zika lost her lover and naturally had no heart to raise you, so the 3-month-old you were entrusted to us for care. Since retiring, we have never seen Zika again, and over the years we have had no news of her. Later, we raised you as our own child, naming you Cold Wind. We truly wanted to give you a real home. We have worked hard to conceal this from you all these years, but ultimately we couldn't keep it hidden forever. Cold Rain's father looked at Cold Wind with a bitter smile. For so many years they had treated Cold Wind as their own child, but with different genes, Cold Wind would inevitably find out that they were not his biological parents. Later, when Cold Wind found out, he had a huge argument with Cold Rain's parents, and then joined the Battle Mech Engineer Corps, coming to the Dunastar Defense Military Base, leading to the events that followed. Thank you, my eternal father and mother. After hearing all this, Cold Wind was moved to tears, kneeling heavily before Cold Rain's father and mother, then bowing to show his gratitude. Previously, Cold Wind had already known they were not his biological parents. At that time, he was just too eager to know the truth and kept questioning them without regard for their feelings. Cold Rain's father and mother did not tell him too many facts, only revealing that his biological parents had sacrificed 20 years ago. In a moment of impulsiveness, Cold Wind chose to join the Mech Battle Corps to find the answers he sought. What are you doing? Get up quickly. For so many years we have treated you as our own child. Now that you know the truth, you should let go of your grudges and accept us again. Cold Rain's father sat up from the hospital bed, grasping Cold Wind's shoulder to help him rise. On the planet Uluru, the Barot family, one of the 8 prominent families of Uluru, resides in a grand manor that is usually bustling with guests. However, today it is unusually quiet. Everyone entering this grand manor is dressed in black and white. No one dares to speak, and even the children are silent. The eerie atmosphere is overwhelmingly oppressive. Back at the entrance of his family's grand manor, Tallink's heart raced with growing unease, sensing that something terrible had happened. Is that young Master Tallink returning? As Tallink approached the entrance, the guards looked at him with fear and anxiety. Noticing their fidgeting hands and their disturbed expressions, he felt increasingly uneasy. What's wrong? You all look so dazed and distracted. Tallink rushed to ask. Sigh. Several guards hesitated, struggling to find their words, and finally let out a deep sigh. Seeing this scene, Tallink's feeling of unease intensified. Young Master Tallink, let me tell you. Finally, one guard stepped forward. So your father has perished in the battle against the insectoid invasion on the planetary defense front. After this statement, the guard averted his gaze from Tallink, unable to bear witnessing his reaction. What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a lie, right? Right. Tallink's eyes instantly turned red as he lunged forward and tightly grasped the guard's neck. Young Master, please. Let go of me. How could I dare to deceive you? The lady and others are in the hall. You must hurry. The guard grasped Tallink's hand, trying to calm him down. No, this can't be true. My father is so powerful he wouldn't. Tallink's heart believed the news was true, yet he refused to admit it. Releasing the guard's neck, he sprinted away, his running posture reflecting no trace of noble grace. Who is this madman? How could he act this way on such a sorrowful day for the Barot family? A seductive beauty holding the hand of a young master from another prominent family pointed at Talink's frantic run. They had come to pay their respects to the Burroat family. The young master immediately covered his companion's mouth. What did I tell you? This is not a place for careless words. No matter what strange things you see, do not speak of them. Everyone who can enter this grand manor is of noble status. The person you just saw running is the future master of this manor, young Master Talink. How could you call him mad? Are you courting death? The young master from another prominent family spoke with growing anger. What? He is young Master Talink. Didn't you say he had joined the Imperial Army? How is he back so soon? Upon hearing this, the seductive beauty regretted her earlier words. A gene-evolved warrior has exceptionally keen hearing. You might have been heard just now, but he chose to ignore you. After this, let's part ways. The life of a prominent family is not something you can adapt to. The young master shook his head and walked away. No, I will be careful with my words next time. Don't leave me behind. The beauty hurriedly chased after him in her high heels. At this moment, Talink entered the hall where the first thing to catch his attention was the enormous coffin in the center. At that moment, Talink's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. A wave of immense pain surged from within him. He felt the entire world splitting apart. After a moment of daze, he looked towards the crowd on the other side. Seeing his mother, grandfather, grandmother, and many family members dressed in white, Talink weakly asked Mother, Father. Father is. Your father. He has left us. A beautiful woman in a white dress rushed over to embrace her son, her voice choking with sobs, tears welling in her already swollen eyes. Father. My father. Talink knelt heavily on the ground like a child who couldn't stand, using both hands and feet to crawl toward the enormous coffin where his father lay. This scene was an overwhelming blow to Talink. Having never traveled far from home, leaving for the first time and departing from his father, he never imagined it would be a final farewell. Insectoids. Talink clenched his fists tightly, the sharp nails digging into his palms, his hands instantly stained with blood. I, Talink, swear to eradicate these damned insectoids in this lifetime. I will wield the sharpest sword to slay all insectoids. Talink knelt before his father's coffin, vowing to uphold this promise for the rest of his life. During this month, Talink had already witnessed the horror and cruelty of the insectoids. Even the Empire's powerful warships could not eliminate the endless hordes of insectoids. Countless planets and countless humans would be threatened as long as the insectoids existed. Only at this moment, upon seeing his father's death due to the insectoid invasion, did Talink truly feel the deep-seated hatred towards the insectoids. One can only truly understand the pain of others when misfortune strikes oneself. At this moment, Talink experienced just that. As he made this grand vow, his heart began to transform into an indomitable blade. Suddenly, Talink felt intense pain throughout his body, especially in his heart, which felt as though it were being torn apart. The pain caused him to collapse onto the ground as his mother and family rushed over to help him up. However, Talink suddenly trembled. A wave of immense psychic energy surged from above, preventing his family from approaching. At this moment, Talink felt his mental power swell like a vast ocean, boundless and robust. With this boost of mental power, the range of Talink's psychic sensing continued to expand, enveloping an area of over 10,000 kilometers. After the intense pain, Talink suddenly stood up, then, with a somewhat unskilled use of his psychic power, floated above the hall. This scene left Talink's family and the visitors deeply shocked. Psychic power at the level of the Sea of Spirits. Many in the hall recognized it as the powerful psychic level of the Sea of Spirits. The news of Talink's psychic power breaking through to the Sea of Spirits level quickly spread among the prominent families. Uluru Star. Han Mountain City. A storm mech swiftly soared above Han Mountain City. Then the mech landed on the streets of Han Mountain City, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Soon a tall, one-eyed man emerged from the mech. His fierce demeanor made it obvious that he was involved in the underworld, prompting many to quickly leave to avoid any trouble. Han Mountain City, I'm back. Soren shouted to the sky, completely disregarding the gazes of those around him. After his roar, he strode towards a place familiar to his heart. I wonder if that kid Robbie has properly managed the organization I left behind. If he has left a mess, I will see how he cleans it up. Soren thought about Robbie and the organization he had left behind, muttering to himself. Old 5, you have been in charge of the newly established mechanical factory for the past half-month. How many impoverished people have you arranged to work there? What is the profit of this mechanical factory? Robbie sat at the main hall of the Mingmei organization, asking a young man with yellow hair. This young man was occasionally adjusting his formal attire. It was clear that he was not very accustomed to wearing this suit. Second brother, the factory I manage has seen a significant increase in profits lately. This month, we've earned nearly 300 star coins and arranged for about 200 impoverished people to work. Now that we are approaching the end of the month, when paying these impoverished workers, remember to give them an extra 300 star coins, and the remaining coins should be used to continue constructing the factory. Robbie nodded. Constructing factories to help the impoverished find jobs. This was Robbie's plan implemented over the past month. Previously, the Poison Eye organization profited by extorting and exploiting the impoverished and developing illicit industries. Now Robbie boldly cut off these profit-making methods and renamed the organization Mingmei, symbolizing a rebirth from the Poison Eye organization. Currently, the Mingmei organization's industry focuses on all the impoverished people of Han Mountain City, aiming to gradually expand to a point where one day all impoverished people can live prosperous lives. Over the past month, the Mingmei organization's transformation faced numerous challenges and accomplished many tasks. For example, gaining the trust of the impoverished. Because the Mingmei organization was formerly the Poison Eye organization, one day a notorious underworld group suddenly claimed it would help the impoverished by constructing many factories for them to work in and lead prosperous lives. Who would believe such words? Thus, at that time, no impoverished person would trust the Mingmei organization's deceitful claims. Robbie's newly established factory was unable to start construction due to a lack of workers, leaving him anxious. Surely they could not resort to coercive means, right? Wouldn't that just be their previous style? If they really forced it, what credibility would they have left? Wouldn't this transformation fail? Later, while reading, Robbie found a brilliant solution to the current problem. Robbie then personally brought all the members of the organization to the impoverished village, taking out 100 star coins and saying to all the impoverished people, "We, the Mingmei organization, are not the past Poison Eye organization. We are absolutely trustworthy. Here are 100 star coins. Anyone who joins the factory now will receive them." Upon hearing this, the people in the impoverished village remained unmoved, although 100 star coins were a tremendous temptation for them, who knew what schemes the Mingmei organization had. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, still no one dared to take the 100 star coins. Until a thin, malnourished man dragging his weak body appeared before the crowd. He hadn't eaten for many days, and if he didn't consume something soon, he might not survive the night. Out of desperation, he had to take a gamble, though after all it was a matter of life or death. If the Mingmei organization kept its word, these 100 star coins would become his last lifeline. Moreover, 100 star coins were enough for him to live a prosperous life. As for what schemes the Mingmei organization might have, he couldn't care, lest his life was already at stake. The surrounding impoverished people saw him appear and began to mock and ridicule him, saying things like not to trust such things, that it was their scheme. Some even attempted to stop him, yet the man still made his way to Robbie amidst the crowd's discouragement. "I want to join your factory. That 100 star coins I can do without. I just need food to eat, please." The man extended his bony hand, pleading with Robbie. Robbie looked at his own strong, pale hands, then at the man's skeletal hands, and felt a surge of guilt from within. "I used to be like a beast, completely disregarding their lives as human lives. Now I must make amends for my past mistakes and become an upright person." Robbie sighed inwardly. No, Robbie's words shocked all the impoverished people. Indeed, these people never had good intentions. They merely wished to toy with us. I've seen through them long ago. Wake up. Stop daydreaming. How could that 100 star coins be for us? Over the years, we have experienced their schemes countless times. The impoverished people said to the man in front of Robbie. Robbie's next words, though quiet, were enough to leave all the impoverished people stunned. "You can take all 100 star coins from now on. You will be a worker in our factory." "What? Are you serious, sir? Are you really giving me all 100 star coins?" The man's mind seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, expressing disbelief. Originally, he never intended to receive those 100 star coins. He only wished to join the factory to have a full meal every day. "Of course it's true. Here, take this work uniform. Now come with us, for our factory is not far away." The man took the 100 star coins and followed Robbie to the factory, with a large group of impoverished people following behind. Later, the man's life was not threatened. Instead, he lived a prosperous life. Afterward, the Mingmei organization successfully established a foothold in the impoverished village and grew stronger. "Robbie, I'm back. How have you been, you rascal?" Outside, Sorn's voice penetrated the hall of the Mingmei organization. "Sorn is back. Everyone hurry out to welcome him. He is our true leader. Some of you haven't seen him before. He was our previous big brother." Robbie immediately jumped off the sofa and led everyone from the Mingmei organization to greet him. The next morning, a naked young man slowly awakens on the ground. "Where are my clothes?" Onion realizes that his clothes have turned into countless fragments. "Oh, I see now. Yesterday I took a high-level gene evolution agent, and because my body was in so much pain, I accidentally tore my clothes apart." Onion gazes at his bare body, feeling its strength, and with just a slight exertion, he manages to break the floor of the Bateau Jalouin starship. "I drank over 100 bottles of high-level gene evolution agents yesterday. Now my base physical strength has finally reached the limit of a high-level gene evolution warrior, and my strength is undoubtedly the greatest at the Duna Star Defense military base." With my current strength, I could easily destroy the satellite-class interstellar shuttle, the Bateau Jiluan starship, even without controlling a mech. This physical body of mine could withstand a hit from a stellar-level energy cannon without much issue. Its strength has already reached the level of a Zerg lord. This high-level gene evolution type X agent truly deserves to be the highest grade of high-level gene evolution agents within the core space of miracles. Its effects surpass even taking 1,000 bottles of the strongest high-level gene evolution agents from the Aolong Empire. Mo Tianyan quickly retrieves a set of clothes from his spatial wristband to wear, otherwise when his teammates return it would be quite embarrassing for them to see him like this. The spatial wristband is still quite sturdy, at least it wasn't destroyed during his painful moments. Otherwise everything inside would have spilled all over the ground. My current base physical strength should have reached 10 million tons, and my mental strength might be around 5,000. I wonder if I can match a Zerg commander in an arm wrestling contest. Mo Tianyan murmured to himself. Without an epic combat mech with your current strength, you won't be able to defeat a Zerg commander. The voice of the spirit of miracles echoed melodiously in Mo Tianyan's mind. Why, oi? Mo Tianyan asked. If a bug-hunting mech is an epic combat mech, then you would definitely have the strength to contend with a first-stage evolved Zerg commander. Unfortunately, the bug-hunting mech is an extraordinary combat mech and cannot endure a power increase exceeding 10 million tons, especially since you already possess 10 million tons of strength. Right, I understand now. Extraordinary combat mechs do not provide a power boost for high-level gene evolution warriors, so I can only fight the Zerg barehanded, right? Mo Tianyan immediately realized that the enhancement from mechs for warriors has a level restriction. In other words, as long as one's mental strength is strong enough, lower-level gene evolution warriors can pilot higher-level combat mechs, while higher-level gene evolution warriors cannot pilot lower-level combat mechs. If a high-level gene evolution warrior were to pilot a lower-level combat mech, not only would there be no maximum power enhancement, but the combat mech would also collapse during battle. Lower-level combat mechs cannot withstand the immense power produced by high-level gene evolution warriors during combat. With your current strength, extraordinary combat mechs are useless to you. The destructive power from a mere strike of yours far exceeds that of piloting a bug-hunting mech before. You should quickly create the 1,000-sword mech, otherwise you won't be able to defeat the Zerg commander. The Spirit of Miracles advised. Okay, he'll return to the Dunistar Defense military base and immediately create the 1,000-sword mech. Mo Tianyan felt an uncontrollable excitement at the thought of the 1,000-sword mech. He certainly remembered its power and coolness. Captain, we're back. The hatch of the Bateau Jiluan starship opened, and a clear, melodious voice immediately caught Mo Tianyan's attention. It was evident that it was a woman's voice, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Among the Tianyan team, who else could it be besides Lung Yu? Mo Tianyan turned to see Lung Yu and Lung Feng holding hands greeting him. The man was handsome and dashing, while the woman was beautiful and graceful, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Why are these two so close? Aren't they siblings? Such a good sibling relationship. Mo Tianyan silently thought, feeling as if he had eaten tons of dog food. You two. Right now you don't look like siblings, you seem more like lovers. Mo Tianyan couldn't help but speak. His mental strength had already reached the perfection of the spirit sea level, so strong and sharp that he could even perceive a person's emotions. In Mo Tianyan's perception, they had previously been overly affectionate at that time. He just thought their sibling relationship was very good. Just a single day had passed, and this pair was back in front of him, directly holding hands and showing affection. If Mo Tianyan couldn't see through their relationship now, he might as well find a place to go back to farming instead of being an officer. After hearing Mo Tianyan's words, Lung Feng awkwardly attempted to pull his hand away from Lung Ye's grip, but her hold was too tight for him to break free. Yes, Captain, we are already in a romantic relationship. Lung Yu smiled at Mo Tianyan. Lung Feng could only nod helplessly. This story began yesterday in the hospital room of Lung Ye's father. Lung Ye's father said, "You've always liked to cling to Fenger since you were little. This time you even secretly followed Fenger to join the Mech Combat Corps at the Dunistar Defense military base. I feel your relationship is quite special. Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with him now, eh?" Lung Ye's mother said, "I know my daughter best. You don't look at the outstanding boys from other prestigious families and even act coldly towards them. You only show a smile when you're with Fenger. I understand a daughter's feelings, after all, who wasn't a little girl when they were young. Father, mother, I won't hide it from you. Brother Lung Feng has been with me since childhood. He is the one I like the most. But for a long time he was my best brother. Although I have feelings for him, I could only bury my love deep in my heart due to our sibling relationship. Did you know how happy I was when I found out he wasn't my biological brother? Lung Feng, do you really like me?" "Yes, I like you the most, Brother Feng. I grew up in a large family without a true friend. Everyone around me is insincere and no one genuinely wants to be my close friend. They approach me just to please me. Especially the boys. I can feel their evil eyes coveting my body. Only brother Lung Feng often plays with me and teaches me to pilot mechs. Over time, I fell in love with him. I've been watching you two for years and noticed your relationship is indeed very good. I was worried that one day you would realize you weren't really siblings and that it might lead to. I didn't expect that day would come, but you two are my beloved children, and if you can be together as parents, we wouldn't do something foolish like breaking you up. Since you've confessed, let's make it clear today. We've discussed it and agree with your relationship. So are you happy? Father, mother, you truly are the best parents. I am so happy to have such good parents. I have worried many times in the past fearing you would sacrifice your daughter for the family's benefit. After all, such things are common among prestigious families. Lung Yes mother responded, what a silly child. As parents, we naturally want our children to live happily. How could we do something so inhumane? Only by being strong can one be truly powerful. Selling one's daughter for profit is not a long-term solution. Our Lung family is the most united. Thank you, father. Mother, I have liked Xiaoyu since childhood. Her intellect, her warmth, hidden beneath her cool exterior, her cleverness, and her beauty. I love every aspect of her. I used to think that liking my sister was perverse. When I found out that we weren't truly siblings, I was so eager. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to really like me too. I was so happy I couldn't sleep all night. Xiaoyu, I love you too, Lung Feng exclaimed. This summarizes everything that happened between Lung Yu and Lung Feng. Mo Tianyun was momentarily taken aback by their confirmation, unable to speak. He couldn't comprehend that siblings could also be lovers. Well, I wish you both well. As your captain, I don't have much to offer, but these 2 bottles of mid-level gene evolution agents can be my gifts to you. You can use them when your mental strength breaks through the spirit sea level. Mo Tianyun took out 2 bottles of agents and handed them over. Captain, how can we accept your things? You should keep them. It's fine, take them. These 2 bottles will be of great use to you in the future. I no longer need them. Mo Tianyun smiled mysteriously. Lung, you seem to catch on to something from Mo Tianyun's words. Mid-level gene evolution agents. Captain, you no longer need them. Could it be? Captain, have you already broken through to become a high-level gene evolution warrior? Lung, you guessed while staring into Mo Tianyun's eyes. What do you think? If I didn't have this strength, how could I kill Zerg commanders as easily as killing chickens? Mo Tianyun replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Lung Yu was so shocked that her mouth fell open. How old is their captain? Younger than her, and he is already a high-level gene evolution warrior. Such talent is truly terrifying. At that moment, the hatch of the Bateau Jiluan starship opened once more. A tall, lean man in combat gear walked in with heavy steps and an expressionless face. Talink, your mental strength has broken through the spirit sea level. Mo Tianyun sensed a powerful mental force emanating from Talink, which was significantly stronger than it had been the day before. Yes. Talink nodded and casually found a seat to sit down, remaining silent thereafter. What's wrong? Your expression seems off. Did you encounter some difficulties? If I can help, I definitely will. Mo Tianyun inquired. Talink's current mental state looked extremely poor. Anyone with keen eyes could tell he was in a bad mood. Captain, come here for a moment. Lung Yu waved to Mo Tianyun. What's up? Mo Tianyun asked, puzzled. Oh, just come here. Lung Yu said. Mo Tianyun walked over slowly. Captain, I need to tell you. Lung Yu tiptoed and whispered in Mo Tianyun's ear. What? Mo Tianyun was shocked and glanced at Talink after hearing Lung Yu's words. Talink knew that Lung Yu and his captain were whispering, and their topic was about his father. Mo Tianyun looked at Talink with sympathy because he had also suffered for a long time after losing Grandpa Zika. Only those who have truly lost their closest family members understand the heart-wrenching pain. This suffering originates from the depths of the heart, unrelated to the body, yet it can make life unbearable. The hatch of the Bateau Jiluan starship opened again, and this time 3 people entered. One was Nick, another was Thorn, and surprisingly an old elder. Captain. Nick and Thorn spoke simultaneously. Old elder, why have you come as well? Is there something you need to relay? Mo Tianyun asked. No, not at all. I've come to return with you to the Dunistar Defense Military Base. Old President Gracie shook his head as he looked at Mo Tianyun. Why? Are you going to join the Mech Combat Corps as well? I am joining the Mech Manufacturing Department to produce more epic combat mechs for the Empire and eliminate more Zerg. Old President Gracie stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Talink's expression changed, and he began to gaze intently at the old president's face. Talink strongly resonated with the old president's words. Eliminate more Zerg. Major Adair Barnard sacrificed himself to save me. His last words urged me to create more epic combat mechs. I can never forget the moment he died before my eyes. He didn't need to come to save me. It was all because of me that he... Old President Gracie's voice choked with emotion. So I owe him this life. Initially, I thought I had no regrets in this life, but now I have a new goal, to create more epic combat mechs. This goal gives me motivation. That's why I want to join the mech manufacturing department to produce more epic combat mechs for the Empire. Old President Gracie revealed the reason for coming here. Alright, someone as talented as you in mech manufacturing will surely be welcomed by the mech manufacturing department. Anya nodded. Since everyone is here, let's set off to the place the old elder mentioned to investigate. The Bateau Jiluan starship instantly vanished above the Uluru military base. The Bardas Island starship is preparing for spatial leap. Proceeding to the location marked on the cosmic star map, Tianyun commanded the ship's intelligence. The Bardas Island starship acknowledges energy is being loaded and the spatial leap will commence in 10 seconds. 10-9. 3, 2, 1. Spatial leap initiated. Outside the atmosphere of the Uluru star, a massive flying metallic behemoth, Bardas Island starship, instantaneously transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Very good, very good. The Robbie who once looked like a delinquent now actually has such grand aspirations, seems like a prodigal son has returned. Tianyun listened to Thorn's words and nodded in agreement. The living conditions of the people in the slum village, or rather their survival conditions, were simply abysmal. Tianyun had stayed there for 5 years, and people died of hunger every day. In the slum village, being able to have a full meal each day was a cause for joy, and the children there rarely knew what school was because they had no money. Their parents wouldn't tell them. Even if those children knew, their parents couldn't afford to send them to school. This is one of the social issues brought about by the large-scale planetary migration of the Aolong Empire. Why did the Aolong Empire carry out large-scale planetary migration? This dates back to the invasion of the insect race. In the 100 years following the insect race invasion, after a century of war, the population of the empire has gradually decreased. According to calculations from the empire's highest intelligence, in another 1,000 years the population will fall short and the entire Aolong Empire civilization will be wiped out by the insect race. To address the population shortage caused by war, the higher-ups of the Aolong Empire decided to embark on large-scale planetary migration. Now over 1,000 years have passed, and the population of the Aolong Empire has increased significantly compared to before. Although the population shortage issue has been resolved, another problem has arisen: overpopulation. Over 95 of the habitable planets in the Aolong star system have undergone large-scale planetary migration. The Aolong Empire is now facing logistical pressures from the insect race invasion and cannot sustain so many people, so most of the migrants can only fend for themselves. These people comprise the individuals from the slum village who were abandoned at birth and have never received any resources from the empire, such as education or medical care. Everything is irrelevant to these poor people, because these poor individuals do not have an empire identity card. Yes, those without an empire identity card are considered the poor. Obtaining a standard empire identity card costs a full 1000 star coins. So do these poor people have no access to education or medical care? Not exactly. Those with an empire identity card simply have more rights, such as joining the Imperial Army or being able to board starships to leave their birth planet. As long as the poor have star coins, they can still access education and medical care. Whenever war occurs, it is still the lower class people who bear the most suffering. Truly, in prosperity the people suffer, in demise the people suffer. Tianyun could only speak with resignation. Although he felt helpless inside, he was also powerless to change the situation. Though he sympathized with the impoverished living at the bottom of society, he currently lacked the capability to save countless people from their dire circumstances. If I become a cosmic powerhouse, I will definitely eliminate all the insect race invaders, allowing countless lower-class people to live happy and joyful lives. At that moment, Tianyun silently made another wish in his heart, waiting for the day he could fulfill it. As Tianyun made this heartfelt wish, a trace of green light slowly emerged in his eyes, which then turned completely green. At the same time, centered around Tianyun, a powerful mental pressure enveloped the entire Bardas Island starship, instantly overwhelming Thorn, Nick Talent, Cold Rain, Cold Wind, President Grace, and others to the ground. This process lasted less than a second before Tianyun's mental power dissipated. Tianyun, my young friend, what just happened? There was such a sudden fluctuation in your mental power. Old President Grace stood up from the metal floor of the starship, adjusted his attire, and asked Tianyun. Thorn, Nick Talent, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind all looked at Tianyun with some urgency in their expressions. Everyone, I apologize. I just thought of some unpleasant matters and my emotions got a bit excited. I couldn't control my mental power, truly sorry. Tianyun apologized to everyone. 8 hours later, the Bardas Island starship crossed a distance of 2 light-years in space and arrived at the outskirts of a desolate star system without any Aolong Empire migration planets. The incident occurred right around here. We need to survey the surroundings first, said the old president. Just then a red alert message was transmitted from the starship's intelligence interface. The starship has detected ultra-high density biological energy fluctuations and has automatically activated stealth mode. beginning to search for the source of the biological energy fluctuations. Mo Tianyun and the others perked up, fixated on the starship's intelligence. What? What is that thing? This is a star, but what is that gigantic object next to it? Is that the insect race's nest? The starship's intelligence transformed the source of the biological energy fluctuations into a clear image. Everyone, including Mo Tianyun, saw a massive spherical object next to the star, and they immediately felt a chill run down their spines. This star, given its current size, is definitely not a standard-sized star. It is much smaller than a typical star. I suspect that the thing next to it has absorbed its energy. Besides the Empire, the only ones capable of absorbing stellar energy are the insect race. Mo Tianyun muttered. Captain, that insect race nest is much larger than a planet. Could it possibly be a general-level insect nest? Nick exclaimed, mouth agape in astonishment. That's almost certain. It must be a general-level insect nest. Cold Rain asserted confidently. Phew. I don't think that's all. If this insect race nest is not just an ordinary general-level nest. Judging by its appearance, such a massive insect nest may even be a conglomerate of multiple general-level nests. Mo Tianyun took a deep breath, his expression grave as he spoke. A nest of this scale is beyond what we can handle. We can only relay this information back to the Dunastar Defense Military Base and let Major General Griffith Fred deal with it personally. Mo Tianyun quickly transmitted this information back to the Dunastar Defense Military Base. Upon receiving Mo Tianyun's message, all the officers and soldiers in the headquarters of the Dunastar Defense Military Base were startled by this news. Dunastar Defense Military Base. Command Center Area. Headquarters Building. A major-level officer transmitted a message back marked as a special urgent message that we must prioritize and address. In the Military Intelligence Hall, a captain pointed at a red page of information on the large screen ahead and said, received. A communications officer operating the information transmission device dared not delay quickly opening this high-priority message. What? This major has discovered a hive cluster of bug general level. This message was sent back by Mo Tianyun. The captain, upon seeing this message, was so frightened that his heart nearly stopped. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Notify the base commander, Major General Griffin Fred. This is a hive cluster of bug general level, and such a high-level insect nest has never been found near the Dunastar Defense Military Base. Quickly notify all major-level officers. I have a hunch that the Dunastar Defense Military Base is likely to face great trouble. There can be no delay. If there is a delay, it would be a grave sin. This captain deeply understood the seriousness of this message and did not dare to waste a second. Yes. Yes. The communications officer immediately sent the message to all major-level officers at the Dunastar Defense Military Base. This is definitely a hive cluster of bug general level. How could there be such a significant hidden danger near the Dunastar Defense Military Base without being discovered for so long? Are those reconnaissance personnel just slacking off? With the energy and materials surrounding the Dunastar Defense Military Base, this hive cluster of bug general level could not have formed in less than a few decades. I never expected such a scale of insect nest to appear under my monitoring. I truly feel derelict in my duties, utterly derelict. After receiving this message, Major General Griffin Fred continuously viewed the images sent by Mo Tianyun again and again. Finally, he painfully tugged at his hair and angrily exclaimed, "What should I do? This is absolutely beyond the military strength of the Dunastar Defense Military Base. It seems I must report this to Marshal Odie Swift and request more troops for support, otherwise it will be very difficult to eliminate such a massive hive cluster of bug general level." As Major General Griffin Fred spoke, he opened his personal microintelligence device to report to his superiors. Marshal Odie Swift, this is the Dunastar Defense Military Base. I am Griffin Fred, and I have important matters to report to you. After a few seconds, a small screen appeared on Major General Griffin Fred's personal microintelligence device, showing a man with a white beard who looked not old at all, with an imposing aura that could be felt even through the screen. Marshal Odie Swift. Major General Griffin Fred quickly bowed in salute. "Fred, why are you in such a hurry to find me? What important matter is it?" "Marshal, it is like this." Major General Griffin Fred began to explain. "What? A hive cluster of bug general level. Fred, how could you let such a large-scale insect nest form?" "Marshal Odie Swift, this was my dereliction of duty, and I am willing to take responsibility. I hope you can dispatch troops to eliminate this insect nest." Major General Griffin Fred spoke softly with his head down. "You. In our 51st Star Group, 114th Star Zone, such a large-scale insect nest has not been seen for decades. All right, I will immediately mobilize troops. They should arrive within 10 days. I suspect there are high-ranking officers in your defense base being controlled by bug general-level insects. You know what to do?" Marshal Odie Swift said after some contemplation. "Yes. Marshal Odie Swift, I know what to do." Major General Griffin Fred nodded, watching the image of Marshal Odie Swift gradually fade away. Now we must quickly mobilize the army to gather forces and investigate the reality of that insect nest. Also identify those controlled by the insects. That's settled then. Major General Griffin Fred closed his eyes pondering for a while before finally making a decision. Meanwhile, in a plain building in the Dunistar Defense military base, filled with various energy crystals, a burly man with a rugged appearance and red eyes was roaring and howling. Tianyan right. Very good, very good. I was truly surprised when I saw your information last time. With your talent, you are outstanding even in this so-called Oolong Empire. I was originally planning to find a chance to eliminate you. I never expected that the secret there would actually be discovered by you. How infuriating, truly infuriating. The efforts I have put in for years have been ruined just like that, and I am truly unwilling. Now that it has come to this, I can only take a desperate gamble. If I can step out that door and successfully transform into, I will have a chance of survival. His face was filled with unwillingness as he crazily waved his strong arms. The veins on his arms bulged, making it look like they were about to explode like vicious dragons coiling around his arms. His hands constantly grasped at the air as if something he deeply loathed was there desperately trying to tear it apart. Yet this man was wearing a military uniform. Tianyan. Prepare to die. Ha ha. The wildly insane laughter echoed through the room. I believe everyone already knows, so I won't say much. This operation is extremely dangerous and may even lead to a 9 out of 10 chance of death. However, as loyal soldiers and brave warriors of the Oolong Empire guarding every inch of the Empire's territory is our immense responsibility. The Dunistar Defense military base may face an unprecedented disaster this time, so I ask everyone to bring out your utmost abilities to eliminate the insects in the insect nest. If at this moment anyone feels like retreating and wants to be a coward despised by thousands, I will show no mercy and will execute you on the spot. Major General Griffin Fred's gaze was sharp as he looked at the more than 100 major-level officers before him, speaking with great authority. Most major-level officers felt a jolt in their hearts upon hearing this. Now those with their own fleets, bring your fleets. Those without fleets, board my interstellar shuttle. We depart immediately. Major General Griffin Fred stood up from the conference seat. Yes, over 100 major-level officers stood up in unison in response. In a location billions of kilometers away from the Bardas Island starship, there is a small star with a radius of nearly 300 kilometers. Beside this small star there exists a massive collection of space meteors. This collection is known as a bug general level insect nest. Overall, the bug general level insect nest resembles a rectangular prism, its surface dotted with countless pockmarked caves, while various insect species of different sizes continuously fly in and out. When using the small star as a reference, this bug general level insect nest collection measures at least 100 kilometers in length. What does a 100,000 kilometer object mean? A typical habitable planet such as Uluru star has a radius of about 100 kilometers. This means that the length of this 100,000 kilometer object is equivalent to the combined diameters of 5 habitable planets. Thus, the internal space of this bug general level insect nest collection is even more vast, capable of accommodating dozens of planets. Deep within the dim and shadowy interior of the bug general level insect nest, a bug nest several kilometers long and adorned with countless star-like glimmers hangs in the air. The surface of this bug nest is covered with energy crystals that are shimmering, supported by dense and continuous columns of rock. Every so often the energy crystals on the massive bug nest's surface dim, but there are always elite insect species, each several hundred meters in size, with bizarre insect wings replacing the dimmed energy crystals. Captain, what should we do now? Just watch this enormous bug general level insect nest collection helplessly. Talink looked fiercely at the bug general level insect nest collection, his hands clenched tightly, wishing he could rush in and dismantle it immediately. However, Talink knew that with his current strength, he was far from achieving that. The gap was too vast. If the bug general level insect nest collection were likened to an ocean, his power couldn't even stir a single wave. Therefore, he wanted to inquire about his captain's plan. Don't even think about targeting this bug general level insect nest collection. If all forces from the Dunistar's defensive military base were deployed, there might be a slight hope of taking it down, but for us, it's impossible. Tianyan shook his head and said helplessly. Even he at this moment had little confidence in preserving his safety within the bug general level insect nest collection. If he encountered the bug general, he might have to flee for his life. Major General Griffin Fred has already received this information and is on his way here. They will arrive in a few hours. Well then, let's wait for Major General Griffin Fred. Talink eventually suppressed the immense hatred in his heart and nodded. Since Talink's father's death, his heart had been firmly occupied by hatred. He wished to tear apart all the insect species. At this moment, the massive bug nest deep within the bug general level insect nest collection suddenly shook violently, followed by countless huge elongated tentacles emerging, tearing a large hole in the surface of the nest. At this time, the insect species replacing the energy crystals seemed to become as stiff as stones, with only their wings trembling, while their other limbs dared not move an inch. At that moment, a red beam of light emerged from the large hole in the bug nest surface, directly illuminating the top of the nest, standing out prominently in the dark insect nest. Soon after, all the tentacles retracted, and the red beam of light slowly dissipated, revealing spots of colorless crystals around the bug nest. In the next moment, these colorless crystals suddenly lit up, illuminating the surroundings of the massive bug nest. The formerly dark bug nest space became clearly visible. If Emotianyan were here, he would first notice a strange gigantic figure above the tens of kilometers wide bug nest space. This figure was clad in red armor with mysterious and intricate patterns swirling around it, which astonishingly resembled the spiritual patterns of a mech core. However, the difference was that the mysterious and intricate patterns on this figure's red armor continuously rotated as if they were living spiritual patterns. This strange figure resembled a humanoid possessing a head, arms, and legs, but unlike humans, it stood only 10 kilometers tall and sported a sharp tail several kilometers long, along with numerous writhing tentacles on its body. It was the bug general. At the center of the bug general's body was a dark green crystal, which occasionally emitted a dim light, causing the crystal to flicker. In an instant, this massive figure of the bug general vanished from the bug nest and appeared in an incredibly vast space of the insect nest. In this vast space of the insect nest, countless leader-level insect species had gathered, along with thousands of insect lords and 3 bug generals of different armored forms perched on a massive platform in the space above. Adding to the newly appeared red-armored bug general, there were a total of 4 bug generals within this bug general-level insect nest collection. All of these assembled insects were at least leader-level. With the arrival of the red-armored bug general, all the insects in the vast space, including the 3 bug generals who had been waiting here, immediately lowered their heads. It was evident that this red-armored bug general was the highest ranking among all the insects in this enormous bug general-level insect nest collection. Dear Source Veins, the red-armored bug general transmitted a wave of thought to all the insect species. I have been lying in wait here for over 20 years, intending to wait until I become a commander level before leading everyone to break out of this place, conquer the 51st star zone of the Aolong Empire, and coordinate with our clan's main army to launch a surprise attack, using this as a springboard to directly breach the defensive lines of the Aolong Empire, leaving their critical points wide open so that our clan's legacy army can invade and completely take over the entire Aolong star system. However, I never expected that our base would be discovered by a new recruit from the Aolong Empire. Given the current situation, it is anticipated that the Aolong Empire will soon dispatch a large number of troops to encircle us, so we must strike first and catch them off guard. Source Clans, I hereby declare we will immediately attack the defensive military base near the Aolong Empire. Only by annihilating them can we survive. Rather than waiting for death, we should do everything we can to seize a glimmer of hope. The thought waves of the red-armored insect general spread to every member of the insect race. Give it our all. Give it our all. The other 3 insect generals also responded to the call of the red-armored insect general. Commander, Commander, Commander. Waves of invisible mental energy surged wildly within the vast space of the insect general's nest. The insect race also has its own civilization. Let me explain some terms and their meanings for the insect race. Source vein. The source of the insect race's reproduction has different branches, and the source vein is akin to the shared ancestry in our Chinese surnames, all having their bloodline roots. As for the ancestors of the insect race, they are naturally the higher-level insect races. General insects that have evolved to the level of insect generals and above are referred to by lower-level insects, with the term general added after their rank, indicating respect. For instance, an insect general is referred to as general by lower-level insects, and an insect commander is referred to as commander by lower-level insects. Commander general, if the highest-level insect present is an insect general, and there are several, the strongest among them will have commander added to their title to signify their supreme strength. When the author wrote the previous statement made by the red-armored insect general, they felt it was a bit awkward, as I used a semi-ancient style reminiscent of dialogues of historical figures in television dramas. I wonder how the readers feel about it. Feel free to provide feedback. I can make changes in the future. Mo Tianyun, I sense that in the distant insect general's nest assembly, there are hundreds of thousands of mental fluctuations, and even 4 fluctuations of insect generals. The ethereal voice of the spirit of miracles echoed in Mo Tianyun's mind. For fluctuations of insect generals, Mo Tianyun immediately gasped in shock. It should be noted that the Do-Not-Star defensive military base only has a general-level combat capability, specifically Brigadier General Griffiths Fred. Yet this Insect General's Nest Assembly actually possesses 4 Insect Generals. How could the Do-Not-Star defensive military base withstand the invasion of so many Insect Generals? Spirit of Miracles, you just mentioned hundreds of thousands of mental fluctuations. Doesn't that mean there are very few lower-level insects? Mo Tianyun recalled the Spirit of Miracles' words and asked curiously. Alas, you are thinking too simply. There are at least hundreds of thousands of leader-level insects and additionally thousands of insect lords. Even if your Do-Not-Star defensive military base sends all its mecha combat divisions and interstellar shuttles, it won't be enough to handle them. The Spirit of Miracles shook its head and sighed in the core space of miracles. Then what should we do? Mo Tianyun said anxiously. From what I understand, given the military situation of your Aolong Empire, this Insect General's Nest Assembly would require at least half a star zone's military strength to eliminate. The Spirit of Miracles said. While Mo Tianyun was training new recruits at the Do-Not-Star defensive military base, the Spirit of Miracles learned about the detailed situation of the Aolong Empire. Does that mean we need at least 10 military forces like the Do-Not-Star defensive military base to eliminate this Insect General's Nest Assembly? Mo Tianyun finally understood how powerful this Insect General's Nest Assembly he discovered was. You don't need to be so pessimistic. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. With so many insects in this Insect General's Nest Assembly, think carefully. If you can gather all their insect crystal nuclei, will you still be short of points for now? I'm not saying you need all the insect crystal nuclei, but there is definitely at least one insect nest energy crystal inside this Insect General's Nest Assembly. If you can get hold of this insect nest energy crystal, millions of points are guaranteed. The Spirit of Miracles kept prompting Mo Tianyun. That's right. The insect race has points all over the place. And the insect nest energy crystal is a treasure just sitting there. Mo Tianyun excitedly clenched his right fist, striking his left palm with spiritual energy to transmit information. What's wrong, Captain? Talink asked in confusion. So Nick, Cold Rain, Cold Wind, and Gray, the old president, all looked at the excited Mo Tianyun in unison. I suddenly remembered something that excites me, and I couldn't help it for a moment. Don't worry, Captain, I am professional, and usually won't get excited unless I recall something thrilling. Mo Tianyun waved his hand slightly to indicate that everything was fine. Captain Tianyun. And everyone come over quickly. Suddenly Nick, who had been silently observing the brain interface of the interstellar shuttle, suddenly shouted loudly to Mo Tianyun and the others. What is it, Nick? Mo Tianyun and the others crossed a distance of over 100 meters in under a second, rapidly arriving at the control room of the interstellar shuttle. Look at the Insect General's Nest Assembly. There are a lot of insect flying fortresses appearing. Nick said, wide-eyed, pointing at the interface of the interstellar shuttle brain in panic. On the interface, the Insect General's Nest Assembly, stretching over 1.0 kilometers, resembled a destroyed ant colony, with countless insect flying fortresses pouring out. Quickly, a massive swarm of dark insect flying fortresses gathered in the cosmic space. These insect flying fortresses swept towards Mo Tianyun's Bardas Island starship like a huge swarm. Captain Mo Tianyun, it's bad. These insect flying fortresses are rushing towards us. Clearly our position has been discovered by the insects. We need to leave quickly, otherwise once surrounded by these tens of thousands of insect flying fortresses, we won't be able to escape even if we sprout wings. Cold Rain glanced over and anxiously shouted to Captain Mo Tianyun. Understood. Mo Tianyun remained calm. As long as there were no insect generals, he could easily handle it. With his current strength, could he really be afraid of being surrounded? Son quickly informed Brigadier General Griffiths Fred that our position has been exposed and the insects are attacking us. Request immediate support. Cold Rain, Talink, Nick, Cold Wind, I am now transferring the weapon control authority of the Bardas Island starship to the 4 of you. Hit the area with the most insect flying fortresses hard. Received. Son immediately informed Brigadier General Griffiths Fred. Received. Nick, Talink, Cold Rain, and Cold Wind opened 4 weapon launch interfaces in the control room, continuously adjusting the weapon control data on the screens. Young friend Tianyun, what can I do? Asked old President Gray. Senior, if you know how to control the weapons of the interstellar shuttle, I can give you some authority. Alright, I know a little about the control of the interstellar shuttle's weapons, but I have never actually operated them. Old President Gray said, also I have an epic battle mecha with a maximum weapon enhancement multiplier of 105 times. I've already named it Lives Afterglow. I can tell from your previous piloting that it was not an epic battle mecha. Therefore I am now entrusting this mecha to you. Please, young friend Tianyun, do your best to slay the insects. Old President Gray retrieved a blue spatial orb and solemnly instructed, this is wonderful, truly wonderful. Old Senior, you are truly delivering coal in the snow. Rest assured. As for those insects, we will kill as many as they send. Mo Tianyun tightly grasped the old senior's spatial orb. At this moment, the swarm of insect flying fortresses had already arrived near the Bardas Island starship. Everyone prepare yourselves, the insectoid flying fortress is about to enter the range of the Bardas Island starship. Cold Rain reminded her gaze fixed intently on the weapon launch system's display. She was well-versed in controlling various weapons, and the members of the Tianyun squad along with the senior veteran followed her orders. Prepare to fire. With a command from Cold Rain, the only mobile star-level energy pulse laser cannon on the Bardas Island starship, controlled by her, continuously adjusted its firing direction, aiming at the center of the insectoid flying fortress, entering launch mode. At this moment, the weapon control display of the interstellar shuttle battleship was counting down. 3, 2, 1, fire. A length of 5 kilometers of the Bardas Island starship aimed towards the insectoid direction, revealing a massive energy firing port. This enormous energy firing port had a diameter of over 100 meters and a length of nearly 1,000 meters. As Cold Rain issued her command, the front of the energy firing port grew bright, illuminating an area around the Bardas Island starship for several kilometers within less than half a second. The energy of the mobile star-level energy pulse laser cannon continuously accumulated, suddenly reaching its limit at a certain moment, erupting forth like a volcanic explosion with spiraling trails of energy tightly encircling the massive energy beam. Seconds later, the massive beam shot out, creating a dazzling light path extending several 100,000 kilometers into the vast, endless cosmos, plunging into the center of countless insectoid flying fortresses. Immediately, a brilliant light flashed across the dark cosmic void, and hundreds of insectoid flying fortresses were instantly reduced to dust. At the same time, Cold Rain launched the energy beam from the Bardas Island starship nearby. Thorn, Nick, Talent, Cold Wind, and Elder Gracie also controlled the other energy weapons on the Bardas Island starship to fire, targeting the secondary center of the insectoid flying fortress cluster. 10 energy beams, much weaker than the main cannon, struck the secondary center of the insectoid flying fortress, resembling a series of stellar alignments, triggering massive explosions that turned numerous insectoid flying fortresses into cosmic dust. While Thorn, Nick, Talent, Cold Rain, Cold Wind, and Elder Gracie operated the energy weapons on the Bardas Island starship, Mo Tianyun had already transmitted the epic battle mech, the Lives Afterglow mech, given by the senior veteran from the blue spatial orb, and had entered the core of the mech piloting this epic battle mech. The epic battle mech was vastly different from the extraordinary battle mech. Firstly, the height of the epic battle mech was significantly greater, as the Lives Afterglow mech, crafted by the senior veteran, stood at 110 meters, making it a true high-grade large mech. Moreover, the internal structure of the epic battle mech differed greatly from that of the extraordinary battle mech. In the extraordinary battle mech, the mental connection core, cockpit, energy center, and power system were separate, while in the epic battle mech, these major components were integrated into one unit, allowing for more efficient utilization of the mech's immense energy and enhancing the core's structural integrity. Most importantly, the epic battle mech possessed its own unique mech battle imprint. When the Elder crafted the epic battle mech, the mech battle imprint had already formed, but during the last incident on Uluru Star, he had not fused his mental energy into the mech battle imprint to create a unique mech martial arts imprint. This was because the Elder did not practice martial arts techniques. He had devoted himself to the study of mech manufacturing since his youth, and had never embarked on the path of a gene-evolved martial artist. At this moment, Mo Tianyun was slowly merging his mental energy into the mech battle imprint, incorporating his martial arts technique, the Myriad Starlight Sword, into the mech battle imprint. Before long, the original mech battle imprint within the mech's core transformed, turning into a shimmering starlight intertwined with countless sword shadows. This was the mech martial arts imprint formed by the fusion of Mo Tianyun's mental energy martial arts techniques and the original mech battle imprint of the Lives Afterglow mech. With this mech martial arts imprint, the Lives Afterglow mech could be considered a truly complete epic battle mech. A complete epic battle mech with a mech martial arts imprint could significantly enhance the compatibility between gene-evolved martial artists and battle mechs. The epic battle mech is truly far superior to the extraordinary battle mech. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Mo Tianyun said, piloting the Lives Afterglow mech while silently soaking in the experience. This was Mo Tianyun's first time piloting an epic battle mech. Originally, he thought he would have to wait until he completed the 1,000 Sword mech to have a truly personal epic battle mech to pilot. He never expected that this time coming back to rescue Uluru Star the Elder could give him such a great surprise, allowing him to pilot the epic battle mech ahead of time. Mo Tianyun had long yearned for the epic battle mech. If he weren't so busy returning to save Uluru Star from the insectoid invasion, he might have already started working on the 1,000 Sword mech. The 1,000 Sword mech was something Mo Tianyun had eagerly anticipated for several months. So this was Mo Tianyan's first time piloting the epic battle mech. How could he not be excited? This epic battle mech was the most ordinary one crafted by the Elder with a maximum combat power enhancement of 105 times. If Mo Tianyan completed the 1,000-sword mech, his strength could be boosted by around 10 times. The gap between a top-tier epic battle mech and an ordinary one was immense. This disparity would be even more pronounced in other higher-level mechs. For example, the legendary battle mech blueprints redeemable in the Divine Core space could produce mechs like the perfect-level legendary battle mech, the 9 Radiant Holy Light mech, which had a maximum combat power enhancement of 1,000 times. In contrast, the legendary battle mech with the lowest maximum combat power enhancement, the Heavenly Machine Illusory Moon mech, had a maximum enhancement of only 1,086 times. That's nearly a 9,000-fold difference in the maximum combat power enhancement. Haha, with the epic battle mech, what do I have to fear from the insectoid generals? Mo Tianyan activated the Lives Afterglow and took out the battle sword from the original insect hunting mech, charging towards the cluster of insectoid flying fortresses. The flying speed of the Lives Afterglow mech reached 200 kilometers per second, but in the vastness of space that speed was slower than a turtle's crawl. The distance between the Bardas Island starship and the swarm of Zerg flying fortresses is over 1,000,000 kilometers. The Lives Dawn mecha advances at a speed of 200 kilometers per second, making this 1,000,000-kilometer distance take over an hour to traverse. Isn't Mo Tianyan able to use his formidable mental power to enhance the mecha's flying speed? While this is indeed true, the increased speed is also quite limited. It is estimated that the speed could only be increased by about twice, meaning the Lives Dawn mecha can reach a speed of 600 kilometers per second in the vastness of space under the boost of mental power. The resistance in outer space is minimal and can be ignored, so as long as the mental power is sufficient, the mecha's speed can be greatly enhanced. With this speed alone, it would still take half an hour to cover 1,000,000 kilometers. Activating the mecha's space jump system. Mo Tianyan felt a stir in his heart as the massive space jump system behind the Lives Dawn mecha emitted terrifying spatial fluctuations under the energy supply from the mecha's core. 5 seconds later, the Lives Dawn mecha vanished near the Bardas Island starship. In the distance, the swarm of Zerg flying fortresses showed no signs of diminishing under the bombardment of the Bardas Island starship, in fact, there seemed to be even more than before. This is because the Zerg Queen's collective nests continuously produce Zerg flying fortresses. A single satellite-class Bardas Island starship has only destroyed a tiny fraction of the Zerg flying fortresses within the entire fleet. The Bardas Island starship remained stationary while the swarm of Zerg flying fortresses advanced at an astonishing speed: 1,000,000 kilometers, 900,000 kilometers, 800,000 kilometers, down to 500,000 kilometers, 400,000 kilometers. And soon the distance between them was closing in rapidly. At this moment, the Zerg flying fortresses were already in a position to attack the Bardas Island starship. Activate the Interstellar Shuttle Battleship's energy shield. Lung Yu skillfully controlled the interstellar shuttle battleship, maintaining the perfect distance between the Bardas Island starship and the swarm of Zerg flying fortresses, and opened the energy shield. This way there was no waste of energy from the Bardas Island starship. At that moment, Mo Tianyan was also piloting the Lives Dawn mecha to perform a space jump, arriving in front of the swarm of Zerg flying fortresses. What is that? Is that the captain's mecha? Lung Yu saw Mo Tianyan piloting the Lives Dawn mecha appear in front of the swarm of Zerg flying fortresses through the interstellar shuttle battleship's surveillance screen. However, Lung Yu did not know that this Lives Dawn mecha was given to Mo Tianyan by the old President Gracie. Everyone be careful when operating the weapon systems of the Bardas Island starship. Don't accidentally hit that mecha. Lung Yu conveyed this message through the command room to the other team members and old President Gracie. This is the Lives Dawn epic battle mecha that I created. The current pilot is my young friend Tianyan. Everyone be careful not to hurt that mecha. Old President Gracie also reacted quickly and spoke. In fact, under Mo Tianyan's control, the Lives Dawn epic battle mecha was far from being as fragile as it seemed. On the contrary, it was precisely because of Mo Tianyan's control that the Lives Dawn mecha could truly unleash its powerful capabilities as an epic battle mecha. When old President Gracie piloted the Lives Dawn mecha during the defense battle on Uru Star, it appeared very weak, but at that time the Lives Dawn mecha was not yet a complete epic battle mecha, as it had not formed the mecha martial arts battle imprint. Moreover, old President Gracie's mecha control skills were truly subpar. He hadn't even reached the lowest level of beginner control, so how could he compare with Mo Tianyan, who had reached the refined control level of a battle mecha master? So this mecha is a gift from you to Captain Tianyan. It's still an epic battle mecha. Thor Nick Talink Lung Yu and Lung Feng expressed some envy after hearing this. Who among the extraordinary battle mecha masters and those below that level wouldn't wish to possess an epic battle mecha? Look, Captain Mo Tianyan. He's using that immensely powerful martial arts technique again. Nick exclaimed, his eyes shining as he stared at the interstellar shuttle battleship's surveillance screen. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone aboard the Bardas Island starship. Aboard the Bardas Island starship, there were not only the Tianyun team members and old President Gracie. In addition to the Tianyun team members and old President Gracie, there were various personnel needed for the interstellar shuttle battleship, such as logistics teams, pilots, communication teams, and so on. This Bardas Island starship is a satellite-class interstellar shuttle battleship measuring 10.5 kilometers long. Besides Mo Tianyun and the others, there are a total of 104 various personnel equipped for the interstellar shuttle battleship on board. At that moment, they were all watching the scene of Mo Tianyun displaying his might in the distant expanse of outer space through the screen. This was the second time they had seen Mo Tianyun in action, and they couldn't help but be completely focused. Myriad starshine swords. In front of the swarm of Zerg flying fortresses, a mecha tiny as an ant stood there. In an instant, Mo Tianyun focused his mind, and the Lives Dawn mecha suddenly glowed brightly, unleashing a colossal mecha martial arts battle imprint that soared into the sky, forming an intricate pattern behind the Lives Dawn mecha. Meanwhile, the surrounding space lit up with starshine swords, each over 100 meters long, numbering up to 1000. This time, Mo Tianyun did not fuse them together, but chose to attack separately using these 10 starshine swords combined with the mecha martial arts battle imprint to create a massive mecha martial arts sword formation. With the backing of this starshine mecha martial arts sword formation, the 10 starshine swords erupted, forming a celestial display. Subsequently, the mecha martial arts battle imprint behind the Lives Dawn mecha suddenly grew countless times larger, enveloping all the celestial stars. Though the celestial stars were scattered throughout the vastness of space, when wrapped together by the mecha martial arts battle imprint, they undoubtedly formed a cohesive whole. This is a mecha martial arts technique formed by the combination of the mecha martial arts battle imprint and martial arts techniques. Lung Yu murmured softly. Young friend, Tianyun, you must kill more Zerg for me. Old President Gracie tightly gripped his slightly trembling hands, his eyes filled with hope as he watched the screen. He could never forget the moment when Major Adair Barnard sacrificed himself to save him. The radiance flickered and the starlight shimmered. Mo Tianyun's myriad starlight martial technique, no matter from where it was viewed, resembled not a terrifying strike that could shake the heavens, but rather a resplendent river of stars suspended in the night. This cosmic spectacle, which made one reluctant to leave, became the deadly scythe of death, harvesting the lives of the insect race. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The lightning-fast starlight swords carrying the terrifying might of a meteor crossed over 10,000 kilometers in less than a second, all exploding amidst the insect race's flying fortress group, blooming in the cosmic space with brilliant colors. Each dazzling flame flower was accompanied by the annihilation of countless insect races, as hundreds of millions of insect flying fortresses were shredded into pieces by the myriad starlight mecha techniques. It forcefully halted the swarm-like, dense group of insect flying fortresses, even causing the ones behind to show signs of retreat. This is the power of the perfected myriad starlight sword. Even with numerous low-level insect flying fortresses, it was as easy as cutting vegetables. Sister Shinji, is this the perfected myriad starlight sword? Thank you for your initial suggestions and assistance. Mo Tianyun did not forget the question he pondered when he entered the virtual world during the Mecha Warrior assessment. How could one eliminate many weak insects with the fastest speed? Now with the myriad starlight sword, no matter how many low-level insects come, Mo Tianyun was fearless. Captain, this strength is simply terrifying. So many insect flying fortresses have all been blocked by him alone. Although Lung Feng knew that his captain was powerful at this moment, he couldn't help but exclaim. Yes. 2 months ago, Tianyun was still manufacturing ordinary battle mechas in the cold mountain city of Oyalu. His spiritual power at that time should not have broken through to the spirit sea level. Now he can operate epic battle mechas, single-handedly blocking the attacks of thousands of insect flying fortresses. This speed of progress is truly astonishing. Old predecessor, did you just say that Captain Mo Tianyun's spiritual power was at the perception level 2 months ago? Talink quickly asked after hearing President Grease's words. Yes, indeed. At that time, young friend Tianyun came to Han Mountain to manufacture ordinary battle mechas. I can assure you that his spiritual power definitely did not reach the spirit sea level. President Greaseye nodded, speaking with great certainty. Oh, good. If that's the case, then I can. After hearing President Grease's affirmation, Talink felt delighted, gazing at the life glimmer mecha inside the interstellar shuttle, seemingly pondering something. Stop watching the show. We are also warriors of the Oolong Empire. Although we cannot traverse the cosmic battlefield like Captain Tianyun, single-handedly blocking millions of insects, we can operate the weapons of the Batu-Julian starship to attack, which will also relieve some pressure from the captain while accumulating military merit for ourselves. Alright, let's stop discussing how amazing Captain Tianyun is. We need to focus on our own duties, which is to kill insects. We must kill as many as we can, eradicating all the invading insects from our homeland. Lung Feng nodded, looking at his beloved and the distant Captain Tianyun, who was still fighting, and spoke. Huh, what? A portion of my myriad starlight sword has been completely blocked. At this moment, Tianyun was controlling the life glimmer mecha, watching as the remaining part of his myriad starlight sword was entirely blocked by an invisible energy barrier. Tianyun, you must be careful, the insect general is coming. You just eliminated too many insect flying fortresses, at least exterminating over 10,000 leader-level insects along with some weaker insect lords. Therefore, one of the insect generals from the Insect Nest Collective has already arrived to take action. The spirit of the miracle reminded Tianyun. Is that so? That suits me just fine. I haven't had a chance to face an insect general yet. Tianyun rubbed his palms together, speaking with great excitement. The power of the insect general is vastly different from that of those insect lords. You must not underestimate any insect general, because each one has emerged from thousands of insect lords and evolved. The insect general can be considered the true transformation level of the insect race. The spirit of the miracle, knowing Tianyun's current capabilities, began to swell a bit and couldn't help but continue to remind him. Haha, in the face of great enemies as a warrior, how can I be timid? Whether I can defeat them or not must be tested. Tianyun was currently in high spirits, unwilling to let anyone trample on his confidence. A real man, how could he flee from the battlefield without ever having fought? That would make him no better than a coward. So even the words of Sister Shinji now had an effect. Within the core space of the miracle, the spirit of the miracle smiled slightly upon hearing this, gently nodding her head. This Tianyun is quite stubborn, but he is right. Let's let him try for now. After all, his strength is quite good now, though it seems weak in my eyes. He is gradually growing, so let him train more. A flower in a greenhouse cannot withstand the ravages of wind and rain. Only those who have truly experienced the storm can blossom into the most beautiful flowers. The spirit of the miracle silently sensed Tianyun within the core space, her perfect face blossoming with a smile. Insect generals are somewhat different from other insects. Their exoskeletons are somewhat like mechs. Tianyun controlled the life glimmer mecha and approached the insect flying fortress, spotting a gigantic creature resembling a mecha. This was the insect general. Myriad starlight sword. Tianyun maneuvered the life glimmer mecha, grasping a mecha battle sword, and then tossed the mecha battle sword into the air. Countless starlight swords, each hundreds of meters long, continuously overlapped orderly on the mecha battle sword, adding a layer of golden glowing outer shell several kilometers long. Starlight unite as one. With a thought, the golden giant sword shot forth violently, reaching the front of the insect general in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the insect general extended a gigantic cyan insect claw, which instantly swelled, forming a massive claw capable of covering the golden giant sword. In the next moment, the golden giant sword crashed into the insect claw with immense force. Although no sound could be conveyed in the cosmic space, the insect flying fortresses around the insect general shook violently enough to prove that Tianyun's sword was powerful enough to shake the very fabric of space. What? This was blocked too. Tianyun's expression became extremely serious. The golden giant war sword shot out by Tianyun seemed to be frozen in front of the massive form of the insectoid general, unable to advance even an inch. What kind of insect race is that? How could they firmly block the golden giant sword shot by Captain Tianyun? On board the Bartaz-Jalan starship, Talink, witnessing this scene through the reconnaissance screen of the interstellar shuttle, spoke in disbelief. To withstand such a massive golden sword that could easily penetrate the insect lord, this insect race must possess tremendous power, and given that it appears in a humanoid form, it must be the legendary insectoid general. Old President Gracie wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said with a grave expression, "Phew, an insectoid general. Can Captain Tianyun defeat such a powerful swarm master?" Sorn gasped in shock and said the insectoid general is an incredibly powerful insect race. Their strength exceeds that of ordinary legendary mecha fighters. I fear Tianyun might be in trouble. Old President Gracie expressed his deep concern. Far ahead in the cosmic space, a fierce clash had already begun between Tianyun and the insectoid general. Tianyun was controlling the Lifewave mecha, wielding a massive golden light sword formed by the combination of a star sword over 1,000 meters long and a mecha combat sword, engaged in relentless combat with the insectoid general. The warm-up is over, lower flesh of the Aolong Empire. We shall devour everything You cannot stop our great insect race. A mental message echoed in Mo Tianyan's mind. You insignificant insects invading our homeland. It is you who should accept judgment, you vile creatures deserving of death. With another swing of his sword, Mo Tianyan unleashed an overwhelming force, striking fiercely against the insectoid general's armor. However, this strike only left a faint mark on the insectoid general's armor. Clearly, the armor's defense was too high. Mo Tianyan could not even breach the insectoid general's defenses. I let you strike me once, now it's my turn to respond. This is called reciprocity. The insectoid general's mental message slowly reverberated in Mo Tianyan's mind. Not good, I've fallen into a trap. Mo Tianyan felt a surge of unease, realizing he had been ensnared by his opponent. At that moment, the dark blue massive crystal in front of the insectoid general suddenly lit up, unleashing a violent wave of black light towards Mo Tianyan. The speed of this black light wave was too fast, and its coverage area was particularly vast. Even with Mo Tianyan's spiritual power at the perfected level of Spirit C and his microcontrol mecha skills, he could not evade this powerful strike. Boom. Dong. The energy shield of the Lifewave mecha was instantly breached, revealing the massive mecha body beneath, and then the Lifewave mecha was sent flying nearly 10,000 meters by the residual energy of the black light wave. Inside the control room of the Bartaz Zilon starship captain, Kenya, my friend, Sorn Nick Talink Lung Yu Lung Fong, and old President Gracie cried out in desperation, seeing Mo Tianyan struck by the insectoid general's fierce black energy wave. Captain has been hit by the insectoid general's energy wave. The situation must be critical. We need to come up with a plan quickly. Talink urged the others. But there's nothing we can do to help. Lung Yu said helplessly. What should we do? Should we just watch our captain engage with the powerful insectoid general and do nothing? Talink felt a surge of anxiety and said urgently, Sai, we lack the strength. We are too weak like ants. How can we influence a battle between two elephants? In the vast cosmic space, a black light beam erupted from the dark blue massive crystal of the insectoid general, targeting the recently blasted Lifewave mecha. Mo Tianyan quickly regained his composure, maneuvering the Lifewave mecha to swiftly dodge past, successfully evading the fast-moving energy beam, and in that instant, he restored the energy shield of the Lifewave mecha. However, the insectoid general had long anticipated this step. Its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. It had calculated that Mo Tianyan would evade, predicting his flight path and consecutively firing two energy beams. Mo Tianyan dodged one attack, but unfortunately could not avoid the second. The Lifewave mecha was blasted away once more, and its body was severely damaged. At this point, Mo Tianyan was undeniably trapped in a dire predicament. Captain, the entire Tianyan squad on the Bartaz Zilon starship cried out in anguish. Bang! Talink angrily slammed his fist against the high-strength alloy wall of the Bartaz Zilon starship, producing a loud bang. We are warriors of the Empire too. Can we really do nothing? Why am I so weak and powerless? Why can I do nothing? Talink's pent-up frustration finally erupted. Ever since his father lost his life in the defense battle on the Urilu planet, his mental state had been poor. Now, he could only helplessly watch as his captain was beaten to such a state by the insectoid general. And once again, Talink felt his helplessness, powerlessness, and inability as all his grief and anger exploded within him. Talink was a proud person. Mo Tianyan had once saved his life during the mission to exterminate the insect nest on the Lenerbo A planet. Moreover, Mo Tianyan had guided him in his swordsmanship, helping him to advance further in his martial arts. Die, you inferior flesh. This move is enough to take your life. The dark blue massive crystal of the insectoid general slowly gathered boundless energy, forming a terrifying dark red energy sphere that shot towards Mo Tianyan. Once the dark red energy sphere left the dark blue crystal, it suddenly expanded as it silently enveloped Mo Tianyan. Wherever the sphere passed, the already dark cosmic space became even dimmer, as if even light could not escape the range of this energy sphere. This left everyone on the Bartaz Zilon starship in despair. Superfusion energy main cannon fire. In the moment of despair, a roar echoed from the weapons control room of the interstellar shuttle ship, breaking the despairing silence of the Bartaz Island starship and drawing everyone's attention back to reality. Thank you. You. Cold Rain turned her head and exclaimed in surprise at a man in combat attire operating the main cannon of the Bartaz Island starship. It turned out that Talink had activated the main cannon of the Bartaz Island starship, and he had chosen to load nearly half of the ship's energy into the main cannon, triggering it all at once. This is the best solution I could think of. We must block the energy light group from the insect race's insect general. Please, it must succeed. After firing the superfusion energy main cannon of the Bartaz Island starship, Talink seemed utterly exhausted, leaning on the control panel and murmuring. The massive cannon mouth of the Bartaz Island starship, which had cooled down, was now experiencing a rising temperature, as a vast amount of energy converged there. The Stellar-class Advanced Energy Pulse Laser Cannon continuously accumulated energy until at a certain moment it reached its limit. Just as it was about to unleash a device, suddenly activated, forcefully compressing the massive energy back in for a new round of accumulation. After repeating this process twice, the cannon mouth of the Bardas Island starship glowed red-hot, seemingly on the verge of exploding due to the extreme heat of the continuously compressed energy. In the next moment, the compressed energy mass erupted like a supervolcano as surrounding energy surged forward, forming spiral strands tightly entwined around the massive energy beam. In less than a second, this supermassive energy beam formed by the compressed energy shot forth, creating a dazzling light trail in the boundless universe, directly hitting the dark red energy released by the insect general. At the moment of collision between the two energy bodies, an incredibly brilliant light erupted akin to a supernova explosion, producing an expansive crimson-white glow. As the light faded, the dark red energy sphere shrank significantly, continuing its trajectory towards the cosmic area where Tianyun was located. Star and moon shine together. Myriad starlight swords. Countless rays of starlight circled a brilliant moon shadow, simultaneously giving birth to tens of thousands of starlight swords. In the next instant, the imagery created by these star and moon sword techniques merged with the 100,000 starlight swords, fully integrating with the mecha battle sword. After the fusion of the three, it was no longer a gigantic golden sword stretching over 1,000 meters, but a condensed dark golden light sword measuring 100 meters long. Tianyun controlled the 110-meter-tall Lives Afterglow mecha, wielding a dark golden mecha battle sword almost equal in height, while simultaneously executing two martial arts techniques he had learned throughout his life, charging fiercely toward the dark red energy mass. Instantly, a golden beam several kilometers long shot out from the dark golden great sword, slicing through the vast darkness and directly exploding the dark red energy mass ejected by the insect general. But that was not all. This several kilometers long dark golden beam continued toward the insect general, swiftly arriving before it. What? The insect general immediately extended his massive insect claw, which began to swell dramatically until it blocked his insect body. When the dark golden beam made contact with the insect general's claw, its speed showed no signs of slowing, effortlessly slicing the insect claw in half, as if it were cutting tofu. The remaining force similarly carved a long wound into the insect general's body. Even the insect general's exoskeleton could not withstand Tianyun's sword strike. This is impossible. The insect general was momentarily stunned. Seizing this opportunity, Tianyun piloted the Lives Afterglow mecha, zipping away at high speed. Without hesitation, he grabbed the dark golden great sword and unleashed the star and moon sword technique, continuously striking the insect general's body. In less than 2 seconds, the insect general's colossal 10-kilometer-tall form was left battered and bruised. Good. Awesome. That's it, just like that. Captain, go for it. Tear that damned insect general to shreds. Talink clenched his fists tightly, excitedly waving them in the air. Son Nick, Cold Rain, Cold Wind, and the elderly President Gracie, along with thousands of soldiers aboard the Bardas Island starship, were all ecstatic. Captain, go for it. Nick shouted along, gradually inspiring everyone. With your inferior flesh, how dare you damage my exoskeleton? The insect general's body shimmered with a blue light as the damaged exoskeleton began to heal slowly. The insect general's exoskeleton can self-repair. Tianyun was slightly taken aback, but quickly devised countermeasures. Seeing this, Tianyun immediately unleashed countless starlight swords to attack the damaged exoskeleton of the insect general, drastically slowing its healing speed. At the same time, controlling the Lives Afterglow mecha and wielding the dark golden great sword, he moved at high speed, continually destroying the insect exoskeleton. The insect general's exoskeleton soon became tattered, exposing a large area of its flesh. What a genius of the Orlan Empire! No wonder even the general personally ordered your execution. You've pushed me to this point, it seems I really cannot let you live today. At that moment, the insect general's purple eyes were filled with a fierce glint. In the next moment, the insect general's body emitted a circular blue light, which gradually intensified, wrapping the entire 10-kilometer insect general's body. A circular cocoon of light, several kilometers wide, quickly formed. Tianyun, piloting the Lives Afterglow mecha and wielding the dark red great sword, could only slice through the outer layer of this cocoon, vaguely seeing the insect general's body undergoing some sort of transformation within, but he was momentarily unable to cut through the circular cocoon. What is this layer of light? It's too tough, I can't do anything against it. Tianyun said anxiously. This is the high-level energy defense layer released by the insect general, equivalent to a mecha energy shield, but its hardness surpasses even that of a legendary battle mecha's energy shield. The clear and melodious voice of the Spirit of Miracles appeared in Mo Tianyun's mind instantly, calming his anxious spirit. What is the use of this high-level energy defense layer? Mo Tianyun asked as he looked at the light cocoon released by the insect tribe's insect general, using his mental power to convey the question. The insect tribe's insect general is considered one of the powerful beings within the insect tribe, and the true terror of the insect tribe begins with the insect general, as it can alter its life form and freely control its body size. In short, the insect general has even more powerful forms. Then what should I do now? Should I just let it transform into a more powerful body? Mo Tianyun inquired. Use all your strength and break it quickly. Once broken, the insect general will fall into a state of physical weakness, and you might even have the opportunity to slay that insect general. Alright, I know what to do. Mo Tianyun instantly focused all his mind, staring intently at the high-level energy defense layer released by the insect general. Live's last gleam mecha, burn the final rays of your life. Energy gathering extreme mode activated. Mo Tianyun controlled the Live's last gleam mecha, pouring all his mental power into the energy core of the mecha, instantly mobilizing all the energy from the energy center. This is a control skill used by battle mecha masters to enhance the mecha's power by mobilizing energy with mental force. Such a control skill can damage the battle mecha, hence it is not employed unless at the brink of life and death. Of course, not all battle mecha masters possess this control skill. This skill can only be mastered if one's mecha control level has reached the micro-control level. Ordinary battle mecha masters cannot even utilize mental power to mobilize energy to enhance the mecha's might. Even if a battle mecha master's control level reaches the micro-control level, it does not guarantee mastery of this skill. Another requirement is that their mental power must be sufficiently strong. Only with powerful mental strength can one mobilize enough energy, thereby increasing the might of the epic battle mecha. Otherwise, a battle mecha master with weak mental power trying to mobilize mecha energy in this manner would find themselves unable to control an epic battle mecha. Thus, this skill of enhancing mecha power through mental energy mobilization is not something any battle mecha master who has reached the micro-control level can easily learn. Star Moon Sword Technique. Thousands of starlight swords. Mo Tianyun's mecha battle sword transformed into a massive dark golden sword. Meteor Strike. The Live's last gleam mecha shot out white light from its back, dashing rapidly towards the insect general's massive light cocoon. The dark golden mecha battle sword was firmly grasped by Mo Tianyun, and at that moment the mecha and sword seemed to merge into one, transforming into a shooting star across the sky. This move is a sword technique from the Star Moon Sword Technique, executed in a stabbing manner. This method of attack possesses the strongest penetrating power among all sword techniques. Usually, Mo Tianyun seeks maximum destructive power, often unleashing the ultimate move of the Star Moon Sword Technique, Star and Moon Radiance. In this moment, to pierce through the insect general's high-level energy defense layer, Mo Tianyun also utilized this move, Meteor Strike. Boom. Swish. The high-level energy defense layer shattered under Mo Tianyun's attack, revealing a huge and bizarre blue figure inside, which was the insect general. However, at this moment, the insect general had already changed significantly from before. Firstly, the insect general's original body size reached 10 kilometers in height, but now it was only about 2 kilometers tall, having shrunk considerably, yet it appeared more fierce and formidable. Moreover, many of the insect general's tentacles had disappeared, and it had taken on a form identical to that of a human, complete with one head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. However, the insect general had 3 eyes. This third eye was larger than the other 2, constantly shimmering with blue light accompanied by flickers of lightning. The insect general's outer shell had not yet formed, and was still slowly flowing. It seemed that Mo Tianyun had interrupted its transformation process, preventing it from reassembling its outer shell. How can this be? Impossible. How could the high-level energy defense layer be broken by you? The insect general's insect head was filled with horror. Mo Tianyun, now is the time. The insect general's weak point is its blue eye, which is the insect crystal core. Destroy that blue eye, and the insect general will naturally perish. Understood. Without hesitation, Mo Tianyun, seizing the moment while the insect general was weakened, controlled the Live's last gleam mecha and wielded the dark golden giant sword, transforming into a streak of light with lightning speed towards the insect general's blue eye. Beast die. Mo Tianyun roared. The general will not spare you, lowly flesh. Haha, to die fighting for my kind is also my glory. The insect general's 2 limp hands attempted to block the sword, but Mo Tianyun's strike was simply too powerful. Attempting to block, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Stop! A massive red eerie figure approached Mo Tianyun at incredible speed from outside the insect general's nest. Swish! The insect general's blue eye was completely pierced by Mo Tianyun's sword. The energy of the insect crystal core began to spill out, and the pure energy of dark purple erupted continuously from beneath the eye. In a flash, the core of the miracle on Mo Tianyun's neck detached, flying towards the insect crystal core, emitting a white light that absorbed all the crystal core's energy within 2 seconds. Damn lowly flesh, I never expected you to possess such strength. I thought summoning the 4 generals would suffice to destroy you, but it seems I underestimated you. A mental message was transmitted into Mo Tianyun's mind. At the same time, a red energy beam carrying energy more powerful than the dark red energy ball of the insect tribe's 4 generals by at least 10 times sliced through the cosmic space, appearing near Mo Tianyun's live's last gleam mecha. No. Mo Tianyun suddenly turned his head, catching sight of a red energy beam rushing towards him, instantly horrified and trembling with fear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The perfect figure of the miracle spirit appeared, looking at Mo Tianyun in a panic, speaking with great authority. The miracle spirit lightly pointed with its flawless finger, and a pale blue light shot towards the black token on Mo Tianyun's neck. This black token was engraved with the character Mo, which had accompanied Mo Tianyun since infancy. At that moment, being struck by the blue light from the miracle spirit, the token vibrated violently and then emitted a blue beam that collided with the incoming red light. Inside the Bardas Island starship. What on earth is that glowing thing released by the insectoid commander? Captain Mo Tianyun had previously defeated the insectoid commander with ease, yet now he finds himself utterly helpless against that glowing layer. Nick stared intently at the reconnaissance screen of the interstellar shuttle, observing the battle between Mo Tianyun and the insectoid commander, his face flushed as he anxiously exclaimed about the sudden appearance of the glowing cocoon. Damn these insectoids. How could they have such a backup plan? That last super-converged energy cannon has completely destroyed the main cannon, and the barrel has exploded. We truly have no way out now. It's all up to the captain now. Talink had already rendered the main cannon useless, and in this situation, he felt utterly powerless. Hey, don't panic. Look, the captain has completely shattered that glowing shield released by the insectoid commander. Suddenly Soren yelled out in joy. Go for it, young friend Tianyun. You are the most talented and brave person I've ever seen, and even against the insectoid commander you will surely prevail. Old President Gracie gazed with tear-filled eyes at the life-after-life mech he had created, now under Mo Tianyun's control, about to accomplish something great. Using the power of an epic battle mech to slay a powerful insectoid commander, and he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. Nothing brings greater joy and excitement to a mech designer than witnessing a battle mech they created annihilate enemies on the battlefield, shining brilliantly. If a mech designer is also a battle mech pilot controlling their own creation on the battlefield without rival, that is the most exhilarating experience imaginable. As Mo Tianyun's sword pierced through the insectoid commander's massive blue-eyed dark purple energy erupted from the insectoid core, causing everyone on the Bardas Island starship to gasp. Phew. Young friend Tianyun actually managed to control the life-after-life mech I created to kill an insectoid commander. Witnessing such a glorious scene, I have no regrets in this life. Seeing Mo Tianyun's sword embedded in the insectoid commander's enormous blue eye, and watching it fall silently, old President Gracie gasped in shock, trembling as he spoke. The moment Mo Tianyun killed the insectoid commander was witnessed by everyone on the Bardas Island starship, and the entire ship fell into a sudden silence. After a while, a tremendous wave of excitement erupted as no one could contain their joy and thrill. Danger! Captain Mo Tianyun has a red glow behind him, and it seems to be more powerful than the red energy sphere of the insectoid commander. Before those on the Bardas Island starship could celebrate too long, a fast-moving red beam appeared not far from the insectoid commander's hive, hurtling toward Mo Tianyun. At that moment, a faint blue beam appeared around Mo Tianyun, colliding with the massive red energy beam. Incredibly, this seemingly weak blue beam effortlessly shattered the enormous red beam, then continued to shoot towards the source of the red beam. As everyone's gaze focused on the source of the red beam, they discovered that the giant figure clad in red armor was indeed an insectoid commander. No matter what movement techniques this red-armored insectoid commander employed, no matter how it twisted and turned, the blue beam seemed to have eyes steadily pursuing the insectoid commander. Then, amidst the desperate form of the insectoid commander, the blue beam exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that shattered the surrounding insectoid flying fortresses into debris, but its fate at the center of the explosion remained unknown. Sister Miracle, did that blue beam really come from my Mo token? Mo Tianyun asked, somewhat dazed, transmitting his thoughts. At this moment, he was too curious about how his Mo token, which had accompanied him since childhood, had actually unleashed such a powerful blue beam under Sister Miracle's influence. Ever since you awakened 4 heart seeds of the strong, revealing such astonishing evolutionary talent, I've been curious why your evolutionary talent is so high. According to the genetic evolutionary talents of various races in the universe, the human race of the Alron Empire should not be able to awaken 4 heart seeds of the strong. After my investigation, I noticed that your MO token attracted my attention, and I discovered it hides great secrets. Indeed, your background is not ordinary. Sister Miracle pointed at Mo Tianyan's MO token, revealing a mysterious smile. Huh, my MO token hides great secrets. What could this great secret be? Mo Tianyan asked eagerly, as this item could possibly have been left to him by his family. Having lost his parents as a child, Mo Tianyan was only accompanied by this MO token and Grandpa Zika. As a child, Mo Tianyan often stroked the MO token at night, fantasizing about the day when his family would come to take him and Grandpa Zika away to live together. Now Sister Miracle says this MO token hides great secrets, which implies his family, his parents. In this vast universe, there exists such a civilization whose genetic evolutionary martial arts talent is the strongest in the entire universe. For them, the assistance provided by mechs is negligible. Because of this civilization, their genetic evolution speed is incredibly fast. Once a mech is created, it may not last long before becoming obsolete. Moreover, their martial arts training talent is the strongest. No matter how complex the martial arts skills are, they can learn them quickly and improve their martial arts realm in no time. In summary, Mo Tianyan, you are very likely from that civilization. Sister Miracle said. What civilization? Mo Tianyan hurriedly asked. The martial god civilization. Sister Miracle answered. The martial god civilization. Could I really be from that civilization? Where in the universe are they? Why did they leave me in this Alron Empire? Mo Tianyan murmured, his emotions complex. Inside the core space of the divine manifestation. The spirit of the divine manifestation, upon hearing Mo Tianyan's words, pondered for a moment before speaking again. Since I have brought this matter to light, I will naturally answer any questions that arise in your heart. The martial god civilization is one of the most powerful civilizations in the universe, its depth comparable to that of the civilization I hail from. The races within their civilization are collectively known as the martial god race, comprising 108 branches, and you must be from the MO branch among those 108. Honestly, I never expected to encounter someone like you who hails from one of the strongest civilizations in the universe in such a remote place as the Along Empire. I wonder if this is fate or destiny. Is that so? Does such a thing as fate truly exist? Mo Tianyan couldn't help but drift into thoughts, recalling the first time he met the spirit of the divine manifestation. Who knows? Even the highest level civilizations cannot fully control fate and destiny. Setting aside these ethereal notions, let me tell you more about the martial god civilization. Although my memories of my civilization have been sealed away, I can still glean some information about the martial god civilization. The spirit of the divine manifestation's ethereal voice echoed in Mo Tianyan's mind as she began to elaborate in detail. The martial god civilization is located in the martial god supercluster, while the Along Empire civilization exists within the Genesis supercluster under the protection of the Genesis civilization. Although the martial god supercluster is adjacent to the Genesis supercluster, it is unknown how many superclusters lie between the Along Empire and the martial god supercluster. The distance to be traversed is extremely vast. With your current strength, even if you devoted your entire lifespan to the journey, you would likely not even be able to leave your own star cluster. The spirit of the divine manifestation answered one of Mo Tianyan's questions and then said, I do not know why they left you in this Along Empire. This question may only be solvable when you become a powerful figure in the universe. Mo Tianyan was left bewildered. Sister Divine Manifestation, after hearing so much about the martial god civilization, I have a rough understanding now. The martial god civilization is indeed a very powerful civilization in the universe, and I might originate from there. But what are the martial god supercluster, Genesis, superclusters, and star clusters? Mo Tianyan asked, somewhat puzzled. These are names for celestial bodies in the universe, as well as designations for various regions of the universe. The spirit of the divine manifestation began to explain. The Along Empire is situated within your Along star cluster. Below the star cluster level, the celestial hierarchy includes star clusters, star regions, stellar systems, and planets. There are smaller celestial bodies below planets, but I won't mention those as they are too trivial. The classifications for interstellar battlecruisers in your Along Empire are sufficient, such as meteors, comets, and satellites, which are all insignificant. Above the Along star cluster, the celestial hierarchy includes star systems, superclusters, supercluster regions, and ultimately the entire vast universe. Therefore, to summarize, the hierarchy of celestial bodies in this universe from smallest to largest is as follows: planets, stellar systems, star regions, star clusters, star systems, superclusters, supercluster regions, and the great universe. Do you understand now? The spirit of the divine manifestation asked. Yes, Sister Divine Manifestation, I understand. Mo Tianyan nodded. I'm glad you understand. We must leave immediately. That blue energy beam just now was insufficient to slay an evolved stage for Insectoid General, which is the ultimate stage of evolution for the Insectoid. At most, it would only severely injure that Insectoid General. Now let's hurry back to the Batagilian starship for a spatial jump, or I won't be able to help you. I just absorbed the Insectoid crystal nucleus from the Stage 1 Insectoid General you slayed, and used half of that energy to activate your MO emblem, which fired that blue energy beam. Originally, you could have gained 1 million points, but now you can only receive 5,000 points. That MO emblem you possess should be the legacy token of the martial god civilization. When sufficiently charged with energy, it can provide you with a certain degree of attack and protection, but its most important function is to transmit certain legacies. I won't elaborate further. The details will become clear to you when you reach a certain level of strength. We must hurry now. If that Insectoid General catches up and fires another beam of that magnitude, you won't gain any points at all. So you should really leave quickly. The spirit of the divine manifestation urged Mo Tianyun to leave promptly. Mo Tianyun glanced back and indeed saw a massive red figure slowly emerging at the center of the explosion caused by the blue energy beam. The two exchanged information using their mental powers. Although it seemed lengthy, only a few seconds had actually passed. Go! Mecha Spatial Jump System components activated. 3, 2, 1, Spatial Jump System activated. A spatial rift appeared in front of the Life Afterglow mecha. Mo Tianyun maneuvered the Life Afterglow mecha into the spatial rift. Moments later, the Life Afterglow mecha returned beside the Batagilian starship. The speed of spatial jumping is significantly faster than normal flight, easily surpassing the speed of light. However, according to the technology of the Oolong Empire civilization, spatial jumping cannot currently be applied in combat. To initiate the spatial jump system, it must be activated in a safe environment, otherwise the system can easily be interrupted by enemies during the directional compression of space, rendering the spatial jump impossible. Collect. Mo Tianyun retrieved the somewhat damaged Life Afterglow mecha in the vicinity of the Batagilian starship. Every mark of damage on the Life Afterglow mecha is a testament to its glorious achievements. Mo Tianyun hurriedly entered the Batagilian starship. The captain has returned triumphant. Nick immediately welcomed his captain upon seeing him back. Congratulations, young friend Tianyun, for slaying the Insectoid General. This is a tremendous achievement. I must thank you, old president, for the powerful Life Afterglow mecha. Otherwise, how could I have attained today's results? Haha, young friend Tianyun is truly modest. With your abilities, any epic battle mech would unleash unparalleled power in your hands. Old President Gracie laughed heartily. It was evident that old President Gracie was in a good mood. After all, any mecha manufacturer would be delighted to see their creation achieve such remarkable results. Ladies and gentlemen, the massive red-armored insectoid that just appeared may have evolved to the 4th stage. Even if Major General Griffiths Fred were here, he might not be able to defeat it. Therefore, we must immediately perform a spatial leap and leave this place, then devise our plans. Mo Tianyun said this, clearly outlining the urgent situation. Hearing Mo Tianyun's words, President Gracie Cold Rain, Cold Wind, and Talink seemed struck by lightning. Here gathered most of the insectoid flying fortresses, far exceeding the number that Mo Tianyun had previously destroyed. They formed a vast tide of insectoid flying fortresses, which represented all the insectoid flying fortresses of the Insectoid General Level Nest Assembly. Each insectoid flying fortress contained thousands of insectoids. With such a massive number of insectoid flying fortresses, the total number of insectoids could reach hundreds of millions. Recalling the first time Mo Tianyun killed insectoids, it was in front of the protective wall of Goka City on Uluru Star, where merely 100 insectoids, with the highest level being just one elite insectoid, left the entire city helpless. The destructive power of hundreds of millions of insectoids attacking together would be unimaginable. Moreover, among these hundreds of millions of insectoids, there were at least tens of millions of elite insectoids, over 700,000 leader-level insectoids, thousands of insectoid lords, and the most powerful 3 insectoid generals. Among them, one insectoid general had even evolved to the ultimate stage. Such a scale of insectoid tide could not be eliminated even if all the over 1 million interstellar shuttle warships from the Duna Star Defense military base were deployed. Major General Griffiths Fred, I have urgent news for you. Just as Cold Rain and the others activated the spatial jump system of the Bardas Island starship, Mo Tianyun hurriedly contacted Major General Griffiths Fred. Mo Tianyun, you are quite impressive. You silently took down an insectoid general. I was just about to report your shocking achievement to Marshal Odysseus Swift. At that time, your name will be known by every officer in the 51-star cluster. After contacting Major General Griffiths Fred before Mo Tianyun could speak, the Major General's voice rushed out from the interstellar communicator. His tone was no longer as lofty as before, suddenly becoming much calmer. Major General Griffiths Fred, I have an urgent matter to report to you. MOT Onion had no time to waste on pleasantries with Major General Griffiths Fred. He just wanted to quickly report the news. Just tell me. Major General Griffiths Fred said, an insectoid general that has evolved to the 4th stage has appeared. At the Dunestar Defense military base, I fear no one can stop it. In such a critical moment, MOT Onion didn't hesitate to disregard Major General Griffiths Fred's face. What? A 4th stage insectoid general? Major General Griffiths Fred suddenly began to tremble. According to the data scanned by the AI of my satellite-class Bardas Island starship, the number of insectoids is absolutely no less than 300 million. There are also over 40 million elite insectoids, more than 700 leader-level insectoids, nearly 100 insectoid lords, and 2 insectoid generals evolved to the 2nd stage, along with 1 evolved to the 4th stage. This is the detailed situation of the insectoid general-level nest assembly. MOT Onion reported all the news in one breath. Less than 0.1 light-years away from where MOT Onion was on a planet-class interstellar shuttle. Major General Griffiths Fred and the surrounding Academy-level officers were stunned. Sigh. I know this insectoid general-level nest assembly is very tricky, but I never expected. I never imagined that the scale of this insectoid general-level nest assembly would be far larger than I thought. I even doubt whether this is truly an insectoid general-level nest. Major General Griffiths Fred slumped in his command chair, sighing. Based on his past experience, a typical insectoid general-level nest would have only 1 insectoid general evolved to the 1st stage and millions of low-level insectoids. Even for an insectoid general-level nest assembly, it was rare to give birth to an insectoid general evolved to the 2nd stage, let alone the 3rd or 4th stages. However, this time the insectoid general-level nest assembly that appeared far exceeded his imagination. In any case, I have brought most of the troops from the Dunestar Defense military base here. It is only 0.1 light-years away from that insectoid general-level nest assembly. I will go take a look. Major General Griffiths Fred decided to come and take a look. Activate the spatial leap system of the Bardas Island starship. MOT Onion issued the command to prepare for the spatial leap to leave this place. Suddenly, a red energy beam struck, interrupting the spatial leap system of the Bardas Island starship. This is bad, MOT Onion thought to himself. Activate the maximum speed flight mode of the Bardas Island starship. MOT Onion immediately changed the plan to leave. Fortunately, the Bardas Island starship was still very fast, traveling at over 300 kilometers per second. It would take the insectoid flying fortresses a long time to catch up. 10 minutes later, Major General Griffiths Fred has arrived. The AI of the Bardas Island starship detected a large number of interstellar shuttle warships nearby, and MOT Onion knew that Major General Griffiths Fred had arrived. However, MOT Onion still felt quite worried. Because the disparity in combat power between friend and foe was too great, it was likely that the Dunestar Defense military base would suffer a heavy loss this time. In the vast expanse of the universe, less than 300 kilometers from the Bardas Island starship, numerous spatial rifts suddenly appeared. Initially, there were just a few long spatial rifts, but soon their numbers geometrically increased until the entire universe was filled with them, forming a network of spatial rifts that enveloped a section of the cosmos. Tens of thousands of interstellar shuttle warships of various sizes streamed out from the spatial rifts, orderly forming fleets that advanced in unison towards the direction where MOT Onion was. All fleets heed my command. Ahead lies a grand war awaiting us. Prepare the interstellar shuttle warships for weapon launch immediately. Major General Griffiths Fred transmitted the order to all fleets through the command hologram. Fleet No. 1 acknowledges. Fleet No. 2 acknowledges. Fleet No. 3 acknowledges. Fleet No. 114 acknowledges. The Dunestar Defense military base currently has a total of 114 large fleets, all of which responded to the command. Originally, there were 115 large fleets formed by the Dunestar Defense military base, with Fleet No. 115 being the one that received a distress signal when MOT Onion was on the planet Lunar Boa. Fleet No. 115 was commanded by Major Cole Whited, but it had been disbanded after suffering an attack from 3 Lord-level Zerg flying fortresses, with the number of interstellar shuttle warships reduced to less than 1/3, or rather it had not been reformed. However, Major Cole Whited himself was accompanying Major General Griffiths Fred on this military operation, currently aboard Major General Griffiths Fred's planetary interstellar shuttle warship, the Einatent starship. So many interstellar shuttle warship fleets. Major General Griffiths Fred must have brought all the large fleets from the Dunestar Defense military base. The Bardas Island starship had already arrived at the front of the various fleets. MOT Onion scanned the scene through the reconnaissance hologram, and his eyes widened at the sheer number of interstellar shuttle warships. However, the number of Zerg flying fortresses is at least 10 times greater. It seems this war will be exceptionally brutal. But every warrior of our Aolong Empire cannot stand idly by. For if we fail to halt the invasion of the Zerg flying fortresses, the defense line of the Dunistar defense military base spanning dozens of light years will collapse. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hundreds of millions of people on numerous immigrant planets will be invaded by the Zerg, leading to a catastrophe where countless lives will be lost. Although Emotanya knew he might not be a citizen of the Aolong Empire, his current identity was that of a warrior of the Aolong Empire, and he could not stand idly by in the face of this Zerg invasion. Especially as a junior officer, if he were to become a deserter, he would be hunted down by the entire empire, making it impossible for him to grow into a powerful entity in the universe. He might not even be able to leave the empire. Inside the command room of Major General Grafy's Fred's Einatan starship, a holographic image suddenly appeared on the command display. Major Fred, I have seen the intelligence you just sent. The scale of this Zerg Lord-level nest collective is unprecedented in the entire star region. Now the entire 51-star cluster's 114-star regions are watching your war closely. The holographic figure was none other than Marshal Otis Swift. Marshal Otis Swift. All large fleets from our Dunistar defense military base are fully prepared. For the glory of the 51-star cluster and the countless citizens of the Empire, we will annihilate all Zerg of the Lord-level nest collective. Major General Grafy's Fred made a solemn promise to Marshal Otis Swift, his right fist pressed against his chest. Yes, that would be best. However, I have dispatched a large number of reinforcements. No matter what, you must hold off the Zerg of the Lord-level nest collective for at least 2 days. After 2 days, this Lord-level nest collective will not be able to stir up any more trouble. Marshal Otis Swift reminded him. Rest assured. Major General Grafy's Fred replied, and the holographic figure slowly faded away. Major General Grafy's Fred, Major Emotianyun, and all Imperial soldiers aboard the Bardas Island starship request to regroup. Emotianyun maneuvered the Bardas Island starship towards Major General Grafy's Fred's Einatan starship. Approved. Major General Grafy's Fred responded immediately. Report to Major General Grafy's Fred. My Bardas Island starship's main cannon has been damaged, and the starship's energy is below 20, making it unable to engage in prolonged combat. Additionally, I just fought a fierce battle with the Zerg Lord, and I managed to kill that Zerg Lord, but my battle mech has been damaged and is currently unable to fight. Emotianyun then sent 2 more messages to Major General Grafy's Fred. The Bardas Island starship released a beam of superconverged energy from its main cannon instantly, depleting much of its energy. Furthermore, the main cannon has been damaged due to compressed energy and cannot continue firing. The Life Glow mech was initially damaged by the Zerg Lord, and then Emotianyun used his mental strength to drive energy, causing significant damage to the combat mech's energy system. The Life Glow mech can no longer continue fighting. Upon hearing this news, Major General Grafy's Fred felt as though his head had suddenly expanded. Being able to kill a Zerg Lord indicated that Emotianyun possessed the strength of a general. Now that Emotianyun's battle mech was damaged, it meant that the Dunistar defense military base would lose a general-level fighting force even before the battle began. How could this not give him a headache? After all, Major General Grafy's Fred himself was the only general-level combat mech pilot at the Dunistar defense military base. There are no epic battle mechs available for Emotianyun to use. I should have brought an extra epic battle mech when I came. This is truly giving me a headache. Major General Grafy's Fred glanced at the other junior officers in the command room, truly wishing he could take their mechs for Emotianyun to use. However, once the mech battle imprint of an epic battle mech is fused with the mental power of a genetically evolved warrior, no one else can use it, including Major General Grafy's Fred's own legendary battle mech. Inside the control room of the Bardas Island starship, a holographic image slowly appeared. Emotianyun, your gene evolution level must have reached the advanced stage, right? Major General Griffin Fred inquired. Yes, this is my confidence in being able to slay the insectoid generals. Otherwise, an ordinary epic battle mech wouldn't be able to elevate my combat power to the level necessary to defeat the insectoid generals. Emotianyun nodded in agreement. I see. Let's keep the Bardas Island starship here. He'll have someone transport an epic battle mech from the Dunistar defense military base. At the same time, you should take a fast interstellar shuttle with a high space jump speed, which will roughly cut the travel time in half. Major General Griffin Fred pondered for a moment before devising a solution to this problem. Emotianyun, don't trust what Major General Griffin Fred said. What good epic battle mechs can there be in the Dunistar defense military base? The enemy you will face is an insectoid general that has evolved to its ultimate stage. An ordinary epic battle mech won't do. Only a powerful epic battle mech like the Thousand Swords mech can contend with an insectoid general that has reached its ultimate evolution. The voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in Emotianyun's mind. So, Sister Miracle, what should I do now? Should I go back to the Dunistar defense military base to manufacture the Thousand Swords mech? Mo Tianyun communicated through his spiritual energy. Of course, you must manufacture the Thousand Swords mech. Otherwise, the entire Dunastar Defense military base will have no way to deal with that insectoid general that has evolved to its ultimate stage. The Spirit of Miracles replied with certainty. Given the current urgent situation, can I complete the production of the Thousand Swords mech? Moreover, going back and forth will take several hours, and completing the Thousand Swords mech seems too rushed. Mo Tianyun usually practiced manufacturing the Thousand Swords mech in the simulation space, which took over 10 to 20 hours to complete, so he felt that the current time frame was indeed too tight. Your previous spiritual energy strength was over 2,000, and now it's nearly 5,000. The speed of manufacturing the Thousand Swords mech can be greatly enhanced now. When you travel, you can also practice a bit. I will help you forge the components for the Thousand Swords mech. You just need to complete the manufacturing of the mech core. The Spirit of Miracles decided to help Mo Tianyun this time. Alright then. Mo Tianyun had no choice but to agree. Mo Tianyun, what's wrong? Answer me. Major General, I've decided to return to the Dunastar Defense military base to manufacture the mech. Please rest assured it won't take long. Half a day's time should be enough. Mo Tianyun stated. I know you're a mech manufacturer, but you can actually manufacture epic battle mechs. Major General Griffin Fred asked with some confusion. Yes, my spiritual energy has improved recently, and I should be able to manufacture epic battle mechs. Moreover, the epic battle mech I will create is not just any epic battle mech, but a powerful one. Mo Tianyun attempted to persuade Major General Griffin Fred to agree to his request. Manufacturing an epic battle mech is a very energy-intensive task. The battle preparations are about to begin, and in a few minutes the insectoid flying fortress will arrive in front of us. You are a crucial fighting force for our side. What am I to do? Major General Griffin Fred remained skeptical of Mo Tianyun's words, actually worried that Mo Tianyun might back out. He'll be back in half a day. Please approve my request, Major General. If I don't return as promised in half a day, I am willing to accept punishment under the imperial military law. Mo Tianyun spoke firmly. In that case, I will trust you this once. Hurry there and back, and don't waste too much time. Major General Griffin Fred finally agreed to Mo Tianyun's request. Thank you, Major General. Mo Tianyun sighed in relief. Then, with the help of Major General Griffin Fred, Mo Tianyun boarded a satellite-class interstellar shuttle and returned to the Dunastar Defense military base as hoped. Less than a minute later, the insectoid flying fortress surged forward like a tide in the dark cosmic sea. All fleets take command, eliminate the insectoid flying fortress. With Major General Griffin Fred's command, hundreds of thousands of interstellar shuttles launched an attack simultaneously. True to its reputation, the Olan Empire's large fleet commanded a battle array, creating a continuous battle line stretching over tens of millions of kilometers within this star system. Adopting a dispersed attack method against the insectoid flying fortress tide, the energy attacks from the interstellar shuttles covered the front line of the insectoid flying fortress tide. In that instant, the outermost circle of insectoid flying fortresses was instantly reduced to powder under the energy attacks that utilized a dispersed attack strategy. There are numerous asteroids in the cosmic space of this star system. Under the energy attacks from hundreds of thousands of interstellar shuttles, it was inevitable that some would hit the asteroids floating in space. The asteroids being attacked also perished alongside the insectoid flying fortresses in the cosmic space, clearing a smooth path for the interstellar shuttles to attack the insectoid flying fortresses. Under the command of the insectoid generals, the insectoid flying fortress tide quickly made adjustments. In an instant, a large number of Lord-level flying fortresses came to the forefront of the insectoid flying fortress tide, using their tougher energy shields to block the attacks from the interstellar shuttles. At the same time, energy beams were shot out from each insectoid within the Lord-level insectoid flying fortresses. Thanks to the blocking of the Lord-level flying fortresses, the lower-level insectoid flying fortresses followed closely behind. Even though the firepower of the interstellar shuttles from the Dunastar Defense military base was fierce, they were still unable to contend with the Lord-level flying fortresses. All fleets, listen up. Adopt concentrated fire attacks and take down the insectoid flying fortresses blocking our way one by one. Major General Griffin Fred immediately issued the command. This scene is actually a small reflection of the entire invasion of the insectoids into the Olan Empire civilization. Under the insectoid invasion, such wars constantly occurred on the defense lines surrounding the Olan star system. This is a war of aggression between civilizations. The invaded civilization cannot stand idly by, and no one can remain an outsider forever. The melody of war has become eternal throughout the vast universe. The development and growth of every civilization have been built on the ruins and remnants of other civilizations. Even a star system civilization like the Olan Empire, before it grew into a star system civilization, had unknowingly absorbed the crystallized technologies of countless civilizations. We're almost at the Duna Star Defense military base. Mo Tianyun closely observed the cosmic star map as the interstellar shuttle navigated. In the vast Duna Star Defense military base, interstellar shuttles used to fly in and out above the base at all times. Today, aside from the interstellar shuttle piloted by Mo Tianyun, there were only a few other shuttles visible, making the place feel particularly desolate and quiet. In a bid to save time, Mo Tianyun directly hovered the satellite-class interstellar shuttle above the logistics area of the Mecha Manufacturing Department. Honorable Major Mo Tianyun, Major General Griffin Fred, has granted you full access to the logistics area of the Mecha Manufacturing Department at the Duna Star Defense military base. The entire department will cooperate with your work. If you need any assistance or materials, please do not hesitate to instruct us. As Mo Tianyun arrived at the Mecha Manufacturing Department, the mecha robot he had previously encountered while manufacturing a hunting mech greeted him. Good, I won't be polite then. Please have the Mecha Manufacturing Department prepare an epic battle mech manufacturing workstation immediately. We've already prepared this, and I will take you to the epic battle mech manufacturing workstation right away. Please follow me. After the robot finished speaking, it naturally swayed its body and began to walk. Mo Tianyun followed closely behind. With a clear path, Mo Tianyun followed the robot through multiple security doors and quickly arrived at the deepest basement of the Mecha Manufacturing Department building. This is the most advanced epic battle mech manufacturing workstation in the Duna Star Defense military base. Usually only the 5 special-grade mecha engineers of the Mecha Manufacturing Department have access to this epic battle mech manufacturing workstation, while other mecha engineers do not have permission to enter. Haha, Mo Tianyun, it's great to see you again. We received a notification from the base headquarters and have been waiting here for you to manufacture the epic battle mech. As Mo Tianyun stepped out of the space teleportation pad, an elder's voice came from ahead. Esteemed seniors, I am also very happy to see you all. Mo Tianyun hurriedly responded. We just received word from the base headquarters that you will be back to manufacture the epic battle mech. We came specifically to assist you. Whatever you need, please feel free to speak. The white-haired elder among the special-grade battle mech engineers said, since the base headquarters has granted me access, I will not be polite. I need some precious materials for manufacturing the epic battle mech. Mo Tianyun had been worried about needing a large quantity of mecha manufacturing materials. Was this not a perfect opportunity? It was as if someone brought him a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Mo Tianyun opened his personal micro-intelligent brain and quickly projected the list of materials he needed into the air. 1. Stellar Crimson Flame Crystal 5 pieces, each 1 cubic meter in standard size. 2. Obsidian Gold 1000 tons 3. Colorful Moonlight Fallen Stone 3 pieces, each 1 cubic meter in standard size. 4. Radiant Light Vibrant Yttrium 300 kilograms 5. 6. Luminous Vast Star Iron 1000 tons 7. 8. Celestial Source Alloy 20 tons 9. Spatial Flow Sand 5 tons 10. 11. Dark Energy Fusion Super Alloy 3000 tons 12. 13. Orin Mecha Manufacturing 9 Tier 6 Alloy 5000 tons 14. 15. Orin Weapon Parts Manufacturing 8 Tier 9 Transformable Memory Super High Strength Alloy 1200 tons 16. 17. Zerg Body Materials 1000 tons 18. 1451. Mental Control Crystal 1850 pieces 1452. 18. Mental Pattern Powder 500 kilograms. This list of 1452 materials constitutes the majority of what is needed for the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha. Mo Tianyun had already collected some of these materials on Uluru Star, so the remaining materials had to be sourced from the Mecha Manufacturing Department. As soon as the materials list was projected by Mo Tianyun, it filled the entire basement with dense material categories overwhelming to the eye. Mo Tianyun, are you serious? The white-haired special-grade mecha engineer Balak, after scanning the list with his spiritual sense, was deeply shocked by the quantity and variety of materials needed to the point where his voice trembled. Huff. Young man, although the base headquarters has granted you high access, you can't just take all the precious mecha manufacturing materials that the Empire regularly sends to our department at once, can you? The slightly plump special-grade mecha engineer gasped, unable to believe what he was saying. At the same time, he thought to himself, this kid truly has potential, but his audacity is truly outrageous. Does he not fear being caught for asking for so much? Though the slightly plump special-grade mecha engineer would often privately pocket some of the leftover materials from mecha manufacturing, the quantity and variety of materials Mo Tianyun was asking for were overwhelmingly beyond what he had hoarded over the years at the Duna Star Defense military base. How could this not leave him in shock? Mo Tianyun, the materials needed to manufacture an epic battle mech are not that many, right? The quantity you're asking for is almost equivalent to what is needed for a legendary battle mech. Balak wanted to remind Mo Tianyun to not be greedy and ask for too many materials. Seniors, I am truly not deceiving you. If you are worried that I will secretly pocket these materials, there is no need to worry. I can hand over all my storage devices for you to check after the epic battle mech is completed. If I have secretly hidden away more than one of the mecha manufacturing materials, I will willingly donate 10 epic battle mechs to the Empire in the future. Mo Tianyan stated emphatically. If it really doesn't work, I can also use my military merit points to exchange for all the materials on that list. After finishing, Mo Tianyan immediately opened the military merit point exchange section on his personal microintelligent brain. Everyone hurriedly gathered around to take a look and saw that Mo Tianyan's military merit points had reached 1134,615. Indeed, Mo Tianyan's military merit points had already reached over 13 million. If it weren't for the requirement that legendary battle mechs could only be exchanged with a major general rank, Mo Tianyan could have exchanged for a legendary battle mech by now. However, the Duna Star Defense military base did not have legendary battle mechs and would need to requisition from a higher-level military defense base headquarters. In fact, Mo Tianyan could already be considered a major-level officer with a major general rank. This was, of course, because he had killed a Zerg general. However, promotions in rank required a higher-ranking officer to personally grant them. In other words, for Mo Tianyan to elevate his rank to major general, it would require an officer of marshal level to have the authority to grant it. If it were not for the ongoing war between the Duna Star Defense military base and the Zerg general's nest, perhaps Major General Griffin Fred would have already applied to Marshal Odie Swift for this matter. For the Duna Star Defense military base, having an officer who could slay a Zerg general was an unprecedented event in a century. The promotion ceremony for the Major General might already be in preparation, with notifications sent to all Imperial soldiers in the Duna Star Defense military base and nearby planets to celebrate this promotion ceremony together. How can your military merit points be so high? Everyone present aside from Mo Tianyan was stunned by the number of military merit points. Here it wasn't just Mo Tianyan and the 5 special grade mecha engineers present. There were also many low to mid-level mecha engineers. Because I killed a Zerg general, Mo Tianyan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again left in shock. You. The slightly plump special grade mecha engineer pointed at Mo Tianyan, unable to complete a single word. Sigh. I never expected that one day a legendary genius battle mech engineer would appear beside me. If I'm not mistaken, you are still just a 16-year-old boy. Old Balak sighed, deeply reminiscing about when Mo Tianyan first came to the mecha manufacturing department. At that time, he learned that Mo Tianyan had crafted a perfect-level extraordinary battle mech at just 16 years of age, and he had particularly wanted to keep this genius mecha engineer. Old Balak and the other special-grade mecha engineers all wanted Mo Tianyan to wholeheartedly remain in the mecha manufacturing department, especially since Old Balak wanted to impart all his mecha manufacturing knowledge to cultivate Mo Tianyan into an expert-grade mecha engineer. An expert-grade mecha engineer is a higher professional level than a special-grade mecha engineer. Only expert-grade mecha engineers can complete the manufacturing of legendary battle mechs. When Old Balak learned that Mo Tianyan was still so young and had already achieved a spiritual energy intensity of over 200, he was no less than himself. Old Balak thought to himself, since Mo Tianyan is only 16 years old and has a spiritual energy intensity of 200, he is almost guaranteed to achieve the level of spiritual energy perfection in his life. Reaching the level of spiritual energy perfection allows one to manufacture legendary battle mechs. While they may be ordinary legendary battle mechs, that would still be enough for Mo Tianyan to become an expert-grade mecha engineer. If Mo Tianyan really manages to manufacture legendary battle mechs, he would be the only expert-grade mecha engineer to emerge from the nearby immigrant planets of the Duna Star Defense military base in centuries. How could this not stir such thoughts within Old Balak? After all, he is also part of the Duna Star Defense military base, and having an expert-grade mecha engineer emerge near his base, especially one that he taught himself, would add to his prestige when he exchanges mecha manufacturing knowledge with other bases. Little did he expect that Mo Tianyan would initially refuse his good intentions, which left Old Balak sighing for a long time. A few days later, he received news about Mo Tianyan again, and at that time Mo Tianyan had already become a major. This shocked him greatly. Old Balak never would have thought that just a few days later Mo Tianyan would come to the mecha manufacturing department again, bringing even more glorious achievements. Sigh. I nearly missed out on a future powerhouse of the Empire's battle mech engineers. However, it's good that he refused me. Mo Tianyan can not only become a major general now, but he has also demonstrated his ability to manufacture epic battle mechs. It seems I have no qualification to teach him mecha manufacturing knowledge. Old Balak was filled with melancholy. The spiritual energy perfected from the 4 hearts of a powerhouse, how powerful is that? Old Balak's change in expression was something Mo Tianyan had long sensed. Seniors, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Although I did not agree to stay in the mecha manufacturing department initially, I have joined the mecha manufacturing department since my last visit, as you are aware. Thus, I am also part of the mecha manufacturing department. Mo Tianyun reassured the white-haired elder. Yes, haha, that's true. We will send all the materials you need from the mecha manufacturing department, and they will all be of high quality. Old Balak quickly felt relieved. Mo Tianyun had already delayed a few minutes here. He could not afford to waste any more time. Thus, he bid farewell to everyone and entered the epic battle mech manufacturing workstation alone. As for the materials, they would be transported into the workstation through a special channel. Sister Divine, it's up to you next, Mo Tianyun said. No problem. This time Sister will help you out considering you are pressed for time. The figure of the Spirit of Divine gradually emerged flawless and perfect. Along with her appearance, a force of spiritual energy stronger by thousands or even tens of thousands of times than Mo Tianyun's enveloped the entire epic battle mech manufacturing workstation, blocking all the detection instruments outside. What happened inside the epic battle mech manufacturing workstation? All the detection instruments have failed, a special grade mecha engineer resembling an old lady asked. It should be that Mo Tianyun doesn't want us to see what's happening inside. After all, mecha manufacturing involves some secrets of the mecha engineers, and they also have their privacy. Indeed, Mo Tianyun immediately listed so many materials upon arrival, intending to request them from the mecha manufacturing department. This was because while practicing the manufacturing of the Thousand Sword Mecha in the simulation space, the Spirit of Miracles suddenly wanted to create an enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha for him. Thus, the earlier scene occurred. Otherwise, the materials Mo Tianyun had collected would have already sufficed to manufacture the Thousand Sword Mecha, and there would have been no need to request further materials from the mecha manufacturing department. The epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench is vastly different from the large mecha manufacturing workbench. Firstly, the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench is located a kilometer deep underground at the Dunastar Defense Military Base, unlike the large mecha workbench, which can be placed within the mecha manufacturing building. Secondly, the height of the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench is over 600 meters, more than 3 times higher than that of the large mecha manufacturing workbench. Moreover, all the mecha manufacturing instruments and tools inside must be larger than those of the large mecha manufacturing workbench, and their performance should also be superior. In fact, this is not even the most special aspect of the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench. The most distinctive feature of the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench is that its central position is not occupied by a central control console, but is instead left as a vast empty space. Surrounding this vast empty area, small platforms are erected equipped with countless mecha manufacturing instruments along with suspended tools, and beneath the small platforms are various workstations, workshops, testing areas, processing stations, and material storage zones, along with conveyor belts. All the instruments, tools, workstations, and workshops encircle this empty area, forming a hollow spherical shape. This empty space is reserved for the master mecha manufacturers to create the epic battle mecha. What advantages does such a layout design of the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench offer? To become a master mecha manufacturer, one must possess a mental strength that reaches the spirit sea level, and the layout design of the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench is particularly beneficial for mecha manufacturers with such powerful mental strength. When a person's mental strength reaches the spirit sea level, they can manipulate objects from a distance, eliminating the need to physically handle various tools and instruments required for mecha manufacturing. Now, when all the tools and instruments are laid out around a master mecha manufacturer, they can simultaneously control multiple mecha manufacturing tools and instruments, performing various processes in the creation of the epic battle mecha. This way, the efficiency of the master mecha manufacturer in producing the epic battle mecha will be greatly enhanced. Sister Miracle, let's start making the Thousand Sword Mecha. Mo Tianyun prepared to begin the mecha manufacturing. A person and a spirit spoke in perfect harmony as they reached the center of the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench. Both finished speaking simultaneously, pausing for less than half a second, and then exchanged a slightly awkward glance at each other's faces. Within 2 seconds, they both turned their heads away, awkwardly staring at the empty space beside them. At this moment, the atmosphere at the center of the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench felt somewhat awkward. Today, Sister Miracle seems less proud and aloof than usual, and instead a bit adorable. This version of Sister Miracle seems more approachable. Oh, I really like this side of her. No, regardless of how Sister Miracle is, she is perfect in my heart. I like her whether she is proud and aloof or friendly and adorable. Mo Tianyun silently thought to himself, and ultimately he couldn't help but break into a silly smile, his expression akin to that of a foolish pig. Pa. This scoundrel, how can he be thinking about such things? Of course, I am the most perfect being in the universe, and there are many who admire me. The Spirit of Miracle's face flushed slightly. If someone were to see this beautiful appearance, they would undoubtedly be captivated for life. For the perfect visage of the Spirit of Miracles is the most beautiful sight in the world. Oh, anyone who catches even a fleeting glimpse will be entranced forever. Emotionion, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and take out some of the mecha manufacturing materials from your spatial storage device. Time is of the essence. You cannot afford to delay. The Spirit of Miracles calmed herself down and returned to her usual cold and stunning demeanor, urging Emotionion. Sister Miracle, let's start making the 1,000-sword mecha now. Emotionion gathered himself and adjusted his expression. He took out all the required materials from the spatial storage device and placed them in the material storage area. Then Emotionion unleashed a powerful mental force controlling a portion of the mecha manufacturing instruments and began working on the core of the 1,000-sword mecha and its components. The materials for manufacturing the enhanced 1,000-sword mecha were quickly transported over by the mecha manufacturing department, and this efficiency is commendable. In fact, the rapid transportation of these mecha manufacturing materials was largely due to the support of 5 master mecha manufacturers. When Emotionion entered the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench, those seniors wholeheartedly selected high-quality mecha manufacturing materials for him. As soon as they finished selecting, they immediately transported these materials into the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench through a special passage. The time taken by the seniors to select the various mecha manufacturing materials needed by Emotionion and to transport them into the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench was not very long. Such efficiency is partly due to the fact that the mental strength of the 5 master mecha manufacturers is at the Spirit C level. With their powerful mental strength, selecting some materials is a breeze. Moreover, there are 5 master mecha manufacturers. With 5 people selecting simultaneously, the speed is incredibly fast. Additionally, the technology of the Oolong Empire is particularly advanced, making it easy to transport over 10,000 tons of materials to the epic battle mecha manufacturing workbench, which explains the high transportation efficiency. In fact, transporting over 10,000 tons of cargo is already easily achievable with Earth's current technological level, let alone in such an advanced civilization. Transporting over 10,000 tons of cargo is not a difficult task. Emotionion's physical strength now has reached over 10,000 tons, making the 10,000 tons of cargo feel trivial in his hands. The gaze fell upon the Spirit of the Miracle, her ethereal and perfect figure, gliding gracefully like a fish swimming freely in water. However, the actions performed under the control of the Spirit of the Miracle were somewhat exaggerated, as her spiritual power far exceeded that of Emotionion by hundreds and thousands of times, instantly commanding all tools and instruments except for those required for the mecha manufacturing. Tens of thousands of tons of various materials for manufacturing mechas were levitated by this terrifying spiritual power. This was not the most shocking part. Even more astonishing was how the various mecha manufacturing materials were divided into groups by the spiritual power released by the Spirit of the Miracle, quickly creating torrents of materials in the epic mecha manufacturing workstation. These torrents of materials, under the exquisite control of the Spirit of the Miracle, rushed towards the various tools and instruments for mecha manufacturing. The shapes of various mecha parts and components emerged one after another, continuously processed into completion without a hint of error, even more precise than an intelligent brain. The Spirit of the Miracle seemed to have all the steps for manufacturing the parts etched in her mind, requiring not even a glance at the mecha manufacturing blueprint. The mecha manufacturing blueprint was an enhanced version with over 300 pages just for the processing steps of the parts, yet the Spirit of the Miracle resembled a highly advanced intelligent brain, as if all manufacturing processes were stored within her. Emotionion first divided 130 tons of metal into batches and sent them through the oversized alloy forging furnace on the conveyor belt for forging. Then countless alloy materials were categorized and processed into various parts and components. These parts and components were the core for manufacturing the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha. Once all preparations were complete, Emotionion took out a massive dark red object with a diameter of 80 meters from the spatial storage device. This massive dark red object was the core of the Earth's core that Emotionion exchanged using military merit. A core with a diameter of 60 meters is already considered quite good, but this Earth's core reached a diameter of 80 meters, which is sufficient even for manufacturing the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha. Even though Emotionion's spiritual power was nearly 500, it still took over 3 hours to completely manufacture this core for the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha. By the time Emotionion completed the core for the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha, the Spirit of the Miracle had already finished manufacturing all the mecha parts and components. Now they were just waiting for Emotionion to produce the mecha core before assembling all the mecha parts and components. The process of the Spirit of the Miracle manufacturing mecha parts and components seemed simple, But when Mo Tianyun saw the tens of thousands to millions of mecha parts and enormous mecha components, he no longer felt that the manufacturing process was so easy. Mo Tianyun asked himself, and he knew it was absolutely impossible to manufacture all the parts and components of those 1,000 mechas in just 3 hours that would take at least half a day to complete such a massive workload. Yet the spirit of the miracle could manufacture all the mechs and parts for the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha in just 3 hours. What kind of powerful spiritual strength could accomplish this? What are you still dawdling for? Send the mecha core over for the final assembly. The spirit of the miracle had actually been waiting for quite some time, but Mo Tianyun's speed in manufacturing the cores for the 1,000 mechas was too slow. She was so eager to help Mo Tianyun, but she couldn't interfere because she wanted the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha to fit perfectly when Mo Tianyun piloted it after completion. Otherwise it would affect his compatibility with the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha. Alright, I will transport the mecha core right away. Mo Tianyun no longer felt astonished by the spirit of the miracle's incredibly fast mecha manufacturing speed, hurriedly using the gigantic mechanical arms in the epic mecha manufacturing workstation to move the mecha core with a diameter of over 100 meters to the spirit of the miracle. Rise! The spirit of the miracle softly commanded, and suddenly Mo Tianyun felt the entire epic mecha manufacturing workstation rumble and shake. It felt like an earthquake shaking the ground and mountains, making the floating Mo Tianyun sense the vibrations in space. During the assembly of the mecha, Sister Miracle can effortlessly manipulate all the parts and components without the mechanical assembly platform assembling them freely. What kind of mecha manufacturing technology is this? How can so many parts and components be assembled simultaneously? Can a person really achieve this level of mecha manufacturing without machines? Mo Tianyun had read many books on mecha manufacturing knowledge throughout his life, but he had never seen any book record such a method of assembling mechas. He had never seen a method of assembling mechas like that of the spirit of the miracle. This was the first time. Despite the many questions in Mo Tianyun's mind, he chose not to disturb Sister Miracle as he had little time left. It took over 3 hours to return from the stellar system, where the Insect General Level Insect Nest Collective was located, to the military defense base on Duna Star. The distance was just too far. The distance covered during this time was over a light year. Even the fastest satellite-class interstellar shuttle of the Duna Star Defense Military Base took over 3 hours to return. Thus, Mo Tianyun decided to suppress his curiosity, planning to ask Sister Miracle for clarification when he had the chance later. So fast. Mo Tianyun saw the spirit of the miracle perfectly combine the mecha core energy central and power system in less than 5 minutes. Soon a mecha battle mark over 100 meters in size gradually took shape. Mo Tianyun focused and looked closely. It appeared to be a mark of swords formed by countless different sword lights merging together. Surrounding the mark were various colored sword lights continuously flowing like a brilliant, beautiful rainbow, encircling the mark. In the center of the mark stood a divine sword outlined in colored sword light, radiating countless sword shadows that flickered between reality and illusion, making it impossible to discern their authenticity. As the mecha core energy central and power system were perfectly combined, the mecha's legs, arms, and head simultaneously assembled. At this moment, the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha gradually took shape. Is this the enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha? It is at least 3 times larger than the design depicted in the original 1,000-sword mecha blueprint. Mo Tianyun's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the gradually forming enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha, joyfully exclaiming. At this moment, the enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha was nearly assembled through the spirit of miracles, which used mental power to control the assembly of parts and components. Yet, even in its incomplete state, the height of this mecha had already reached over 400 meters. To be precise, it stood at 486 meters tall. If some components could be installed on the head of this enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha, it might very well exceed 500 meters in height. What does it mean to have an epic battle mecha nearly 500 meters tall? Generally, epic battle mechas are only about 100 meters tall. Mo Tianyun recalled that among all the epic battle mechas redeemable with military merit in the Aolong Empire, the largest one did not exceed 200 meters in height. Just from the height of the enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha, one could discern its formidable power. Does this mean that a mecha's might increases with its height? And the maximum combat power multiplier of the mecha would also be higher. Though this statement holds some truth, it is not entirely correct. To assess the might of a mecha, as well as whether its maximum combat power multiplier is sufficient, one cannot solely rely on its height. For example, it's easy to understand a mecha engineer created a battle mecha standing 200 meters tall using materials meant for ordinary battle mechas. Could this 200-meter-tall battle mecha made from ordinary materials possibly rival an epic battle mecha? Clearly, it is impossible. If such a foolish mecha engineer were to do this, he would be completely wasting mecha crafting materials. This 200-meter-tall mecha made from ordinary materials may look intimidating, but in an actual battle, an ordinary battle mecha could easily overpower it. Why is that? Because such a mecha lacks sufficient energy output and power which cannot support such a massive structure. For instance, if one were to use steam power to pull a modern aircraft carrier weighing several tens of thousands of tons, even if it could move, how slow would it be? Let alone using it for combat. Thus, while larger battle mechas are generally better, their internal energy cores and power systems must be able to support the combat of such a massive mecha, otherwise they would just be targets. Returning to the present, the Spirit of Miracles had completed the assembly of all parts and components of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha, meaning the mecha had finally been successfully manufactured. Emotionian, what do you think? This is the Thousand Sword Mecha that you've longed for, and it's the enhanced version. The Spirit of Miracles seemed to be in good spirits, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke to Emotionian. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Emotionian excitedly clenched his fists, repeating wonderful 3 times. Enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha. Battle Mecha rank, Epic Battle Mecha. Height 488 meters, weight 328,450 tons. Energy core, level Stellar level Ultimate. Energy output value 1001. Maximum combat power multiplier 1000. Evaluation perfect, Epic Battle Mecha. Energy shield strength, Stellar level Ultimate. Weapons 1000 swords. Additional components space folding propeller 1000 sword wings independent shield buffer protection armor. Emotionian stared intently at this enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha, which he had co-created with the Spirit of Miracles, as if he could never get enough of it. The color of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha is no longer the blue and white of the previous Tianyun Mecha and Bug Hunter Mecha. Now it boasts a myriad of colors appearing multicolored and no longer monotonous. Predominantly black, the overall color scheme is complemented by a variety of vibrant hues resembling a dazzling array of colors. In addition to the significant differences in color size and mecha battle insignia compared to the Bug Hunter Mecha, the basic structure of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha is no different than that of an ordinary mecha. However, even though the structure is similar to other mechas, the effort put into the components of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha surpasses any mecha Emotionian has ever piloted. Do you see? The giant wings made of alloy swords behind the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha, the several 100-meter-long mecha battle technique floating in front of it, and the protective armor tightly encasing the mecha body. These all belong to the mecha's components. Come hop on and try out this enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha. I will thoroughly introduce you to its powerful functions and components. The Spirit of Miracles leaped gracefully, her agile form resembling a beautiful mermaid swimming through the air, swiftly entering the cockpit of the mecha core while playfully waving at Emotionian. Alright, Spirit of Miracles, I'm going to control this enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha right now. Using his mental power to support his body, Emotionian soared nearly 300 meters high, entering the cockpit within the mecha core. Then Emotionian unleashed his mental power from the spiritual sea level, instantly controlling the entire mecha. Fortunately, Emotionian's mental power had reached 500, far exceeding the average person's achieved spiritual sea, otherwise it would have taken several seconds to master such a towering mecha. The moment the mental connection was established, Emotionian felt all the components and parts of the upgraded mecha. The number of parts comprising this enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha is simply overwhelming. Its internal structure is hundreds of times more intricate than that of the perfect level Bug Hunter Mecha. Emotionian sighed in amazement. This is how battle mechas work. Each tier of battle mecha is at least 10 to 100 times more powerful than the one in the tier below it. The higher the tier of the battle mecha, the harder it is to manufacture successfully, and correspondingly, its might and maximum combat power multiplier become increasingly terrifying. The primary energy source of this enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha is the planet-class energy crystal manufactured by your Aolong Empire, which has been modified by me to change the mecha's energy source. Originally, the Thousand Sword Mecha, like all epic battle mechas of the Aolong Empire, used city-class energy crystals as its only energy source. Even your Aolong Empire's epic battle mechas could not change this law of energy sourcing. However, today, I have completely broken this unbreakable law of the Aolong Empire's epic battle mechas. I wonder what the person who established this law would think if they knew. The Spirit of Miracles said to Emotionian, speaking to herself. Indeed, the city-class energy crystal has been deeply rooted in the hearts of all mecha engineers of the Aolong Empire as the sole energy source for its epic battle mechas, becoming an unbreakable law. What? Sister Miracle, does this mean that the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha, like the legendary battle mecha, uses planet-class energy crystals as its main energy source? Emotionian was puzzled. If this is the case, then the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha would be no different from the legendary battle mecha. This is the first powerful aspect of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha, Its energy reaction level and output can rival that of the legendary battle mecha. Therefore, in a sense, the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha is indeed a legendary battle mecha. However, the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha has not yet reached the formidable level of the legendary battle mecha, as its maximum combat enhancement multiplier is precisely 1,000 times, making it a perfect epic battle mecha. The Spirit of Miracles explained. Onion nodded, and then began to activate the energy reaction core of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha. In that instant, the huge planet-class energy crystal inside the energy reaction core output a large amount of energy flowing through the mecha's energy conduits into the core, and then continuing to supply energy to each core component. After successfully receiving the energy transmission, the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha was activated for the first time after being manufactured. Sister Miracle, what are the sleek sword wings at the back and the layer of protective armor covering the mecha itself? I can sense that these two components are absorbing a lot of energy. Onion immediately noticed that the two components of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha were significant energy absorbers. These two components and that mecha battle sword are carefully crafted epic battle mecha accessories that I made for the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha. Let me tell you, the sword wings at the back of the mecha consist of a total of 1024 swords, and what fixes these swords in place is the spatial folding thruster of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha. These two items are my proud creations. The Spirit of Miracles introduced. These sword wings and the floating mecha battle sword can be freely combined together. This mecha is called the Thousand Sword Mecha because it can control over 1,000 swords for free combination attacks, hence the name. The function of the spatial folding thruster is also powerful. With it, the speed of travel can be greatly increased. You won't need to use an interstellar shuttle to get to the Insect Lord level insect nest assembly. Additionally, the layer of protective armor covering the mecha greatly enhances its defensive capabilities. Even if it is attacked, the armor can significantly weaken the impact. Moreover, with this layer of protective armor, another independent energy shield can be installed. This independent energy shield will not affect the mecha's energy output, allowing the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha to have two energy shields, which is something other battle mechas cannot possess unless this protective armor is removed and installed on them. The Spirit of Miracles said proudly, her arms crossed over her chest. With these three mecha components along with that mecha battle sword, the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha is perfect in both attack and defense among epic battle mechas, even surpassing an ordinary legendary battle mecha. Onion, realizing this, exclaimed, the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha can fully withstand the power of advanced gene-evolved warriors, which means it can handle the power of void-breaking level gene-evolved warriors. So after the completion of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha, you won't need to consider changing to a new battle mecha for a long time. Just think about it, in the past few months you've already changed battle mechas 4 times. How many ordinary people change battle mechas 4 times in just a few months? It's because you, a person from the martial god civilization, have such an extraordinary talent for gene evolution that you keep changing battle mechas. The Spirit of Miracles suddenly remembered and said, noting that Onion might be from the martial god civilization. It seems so. In the past, my mental strength felt like it was constantly growing, so my speed of breakthrough in gene evolution was also quite fast. Now that my mental strength has reached the realm of complete, see, it has slowed down, and I seem to have hit a bottleneck. Onion nodded in agreement, though he still felt a sense of longing in his heart, wondering why he might be from another civilization, yet ended up here. Alright, now that you've experienced the power of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha, we have spent quite a bit of time going back and forth from the Insect Lord level insect nest assembly to the Dunistar Defense military base, and it's time to show off. Let them see the might of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha. The Spirit of Miracles withdrew her smile and said, "Alright." Onion nodded. For some reason, Onion felt quite excited, like a child who had received a new toy, eager to find someone to show it off. The epic battle mecha manufacturing workstation deep underground in the mecha manufacturing building was reopened once again. Onion had already stored the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha in a new spatial orb. This new spatial orb is specifically designed to hold legendary battle mechas, as ordinary spatial orbs cannot accommodate a mecha as large as the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha. Now it can only be stored in a spatial orb meant for legendary battle mechas. Onion, you finished the manufacturing of the epic battle mecha so quickly. Old Balak greeted him as soon as he saw Onion emerge from the epic battle mecha workstation. Several elite mecha engineers had been waiting outside the door ready to assist Onion should he need any help. Esteemed seniors, I have completed the manufacturing of the epic battle mecha. Thank you all for your assistance. Time is of the essence. I must hurry back to the battlefield for support. Farewell. After bidding farewell, Onion hurriedly left the mecha manufacturing department. Outside the mecha manufacturing department, Onion looked up slightly and saw a satellite-class interstellar shuttle battleship hovering overhead. He paid no further attention as Mo Tianyun had no intention of boarding this satellite-class interstellar shuttle that was to take him back to the Dunestar Defense military base and then to the mecha manufacturing department before returning to the insect general's nest. Thus, Mo Tianyun arrived outside the mecha manufacturing department and directly summoned the enhanced Qianjian mecha from the spatial treasure. Suddenly, a gigantic battle mecha, nearly 500 meters tall, appeared outside the mecha manufacturing department, showcasing a tall and handsome form, with sword-like wings radiating a cold gleam and heavy protective armor, all embodying the imposing presence of the enhanced Qianjian mecha. I no longer need to take the interstellar shuttle back to the battlefield near the insect general's nest. Temporary command personnel, listen up. This interstellar shuttle shall autonomously proceed to the battlefield where the war is ongoing near the insect general's nest. Mo Tianyun entered the cockpit of the enhanced Qianjian mecha and conveyed the message to the long-waiting interstellar shuttle above using his mental power. Had he known that the speed of the enhanced Qianjian mecha surpassed that of this satellite-class interstellar shuttle, Mo Tianyun would have sent it back to the battlefield long ago rather than let it wait for so long. Then Mo Tianyun activated the enhanced Qianjian mecha, which slowly ascended into the air, with planetary-level energy crystals continuously releasing high-intensity energy, almost entirely being funneled into the spatial folding propulsion system. In the blink of an eye, the enhanced Qianjian mecha had vanished from the vicinity of the mecha manufacturing department. This is a mecha component capable of spatial leap. How could it possibly appear on an epic battle mecha and still operate normally? This is something I've never heard of before, truly unbelievable. An elderly woman resembling an old woman with white hair, a special-level mecha manufacturer, said in disbelief. Old Balak and 4 other special-level mecha manufacturers followed Mo Tianyun outside the mecha manufacturing department, witnessing the scene of Mo Tianyun piloting the enhanced Qianjian mecha and activating the spatial folding propulsion system. Yet this scene left them in profound shock. Wasn't Mo Tianyun supposed to have created an epic battle mecha? How could such a component capable of spatial leap be installed? The several special-level mecha manufacturers stared wide-eyed at each other, scratching their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend the principles of mecha manufacturing involved. After much debate, they finally arrived at a conclusion that convinced them. This is a legendary battle mecha. Indeed, during their final discussions, the 5 special-level mecha manufacturers unanimously agreed that the energy response intensity of an epic battle mecha could not reach such a high level. Only a legendary battle mecha could operate components for spatial leap. However, this conclusion made them even more incredulous. Mo Tianyun was merely 16 years old, capable of slaying an insect general. This was already miraculous. So with his current strength reaching the level of a legendary mecha warrior at such a young age, coupled with the ability to manufacture a legendary battle mecha and become an expert-level mecha manufacturer, this transcended the definition of a miracle. It was simply divine. Why did these 5 special-level mecha manufacturers unanimously deem the enhanced Qianjian mecha created by Mo Tianyun to be at the legendary battle mecha level? Because in accordance with common sense, the energy level of an epic battle mecha simply cannot support the operation of such components capable of spatial leap. Unless this battle mecha uses planetary-level energy crystals and its energy response output level reaches stellar-level ultimate. But if that's the case, is it still an epic battle mecha? It is completely a legendary battle mecha. Indeed, from this perspective, the enhanced Qianjian mecha has broken through the energy level limitations of an epic battle mecha. Had it not been for the maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, not exceeding 1,000 times, this enhanced Qianjian mecha would undoubtedly be a legendary battle mecha. In summary, the enhanced Qianjian mecha has transcended the category of a perfect epic battle mecha and touched upon the level of a legendary battle mecha. Did Major Mo Tianyun leave just like that? Everyone aboard the satellite-class interstellar shuttle hovering above the mecha manufacturing department was stunned. How could Major Mo Tianyun just come and go as he pleases? Moreover, he left them behind, instructing them to proceed to the battlefield near the insect general's nest on their own. We must hurry and follow Major Mo Tianyun. The battle over there is still ongoing, and we cannot dawdle here. A junior officer commanded everyone. He was the temporary commander of this satellite-class interstellar shuttle. This temporary commander dared not linger. He had to return to the battlefield as soon as possible, for a satellite-class interstellar shuttle was also a significant combat force for the Dunestar Defense military base. It should be noted that although the Dunestar Defense military base had tens of millions of interstellar shuttles, there were only a few hundred satellite-class shuttles. He couldn't afford to waste time. The military management of the Aolong Empire was extremely strict. If there was a delay in the battle opportunity, it would be a serious matter. Subsequently, the interstellar shuttle, which had been hovering over the mecha manufacturing department for several hours, also executed a spatial leap and departed. In a distant, desolate star system, this is the star system where the insect general's nest is located. At this moment, two torrents of war have already violently collided. Meteorites within tens of millions of kilometers were swept clean by the energy beams, laser rays, energy cannons, and shockwaves unleashed by various interstellar shuttles and insect race flying fortresses. Moreover, every second here was accompanied by the destruction of hundreds of interstellar shuttles and insect race flying fortresses, which were subsequently obliterated in the vastness of space. Our side's interstellar shuttles have already suffered over half of their losses, yet despite our destruction of over 1 million insect race flying fortresses, the remaining numbers are still quite formidable, making this quite troublesome. Major General Griffin Fred expressed his deep concern. At this moment, the insect race flying fortresses were still relentlessly closing in, while all the interstellar shuttles of the Duna Star Defense military base, under Major General Griffin Fred's brilliant military command strategy, continuously retreated while launching counterattacks. If this continues, we will inevitably be overwhelmed by the swarms of insectoid flying fortresses. If we are truly pursued by such a massive number of them, our interstellar shuttle warships will lose any advantage and will eventually be annihilated by the insectoid fortresses. Major General Griffith Fred stood on the command platform expressing his concern. Although he was a legendary mech pilot facing such a colossal war, individual strength was always limited. He could not turn the tide alone and could only command the interstellar shuttle warships, trying his best to eliminate the insectoid fortresses. I really wonder how that Emotionian fellow has such formidable martial arts skills, able to conjure thousands of swords and wipe out a large batch of insectoid fortresses in one go. Suddenly, Major General Griffiths Fred recalled the 1,000-star sword technique he had seen in the holographic image of Emotionian, saying enviously. He certainly knew that Emotionian's martial arts technique was of the astral martial arts level, as Major General Griffiths Fred had encountered such techniques during his studies at the Aolong Genius Mech Academy. Moreover, his former superior Marshal Odie Swift also mastered an astral martial arts level technique. However, exchanging for an astral martial arts level technique required military merit worth at least tens of millions. From this perspective, exchanging 100 points for the 1,000-star sword and astral martial arts level technique shows how generous the spirit of the miraculous is. Emotionian is truly fortunate. The spirit of the miraculous initially planned to offer it to him for free, otherwise why would it place the 1,000-star sword at such a low point value and ensure Emotionian noticed it? Do we really have to retreat completely now? With planets 10 light years behind us, if we retreat, we will be completely invaded by the insectoids and billions of Imperial citizens will suffer. Major General Griffiths Fred was caught in a dilemma. If he did not retreat, all the interstellar shuttle warships and soldiers at the Duna Star Defense military base would perish here. If we retreat, countless people of the Aolong Empire will die under the insectoid invasion. What is there to hesitate about? Dying on the battlefield to protect the Empire is an honor for us warriors. Major General Griffiths Fred suddenly laughed heartily, his joyful laughter easing the tension among all the officers in the command room. The officers looked at Major General Griffiths Fred in confusion. Esteemed warriors of the Aolong Empire, it is my fault for not noticing that there was a bug lord-level insect nest aggregation here. This is my greatest dereliction, but I will use my life to safeguard the safety of all the planets surrounding the Duna Star Defense military base. Now the entire 51st star cluster and the 114th star zone are watching this war, and we cannot be cowards. Therefore, for the lives of the billions of Imperial citizens behind us, we must fight until the last moment. Even if it means sacrificing our last interstellar shuttle warship, our final mech combat squad, and our last soldier, we vow to block the insectoid advance. Major General Griffiths Fred activated the command screen connecting all interstellar shuttle warships and spoke these words in a calm tone, lacking the fervor one might expect. The reason for his calmness was not because Major General Griffiths Fred did not want to uplift the soldiers' morale with stirring speeches, but because the soldiers of the Aolong Empire understood that the moment they chose to join the military, they had already dedicated their lives to the entire civilization. Joining the Imperial Army to resist invading civilizations has never been a trivial matter. War is indeed that cruel. He remembered that when Emotionian had just joined the Imperial Mech Combat Squad, Colonel Chris had already warned every new recruit. I must remind you, war is never a game. It is exceedingly brutal, and one wrong move could cost you your life. Yes, whether it is the soldiers of the Mech Combat Squad or the ordinary Imperial soldiers operating various energy weapons on interstellar shuttle warships, they are all told by officers about the cruel realities of war upon joining the Imperial Army. Yet in reality, even if officers did not inform every new recruit about the harshness of war, these recruits would eventually experience it themselves. Calculating carefully, it has been nearly a month since Emotionian joined the Imperial Army and arrived at the Duna Star Defense military base. In this month, a legendary figure has emerged at the Duna Star Defense military base, Emotionian. It is rumored that in just a month Mo Tianyun executed no more than 2 missions and has already become a major. He may even now be a brigadier general. However, in truth, there has only ever been one example like Mo Tianyun at the Dunistar Defense Military Base. One could say he has no predecessors or successors. Do not be misled by the fact that Mo Tianyun ascended to major so easily, or even that he might become a brigadier general. It does not mean that promotions in the Aolong Empire's military ranks are easy. In fact, among the thousands of mech combat pilots who underwent training with Mo Tianyun, besides him, no one has risen to the rank of lieutenant or even lesser ranks in this month. The situation is even more brutal. Among these thousands of newly joined mech combat pilots, even excluding the half-month of basic training, possibly less than half a month in actual missions has resulted in over 30 casualties. Think about it, many of those who participated in basic training with Mo Tianyun have already perished. This is not solely because the missions of the mech combat squad are especially dangerous, involving frequent battles against the insectoids. How could the mortality rate not be high? Marshal Odysseus Swift, this may be the last report I make to you regarding the battlefield. I believe you are already aware of the situation here through the holographic projections. All the soldiers of the Dunistar Defense Military Base will fight to the last man to fend off the assault of the General-Level Insect Nest Collective. Major General Griffith Fred connected to Marshal Odysseus Swift's communication device and spoke decisively. Are you not considering retreating first and stalling for a bit? I am currently in the process of a spatial jump heading your way. You need not hold out for 2 days, you just hold on for half a day longer. Marshal Odysseus Swift had been stationed at this front line of the 114th sector of the 51st Star Cluster for nearly half a century. He was accustomed to such scenes, yet each time he witnessed them he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Marshal Odysseus Swift was stationed at the forefront of the 114th sector of the 50th Star Cluster, constantly on guard against large-scale insect invasions. However, he did not expect a fire to break out in his own backyard, as the appearance of the General-Level Insect Nest Collective posed a significant challenge. Originally, Marshal Odysseus Swift had planned to gather forces within 10 days to eliminate all the insect swarms of this collective in one fell swoop. What he didn't anticipate was the speed of the General-Level Insect Nest Collective's movements. Later, Marshal Odysseus Swift dispatched a planetary fleet for support, which would take nearly 2 days to arrive. Even more unexpectedly, the General-Level Insect Nest Collective had birthed an insect general that had evolved to its ultimate stage, and the scale of this collective exceeded his expectations by several times. By the time he arrived, it was likely that all the soldiers at the Dunistar Defense Military Base would. Major General Griffith Fred replied with a hearty laugh. Marshal Odysseus Swift, I will absolutely not be a coward. If we retreat, what will happen to the dozens of nearby immigrant planets before you arrive? It is the honor of us soldiers to sacrifice our lives for the protection of the Empire. The history of the Empire will forever remember our contributions. After saying this, Major General Griffith Fred paused for a moment before continuing. However, Marshal Odysseus Swift, I have another request. Speak, please do. Marshal Odysseus Swift immediately responded. Marshal Odysseus Swift, do you know that our Dunistar Defense Military Base has produced a genius battle mech pilot? Major General Griffith Fred inquired. Yes, it's the 16-year-old boy who just joined the Battle Mech Corps less than a month ago and is already capable of slaying insect lords. He truly is a genius battle mech pilot. I believe his name is Mo Tianyun, right? Indeed, Marshal Odysseus Swift. However, I have even more astonishing news regarding this Mo Tianyun. He has just recently slain an insect general. How is that possible? In the entire Aolong Empire, the only one who could possess such strength at 16 is, to my knowledge, only General Corey's son Cody. Marshal Odysseus Swift replied incredulously. If slaying an insect lord at 16 can indeed be considered a remarkable talent within the Aolong Empire, there are still many such geniuses, surely, at least tens of thousands. However, to slay an insect general at 16 is truly astonishing, for the power of an insect lord and that of an insect general are not comparable at all. Thus, to slay an insect general at such a young age, there could only be 1 or 2 such genius battle mech pilots in the entire Aolong Empire. Now Major General Griffith Fred unexpectedly claims that Mo Tianyun possesses such power and has just slain an insect general. How could this not astonish Marshal Odysseus Swift? Marshal Odysseus Swift, isn't this news shocking? I honestly did not expect Mo Tianyun to be this powerful. Major General Griffith Fred laughed heartily, then continued. Initially, when Colonel Chris reported to me that among the soldiers who joined the Battle Mech Corps this month, there was a genius battle mech pilot, who at just 16 years old, had already reached the Spirit C level of mental power, I began to pay attention to him. Little did I expect that he could actually slay an insect general. Major General Griffith Fred shook his head in amazement, and then added, therefore my request is that I hope Marshal Odysseus Swift can send Imo Tanyun to the Along Genius Battle Mech Academy after this war is over. There he will receive better resources and surely become a top-tier powerhouse of the Empire in the future. Community not say more, I know what to do. As for talents like Imo Tanyun, you should not let him participate in further battles. It would be a pity if he were to sacrifice on the battlefield. Marshal Odysseus Swift nodded hurriedly. Imo Tanyun has just returned from crafting an epic battle mech and is not currently involved in this war. His mech was damaged in the fight against the insect general, so he is unable to participate in this battle. Good. That is excellent. This reason is appropriate and will not be considered as cowardice. Marshal Odysseus Swift also smiled slightly, the dense beard at the corners of his mouth lifting up. Marshal Odysseus Swift, if we win this war and I achieve honor, I hope to leave all my belongings to my wife and son. I hope my son can also enter the Along Genius Battle Mech Academy in the future to protect this empire like I do. Major General Griffith Fred's eyes grew moist as if he could see his wife and son living on the Empire's main star. His son was his greatest pride, for his son was also a little genius. Recently, Major General Griffith Fred received news that his son had just turned 17 and his mental power had just broken through to the Spirit Sea level. Thus, Major General Griffith Fred also hoped that his son could enter the Genius Battle Mech Academy and become a powerful battle mech warrior. Good. Besides Imo Tanyun, I will surely recommend your son to the Genius Battle Mech Academy. With his father's glorious identity, he will definitely be able to enter there for further study. Marshal Odysseus Swift promised solemnly. The tide of the insectoid flying fortress drew ever closer to the fleet formation of the Duna Star Defense military base. It surged forward like an endless raging wave, threatening to overwhelm a few small vessels. All mecha pilots heed my command. Enter your battle mechas and charge towards the insectoid flying fortress tide with me. The regular soldiers will remain with the interstellar transport ships, continuing to operate the energy weapons of the ships to engage in battle. Every moment we can delay the insectoid flying fortress tide is crucial. Even if we fight to the last man, we must protect the countless billions of people behind us. After issuing this command, Major General Griffith Fred led all the mecha pilots aboard his planetary-class interstellar transport ship to their respective battle mechas and charged towards the insectoid flying fortress tide. Meanwhile, one after another battle mechas emerged from the remaining interstellar transport ships. Soon a large number of battle mecha groups filled the cosmic space. So many battle mechas. Nick exclaimed in surprise, having never seen such a multitude of battle mechas. After Major General Griffith Fred issued the command, all mecha pilots joined the battle, and Nick and his companions were no exception. These tens of thousands of mecha pilots, braving the onslaught of the insectoid flying fortress tide, gradually flew to the forefront, preparing for what might be the most heroic battle of their lives. In the front, one could see a massive black battle mecha towering over 1,000 meters high. This was the legendary battle mecha. Its owner was none other than Major General Griffith Fred. This legendary battle mecha was named Dark Thunder. Dark Thunder Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Legendary Battle Mecha. Height 1054 meters. Weight 612650 tons. Energy Core Level Stellar Ultimate. Energy Output 1856. Maximum Combat Enhancement Multiplier 1850. Rating Average Legendary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength Stellar Ultimate. Weapons 9 Dark Thunder Cannons. Dark Spirit Penetrating Energy Main Cannon. Other components: Auluan Legendary Space Jump Engine, Star-Destroying High Explosive Bomb, Auluan Legendary Defense Shield Armor. This is Major General Griffith Fred's legendary battle mecha, Dark Thunder Mecha, along with its detailed specifications. The insectoid flying fortress tide and all mecha pilots of the Duna Star Defense military base were now engaged in close combat. The moment of intense warfare had arrived. Swarm after swarm of insectoids surged forth from various levels of the insectoid flying fortresses, their sheer numbers overwhelming a seemingly endless tide stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. Soon all mecha pilots at the Duna Star Defense military base found themselves besieged by the insectoids. The swarm tactics. This was the strategy the insectoids had long employed. Rather than a tactic, it was more of an instinct embedded in their genes. The combat strength of the mecha pilots was indeed formidable. Each pilot dispatched the insectoids with remarkable efficiency. However, no matter how many insectoids these mecha pilots killed, the speed at which the insectoids gathered showed no signs of slowing as they continued to amass at an alarming rate. Long-range combat mecha pilots gather in the center. Close combat mecha pilots take defensive positions on the outer perimeter. Long-range combat mecha pilots can eliminate insectoids quickly, while close combat mecha pilots have stronger defensive capabilities. We must not allow the insectoids to breach this line of defense. Major General Griffith Fred swiftly began to direct the mecha pilots who were in disarray. With Major General Griffith Fred's command, the previously chaotic mecha pilots formed two orderly formations. The first was a tightly knit formation of long-range attack mechas. The second was a solid wall of close combat mecha pilots, standing guard on the outside. Of course, in space combat, one must consider all directions, so the mecha pilots appeared to have formed two spheres, a larger one on the outside and a smaller one within. These two spheres formed an unassailable whole. The massive swarm of insectoids could not breach the spherical battle formation composed of mecha pilots. The interstellar transport ships of the Dunistar Defense Military Base did not cease their battle against the insectoid flying fortress Tide for even a moment. Now, with the mecha pilots holding the line, the interstellar transport ships faced significantly less danger, and the rate of destruction among the ships under the insectoid flying fortress attacks gradually decreased. However, the number of insectoid flying fortresses still far exceeded that of the interstellar transport ships. Even with the mecha pilots' interference, the destruction of the ships could only be delayed for so long. On the insectoid side, sensing the situation, they seemed to become anxious as higher-level insectoids, including chief insectoids and insectoid lords, began to emerge from the flying fortresses. Even a single insectoid general made an appearance. Major General Griffith Fred, the strategic mind behind the mecha pilots, was of course constantly monitoring the battlefield situation. The emergence of such a powerful and fierce enemy as the insectoid general was immediately noticed by him. Thus, Major General Griffith Fred immediately maneuvered the towering Dark Thunder mecha towards the location where the insectoid general had appeared, preparing for an intense battle. With the appearance of a large number of insectoid lords, the pressure on the hundreds of Epic-class mecha pilots within the Dunistar Defense Military Base suddenly surged. Epic battle mechas over 100 meters tall clashed fiercely with the gigantic insectoid lords, each thousands of meters in size. In an instant, the entire cosmic battlefield descended into chaos as every mecha pilot found themselves locked in combat with the insectoids. Some insectoid lords were crushed by the powerful Epic-class mecha pilots, while weaker Epic-class mecha pilots were torn apart by formidable insectoid lords. Blood and flesh splattered while silent wails echoed through the chaos, and metal parts mixed with shattered insectoid carapaces danced through the air. All mecha pilots found themselves ensnared in the insectoid's overwhelming encirclement with no path for retreat. They could only fight desperately, killing as many insectoids as possible. Kill! 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 Tarlink controlled his sword's heath mech, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted for blood, charging towards the insectoid horde, leaving a trail of elite and ordinary insectoids dead and wounded around him. He continued to swing the mech battle sword in his hand. Suddenly, a leader-level insectoid seemed to notice him and quickly flew towards Tarlink, intending to stop his rampage. Aha! Finally, a large insectoid has come. I've been waiting for you. Come and test my sword. Sangyu 7 Swords. Tarlink's eyes were filled with ferocity as a powerful mental force erupted from his body, a level of spiritual energy he had never used in battle before. A beam of white light emerged from the mech battle sword Tarlink held in his hand. This was the manifestation of Tarlink's spiritual energy condensed into the mech battle sword, combined with the power of the Sangyu 7 Swords martial technique. With a swoosh, the white mech battle sword struck, rapidly landing 7 successive blows, each one striking fiercely against the leader-level insectoid that had just flown in. In that instant, 7 deep green wounds appeared on the body of the leader-level insectoid, clearly indicating that it was not very strong and had been severely injured by Tarlink in a single strike. Next, Tarlink swung his sword again and again against the body of the leader-level insectoid, and soon it lay dead. Kill! This damned insectoid! As long as I, Tarlink, am alive, I will keep killing. Wherever there are insectoids, there will be me. Tarlink continued to crazily attack the lower-level insectoids as they were easier to kill and allowed him to vent the resentment in his heart. Tarlink also harbored a heart that longed for the strength of Captain Mo Tianyan. Since he could not easily slay high-level insectoids like Captain Mo Tianyan, he would target these lower insectoids. In the distance, Lung Feng and Lung Yu were also working together to combat the insectoids. The two acted in perfect harmony, with Lung Yu handling ranged attacks, while Lung Feng silently guarded beside her like a brave knight protecting a beautiful princess, continuously slaying the insectoids that attempted to attack Lung Yu. Nick and Thorn were constantly hovering nearby Tarlink, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng occasionally picking off some elite and ordinary insectoids. The area where Thorn, Nick, Tarlink, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng were located was near the center of the massive circular formation composed of the entire Dunistar Defense Military Mech Corps, which was relatively safe. The truly dangerous area was outside this massive circular formation, which was guarded by hundreds of epic-level battle mech operators. There were not only Thorn, Nick, Tarlink, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng in the central battle area, but also thousands of other battle mech operators. Some mech operators were killing the weak insectoids that had slipped past the epic-level operators, while watching helplessly as an epic-level operator occasionally fell in the perimeter. This was likely one of their superior officers. Perhaps this superior had treated them well in the past, teaching them martial techniques and mech control skills, yet they could only watch in despair as their superior was killed by the insectoids, powerless to help. One can only imagine how painful that must be. Major General Griffiths Fred was currently too focused on the battle at hand to care about the surrounding situation, as he faced an insectoid general that had evolved to the second stage, which was quite troublesome. Shadow Thunder Gun. Major General Griffiths Fred piloted the Dark Thunder Mech and shot forward with a single shot. The Dark Thunder Mech instantly crossed over 50 kilometers, directly striking the insectoid general. The outer shell of the insectoid general was instantly punctured by the force of the strike. Although the insectoid general had already reacted to Major General Griffiths Fred's attack, it did not expect his assault to be so swift. This was due to the particularly fast attack speed of Major General Griffiths Fred's martial technique, striking like lightning, combined with the already fast speed of the Dark Thunder Mech, which excelled in swift assaults. Thus, it was perfectly normal for the insectoid general to be caught off guard. However, the insectoid general was no ordinary foe. Having evolved to the second stage, it managed to withstand Major General Griffiths Fred's powerful strike, only suffering damage to its outer shell. The insectoid general whipped its massive sharp claws with immense force, striking fiercely at Major General Griffiths Fred. Major General Griffiths Fred maneuvered the Dark Thunder Mech, slipping past in a black streak of light, like lightning, continuing to damage the insectoid general's outer shell. Facing the speed of Major General Griffiths Fred, the insectoid general was momentarily at a loss for how to counter and could only endure the attacks. Indeed, in the world of martial arts, speed is invincible, and this principle holds true everywhere. If I can hit you and you can't hit me, then I am invincible. However, the insectoid general possessed incredible strength, far exceeding that of the Dark Thunder Mech piloted by Major General Griffiths Fred. If the general managed to strike him once, it would surely cause significant damage to the mech. As the saying goes, the insectoid general can't afford to make countless mistakes, while Major General Griffiths Fred cannot afford to make even one. However, Major General Griffiths Fred had fought for decades, seasoned by countless battles and trials, accumulating vast combat experience, and his mech control techniques had long surpassed the micro level, reaching a seamless level of mastery. Mistakes. They were non-existent. The insectoid general could only endure attacks before Major General Griffiths Fred, demonstrating that sheer size and brute strength do not guarantee combat effectiveness. Only when strength, speed, defense, technique, martial arts skills, and combat experience are all up to standard without obvious weaknesses can one avoid vulnerabilities. Clearly, Major General Griffiths Fred met all combat standards. While comparing the insectoid general to him, the general only boasted super strength and defense, lacking in speed, skill, and combat experience. Yet would this insectoid general be so easily dismantled piece by piece by Major General Griffiths Fred until it was slowly slain? This is impossible. The insectoid general of the Zerg, with such resilient life force, cannot be easily killed unless his Zerg crystal core is found and destroyed. The Zerg general is immensely large, typically measuring thousands of meters, while the Zerg crystal core is only a few dozen meters in size. Moreover, the position of each Zerg's crystal core varies, making it extremely difficult for even experienced fighters to locate it accurately. Mo Tianyun was able to kill the Zerg general, which had temporarily weakened, with the help of the Spirit of Miracles, directly destroying its Zerg crystal core, thus making it easy to defeat the general. Otherwise, once the Zerg general recovered from its brief moment of weakness, Mo Tianyun would have had no choice but to flee. Since the Zerg general is too large, severely affecting its speed and agility, it should simply reduce its body size. The Zerg general can adjust its body shape. The last time Mo Tianyun killed a Zerg general, that general altered its form to achieve greater strength and speed. At the same time that Major General Griffiths was battling the Zerg general, several powerful Zerg lords broke through the outer defenses composed of epic-level combat mechs formed by the mech soldiers. Coincidentally, one of the Zerg lords headed straight for Tarlink. Perhaps it was due to the large number of ordinary Zerg that Tarlink had killed within the formation, leading the Zerg lord to target him first. Currently, Tarlink's combat power is not weak among the thousands of extraordinary combat mechs within the formation. Rather, he is one of the top extraordinary combat mechs. With Tarlink's spiritual power having broken through to the Spirit C level, his combat effectiveness has undergone a qualitative enhancement. If Tarlink were to obtain an epic combat mech now, he would become an epic-level combat mech. However, even if Tarlink's spiritual power has reached the Spirit C level, as long as he is piloting an extraordinary combat mech, he would certainly not be a match for the Zerg Lord and would likely be easily killed. Not everyone can be like Mo Tianyun, who even as an extraordinary level combat mech pilot, had already mastered the advanced starry martial arts technique, Myriad Star Sword, effortlessly defeating Zerg Lords. Tarlink struggled for less than half a minute before his sword's Heath mech was tightly ensnared by the elongated Zerg Lord, which had hundreds of insect-like limbs. Then the Zerg Lord used its insect head with a single large red eye to open its gaping maw, condensing a brilliant and scorching red energy sphere ready to unleash it upon Tarlink's Swords Heath Mech's energy shield. No, I still want to kill more Zerg. Ooh, I do not want to die at this moment. Tarlink, 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 brother Tarlink. Soren Lung Yulung Fong and Nick were not far away, witnessing Tarlink being tightly entangled by the Zerg Lord with the fiery energy sphere aimed at the Swords Heath Mech, and they couldn't help but shout out. However, apart from watching helplessly and shouting, they were utterly powerless. Tarlink, whose spiritual power had reached the Spirit Sea level, was definitely the second strongest member of the Tianyan team. In this battle against the Zerg General's nest, he had been protecting Soren, Nick, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng all along. Soren and Nick, the relatively weaker ordinary-level combat mech pilots, had also been saved by Tarlink several times. Now seeing their teammate trapped in a dire situation, they felt utterly powerless, which was an agonizing despair. Indeed, as a useless person like me, what else can I do besides crying quietly at night and pretending to work hard during the day, putting on a facade of optimism? When Captain Mo Tianyun invited me into this team, I should never have accepted, because I am completely useless. In his despair, tears fell silently, and Nick suddenly remembered his dearly departed grandma Plan, who had loved him dearly, Captain Mo Tianyun, who had treated him exceptionally well, brother Soren, who looked fierce, but was actually gentle, sister Lung Yu, who was cold and beautiful, yet knowledgeable, brother Lung Feng, who often stood guard beside sister Lung Yu, and Tarlink, who wore battle gear. Nick felt that among the entire Tianyan team, he was the most useless. Father, I have come to accompany you. Tarlink closed his eyes, preparing to accept this moment of death. Fear, perhaps a little. So many comrades had already died in this battle, it had long become a common occurrence. What unexpected event could happen to him? A strong flash of light flickered in the cosmic space, but at this moment, countless battle fires were burning. What did this flash of light matter? Every combat mech pilot was exerting their utmost effort to fight against the Zerg, and no one had the time to spare. Only Soren, Nick, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng witnessed it all. Soren, Nick, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng kept their eyes on that spot, witnessing the fall of a massive life form. Yes, you are not mistaken, as Soren, Nick, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng witnessed the fall of a colossal life form. A gigantic Zerg Lord fell on the spot. Soren, Nick, Lung Yu, Lung Feng, and some nearby combat mech pilots were all dumbfounded at this moment, instinctively looking toward the direction from which the intense energy beam had come. Although the bright light from this powerful explosion could occasionally be seen across the vast battlefield spanning tens of millions of kilometers, it was still quite eye-catching when it happened right next to them. Soren, Nick, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng saw that the source of the energy beam was a massive epic combat mech standing over 100 meters tall. Great! It turns out a powerful being from the Dunistar Defense military base came to save Tarlink. Upon seeing the massive epic combat mech, everyone understood that Tarlink's life had been saved by this epic-level combat mech pilot. P.S. Dear readers, can you guess who this epic-level combat mech pilot is? I don't think you can. In the distance, a black and red epic battle mech was flying rapidly towards Soren and I, Ku Ta Lin, Ku Lung Yu, and Lung Feng. I am still alive. Ta Lin Ku, though situated near the center of the explosion, found that his mech's energy shield had withstood most of the destructive force of the blast. At that time, the insect lord's head was held high, creating a significant distance, and since Ta Lin Ku's sheath mech was tightly wrapped by the insect lord's body, combined with the maximum defensive energy shield released by the sheath mech, he suffered minimal damage. In short, Ta Lin Ku was quite lucky to be alive. When he first followed Mo Tianyun into the insect nest on the planet Lun Air Bo, Ta Lin Ku had already faced a life-and-death crisis from which he was rescued by Mo Tianyun. However, this time it was not Mo Tianyun who saved him, but Colonel Chris. Indeed, the black and red epic battle mech racing towards them was Colonel Chris epic battle mech. Colonel Chris epic battle mech was named Starfire Blaze. Starfire Blaze mech. Battle mech level epic battle mech. Mech height 148 meters, weight 74350 tons. Energy reaction core level medium stellar. Energy output value 551. Maximum combat enhancement multiplier 550. Rating exquisite epic battle mech. Energy shield strength medium stellar. Weapons Starfire Blaze Blade Aolong 4 epic energy cannon. Other components radiant energy acceleration thruster reinforced heavy epic armor. Soon Colonel Chris piloted the Starfire Blaze mech to this location. Ta Lin Ku had already regained his senses and piloted his battle mech away from the debris left by the insect lord, now waiting with Sun Ni, Ku Lung Yu, and Lung Feng for the arrival of the epic battle mech master who saved his life. Colonel Chris controlled the Starfire Blaze mech to a halt, and then a massive light screen appeared in front of the mech, displaying a holographic image of Colonel Chris' upper body. I'm glad you're all safe. Oh, I was so worried. Fortunately, I acted in time. Colonel Chris addressed Ta Lin Ku, Sun Ni, Ku Lung Yu, and Lung Feng, but his focus remained on Ta Lin Ku's battle mech. Thank you, Colonel Chris, for saving my life. Ta Lin K's sheath mech also displayed a light screen showing a holographic image of his upper body. Well, in the upcoming battle, stay close to me. Although it is very likely. Colonel Chris' resolute face showed a flicker of hesitation as he pressed his lips together, pausing for a moment before continuing. As long as we keep fighting and survive until the end, there is still hope that Marshal Otis Swift will arrive here. Colonel Chris reassured the Tianyun squad and the numerous battle mech masters around. However, even Colonel Chris himself found it hard to believe in his own words. To wait for Marshal Otis Swift to arrive, they would have to hold out for several more hours at least. Holding out for several hours fighting in such a situation, he doubted he could survive the relentless onslaught of so many insects, let alone protect the weak battle mech masters of the Duna Star Defense military base. After speaking, Colonel Chris glanced at the dead insect lord beside him. So that's how it is, he murmured softly. With his rich experience, he observed the remains of the insect lord and understood how this group of insects met their demise. In fact, Colonel Chris' attack was not supposed to be fatal. Unexpectedly, the insect lord's crystal core was located inside its mouth. Colonel Chris' precise Along 4 epic energy cannon struck the insect lord's gaping mouth, which was gathering energy, not only interrupting its attack, but also causing a massive explosion as the two energy forces collided, shattering the insect lord's crystal core. Was this attack just a coincidence that perfectly destroyed the insect lord's crystal core? In fact, it was not a coincidence. Colonel Chris could have targeted other parts of the insect lord's head to save Ta Lin Ku. Why did he specifically strike the insect lord's mouth? This stemmed from Colonel Chris' combat instincts. The parts of the insect that could launch energy attacks were likely to contain their crystal cores nearby. Thus, without any hesitation, Colonel Chris aimed the Along 4 epic energy cannon at the insect lord's mouth, achieving a decisive strike that killed the insect lord. I am Major General Griffeyes Fred. All battle mech masters quickly leave this area. Do not hesitate, do not think too much, just do as I say. This is a supreme command. Suddenly, a mental message reached the minds of all battle mech masters. What is happening? All battle mech masters were momentarily stunned, then realized the voice transmitting the mental message was their supreme commander, Major General Griffeyes Fred. Thus, those who could escape hurriedly withdrew. The battle mech masters still engaged in combat did everything they could to break free. You few hurry and follow me. Colonel Chris turned to look at Major General Griffeyes Fred's position and was startled to find 2 or 3 insect generals there, prompting him to turn and prepare to flee. Could it be that Major General Griffeyes Fred ordered the battle mech masters to leave the area because he feared the insect generals? Absolutely not. How could the soldiers of the Aolong Empire become cowards? Especially a resolute Major General. Just as Colonel Chris rescued Ta Lin Ku, the situation on Major General Griffeyes Fred's side was equally dire. The insect general that Major General Griffeyes Fred was continuously destroying began to call for reinforcements. Oh no, it should be summoning insects instead. Before long, 2 small-sized insect generals rushed over at high speed to support their comrades. These 2 insect generals were quite cunning, having adjusted their forms in advance to gain greater power and speed. Facing the siege of 3 insect generals, Major General Griffeyes Fred lost even his mech shield in less than a moment. At this point, I have no choice but to resort to this final method against the insects. P.S. This is the last update for today, totaling 3 updates. A combat mech approximately 500 meters tall and entirely black continuously folds in the vastness of space, each fold traversing hundreds of millions of kilometers. This is the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha piloted by Mo Tianyun. For Mo Tianyun, who sits in the cockpit at the core of the combat mech, the sensation of controlling the mech during space folding is truly exhilarating. Such a feeling has never been experienced before. With each spatial fold, Mo Tianyun felt affectionately that he was leaving behind the countless rays emitted by the stars in the universe. What a delightful experience it is. Using technology to achieve spatial folding for the purpose of traversing the universe is indeed a good method. If one could accomplish such feats through their own power, that would be truly worthy of joy. The spirit of miracles, always by Mo Tianyun's side, sensed his inner joy and slowly began to speak. Mo Tianyun was taken aback by this remark. Coming to his senses, he asked, in that case, Sister Miracle, how can I achieve spatial folding through my own strength to traverse the universe? Martial Dao breaking void, spiritual force moving stars. The spirit of miracles replied, I think I can understand the first part. Martial Dao breaking void likely means that a genetically evolved warrior reaches the breaking void stage, right? However, what does the latter part, moving stars, mean? Is it a certain level of spiritual force? Mo Tianyun attempted to grasp the meaning of the spirit of miracles' words. Yes, Martial Dao breaking void refers to genetically evolved warriors reaching the breaking void stage, and moving stars means the spiritual force reaching the moving stars level. The moving stars level of spiritual force. Mo Tianyun felt somewhat puzzled. The next level of Void Thought tier spiritual force is moving stars. At this level, the spiritual force is powerful enough to move an entire planet, shifting it from its orbit solely through mental power, which is the remarkable strength of the moving stars tier of spiritual force. Only with such powerful spiritual force can one compress and even fold space, propelling oneself to execute spatial transitions. However, one must also reach the breaking void stage in genetic evolution to withstand such immense propulsion pressure. The Spirit of Miracles smiled mysteriously, a knowing smile on her face. So impressive. Then, Sister Miracle, may I ask what level your spiritual force is? Mo Tianyun was somewhat astonished by the power of the moving stars level of spiritual force, but he was even more curious about what level the Spirit of Miracles' spiritual force was. As for me, the Spirit of Miracles pondered briefly before continuing, my current spiritual force is slightly stronger than the Void Thought level, but has not yet reached the moving stars level. Oh, I see. I will catch up to you soon, Sister Miracle. Mo Tianyun clenched his fist, encouraging himself. This time the Spirit of Miracles nodded slowly, without saying anything further. The speed of spatial folding is much faster than normal spatial leaps. After talking so much with Sister Miracle, we are about to reach the desolate star system where the insect general's nest is located. Mo Tianyun glanced at the cosmic star map near the Duna Star Defense military base. He noticed that the coordinates of his current position in space were constantly changing, getting closer and closer to the insect general's nest. At this moment, near the star system where the insect general's nest is located, tens of thousands of combat mech legions, faced with the overwhelming numbers of the insect race, decisively abandoned their resistance and retreated into the distance. The consequences of this decision came at a painful price for the combat mech legions. During the retreat, many weaker combat mechs were attacked by the insect race, while the powerful epic-grade combat mechs saved as many as they could, leaving behind those they could not. This was all due to Major General Griffin Fred's order. This is a supreme command. On the battlefield, absolute obedience to the command of the officer is paramount. Military orders are like mountains. This is an ironclad rule, the highest principle that all soldiers must abide by. Let's die together. At least I can take down an insect general, or even a few insect generals with me to the grave. That would count as a glorious death. Ha ha. Major General Griffin Fred, piloting the Dark Thunder mech, utilized his spiritual force to channel energy within the mech, instantly maximizing its flying speed as he crazily charged towards the insect general he had previously fought. The insect general seemed to sense something and attempted to flee, but Major General Griffin Fred had already locked onto it. There was no way it could escape. Major General Griffin Fred controlled the Dark Thunder mech, approaching within 100 meters of the insect general he had targeted. In the face of the towering Dark Thunder mech at over 1,000 meters and the massive insect general that stood thousands of meters tall, what does a mere 100 meters matter? This distance of less than 100 meters is akin to a 2-meter-tall person standing next to a 20-meter-tall wall. The distance between the person and the wall is not even a decimeter. At that moment, a gaping hole with a diameter of over 200 meters suddenly appeared in the chest of the Dark Thunder mech, revealing a red sphere of the same diameter inside. This red sphere looked round and unremarkable, seemingly ordinary. Star-extinguishing high-explosive bomb. Without hesitation, Major General Griffin Fred pushed the red sphere out from within the mech, firmly adhering it to the insect body of the insect general. Then the Dark Thunder mech pulled back. What followed was a world-shattering explosion. At the center of the explosion, space was shattered and distorted, creating black cracks that resembled a web. The light and heat from the explosion radiated, scorching a multitude of combat mechs tens of thousands of kilometers away. Some of the poorer, ordinary combat mechs immediately caught fire, with the worst of them beginning to melt into liquid metal. The shockwaves generated by this colossal explosion annihilated nearly all insects within a radius of over 10,000 kilometers. Any insect caught in the blast was reduced to smithereens. No, to be precise, they were turned into molecular and atomic states. This is the power of the star-extinguishing high-explosive bomb. Its might can utterly obliterate a planet. It is also Major General Griffin Fred's final means of dealing with the insect generals. In fact, Major General Griffin Fred had already made ample preparations before coming here. He had considered all possible scenarios. This included everything that was happening now. Thus, Major General Griffin Fred had brought with him the only doomsday high-explosive bomb from the Duna Star Defense military base. This doomsday high-explosive bomb was originally stored at the Duna Star Defense military base by the Oran Empire, meant to be detonated in the event of a large-scale Zerg invasion, sacrificing the entire military base alongside the Zerg in a final act. Only the highest commander of each defense base was authorized to deploy this doomsday high-explosive bomb. Once activated, it would represent the last hope for any defense military base to eradicate the Zerg. The Doomsday high-explosive bomb was enormous. If the launch device were attached, its firing speed would be extremely slow, allowing the Zerg generals to easily evade it. Only a legendary battle mech of such size could carry it, delivering a fatal blow to the powerful invaders. However, within the Oran Empire, no legendary battle mech pilot capable of deploying this Doomsday high-explosive bomb could survive such a devastating explosion. In other words, Major General Griffin Fred had already dedicated his life to protecting the Oran Empire. A massive energy fluctuation detected ahead. The advanced version of the Thousand Swords Mech's combat AI suddenly alerted. Onion quickly checked. Why do I always have a bad feeling? That energy fluctuation is enormous, exceeding all I have ever witnessed. I wonder what has happened there. Onion said with some concern. A few seconds later, he maneuvered the advanced version of the Thousand Swords Mech, executing several space folds, finally arriving at the battlefield. Gazing at the vast void of space and the disheveled state of the surrounding battle mech pilots, Onion could roughly guess what had transpired. What he did not know was that Major General Griffin Fred had already sacrificed himself heroically. At that moment, the center of the explosion gradually returned to calm. However, Onion spotted a massive red figure over 1,000 meters tall at the explosion center. Damn those inferior flesh beings, cunning to the extreme, causing me to waste a valuable defensive treasure gifted by my superior, while also ruining my two crucial source veins. The massive red figure roared to the sky in a language Onion did not understand. This giant red figure was the Zerg general that had evolved to the ultimate stage. It was the only living creature within a radius of over 3,000 kilometers from the explosion center caused by the Doomsday high-explosive bomb detonated by Major General Griffin Fred. As for the area beyond 3,000 kilometers from the explosion center, a few Zerg that had evolved to the ultimate stage of Zerg lords managed to survive. However, the ultimatistage red exoskeleton Zerg general survived at the explosion center because it had employed a life-saving method. This life-saving method had only two types for the ultimatistage Zerg general. One was energy protection, and the other was spatial escape. Just now at the explosion center, the ultimatistage Zerg general utilized an energy protection type treasure as its life-saving method. Yet even with the defense of the energy protection type treasure, the red exoskeleton Zerg general had still sustained slight injuries. One could only say that the power of the Doomsday high-explosive bomb triggered by Major General Griffin Fred was simply too immense. The energy fluctuation just now was so vast, it's evident how powerful the explosion center is. How could there still be a Zerg general alive? Onion said in disbelief. According to the calculations of the advanced version of the Thousand Swords Mech's AI, the power generated at the explosion center far exceeded Onion's imagination. Even his advanced version of the Thousand Swords Mech would be doomed there. Yet the red exoskeleton Zerg general somehow managed to survive, appearing unscathed. This truly left Onion feeling incredulous. I have safely passed through that crisis. Now it's time for you inferior flesh beings to pay in blood for your debts. The red exoskeleton Zerg general fixed its gaze on Onion in the distance and on the large group of battle mech pilots even further away. Then an overwhelming aura erupted from the red exoskeleton Zerg general. This scene caught the attention of all the surviving battle mech pilots. However, their numbers had dwindled to less than 1/10 of what they had been. Moreover, most of them were extraordinary level and epic level battle mech pilots. The presence of ordinary level battle mech pilots was scarce, with only Nick and Thorn remaining. The ordinary level battle mech pilots that survived could be said to be extraordinarily lucky. Calling them lucky stars would not be an exaggeration. Thinking carefully, surviving among tens of thousands of ordinary level battle mech pilots was indeed a stroke of luck. Suddenly, the red exoskeleton Zerg general charged towards Onion, who was tens of thousands of miles away. Although the red exoskeleton Zerg general did not know that the one piloting the advanced version of the Thousand Swords Mech was Onion, the towering height of the mech still caught its attention at first glance. Moreover, the advanced version of the Thousand Swords Mech was positioned particularly close to it. Just in time, Onion felt a surge of inspiration as colorful sword shadows emerged from the back of the advanced version of the Thousand Swords Mech, numbering precisely 1,000, forming a mark of the sword, which was the mech's battle seal. Simultaneously, the sword wings behind the advanced version of the Thousand Swords Mech transformed into massive alloy great swords, which fused together with the battle swords named Thousand Swords to create an enormous alloy great sword. Next, Onion controlled the advanced version of the Thousand Swords Mech, raising both hands overhead, firmly grasping the enormous alloy great sword. Thousand Swords Starlight, all swords unite. At that moment, as the myriad Starlight swords were unleashed, they merged with the enormous alloy great sword and the mech's battle seal. The length of the enormous alloy great sword had reached over 1,000 meters, gleaming brilliantly. Slash, Seeing the red exoskeleton Zerg general approaching closely, Mo Tianyun did not hesitate to unleash all the power he could muster to enhance the potency of this strike. Now this sword was over 100 times more powerful than when piloting the Live's Twilight mech. Subsequently, this sword collided with the Zerg general. At the moment of impact, a blinding sword light illuminated the entire cosmos. The massive red figure was sent crashing back toward the direction it came from. Meanwhile, Mo Tianyun piloting the advanced version of the Thousand Swords mech appeared strikingly powerful, akin to an unparalleled god of war, holding up the collapsing sky for all the battle mech pilots. The massive red figure that was sent flying was none other than the red-armored insectoid general. Mo Tianyun manipulated the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword mecha to unleash the Thousand Sword Starlight, which directly sent the red-armored insectoid general flying dozens of kilometers away. The red-armored insectoid general remained floating motionlessly in the vast expanse of the universe. Mo Tianyun, utilizing his immense mental power, could clearly observe a massive sword scar bursting open on the insectoid body of the red-armored general, a result of his previous strike. Then the red-armored insectoid general struggled to right its body. Mo Tianyun had no intention of granting this insectoid general a chance to linger, directly employing that same move once again. If one strike was insufficient to kill it, then another strike would suffice. Mo Tianyun had always been ruthless against the insectoid race. No matter how cruel the means used against them, the resentment in his heart could never be eradicated. Thousand Sword Starlight. Mo Tianyun controlled the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword mecha, covering dozens of kilometers in just a second as he pursued the red-armored insectoid general. A beam of sword light seemed to tear through space, carrying countless sword shadows, locking onto the red-armored insectoid general. Beast die! Mo Tianyun shouted furiously, preparing to slay the cursed red-armored insectoid general with a single strike. However, just as the sword was about to strike the red-armored insectoid general, its massive body suddenly vanished as if it had never existed. Only Mo Tianyun, whose sword had ripped through the vacuum of the universe, remained, along with the surviving mecha pilots and the many lower revolution level insectoids left behind. Vanished. Where did that damned creature go? Mo Tianyun's pupils constricted in confusion. How could such a massive red-armored insectoid general simply disappear? Immediately, Mo Tianyun maneuvered the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword mecha to continuously circle the area where the red-armored insectoid general had vanished, unleashing powerful mental energy to sweep the surroundings. But he couldn't find even a single hair of the red-armored insectoid general. Meanwhile, numerous mecha pilots in the distance were dealing with the hordes of insectoids while keeping an eye on Mo Tianyun's battle. When they saw the red-armored insectoid general suddenly disappear, their reactions were almost identical to Mo Tianyun's. Sister Shinji, how did that general completely vanish right before my eyes? Mo Tianyun, using all his might, could not find any trace of the red-armored insectoid general and helplessly turned to seek aid from the spirit of miracles beside him. You don't need to search any longer. That insectoid general must have used some kind of spatial teleportation device to escape. The spirit of miracles experienced in high civilizations saw through it instantly. What is a spatial teleportation device? That thing sounds incredibly effective for survival. It allowed that insectoid to escape. Mo Tianyun asked, dissatisfied. Whenever he didn't understand something, he always insisted on getting a clear answer. A spatial teleportation device is like the spatial folding propulsion module of the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword mecha. Each time it is activated, it can shift from the current space to another space, allowing for travel, escape, or pursuit. However, I just observed the spatial teleportation device activated by the red-armored insectoid general while fleeing and found that it could be activated instantly without any buffer time. Thus, I can affirm that the device is definitely a one-time use. It will be completely destroyed after being used once. The spirit of miracles deduced the general information about the spatial teleportation device used by the red-armored insectoid general. In fact, it was just as the spirit of miracles had said. The spatial escape treasure used by the red-armored insectoid general was granted by a higher-level insectoid general, and like the energy shield used to resist star-exploding bombs, it was also one-time use. Where the hell did that damned creature escape to? I need to quickly notify Major General Griffin Fred. If this insectoid race invades the colonized planet, it would be an absolute disaster for any colonized world. Generally, the range of spatial teleportation is about 1 light-year, at most not exceeding 10 light-years, so that general is still near the Dunistar Defense military base. The spirit of miracles nodded slowly. Huh, why haven't I seen Major General Griffin Fred? I haven't seen his battle mecha either. Mo Tianyun asked in confusion. The last time he saved the 115th Large Fleet on the planet Rennerboa and saved Cole Whitehead's life, he had seen Major General Griffin Fred's Dark Thunder mecha. It was a black battle mecha over 1,000 meters tall, adorned with some thunder motifs. How could he not find it after sweeping over 100,000 kilometers with his mental energy? Suddenly, Mo Tianyun recalled the massive explosion. Just now, a wave of bad premonition surged in his heart, making him increasingly uneasy. This mighty being is so powerful, the insectoid general was driven away. Is it an Imperial rescue force sent to save us? Some mecha pilots, unsure of the situation, stared at the enhanced version of the thousand-sword mecha controlled by Mo Tianyun, transmitting messages to familiar comrades with their mental energy. I'm not really sure, but I heard that Marshal Odie Swift is on the way. However, this battle mecha pilot doesn't seem to be Marshal Odie Swift. Another extraordinary battle mecha pilot who received the mental message remarked about the enhanced version of the thousand-sword mecha. He then expressed his opinion. Generally, battle mecha pilots who attain the rank of Marshal Pilot at least operate legendary battle mechas, which I've heard are several kilometers tall. How could it be this battle mecha that's only a few hundred meters tall? Suppressing the intense unease within, Mo Tianyun manipulated the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha, executing a spatial fold and directly arriving at the battlefield where numerous battle mecha operators were engaged in combat with a horde of insectoids. Sorn Nick Talent Cold Rain and Cold Wind, I ask you all, where is Major General Griffith Fred? Mo Tianyun's spiritual sense locked onto several familiar mechas, and he conveyed the message through his mental energy. The members of the Tianyun squad under the full protection of Lieutenant Colonel Chris remained unharmed despite enduring a massive explosion and various insectoid assaults. Major General Griffith Fred. He perished together with two insectoid generals in that very explosion. Talink reacted quickly, but the message conveyed through mental energy was intermittent and tinged with a hint of sorrow. After receiving the mental transmission from Talink, Mo Tianyun felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind. Following that, Mo Tianyun's mouth involuntarily opened, inhaling a cold stream of the internal gases of the mecha, his pupils sharply constricting as his eyes widened. That explosion. It turns out, it was Major General who. Mo Tianyun choked up, unable to utter another word. Although Major General Griffith Fred had not shared a deep friendship with him, their relationship was strictly one of superior and subordinate. Yet, as Mo Tianyun recalled their last conversation on the holographic screen, receiving the news of Major General Griffith Fred's sacrifice felt overwhelmingly poignant. It could be said that Major General Griffith Fred was one of the few individuals Mo Tianyun had met at the Dunestar Defense Military Base. In the face of this invasion war by the insectoids, even a powerful and legendary battle mecha operator like Major General Griffith Fred could fall like a shooting star. I clearly promised to return within half a day, yet I have come back so much earlier. This is my fastest speed. YY. Mo Tianyun clenched his teeth, each word forcing its way through his gritted teeth. Why did Major General Griffith Fred have to sacrifice? I had clearly kept my promise. If I just held on for half a day, I would return to fight alongside him, yet he did not wait for me. Forget it, it is useless to say anything now. Since that is the case, I shall win this war for you. Mo Tianyun sighed silently in his heart and joined the battle to eliminate the remaining insectoids. Yes, it was about exterminating the insectoids. With Mo Tianyun's involvement, this war transformed into a showcase of his martial prowess. 10,000 starlight swords. Mo Tianyun conjured countless starlight swords, sweeping through the hordes of insectoids repeatedly. If he encountered a powerful insectoid lord, he would directly wield his mecha sword and slay it. All battle mecha operators of the Dunestar Defense Military Base, follow me and fight. The victors of this war shall be us. Mo Tianyun continually transmitted messages through his mental energy to every battle mecha operator, rallying their spirits. The voice materializing from this mental transmission seems to belong to Mo Tianyun. Lieutenant Colonel Chris had once taught Mo Tianyun mecha control techniques for a period, so he was quite familiar with Mo Tianyun's voice, immediately recognizing it. Inspired by Mo Tianyun, the battle mecha operators were invigorated, coordinating with him to continuously annihilate the insectoids. In each passing second, countless insectoids were eradicated by Mo Tianyun and the other battle mecha operators, and numerous flying fortresses of the insectoids were reduced to ruins. This was a prolonged battle to exterminate the insectoids. Despite Mo Tianyun continuously unleashing the immensely destructive and wide-ranging martial skills of the 10,000 starlight swords, it took over 2 hours for him, along with the other battle mecha operators and fewer than 1 interstellar transport ships, to completely wipe out all the insectoids and their flying fortresses. Major General Griffith Fred, although you did not keep your promise, your contributions are indelible. I have already won this war between the Dunestar Defense Military Base and the insectoid Lord-level hive conglomerate to honor your spirit in heaven. Mo Tianyun controlled the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha, quietly hovering amidst the ashes left in the aftermath of the burning battlefield. Numerous battered mechas might never activate again. The bodies of the Oran Empire soldiers would no longer smile. The insectoid bodies with various colored blood congealed would no longer move. The shattered interstellar transport ships could no longer navigate through the cosmos. The remnants of the insectoid flying fortresses could no longer pursue the interstellar transport ships. This war between the Dunastar Defense Military Base and the insectoid Lord-level hive conglomerate is hereby officially declared over. Aside from the red-shelled insectoid generals, all other insectoids from the hive conglomerate were annihilated by the forces of the Dunastar Defense Military Base. The surviving soldiers from the Dunastar Defense Military Base numbered less than one-tenth. The black battle mecha wielding a gigantic mecha sword glittered under the faint starlight with a pair of sharp sword wings unfurling behind it shining brilliantly as it proudly floated at the pinnacle of the battlefield. A surviving ordinary battle mecha operator witnessing this sacred scene was deeply moved. Unintentionally feeling a sense of reverence, he gently moved the mecha's intelligence core to inscribe this moment into memory, turning it into eternity. Many years later, when Mo Tianyun became the strongest in the Empire, this ordinary battle operator shared the footage he had inadvertently recorded on the Interstellar Network unexpectedly, causing a huge uproar throughout the Empire. The title of this footage shared by the ordinary battle mecha operator on the Interstellar Network was "The Days I Fought Alongside the Empire's Strongest Mecha Operator Mo Tianyun." Once released, the view count surpassed 10 trillion within an hour and 1 quadrillion within a day, setting an unprecedented record for footage views on the Interstellar Network. This footage later became a spiritual pillar inspiring countless battle mecha operators and ordinary people in the Empire. At that time, Mo Tianyun also became a hero idol in the hearts of the vast majority of the Empire's populace. After the last insectoid was slain by Mo Tianyun, all the battle mech pilots began to consciously gather around him. Perhaps all the surviving battle mech pilots at the Dunastar Defense Military Base regarded Mo Tianyun as their new commander after losing Major General Griffin Fred, the base's overall commander. Mo Tianyun currently held the rank of Major, and although many of the battle mech pilots present outranked him, they all knew that his achievements were sufficient for a promotion to a general's rank. The next commander of the Dunastar Defense Military Base would most likely fall upon Mo Tianyun's shoulders. Mo Tianyun, Brother Tianyun, Captain Tianyun, Captain. Colonel Chris arrived with his team Suwa in Nick Talent Cold Rain and Cold Wind. "Hello, Colonel Chris. I'm relieved to see you all safe and sound," Mo Tianyun responded to Colonel Chris and the members of the Tianyun team. "I owe my life to Colonel Chris' intervention during the battle, otherwise I would never see you again," Captain Talink said. "Indeed, Colonel Chris has helped us a lot during this war," Cold Rain also said. "So let's thank Colonel Chris for taking care of our Tianyun team." Mo Tianyun noted this gratitude from his team members. More and more battle mech pilots began to gather around the enhanced Qianjian mech piloted by Mo Tianyun. The battle mech pilots adhered to the principle of power. The stronger one's power, the greater their authority. With Major General Griffin Fred no longer present, Mo Tianyun's strength was now the greatest, making him the leader in the hearts of all the battle mech pilots. "Everyone, we have ultimately won this battle, but the price we paid was also quite heavy. However, we must not let our guard down. As you all saw, that red-armored insectoid general escaped at the last moment using spatial teleportation, and it could appear in any corner near the Dunastar Defense Military Base. Therefore, we must quickly clean up the battlefield and return to the Dunastar Defense Military Base, mobilizing military forces from the nearby immigrant planets to search for it, otherwise it will hang over us like a sword, preventing us from truly finding peace." Mo Tianyun spoke slowly. All the battle mech pilots fully agreed with his words. The combat power of the insectoid general was terrifying, and now aside from Mo Tianyun, who in the entire Dunastar Defense Military Base could contend with it. The crowd dispersed, each returning to command the remaining starships of the fleet and clean up the battlefield. Mo Tianyun, on the other hand, proceeded to fold space towards the gathering point of the insectoid general's hive. Mo Tianyun came here, of course, for the energy crystal of the insectoid general's hive. This was an energy crystal from an insectoid hive at the general level, which according to the Spirit of Miracles was worth 10 million points. How could Mo Tianyun not want to obtain it? That was a full 10 million points, equivalent to 10 insectoid general level cores. How could he not be tempted? Mo Tianyun traversed through the tunnels of the insectoid hive, killing the insectoids left behind to guard, collecting all their cores, and finally arrived at the deepest part of the insectoid general's hive. Upon discovering the energy crystal of the insectoid hive, Mo Tianyun immediately absorbed it with the core of miracles. Awesome, 10 million points are about to be in my hands. This could buy legendary battle mech blueprints, and even exchange for numerous advanced technologies and many potion formulas. Mo Tianyun said excitedly as he watched the core of miracles absorb the massive energy crystal of the insectoid hive. Just as Mo Tianyun was secretly reveling in joy, the Spirit of Miracles' words felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing him, abruptly halting all his excitement. The energy in this insectoid hive energy crystal is too little. At most I can give you 1 million points, the Spirit of Miracles said. What? Sister Miracles, didn't you say this level of insectoid hive energy crystal was worth 10 million points? Why is it only 1 million now? Mo Tianyun was stunned, incredulously asking. The energy retained in this insectoid hive energy crystal is nearly depleted. Giving you 1 million points is already generous. I wouldn't deceive you, most of the energy here must have been absorbed by that insectoid general who evolved to the ultimate stage. This could be the reason why it was able to evolve to that stage. The Spirit of Miracles shook its head and speculated. Well, what terrible luck. Actually, 1 million points is not too little. It was a bit unrealistic to expect to gain 10 million points at once. Mo Tianyun consoled himself. In the cosmic space, less than 0.1 light-years away from the insectoid general's hive, a legendary battle mech over 3,000 meters tall was rushing over. The one controlling the legendary battle mech was none other than Marshal Odysseus Swift. According to the cosmic coordinates provided by the cosmic star map, it won't take more than 2 minutes to reach the gathering point of the insect general level nest. I hope to arrive in time. An elderly man with a white beard spoke. However, this man showed no signs of aging. Instead, he was tall and imposing, his body seemingly containing an immense power radiating an indescribable mighty aura. As seconds slowly passed, Marshal Odysseus Swift's legendary battle mech had performed multiple spatial jumps and was already not far from this battlefield. Near the insect general level nest, amidst the recent fierce battle, all surviving soldiers of the Aolong Empire were cleaning up the battlefield. Cleaning the battlefield mainly involved checking for wounded soldiers, handling corpses, and recovering all usable resources. Recovering all usable resources referred to processing insect corpses, collecting precious materials from the insect bodies, and retrieving insect cores. Additionally, it included recovering precious metals from the wreckage of interstellar warships and insect flying fortresses. While all the soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, a sudden violent spatial fluctuation appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Following this, the spatial fluctuation gradually faded, revealing a space tier over 10,000 meters long, accompanied by a terrifying spatial gravity right before everyone's eyes. Within the tier, an enormous white mech slowly materialized, delivering a shocking visual impact to everyone at the Duna Star Defense military base. I've finally arrived. Marshal Odysseus Swift felt a surge of joy in his heart. However, when Marshal Odysseus Swift unleashed a mental force nearly 10 times stronger than Mo Tianyun's to observe everything around the insect general level nest, he was greatly surprised. Floating around were the wreckage of all the starships left from the battle and various corpses, with interstellar warships navigating among them, carefully cleaning the battlefield. Has this war already ended? Although Marshal Odysseus Swift found it hard to believe what his mental force had revealed, he quickly accepted this reality. The war had indeed concluded, and despite his utmost efforts to arrive, he was merely a late arrival. Such a massive mech must be that Marshal Odysseus Swift. Many surviving epic battle mech pilots quickly realized that this must be Marshal Odysseus Swift. At this moment, Mo Tianyun was still inside the insect general level nest, unaware that Marshal Odysseus Swift was coming to provide support. Greetings, Marshal Odysseus Swift. Epic battle mech pilots gathered around Marshal Odysseus Swift. After one of the majors reported in great detail about everything that had happened during the war, Marshal Odysseus Swift understood the entire story behind the conflict. Impressive, truly impressive. Learning that Mo Tianyun's strength had become so formidable, able to defeat and even slay insect generals evolved to their ultimate stage, Marshal Odysseus Swift applauded in admiration. Alas, however, the most concerning matter has occurred. The words Major Griffith Fred told me back then have foreshadowed all that has transpired. I had a feeling he would do this. No wonder, he is a glorious major of our Aolong. His deeds deserve to be celebrated throughout our entire star region, and his spirit is worthy of emulation by all soldiers in our star region. Marshal Odysseus Swift also felt a profound sense of regret for Major Griffith Fred's heroic sacrifice. So where is Major Mo Tianyun now? Marshal Odysseus Swift inquired. Major Mo Tianyun just entered the insect general level nest. He should be clearing out the remnants of the insect race inside. Let me take a look. Suddenly, Marshal Odysseus Swift unleashed a powerful mental force covering the insect general level nest over 1 million kilometers away, then focused his mental energy within to conduct an inspection. Not good, someone is peering in with mental force. The Spirit of Miracles, with eyes as brilliant as the stars, widened slightly. Then her pure and flawless hand gently swiped, causing the core of Miracles to rapidly shrink and drill back into the silk thread of the Mo pendant hanging around Mo Tianyun's neck. This mental force is far greater than mine. Who could it be? Could it be an even more powerful insect race? Mo Tianyun's heart trembled, and he spoke in a flustered tone. If indeed a more powerful insect race appeared, such as an insect lord of a higher caliber, Mo Tianyun would surely have no chance of escape. Moreover, Mo Tianyun lacked a spatial teleportation device, like the red-armored insect general, for fleeing. Another reason was that Mo Tianyun did not know that Marshal Odysseus Swift was coming to provide support, which is why he felt so anxious. Found you. Marshal Odysseus Swift locked his mental force onto a black battle mech deep within the insect general level nest. That black battle mech must belong to the unparalleled genius battle mech pilot, Mo Tianyun. His mech appears quite large, far exceeding that of a typical epic battle mech, though it seems it hasn't reached the legendary battle mech level yet. At the same time, Marshal Odysseus Swift thought to himself. Immediately, Marshal Odysseus Swift controlled his legendary battle mech to perform a long-distance spatial jump, arriving outside one of the massive entrances of the insect general level nest. This entrance through which the insect race came and went was the largest among all, measuring over 10,000 meters in both length and width, sufficient for the legendary battle mech to enter. The Spirit of Miracles slowly closed her eyes, emanating a layer of hazy white light. In the dark depths of the insect general level nest, this white light was exceptionally bright. The flawless figure of the Spirit of Miracles appeared as a holy goddess. Do not panic. The one piloting the legendary battle mech is approaching here, not an insect, so you are not in any danger. The next moment, the white light radiating from the Spirit of Miracles gathered as she reopened her starry eyes, gazing at Mo Tianyun, comforting him as she spoke. According to the cosmic coordinates provided by the cosmic star map, it won't take more than 2 minutes to reach the gathering point of the insect general level nest. I hope to arrive in time. An elderly man with a white beard spoke. However, this man showed no signs of aging. Instead, he was tall and imposing, his body seemingly containing an immense power, radiating an indescribable mighty aura. As seconds slowly passed, Marshal Odysseus Swift's legendary battle mech had performed multiple spatial jumps and was already not far from this battlefield. Near the insect general level nest, amidst the recent fierce battle, all surviving soldiers of the Aolong Empire were cleaning up the battlefield. Cleaning the battlefield mainly involved checking for wounded soldiers, handling corpses, and recovering all usable resources. Recovering all usable resources referred to processing insect corpses, collecting precious materials from the insect bodies, and retrieving insect cores. Additionally, it included recovering precious metals from the wreckage of interstellar warships and insect flying fortresses. While all the soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, a sudden violent spatial fluctuation appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Following this, the spatial fluctuation gradually faded, revealing a space tier over 10,000 meters long, accompanied by a terrifying spatial gravity right before everyone's eyes. Within the tier, an enormous white mech slowly materialized, delivering a shocking visual impact to everyone at the Duna Star Defense military base. I've finally arrived. Marshal Odysseus Swift felt a surge of joy in his heart. However, when Marshal Odysseus Swift unleashed a mental force nearly 10 times stronger than Mo Tianyun's to observe everything around the insect general level nest, he was greatly surprised. Floating around were the wreckage of all the starships left from the battle and various corpses, with interstellar warships navigating among them, carefully cleaning the battlefield. Has this war already ended? Although Marshal Odysseus Swift found it hard to believe what his mental force had revealed, he quickly accepted this reality. The war had indeed concluded, and despite his utmost efforts to arrive, he was merely a late arrival. Such a massive mech must be that Marshal Odysseus Swift. Many surviving epic battle mech pilots quickly realized that this must be Marshal Odysseus Swift. At this moment, Mo Tianyun was still inside the insect general level nest, unaware that Marshal Odysseus Swift was coming to provide support. Greetings, Marshal Odysseus Swift. Epic battle mech pilots gathered around Marshal Odysseus Swift. After one of the majors reported in great detail about everything that had happened during the war, Marshal Odysseus Swift understood the entire story behind the conflict. Impressive, truly impressive. Learning that Mo Tianyun's strength had become so formidable, able to defeat and even slay insect generals evolved to their ultimate stage, Marshal Odysseus Swift applauded in admiration. Alas, however, the most concerning matter has occurred. The words Major Griffith Fred told me back then have foreshadowed all that has transpired. I had a feeling he would do this. No wonder, he is a glorious major of our Aolong. His deeds deserve to be celebrated throughout our entire star region, and his spirit is worthy of emulation by all soldiers in our star region. Marshal Odysseus Swift also felt a profound sense of regret for Major Griffith Fred's heroic sacrifice. So where is Major Mo Tianyun now? Marshal Odysseus Swift inquired. Major Mo Tianyun just entered the insect general level nest. He should be clearing out the remnants of the insect race inside. Let me take a look. Suddenly, Marshal Odysseus Swift unleashed a powerful mental force, covering the insect general level nest over 1,000,000 kilometers away. then focused his mental energy within to conduct an inspection. Not good, someone is peering in with mental force. The spirit of miracles with eyes as brilliant as the stars widened slightly. Then her pure and flawless hand gently swiped, causing the core of miracles to rapidly shrink and drill back into the silk thread of the MO pendant hanging around Mo Tianyan's neck. This mental force is far greater than mine. Who could it be? Could it be an even more powerful insect race? Mo Tianyan's heart trembled, and he spoke in a flustered tone. If indeed a more powerful insect race appeared, such as an insect lord of a higher caliber, Mo Tianyan would surely have no chance of escape. Moreover, Mo Tianyan lacked a spatial teleportation device, like the red-armored insect general, for fleeing. Another reason was that Mo Tianyan did not know that Marshal Odysseus Swift was coming to provide support, which is why he felt so anxious. Found you. Marshal Odysseus Swift locked his mental force onto a black battle mech deep within the insect general level nest. That black battle mech must belong to the unparalleled genius battle mech pilot, Mo Tianyan. His mech appears quite large, far exceeding that of a typical epic battle mech, though it seems it hasn't reached the legendary battle mech level yet. At the same time, Marshal Odysseus Swift thought to himself. Immediately, Marshal Odysseus Swift controlled his legendary battle mech to perform a long-distance spatial jump, arriving outside one of the massive entrances of the insect general level nest. This entrance through which the insect race came and went was the largest among all, measuring over 10,000 meters in both length and width, sufficient for the legendary battle mech to enter. The spirit of miracles slowly closed her eyes, emanating a layer of hazy white light. In the dark depths of the insect general level nest, this white light was exceptionally bright. The flawless figure of the spirit of miracles appeared as a holy goddess. Do not panic. The one piloting the legendary battle mech is approaching here, not an insect, so you are not in any danger. The next moment, the white light radiating from the spirit of miracles gathered as she reopened her starry eyes, gazing at Mo Tianyan, comforting him as she spoke. All right, I have entrusted you with all the matters. In about a month, a military unit of base level that I have mobilized will arrive to strengthen the defense forces of the Dunastar military base. I still need to return to the front line. With you here, the remaining insect general from the Insect Nest Collective won't stir up much trouble. Now please open your personal micro-intelligent brain. Marshal Odie Swift said hurriedly to Mo Tianyan. Yes. Mo Tianyan immediately raised his right hand and activated his personal micro-intelligent brain upon hearing Marshal Odie Swift's words. Marshal Odie Swift also opened his personal micro-intelligent brain and aimed it at Mo Tianyan's personal micro-intelligent brain. Immediately, a beam of light connected the two personal micro-intelligent brains. Mo Tianyan clearly saw lines of text rapidly jumping on the light screen emitted by his personal micro-intelligent brain, connecting to the Imperial Military Supreme Headquarters system. The Hyperspace Information Transmission Matrix is sending information expected to arrive in 30 seconds. Please wait patiently. 29, 28, 27, 3210. Connection to the Supreme Headquarters system successful. Marshal Odie Swift is currently modifying your military rank certification. Modifying military rank requires performance verification. Performing performance verification. Mo Tianyan. Current military rank major. Highest achievement, killed an insect general. Accumulated military merit 3261543. Performance evaluation eligible for promotion to Brigadier General. Your military rank is being modified to Brigadier General by Marshal Odie Swift. Modification authority granted successfully. Your military rank is promoted to Imperial Brigadier General. Mo Tianyan, congratulations from the Imperial Military Supreme Headquarters. You have officially become the 33866544370th General in the history of the Empire. As the lines of text passed by the connection beam between Mo Tianyan and Marshal Odie Swift's personal micro-intelligent brains began to dim and faded away. Mo Tianyan excitedly stared at his personal micro-intelligent brain and hurriedly checked the new information regarding his military identity. Mo Tianyan. Age 16. Military rank, Brigadier General. Accumulated military merit 3261543. Affiliated Legion Mecha Combat Division. Join date year 61227, a day 1 of month 1. Position Imperial Military Special Mecha Manufacturer Commander of the Dunastar Military Base, Temporary Commander. Skills Special Mecha Manufacturing Skills. Normal physical strength 100 tons, not updated, but Mo Tianyan's current physical strength is 100 tons. Maximum strength with martial arts techniques 684. 5 tons, not updated. Mental strength 22246, low level in the spiritual sea, not updated. Maximum combat power enhancement multiplier for mechas 100, not updated. Mecha level perfect class extraordinary combat mecha, not updated. Testing data source Dunastar military base new soldier testing mecha manufacturing department. Current assigned residence at Dunistar Military Base, Building 4513, Residential Area 54 of the Mecha Combat Division. You are now the base commander, and you can choose any residential house in the entire Dunistar Military Base. Finally, Mo Tianyan's military rank has changed to Imperial Brigadier General. From this moment on, Mo Tianyan is a general of the Aolong Empire, and he is also the 33866544370th general in the history of the Aolong Empire. The title of the 33866544370th general of the Aolong Empire sounds impressive, but in reality, there are currently less than 1 million generals in the Aolong Empire. This number of tens of billions of generals represents all the generals that have been born over the million-year history of Aolong Empire civilization. Haha, very well, Mo Tianyan. On behalf of the Imperial military, I also congratulate you on officially becoming a general of the Aolong Empire. You are now recorded in the annals of our entire Aolong Empire civilization. Marshal Odie Swift completed the modification of Mo Tianyan's military rank and extended his congratulations to him. Thank you, Marshal Odie Swift. Mo Tianyan nodded. From a pauper in a poor village on Uralustar to becoming the 33866544370th general in the history of the Aolong Empire, Mo Tianyan's journey has had its share of dangers, but for the most part the path has been quite smooth. Although he has gone through several life-and-death challenges, his journey has been relatively smooth thanks to Mo Tianyan's own talent and effort, but more so due to the assistance of the Spirit of Miracles and the Core of Miracles. The Spirit of Miracles always provides tremendous help at critical moments, along with the practice of mecha manufacturing and combat in the simulated space of the Core of Miracles, enabling him to repeatedly test, summarize, and improve. This is how in just a few months he transformed from an ordinary person into an epic-level combat mecha master and a high-level genetic evolution warrior, killing an insect general and becoming an Imperial Brigadier General. Mo Tianyan's rapid growth can also be attributed to the powerful and marvelous simulation effects of the simulated space in the Core of Miracles. In summary, Mo Tianyan's growth record has already surpassed 99.999999 of the population of the Aolong Empire. Aolong Empire's main star. Imperial Military Supreme Headquarters. This is one of the most core and heavily guarded places on the main star of the Empire, not far from which is the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy. Although not far, it is still nearly 100 kilometers away. With Mo Tianyan controlling the enhanced version of the Qianjian Mecha, he could cover the distance of 100 kilometers in just 1 minute. However, even though Mo Tianyan's enhanced version of the Qianjian Mecha is that fast once he arrives at the main star of the Empire, he still cannot surpass the 100 kilometers. Because the Imperial Military Supreme Headquarters, Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy, Aolong Empire's political center, and the Imperial Palace, among other important locations, are all guarded by spatial blockades, energy barriers, and other defensive measures, which Mo Tianyan's current strength cannot breach. At this moment, in the highest military headquarters of the Empire, a colossal structure floated in midair. A meeting discussing the military decisions of the Aolong Empire was being held. Surprisingly, the one presiding over this meeting was an old man with white hair and a white beard. Those able to attend this meeting were all high-ranking marshals from the Aolong Empire. There were dozens of marshals present, each a true pillar of the Aolong Empire, and all top-notch battle mecha masters. It was precisely because of their tireless guardianship that the Aolong Empire stood firm. Among these marshals, the oldest one was already over 3,000 years old. However, he could not compare to the old man presiding over the meeting. This elder was not a marshal, but the supreme marshal of the Aolong Empire. He was also one of the 13 elders of the Aolong Empire, which made him the most powerful figure within the empire. In recent years, the insect race has truly become increasingly rampant, invading the front lines of our Aolong Empire's civilization everywhere. Our military defenses have been forced to contract continuously, and with the excessive immigration to other planets, the population growth rate has surged, consuming resources incessantly. This will only lead to further weakness, and at this rate we may find victory in this war, which has lasted for hundreds of years, to be hopeless. A middle-aged man with short black hair, styled upright, spoke to the gathering from his floating chair. However, just as he finished speaking, a tall, thin man, dressed in luxurious attire with patterns symbolizing the nobility of the empire, spoke up. Marshal Sali, don't be so pessimistic. Those commoners can fend for themselves. You shouldn't bring them up every time. The empire does not support useless people. This tall, thin man was a marshal from the empire's high nobility. Oh dear, Tuars, with Kayla not hear you speak with such confidence. Suddenly, a beautiful woman in a purple long dress couldn't help but laugh. However, it was somewhat strange that behind her delicate figure was a particularly large sword. With such a beautiful form paired with such a large sword, it looked quite awkward. Evelina, you are also of noble birth. There's no need to defend those commoners so vehemently. We all know you have a fondness for that fellow Kayla. When I speak a few words about those useless people, why do you get so anxious to bring Kayla into it? I'm not afraid of him. The elegantly dressed thin man said with a sneer. Try saying one more word. The woman in the purple dress, feeling angered by the remark about her liking Kayleigh, replied sharply. At the same time, a delicate white hand tightly gripped the large sword behind her. You two do not speak of matters unrelated to the meeting. Otherwise, I will have to ask you both to leave, said the old man with white hair and a white beard, his deep-set eyes suddenly shining with a glint as he fixed his gaze on the thin nobleman and the beautiful woman with the large sword. Under the watchful eyes of the old man, both Tuars and Evelina shuddered involuntarily, straightened their posture, and immediately fell silent. These two were both powerful marshals, yet at this moment, they acted like children caught misbehaving by their parents, becoming obedient. If their subordinates saw them, they would surely be shocked, unable to close their mouths. Suddenly, the old man's face, which had been calm, like a still pond, revealed a hint of surprise. Every marshal present was powerful, and their mental strength was formidable. The slightest change in the old man's expression did not escape their notice. They saw the old man's beard slightly curl upward, and the deep-set eyes gradually sparkled brighter, shining like stars in the sky. The sudden change in the elder's expression sparked curiosity in the hearts of every marshal. What could cause this elder to show such surprise? Could it be that the emperor's injuries have healed? Or has a marshal stationed at the insect race's front line slain an insect king? Meanwhile, Evelina thought, could it be that Kayleigh has achieved another great feat? I must go next time too. I can't let him take all the credit. I want to show Kayleigh that women can be powerful too, just like Elder Hannah. Is it possible that the Aolong Empire is about to give birth to another marshal-level powerhouse in the near future? This little fellow has great potential and talent, having slain an insect general at just 16 years old. Truly extraordinary potential. The old man, seated in the supreme marshal's position, thought to himself. He was constantly monitoring various military intelligence from the empire with a portion of his mental strength. Just moments ago, he discovered a 16-year-old youth in the 114th sector of the 51st star cluster of the empire who had achieved the rank of a brigadier general. This genuinely surprised him, considering that a 16-year-old capable of slaying an insect general possesses rare talent and strength in the Aolong Empire. Such talent is hard to come by in decades, or even centuries. How could he not feel delighted and surprised? With proper training, this talented youth has a high chance of becoming a marshal-level powerhouse. Indeed, the message that the old man had seen with that portion of his mental strength was the news that Marshal Otis Swift had applied to the highest military headquarters of the empire to promote Mo Tianyan to the rank of brigadier general. A marshal sending a message to the highest military headquarters of the empire certainly warranted his immediate attention. This news stirred a ripple of excitement in his otherwise calm heart. Elder, is there some good news? Evelina, being an impatient person, couldn't help but ask the old man with white hair and a white beard. The elder with white hair and a white beard was the oldest ancestor in her family, only a few thousand years older than her. Thus, she was the only one among the marshals present who dared to speak up. All the grand marshals were paying close attention at this moment. Something that could bring such joy to this elder must indeed be a significant event. The Aolong Empire has produced another prodigy who, at just 16 years old, has slain a bug species general. In several decades, this could very well lead to another grand marshal. In a few hundred or thousand years, he might even have the opportunity to reach the same realm as myself, and the empire could gain another powerful pillar. The elder with white hair and beard slightly nodded and spoke. To slay a bug general at 16 years old. This talent is indeed remarkable. Even Kayleigh was not as strong at that age. Evelina was also surprised by her ancestor's words and nodded in admiration. The many grand marshals present all agreed with the elder's remarks. Elder, could we see the detailed information of this genius? Evelina asked curiously. Of course. The elder lightly waved his hand, and a light screen projected in the conference room. Mo Tianyan. Gender male. Date of birth year 23 of the 61,227th Chronicle, January 1st. Age 16. Rank Major General. Cumulative military merits 3261543. Affiliated Legion Mecha Combat Division. Joined the Army year 39 of the 61,227th Chronicle, January 1st. Position Special Mecha Engineer of the Empire, Acting Commander of the Duna Star Defense Military Base. Status Special Mecha Engineer, Epic Mecha Warrior. Place of birth Ururu Star, Cold Mountain City, Immigrant Planet No. 8375754 in the 5th Spiral Arm of the Aolong Star System. Relatives Darren Zika, deceased in the line of duty. Education level elementary school. Skills Special Mecha Manufacturing Skills. Normal physical strength 100 tons, no new data. Maximum strength with martial arts enhancement 684. Mental strength 22246. Low level of spiritual, see no new data. Maximum mecha combat power enhancement multiplier 100, no new data. Mecha level perfect grade extraordinary mecha, no new data. All present were Grand Marshals of the Aolong Empire, naturally qualified to view Imo Tianyan's detailed information. As Grand Marshals, they were aware of many secrets within the Empire. The detailed information of this genius Major General seemed insignificant compared to those secrets. Very well, do you see this, Tulls? This genius Major General has risen from the very commoners you look down upon. If Kelii emerged from the ordinary people, then this genius Major General was born from the waste you so disdainfully refer to. Do you still dare to look down upon the commoners? After reading Imo Tianyan's information, Averlina said to the tall, thin man dressed in luxurious noble attire, "What does it matter if he is a genius? Until he grows into a strong power, he will always be weak. How could he possibly compare to us the strong?" Tull said with a calm smile, showing no regard for Imo Tianyan's genius. In his view, the genes of nobility were perfect and powerful, and they received far more resources than ordinary people. Commoners seen as worthless were nothing but parasites consuming the empire's resources. The root cause was that the genetic evolution talent of commoners was too poor. They were not even qualified to be ordinary soldiers. Thus, in the eyes of nobles like Tull's, commoners were merely waste bugs feeding on the empire's resources. All right, enough noise. You have seen the information on this genius Major General. Oh, let the meeting continue. The elder with white hair and beard interrupted the conversation between the two. The meeting among the Grand Marshals of the Aolong Empire was still ongoing, discussing topics related to how to resist the invasion of the bug species. A day later, Marshal Otis Swift had already returned to the front line to guard, leaving Imo Tianyan a letter of recommendation, 1 million military merit points, and an Imperial Noble Identity card. The letter of recommendation would allow Imo Tianyan to smoothly enter the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy for further studies. The reward of 1 million military merit points was also quite substantial, able to be exchanged for numerous resources. The Imperial Noble Identity card might not be of use for Imo Tianyan in the army now, but it could prove useful when he visits the Imperial capital in the future. Now I am also a Major General, becoming the acting commander of the Dunistar Defense Military Base, and it's only been a month. Major General Griffiths Fred used to work here, didn't he? So for the next month, I shall work elsewhere, keeping this place frozen in time. Imo Tianyan exited the office of Major General Griffiths Fred in the headquarters and casually locked the door. Captain Imo Tianyan, should we call you Captain or Major General, or perhaps Commander? Lung Yu, along with others, said to Imo Tianyan with a charming smile. You guys have also been promoted several ranks this time, yet you still mention me. Imo Tianyan replied with a smile. It is worth mentioning that after this war, most of the surviving individuals had their ranks elevated to some extent. Sorn's current rank is Sergeant Major. Nick's rank has risen to Corporal. Talink's rank has risen significantly and is now First Lieutenant. Lung Ye's current rank is also Second Lieutenant. Lung Feng's rank has also been promoted to Second Lieutenant. And an old acquaintance, Colonel Chris, oh no, he should now be referred to as Colonel Chris. I will stay here for a month. After that, I will head to the Imperial capital to further my studies at the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy. So during this month, if you need my assistance, just let me know. I also have some gifts for you. Each of you will receive 10 bottles of perfect grade intermediate gene evolution potions, as well as 1 bottle of mental strength enhancement potion. However, do not take them recklessly. You must meet the corresponding levels and usage conditions to use them. Imo Tianyan took out 50 bottles of perfect grade intermediate gene evolution potions and 5 bottles of mental strength enhancement potions, addressing Sorn, Nick, Talink, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng. With Imo Tianyan's current strength, he no longer needed these items. He had also prepared additional potions to supplement the 50 bottles of perfect intermediate gene evolution potions to gift to these 5 teammates, who would soon part ways after a month. This was considered a farewell gift to them. Under Imo Tianyan's kind persuasion, Sorn, Nick, Talink, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng accepted this gift. By the way, Captain Lung Feng and I have a matter we need your help to investigate. Lung Yu suddenly spoke up. Hearing these words from Lung Yu, Imo Tianyan smiled and nodded, saying, feel free to speak. As your captain, I am now a general. I have the authority to investigate anything related to the Dunistar Defense Military Base and the surrounding area within several light years. Then I will speak. Lung Yu suddenly took Lung Feng's hand and said to Imo Tianyan, did I not tell you before, Captain? Lung Feng and I are not biological siblings. We have no blood relation. Lung Yu slowly began to explain, and Lung Feng's eyes revealed a hopeful glance as he eagerly looked at Imo Tianyan. Lung Feng was not good at expressing himself and usually remained silent, while Lung Yu, in contrast, had exceptional communication skills. Their personalities complemented each other. Although Lung Yu appeared cold to strangers, once familiarized, one would find her to be a person who is warm inside despite her icy exterior. This incident occurred 20 years ago. At that time, my parents and Lung Feng's biological parents were stationed at the Dunistar Defense Military Base. They suddenly received a mission. Unexpectedly, they encountered a mysterious mech that attacked the entire fleet. They say that in that battle nearly half of the fleet perished and 3 members of their small team died on the spot, including Lung Feng's parents and a woman named Nala. By the way, the woman named Nala my parents said was the girlfriend of one of their teammates named Zika. Mo Tianyun was somewhat relieved to hear that. His mind was already pondering who exactly was controlling the mysterious mech. Suddenly hearing Lung Yu mention the name Zika, his expression turned to one of shock, and he focused even more intently on what Lung Yu was saying. After that, the mysterious mech disappeared without a trace and information about the war was concealed. At that time, my parents were still at the rank of soldier and had no ability to investigate the matter, so I am asking Captain Tianyun to help me look into it. Although after the recent battle most of the people at the Dunistar Defense military base have perished, and the culprit may already be dead, I still request your assistance in investigating. For more details, you can refer to Chapter 114. For now, we just need to fill this gap. Oh, after so long, I'm not sure if everyone has forgotten. After Lung Yu finished speaking, she observed Mo Tianyun's expression, waiting for his reaction. However, the first words that came from Mo Tianyun's mouth greatly surprised her. Lung Yu, let me ask you, do you know any details about the person named Zika that you just mentioned? Mo Tianyun remembered that Grandpa Zika had mentioned before that he was a soldier and a regular mech pilot before finding him as a baby. Later, after Mo Tianyun had grown to 10 years old, Grandpa Zika suddenly decided to rejoin the army, and he never returned. When he was young, little Mo Tianyun could often see Grandpa Zika occasionally take out a holographic projector which displayed the image of a beautiful young woman. Little Mo Tianyun felt curious and asked Grandpa Zika, who is this beautiful sister? Little Tianyun, she is the one I love. What does it mean to love someone? Little Mo Tianyun asked, confused. Children are always like this, they cannot hide their questions and want to ask for clarity. A beloved person is just that, like how I cherish you, little Tianyun. You are all my beloved ones. Grandpa Zika gently patted Mo Tianyun's little head, patiently answering. Oh, then where is this beautiful sister? Isn't it good for her to come and live with us? That way our home could be a bit livelier. Mo Tianyun stared at the holographic image of the beautiful sister, tugging at Grandpa Zika's hand, pleading. Alas, Grandpa Zika sighed, deeply stood up and gazed up at the blue sky, continuing, she will not live with us anymore, for she has gone far, far away. Little Mo Tianyun suddenly fell silent, realizing that he had asked an inappropriate question that made Grandpa Zika sad. At that time, Grandpa Zika at the Dunistar Defense military base was only around 30 years old. The sudden incident caused him to turn gray overnight, and afterward, he returned to his hometown in the Hanchan mountain of Ulyalustar, drinking away his sorrows. When he found Mo Tianyun 3 years later, Grandpa Zika's face was wrinkled, his complexion aged, and with a head full of white hair, he looked like an old man despite being only in his 30s. 3 years later, when little Mo Tianyun began to understand things, he called him Grandpa Zika. As for Grandpa Zika's actual age, Mo Tianyun still did not know. When Mo Tianyun heard Lung Yu mention the names Nala and Zika along with the fact that Grandpa Zika had once been a soldier, he could almost confirm that the Zika she mentioned was indeed his Grandpa Zika. Because anyone who joined the Mech Combat Division would almost certainly have come to the Dunistar Defense military base. These 3 vital clues connected, suggesting that the Zika Lung Yu spoke of was very likely Mo Tianyun's Grandpa Zika. Captain, what's wrong? Is there some issue with that Zika? Lung Yu's mind was struggling to comprehend why her captain would pay attention to someone named Zika. This is not right. The captain's reaction should have been to agree to help her investigate this matter. I feel that the Zika you mentioned should be an important relative of mine who has passed away. No way. What a coincidence. That person named Zika is actually your relative, Captain Tianyun. Lung Yu couldn't help but feel astonished. What an incredible coincidence that her parents, Lung Feng's parents, and Captain Mo Tianyun's relatives were actually comrades in the same small team 20 years ago. 20 years later, she, Lung Feng, and Captain Mo Tianyun were again comrades in the same small team. Isn't that already quite a coincidence? One must understand that before the recent battle at the Dunistar Defense military base, there were millions of soldiers, all from dozens or even hundreds of life planets surrounding the base. For Lung Yu, Lung Feng, and Mo Tianyun to arrive at the Dunistar Defense military base at the same time and become comrades was already a significant fate. Although it was Mo Tianyun who personally invited Lung Feng and Lung Yu to join the Tianyun team, it could still be considered fate. Yet unexpectedly, the parents of these 3 were also comrades in the same small team 20 years ago. It truly feels as if it was destined. This kind of fate is truly difficult to comprehend. Indeed, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have been too busy dealing with the various matters at the Dunistar Defense military base every day and might have forgotten that I also wanted to investigate some issues. Mo Tianyun nodded. Now he was the temporary commander of the Dunistar Defense military base, and all the matters, big and small, awaited his attention. He had almost forgotten that he needed to investigate how Grandpa Zika had sacrificed himself and why he had not received the compensation money back then. That's perfect, Captain Tianyun. Since that's the case, let's take this opportunity to investigate together. Lung Yu said, thrilled. Isn't it just right? Her and Lung Feng's relatives were once part of the same team, making the investigation much more convenient. With the decision made, Mo Tianyun immediately prepared to head towards the data room of the Dunestar Defense military base to investigate. Rather than calling it a data room, it could be better described as an information data storage facility, a place where all the soldiers' information from the Dunestar Defense military base was automatically stored. These information data could only be modified by the supreme military headquarters of the Orlan Empire and the most powerful peak-level intelligence brain of the Orlan Empire Palace. However, to view some soldiers' information data, here one must have sufficient authority. Generally speaking, a major's rank is sufficient to view important soldiers' information data from the Dunestar Defense military base. For example, Mo Tianyun and Major General Griffin Fred's important high-ranking officer information data could only be accessed with a rank of at least Major General. When Mo Tianyun and Lung Yu arrived at the data room, they happened to encounter a colonel walking out of it. This burly colonel had previously met Mo Tianyun. In this battle, a colonel's strength was not weak, which is why he survived unscathed. Greetings, Major General. Colonel Wilpence saluted respectfully. Now Mo Tianyun had become a Major General and was the highest-ranking commander at the Dunestar Defense military base. Any soldier who saw him would respectfully salute and address him as Major General or Commander. Mo Tianyun nodded and continued to lead Lung Yu and the others inside the data room. Why is Mo Tianyun here? Could it be? At this point, it doesn't matter. I will surely succeed soon, and you cannot stop me. I will check the information about Grandpa Zika first. Mo Tianyun opened his personal microintelligence device connected to the vast information data storage of the data room and began to extract and view Grandpa Zika's information. Now opening his personal microintelligence device revealed Grandpa Zika's soldier information data. Zika deceased. Date of death year 34 of the 61,227th era, August 19th. Rank at Death Corporal. Total military merit from 2 enlistments, 3512. Affiliated Legion Mech Combat Division. Position none. Skills none. Family members, Mo Tianyun. Compensation for family from the Orlan Empire, 300 star coins. It turns out that after Grandpa Zika's sacrifice, there really was compensation money. Who is responsible for this at the Dunestar Defense military base? How dare they even embezzle this kind of money? Truly inhuman. Mo Tianyun was unable to control his mental energy in his anger, causing the entire data room to tremor. If it weren't for the good seismic materials here, it would have already collapsed. Every soldier who fought bravely on the front lines against the invasion of the insect race is great and honorable. If these heroic soldiers who sacrificed themselves did not receive fair treatment and compensation for their families, how painful would it be for them to know that from the afterlife? If the people of the Orlan Empire knew who would be willing to join such an army. In every sense, Mo Tianyun was extremely furious about this. Investigate. We must investigate until the truth is revealed. Because every soldier has a personal microintelligence device, whoever is responsible would have records. No matter where anyone goes, it will be recorded. No matter what task someone receives or completes, it will also be recorded. Mo Tianyun, possessing the highest investigative authority at the Dunestar Defense military base, quickly connected all the clues. He discovered that both the assailant from 20 years ago who attacked Lung Feng and Lung Ye's parents and Grandpa Zika and Nala, as well as the person who privately withheld compensation for the families of fallen soldiers, pointed to one person, Colonel Wilpence. Indeed, it was the same Colonel Wilpence whom Mo Tianyun had just encountered at the data room entrance. The crimes he committed were far more than this. In summary, countless soldiers at the Dunestar Defense military base died because of his attacks. Furthermore, for the past 20 years, Colonel Wilpence has withheld over 1 trillion star coins in compensation. Why has no one discovered what he has been doing for the past 20 years? Because 20 years ago, Colonel Wilpence was already a lieutenant colonel, and very few people had the authority to check his soldier information. Additionally, Colonel Wilpence specifically targeted the compensation money for ordinary soldiers and regular mech pilots. Their relatives, even if they knew there was compensation available, would have no way to investigate. No matter how many ordinary people there are, even if they number in the hundreds of thousands or millions in this vast cosmic era, they simply cannot stir up any waves. After all, with Mo Tianyun's current strength, he could easily wipe out everyone on an immigrant planet. Colonel Wilpence, very well. A tumor like you, Major General Griffin Fred, could not uncover you in the past, but now it will be my responsibility to eliminate you. Mo Tianyun's pent-up anger could no longer be contained, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Then he opened his personal microintelligence device and sent a message to all officers of lieutenant rank and above at the Dunestar Defense military base. All officers of lieutenant rank and above in the base are to gather in front of the headquarters building in 1 hour. This new Major General suddenly gathered us all together Could there be another major event unfolding? An hour later, in front of the headquarters building of the Dunistar Defense Military Base, colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, captains, lieutenants, and second lieutenants stood in a row silently, awaiting the arrival of Major General Emotianyan. However, the total number of officers gathered was less than 100. If counted carefully, there were surprisingly more colonels than junior officers. After nearly 10 seconds passed, Emotianyan, accompanied by cold wind and cold rain, flew in from afar and landed precisely in front of all the officers. At first glance, he locked onto Colonel Weirpince among the few colonels, noting his robust physique. Indeed, although it was unclear how Emotianyan had obtained the information, he had uncovered a secret that had eluded the foolish Griffiths Fred for over 20 years. Colonel Weirpince thought to himself, yet there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he remained calm and composed, seemingly dismissing Emotianyan. I have called you all here because there are matters that require your witness. Today, I will rid the Dunistar Defense Military Base of a malignant tumor, one that has been hidden within our base for over 20 years. After Emotianyan finished speaking, he activated his personal microintelligent device, revealing all the harmful actions Colonel Weirpince had committed against the base over the past 20 years. The personal microintelligent device projected a holographic display containing all the evidence Emotianyan had gathered from the archives. This was a trove of evidence that had been hidden for over 20 years, now finally brought to light. The evidence documented all the heinous crimes committed by Colonel Weirpince. This evidence traced back to June 13, 61227, when Colonel Weirpince was still a lieutenant colonel, having just recently been promoted. The first atrocious act he committed was the massacre of all personnel aboard an interstellar transport ship carrying low-grade energy crystals. The location was in a certain area of space near the interstellar route between Hongyu Star and the Dunistar Defense Military Base. Upon reflection, it was clear that this was a premeditated plan involving a mid-route interception. Subsequently, numerous other heinous acts were displayed in the hologram. All the officers present turned pale with fear, wishing they could sprout extra legs to flee far away from Colonel Weirpince. However, what puzzled Emotianyan during the investigation was why every time he looked into Colonel Weirpince's activities, they were always related to energy crystals. For instance, Colonel Weirpince exchanged all the funds from seized compensations, his salary, military merit, and all his wealth into energy crystals. Further investigation revealed that every few months Colonel Weirpince would visit the star system where the insect-type Overlord's hive was located. Additionally, Emotianyan found that Colonel Weirpince had been just an ordinary major 23 years ago, but after returning from a mission, he suddenly killed over 10 insect lords, successfully being promoted to lieutenant colonel, while the entire fleet he commanded was wiped out. This investigation started to outline a clear picture. Linking the sudden promotion of Colonel Weirpince, the insect-type Overlord's hive, and energy crystals, one could conclude that Colonel Weirpince had betrayed the Aolong Empire and became an accomplice to the insect race. However, what puzzled Emotianyan was why Colonel Weirpince had become an accomplice to the insect race. Normally speaking, how could a soldier of the Aolong Empire willingly become a pawn of the insect race? Regardless of whether it was the insect race or the soldiers of the Aolong Empire, if the two met, they would only fight to the death. While Emotianyan was deep in thought, a statement from the Spirit of Miracles finally clarified everything for him. The Spirit of Miracles stated insect race overlords and above can create spiritual seed entities. This spiritual seed can control those whose spiritual power reaches the level of the spiritual sea. To achieve mental control, the insect race's own spiritual power must far exceed that of the target. So that's how it is. Emotianyan finally pieced everything together at that moment. It turned out that 23 years ago, Colonel Weirpince was still an ordinary major when he was controlled by the insect race's overlord during a mission, becoming a puppet of mental control. Later, the insect race overlord sacrificed 10 insect lords, allowing the mentally controlled Weirpince to achieve enough military merit for a promotion to lieutenant colonel, thus making it challenging for anyone at the Dunistar Defense Military Base to surpass him in rank. This provided a solid military rank advantage for Weirpince's continuous plundering of energy crystals. Simultaneously, the controlled Weirpince supplied the energy crystals he seized to the insect race, contributing to their growing numbers. Recently, for unknown reasons, insect activities had become increasingly frequent, such as when Emotianyan previously slaughtered over 100 insect creatures in Geka City. There were also the 3 Lord-level insect flying fortresses encountered near the Renner Boa planet, and the 5 Lord-level insect flying fortresses that invaded the Urulu star. It was not until Emotianyan fortuitously discovered the insect overlord's hive that the war between the Dunistar Defense Military Base and the insect overlord's hive gradually began. Ultimately, during this war, Major General Griffiths Fred sacrificed his life to take down 2 insect overlords that had evolved to the second stage. Along with the strong resistance from hundreds of thousands of interstellar transport warships and battle mechs from the Dunistar Defense Military Base. Additionally, Mo Tianyan successfully created an enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mech, forcing the fully evolved red-armored insect overlord to use its teleportation device to escape, subsequently wiping out all remaining insect forces in the insect overlord's hive, thus concluding the war. From the events between the parents of Cold Wind and Cold Rain, and the couple of Sakana, to Sakana finding Mo Tianyan, to Sakana leaving little Mo Tianyan to return to the army, and Mo Tianyan living for 5 years in the impoverished village of Hansan City, and finally discovering the core of miracles. Every single event traces back to the moment 23 years ago when the insect overlord used its spiritual seed to control Colonel Wirpence. Colonel Wirpence, I should rightly address you as the insectoid commander, Mo Tianyan said, looking at the composed Colonel Wirpence standing there. The surrounding officers had all rushed behind Mo Tianyan, clearly seeing him as their protector. At these words, even the several colonels present retreated behind Mo Tianyan. Originally, the colonels had intended to capture Colonel Wirpence for his heinous crimes and hand him over to Mo Tianyan for punishment. Now the colonels were feeling a bit fearful as they knew the power of the insectoid commander. Ha ha! Colonel Wirpence let out a series of extremely coarse laughter. Mo Tianyan, impressive. I have investigated your military information and the identity card from the Aolong Empire. Just months ago you were merely a commoner, yet now you possess the strength to battle someone of my commander level, which I cannot believe the Aolong Empire could yield a genetic prodigy like you. Colonel Wirpence's eyes radiating a cold light scrutinized Mo Tianyan as he spoke. Stop with the nonsense. Mo Tianyan interrupted the words of Colonel Wirpence, who was controlled by the insectoid commander, quickly shifting the topic. You want to escape today? Your true form will eventually be found by me. You might have escaped once, but you won't be able to a second time. Mo Tianyan knew that the insectoid commander controlling Colonel Wirpence was the evolved ultimate phase red-armored insectoid. There were 4 insectoid commanders in total, 1 evolved to the first stage, 2 to the second stage, and 1 to the fourth stage, which is the ultimate phase. The insectoid commander evolved to the first stage had already been slain by Mo Tianyan. The 2 evolved to the second stage were taken down together by Major General Griffiths Fred. Only the red-armored insectoid that had evolved to the ultimate phase was still on the run. Therefore, the insectoid commander controlling Colonel Wirpence was indeed this red-armored insectoid. After all, if the insectoid commander dies, then the person they control with their mental seed will also perish alongside. Escape? Huh? Do you think I would flee? No, 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 I will not escape this time, for I shall devour all of you. Colonel Wirpence now appeared extremely arrogant, his expression twisted as he pointed at everyone. Countless starlight swords. Mo Tianyan's heart stirred as he pointed to the sky, summoning a multitude of starlight swords that appeared in the air, continuously condensing until they merged into a golden starlight giant sword over 100 meters long. Though it seemed slow, the display of martial arts was completed in an instant. Colonel Wirpence made no attempt to resist, allowing the sword to strike him, turning him into a cloud of ashes. The red-armored insectoid controlling Colonel Wirpence's body knew that the strength of this body was far inferior to Mo Tianyan's, thus it did not resist and let Mo Tianyan eliminate it. In fact, there was another reason: the insectoid commander's objective had already been achieved. Now that Colonel Wirpence's true identity had been uncovered by Mo Tianyan, this exposed pawn was of no further use and could be discarded. This utterly guilty fellow was actually controlled by the insectoid commander. The one who caused my parents' deaths has now been exterminated. I should be very happy, yet I feel nothing but sadness. Although Lung Feng felt that the barrier in his heart had vanished, he still could not find joy, since the true culprit behind it all was the red-armored insectoid. When Lung Feng joined the Mecha Brigade and arrived at the Dunistar Defense military base, it was to investigate this matter. Now that the truth was revealed, the mastermind pulling the strings behind everything had escaped during the battle. He felt a mix of emotions, but he had no means to locate the red-armored insectoid. Grandpa Sika, I have avenged you against the one who harmed you, and soon the red-armored insectoid will also descend into hell. Mo Tianyan looked toward the distant horizon, revealing a comforting smile. Suddenly, his personal mini-intelligence brain received an urgent message. This urgent message was projected into the air, visible to all the officers. Report to the commander: the base-level energy crystal that maintains the operation of the entire base is rapidly losing energy, and all monitoring devices there have malfunctioned. The cause of the energy drop remains unknown. Mo Tianyan scanned the urgent message with his mental energy and quickly finished reading it. This is bad. Mo Tianyan recalled Colonel Wirpence's arrogant words before his demise, sensing a major incident looming. Commander, the base-level energy crystal that sustains the operation of the entire base is located about 1 kilometer underground beneath the headquarters building. We can reach it directly by entering the headquarters, Colonel Chris said. However, just as Colonel Chris finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck, and then a massive crack appeared in the ground. Onion hurriedly began to probe with his mental energy. Below, a familiar massive red figure emerged. It was the red-armored insectoid. At this moment, the red-armored insectoid was absorbing the energy of the base-level energy crystal. Seconds later, the body of the red-armored insectoid began to swell, and its exterior underwent significant changes. At this moment, the red-armored insectoid evolved into the insectoid commander. However, it had only reached the energy level of the insectoid commander. It had yet to undergo transformation. Unexpectedly, this red-armored insectoid had used Colonel Wilpence to coordinate an inside job hiding beneath the headquarters of the Dunestar Defense military base and targeted the base-level energy crystal. Indeed, the most dangerous places are often the safest. Since Onion and the others returned from the Dunestar Defense military base, they continuously organized ordinary soldiers to use wide-range energy detectors to scan for high-level energy within several light years of the Dunestar Defense military base, yet they had not discovered this red-armored insectoid. Little did they know this red-armored insectoid was hiding right by the base-level energy crystal. Given the high energy level of the crystal and the insectoid's position, no one paid attention here. The red exoskeleton bug race's bug general, or rather now it should be termed the pseudo-bug race's bug commander. This pseudo-bug race's commander was still expanding its massive insect body, filling the underground space of the headquarters building in no time. Then the pseudo-bug race's commander suddenly unleashed its power from within, bursting forth with waves of fierce energy, directly tearing apart the ground of the base. The headquarters building of the Dunestar Defense military base collapsed with a thunderous roar. As the tallest and most magnificent structure of the Dunestar Defense military base, covering an area of over 100 square kilometers and standing 100 miles high, the building's defensive capabilities and earthquake resistance were formidable. Yet it instantly crumbled under the energy torrent unleashed by the pseudo-bug race's commander, indicating just how overwhelmingly powerful that energy was. The energy torrent continued to surge, quickly turning all buildings within a 1,000-mile radius centered around the headquarters into ruins. Although after the fierce battle between the Dunestar Defense military base and the bug general-level insect nest collective, the number of ordinary soldiers had dwindled to less than 1/10 of the base's peak strength, there were still tens of millions of ordinary soldiers left. Most of these ordinary soldiers were concentrated in the headquarters building. In the shockwave of the energy torrent released by the pseudo-bug race's commander, it was estimated that over 1 million ordinary soldiers perished. This was still a rough estimate. If a precise count were to be made, the actual number would certainly exceed the million mark. Although this population may not amount to much in the vast civilization of the Oolong Empire, which boasts a population in the billions, it still represented lives lost. However, these million casualties were individuals from planets within tens of light years, each alive with their own families, and many had parents and children who cared for them. Yet the fact that so many ordinary soldiers and some weak combat mecha warriors were easily slaughtered by the pseudo-bug race's commander would bring immense pain to their families once they found out. Onion felt deeply about this matter. He would never forget the dreadful news he received at the age of 10. Clearly, the Dunestar Defense military base and the bug general-level insect nest collective had just endured a fierce battle. The survival of these million ordinary soldiers was a stroke of enormous luck, yet they could not escape this calamity. The pseudo-bug race's commander's body continued to expand. At this moment, its insect form was very bloated, reaching a height of several thousand meters, truly becoming a colossal entity. Its entire body turned black, and a pair of massive white insect wings measuring 1.0 meters sprouted from its back, overshadowing the ground below, blocking out the sun. Ha! It's been over 100 years. I have finally broken through to this long-desired evolutionary level. To thank you all, I shall devour every last one of you. The pseudo-bug race's commander transmitted a wave of mental energy to everyone. This pseudo-bug race's commander, evolved from the red exoskeleton bug race's general, was filled with excitement. It had waited for this day for over a century, and it had finally arrived. Over 20 years ago, the red exoskeleton bug race's general had concealed itself near the Dunestar Defense military base, having already evolved to the ultimate stage of the bug race general. To be precise, it had achieved the ultimate stage of the bug race general over 100 years ago. The evolution from bug race lord to bug race general was a significant leap. Evolving from bug race general to bug race commander was an even greater evolutionary leap. Each subsequent evolution after reaching the bug race general required energy and materials far exceeding previous amounts by dozens or even hundreds of times. Especially upon reaching the fourth stage of the bug race general, the ultimate stage of the bug race general, evolving into a bug race commander required energy and materials that were over 100 times more than before. Do you remember the energy-depleted bug race nest energy crystal found deep within the bug general level insect nest collective by Onion? The reason for the depletion of the bug race nest energy crystal was that it had been absorbed by the red exoskeleton bug race's general. It had controlled Colonel Wolpence and was aware that the position of the bug general level insect nest collective had been exposed. Thus, it absorbed the energy crystal that had gathered all the energy from the bug general level insect nest collective beforehand, leaving less than 1/10 of the energy to maintain the operation of the bug general level insect nest collective. Therefore, the speculation of the spirit of miracles regarding the energy-depleted bug race nest energy crystal was only half correct. For details, please refer to Chapter 149. The energy of that bug race nest energy crystal had indeed been absorbed by the red exoskeleton bug race's general, but the reason for its absorption was to evolve into a bug race commander. In fact, the recent frequent appearances of bug races near the Dunestar Defense military base were also connected to the red exoskeleton bug race's general's urgent desire to evolve into a bug race commander. At that time, knowing that it was about to break through to the bug race commander level, the red exoskeleton bug race's general disregarded the risks and ordered the lower bug races to continuously raid for energy and materials. Ultimately, it was Mo Tianyun who discovered the hidden bug general level insect nest collective following leads from the information obtained from Grand Elder Gracie. Mo Tianyun, Cold Wind, Cold Rain, Colonel Chris, and other officers of the Dunestar Defense military base had already entered their mechas flying high in the sky, gazing at the pseudo-bug race commander evolved from the red exoskeleton bug race's general. "Captain, what should we do now?" Cold Rain asked. The surrounding officers piloted their respective mechas hovering around Mo Tianyun's enhanced version of the Qianjin mecha, awaiting his instructions and commands. At this moment, Mo Tianyun was the commander-in-chief of the Dunestar Defense military base, and also its strongest individual, with all officers looking to him for leadership. "You will not last long against the attacks of this pseudo-bug race commander, so go organize the remaining combat mecha warriors and ordinary soldiers in the base, using high-level energy weapons for long-range attacks, concentrating fire to break through the thick insect armor of the pseudo-bug race commander." Mo Tianyun transmitted this message to all the officers through a wave of mental energy, and then activated his personal microintelligence device. The personal microintelligence device projected a light screen in an instant, and Mo Tianyun quickly applied to connect to Marshal Odie Swift's military communication device. "Mo Tianyun, what happened? Did you find that escaped bug race general?" Marshal Odie Swift's holographic image gradually materialized. Before Mo Tianyun could speak, Marshal Odie Swift had already guessed some of the situation. Mo Tianyun had previously reported to him about the escape of the red exoskeleton bug clan's general, and it seemed that Marshal Otis Swift was quite concerned about that escaped general. However, the situation had far exceeded Marshal Otis Swift's expectations. "Yes, Marshal, that escaped red exoskeleton bug clan's general has reappeared, and it has fled to the underground space that supplies energy to the Dunestar Defense military base. It has now absorbed a base-level energy crystal and evolved to the level of a bug clan commander. We are at risk of total annihilation at the Dunestar Defense military base. I request your immediate support." Mo Tianyun reported the current situation to Marshal Otis Swift. He did this to ensure that when he could no longer hold on, Marshal Otis Swift would personally come to handle this major trouble. "How is it possible? The bug clan commander cannot evolve so easily. It's not even been 2 days and you tell me that the red exoskeleton bug clan's general has already evolved into a bug clan commander." Marshal Otis Swift, who was originally seated, could not help but stand up to question Mo Tianyun after hearing his words. "I assure you this is absolutely true. Time is of the essence, so I will end my report here," Mo Tianyun said before immediately cutting off the communication. The pseudo-bug clan commander had already taken an attacking stance, extending a long claw ready to strike at Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun stopped thinking further, controlling the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha, and retrieved the mecha battle sword from his weapon storage, preparing to face the enemy. With the incredibly swift strike of the pseudo-bug clan commander, the battle had commenced. The battle was imminent. Myriad Star Light Sword. Mo Tianyun knew that against such a tricky enemy, he had to unleash his most proficient martial arts combat technique right from the start. Above the Dunestar Defense military base, a colossal sword of starlight over 1,000 meters long violently collided with the pseudo-bug clan commander's claw that seemed to tear through space. Boom. Upon contact between sword and claw, a massive roar echoed across the sky and the earth. Following that was an airwave compressed to the extreme, transforming into countless monstrous shockwaves expanding outward. The ruins nearby had already been nearly flattened, and now, under this terrifying airwave, which was 10 or even 100 times stronger than a hurricane, they were truly reduced to rubble. After the two clashed, they separated again. However, Mo Tianyun flew back a considerable distance before stabilizing the mecha that was pushed back by the impact of the pseudo-bug clan commander. After evolving, it has become this strong. Mo Tianyun exclaimed, seeing that the pseudo-Bug Clan commander's massive black claw showed no signs of damage. That's normal. A Bug Clan commander is indeed 100 times stronger than a Bug Clan general, especially with claws designed for combat, which are incredibly hard. The voice of the Spirit of Miracles appeared in Mo Tianyun's mind, speaking quickly. However, you still have a glimmer of hope, albeit just a glimmer. What? Mo Tianyun asked anxiously. This Bug Clan before you is not yet a true Bug Clan commander. It has merely reached the energy level of 1. Its physical enhancement is not significant because it hasn't had enough time for a true physical metamorphosis. It can at most be considered a pseudo-Bug Clan commander. Although the enhancement is not substantial, it is still several times stronger than before. As long as your attack is powerful enough and you can locate its Bug Clan core and destroy it, you can kill this pseudo-Bug Clan commander. The Spirit of Miracles explained. The battle continued, and Mo Tianyun was quickly overwhelmed by the pseudo-Bug Clan commander. Faced with the fierce bug body and terrifying power of the pseudo-Bug Clan commander, Mo Tianyun had no choice but to dodge, avoiding its sharp attacks and not engaging directly. Sister Miracle, where is the Bug Clan core of this pseudo-Bug Clan commander? Do you have a way to locate it? While dodging, Mo Tianyun divided a portion of his mental energy to enter the core of Miracles and communicated with the Spirit of Miracles. I sense that the pseudo-Bug Clan commander's mental strength isn't that strong, yet it hasn't reached the level of Mind Void. I should be able to explore its body with mental energy to find where the Bug Clan core is hidden. The Spirit of Miracles nodded but continued. However, the density of the pseudo-Bug Clan commander's body is too high and mental energy has difficulty penetrating it. You'll need to destroy some of its exoskeleton to give me time, and then I'll be able to locate the Bug Clan core. Alright. Mo Tianyun felt a glimmer of hope to deal with this pseudo-Bug Clan commander, so he nodded. I must strike with all my might, targeting the weakest point of the pseudo-Bug Clan commander's defense to have a chance of tearing through that thick and hard exoskeleton. Mo Tianyun thought. Then colorful sword shadows emerged from behind the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha, forming a total of 1,000 sword shadows into a sword imprint, which was the battle imprint of the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha. Mo Tianyun controlled the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha, raising both hands above his head, tightly gripping the enormous alloy giant sword formed by the sword wings at the back of the mecha. At the same time, the myriad starlight sword continuously condensed, merging with the giant sword's blade held in the mecha's hands. Here comes this move again. The pseudo-Bug Clan commander trembled at the thought of being nearly cut down by this sword before seeing Mo Tianyun use this technique again. My bota's strength has increased significantly. If I withstand this sword, I should be fine. The pseudo-Bug Clan commander thought, unable to escape, realizing that it had made its body too large. Since it couldn't escape, it could only take this sword heat in. 1,000 swords, unity of starlight, and 10,000 swords. Mo Tianyun unleashed his mecha martial technique once again. Indeed, the attack method formed by combining the mecha battle imprint and martial arts technique is called a mecha martial technique. At this moment, the length of the enormous alloy giant sword had reached over 1,000 meters, glowing golden from the combination of the myriad starlight sword and the mecha battle imprint. Swish! The enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha instantly crossed several kilometers, arriving underneath the head of the pseudo-Bug Clan commander. This was at the neck of the pseudo-Bug Clan commander, where the exoskeleton was generally thinner, allowing for head movement. If the exoskeleton were too thick and heavy, the neck would appear stiff. Mo Tianyun controlled the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha, maximizing the mecha's speed. The pseudo-Bug Clan commander, due to its massive body, was moving at a snail's pace and couldn't block Mo Tianyun's attack in time. Clang! Crack! A golden light flashed, and a massive crack appeared at the neck of the pseudo-Bug Clan commander. The neck of the pseudo-insect leader was nearly severed by Mo Tianyun's strike. If only the insect race were like humans, where a simple beheading could lead to the demise of the pseudo-insect leader, how convenient that would be. Unfortunately, the insect race does not display its weaknesses so openly like humans. One must locate the precise position of the insect crystal core to destroy it in order to slay this pseudo-insect leader. Sister Shinji, I've already cleaved a massive fissure in the pseudo-insect leader's exoskeleton. Now it's your turn. Mo Tianyun rapidly retreated while controlling the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha. The Spirit of Miracles was always vigilant about the situation outside. She grasped this opportunity without needing Mo Tianyun's reminder. Found it. The insect crystal core is located on the chest below the pseudo-insect leader's neck, but it is well hidden. You must find a way to pierce through its entire chest in one strike. That's the only chance for a fatal blow. The Spirit of Miracles was as reliable as ever, quickly locating the insect crystal core. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be that easy, but there are still some opportunities. Mo Tianyun began to contemplate how to kill this pseudo-insect leader. Whoosh! Clang! The enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha gripped the massive alloy greatsword tightly, using its speed advantage to find an opportunity to slash twice at the chest of the pseudo-insect leader. Two deep gashes dozens of meters long appeared on the exoskeleton of the pseudo-insect leader, yet they failed to breach that thick layer of defensive exoskeleton. Let alone penetrating it. Despite how deep the gashes looked, the body of the pseudo-insect leader was far too massive, and that thick exoskeleton was over a kilometer thick. What were a few dozen meters worth? The exoskeleton of the pseudo-insect leader was simply too thick. Even with my speed advantage, what could I do against such a powerful defense? Tianyun dodged the pseudo-insect leader's attacks again and again. His mecha control skills had long surpassed the typical micro-control level, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the seamless mecha control level. Moreover, the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha was indeed very fast. It was normal that the clumsy body of the pseudo-insect leader could not hit him. But was that all the pseudo-insect leader could do? Before long, the pseudo-insect leader transformed into hundreds and thousands of tentacles. Additionally, black energy orbs began to coalesce in front of its chest. Countless tentacles of varying lengths intercepted all of Tianyun's escape routes, while dozens or even hundreds of black energy orbs were hurled toward the rapidly flying enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha. The enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha wielded its mecha battle sword, cleaving through these energy orbs one after another. However, the energy contained within these orbs was immense. Each burst of energy waves drastically reduced the flight speed of the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha. Eventually, as Tianyun encountered 10 or so energy orbs in succession, the pseudo-insect leader struck him hard. Beep, beep, boom. In the following instant, the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha was hit several times by energy orbs from the pseudo-insect leader. The energy shield of the enhanced version could not withstand one of the attacks and shattered. Fortunately, the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha had a dual shield provided by the independent shield and protective armor. When the first layer shattered, there was still a second layer. Whoosh. Bang. A blue energy beam suddenly erupted from the pseudo-insect leader. The pseudo-insect leader staggered from this attack, nearly unable to stand. Does the Dunastar Defense military base really possess such powerful energy weapons? Tianyun used his mental power to probe further and discovered that the source of the blue energy beam was actually a massive tower over 1,000 meters tall far away from the Dunastar Defense military base. This was the high-energy defense energy tower of the Dunastar Defense military base, and it was the strongest among all the defensive weapons of the base. Because the high-energy defense energy tower has a very high energy gathering limit, the longer it gathers energy, the higher the energy intensity and the greater the power. Though the sole base-level energy crystal of the base was devoured by the pseudo-insect leader, the Dunastar Defense military base still had other levels of energy crystals, more than enough to supply the high-energy defense energy tower. This thing is quite powerful. The exoskeleton of the pseudo-insect leader actually cracked a bit. Tianyun observed that the area where the pseudo-insect leader was hit by the blue energy beam was now riddled with tiny cracks. Got it. Tianyun suddenly had an idea, quickly activating his personal microintellect. Listen to my orders. Concentrate all firepower, including all other energy weapons, and attack the center of this insect's chest. In 1 minute, follow my command, and be sure to launch simultaneously, striking the target at the same time. Tianyun sent this message to all the officers through his personal microintellect. The captain has given us instructions. It seems these energy weapons can assist him. Lung Yu said happily. Everyone hurry and prepare for the attack with as many energy weapons as possible. Colonel Chris commanded everyone. With Tianyun absent, his rank was the highest, so he held the most authority. The other colonels were indifferent. They all knew that Colonel Chris was quite close to Tianyun. Tianyun continued to maneuver around the pseudo-insect leader, dodging its attacks. Several times his energy shield was broken, but thanks to the independent shield of the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha, he narrowly escaped danger. 1 minute later, energy weapons lock onto the target fire. At Tianyun's command, tens of thousands of energy attacks struck the center of the pseudo-insect leader's chest at near light speed. Thousand Swords Star Moon, 10,000 stars merged as one. Tianyun had been waiting for this moment, so he combined the Star Moon Sword technique of the imaginary realm, the 10,000 stars, sort of the Great Accomplishment realm, and the Mecha Battle Seal. Then the Sword Wings and Mecha Battle Sword formed an enormous alloy greatsword, becoming entirely crimson under the fusion of the Star Moon Sword technique, the 10,000 stars sword, and the Mecha Battle Seal. At the same time, Tianyun used his mental power to channel all the energy of the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha into its power system in an instant. The speed of the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha was pushed to its limit, activating the maximum combat power enhancement of over 1,000 times. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. Under the barrage of countless energy attacks, the exoskeleton on the chest of the pseudo-insect leader shattered completely. Then, gathering the mightiest sword, Mo Tianyun controlled the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mecha to exceed 1,000 kilometers per second, instantly piercing through the entire chest of the pseudo-insect leader, penetrating the massive insect body for over 10,000 meters. No, it should be called an insect corpse now, because Mo Tianyun knew that the insect crystal core of the pseudo-insect leader had been shattered by his strike. The core of miracles swiftly floated from Mo Tianyun's side to the shattered insect crystal core. Mo Tianyun, the energy of this pseudo-insect leader has reached the level of an insect leader, and this time you'll earn 10 million points. The words of the spirit of miracles made Mo Tianyun feel that all the effort he put into killing the pseudo-insect leader was worth it. Mo Tianyun, you truly are a person with great secrets. This thing, so small, can actually absorb the vast life energy within me, I said. How could the Alolan Empire possibly give birth to someone with such gene evolution talent? Great commander, he will help me take revenge. Mo Tianyun, your secret can no longer be hidden. The pseudo-insectoid bug lord spoke in a language only the insect tribe understood before the flame of life extinguished. At the same time, the pseudo-insectoid bug lord clung to life stubbornly until the last message was delivered to a certain place. Then the sound of a colossal object collapsing echoed through the heavens. Accompanied by the tremendous shaking of the ground, the massive body of the pseudo-insectoid bug lord crashed to the ground, never to move again. That bug tribe is dead. We won. Great. This is truly wonderful. That damned bug tribe should have gone to hell a long time ago. I knew it. If the captain could defeat this bug tribe once, he could definitely kill it. Seeing the pseudo-insectoid bug lord lying on the ground, unmoving, all the officers and soldiers erupted in cheers. The pseudo-insectoid bug lord was indeed quite clever, hiding deep beneath the headquarters building of the base, ultimately evolving to the level of a bug lord, causing this immense crisis. However, the cleverness of the pseudo-insectoid bug lord backfired. Although this place allowed him to evolve to the level of a bug lord, it was the Do-Na Star Defense military base. In a defensive military base, how could there be no formidable defense measures? If it weren't for Mo Tianyun, the war between the Do-Na Star Defense military base and the bug general-level insect nest collective would have resulted in total annihilation. But that was because these defensive weapons could only remain within the base, unable to be taken away. Otherwise, even without Mo Tianyun, that war could have still been fought. Had it not been for the large-scale invasion of the bug general-level insect nest collective, Major General Griffin Fred would not have been forced to a decisive battle with the bug general-level insect nest collective for the sake of the citizens of all the immigrant planets within 10 light-years of the base, resulting in such heavy losses for the Do-Na Star Defense military base. Sighed. Mo Tianyun looked down from the sky, surveying the ravaged Do-Na Star Defense military base, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Clean up this battlefield, save as many lives as possible, and then conduct large-scale renovations to restore it to its former state. Mo Tianyun opened his personal micro-intelligent brain and sent a notification to all the officers. The cost of this war was also significant. First and foremost, the headquarters building of the Do-Na Star Defense military base, within 1,000 miles, was utterly destroyed. The once glorious base command center area had been completely erased by a torrent of energy from the pseudo-insectoid bug lord. Moreover, millions of ordinary soldiers might not even know what had happened, and their lives had already perished. In the end, the base-level energy crystal, the only energy supply for the Do-Na Star Defense military base, was completely absorbed by the pseudo-insectoid bug lord. This was the most painful cost paid by the base. Of course, there were other losses as well, such as various technological instruments, war weapons, and interstellar transport warships. These were also part of the losses. However, compared to the most severe costs mentioned above, these losses were nothing. More than 3 hours later, Marshal Odie Swift arrived again at Mo Tianyun's location. Did you solve it again? Marshal Odie Swift swept his spiritual force around and found a bug corpse larger than the highest peak directly in front of Mo Tianyun. Yes, Marshal Odie Swift, fortunately we had those powerful energy defense weapons in the base, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Mo Tianyun nodded in response. You always bring me some shocking news, making this old man feel like his heart is about to give out. Marshal Odie Swift said angrily. Haha, Marshal, ordinary people may have trouble with heart problems, but for someone of your status, whether or not you get a heart problem is one thing, and even if you do, it's nothing serious. Mo Tianyun smiled as he said, this time you have finally resolved all the troubles here. There shouldn't be such occurrences in the future, right? I think the Do-Na Star Defense military base probably won't face such problems again, but I can't guarantee for the other defensive bases. Because I have already discovered the truth behind the appearance of the bug general-level insect nest collective. Mo Tianyun continued. I said it when I first learned that the bug general level insect nest collective appeared near the Do Not Star Defense military base. I felt there had to be a reason for it. Since you found the reason, then tell me about it. Marshal Odie Swift said. Onion explained all the details he had discovered to Marshal Odie Swift. Indeed, the reason matches my speculation closely, but the outcome is much more severe. Marshal Odie Swift nodded after listening. This kind of thing has happened far too many times in the nearly 1,000 years of bug invasions. Too many officers have been controlled by spiritual force seeds from bug generals and above, mostly occurring among school level and general level officers. However, it is very difficult to detect those who have been controlled. Even technological instruments cannot detect them because it involves the mental level, and we have no means at all. Only by using spiritual force can one defeat spiritual force. The currently known only effective method is to forcibly detect every officer with a more powerful spiritual force. There is absolutely no second method available. Marshal Odie Swift continued explaining to Tianyun. The reason I trust you so much is that I have scanned your body with spiritual force and found no signs of spiritual force seeds. Marshal Odie Swift then added. When Tianyun first met Marshal Odie Swift, he had felt a prickling sensation as he was scrutinized by him. It turned out that Marshal Odie Swift was probing his body. Don't mention that the Auluan Empire civilization, a star system-level civilization, cannot do anything about spiritual force seeds from bug generals, and above, even more advanced civilizations are helpless against spiritual force seeds and can only use higher-level spiritual forces for detection, which is currently the only method available. The spirit of miracles, upon hearing Marshal Odie Swift's words, muttered to itself in the core space of miracles. Marshal Odysseus Swift had a brief conversation with Tianyun before taking his leave. The reason remained the same. Marshal Odysseus Swift had to guard the front line of the entire star region and could not be away for too long. My Lord Major General, here are all the precious materials separated from the insectoid bodies. They are your spoils of war. However, the insectoid bodies were exceedingly tough. Even with the most powerful energy cutter available at the base, it took nearly 10 hours to fully dismantle them. After a few more hours, Colonel Chris approached Tianyun, carrying several large space storage units. Tianyun nodded and took them. The materials from the pseudo-insectoid commander's body are indeed significant treasures. Judging by their performance in combat, the materials from the pseudo-insectoid commander's body are incredibly hard and very suitable for manufacturing mech armor. Such precious materials being the spoils of war must certainly be accepted. Colonel Chris, how many insectoid crystal nuclei does the base have left? Tianyun suddenly inquired. I'm not certain about that. I'll contact the lieutenant currently managing the logistics area. Originally, it was a colonel overseeing it, but he sacrificed himself in that battle. Colonel Chris replied. The logistics area, is it? No need to contact him. We can just go there ourselves. I have some matters to discuss with him. Tianyun shook his head, interrupting Colonel Chris' actions. Shortly thereafter, Tianyun and Colonel Chris arrived at the logistics area. It is worth mentioning that the mech manufacturing department is also managed under the logistics area. As Tianyun first passed by the mech manufacturing department, he checked on the busy Grandmaster Gracie and the previous 5 elite mech manufacturers. With the addition of Grandmaster Gracie, there are a total of 6 elite mech manufacturers in the mech manufacturing department. If Tianyun is included, that makes 7 elite mech manufacturers in total. Young friend Tianyun, this epic level battle mech you have created by yourself, right? The life resonance mech I gave you before should be of no use now. Grandmaster Gracie asked. Yes, the battle mech I am currently controlling is the Qianjian mech, which I manufactured myself. The life resonance battle mech you provided is indeed no longer useful. Tianyun nodded. Then let's dismantle it. I plan to create an even better battle mech and need those materials. Grandmaster Gracie responded. It seems a bit of a waste to dismantle an epic level battle mech just for some materials. Why not let me know what materials you require? I can still approve them. I will dismantle the core of the life resonance mech, erase its battle imprint, and then create a new core allowing the life resonance mech to continue fighting. Tianyun suddenly thought of Tarlink, whose mental power had reached the level of spiritual C. He felt reluctant to dismantle the life resonance mech, thinking that Tarlink would be very suitable to inherit the life resonance mech he had fought with. That works too. Grandmaster Gracie agreed as well. At the Logistics Management Building. This is the centralized management area for logistics where all supplies and resources obtained by the Duna Star Defense military base are governed. Commander, welcome to oversee the work here. As Tianyun arrived at the front of the management building, a lieutenant hurriedly approached him. This lieutenant was originally just a major, but survived this great battle, was promoted to lieutenant colonel, and took over the entire logistics work. Logistics work is relatively easy with fewer opportunities to earn military merit and thus fewer promotion opportunities. At the same time, the management here is very strict. Every entry and exit of supplies is automatically logged by the AI, making it very difficult to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, very few people covet the management position in the logistics area, which is why this lieutenant colonel could sit in this position. However, once Marshal Odysseus Swift sends a new batch of officers over, he may not be able to hold on to this position. I came to inquire about all the insectoid crystal nuclei at the base. Can you tell me where they are stored? Let's have them all retrieved now. Onion asked. If you need insectoid crystal nuclei, you will have to exchange military merit for them. Every resource here is logged. The lieutenant colonel replied. I have plenty of military merit, I just have all the insectoid crystal nuclei transported over. If it's not enough, I have ways to make up for it. Onion said confidently. He currently has over 5 million military merit points. After the recent battle, where he defeated the pseudo-insectoid commander, he gained an additional 2 million military merit points, likely surpassing the total of most ordinary majors. Alright, Commander, that's all I need to hear. The lieutenant colonel, upon hearing Onion's statement, wasted no time and ordered the regular soldiers in the logistics area to transport all the piled insectoid crystal nuclei. Subsequently, these insectoid crystal nuclei piled high were divided into 4 parts. The first part consisted of translucent ordinary insectoid crystal nuclei. The second part was emerald green elite insectoid crystal nuclei. The third part was sky blue leader level insectoid crystal nuclei. And the fourth part was bright orange lord level insectoid crystal nuclei. Commander, there are a total of 134512 for ordinary insectoid crystal nuclei, 235122 elite insectoid crystal nuclei, 1536 leader level insectoid crystal nuclei, and 31 lord level insectoid crystal nuclei. The lieutenant colonel reported the data to Onion. The total value of all the insectoid crystal cores here could be exchanged for 554244 points. Adding the previous 1,100,000 points obtained from the withered insectoid hive's energy crystals of the bug general level, along with the crystal cores gathered from the recent battle, I am almost close to 50 million points now. The origin of most of these points came from the last battle, where I cleared out the insectoids, earning 30 million points in total. What makes Onion feel regretful is that too many insectoids were killed by the energy attacks from interstellar warships, which means most of the insectoids turned to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. Otherwise, my points would have already exceeded 100 million. Commander, these insectoid crystal cores are all the stock we have at the base. The function of the insectoid crystal cores is to provide energy, and the military merit points exchanged for them won't be too high, totaling 554234 military merit points. The major continued, alright, that's a small matter. Onion effortlessly exchanged all these crystal cores. Ordinary insectoid crystal cores are worth 0. 1 military merit points. Elite insectoid crystal cores are worth 1 military merit point. Leader level insectoid crystal cores are worth 100, and lord level insectoid crystal cores are worth 1 to 0 military merit points. This is the exchange rate for the various levels of insectoid crystal cores. 3 days later, the Duna Star Defense military base is slowly returning to its former appearance. Today, Onion is to preside over a grand memorial ceremony for all the soldiers who perished in the 2 recent wars at the Duna Star Defense military base. Whether they are mecha pilots or ordinary soldiers, all are to be mourned together. This farewell ceremony is held at the site of the former headquarters building. In this ruin, a martyr's cemetery has been established, equipped with an intelligence system that stores information on every martyr. This intelligence system projects a massive screen showing countless tiny silhouettes, each with the name, achievements, and rank of the sacrificed soldiers displayed below them. Onion removed his military cap. At this moment, silence enveloped the area. On January 28, 61227 of the Aolong Empire, we lost 213458472 warriors at the Duna Star Defense military base, finally exterminating all the insectoids of the bug general level hive cluster. Additionally, on February 1, 61227, an insectoid on the verge of evolving into a bug commander appeared at the headquarters of our Duna Star Defense military base, and we lost 2367585 warriors. 3 days have passed since this tragic battle, and today we once again commemorate all our fallen comrades. It is because of their precious lives that we have protected the people in the light years behind us. Let us offer the highest respect and bid farewell to our comrades. May they find a paradise without insectoids where they can live happily. May the deceased rest in peace, may the mountains and rivers remain intact, and may winter dissipate, bringing forth blooming springs without war. After Onion finished speaking, he bowed deeply. Behind him, Colonel Chris, various majors, lieutenants, and countless ordinary soldiers along with mecha pilots all followed in bowing. In these days, everything at the Duna Star Defense military base has been changed to white, all to honor the fallen soldiers. During these days, Onion has also pondered a lot. Whenever he recalls how countless ordinary soldiers were helplessly swept away by the energy torrent caused by the pseudo-bug commander, their lives snatched away, he feels immense pain. Mo Tianyun often blamed himself for not being strong enough to protect everyone, unable to create a vast sky where they could live in peace. But then he suddenly thought if it weren't for him, perhaps all the soldiers at the Duna Star Defense military base would have perished along with the people of all the surrounding colonized planets, losing their lives under the trampling of the insectoids. He felt that he had done everything within his power and owed nothing. Yet he still harbored an inexplicable sorrow in his heart, unable to find peace. He could not forget the massive explosion when Major General Griffith Fred took 2 insectoid generals and turned them into nothingness, nor could he forget the energy torrent caused by the pseudo-bug commander watching helplessly as all the soldiers were killed. After the memorial, Mo Tianyun felt an invisible weight on his shoulders. Sister Divine, I want to become stronger. Stronger to the point where I can control everything, stronger to the point where everything follows my heart, stronger to be able to support countless ordinary people's happy lives. Mo Tianyun controlled the enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha bursting out of the Duna Star's atmosphere and entering the starry universe, suddenly speaking to the spirit of miracles. Mo Tianyun becoming stronger is a gradual process. You cannot achieve it overnight. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your current rate of progress is already very fast. However, there will always be regrets in the world. Let these regrets, these sorrows and pressures transform into the driving force for your inner advancement. The spirit of miracles comforted Mo Tianyun. Indeed, there will always be regrets. The world is inherently imperfect. Mo Tianyun gazed at the beautiful starry sky, sighing. Gradually, he seemed to become somewhat enchanted. Today's starlight seems to give me a different feeling, Mo Tianyun murmured to himself. Slowly, Mo Tianyun took out his mecha sword and continually performed the star-moon sword technique and the myriad star-light swords in space. The 2 martial arts techniques were practiced separately and then combined, reaching a state of harmony and transcendence. In the vast universe, there is no day or night. Mo Tianyun practiced the martial arts techniques like this for a long time. The spirit of miracles merely watched in the core space of miracles, a satisfied smile lingering at the corner of her mouth. At a certain moment, Mo Tianyun manifested an image of the interplay of stars and moons, but this image carried a more complete essence than before, appearing almost as if it truly existed. Moreover, countless starlights accompanied Mo Tianyun, no longer merely transformed from the starlight sword, but forming an image of unity. At that moment, Mo Tianyun's star-moon sword technique reached a perfect realm, and the myriad starlight swords attained an imaginative state. From then on, Mo Tianyun's strength increased significantly. If that pseudo-bug commander were to appear again, Mo Tianyun would surely break through that incredibly hard outer shell with ease. The Duna Star Defense military base. In the medical area, 5 individuals, Mo Tianyun, Nick Talink, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng, were quietly waiting outside the door of a top-tier medical room. After more than an hour, the door automatically opened, and a tall man walked out of the top-tier medical room, trembling slightly. At this moment, his expression was somewhat strange, as one of his eyes blinked repeatedly, while the other darted around in different directions. In short, he made odd movements from time to time, as if it were the first time he was seeing the world with that eye, marveling at everything he saw. Soren, how is it? The new eye has grown back. Doesn't the whole world seem much brighter now? Mo Tianyun said with delight as he looked at the man coming out of the medical room. Brother Soren, your eye is very bright now. You look so much more handsome. Congratulations, Soren. Yes, Soren, you don't need to wear that eye patch anymore. Soren, congratulations on regaining the light in that eye. Nick Talink, Lung Yu, and Lung Feng hurriedly gathered around, continuously offering their congratulations. The tall man who walked out of the medical room was indeed Soren. At this moment, both of his eyes were intact. He was no longer a one-eyed man. Thank you, Brother Tianyun, thank you all, Soren said, deeply bowing to Mo Tianyun, overwhelmed with emotion. No need to thank us, we are teammates in the same squad. Besides, I am your captain, and as captain, I am also the overall commander of the base. This was a promise I made to you, to help you regain your eyesight. Since I promised, I will certainly keep my word. Mo Tianyun took 2 steps forward, extending his hands to straighten Soren's back, which had bent from bowing. This was a promise Mo Tianyun made when he took Soren from Hanyu City. Now he was the overall commander of the Duna Star Defense military base, naturally having the authority to utilize any resources. Thus, upon seeing Soren's dead eye, he immediately brought him here and employed the most advanced healing methods to regenerate the dead eye. In less than a month, I will be heading to the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy for further studies. Soren, you and I are both from the same hometown, so this is my second gift to you. Mo Tianyun said with a smile to Soren. Brother Tianyun, more than a month ago, you brought me out from Hanyu City, giving me a meaningful new life and healing my eyes. Your kindness to me is truly enormous, greater than the sky and deeper than the sea. This is something I can hardly repay in this lifetime. Soren said with deep emotion. You are still under 30 years old. With your genetic evolution level, you have several hundred more years of life ahead. Your life has just begun, and the future is filled with endless hope. I hope you continue to work hard and strive to become even stronger. Mo Tianyun encouraged Soren. Although Mo Tianyun was only 16 years old and lacked the life experience that Soren had, he knew much more than Soren. Acting as a mentor to Soren, giving him a bit of encouragement was no problem. After speaking, Mo Tianyun turned to Nick Talink Lung Yu and Lung Feng, saying, You guys are the same. Your genetic evolution talents are quite high. As long as you work hard, perhaps our squad will produce a few Imperial generals in the future. Then your names can be inscribed in history, which would be a great honor. I hope you can strive for the highest peaks. Alright, I also want to become a general like Captain Tianyun to protect the Aolong Empire and our homeland. Nick always responded positively to Mo Tianyun's words. Yet deep inside, Nick thought, General, that seems too far-fetched. Perhaps I will never become such a powerful figure in this lifetime. Sometimes what lies deep within a person's heart can be completely opposite to what is shown on the surface. Talink Lung Yu and Lung Feng merely nodded, but their eyes flashed with determination. Alright, everyone, go about your own business now. After Mo Tianyun finished speaking, he dismissed everyone. Watching Soren, Nick Talink Lung Yu, and Lung Feng each busying themselves with their own affairs, Mo Tianyun also returned to his residence to rest. His residence remained unchanged, still the same as before. Unit 4513, Residential Area 54 of the Mecha Combat Corps. Sister Shinji, here are all the Zerg crystal cores. These include the crystal cores from the battle and the ones stored by the base. I roughly calculated, and this should be able to redeem about 40 million points. Back at his residence, Mo Tianyun took out the Shinji core along with several space storage devices filled with Zerg crystal cores. He had not yet had the chance to absorb all the Zerg crystal cores he had previously collected. Now that he had some free time, it was just right to do this. I've long been envious of these Zerg crystal cores. If you hadn't been busy before, I would have reminded you earlier. However, since you took the initiative to seek me out this time, I suppose you are quite perceptive. A white glow swept across, and the perfect and flawless figure of the spirit of Shinji slowly appeared, accompanied by a celestial sound. Sister Shinji, you are envious of my Zerg crystal cores, but I am also coveting the technology blueprints and formulas in the Shinji core space. Mo Tianyun teased, mimicking the tone of the spirit of Shinji. He indeed had many things he wanted to exchange for points in the Shinji core. Due to not having points in the past, many desired items were unattainable. Now with so many Zerg crystal cores, he naturally felt more confident. Quick, open the space storage device, otherwise how can you absorb the energy inside? The spirit of Shinji stared at Mo Tianyun, pointing at the unopened storage device. Oh, I thought the Shinji core could automatically absorb the energy inside, Mo Tianyun said as he opened the space storage device. Then the spirit of Shinji gently waved her hand, and the Shinji core emitted several beams of white light connecting to all the space storage devices. Within the Shinji core space, the energy was absorbed into the Shinji core, transformed into filament-like energy that flowed through countless complex, ancient, and mysterious patterns, all converging into the largest door in the Shinji core space. Indeed, it was the largest door behind the 5 main doors where Mo Tianyun had entered to exchange blueprints and formulas. Outside, Mo Tianyun stared blankly as the Shinji core absorbed the energy from the Zerg crystal cores through the white light. This scene was reminiscent of the first time Mo Tianyun saw the Shinji core absorb the ordinary Zerg crystal core left by Zakata's grandfather. As Mo Tianyun thought about this, he nearly lost himself in contemplation, recalling the first time he saw the spirit of Shinji and her breathtaking figure, which almost left him entranced. Mo Tianyun continued to reflect on all that had happened over the past few months, his mind swirling with thoughts. Indeed, once a person relaxes, the things they ponder multiply. I wonder how Vina is doing now. Has she passed the entrance selection for the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy? Mo Tianyun murmured. Previously, he learned from the former President Gracie that Vina and her family had gone to the Imperial Main Star, with her father and mother accompanying her to participate in the entrance selection for the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy. This was precisely the time of January. The Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy holds a grand entrance selection every January. The 4 major combat mecha professions: combat mecha pilots, mecha manufacturers, mecha maintenance engineers, and mecha accessory specialists, each recruit 1 million students, totaling 4 million. The most fiercely contested are undoubtedly the combat mecha pilots and mecha manufacturers. Vina is participating in the mecha manufacturer entrance selection, and the difficulty of this selection process is evident. Honestly, Mo Tianyun felt that with Vina's mecha manufacturing skills, it would be quite difficult for her to successfully enter the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy. This is because Vina had struggled to manufacture ordinary-level combat mechas before, and learning to create extraordinary combat mechas in just a month or two was rather ambitious. Hey, Mo Tianyun, who are you thinking about? So lost and thought it wouldn't happen to be some beautiful girl, would it? The spirit of miracles raised her eyebrows, pouted, and pretended to be angry. Yeah, I was thinking about how Sister Miracle could obtain more Zerg crystal cores. Mo Tianyan's casual words took a sudden turn. Is that so? The spirit of miracles tilted her head in suspicion, staring at Mo Tianyan with her big eyes. Of course. I was thinking about how to get more Zerg crystal cores to help Sister Miracle. At the same time, I can also gain points. Isn't that a win-win situation? Mo Tianyan tried to argue. Mo Tianyan, you're quite bold, daring to deceive me. Why don't you listen to this? The spirit of miracles lightly huffed, placing her left hand on her hip and waving her right hand. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed again. I wonder how Vina is doing now. Has she passed the entrance selection for the Aulon Genius Mecha Master Academy? This was precisely what Mo Tianyan had unconsciously said earlier. Sister Miracle, that's not it. Let me explain. Upon hearing his own words, Mo Tianyan felt a rush of embarrassment and immediately tried to argue. You little rascal, now that you've become a major general, you've gotten bold enough to try to deceive me. The spirit of miracles said triumphantly. For some reason, she really wanted to see Mo Tianyan in a predicament. Deep down, the spirit of miracles didn't even know why she wanted to see him struggle. It was a mystery to her. Perhaps it was to tease Mo Tianyan, which might make her feel a bit happier. Sister Miracle, I'm sorry. No need to apologize, you haven't done anything wrong. Mo Tianyan was about to apologize when the spirit of miracles immediately stopped him. Mo Tianyan, don't always think about apologizing. You haven't done anything wrong. Even if you did, you don't need to apologize because apologies are useless. Strong people never need to admit their mistakes. Sister Miracle, if I did something wrong, shouldn't I apologize? Why is it unnecessary? Upon hearing the spirit of miracles' words, Mo Tianyan felt somewhat puzzled, as this did not align with common sense. Normally, if someone did something wrong, shouldn't they apologize? Why did Sister Miracle's statement always make him feel a sense of unreasonable logic? I knew you would say that. Very good. The spirit of miracles suddenly chuckled softly. Let me tell you, in this universe, nothing is absolutely right, and nothing is absolutely wrong, and nothing is absolute. Everything a person does has a purpose, and achieving that purpose is what makes it correct for that person. The spirit of miracles spoke slowly. For example, you didn't need to apologize earlier, because you were worried I would blame you for thinking about that person named Vina. If I were really angry, would your apology matter? Don't you suddenly feel that apologies are quite useless? So please stick to what you believe is correct, even if countless people point at you and say you are wrong. You don't need to pay them any mind, instead continue to uphold your beliefs. If you prove that your beliefs are correct, congratulations, you will become strong. Of course, nothing is absolutely correct. Perhaps what you insisted on in the past was right, but in the future it may become wrong. The spirit of miracles' profound reasoning left Mo Tianyan in a daze. What I just said may seem like nonsense to you right now, but one day you will truly understand the meaning behind these words. The spirit of miracles spoke earnestly. Sister Miracle, I truly don't understand these sayings. I will leave it for my future self to comprehend. Right now I want to know how many points I have. Mo Tianyan first shook his head, then nodded and said, based on the energy contained in all the Zerg crystal cores, I will give you 4128452 points. But let's make it a round number. I'll count it as 41. 22 million points. Adding those previous points, you now have a total of 52401,314 points. The spirit of miracles said, 52,400,000 points is really amazing. I want to exchange for a lot of blueprints and formulas in the core space of miracles. Mo Tianyan's eyes lit up as if he were a nouveau riche, speaking grandly. While 52 million points is indeed a lot for you now, it doesn't mean you can exchange for anything you want. Of course, if you insist on doing so, I can't stop you, but good steel must be used on the cutting edge. The spirit of miracles looked at Mo Tianyan's nouveau riche demeanor and was genuinely concerned he might spend points recklessly. Although the points were given by her, they were not given lightly. Each time she granted Mo Tianyan points, he had to exchange them for high-level energy of almost equal value. In summary, the spirit of miracles had control over the core of miracles, but her authority was not the highest. In a space shrouded in endless darkness, a ray of colorful light suddenly appeared. This colorful line seemed so out of place in a world that was entirely pitch black. Then countless colorful lines slowly emerged, bringing endless vibrant colors to the dark world. All the colorful threads appeared to converge toward the center of this dark space with a purpose. Ultimately, the colors brought by the colorful threads intertwined, culminating in a brilliant glow. This light illuminated the center of the dark space. In that instant of illumination, a faintly visible square, transparent crystal emerged. Inside this transparent crystal was surprisingly a human silhouette. Sister Shinji, I indeed have many blueprints and formulas I want to exchange for these 50 million points. Since you say that, could you give me a suggestion? If possible, I would like to hear your opinion first. Mo Tianyan slowly calmed his impulsive heart and rationally spoke. That's how it should be. The spirit of Shinji smiled and nodded. Seeing that Mo Tianyun could still listen to her words, the spirit of Shinji felt quite satisfied. Then I will start speaking now. The spirit glanced at Mo Tianyun and noticed he was listening earnestly. My suggestion for you is to first exchange for combat skills related to gene evolution martial arts, as well as the gene evolution potions and mental enhancement potions you will need in the future. The spirit of Shinji pointed with a finger more radiant than white jade. Secondly, consider the living technology aspect. For instance, energy replenishing potions are particularly important because your bonus normal strength is now exceedingly high, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Each time you engage in combat, the energy consumption of your body is staggering. Moreover, unlike combat mechs that can absorb energy crystals for replenishment, you can only rely on energy replenishing potions to compensate for your immense energy expenditure. Yes, I always carry a large supply of energy replenishing potions, and they are all high-grade energy replenishing potions from the Aolong Empire. But even so, I need to drink several bottles for each battle. After hearing the spirit of Shinji's words, Mo Tianyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, ever since his gene evolution level reached the limit of high-tier gene evolution warriors, he found that he would feel a wave of hunger after just a few minutes of activity. This is a manifestation of insufficient energy in the body. If the bonus energy is lacking and not enough energy replenishment is received, hunger will set in, and severe cases may lead to a decline in bodily functions and mental deterioration. If such a situation of energy deficiency arises during combat, the consequences could be severe, even life-threatening. Just like a combat mech would cease to operate without energy supply, in a sense, humans are also life machines. Countless cells are the components of the machine, forming various tissues, which correspond to small parts of a machine. Various tissues then make up the organs of the human body, akin to the larger components that constitute a machine. Subsequently, various tissues form systems. These independent systems resemble the major components of a combat mech, such as the head component, core body component, leg components, and hand components. In summary, the stronger the power of a gene evolution warrior akin to a more powerful combat mech, the more energy it requires and the higher the energy level needed. Ordinary people can fill their stomachs with rice for energy replenishment, while gene evolution warriors must use energy replenishing potions to supplement their bodily energy. All living beings are the same, which is why the plundering of immense energy has become one of the reasons for warfare among various races in the universe. Speaking of which, we must mention the insect race. The insect race evolves by devouring energy and matter. During battles, the energy consumed comes from the insect race's cores, so the higher the level of evolution in the insect race, the higher its energy response level and the greater the energy it possesses. Of course, the energy contained in each insect race's core is the same, but cores of different evolution levels, much like the cores of combat mechs and energy response centers, will output more energy as their level increases. You understand now, right? So don't always focus solely on combat mechs and gene evolution martial arts. You should also pay attention to information and blueprints in the realm of living technology. The core space of Shinji contains a wealth of information, formulas, and blueprints from various domains, which are priceless in your Aolong Empire civilization. Especially in living technology, each piece of information, blueprint, and formula is far more abundant than in other areas because living technology encompasses various facets, making its technological breadth the widest and capable of connecting with the other fields. For example, the energy replenishing potion we just mentioned can connect with gene evolution martial arts, and there are also materials processing and manufacturing information, blueprints, and formulas that will greatly assist you in creating higher-grade combat mechs in the future. The spirit of Shinji spoke eloquently. Mo Tianyun listened earnestly. Indeed, I haven't really paid much attention to the technology in the realm of living technology. Hearing Sister Shinji's words makes me feel like I've missed out on a lot. Mo Tianyun thought to himself. Next, there's one last piece of advice. After finishing the previous statement, the spirit of Shinji continued. You need to start independently designing and manufacturing mechs. Don't always rely on the combat mech blueprints and finished products in Shinji's core space. It won't help improve your mech manufacturing skills. Do you remember the time I manufactured the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword mech? The method I used to assemble the mech with mental power. The spirit of Shinji suddenly smiled mysteriously and asked Mo Tianyun. Of course I remember. I was thinking about consulting you about this mech assembly method when I have time in the future. I hadn't had the chance to ask you until now, though I didn't expect you to remind me first, Sister Shinji. Mo Tianyun nodded and replied. Actually, this method of mech assembly involves a higher level application of mental power. Once your mental power level reaches Nian Kong, you will be qualified to learn this method of mental application. While speaking, the spirit of Shinji released a vast amount of mental power. She began to manipulate all the furniture, disassembling all the components and then reassembling them. After reassembly, the spirit of Shinji tested all the functions of the furniture. What shocked Mo Tianyan the most was that all the furniture had turned into parts, yet after reassembly there were no issues at all. All the assembled furniture could still operate and none of the functions were damaged. It was just like before disassembly. Wow, that's incredible. Mo Tianyan was astonished by this scene. Although he could also disassemble all the furniture into parts, he could not reassemble them perfectly like the spirit of Shinji. This was because Mo Tianyan did not know the assembly methods of all the furniture or the mechanical principles of their operation. These pieces of furniture have many functions, most of which are automatic. If someone has not learned how to repair such furniture, they would be utterly helpless if faced with all the disassembled parts. However, an extraordinary situation arose. How did the spirit of Shinji manage to disassemble and reassemble them without knowing the assembly methods of various furniture? Do you want to learn? Sure, I can teach you. The spirit of Shinji revealed a stunning smile, looking at Mo Tianyan with eyes that seemed to speak. Really? Mo Tianyan asked excitedly. It must be true. Besides you, who else can I teach? The spirit of Shinji replied. If you have two conditions to meet, the first is that your mental power reaches the Nyan level. With your gene evolution talent, you should be able to achieve this in a year and a half at the latest. If you're lucky, you might break through in a moment. The second condition is that you need to exchange for a set of mental power application materials with points, which is relatively expensive at 30 million points. Before the spirit of Shinji could finish, Mo Tianyan's pupils widened at the mention of 30 million points. No way is this mental power application material really that expensive. 30 million points is such a large sum. Mo Tianyan felt it was somewhat unbelievable. 30 million points already accounted for more than 60% of his total points, which was a significant portion. Sigh, is this still expensive? This method of mental power application is something few people in your entire Aolong Empire can master. Charging you 30 million points isn't excessive. The spirit of Shinji sighed and explained. Since that's the case, then it's fine. Mo Tianyan nodded in agreement. In fact, the 30 million points charged by the spirit of Shinji was truly not much, because this set of mental power application materials was passed down from the advanced civilization where the core of Shinji once resided. Had it not been for the spirit of Shinji utilizing her authority to modify it to 30 million points, Mo Tianyan would have needed to spend nearly 100 million points to obtain these mental power application materials. However, the spirit of Shinji did not explain much. Now I will go into the Shinji core space to exchange for the materials, blueprints, and formulas I need. Mo Tianyan greeted the spirit of Shinji and then concentrated his mental power to enter the Shinji core space to select the materials, blueprints, and formulas he needed. Is this the mental power application material? It doesn't seem particularly special. Upon seeing a glowing rune, Mo Tianyan touched it and felt warm, but nothing else seemed special. This was the mental power application material that Mo Tianyan found in the realm of gene evolution martial arts that the spirit of Shinji mentioned. Exchange. Mo Tianyan's heart stirred, and he successfully exchanged for the mental power application material worth 30 million points. My points. I worked hard to save 50 million points, and now I've lost 30 million in one go. Mo Tianyan said with a hint of pain. In the next moment, the glowing rune suddenly trembled, transforming into a stream of light that merged with Mo Tianyan's mental power. So painful, so painful, so painful. Mo Tianyan immediately withdrew his mental power, rolling on the ground in pain while holding his head. Calmed. The spirit of Shinji enveloped Mo Tianyan in a vast amount of mental power. After a few seconds, Mo Tianyan gradually calmed down and stopped making any violent movements. Indeed, it is a bit too much for you. Although your mental power strength is now over 50, more than 5 times stronger than an ordinary full-level Ling Hai, this mental power application material requires at least the Nyan level to receive it safely. The spirit of Shinji looked at Mo Tianyan with some guilt. Just now, the vast mental power of the spirit of Shinji penetrated into Mo Tianyan's mental power, sealing all the mental power application materials to prevent them from filling Mo Tianyan's mental memory space. Otherwise, Mo Tianyan would have been overwhelmed by the massive mental power application materials, and he might not even exist now. Mo Tianyan sat quietly on the ground, reflecting on the earlier scene and feeling a bit afraid. I feel like my mental power has improved a little. It seems I have integrated some of the contents from the mental power application materials, which can be considered a blessing in disguise. Mo Tianyan silently sensed his changes. Later, he exchanged for some formulas in the Shinji space. First, formula super formula for breaking void level gene evolution potion. Effect increases normal body strength by 5 million tons. Usage requirements: mental power must reach Nyan level, body strength must reach the limit of High-Tier Gene Evolution Warrior. Ingredients needed: biological medicinal materials and materials. Detailed preparation method for the potion. Required points for exchange 2 million. Second, formula super formula for mental power enhancement potion at Nyan level. Effect increases one's mental power by 1,000. Usage requirements: mental power must reach Nyan Kong level. Ingredients needed: biological medicinal materials and materials. Detailed preparation method for the potion. Required points for exchange 5 million. Third formula: advanced formula for energy replenishing potion for breaking void level gene evolution warriors. Effect: can supply energy needs for a breaking void level gene evolution warrior to continue fighting for a day. USAG. Now he still has over 12 million points left, saved for future technological exchanges. Over 50 million points freshly obtained, but barely warm in the blink of an eye. 40 million points vanished. Mo Tianyun felt a pang of regret in his heart. As his strength continuously grew, the points required to exchange for potion formulas gradually increased. Each advancement in the potion's level saw the points needed multiply by 10 or even 100. Of course, each level of potion formula has many different efficacy models. However, after some calculation, Mo Tianyun found that the most cost-effective option was often the one with the highest efficacy. The advantage lay in the fact that the materials needed for preparing the potions, though precious, were used in smaller quantities. Additionally, the strongest potions required significantly fewer doses. For instance, to elevate one's normal strength by 100 tons using a potion, one would need to consume it 10 times to reach 1,000 tons. If one were to consume a potion that raised strength by 1,000 tons, a single dose would suffice to achieve the desired effect. Thus, Mo Tianyun, out of sheer necessity, could only exchange for the highly effective gene evolution potion formulas and mental enhancement potion formulas. A week later, in the core space of the miracle within the simulation space, he mused, with the current strength of my mental energy, achieving this level should be quite good, right? Mo Tianyun looked with satisfaction at the results of his week's hard work. Before him stood a perfectly crafted ordinary battle mech, quite similar to his previous Tianyun mech. Since Mo Tianyun exchanged 30 million points for the mental application data, he could only grasp the most basic application methods due to his insufficient mental energy strength. As for the subsequent mental application data, they were temporarily sealed by the spirit of the miracle using mental energy, which Mo Tianyun was currently unable to access. Even if he were to force himself to check, not to mention whether he could break the mental seal of the spirit of the miracle, Mo Tianyun would never dare to do so. He certainly didn't want to gamble with his life. However, even with just the methods from the initial part of the mental application data, he could still process components with mental energy and assemble a standard battle mech. This way of manufacturing battle mechs is several times faster than using the instruments produced by the Aolong Empire. Originally, when Mo Tianyun used the instruments from the Aolong Empire to manufacture a perfect ordinary battle mech, with his current strength of mental energy, it would take him about half an hour to complete. However, after learning some of the most superficial mental application methods from this data, he could now produce a perfect ordinary battle mech in about 10 minutes. This speed of mech production is indeed 3 times faster than before. Back then, when Mo Tianyun first manufactured the Tianyun mech at the Hansan City Mech Manufacturing Center, it took him almost an entire day to complete. Now it could be done in 10 minutes. Your grasp of this mental application method is still not very proficient. I suggest you practice making more battle mechs with real materials in reality. The results will be significantly better. Moreover, in reality, some materials will have more complex internal structures, unlike these materials simulated in the simulation space, which are all identical. For the past few days, the spirit of the miracle had been guiding Mo Tianyun in learning mental application methods, and she was somewhat pleased with his progress. Got it. It's time to put this into practice. Mo Tianyun nodded and said. Over the past few days, he had spent most of his time in the simulation space learning these mental application methods, so he became a hands-off manager, delegating many tasks to the officers under him. Returning to the present, Mo Tianyun exchanged all his military merit points stored in his personal microintelligence for mech manufacturing materials, most of which were for producing ordinary epic-level battle mechs, with a small portion for producing exceptional supernormal battle mechs. It is worth mentioning that the Dunastar Defense military base controls all the cosmic space within several light years. Over the years, it has accumulated some high-grade materials coupled with all the pseudo-insectoid materials salvaged from the pseudo-insectoid commander, which are nearly enough to manufacture a legendary battle mech. However, with Mo Tianyun's current mech manufacturing skills, he was far from reaching the technical level required to produce a legendary battle mech. As for the materials for manufacturing ordinary battle mechs, Mo Tianyun no longer found them appealing, deeming them lacking in challenge, so he had hardly exchanged for any of the low-grade materials needed to produce ordinary battle mechs. Due to Mo Tianyun's military merit points amounting to several million, he had basically exhausted all the precious materials for mech production in the entire base. Furthermore, Mo Tianyun also exchanged a large number of biological medicinal materials with his military merit points, making it convenient for him to concoct gene evolution potions, mental enhancement potions, and energy replenishment potions in the future. These biological medicinal materials are nothing more than powerful and unique plant medicines along with certain precious parts from genetically strong animals that can be used as medicine, artificial high-grade exotic beasts, and certain powerful insectoid body materials. All of these biological medicinal materials contain immense vitality capable of inducing mutations and evolution in human genes. Among them, the insectoid body materials are the most special. They are used both in mech manufacturing and potion concoction, and it's worth noting that the genes and bodies of these insectoids are indeed formidable. Due to the invasion of the insectoids, the Aolong Empire's mech manufacturing technology and gene evolution potion concoction have progressed rapidly, especially over the past few hundred years, where significant advancements in these areas have been made. While war may bring destruction and disaster, it also accelerates technological advancement. Even with Mo Tianyun's lavish spending of military merit points, he still has some left. Though the remaining military merit points are not much, they still exceed 30,000. Even with 30,000 military merit points left, Mo Tianyun's remaining points are still more than most colonels at the Dunestar Defense military base. When the lieutenant colonel in charge of logistics learned this news, he exclaimed that he was indeed worthy of being the commander-in-chief, truly wealthy. He quickly organized a large number of personnel and called for various transport vehicles to move all the materials exchanged by Mo Tianyun to the storage area of the mech manufacturing department. All the materials Mo Tianyun exchanged with his military merit points belong to him, so these materials are now his personal property. In about half a month, Marshal Otis Swift will send a new batch of troops to arrive at the Dunestar Defense military base. After the defense forces are strengthened, he will likely go to the Aolong Genius Mech Master Academy for further study. At that time, although Mo Tianyun will still retain his military rank, he will no longer be part of the military, and all military merit points will turn into mere numbers devoid of value. Now Mo Tianyun is just converting all these military merit points into mech manufacturing materials and biological medicinal materials, reserving what he will need in the future while using the less precious mech manufacturing materials for practice. Currently, Mo Tianyun is in the mech manufacturing department waiting for these materials to be delivered to him. Commander-in-Chief, you exchanged so many mech manufacturing materials with military merit points. What are you planning to do? With so many materials, it could produce over 1,000 supernormal battle mechs. Converted into epic battle mechs, it could manufacture dozens. Indeed, Captain Tianyun, with what you're doing, our mech manufacturing department might as well shut down. The rest of us old demers will have nothing to do. Old Balak and several special-grade mech manufacturers came to Mo Tianyun. Elder Gracie was among them. While Mo Tianyun was waiting for the materials to be delivered to him in the mech manufacturing department, several special-grade mech manufacturers rushed over after hearing that all the materials had been taken by Mo Tianyun to see what was going on. Sirs, the situation is like this. I have made some progress in mech manufacturing technology over the past few days, and I now need a large amount of materials to consolidate my skills in producing battle mechs. Mo Tianyun felt helpless, but he had to do this. After all, he had exchanged all these materials with his military merit points without going through layers of approval. Of course, the highest authority at the Dunestar Defense military base is him, so gaining approval is just a matter of a word. However, the mechs produced with approved materials would have to be handed over to the Aolong Empire, and he would only receive some merits and military merit points as rewards. Mo Tianyun certainly wouldn't do such free labor. The reason he is preparing to manufacture so many battle mechs is primarily to practice mental application methods. Additionally, the finished battle mechs can be sold for star coins. Once Mo Tianyun completes the production of so many battle mechs, he can sell them for a substantial amount of star coins. This will provide him with considerable wealth for his future studies at the Imperial Main Star and the Aolong Genius Mech Master Academy. Wherever one goes, money is needed to live a better life. Spiritual wealth and material wealth together define true wealth. Currently, Mo Tianyun is a major general in the Empire, holding an identity card of the Imperial nobility. Although he is not considered a significant figure on the Imperial Main Star, his status is still higher than many living there. In summary, Mo Tianyun is preparing for material wealth for his further studies at the Aolong Genius Mech Master Academy. An ordinary battle mech can cost anywhere from several million to tens of millions of star coins. Ordinary battle mechs start at 1 million star coins. Refined ordinary battle mechs are worth at least 3 million star coins, and exceptional ordinary battle mechs are valued at least 6 million star coins. For instance, when Mo Tianyun first manufactured a battle mech, the Tianyun mech he reached the perfect level known as a perfect ordinary battle mech. Such a perfect ordinary battle mech cannot even be bought for 10 million star coins, because perfect ordinary battle mechs like these are highly sought after yet scarce. An extraordinary battle mech generally ranges from tens of millions to hundreds of millions of star coins. The value of ordinary, refined, exceptional, and perfect level mechs can be referenced in a similar way to the classification of ordinary battle mechs, according to their maximum combat enhancement multiples. Epic battle mechs are at least 100 times more expensive than extraordinary battle mechs, and often have no set price due to demand. The reason for this is the difficulty in manufacturing epic battle mechs. Factors such as material usage, material quality, material grade, and the high failure rates during the manufacturing of epic battle mechs contribute to their soaring value, creating a vast gap compared to extraordinary battle mechs. Although Mo Tianyan seemed to craft the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mech core effortlessly, he had actually failed many times in the simulation space before perfectly mastering all the steps and significantly reducing the failure rate to improve his success rate. Moreover, Elder Gracie had decades of profound experience in mech manufacturing, and combined with Mo Tianyan's insights from studying the Thousand Swords mech, he was finally able to succeed in one attempt. An epic battle mech costs at least 1 billion star coins, with some exceeding 10 billion star coins. For instance, the enhanced version of the Thousand Swords mech that Mo Tianyan is currently piloting is valued far beyond 10 billion star coins. When it comes to epic battle mechs, one cannot analyze their value in the same way as ordinary and extraordinary battle mechs. Starting from epic battle mechs, every epic level mech manufacturer pays close attention to various aspects of the mechs. The size of the mech's body, flight speed, energy output level, energy output value, maximum combat enhancement multiple, and the mech battle imprint that has not fused with mental energy are the key aspects, and whether each performance meets the standards, is excellent or is perfect, all influences the value of an epic battle mech. The size of the mech body determines the quantity and size of the components it can carry. Generally speaking, the more components an epic battle mech has, and the more powerful they are, the stronger its combat power. Flight speed, energy output level, energy output value, and maximum combat enhancement multiples are fundamental aspects of a battle mech, and naturally, the higher the values and levels, the better. The mech battle imprint that has not fused with mental energy is unique to battle mechs of epic level and above. Ordinary and extraordinary battle mechs do not possess this. Thus, every battle mech manufacturer pays close attention to the mech battle imprint of an epic battle mech. When a mech manufacturer completes the core body of an epic battle mech, or higher success in inscribing the mental imprint can form the mech battle imprint. Only when a mech battle imprint is formed can the combat power of an epic battle mech be maximized, which is what defines it as an epic battle mech. When the mech manufacturer first pilots that epic battle mech, they must infuse it with at least Spirit C level mental energy to merge into the mech battle imprint, creating a unique mech battle imprint before it can truly be considered an epic battle mech. Haha Tianyan, my young friend, your skills in mecha manufacturing have improved again. This is truly a cause for celebration. The elderly President Gracie exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Mo Tianyan's words. I see then, congratulations to the commander. Elder Balak echoed in agreement. Congratulations to the commander for breaking through and reaching new heights. A slightly overweight, distinguished mecha manufacturer quickly chimed in, congratulating Mo Tianyan. The other distinguished mecha manufacturers also nodded and bowed, all offering their congratulations. Now Mo Tianyan had become a major general of the empire, his status equivalent to that of a legendary combat mecha master, his position comparable to that of an expert mecha manufacturer, unlike before. In the past, the few predecessors held themselves high before Mo Tianyan, always speaking as if the elder was addressing the junior. Since Mo Tianyan became the temporary commander of the Duna Star Defense military base, things were different now. Everyone spoke to him with utmost courtesy, even bowing respectfully. In recent days, Mo Tianyan has felt this atmosphere everywhere. Whether it was Elder Gracie, whom he had known on Kuru Star, or the distinguished mecha manufacturers from the Duna Star Defense military base standing before him, or even Colonel Chris, who had once taught him mecha control techniques, they all treated him with humility. Even the other 5 members of Team Tianyan gradually distanced themselves from him. Mo Tianyan was also helpless about this. He had not displayed any air of a commander in front of these predecessors, but his current identity and status created an invisible wall isolating the previously friendly relationships. No wonder there is a saying that the higher one's status, the fewer true friends one has. The stronger one is the fewer friends they possess. The powerful are always lonely. If a person reaches an invincible level, they must have no friends left, right? How lonely it must be to be invincible. Mo Tianyan finally understood this saying a little. As time gradually passed, the Duna Star Defense military base was thriving, and all military areas had returned to their usual state. Young friend Tianyan, what you have done this time is quite insane. The mecha manufacturing department is filled with combat mechas, all extraordinary combat mechas, and even 7 epic combat mechas. Elder Gracie watched as one combat mecha after another was transported out every few hours, filling the area in front of the mecha manufacturing department, and sighed. He was no longer shocked by this, as for over a week Mo Tianyun had continuously manufactured over 100 combat mechas, leaving him somewhat numb. Look at our commander, so young and so enduring. Unlike you few, I've never seen you last this long when you were young. A distinguished mecha manufacturer who looked like an old woman mocked Elder Balak and the others beside her. Elder Balak and the few distinguished mecha manufacturers glanced over without refuting. They had been observing for several days, and Mo Tianyun had not left the epic combat mecha manufacturing workstation even once. Instead, every few hours an extraordinary combat mecha would be transported out, and occasionally an epic combat mecha would appear, which was the most shocking part. An epic combat mecha, which a distinguished mecha manufacturer might take months to produce, would be considered impressive if one could consistently complete one in a year. However, Mo Tianyun's speed in manufacturing mechas was simply terrifying. This led several distinguished mecha manufacturers to doubt whether Mo Tianyun's earlier claim of a breakthrough in his mecha manufacturing skills meant he had become an expert mecha manufacturer. Wow, 7 epic combat mechas, that's quite a lot. I've only seen so many epic combat mechas during times of war. Yes, me too. I've never seen epic combat mechas up close. Our commander is only an extraordinary combat mecha master and has never had an epic combat mecha. If I could own a combat mecha of my own, even if it were just an ordinary one, I would be willing. Outside the mecha manufacturing department, there was already a sea of people, as all the soldiers with nothing to do at the base rushed here to watch the combat mechas. Especially these ordinary soldiers, their curiosity was the strongest, and their desire for mechas was also the most intense. Who wouldn't want to be a combat mecha master? Unfortunately, their mental strength had not reached the perception level. They couldn't even pilot an ordinary combat mecha. But that did not hinder their yearning for combat mechas and becoming combat mecha masters. Besides ordinary soldiers, most combat mecha masters and officers also came here to watch. The commotion caused by the commander this time is simply too great. The entire Dunastar Defense military base is abuzz with it. Indeed, I was shocked to learn that the commander is also a mecha manufacturer, and moreover a mecha manufacturer with such exceptional skills. It's truly unbelievable. Absolutely, we've seen those battles clearly. The tens of thousands of massive insectoids were defeated by the commander, demonstrating his formidable strength. However, he can also manufacture epic combat mechas as a distinguished mecha manufacturer. I really never expected that. All the officers and combat mecha masters sighed in amazement. As combat mecha masters themselves, they knew how difficult it was to reach Mo Tianyun's level. It was akin to climbing to the sky. In such a situation, Mo Tianyun had not only become a major general of the empire, but also a distinguished mecha manufacturer. Isn't that incredible enough? Inside the mecha manufacturing department, this commander is truly impressive. Not only has he become a major general in the empire, but he is also a mecha manufacturer whose skills surpass all the special class mecha manufacturers in the department. I wonder if you all have heard this commander seems quite young, probably not even 20 yet. Is that true? How is that possible? The youngest genius mecha manufacturers in the empire are only in their teens. If that's the case, doesn't that make this commander the most talented mecha manufacturer in the empire? In recent days, most of the mecha manufacturers in the department have found themselves unable to work on manufacturing mechas, as Mo Tianyun has exchanged all the precious materials needed for mecha production at the Dunastar Defense military base for military merit points. Everyday discussions like this have taken place, becoming the biggest topic of conversation in the mecha manufacturing department and even throughout the entire Dunastar Defense military base. 2 days later. Over the past 2 days, nearly all the soldiers at the Dunastar Defense military base have come to see the more than 200 combat mechas displayed in front of the mecha manufacturing department. Indeed, Mo Tianyun has completed the manufacturing of 213 extraordinary combat mechas and 14 epic combat mechas in just 12 days. This is just too formidable and outrageous. The speed and output of the commander's mecha manufacturing are simply terrifying. This output is even higher than a creature called a sow. I would say it's even more efficient than a donkey from the production team. Donkeys were the most industrious beasts in ancient times. You guys be careful not to let others hear you. If the commander hears you, you might regret it. Suddenly, the door to the epic combat mecha manufacturing workstation opened. The people who had just been speaking felt silent, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. They realized the commander had come out. This was the first time in 12 days that this door had been opened. At this moment, a somewhat disheveled and weary-looking young man staggered out holding onto the door. Seeing his appearance, one might mistake him for a beggar just come from somewhere. With the last epic combat mecha completed, Mo Tianyun finally walked out from the workstation. No, considering his state, it would be more accurate to say he crawled out. Over the past 12 days, Mo Tianyun had utilized almost all the resources available for mecha manufacturing, completing a total of 213 extraordinary combat mechas and 15 epic combat mechas. These 203 extraordinary combat mechas consist of 54 standard-level extraordinary combat mechas, 125 fine-level extraordinary combat mechas, 22 premium-level extraordinary combat mechas, and 2 perfect-level extraordinary combat mechas. The 15 epic combat mechas consist of 8 standard-level epic combat mechas, 5 fine-level epic combat mechas, and 2 premium-level epic combat mechas. There are no perfect-level epic combat mechas. MOTION still cannot independently manufacture perfect-level epic combat mechas, like the enhanced Xianjian mecha. The design blueprints for these more than 200 combat mechas were all exchanged by MOTION using points from the Core of Miracles. Extraordinary combat mecha blueprints cost a few hundred points each, while epic combat mecha blueprints are a bit more expensive, costing thousands of points for one. For MOTION, who currently possesses over 10 million points, these points are merely a trivial sum. With his current points, he could even exchange for blueprints of legendary combat mechas. Originally, MOTION could have manufactured one more epic combat mecha, but he failed twice in his attempts. Both failures occurred when MOTION aimed to produce a premium-level epic combat mecha. In the end, MOTION had no choice but to dismantle the components of the failed mechas and reassemble them into a fine-level epic combat mecha. Kenya, my young friend, you've finally come out. Look at your current state. Your mental energy must be completely exhausted, right? We all knew this would happen, so we prepared some energy replenishment potions and nutritional supplements for you. Seeing MOTION come out, the elderly President Grayseye quickly helped him. Several experienced special-class mecha manufacturers certainly understood the consequences of such intense mecha production. Thus, they had already prepared these energy replenishment potions and nutritional supplements, quietly waiting for MOTION to emerge. Thank you so much, seniors. MOTION expressed his gratitude and promptly gulped down several bottles of energy replenishment potions and nutritional supplements. The commander has come out. The commander has come out. The news of MOTION's emergence from the epic combat mecha manufacturing workstation spread like a tidal wave, quickly reaching everyone's ears. In an instant, the mecha manufacturing department, both inside and out, erupted into a frenzy, its magnitude echoing like a mountain crashing into the sea, resounding endlessly. In recent days, many soldiers, especially combat mecha operators and officers, have been most concerned about when the commander would come out. It is obvious to anyone not foolish that the commander exchanged such a large quantity of mecha manufacturing materials for military merit points, which surely could not be for his own use. A combat mecha operator can only pilot one combat mecha. This is the consensus among everyone. Therefore, considering MOTION has manufactured so many combat mechas and all the materials used are his own, he must intend to sell these mechas. Moreover, after experiencing 2 wars, many combat mecha operators' mechas have suffered varying degrees of damage, and many of their mechas have been destroyed. They are in urgent need of new combat mechas. They have also heard that the commander will soon be attending the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy for further training, so they speculate that the commander needs a large amount of star coins, which is why he is manufacturing so many mechas. In summary, many combat mecha operators may not have many military merit points, but they do have a lot of star coins, and they hope MOTION can sell these combat mechas. Kenya, my young friend, are you manufacturing so many combat mechas to sell them for a large amount of star coins? President Grayseye asked. You are correct, senior. I indeed plan to sell all these combat mechas to exchange for a large amount of star coins. MOTION nodded, while silently digesting the nutritional supplements and energy replenishment potions. In that case, it seems that the surviving combat mecha operators at the Duna Star Defense military base are really quite fortunate. They do not need military merit points to buy combat mechas from you, and they are all extraordinary combat mechas, even including epic combat mechas. As the commander of the base, they are all people who have contributed. I'll give them some benefits as a small farewell gift to everyone before I leave. MOTION also sensed the fervent atmosphere outside with his spiritual sense and smiled knowingly. To all soldiers of the Duna Star Defense military base, I am MOTION. Do you see these combat mechas outside? Tomorrow I will mark a price on these combat mechas. If you are interested, you can purchase them with money. If multiple people compete for one mecha, then the highest bidder wins. MOTION transmitted a wave of spiritual information into everyone's minds. Wow. This surge of spiritual information instantly ignited the atmosphere in the venue. Commander, you're really selling the mechas. I want that gigantic epic combat mecha. With so many combat mechas, I must get one of my current mecha is about to be outdated. Bye. I need to call my family to wire me money. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Numerous officers were overjoyed. As the message conveyed through the spiritual energy of MOTION reached the minds of all the soldiers at the Duna Star Defense military base, the entire base instantly erupted into chaos like a nest of startled ants. At this moment, MOTION opened his personal microintelligent brain and sent a message to Suo in Niku and Ta Lin Ku, summoning them. Although Mo Tianyun could have directly summoned them using his spiritual energy, he felt that this method was more appropriate. A few minutes later, Brother Tianyun, everyone in the base has been discussing the more than 200 mechas you've completed, and even people from immigrant planets several light years away are aware of it. Enika said with great admiration. Indeed, Mo Tianyun's handiwork led to the creation of over 200 extraordinary battle mechas and 15 epic battle mechas, and this news had spread among the informed individuals on all life planets near the Duna Star Defense military base. The commotion caused by Mo Tianyun was too great to conceal. Moreover, there were many residents on Duna Star with numerous developed cities, not just a single military defense base. Thus, upon learning the news, various families and wealthy individuals from the surrounding areas wished to enter the Duna Star Defense military base to purchase battle mechas. How could the defense military base allow just anyone to enter? Generally, only battle mecha masters could gain entry into the Duna Star Defense military base. However, this did not pose a challenge for those eager to purchase battle mechas. There are always more ways than difficulties. The Duna Star Defense military base has a trading area that offers various legitimate transactions. Usually, the battle mecha masters can trade the insectoid bodies they obtain from killing insectoids, as well as biological medicinal materials collected during missions and various rare metals here. The trading area is the only place where ordinary people can enter. Therefore, many merchants come here to purchase the insectoid body materials obtained by the soldiers of the Duna Star Defense military base during battles or missions, along with various rare materials. Since most officers are battle mecha masters, their primary source of income comes from selling the spoils obtained from the battlefield, including insectoid body materials. Insectoid body materials are incredibly precious and are hard to come by for the average person. Only the officers who risk their lives fighting insectoids as battle mecha masters have a chance to acquire them. Thus, insectoid body materials are also expensive, and powerful warrant officers and colonel officers having accumulated wealth over the years possess considerable fortunes. As the news of Mo Tianyun wanting to sell battle mechas spread, vast amounts of wealth converged continuously into the Duna Star Defense military base from surrounding immigrant planets. It seems this transaction will be grand beyond measure. And could you like these mechas outside? Mo Tianyun asked with a smile. Of course I do. They are all extraordinary battle mechas, and there are even incredibly powerful epic battle mechas. Enika nodded repeatedly. Then I will give you one extraordinary battle mecha. You can choose anyone you like. How about that? Are you happy? Mo Tianyun said with a smile. Captain Tianyun, you are truly too kind. However, I must refuse your generous offer. I cannot accept the battle mecha you give me. Enika initially spoke happily, but then shook his head as he continued. I have received too much of your kindness in these days. Now you want to give me another battle mecha, and I feel unworthy. I have not contributed at all, and have always held the team back. How can I accept your battle mecha? Thinking about how he had been under Mo Tianyun's care for so long, without any contribution, Enika suddenly felt tears welling in his eyes, speaking in a trembling voice. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no such thing as holding back. What you need to do now is to quickly become stronger and protect the Duna Star Defense military base for me. Mo Tianyun said, loudly staring into Enika's eyes. For some reason, seeing Enika's expression reminded him of his former self when he was down and out. Perhaps it was because he had endured the rain himself and wanted to hold up an umbrella for others. Now that he had the chance to become strong, Mo Tianyun genuinely hoped that Enika could also grow stronger, which would prove that he had not misjudged him. To prove that he had not misjudged Enika was someone with the potential to become even stronger. Suwa, and you should also pick an extraordinary battle mecha. Mo Tianyun turned to Suwa and said. Then he took out a spatial orb. Ta Lin Ku, this is the Lives Dusk mecha I piloted before, an epic battle mecha given to me by the Elder Grisai for use. Its core has been remade by me, and now I am handing it over to you. Mo Tianyun said to Ta Lin Ku, who was wearing a combat suit while holding the spatial orb. The Lives Dusk mecha was never Mo Tianyun's battle mecha. It was merely lent to him by the Elder Grisai at a critical moment when he had not yet fused with spiritual energy. Now giving the Lives Dusk mecha to Ta Lin Ku was done with the Elder Grisai's consent. As for the two extraordinary battle mechas given to Enika and Sin, they were of little significance to Mo Tianyun now. It was akin to a millionaire giving each of two impoverished individuals $100. With Mo Tianyun's current strength, killing two insectoid generals would yield wealth that far surpassed the value of two extraordinary battle mechas. At this moment, within the core space of the divine artifact, Mo Tianyun is kindness meant to be used in this way. You are truly too kind. The spirit of the divine artifact shook its head in frustration. In the universe, although kindness is a supreme quality, the current cosmos is filled with war and chaos. What use is kindness? The spirit of the divine artifact whispered. However, what it did not realize was that kindness, seemingly ineffective and always giving without expecting return, has immense effects. Kindness can be passed on and inherited. Perhaps many years later, all members of the Tianyun squad will become powerful battle mecha masters capable of bearing the responsibility to protect their hometown. Moreover, this kind of kindness will continue to be passed down through generations, becoming a form of influence as spirit. At the same time, it serves as hope for people in desperate situations and is one of the secrets to swiftly breaking through with spiritual energy. The next day, under Mo Tianyun's command, the Dunastar Defense Military Base called upon several large intelligent brains to organize a personal battle mecha sale. Based on the suggestions of Ni Kusua Intalin Ko-Elder Grisai and several special mecha manufacturers, the location of this sale was moved from the front of the mecha manufacturing department to the trading area. This delighted all those wanting to purchase battle mechas. In the center of the trading area, a vast space was cleared and an enormous platform was erected. On the platform, all the battle mechas that Mo Tianyun manufactured and were about to be sold were displayed and covered with curtains, creating an air of mysterious anticipation. At this moment, a light curtain appeared on the platform, and the crowd below surged like a sea. Over 1 million seats were filled to capacity. Most of those present were wealthy and prominent individuals from nearby immigrant planets. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The battle mecha sale officially begins. A sweet-looking robot announced the countdown and the official start of the sale in a crisp voice. Mo Tianyun walked out from behind the curtain dressed in an Imperial General's uniform. Is this the new commander of the Dunastar Defense Military Base? He really does look very young, just as the rumors said. Such a person is remarkable. This legendary commander is so handsome. I really like him. Most of the males present focused on Mo Tianyun's youthful prowess, while most of the females paid attention to Mo Tianyun's handsome appearance in the Imperial General's uniform. Having consumed so many gene evolution potions, Mo Tianyun's physique was no longer slight, but rather tall and imposing, a far cry from his previous scrawny self in the slums of the cold city of Uru Star. As his strength increased, his aura grew even more formidable. Coupled with the Imperial General's attire, symbolizing power and status, his demeanor rose to another level. Hello everyone, welcome to this battle mecha sale. All the battle mechas here are manufactured by me. The lowest tier here is the general level extraordinary battle mecha, so I will start the sale with the worst mechas. The detailed information about each sold mecha will be displayed on the light curtain behind me. Without further ado, let's get started. After saying a few words to the audience, Mo Tianyun officially commenced the sale of the battle mechas. These 54 battle mechas are all general level extraordinary battle mechas. The detailed information about each mecha, including the minimum price needed for purchase, is on the light curtain behind. Anyone wishing to buy a mecha can use the input device just distributed to bid. With a wave of his hand, all 54 general-level extraordinary battle mechas were revealed, causing the crowd below to gasp in astonishment. Recovering from their surprise, everyone grabbed their input devices to enter the star coin amounts competing for the extraordinary battle mechas. However, many chose to watch this round since these 54 battle mechas were the least impressive among all the mechas Mo Tianyun had produced, saving their star coins to contend for more powerful battle mechas, even epic ones. Below are the detailed messages of the battle mechas for sale. Battle Mecha No. 1. Flame Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 22 meters, weight 2350 tons. Energy Reaction Core, Level Medium Planet Level. Max Flight Speed 2,500 meters per second. Energy Output Value 22. 1. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier 22. Rating General Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength Medium Planet Level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 22 million star coins. Battle Mecha No. 2. Rainfall Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 23 meters, weight 2552 tons. Energy Reaction Core, Level Medium Planet Level. Max Flight Speed 2,800 meters per second. Energy Output Value 24. 1. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier 24. Rating General Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength Medium Planet Level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 24 million star coins. Battle Mecha No. 3. Ocean Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 25 meters, weight. Battle Mecha No. 25. Kunken Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 25 meters, weight 25 tons. Energy Reaction Core, Level Medium Planet Level. Max Flight Speed 25 meters per second. Energy Output Value 25. 5. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier 25. Rating General Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength Medium Planet Level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 25 million star coins. Battle Mecha No. 54. All detailed introductions for the first round of auction battle mechas have been displayed. After an hour of intense competition, Onion successfully sold all 54 general-level extraordinary battle mechas, earning a total of 2,758,000,000 star coins. This amount was significantly more than he initially anticipated from the sales. The competition for even the worst battle mechas was unexpectedly fierce, exceeding Onion's imagination. Onion did not fully understand the logic of commercial competition, but the sales price, exceeding his expectations, was already quite satisfactory. Next, we will be selling 125 refined-level extraordinary battle mechas, and the bidding time will be the same as before, 1 hour. Onion waved his hand again, and 125 refined-level extraordinary battle mechas were unveiled. The competition among the crowd resumed. Below are all the detailed messages for the 125 refined-level extraordinary battle mechas. Battle Mecha No. 55. North Wind Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 32 meters, weight 3356 tons. Energy Reaction Core, Level Medium Planet Level. Max Flight Speed 3000 meters per second. Energy Output Value 31. 3. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier 31. Rating Refined Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength Medium Planet Level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 31 million star coins. Battle Mecha No. 56. Blue Sky Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 32 meters, weight 3456 tons. Energy Reaction Core, Level Medium Planet Level. Max Flight Speed 3100 meters per second. Energy Output Value 32. 3. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier 32. Rating Refined Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength Medium Planet Level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 32 million star coins. Battle Mecha No. 57. White Cloud Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 3. Battle Mecha No. 179. Vastness Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 39 meters, weight 4356 tons. Energy Reaction Core, Level Medium Planet Level. Max Flight Speed 3900 meters per second. Energy Output Value 59. 3. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier 59. Rating Refined Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength Medium Planet Level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 59 million star coins. 1 hour later. After an hour of fierce competition, the sale of 125 refined-level extraordinary battle mechas finally concluded. Onion sold all 125 refined-level extraordinary battle mechas, earning 123,785,000,000 star coins. This sales amount once again exceeded Onion's expectations. Next, we will be selling 20 Supreme-level extraordinary battle mechas, with the bidding time also being 1 hour. Onion continued to repeat the actions from the previous 2 rounds, revealing the true forms of the 20 Supreme-level extraordinary battle mechas. Originally, there were 22 Supreme Extraordinary Battle Mechas, and Ku and Saw each took one. This time, the number of bidders began to decrease, and the price increase was not as high as in the previous 2 rounds. Below are the detailed messages for the 20 Supreme-level Extraordinary Battle Mechas. Battle Mecha No. 180. 12.5-year Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 40 meters, weight 6056 tons. Energy Reaction Core, Level Medium Planet Level. Max Flight Speed 5000 meters per second. Energy Output Value 63. 3. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier 63. Rating Supreme Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength High Planet Level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 65 million star coins. Special note, like the Kunkin Mecha, this is a mecha design created by a genius who practiced for 2.5 years. Battle Mecha No. 181. Earth Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 42 meters, weight 62.23 tons. Energy Reaction Core, Level High Planet Level. Max Flight Speed 5000 meters per second. Energy Output Value 70. 3. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier 70. Rating Supreme Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength High Planet Level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 75 million star coins. Battle Mecha No. 182. Heavenly Flame Mecha. Battle Mecha Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Height 44 meters, weight 6156 tons. Energy Reaction Core, Level Medium Planet Level. Max Flight Speed 5200 meters per second. Energy Output Value 76. 3. Maximum Combat Power Multiplier 76. Rating Supreme Level Extraordinary Battle Mecha. Energy Shield Strength High Planet Level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 78 million star coins. Battle Mecha No. 199. Sea King Mecha. Battle Mecha level extraordinary battle mecha. Height 49 meters, weight 68.86 tons. Energy reaction core level medium planet level. Max flight speed 5,000 meters per second. Energy output value 95. 3. Maximum combat power multiplier 95. Rating supreme level extraordinary battle mecha. Energy shield strength high planet level. Weapons none. Other accessories none. Minimum price 99 million star coins. 1 hour later. MOT Onion successfully sold all 20 supreme level extraordinary battle mechas, earning 3,729 million star coins. After another hour, MOT Onion sold 2 flawless level extraordinary battle mechas, earning 313 million star coins. Now MOT Onion was about to sell the most anticipated epic battle mechas. At this point, it had reached the climax of this sale. After another 3 hours, MOT Onion finally sold all the battle mechas. 8 general level epic battle mechas, 5 refined level epic battle mechas, 2 supreme level epic battle mechas, combined with the previously sold extraordinary battle mechas, totaled 353 billion star coins. Beyond the Orion galaxy, deep within the insectoid battlefield, there lie countless flying fortresses of the insectoid race. This is the stronghold of the insectoids invading the Orion Empire, the North Libode Federation, and the Dylan Empire, the 3 major civilizations of the star systems. Within one of the scattered insect lord-level nests formed by billions of small insectoid nests lies a gigantic insectoid nest stretching over thousands of light years. MOT Onion. He possesses a mysterious metal sphere that can transform a weak individual into a peak commander in just a few months. A colossal creature glowing with a red light, perched on a vast high seat, spoke these words in the language of the insectoids. It seems this mysterious metal sphere has quite an extraordinary origin. If he were given a longer period for growth, it could lead to disaster, even undermining many of our plans regarding the source veins. In that case, this matter is indeed of great importance. It seems I must report to the great kings, but will this matter disturb the emperor? After finishing a few sentences to himself, the red colossal creature's numerous large eyes suddenly lit up with a green glow. Following that, it spread its enormous insect wings behind it and flew towards a certain star-gathering place deep within the thousands of light-years-long insectoid nest. As it flew, the insect wings flapped and shimmered, creating ripples in space, fluttering like butterflies. Each appearance spanned over 100,000 kilometers, flashing continuously towards its destination. 353 billion star coins. This really counts as extravagant wealth. However, it still pales in comparison to the trillions accumulated over the years by Colonel Wilpince, who is controlled by the pseudo-insectoid lord. MOT Onion gazed at his star coin card and gently stroked it as he spoke. The mecha sales event had ended, and the income far exceeded MOT Onion's expectations, bringing him great joy. Commander, this top-tier epic battle mech is truly powerful. Your mecha manufacturing skills are as formidable as your own strength. Colonel Chris, standing not far away, remarked, feeling the top-tier epic battle mech he had just purchased from MOT Onion. The 2 top-tier epic battle mechs completed by MOT Onion were both purchased by 2 colonels from the Dunistar Defense military base, one of whom was Colonel Chris. Colonel Chris had accumulated over 100 billion star coins over the years, and in order to buy this top-tier epic battle mech, he had nearly gone bankrupt. However, Colonel Chris felt immense joy in his heart, because in his eyes star coins were merely numbers. Being able to purchase a top-tier epic battle mech with star coins was a stroke of good fortune for him. In the military, star coins are virtually useless. Only military merit points hold real value. With his current military merit points, it would take many more years of accumulation before he could exchange for a top-tier epic battle mech. Now, with some star coins that are of no use to him, he could purchase a top-tier epic battle mech, which certainly counts as a great piece of luck. For Colonel Chris, it is nearly impossible for him to achieve further breakthroughs in strength in this lifetime. Therefore, the top-tier epic battle mech has been his long-standing pursuit. As for the perfect level epic battle mech and the legendary battle mech, he knows himself well enough, those are but dreams for him. Thus, being able to purchase a top-tier epic battle mech from MOT Onion made him feel immensely satisfied, even giving him a sense of having no regrets in life. A week later, the base-level military unit dispatched by Marshal Otis Swift finally arrived at the Dunistar Defense military base. From the number of their interstellar transport ships, there are approximately 200,000 to 300,000 vessels, including 2 planet-level interstellar transport ships. Hello, Major Motinyun. I am Cody Stews, sent by Marshal Otis Swift to take over the defense work here. A middle-aged man dressed in Imperial General attire floated over from a planet-level interstellar transport ship. Hello, General Stews. Welcome to the Dunistar Defense military base to take over the defense work here. There's something I've wanted to say for a long time. Let me add it now. Most of these character names I've given are foreign names, with a few being Chinese names, such as the protagonist Imo Tianyun Lung Feng, and Lung Yu. I already knew that foreign names have the surname before the given name, but I have each character's surname before their given name. Mo Tanyun quickly saluted, noticing the general's insignia on his shoulder. This interstellar transport ship was specially sent by Marshal Otis Swift for you. It is a gift from the Imperial military to celebrate your promotion to Major. General Stews pointed to the planet-level interstellar transport ship hovering above the base. Indeed, among the two planet-level interstellar transport ships, one belongs to General Stews, and the other is a reward from the Imperial military to Mo Tianyun. Planet-level interstellar transport ship. I wonder how fast this planet-level interstellar transport ship can travel. I hope it's fast. At least I now have a means of transportation to the Orion Genius Mecha Master Academy. After hearing the general's words, Mo Tianyun thought to himself. Thus, Mo Tianyun handed over all the affairs of the Dunastar Defense Military Base to General Stews, and he was now free of any burdens. That evening, Mo Tianyun held a banquet at his residence in the Dunastar Defense Military Base. The attendees were few, only Thorn, Nick Talink, Lung Yu, Lung Fong, Colonel Chris, and Elder Gracie, 7 people in total. These 7 individuals were the ones Mo Tianyun was most familiar with at the base. Come, 2 esteemed seniors, and everyone else, fill your glasses. We shall not rest until we are drunk tonight. Mo Tianyun entertained them. The table was piled high with hundreds of bottles of various wines and dozens of the most expensive delicacies from the base. As a necessity for banquets, wine has a history of millions of years in the Orion Empire and serves as an indelible carrier of cultural heritage. Throughout the Orion galaxy, countless life planets have been transformed through technology, each with its unique flora and fauna, producing countless varieties of uniquely flavored wines. Among them are high-proof spirits that can incapacitate an ordinary person with just a drop. However, Mo Tianyun and the others are all gene-evolved martial artists, fully grown adults with considerable drinking capacity. They could handle thousands or even tens of thousands of cups without faltering. Good. Young friend Tianyun, congratulations on your successful advancement to the Orion Genius Mecha Master Academy. May your strength and skills continue to break through, gaining fame throughout the Empire. Elder Gracie raised his glass in toast to Mo Tianyun. Thank you, senior. I will not disappoint your expectations. When I achieve success in the future, I will host an even grander banquet to invite you. Mo Tianyun laughed heartily, displaying a sense of grandeur. Tianyun, just over a month ago, you were still a rookie. Now, with an incredible rate of advancement, you have become a general of the Empire. I congratulate you and encourage you to keep progressing to become a true pillar of the Empire. Colonel Chris also raised his glass, congratulating Mo Tianyun. Colonel Chris had not forgotten the first day Mo Tianyun arrived at the Dunastar Defense Military Base. Back then, he was merely a lieutenant colonel, and to give all the rookies an unforgettable lesson, he unexpectedly discovered Mo Tianyun a peerless genius. Initially, he recognized Mo Tianyun's talent, believing he could grow to become a pillar of the Empire. Now, just over a month later, Mo Tianyun's incredible progress has reshaped Colonel Chris' view of him. Now, Colonel Chris no longer thinks Mo Tianyun might become a pillar of the Empire. Instead, he believes he will undoubtedly become one. A pillar of the Empire must be a powerhouse of at least the rank of Grand Marshal to be worthy of the title. Colonel Chris, I certainly will. Just wait for me to become a true pillar of the Empire, and let the entire Orion Empire know that I emerged from the Dunastar Defense Military Base. Mo Tianyun nodded, clenched his fist high above his head, and spoke with radiant spirit. Brother Tianyun, I may not have the eloquent words to express myself, but I am very grateful to you. You brought me from Han City to this place. In my heart, you have always been like an elder brother protecting your younger brother. I am Thorn, and I congratulate you, Brother Tianyun, on becoming a prominent figure in the Empire. This way I can boast to my subordinates that Mo Tianyun is my elder brother. How impressive would that be? Oh no, now that I say you are my elder brother, who in the Dunastar Defense Military Base within dozens of light years wouldn't know? Haha, I'm so happy I misspoke. Thorn directly picked up a large bottle of wine, stood up, and looked at Mo Tianyun, speaking rapidly. After he finished, he gulped down the entire large bottle of wine in big swigs. Indeed, I initially thought you were just a ruffian who had no future and harmed the people, which is why I took you in. I hope you can guard the Dunastar Defense Military Base in the future and make your name known. Mo Tianyun also switched to a large bottle of wine, and after speaking, he took several big gulps, quickly finishing the entire bottle. Brother Tianyun, thank you for your care these days. In my heart, you are a true powerhouse, and I remember every moment you killed the insectoids. Actually, the person I admire most is you, Brother Tianyun. In the future, I will strive to become like you. I wish you to become a true powerhouse renowned throughout the Empire. Seeing everyone raise their glasses in toast to their captain, Nick followed suit, standing up and smiling sincerely. Good. Mo Tianyun nodded and continued, Nick, your genetic evolution talent is also exceptional, along with your tenacious perseverance. These are the most precious assets you possess. As your captain, I bless you, wishing you to continually surpass yourself and become a powerhouse guarding the Duna Star Defense military base and even the Orion Empire in the future. Emotionian looked at Nick, who was of a similar age, and sincerely blessed him. He had not forgotten Nick's resolute and optimistic demeanor when facing the mocking gazes during the rookie test. Captain Tianyun, it's my turn now. Taling stood up after Emotionian finished speaking, also grabbing a bottle of wine. When we first met, it was in Uluru City on Uluru Star. In this brief period of 1 to 2 months, we have experienced so much war. Fortunately, because of you, Captain, I could survive numerous life and death situations. I will become stronger in the future, just like you, powerful enough to support a base. Captain Tianyun, I won't say much more, but I wish you to make rapid progress at the Orion Genius Mecha Master Academy, strong enough to wipe out all the insectoids invading the Empire. That's all I have to say. I'll drink to that. After Taling finished, he also gulped down the wine. Emotianian's bottle of wine had almost run out, but it was no problem. He waved his hand, and another bottle floated over. Then Emotianian grabbed the wine bottle, and the cap flew off instantly as he gulped down a couple of large swigs. Captain Emotianian, Lung Feng, and Lung Yu also stood up at the end, speaking in unison. In this past month or so, we have greatly benefited from your care. If there is a true genius in this world, I would say his name is Emotianian. Yes, in my heart, you are the true genius, both Lung Feng and I believe this. We wish you, Captain Emotianian, to transform from a genius into a pillar capable of supporting the vast sky of the entire Orion Empire. After saying that, Lung Yu and Lung Feng each raised their wine glasses, gesturing to Emotianian, and then drank them all in one go. Good. I also wish the two of you to become the happiest couple, growing old together and forever united. I also hope both of you can go further along the path of Mecha Masters. Emotianian took a few more sips from the wine bottle. I have received everyone's sentiments, and I will not disappoint your expectations. No matter where we are in the future, we will be able to realize the wishes in our hearts. Under this same starry sky, our future will surely come to pass, as we wish the future of the Empire will definitely restore peace once again. By then, there will be no more insectoid invasions or wars. For the wishes in our hearts for a better tomorrow, we must all do our utmost to pursue our beautiful dreams. Come everyone, let's drink together. Emotianian waved his hand, and the bottles of wine on the table flew up in an instant, landing in everyone's hands. The next moment, the clinking of glasses filled the air. On the following morning, rays of dawn pierced the horizon, bringing light to the entire Duna Star Defense military base. Emotianian boarded his planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship and turned back to address the crowd. After speaking, Emotianian decisively turned around, no longer lingering, fearing that even a trace of reluctance would only heighten the sadness. Every parting is inevitable in life's journey, which is often accompanied by separations and reunions, but more often than not, separations prevail, with reunions being rare. The news of his imminent departure to the Imperial Main Star for further studies at the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy had already spread, and all the warriors in the base were aware. At this moment of farewell, in addition to a few familiar faces he had shared drinks with the previous night, thousands of soldiers followed, wanting to bid farewell to Emotianian. Watching Emotianian enter the interstellar shuttle battleship, disappearing from view, many soldiers waved goodbye, their voices calling out, "Goodbye, Commander," with strength, as if they wished to penetrate the protective armor of the planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship, which even laser cannons could not breach. Demalisai starship set maximum cruising speed, destination Aolong Imperial Main Star. Emotianian called out to the starship's AI. Received, Captain Emotianian. With a hum, the planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship began to rise slowly into the air. Half a minute later, it had already reached the high atmosphere of Duna Star and immediately tore through the vast cosmic space. With a sharp sound, a spatial rift over 10,000 meters wide appeared, followed by the interstellar shuttle battleship accelerating suddenly and charging into the rift. The spatial rift slowly closed, and the surroundings returned to calm. Hello, is this Major Olankasi in charge of the residential area? Yes, this is Colonel Chris. Please seal off the place where Commander Emotianian used to reside, and do not let anyone else inhabit it. Also set a cleaning robot to tidy up regularly. Colonel Chris looked at the disappearing interstellar shuttle battleship and suddenly remembered something, then dialed the communication device. Goodbye, Duna Star Defense Military Base. I am setting sail from today. Emotianian said while looking at the cosmic star chart, suddenly noticing a line of text flickering on the screen. Upon closer inspection, the display read distance to Imperial Main Star 82450.08 light years. At the current maximum cruising speed, it will take 11,414 months to reach the Imperial Main Star. This 11,414 months is not made up. This planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship travels at 10 light years per hour, 24 hours a day, 30 days a month. If you're interested, you can calculate it yourself. What? Over 80,000 light-years. A travel time of 11 months. Mo Tianyun was startled upon realizing the distance. From this starting point to the Imperial main star, the distance is 82450.08 light-years, which is indeed too far. If I fly this Demalisi starship, it will take nearly a year to reach the Imperial main star. This is simply too slow. Mo Tianyun complained while standing in the command cabin of the Demalisi starship. This was his first time piloting an interstellar shuttle battleship to a distant and unfamiliar place. Therefore, he had not made any travel plans or sufficient preparations. Demalisi starship. Type planetary class interstellar shuttle battleship. Cruising speed 3 million kilometers per hour. Space folding speed 10 light-years per hour. Energy level stellar grade super. Length 23000 meters. Mass 5 million tons. Armament 10 mobile stellar grade super energy pulse laser cannons, 30 fixed stellar grade high energy close range shockwave cannons, 100 fixed stellar grade medium energy laser cannons. Evaluation: the combat power of planetary class interstellar shuttle battleships is average, but its space folding speed is among the top tier of such starships. From this, it can be seen that the top-level space folding speed of planetary class interstellar shuttle battleships is 10 light-years per hour. At this speed, even over 80,000 light-years, it would still take at least 11 months of continuous travel to reach the Imperial main star. However, how could an interstellar shuttle battleship possibly travel continuously in space for such a long time? It must occasionally stop to replenish the energy of the interstellar shuttle battleship. Therefore, without a year, it is impossible to reach the Imperial main star. It seems I can only go to the center of the 51-star cluster to change to a higher-grade starship capable of spatial teleportation. Mo Tianyun quickly made his decision. Demalisi starship changed the destination. The new destination is the center of the Aolong star system's 51-star cluster. Mo Tianyun commanded. Received, Captain Mo Tianyun. The destination has been changed to the center of the Aolong star system's 51-star cluster, a distance of 2460 light-years. At the current cruising speed, it will take 25 days to reach the destination. The AI promptly responded. Mo Tianyun nodded and said no more. It will take another 10 days to reach the center of the 51-star cluster. During this time, I should focus on learning mental application techniques and mecha manufacturing skills in the simulation space. Mo Tianyun said to himself as he returned to his resting room. After saying this, he paused for a moment and continued. However, the Star Moon swordsmanship is already perfected, and this mundane martial art seems to have no higher realm. The myriad starlight sword has also reached the level of imagery, and it will be difficult to break through in a short time. Should I continue practicing? Of course I must practice. As long as life exists, martial arts must not cease, and evolution has no limits. As a martial artist, I must persevere. Just as Mo Tianyun was troubled, a halo of incandescent light, resembling a star, surrounded him, and the spirit of miracles appeared beside him. I understand, but Sister Miracle, my mental power seems to be progressing slowly, as if I have hit a bottleneck. How can I break through this bottleneck? During the month Mo Tianyun served as the temporary commander at the Dunistar Defense military base, his mental power showed no signs of growth. Although your mental power progresses slowly, your strength is advancing rapidly. The Star Moon swordsmanship is perfected, and combined with the myriad starlight sword's imagery realm, you could even battle against a first-stage insect lord if you upgraded your mecha to a more powerful legendary battle mecha. It is indeed difficult to break through in mental power. Not only does it require slow and steady accumulation, but it also demands a high degree of comprehension and a bit of luck. All three are indispensable, the Spirit of Miracles said with a smile. Really? How can I enhance the accumulation of mental power to achieve the transformation from quantitative to qualitative change? Mo Tianyun asked. The Spirit of Miracles seemed to possess vast knowledge, and Mo Tianyun knew that whenever he had doubts, the Spirit of Miracles would find an excellent solution, providing a feasible path. Mo Tianyun felt that having the Spirit of Miracles by his side was his greatest fortune. Mental power is a force transformed from the insights of a gene evolution martial artist regarding their martial path. If you want to elevate your mental power in a short time or reach a higher level, there are indeed several shortcuts available. The Spirit of Miracles pondered for a moment, then said to Mo Tianyun, "What are these shortcuts?" Mo Tianyun asked anxiously. The first shortcut is to elevate your martial heart to a higher realm. Your 4 great warrior hearts are your martial hearts. Once your warrior heart undergoes a transformation, your mental power will naturally increase. The Spirit of Miracles raised a finger while speaking. After hearing the first so-called shortcut, Mo Tianyun nodded slowly. He understood that gaining insights on the martial heart and transforming it to a higher realm could indeed enhance mental power, but how easy is it to break through the martial heart? Thus, this path was currently impractical. The second shortcut is to take higher-grade mental power potions. However, at the Dunistar Defense Military Base, it is impossible to find all the extremely precious biological materials required to create these higher-grade mental power enhancement potions. You only possess the biological materials from that pseudo-insect lord, which are far from sufficient to concoct higher-grade mental power enhancement potions. The Spirit of Miracles raised a second finger as she spoke. Tianyan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that aside from the biological materials from the pseudo-insect lord, he had no materials to create higher-grade mental power enhancement potions. Sister Miracle, I wonder if the center of the 51-star cluster can provide all the biological materials needed to concoct higher-grade mental power enhancement potions. If so, wouldn't that mean I could elevate my mental power to a higher level even before reaching the Imperial main star? As Tianyan pondered, he suddenly spoke up. You can decide that for yourself. If you can gather all the biological materials in advance, that would be a good thing. The Spirit of Miracles replied to Tianyan. All right, it will take 10 days to reach the center of the 51-star cluster. If I have time, I will search for them as well. After hearing the Spirit of Miracles, Tianyan made up his mind. The third shortcut is to learn more martial skills and grasp the martial intent within them, which is also a very useful method for enhancing mental power. The Spirit of Miracles then raised a third finger. Learn more martial skills. Tianyan was puzzled. Yes, just learn more martial skills. The Spirit of Miracles nodded with a gentle smile. Previously, you didn't have enough points, and even if you did, you lacked the time to study so many martial skills. Now that you have both points and time, the conditions are naturally met. If I had made you learn many martial skills before, you would have only learned them superficially, which wouldn't have significantly improved your combat abilities. Now that your Star Moon swordsmanship has reached perfection and the Myriad Starlight Sword has emerged, it's time to learn some martial skills to expand your martial path. The Spirit of Miracles continued to explain. Oh, I see. Tianyan nodded vigorously. Then I will learn more martial skills. I excel at learning and practicing martial skills. Tianyan patted his chest, speaking confidently. You truly are confident, Tianyan. I knew you would say that. The Spirit of Miracles responded with a knowing smile, her eyes narrowing playfully. Under the flawless visage of the Spirit of Miracles, the surrounding light dimmed, as if the passage of time itself had slowed and space had solidified. Sister Miracle is truly beautiful, but we have no future together. Tianyan was deeply captivated by the Spirit of Miracles' perfect smile, lost in a dreamlike daze. Tianyan wishes to avoid unnecessary detours, which is understandable. However, on the path of gene evolution as a warrior, some things must be comprehended through personal insight, as what others say often does not align with the path one wishes to take. She is well aware of the Spirit of Miracles, and Tianyan currently relies heavily on her, yet she too must depend on Tianyan to obtain more advanced pure energy. In a sense, Tianyan and the Spirit of Miracles seem to share a symbiotic relationship. I need you and you need me. My assistance to you is also assistance to myself. I cannot leave you, nor can you leave me. Such is the nature of our bond. You must heed my advice. Your current offensive tactics are rather singular. You should choose 2 types of offensive martial techniques, and you also need to learn at least 1 type of movement technique and 1 type of defensive martial technique. The rest doesn't matter, just follow your instincts. The Spirit of Miracles gazed deeply into Tianyan's eyes, reminiscent of a starry sky. Tianyan was left puzzled after hearing these words, his mind filled with questions. How come he had never heard of movement-type martial techniques and defensive martial techniques? Sister Spirit of Miracles, why have I never heard of movement-type and defensive martial techniques? Moreover, I haven't seen any of these 2 types of martial techniques in the core space of miracles. Tianyan shook his head, indicating he was unaware. You will understand once you pass the 5th trial. You have already cleared the 4th trial and exchanged points for the formulas of the void-breaking gene evolution super potion and other potions. If you can conquer the 5th trial, you will naturally unlock the corresponding defensive and movement-type martial techniques. The Spirit of Miracles explained. Sister Spirit of Miracles, the 5th trial involves a bug-type commander. I have tried, and I simply cannot defeat it. Upon hearing about the 5th trial, Tianyan could only shrug his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. Then I will give you an opportunity. I will create a standard-level legendary battle mech in the simulation space for you to use in the 5th trial. The Spirit of Miracles said. A legendary battle mech. All right, I will give it a try. Tianyan readily agreed. In the 5th trial, Tianyan controlled a legendary battle mech, standing 1,200 meters tall, battling against a bug-type commander that was more than 10 times larger than the mech. The bug-type commander had a red curved horn on its head, which was as long as half the height of the legendary battle mech. Especially the right claw of the bug-type commander, which wielded a massive club covered in sharp spikes, making a whistling sound as it swung with extraordinary speed. However, Mo Tianyun was now piloting a legendary battle mech and utilizing the perfected Star Moon Sword technique, along with the conceptual Thousand-Star Sword, significantly enhancing his combat power. For a moment, he was truly able to hold his ground against the Bug-type commander. The perfected Star Moon Sword technique is indeed formidable. Although it is classified as a mundane martial skill, its enhancement at the perfected realm is tremendous. Mo Tianyun no longer needed to consciously deploy the Star Moon Sword technique. Simply wielding the sword, each move contained boundless mysteries of the stars and moon. Even a simple strike became extraordinary under the influence of these infinite mysteries. If the conceptual realm is about transcending the ordinary, integrating martial skills with martial intent, then the perfected realm is the seamless fusion of martial skills and one's own martial intent, indistinguishable from one another. Only in this manner can martial skills move freely with inexhaustible power. Furthermore, the Thousand-Star Sword, when deliberately executed by Mo Tianyun, merged with the Star Moon Sword technique, creating a more potent combination. With a swift strike, the sword whistled forth, unleashing a barrage of starlight across the cosmos, transforming millions of sword lights into countless stars hurtling toward the Bug-type commander like a meteor shower, streaking across the beautiful sky and shaking the very fabric of space as if about to collapse. The Bug-type commander raised its weapon before it, forming an invisible shield that defended against the majority of the falling star swords. Mo Tianyun was somewhat surprised at this. Could this be a defensive martial technique? An attack of such vast range and immense power, merging the Star Moon Sword technique with the Thousand-Star Sword, was actually capable of being defended against. But he quickly regained his focus, controlling the legendary battle mech, gripping the mech's sword, moving like lightning, and striking fiercely at the weak points in the Bug-type commander's defense. The outer shell of the Bug-type commander was immediately slashed open, creating a massive gash that exposed its flesh beneath. Once, twice, thrice the cycle continued. The Bug-type commander's self-healing ability could not keep up with the speed of Mo Tianyun's destruction, and eventually Mo Tianyun easily slew the Bug-type commander in the fifth trial. This Bug-type commander was merely a simulated version created in the simulation space, lacking its own consciousness, ultimately appearing somewhat dull, or perhaps the spirit of miracles had set it to be too simple. Without the true tenacity of a Bug-type commander, nor the powerful offensive capabilities that a real Bug-type commander possesses, the simulated Bug-type commander was gradually worn down by Mo Tianyun. Finally passed, this gives me a more accurate judgment of the Bug-type commander's strength. The previous fake Bug-type commander had its body level still at the stage of a Bug-type general, appearing far too weak, which is why it was easily broken through by the base energy attack, allowing me to kill it in one strike. If it were just now that Bug-type commander, those energy attacks would have been unable to breach its outer shell, and the base might have long ceased to exist. Mo Tianyun thought to himself. His thoughts were indeed accurate. The simulated Bug-type commander was merely a recently evolved Bug-type general, several times stronger than the previous fake Bug-type commander. If it were a true Bug-type commander, it would be even more powerful than the simulated version. Sister Spirit of Miracles, I have now passed the fifth trial. Mo Tianyun said. Yes, I have been watching your battle with the Bug-type commander. The moment you defeated it, I unlocked new permissions for you, granting access to many new blueprints and formulas. Now you can check the several large doors. The Spirit of Miracles promptly responded to Mo Tianyun. All right, but I still want to check out the sixth trial checkpoint first. Mo Tianyun nodded and then spoke. Since the fifth trial checkpoint featured a Bug-type bug general, what could the sixth trial checkpoint possibly hold? With this intense curiosity, Mo Tianyun proceeded to the sixth trial checkpoint. However, as soon as Mo Tianyun entered the sixth trial checkpoint, an invisible and terrifying force struck him like a planet crashing down, smashing him and the legendary battle mech simulated for him by the Spirit of Miracles into pieces. What is going on? I didn't even catch a glimpse of that Bug-type creature, and am already done for. Mo Tianyun stood outside the sixth trial checkpoint, deeply shocked. Despite his disbelief, he tried several more times, but the outcome remained unchanged. Each time he entered, he was obliterated. The gap was simply too vast, greater than that between an ant and an elephant. At least an ant could see a little bit of the elephant's skin, whereas Mo Tianyun didn't even get to witness how the Bug-type creature attacked. What kind of Bug-type creature is in this sixth trial checkpoint? Can it really be this powerful? Mo Tianyun deeply questioned his own weakness. Do not lose heart. When it comes to Bug-type creatures at the level of bug generals, as you progress further, each evolutionary tier represents a power gap far beyond your imagination. Even minor evolutionary leaps among bug generals are from different realms, let alone those Bug-type creatures that are a tier above the bug generals, the bug kings. Although I advise you not to lose hope, do not underestimate the Bug-type creatures. Each trial checkpoint features the weakest of their tier. The Spirit of Miracles spoke slowly. All right, then I will exchange for some martial arts techniques, first hoping to enhance my strength. The Bug King, huh? It will eventually become my stepping stone. Motianyan glanced at the 6th trial checkpoint, revealing a confident smile as he entered the Gene Evolution Martial Arts Gate. Since selecting the 10,000 stars sword last time, Motianyan had not chosen any martial arts techniques again. This time, he intended to choose enough. Sister Spirit of Miracles said to choose martial arts techniques based on my feelings, so I won't ask her anymore. I will simply pick what I like. Opening the Gene Evolution Martial Arts Gate, Motianyan eagerly approached the storage orb filled with numerous martial arts techniques. First, I will select a few offensive martial arts techniques to make up for my shortcomings in offense. Let me see what powerful attacking techniques there are. Motianyan thought as he spoke. Turtle School Spirit Technique Martial Arts Level Mundane Martial Arts can evolve martial arts action. Gather spiritual energy into the palms, place it at the waist or behind the waist, and when the spiritual energy has concentrated sufficiently, push it out with both palms. Points required for exchange 99999. Explanation: although this is the lowest level of mundane martial arts, its power grows exponentially with the enhancement of spiritual energy. In summary, this martial arts technique has tremendous potential. This one seems quite good. After browsing for a few minutes, Motianyan discovered this martial arts technique among the millions available. I will learn it. Although the points required for this martial arts technique are substantial, the potential of an evolving technique is greater. With my strong spiritual energy, this martial arts technique has limitless prospects. Motianyan hurriedly exchanged for it. Serious Punch Martial Arts Level Mundane Martial Arts can evolve martial arts action. Clench your fist, gather strength for a moment, then punch out seriously. Points required for exchange 99999 points. Explanation: the lowest level of mundane martial arts, the greater your bodily strength. In normal condition, the stronger the power. A balding person executing a serious punch can significantly enhance its power. I have become stronger, but also bald. This martial arts technique looks powerful, but for the sake of my handsome appearance, I think I'll pass on going bald. After some contemplation, Motianyan shook his head and decided against exchanging this martial arts technique. Heavenly Movement of All Things Martial Arts Level Cosmic Martial Arts Action. Cross your hands over your chest. With an invincible aura of supremacy, manipulate celestial bodies using spiritual force and attack the opponent with rapid descent. When mastered to perfection and with spiritual energy reaching the star shifting, Level 1 can manipulate massive planets to crush opponents. Points required for exchange 99999 points. Explanation: this is one of the most elite cosmic martial arts techniques capable of driving massive celestial bodies with minimal spiritual energy consumption. Once perfected, one can control gigantic stars with ease, destroying entire star systems with a mere gesture. Special note: with the heart of a strong person possessing the heart of judgment, executing this martial arts technique will greatly enhance its power while further reducing spiritual energy consumption and increasing control over massive celestial bodies. This one also seems quite good, especially that heart of judgment. I have awakened this heart of a strong person myself. Truly, this is a top-tier cosmic martial arts technique worth millions of points. It is indeed powerful. Motianyan was instantly captivated by the heavenly movement of all things. 1,000,000 points. That's way too expensive. To master it fully, I need to reach a very high level of spiritual energy to manipulate stars. Although heavenly movement of all things is formidable, it may not be suitable for me. I'll forget it. Motianyan shook his head, feeling that this martial arts technique was not suited for him. If his spiritual energy were to reach an even higher level than the star shifting level, this martial arts technique would become useless. By then, there would surely be even more powerful martial arts techniques available. I will continue searching. I need to find one more offensive martial arts technique along with one defensive type and one agility type, then I will stop. After all, learning too many would waste points and be difficult to master to a higher realm in a short time. Motianyan then began searching again. Miracle Sword Domain Galaxy Martial Arts Level Creation Martial Arts Action. No specific action required. As long as one successfully cultivates and possesses sufficient spiritual energy, the martial heart can materialize martial arts, transforming into a domain of swords where all is a galaxy of swords. Points required for exchange 99999 points. Explanation: creation level martial arts techniques are rare in the universe. The highest realm of the Miracle Sword Domain Galaxy martial arts technique is the Creation Domain realm. Upon reaching this realm, one can easily destroy a large star system. This is a creation-level martial arts technique that can act as a suppressive force even among civilizations at the level of galaxy clusters. A martial arts technique of the creation level. Is this a more advanced martial arts technique than the stellar martial arts? Motianyan continuously searched for attack-type martial arts techniques with his mental power and finally discovered a creation-level martial arts technique. Miraculous Domain Sword River Galaxy that required 9,999,999 points for exchange. The Star Moon Sword technique and the Thousand Star Sword, both of the martial arts techniques I am currently cultivating, contain the character star. This miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy martial arts technique also has a star in its name. It must be the one. Mo Tianyun felt that choosing miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy was undoubtedly correct. However, if I exchange for miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy, my current points will decrease by over 80%. Forget it, points can be earned back. Martial arts techniques are incredibly precious. Although they can be exchanged for later, it's undoubtedly better to cultivate them as early as possible. After some hesitation and internal struggle, Mo Tianyun decided to use his points to exchange for miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy. Indeed, you have exchanged for it, hehe. My existence's mission with the increasing energy you provide will soon be completed. With my authority, this miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy martial arts technique is the strongest I can offer you. Your future path will depend on you. In the core space of the miraculous domain, in the open area outside the 6 great doors, the spirit of the miraculous domain looked at the largest door. Her eyes dimmed, and her voice barely above a whisper. She sighed bitterly. The miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy martial arts technique was specially placed there by the spirit of the miraculous domain. Without her exercising her authority, Mo Tianyun would have never been able to access a creation-level martial arts technique. Moreover, this miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy martial arts technique belongs to the peak tier, even among creation-level techniques. Compared to most civilizations that are far more advanced than the Aolong Empire, none possess such a powerful martial arts technique. Martial arts techniques of each tier are classified into 5 levels based on their power: ordinary, advanced, super top tier, and peak. The Star Moon Sword technique can only be considered an ordinary-level martial arts technique among mortal martial arts. The Thousand Star Sword is a top-tier martial arts technique within the stellar martial arts. The heavenly movement of all things is a peak-level martial arts technique within the stellar martial arts. If it weren't for the spirit of the miraculous domain, using her authority to bring miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy into Mo Tianyun's sight, and reducing the points to a minimum, the points required for Mo Tianyun to exchange for miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy would be counted in the hundreds of millions. Now it's done. Even with your genetic evolution potential, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to cultivate miraculous domain Sword River Galaxy to the creation realm. With this martial arts technique, you won't have to worry about martial arts techniques anymore. The spirit of the miraculous domain composed herself and said happily. In addition, there are also some martial arts techniques that can grow. These types of martial arts techniques are somewhat special. They initially lack strong power, but have a unique application of mental power that will strengthen as the owner's strength and mental power grow. The advantage of such martial arts techniques is that regardless of how powerful the owner's strength becomes, they will never be eliminated. Next, Mo Tianyun used the remaining 2 million points to exchange for 1 defense-type martial arts technique and 1 movement-type martial arts technique. Mental Protection Barrier Martial Arts Technique Level Stellar Martial Arts. Martial arts technique action utilize mental power to construct an intricate mental protection barrier, significantly reducing the power of martial arts techniques used by enemies. Points required for exchange: 848400 points. Description: a defense-type martial arts technique that requires mental power to reach the void thought level to fully execute. If one learns the profound applications of mental power, they can also fully execute it. This is a defense-type martial arts technique. Below is the movement-type martial arts technique. Heart's Intent Martial Arts Technique Level Mortal Martial Arts can grow. Martial arts technique action: a thought: anything within the range of mental power can be reached instantly. Points required for exchange: 956400 points. Description: a growth-type movement martial arts technique. After cultivation is perfected, anywhere within the range of mental power can achieve spatial teleportation. Where the heart points, the shadow follows. With the heart as a boundary, it is everywhere. Alright, I don't have many points left. I can't exchange for many more martial arts techniques. Points come quickly, but they also go quickly. Mo Tianyun looked at the remaining martial arts techniques that made him quite envious and said with a hint of pain. Indeed, 50 million points can disappear in less than a month. First he lost 40 million points, and now he has spent nearly 12 million points completely exhausting the 50 million points. Mo Tianyun retracted his pained gaze, no longer lingering, and turned to leave. Outside, a perfect and graceful figure had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Mo Tianyun emerge, she revealed a smile as warm as spring blossoms and approached him. How is it? Have you found the martial arts techniques that suit you? The spirit of the miraculous domain smiled and approached with a light and graceful step. As she walked over, a radiant glow surrounded her, and her ethereal movements resembled a dancing spirit butterfly. No words could describe this enchanting grace. When Mo Tianyin was able to pass the 5th trial, the spirit of the miraculous domain already understood in her heart that with Mo Tianyin's terrifying genetic evolution speed, given time, he would soon become a formidable being. However, the price of Mo Tianyin's continuous growth would mean that her ultimate mission would soon be fulfilled, and at that time perhaps. The spirit of the miraculous domain also possessed her own independent consciousness and wished to cherish this period of freedom and joy so that she would have no regrets in the future. Clearly, Mo Tianyin had just barely passed the 5th trial. There were still 5 more trials to go. It was uncertain when he would pass the subsequent martial arts trials, so why did the spirit of the miraculous domain feel a bit down? In fact, the simulation space indeed contained 10 trials, but these 10 trials were not created by the spirit of the miraculous domain. They originally existed within the core space of the miraculous domain. With the authority of the spirit of the miraculous domain and her mental power, she could only open up to the 7th trial at most. Since Mo Tianyin managed to pass the 5th trial in half a year, the subsequent 6th and 7th trials, despite being difficult, would be within his reach in a few years, given his rate of growth. Mo Tianyin looked at the jubilant spirit sister of miracles, somewhat astonished and momentarily unable to react. Indeed, the spirit of miracles now exuded a warmth and approachability unlike the past's elegance and chill. If I had to describe it in one word, it would have to be adorable. Spirit sister, I have learned 4 martial arts techniques, 2 of which can grow with my strength, one being an attack type technique called Turtle School Spirit Technique, and the other a movement type technique named Heart's Desire. Mo Tianyin began to tell the spirit of miracles about his gains one by one. The other 2 martial arts techniques include a starry martial arts level defensive technique called Spiritual Protection Barrier, and one is even more impressive. It's the first time I've encountered a technique of this level. Mo Tianyin said, his face beaming with joy, then continued, this one is a creation-level martial arts technique called Miracles Sword Domain Galaxy. Just hearing the name feels powerful, and its description evokes an incredible shock. Mo Tianyin became more and more excited as he spoke. Is that so? Then you must cultivate this martial arts technique diligently. I can only tell you that Miracles Sword Domain Galaxy's power far exceeds your imagination. The spirit of miracles nodded slightly, advising Mo Tianyin. That's for sure. Mo Tianyin immediately agreed upon hearing the spirit sister's words. All right, spirit sister, after seeing the description of Miracles Sword Domain Galaxy, I have another question. Mo Tianyin's eyes turned as he suddenly recalled something and curiously spoke up. What question? Let's hear it. The spirit of miracles tilted her head slightly as she replied. It's like this: in the description of the Miracles Sword Domain Galaxy martial arts technique, it states, when this martial arts technique reaches the creation domain realm, it can easily destroy a large star system. What does the creation domain realm mean? Mo Tianyin expressed his confusion. Well, that's what it is. The spirit of miracles paused her voice and continued, you should be clear about the cultivation realms of each martial arts technique, right? Mo Tianyin replied, of course, I know the realms of martial arts techniques are divided from low to high into mastery, proficiency, minor success, major success, imagery, and perfection. The spirit of miracles smiled at Mo Tianyin and said, for mundane martial arts techniques, reaching perfection is already the limit, but for starry martial arts level techniques and higher level techniques, the limit is not perfection. Mo Tianyin immediately interjected, I know for starry martial arts level techniques, the limit realm is the creation path realm, which is mentioned in the method of practicing the 10,000 stars sword. Yes, for starry martial arts level techniques, the limit realm is indeed the creation path realm, but Miracles Sword Domain Galaxy is a creation level martial arts technique, and the highest realm it can reach is the creation domain. The creation domain is a realm higher than the creation path realm. The creation path means to create a martial arts path that can be inherited, implying that one's martial arts realm has reached a level sufficient to establish a sect, which is already powerful in the universe. By cultivating martial arts techniques to the creation domain, one can completely create a martial arts domain composed of numerous martial arts. The martial arts domain is abbreviated as Dao Domain, which generally encompasses a vast area, at least exceeding a large star system. For a martial arts technique like Miracles Sword Domain Galaxy, regarded as pinnacle among creation-level techniques, once cultivated to the creation domain, the area covered by the Dao Domain would be magnified 100-fold. In summary, the realms of martial arts techniques from low to high are mastery, proficiency, minor success, major success, imagery, perfection, creation path, and creation domain. There should be even higher realms above the creation domain, but to reach the creation domain is already to be a true peak powerhouse in the universe. As for those higher realms, there should be no more than 10 people in the entire universe. The spirit of miracles continuously educated Mo Tianyin. The creation path realm and the creation domain realm, I had no idea there were these 2 realms above perfection. I really was ignorant. Mo Tianyin scratched his head, slowly digesting this information. Even though his mental strength had reached the level of the spirit sea, Mo Tanyun was still stunned by this information, momentarily overwhelmed by the news the Spirit of Miracles had shared. Ever since the 10,000 Stars sword broke through to the major success realm, it took me a long time to reach the imagery realm. However, how long it takes to cultivate to the perfection realm is still an unknown factor, and as for the creation path realm, that is even more unimaginable. The difficulty of cultivating the 10,000 Stars sword, a starry martial arts level technique, is already so high, but Miracle's Sword Domain Galaxy is one of the most pinnacle techniques among creation-level martial arts. The difficulty in reaching the creation domain will surely increase 100-fold, Mo Tianyun said with distress. In fact, the difficulty of cultivating Miracle's Sword Domain Galaxy to reach the creation domain is 1,000 or even 10,000 times more challenging than Mo Tianyun imagined. Of course, this is the case for an ordinary person, but Mo Tianyun is not an ordinary person. He might come from a martial god civilization with a talent for gene evolution in martial arts far exceeding that of anyone in the entire Aolong Empire civilization. However, even so, for Mo Tianyun to cultivate Miracle's Sword Domain Galaxy to reach the creation domain, the time required is measured in 10,000 years. Because Miracle's Sword Domain Galaxy is regarded as one of the most powerful techniques in the universe belonging to the martial god civilization, it is considered a top martial arts technique of the entire civilization. Therefore, Mo Tianyun has indeed underestimated the challenge of cultivating Miracle's Sword Domain Galaxy. In the following 10 days, Mo Tianyun spent his time in the simulation space. 10 days is merely a week plus 3 days for an ordinary person, but for Mo Tianyun, of course, it was the same. Not at all. These 10 days were incredibly precious for Mo Tianyun. As his mental strength grew stronger, his speed of cultivating martial arts techniques also increased. 10 days ago, among the 4 martial arts techniques selected by Mo Tianyun, the Turtle School Spirit Technique, Heart's Desire, and Spiritual Protection Barrier had already reached the realm of complete mastery. However, for the creation-level martial arts technique Miracle's Sword Domain Galaxy, Mo Tianyun had no way to approach it. Most of these 10 days were spent attempting to cultivate Miracle's Sword Domain Galaxy, but he could not even find a hint of how to get started. Captain Mo Tianyun, the demolished starship, informs you that it is expected to arrive at the center of the 51-star cluster in 10 minutes. Suddenly, a prompt voice was transmitted from the starship's intelligence. This thoroughly awakened Mo Tianyun, who had been immersed in the process of cultivating martial arts. Oh, has 10 days passed so quickly? Mo Tianyun glanced at the time. Indeed, 10 days had gone by. The last time he checked the time, it was still the 3rd day of the demolished starship's flight towards the center of the 51-star cluster. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed, completing the total journey of 10 days. Demolished starship, find the most prosperous area on the Massus DuPont planet and locate a large enough docking space to park the starship there. Mo Tianyun instructed. 10 minutes later, the demolished starship successfully arrived at the Massus DuPont planet. This planet is the most prosperous one in the center of the 51-star cluster. Most importantly, Mo Tianyun would be able to catch a faster starship from here to reach the Imperial main star. Additionally, he might even find biological materials for crafting higher-grade psychic potions ahead of time. Another starship has arrived. I was wondering what it was. This news has come to me, huh? Something's not right, let me take a look. What? A planetary-class starship. A planetary-class starship. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A big shot is coming up, everyone hurry up and go greet him. A lieutenant officer responsible for maintaining order at the starship port, upon seeing the landing request message from the demolished starship's intelligence, instantly perked up from his previously dull demeanor. Received. The entire command center for landing operations sped up significantly due to Mo Tianyun's arrival. Having received the specific parking location, the demolished starship slowly descended from the sky and soon landed precisely on the docking space provided by the landing command center. This was almost the largest docking area in the starship port, with maintenance and energy replenishment personnel on standby at all times. However, the demolished starship had not experienced any battles, so it was naturally undamaged. A bit of energy had been consumed, but in terms of total energy, this consumption was minimal, so no services from the port were required. Mo Tianyun slowly walked out of the demolished starship's hatch. At this moment, although he was still a major general of the Empire, his personal microintelligence was still present, but most of its functions had been restricted, allowing him to only view the most basic information. Mo Tianyun had already left the military. Aside from his position still being held, he held no real power, and his imperial uniform had also been reclaimed. As long as his identity remained, even without real power, Mo Tianyun's status was still quite high. Outside the military, his personal microintelligence was mostly useless. Now the only symbol of his identity and status was his purple Imperial Noble Identity card. Lord Mo Tianyun, pardon the interruption. I am here to verify your identity information. If there is any disturbance, please accept my apologies. A captain approached immediately, as Mo Tianyun stepped down bowing and scraping. Mo Tianyun noticed the other person wearing the Imperial Lieutenant Officer's uniform and quickly opened his Imperial Noble Identity card. When Mo Tianyun took out the Imperial Noble Identity card from his spatial storage device, the faint purple glow emanating from it attracted the attention of all the soldiers. Mo Tianyun. Gender male. Date of birth 61,227 year, 23, January 1st. Age 16. Military rank Imperial Major General. Identity Special Grade Mecha Manufacturer Epic Level Battle Mecha Master. The captain's eyes were fixated on the information displayed on the Imperial Noble Identity card as if it held endless magic capturing him and not allowing him to look away. Other soldiers had even more exaggerated expressions, their eyes nearly popping out. Major General, I'll verify your identity right away. After a while the captain finally reacted, although his mouth was slightly stiff. Seeing Mo Tianyun's identity information, he became tongue-tied. Once the identity verification was complete, under the gaze of numerous soldiers, Mo Tianyun used his spiritual power to levitate his body and swiftly left the port. The first thing I need to do next is to go to the Starship passenger station and book a ticket that can reach the Imperial main star within a month. As for the second thing, I need to get rid of the demolished starship. Although it has only been 10 days, I must sell it. Mo Tianyun glanced back at the massive demolished starship and resolutely stated. Although the demolished starship is a relatively powerful planetary-class starship, with Mo Tianyun's strength, a planetary-class starship has become useless in battle, and even its function as a transportation tool has been lost. It is entirely of no use to him now. Thus, it is only reasonable to sell the demolished starship. A planetary-class starship is valued at around 200 billion to 300 billion star coins. If I compromise this demolished starship, being so new, should be worth about 250 billion star coins. Mo Tianyun was pondering in his heart. If the demolished starship's intelligence were to know, it would probably cry. As a powerful planetary-class starship, the Imperial military had just founded a captain, yet 10 days later, its new master was already going to sell it. But there was no other way. After all, it was of no use to Mo Tianyun now. Mo Tianyun, I just gathered some useful information from this planet that will definitely help you. Suddenly, the voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in his mind. Sister Miracle, what news? Mo Tianyun hurriedly asked. Just channel some of your spiritual power to come into the core space of miracles, and you'll know, said the Spirit of Miracles. All right. Mo Tianyun nodded and followed the Spirit of Miracles' instructions. Upon entering the core space of miracles, he saw the Spirit of Miracles lightly wave her snowy hand, and a screen resembling a light curtain suddenly appeared. The screen displayed all the selling information for biological materials used to formulate psychic enhancement potions of the mind-empty level available on this planet. These materials are almost all available, and most biological materials appear at the high-end goods auction of the 51-star cluster held once a month. Moreover, this month's high-end goods auction for the 51-star cluster is just 2 days away, which is mid-month. Does this mean I will just happen to catch this auction? Mo Tianyun clapped his hands excitedly, saying. The interstellar passenger station covers a vast area exceeding 1 million square kilometers. As Mo Tianyun entered the interstellar passenger station, he slightly probed with his mental energy and discovered 2 exceptionally large interstellar shuttle ships. These 2 enormous interstellar shuttles are more than 10 times larger than the planetary-class interstellar warship Demolis awarded to Mo Tianyun by the Imperial military. Among these 2 massive interstellar shuttles, the relatively smaller one measures 35 kilometers in length, while the larger one reaches 40 kilometers. If one wishes to travel to the Imperial capital star, it should be on one of these 2 ships, Mo Tianyun speculated. He stepped into the ticket hall, which was overcrowded. This is the most developed planet in the central star system of the 51-star cluster. Most people wishing to embark on long-distance journeys within the 51-star cluster choose to order their tickets here. There are over 10,000 ticket windows here, each serviced by robots. Moreover, the queues at each ticket window stretch for thousands of meters, indicating that there are millions of people waiting in line. However, Mo Tianyun did not need to wait in line, as the words military personnel priority were prominently displayed. He made his way directly to the front of the queue. Hello, sir. Which planet's ticket would you like to purchase? The service robot greeted him with its usual enthusiasm. The Imperial Capital Star, Mo Tianyun replied. There are flights to the Imperial Capital Star tomorrow and the day after. Which flight would you prefer, sir? Then I'll take the flight the day after tomorrow, Mo Tianyun said without hesitation. All right, for the flight the day after tomorrow, we have economy, business, first class, and VIP seats available. Which class would you like, sir? They'll take a first class seat, Mo Tianyun decided after a moment of thought. Coming from a humble background, he had spent considerable time among the ordinary people of the empire and felt a slight aversion to the nobility. In Mo Tianyun's view, aren't ordinary people and nobility all human? Why should there be distinctions of high and low status? Yet in reality, ordinary people and the impoverished were considered less than animals in the eyes of the nobility. Although Emotanyan possessed an imperial noble identity card and was thus recognized as a noble, he did not care for such titles and status. He merely considered himself a somewhat stronger ordinary person. Thank you, sir. After purchasing his ticket, Emotanyan began to stroll around this prosperous planet. Thanks to his imperial noble identity card, Emotanyan could access any high-end venue without obstruction. He could even revisit the military, a place known for its strict security. Emotanyan, your status is no longer what it used to be. Oh, why dress so poorly? You should buy some high-end comfortable clothes to look more dashing. As he passed by a lavishly decorated mega clothing store, the voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in Emotanyan's mind. Really? Emotanyan mused as he glanced at his clothing. Of course, a person is judged by their attire. It's time for a change. Well then, Emotanyan had nothing else to do, so browsing a clothing store and revamping his wardrobe sounded pleasant. Inside the clothing store, the Spirit of Miracles emerged from the core space, accompanying Emotanyan and continuously pointing out exquisite garments for him to try on. Sister Spirit of Miracles, I've tried on so many clothes, they all look great. Let's just buy a few sets, shall we? If it comes to worst, I'll buy any piece you recommend, Emotanyan said somewhat helplessly. Indeed, the Spirit of Miracles had him try on dozens of outfits without letting him buy a single one, insisting that they weren't quite right each time. This made Emotanyan feel cared for by the Spirit of Miracles, yet it also wore him out. Yes, Emotanyan felt somewhat tired. For someone as powerful as him, feeling tired from shopping and trying on clothes was truly strange. Yet the Spirit of Miracles appeared as energetic as ever, even smiling more joyfully. This puzzled him. Oh, what had happened to the Spirit of Miracles these days? She seemed much more enthusiastic than before. That won't do. Choosing clothes for you brings me rare joy. There aren't many things that make me happy. You wouldn't want to interrupt my fun, would you? The Spirit of Miracles narrowed her starry eyes, slightly resembling two lovely crescent moons, gently shaking her head and smiling. What could Emotanyan do? He could only let the Spirit of Miracles continue to enjoy herself. After several hours of fussing, she finally let him be. Emotanyan clutched dozens of garments and hurried to the checkout like he was escaping, purchasing everything he had tried on. The clothes here were quite expensive. These dozens of pieces cost Emotanyan over 10 million star coins. Though he felt a bit pained, the thought that they were carefully chosen by the Spirit of Miracles made him feel inexplicably happy. As he was about to leave, Emotanyan curiously glanced over at the women's clothing section. In that moment, his eyes were instantly drawn to an incomparably beautiful dress. The dress was stunning, shimmering with colors naturally radiating a dazzling light. Even without the need for flashy illumination, it was simply breathtaking. Its style was that of a colorful long dress. However, this dress was surrounded by an energy barrier, allowing only for admiration, but not for touch. Unconsciously, Emotanyan found himself standing next to the dress, quietly admiring it, while a large crowd gathered around him, captivated. Clearly, these people were all drawn in by the dress beauty. It's so beautiful. If I could wear it even just to capture a picture, I would have no regrets in this life. If I could just touch it, I would be satisfied. Darling, isn't this dress gorgeous? If you can pose however you like. Nearby, Emotanyan clearly heard each woman fervently hinting to her partner. Yet the dress was far too expensive, and the men present shook their heads in defeat. This long dress is truly beautiful. If only the Spirit of Miracles could wear it. Emotanyan fantasized, whispering to himself. If you buy it, I can wear it for you. Suddenly, a sweet voice, slightly shy, shattered all of Emotanyan's fantasies. The sound pierced the sky like a terrifying lightning bolt, instantly jolting Emotanyan to his core. A powerful surge of mental energy erupted from his body. In that moment, everyone in the clothing store was swept away by this mental force, collapsing to the ground unconscious. The wave of mental energy continued to spread further. In less than a tenth of a second, Emotanyan came to his senses, realizing that his excessive excitement had caused him to lose control of his mental state, and he withdrew his mental energy. However, the powerful mental wave was detected by the defense military base stationed nearby. The moment it was released by Emotanyan. Is it really necessary to be this agitated? The playful voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in Emotanyan's mind. Ah, Sister Miracle, you've really gotten me into a mess this time. Emotanyan looked around at the chaos, sighing. The Spirit of Miracles chuckled in the core space. Soon a large squad of soldiers surrounded the area in their flying vehicles. Most of the people around were still unconscious. For ordinary people, Emotanyan's formidable mental power was extremely dangerous. Attention, criminals inside. You are surrounded. Do not resist, unnecessarily surrender at once. A deep, resonant voice transmitted from outside. It seems these soldiers think I'm a robber trying to hold up this store. Emotanyan released his mental energy to probe the outside. Thousands of soldiers were outside, almost all holding powerful high-energy compressed energy guns in their right hands and energy shields in their left. Their commander was a major. No wonder this is the most developed planet in the 51st Star Zone's central stellar system. Even a small squad is led by an officer of major rank. Mo Tianyun was slightly surprised to see the major. In other ordinary immigrant planets, a major officer could be the highest commander. On this planet, however, he was just a city patrol officer. Mo Tianyun walked slowly outside, feeling the pressure from thousands of energy guns aimed at him. Crouch down and cover your head. Don't harbor delusions. Making a move here is certainly a one-way ticket to death. The major fixed his gaze on Mo Tianyun, his voice cold. Before Mo Tianyun could react, the major continued, "Young man, with such strong mental power, you shouldn't be a weakling. Why resort to robbery instead of doing something legitimate? You're still young with limitless prospects. Heed my advice." Mo Tianyun felt somewhat speechless at the major's comments. If he didn't explain things soon, this matter could drag on indefinitely. "Major, how should I address the superior officer?" Without further ado, Mo Tianyun directly opened the military information on his personal microintelligent device. In a blink, a light screen illuminated. The screen displayed the words, "Military rank, Imperial Brigadier General." No, it can't be. Brigadier General. The major stared at the light screen, drenched in cold sweat, his expression one of shock. The thousands of soldiers around him trembled, their hands shaking with the energy guns. "General." After confirming several times, the major immediately stood up straight, adjusted his posture, and saluted while speaking. Yet in his heart he thought, how can a general be so young? But that identity could not be false. It must be that this general favored youthful and handsome appearances, making him look so young. "Greetings, General." At that moment, the thousands of soldiers lowered their weapons and saluted in unison. This scene was witnessed by all the passers-by, who then followed suit, respectfully bowing to Mo Tianyun. In the civilization of the Aolong Empire, every general is a powerful figure capable of being recorded in history, far surpassing ordinary nobles in status. Moreover, every general born in the past 1,000 years has achieved great military exploits by slaying insectoid commanders, earning greater reverence than ordinary nobles with no accomplishments. Mo Tianyun slowly turned around, returning the salute to everyone. "Just now I inadvertently released my mental energy, disturbing everyone. I sincerely apologize and will take full responsibility for any losses incurred." Looking at the major, Mo Tianyun said earnestly, "General, you need not worry, since this matter is a misunderstanding. I will handle the subsequent matters myself. And everyone else, please don't linger. Disturbing the general is not good. You may disperse now." The major waved his hand and began to maintain order at the scene. However, Mo Tianyun's entrance was too ostentatious. First, he was surrounded by soldiers due to his uncontrolled mental energy, attracting countless onlookers, and then he revealed his identity as a brigadier general, silencing everyone present. Now most of the well-informed individuals were aware of Mo Tianyun's status as an imperial brigadier general. Mo Tianyun then returned to the clothing store, feeling that he had stirred up quite a fuss because of Sister Miracle's words, but some matters still needed to be addressed. This time the treatment Mo Tianyun received upon returning to the clothing store was different. Several beautiful sales representatives immediately came to greet him. The ordinary people who had fainted were long since relocated and taken to treatment centers. "The general is so handsome, so young and powerful, and holds such a high status. He is truly perfect." A blonde beauty holding her boyfriend's hand said with a hint of infatuation, "You little flirt, what status does the general hold? How could he possibly be interested in someone like you? Young? My dad says that most of those who become imperial generals are over 100 years old. Don't be fooled by that general's youth. His real age might be suitable to be your grandfather." The blonde bow-tie's boyfriend pulled his hand away, mocking the gold digger who had just started dating him. Anyone who could enter this clothing store to buy clothes was undoubtedly wealthy and influential. After some fuss, Mo Tianyun finally purchased the store's treasure, the Yunchi colorful fairy dress. This dress cost a staggering 99,999,999 star coins. The price of the Yunchi colorful fairy dress was nearly 10 billion. Such an exorbitant price would not be affordable for ordinary people or even most nobles. Only those like Mo Tianyun with fortunes reaching hundreds of billions of star coins could buy it without hesitation. "Sister Miracle, I really bought it. Can you really wear it for me to see?" Mo Tianyun sent a strand of mental energy into the core space of miracles, looking at the spirit of miracles with anticipation. He spent this 10 billion star coins just to witness the moment when the spirit of miracles donned the Yunchi colorful fairy dress. As for me, the spirit of miracles, I have always been one to speak and act with integrity. However, since you are still in this square with so many people around, wait until you find a place with fewer people, and I will bring that piece of clothing in. At that time, I will show it to you slowly. At this moment, the perfect visage of the Spirit of Miracles resembled a bright red apple, alluringly rosy, yet her tone carried a hint of charm and playfulness. After speaking, the Spirit of Miracles winked with her right eye, a breathtaking smile blooming at the corner of her mouth enough to overshadow all the brilliance in the world. Then, as Tanyun became entranced to the point of losing himself, she gently waved her snowy hand, and his fragment of spiritual energy vanished entirely within the core space of miracles. This enchantress truly knows how to seduce people. I must not let her entice me like this. Women only affect my genetic evolution, speed my path in martial arts, and the sharpness of my sword. Tanyun walked alone in the neon-lit square with high-speed flying vehicles occasionally zipping overhead, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Recalling how he had genuinely believed the Spirit of Miracles due to her temptation, he had become so enthralled that he purchased the 10 billion price tag of the Yunshi Rainbow Fairy skirt. Tanyun silently criticized himself, but he did not regret it. Yet I still really want to see. The Spirit of Miracles is just too good at this. I am completely under her spell. In the last moment, he was encouraging himself and critiquing himself, but the next second, he felt deflated. That person seems to be the general from just now. A person dressed in blue was pulling his friend dressed in black beside him. Meanwhile, most of the surrounding people had noticed Tanyun. After all the commotion Tanyun had caused was so great, and he had only just emerged from the clothing store. Most of those who witnessed the earlier scene had likely not gone far, as some were even deliberately waiting at a distance for Tanyun to come out of the clothing store just to catch a glimpse of him, to see the Imperial General. In fact, many had been watching from a distance while Tanyun was in that upscale clothing store. Even among the thousands of generals in the 51-star cluster, an Imperial General was a rare sight. Although there are indeed over 1,000 generals and dozens of marshals at the front lines of the 51-star cluster, they are seldom seen in public due to their duties. Where? Oh, it really is that general. This general looks quite young. Does the Empire really have such young generals? The person dressed in black spoke. There is the youngest general in the Empire. I heard from my grandfather that it seems to be General Kati, the son of Grand Marshal Kiliai. 6 months ago, he completed the epic battle mech, and with his own strength quickly slayed a Zerg commander at the front. Really? An epic battle mech can slay a Zerg commander? His friend continued to inquire. I heard that General Kati's epic battle mech is not an ordinary one, but a top-grade epic battle mech with over 800 times the maximum combat enhancement. Coupled with his formidable strength and the fire support from interstellar warships, he managed to slay that Zerg commander and was promoted to Brigadier General. The person in blue shared all that he knew. Whether it was true, he did not know. These were just things his grandfather had told him. His grandfather was a colonel who had been in the military for decades, and he knew quite a bit about many hidden messages within the Empire. Kati, the son of Grand Marshal Kiliai. The last time I heard about him was from the elder President Gracie when he had just finished creating the epic battle mech and was able to slay a Zerg commander. However, I've heard them say that Kati seems to be the youngest general in the Empire, but now it seems that is no longer the case. The youngest general in the Empire is now me. Tanyun listened intently to the entire conversation without missing a word, silently thinking to himself. The youngest general in the Empire is indeed Tanyun now. This is because Kati was already 17 when he completed the epic battle mech, while Tanyun had just turned 16 a few months ago. Finally arrived, this is the building where the organizers of the consignment fair are located. Following the map's location, Tanyun flew for quite a while before arriving here. What? That general has come here. This is a distinguished guest. Why are you all standing there? Go prepare things to welcome the distinguished guest. Do I need to teach you that? As soon as Tanyun entered the building, someone quickly reported his identity to the person in charge. The person in charge, who had a cigar in his mouth, dropped it upon learning that a brigadier general was about to arrive. Although they had a solid backing, they would dare not offend an imperial general. Even if the person behind them came, they would still have to give Tanyun face, let alone the person in charge. General, our person in charge has prepared the banquet, and it's waiting for your esteemed arrival on the 888th floor. A servant respectfully approached Tanyun. All right then, please lead the way. Tanyun nodded. Not at all, it's my honor to host you. The servant quickly shook his head, speaking with great respect. Ever since he gained the status of an imperial general, he was respected wherever he went. It was nothing like before in Han City, where he would be stopped by guards just to enter the mech manufacturing center. The consignment fair was held in a building on the 888th floor. This place is usually used to entertain numerous distinguished guests, but today it is open solely for Tanyun. The thick, high-quality wooden floors were laid down, surrounded by sparkling lights reflecting beautiful colors. In the center was a grand and luxurious dining table filled with an overwhelming array of delicacies, each dish crafted by top chefs using unique ingredients from various planets in the 51-star cluster, truly a feast for the senses. General, please come this way. Guided by the servant, Emotianyun arrived at the 888th floor. What greeted his eyes was the grand and luxurious dining table in the center and the myriad of gourmet dishes atop it, along with the elegantly dressed person in charge who came to greet him. General, I have heard of your deeds. Knowing of your esteemed arrival, I have been waiting for a long time. Now that I see you, your extraordinary demeanor is indeed remarkable. The person in charge ran over and extended his hand to Emotianyun. Woo, how could this happen? I don't know what the eternal flower is. I just unconsciously danced it. What should I do? Did I do something wrong? Woo. The spirit of the miracle resembled a remorseful little girl squatting on the ground of the miracle's core space, covering her face with her hands, constantly blaming herself while emitting soft sobs. This pitiful appearance made one unable to resist wanting to embrace her, gently comforting her with the most tender actions and words. Aside from the spirit of the miracle, the only other person present was Emotianyun. However, at this moment, Emotianyun was immersed in comprehending the heart of martial arts, simultaneously practicing the miracle's sword domain galaxy, completely unaware of the events happening in the miracle's core space. Emotianyun's physical body quietly hovered in the air, his eyes closed, and his entire being became serene, forgetting time and feeling no sense of space. Spirit sword and martial arts combined with martial arts as the main body of the sword domain, spirit as the driving force of the sword domain, and the sword as the basic unit of the sword domain. The miracle's sword domain galaxy is initially being manifested. It must be done gradually. Though any martial arts technique requires a process, one cannot become fat by just eating one bite. Emotianyun was completely immersed in his own world, silently practicing the miracle's sword domain galaxy. A point of light, 2 points of light, 3 points of light, in the blink of an eye, countless points of light emerged from Emotianyun's body. Miracle sword domain galaxy. Emotianyun opened his eyes, and the myriad points of light transformed into beams of light swords. These light swords seemed to possess their own consciousness, wandering around him, occasionally returning to Emotianyun's body before darting out again. Subsequently, an astonishing wave of spiritual power erupted from Emotianyun, but it lasted less than a moment before dissipating. Sister Miracle, what's wrong? Don't cry. The moment Emotianyun opened his eyes, he noticed the spirit of the miracle covering her face and weeping, and he couldn't help but step forward to embrace her, comforting her. Go away, it's none of your business. The spirit of the miracle pushed Emotianyun away, then turned around, unwilling to face him. Sister Miracle, if there's something sad or difficult, you can tell me. There's no need to bear it alone. After being pushed away by the spirit of the miracle, Emotianyun slowly approached her step by step. What good would it do to tell you? What can you do to help me? The spirit of the miracle shook her head and said loudly. It was evident that she was somewhat angry. However, her angry words were still so melodious. Emotianyun did not speak again this time. The spirit of the miracle's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him, extinguishing all the excitement and exhilaration he had from having initially mastered the miracle's sword domain galaxy and breaking through to the void thought level of spiritual power. Indeed, with his current strength, what could he do to help Sister Miracle? At the very least, he would have to wait until he became the cosmic powerhouse she referred to before he could tackle problems even she could not resolve. If the spiritual power of the void thought level is insufficient, then I will break through to the star shift level. If the spiritual power of the star shift level is insufficient, then I will continue to elevate my spiritual power. If high-level genetic evolution warriors are too weak, then I will evolve into a void-breaking level warrior. If void-breaking level warriors are insufficient, then I will continuously improve my strength. Sister Miracle, please rest assured, I will definitely become a true cosmic powerhouse. If that is still not enough, then I will become the strongest person in the universe. One day I will be able to help you. Emotianyun gazed deeply at the trembling figure of the spirit of the miracle and turned to leave. The young man at that time knew that there were many things he was currently powerless to change, and he could only travel through the stars, recklessly striving to become stronger. Emotianyun was only just over 16 years old. After all, which powerhouse in the universe had not lived for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years? Thus his life was still long and his future was bright. Arriving in the simulation space, Emotianyun calmed his emotions, feeling his spiritual power at the void thought level. After Emotianyun initially grasped the miracle sword domain galaxy, his spiritual power level suddenly broke through to the void thought level, which delighted him immensely. In 10 days, Emotianyun had already mastered the Turtle School's spiritual technique, Heart's Desire, and spiritual barrier techniques, and then cultivated the miracle sword domain galaxy. Additionally, guided by the spirit of the miracle's eternal flower, his spiritual power level soared beyond the perfect sea and reached the void thought level. However, the words of the spirit of the miracle did not allow him to remain happy for long. The spiritual power of the void thought level is 10 times more powerful than that of the perfect sea level. Even if I don't use the myriad starlight, swords now casually forming a sword made of spiritual power would yield comparable power. Mo Tianyun manipulated a gigantic spiritual power sword over 10,000 meters long in the simulation space, wielding it freely slicing down simulated insect generals. Alright, let's see the power of the miracle sword domain galaxy. Mo Tianyun sheathed the enormous spiritual power sword he was manipulating and then slowly unleashed the miracle sword domain galaxy. Countless points of light emerged from Mo Tianyun's body, transforming into beams of light swords. These light swords created through the transformation of spiritual power within the miracle sword domain galaxy martial art were far more exquisite and profound than swords formed solely from spiritual power. This is where a powerful martial art technique significantly boosts one's strength. As the number of light swords increased, a rudimentary sword domain galaxy began to take shape. Centered on myself, a radius of 1.8 million kilometers is the maximum extent my current spiritual power can cover. But the distance that the miracle sword domain galaxy can reach is only 1,000 kilometers. This distance cannot even completely cover a standard-sized planet, let alone encompass an entire star system. Mo Tianyun knew that the miracle sword domain galaxy could continuously attack enemies within the sword domain galaxy from any angle, rendering them defenseless. Even if the enemies were armed to the teeth, they would still be turned into sieves. However, for battles in cosmic space, this distance is insufficient. The sword domain galaxy must reach at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers or even tens of millions of kilometers to effectively attack enemies from a distance. I have only just initially grasped the miracle sword domain galaxy. Once I fully master it, I should see some improvement. Mo Tianyun repeatedly practiced the miracle sword domain galaxy until someone knocked on the door of the guest room outside before stopping. General Mo, the consignment meeting will start in an hour. Mo Tianyun opened the door to see Edmund Mitchelson smiling politely at him, reminding him, Sister Shinji is so beautiful. The legendary fairy is nothing compared to her. No, Sister Shinji is countless times more beautiful than any fairy or goddess. As Mo Tianyun stepped into the core space of Shinji, he was deeply captivated by the scene before him. The spirit of Shinji was no longer clad in a light pink battle dress, but instead wore a celestial dress of Yunchi colors. The Yunchi celestial dress highlighted the perfect curves of the Shinji spirit's figure, fitting her body like a second skin, flawless to the point of being beyond critique. What was even more stunning was that a circle of pure, pristine white light now surrounded the Shinji spirit, each beam of light formed by countless twinkling points. Behind her appeared 10 pairs of holy white wings, forming a pair of perfect and sacred wings, the surface shimmering with a golden aura. This scene was almost identical to the first time Mo Tianyun had seen the Shinji spirit. However, this time, the white sacred light feathers behind her were no longer closed together, but were gradually spreading open, revealing true divine splendor. When the light feathers behind the Shinji spirit fully unfurled, a dazzling array of colors burst forth, causing the light in the Shinji core space to fade entirely, as if only the Shinji spirit stood proudly in the world. In a daze, a stream of light appeared in the Shinji spirit's right hand, and after a burst of radiance, it transformed into a slender blue double-edged sword, its blade radiating a spectrum of colors with a chilling gleam at the tip. This sword, I haven't seen it since the first time I met Sister Shinji, yet it seems incredibly sharp, able to tear through space without any force, truly a divine weapon. Mo Tianyun thought to himself, don't daze off, watch me closely from now on. After finishing her words, the Shinji spirit closed her eyes and focused. In the next moment, her aura surged, and the sword in her hand glowed. A shadow flickered as she executed intricate sword moves, her Yunchi celestial dress rustling, and countless sword lights appeared out of thin air. With a gentle tap of her perfect jade foot, all the sword lights formed a domain of swords around her. As she leaped into the air, her white, sacred wings fluttering, slightly hovering in the core space of Shinji. Is this the domain creation realm? Mo Tianyun suddenly recalled the martial arts technique Shinji, sword domain galaxy. If she has indeed reached the domain creation realm with Shinji, sword domain galaxy, how powerful must Sister Shinji be? Mo Tianyun pondered further. The flying Shinji spirit opened her eyes wide, staring intently at Mo Tianyun. At that moment, Mo Tianyun was captivated by the Shinji spirit's eyes, which seemed to contain countless stars and the essence of numerous truths, rendering him utterly entranced. In his entire world, it seemed that only the Shinji spirit remained, with nothing else in sight. Shinji, sword domain galaxy. Though the Shinji spirit did not speak, Mo Tianyun could clearly hear the words Shinji, sword domain galaxy. Surrounding the Shinji spirit, vivid and colorful illusory rivers of stars emerged with numerous sword shadows constantly shifting, forming an incredibly profound sword domain. Then the Shinji spirit began to swing her sword continuously up and down, left and right, forward and backward. With each swing, a phantom of a flower quietly bloomed, as if frozen in time, lingering without fading. When all the most magnificent things in the world converged upon the Shinji spirit, the beauty she displayed was enough to make the heavens and the universe, all living things, fall hopelessly in love. As he watched, Mo Tianyun found himself enchanted by the Shinji spirit's breathtaking figure and the profound martial arts technique of Shinji, Sword Domain Galaxy. I understand now. So this is how to cultivate Shinji, Sword Domain Galaxy. After a long while, the Shinji spirit halted her sword movements. Mo Tianyun, as if enlightened, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and used his mental power to transform into countless sword shadows, beginning to cultivate Shinji, Sword Domain Galaxy. Why? Why did this happen? After finishing the Shinji, Sword Domain Galaxy, the Shinji spirit suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable images in her heart, and hurriedly withdrew her wings. A tear slowly fell from the Shinji spirit's eyes, streaming down her stunning face, silently dropping into the core space of Shinji. The Shinji spirit's body did not secrete tears. This tear was merely a manifestation of her mental power. At Mo Tianyun's level of mental power, he could not observe it. In the instant the tear fell, several images flashed by. The first image, a couple deeply in love gazed at their daughter, smiling at each other. However, both the wife and daughter had wings behind them. The second image, Mother God, both you and I have wings. Oh, why doesn't Father God have wings? A beautiful little girl said, looking at the pair of wings behind her. These are the wings of the angel race, carrying the great power of the angel race. When you grow up and become stronger, your wings will also multiply. A woman so beautiful that even the galaxies lost their colors gently embraced her daughter. The third image, Father God, Mother God, I have grown my 10th pair of wings. As the scene shifted, the daughter, who once had only one pair of wings, had grown up in the blink of an eye, her perfect beauty surpassing even her mother's. My beautiful daughter, when you are outside, do not carelessly display your wings. Who knows what kind of scoundrel might take advantage of you? The woman referred to as Mother God gave her husband a sidelong glance. What are you afraid of? Our daughter is called the universe's #1 genius. Her power is nearly on par with yours and mine. Who could possibly touch our daughter's wings? A man whose body contained immense power, capable of shattering galaxies, with a mere gesture smiled as he spoke. The fourth image, countless flower phantoms quietly bloomed, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman with 11 pairs of wings, wielding a sword and dancing gracefully. In the angel race, every female angel dances the eternal flower for the one she loves for the first time. These years have quietly passed, and now you have come of age. It is time for me to teach you this eternal flower. The eternal flower possesses boundless mysteries, allowing those who see it to comprehend their martial heart. If martial arts techniques are executed simultaneously, the essence can be imparted, facilitating rapid cultivation. The breathtaking woman with 11 pairs of wings said while holding her daughter's hand. The tear fell heavily to the ground, shattering these images. What have I done? The Shinji spirit looked at Mo Tianyun, her emotions extremely complex. Woo, how could this happen? I don't know what the eternal flower is. I just unconsciously danced it. What should I do? Did I do something wrong? Woo. The spirit of the miracle resembled a remorseful little girl squatting on the ground of the miracle's core space, covering her face with her hands, constantly blaming herself while emitting soft sobs. This pitiful appearance made one unable to resist wanting to embrace her, gently comforting her with the most tender actions and words. Aside from the spirit of the miracle, the only other person present was Mo Tianyun. However, at this moment, Mo Tianyun was immersed in comprehending the heart of martial arts, simultaneously practicing the miracle's sword domain galaxy, completely unaware of the events happening in the miracle's core space. Mo Tianyun's physical body quietly hovered in the air, his eyes closed, and his entire being became serene, forgetting time and feeling no sense of space. Spirit sword and martial arts combined, with martial arts as the main body of the sword domain, spirit as the driving force of the sword domain, and the sword as the basic unit of the sword domain. The miracle sword domain galaxy is initially being manifested. It must be done gradually. Though any martial arts technique requires a process, one cannot become fat by just eating one bite. Mo Tianyun was completely immersed in his own world, silently practicing the miracle sword domain galaxy. A point of light, 2 points of light, 3 points of light, in the blink of an eye, countless points of light emerged from Mo Tianyun's body. Miracle sword domain galaxy. Mo Tianyun opened his eyes, and the myriad points of light transformed into beams of light swords. These light swords seemed to possess their own consciousness, wandering around him, occasionally returning to Mo Tianyun's body before darting out again. Subsequently, an astonishing wave of spiritual power erupted from Mo Tianyun, but it lasted less than a moment before dissipating. Sister Miracle, what's wrong? Don't cry. The moment Mo Tianyun opened his eyes, he noticed the spirit of the miracle covering her face and weeping, and he couldn't help but step forward to embrace her, comforting her. Go away, it's none of your business. The spirit of the miracle pushed Mo Tianyun away, then turned around, unwilling to face him. Sister Miracle, if there's something sad or difficult you can tell me, there's no need to bear it alone. After being pushed away by the spirit of the miracle, Mo Tianyun slowly approached her step by step. What good would it do to tell you? What can you do to help me? The spirit of the miracle shook her head and said loudly. It was evident that she was somewhat angry. However, her angry words were still so melodious. Mo Tianyun did not speak again this time. The spirit of the miracle's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him, extinguishing all the excitement and exhilaration he had from having initially mastered the miracle's sword domain galaxy and breaking through to the void thought level of spiritual power. Indeed, with his current strength, what could he do to help Sister Miracle? At the very least, he would have to wait until he became the cosmic powerhouse she referred to before he could tackle problems even she could not resolve. If the spiritual power of the void thought level is insufficient, then I will break through to the star shift level. If the spiritual power of the star shift level is insufficient, then I will continue to elevate my spiritual power. If high-level genetic evolution warriors are too weak, then I will evolve into a void-breaking level warrior. If void-breaking level warriors are insufficient, then I will continuously improve my strength. Sister Miracle, please rest assured, I will definitely become a true cosmic powerhouse. If that is still not enough, then I will become the strongest person in the universe. One day I will be able to help you. Mo Tianyun gazed deeply at the trembling figure of the spirit of the miracle and turned to leave. The young man at that time knew that there were many things he was currently powerless to change, and he could only travel through the stars recklessly striving to become stronger. Mo Tianyun was only just over 16 years old. After all, which powerhouse in the universe had not lived for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years? Thus his life was still long and his future was bright. Arriving in the simulation space, Mo Tianyun calmed his emotions, feeling his spiritual power at the void thought level. After Mo Tianyun initially grasped the miracle sword domain galaxy, his spiritual power level suddenly broke through to the void thought level, which delighted him immensely. In 10 days, Mo Tianyun had already mastered the Turtle School's spiritual technique, Heart's Desire, and spiritual barrier techniques, and then cultivated the miracle sword domain galaxy. Additionally, guided by the spirit of the miracle's eternal flower, his spiritual power level soared beyond the perfect sea and reached the void thought level. However, the words of the spirit of the miracle did not allow him to remain happy for long. The spiritual power of the void thought level is 10 times more powerful than that of the perfect sea level. Even if I don't use the myriad starlight swords now, casually forming a sword made of spiritual power would yield comparable power. Mo Tianyun manipulated a gigantic spiritual power sword over 10,000 meters long in the simulation space, wielding it freely, slicing down simulated insect generals. Alright, let's see the power of the miracle sword domain galaxy. Mo Tianyun sheathed the enormous spiritual power sword he was manipulating and then slowly unleashed the miracle sword domain galaxy. Countless points of light emerged from Mo Tianyun's body, transforming into beams of light swords. These light swords, created through the transformation of spiritual power within the miracle sword domain galaxy martial art, were far more exquisite and profound than swords formed solely from spiritual power. This is where a powerful martial art technique significantly boosts one's strength. As the number of light swords increased, a rudimentary sword domain galaxy began to take shape. Centered on myself, a radius of 1.8 million kilometers is the maximum extent my current spiritual power can cover. But the distance that the miracle sword domain galaxy's sword domain galaxy can reach is only 1,000 kilometers. This distance cannot even completely cover a standard-sized planet, let alone encompass an entire star system. Mo Tianyun knew that the miracle sword domain galaxy could continuously attack enemies within the sword domain galaxy from any angle, rendering them defenseless. Even if the enemies were armed to the teeth, they would still be turned into sieves. However, for battles in cosmic space, this distance is insufficient. The sword domain galaxy must reach at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers or even tens of millions of kilometers to effectively attack enemies from a distance. I have only just initially grasped the miracle sword domain galaxy. Once I fully master it, I should see some improvement. Mo Tianyun repeatedly practiced the miracle sword domain galaxy until someone knocked on the door of the guest room outside before stopping. General Mo, the consignment meeting will start in an hour. Mo Tianyun opened the door to see Edmund Mitchelson smiling politely at him, reminding him. So a whole day has passed so quickly. Mo Tianyun was taken aback, pondering in his heart. Well, I understand. I will leave the consignment of that planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship to you. Additionally, I would like to participate in this consignment fair. May I request a spot? Mo Tianyun nodded to Edmund Mitchell-san. Of course, General Mo, that is absolutely no problem. You may choose any seat you desire. Edmund Mitchell-san said respectfully. In that case, I will just choose a spot in the front. Mo Tianyun arrived at the consignment fair and selected a seat on the left side at the front, taking a seat. At this moment, apart from the organizers, Mo Tianyun was the only guest attending the consignment fair. 10 minutes later, guests began to arrive one after another. Who is this young man? He actually arrived earlier than me at the consignment fair. An elderly man dressed in white silk sat down beside Mo Tianyun, continuously glancing at him with subtle looks. Wait a minute, if I remember correctly, a young general appeared yesterday. Could it be him? The old man seemed to have thought of something, opening the microbrain in his hand, deliberately adjusting the light screen to a smaller size, and then releasing his spiritual power to browse the contents on the screen. After a while, the old man retracted the microbrain and no longer glanced at Mo Tianyun. He sat upright, turning stiff. Gradually, the consignment fair was filled to capacity. Dear esteemed guests, the monthly 51st Star District Consignment Fair is officially starting. On stage, a woman dressed alluringly, revealing her long, slender legs and a hint of her ample bosom, addressed everyone below. First, I welcome everyone to the 13,421st 51st Star Cluster Consignment Fair. The items being consigned here are the most precious from among millions of planets in the entire 51st Star Cluster, so the quality goes without saying. Moreover, each item will have a virtual image, and after the transaction is completed, dedicated staff will guide you to collect the items. I won't say much more, as I'm sure everyone is already aware. Now let us proceed with the consignment of the first item. The first item is Meteor Dreamstar Iron, weighing 30,256 tons. This super metal was born at the center of a supernova explosion and is extremely suitable for manufacturing high-level mecha weapon components, as well as being an excellent primary metal for forging warrior weapons. The starting price is 3 billion star coins, and each bid must not be less than 50 million star coins. Please place your bids. The alluring woman introduced leisurely while a piece of metal radiating blue light was projected on stage. Meteor Dreamstar Iron. The first item is so monumental. Indeed, this is the 51st Star Cluster Consignment Fair. Just right for manufacturing mechas. I'll buy it. 3.1 billion star coins. Mo Tianyun's eyes lit up at the sight of the Meteor Dreamstar Iron, and without a second thought, he placed his bid. 3.15 billion star coins. 3.2 billion star coins. 3.25 billion star coins. 3.3 billion star coins. Countless people behind competed to bid. 5.5 billion star coins. After a minute, Mo Tianyun placed his bid again. 6 billion star coins. 6.5 billion star coins. At this point, only a handful of people were bidding. 6.8 billion star coins. Mo Tianyun placed his bid again. No one followed, and 10 seconds later, with no further bids, Mo Tianyun successfully secured the Meteor Dreamstar Iron. For a super metal like Meteor Dreamstar Iron, only mecha manufacturers and mecha parts makers would bid, and ordinary people would not be involved. The second item is a standard level epic combat mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 250 times. The detailed information of this epic combat mecha has been publicized. Please look at the light screen beside you. This epic combat mecha has a starting price of 5 billion star coins, and each bid must not be less than 100 million star coins. Please place your bids. Explosive Flame Mecha Combat Mecha Level Epic Combat Mecha Height 122 meters, weight 5623 tons, Energy Reaction Central Energy, Level Stellar Level Low Energy Mecha, Maximum Flight, Speed, meters per second, Energy Output Value 250. 3 Maximum Combat Power Enhancement Multiplier 250 Rating Standard Level Epic Combat Mecha Energy, Shield Strength Stellar, Level Low Weapons None, Other Accessories None. The atmosphere in the venue instantly heightened with the alluring woman's introduction. An epic combat mecha is a rare and hard-to-find item. A significant reason many people attend the consignment fair is that epic combat mechas occasionally come up for consignment. Epic combat mechas are also the highest-level combat mechas that these people can obtain. As for legendary combat mechas, not to mention whether they have the powerful spiritual strength to pilot one, merely obtaining a legendary combat mecha is nearly impossible. Only expert-level mecha manufacturers can create legendary combat mechas, and such individuals are rarer than imperial generals. Furthermore, legendary combat mechas are generally not sold. They are specially manufactured by expert-level mecha manufacturers commissioned by combat mecha masters. They do not have the capacity to request an expert-level mecha manufacturer for the creation of a legendary combat mecha. 51 billion star coins. 52 billion star coins. 54 billion star coins. 56 billion star coins. 80 billion star coins. 85 billion star coins. In the end, this epic combat mecha sold for 85 billion star coins. Is this how expensive an epic combat mecha is? Mo Tianyun was somewhat surprised to see a standard-level epic combat mecha with a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 250 sell for 85 billion star coins. He recalled that when he sold epic combat mechas at the Dunistar Defense military base, such epic combat mechas were only worth about 50 billion star coins. If all were priced this way, the epic combat mechas he had sold previously could have fetched more than 30% more in star coins. While the officers at the Dunistar Defense military base are all survivors from that battle, they deserve better and cheaper epic combat mechas. Mo Tianyun no longer thought much about it. The third item is the Eternal Night Dream Flower, which can enhance spiritual strength when consumed and is a very rare medicinal item. A giant flower with colorful hues appeared on the light screen. Here it is, the main biological medicinal material needed to formulate the Nyan Kong level spiritual strength enhancement elixir. Indeed, attending this consignment fair has yielded some results. Mo Tianyun was elated upon seeing the Eternal Night Dream Flower. Now his mental strength has broken through to the void thought level, making it just right to consume the mental power enhancement potion suitable for that level with the Eternal Night Dream Flower as the primary biological material, which he must acquire. The starting price for the Eternal Night Dream Flower is 3 billion star coins, and each incremental bid must not be lower than 100 million star coins. Now I invite all guests interested in bidding to place their offers. As soon as the words were spoken, many people began to manipulate their smart devices, continuously placing bids to acquire the Eternal Night Dream Flower. Aside from advanced technology like mechs that can directly enhance strength, the most popular items are consumable potions and medicines. However, gene evolution potions are relatively easy to obtain, as long as they are not of very high grade. They are not considered rare or precious, and thus are not qualified to be sent to the 51st Star District's auction for sale. Moreover, the consumption of gene evolution potions is restricted by one's own mental strength. Otherwise, if one's mental strength is insufficient, no amount of gene evolution potions will be of use. In contrast to gene evolution potions, those that can directly enhance mental strength are much rarer, and their value significantly exceeds that of gene evolution potions of the same grade. 3 billion star coins, 4 billion star coins, 6 billion star coins, 7 billion star coins, 9 billion star coins. The bidding for the Eternal Night Dream Flower climbed relentlessly, reaching 56 billion star coins in less than 10 seconds. These people are insane. A single Eternal Night Dream Flower has prompted so many bids, instantly doubling its price. Mo Tianyun was stunned to see the highest bid for the Eternal Night Dream Flower had already reached 56 billion star coins. He never expected such a fervent demand for it. In fact, Mo Tianyun's speed of mental strength enhancement has been astonishing, progressing from the perception level to the spirit sea level in just a few months, and now breaking through to the void thought level. Such speed is unprecedented in the Olan Empire. For ordinary people, even a slight enhancement in mental strength requires years of accumulation and comprehension, while for the wealthy, achieving such enhancement necessitates not only personal effort, but also significant expenditure on mental strength enhancement potions and biological materials that can boost mental strength. However, both mental strength enhancement potions and materials that can strengthen mental power are exceedingly rare. Every appearance commands sky-high prices, and even those with vast wealth cannot treat them as mere food or drink. 60 billion star coins. Mo Tianyun also began to place bids. 61 billion star coins, 62 billion star coins, 63 billion star coins, 65 billion star coins, 99 billion star coins, 100 billion star coins. In just over a minute since the Eternal Night Dream Flower appeared, its price has soared to 100 billion star coins. Is the Eternal Night Dream Flower really worth such an exorbitant price, just as the primary material for concocting void thought level mental power enhancement potions? Seeing the current price exceed 100 billion star coins, Mo Tianyun was astonished by the rapid bidding from everyone present. If I produce a few bottles of the remaining Spirit Sea level mental power enhancement type 7 potions with their enhancement efficacy, wouldn't each bottle sell for at least several hundred billion star coins? Mo Tianyun thought to himself. Previously, a perfect grade initial gene evolution potion could sell for over 1 million star coins, let alone the Spirit Sea level mental power enhancement potions that far exceed what the Olan Empire classifies as perfect grade. However, the potions crafted from the formulas in the core space of miracles possess terrifying efficacy, so I'd better not bring them out. If others set their sights on them, trouble will surely follow. Mo Tianyun knew that the potion formulas in the core space of miracles, especially those for high-grade potions, far exceed the best potions that can be concocted from formulas of the same level in the Olan Empire. If someone suspects and targets him, he would find it hard to explain. 108 billion star coins, 109 billion star coins, 110 billion star coins, 111 billion star coins. 142 billion star coins. At this moment, there were very few people still placing bids. 150 billion star coins. This eternal night dream flower is already in my grasp. A young man not much older than Mo Tianyun raised the price by 8 billion star coins, attempting to crush the remaining bidders with this final straw. 151 billion star coins. After a few seconds, seeing no one else bidding, Mo Tianyun immediately placed a bid. Who is so blind as to dare compete with me for something I have my eye on? In the front row on the right, a young man dressed in gold adorned with gold and silver immediately stood up and glared at Mo Tianyun. 152 billion star coins. The man in gold looked at Mo Tianyun and said through gritted teeth, 153 billion star coins. Mo Tianyun calmly reported his price. Damn it, are you looking for trouble? The man in gold shouted loudly, pointing at Mo Tianyun. The auction immediately erupted in chaos. Prescott Oman, this is an auction, oh could you leave me a little face? Edmund Mitchelson, observing from the backstage of the auction, noticed someone causing trouble and immediately came out to intervene. Moreover, Edmund Mitchelson also found it troublesome that Prescott Oman was pointing fingers at General Mo. Prescott Oman's father is a general of the Empire, specifically a major general renowned on the front lines of the 51st District, and is rumored to be close to accumulating enough merits to be promoted to a general. On one side stands a genuine imperial general, while on the other is the son of a major general who could soon be promoted to a general. Prescott Oman is truly someone born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Being the only son of Major General Prescott Oka, he has been pampered excessively, and whatever Prescott Oman desires, his father will spare no effort to provide. However, Prescott Oman is also quite capable, having displayed astonishing talent for gene evolution from a young age, and with the resources at his disposal, due to his father's status, he has already broken through to the Spirit Sea level before the age of 20, becoming an epic battle mech master. Note, everyone should know that as someone who has been sick twice, I am currently coughing and sniffling. Being able to continue updating is already good enough. However, I can only manage 2 updates a day for now, so I hope for your understanding. Also, thank you for all the gifts. I am truly grateful. Once I recover in a few days, I will take some time to express my gratitude to all the big shots in the author's note section. I apologize for not being able to provide extra updates for New Year's Day. Once I recover, I will work harder on my writing as a new year is approaching, and I hope to deliver a satisfying read for everyone on the Spring Festival. I.e. Wafing sincerely thank you all. This only made Major General Prescott Oka, who was already doting on his son, indulge him even more. Not long ago, Major General Prescott Oka announced that he planned to send his son to the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy for several years of further study. Once Prescott Oka's son has achieved success in his training, he will be sent to the front lines to combat the insectoid race and accumulate military merit. Major General Prescott Oka even claimed that his son had the potential to surpass him and might even become an imperial marshal. Therefore, Prescott Oka's son was the most renowned noble son in the entire 51st Star Zone Central Stellar System, and wherever he went, everyone treated him with utmost politeness and respect. Now an apparently young individual had suddenly emerged, daring to challenge Prescott Oka's bid. How could this not infuriate the pampered and spoiled Prescott Oka's son? Edmund Mitchelson, I am willing to give you some face, but what about mine? Where am I supposed to place my dignity? Prescott Oka withdrew his finger, pointing at Mo Tianyun, and glared at Edmund Mitchell's. Young Master Prescott Oka, even if you do not give me face, this is the 51st Star Cluster auction, and you wouldn't dare disrespect Lord of Phalem, would you? Edmund Mitchell's had no choice but to bring up the strongest backing of the 51st Star Zone auction. Alright, since this is the 51st Star Cluster auction, how could I dare to offend Uncle of Phalem? Prescott Oka shot a glare at Mo Tianyun and then slowly sat down. 16 billion star coins. Prescott Oka continued. From the tone of Edmund Mitchell's words just now, this so-called arrogant young master seems to have a significant background, but with my current strength, I should be able to contend with Admiral Odysseus Swift, a powerhouse of Imperial Marshal level. If I fully master the Divine Realm Sword Domain Galaxy, I might even have the upper hand. Moreover, tomorrow, I will be heading to the Imperial General and further my studies at the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy, so no matter what, I have nothing to fear. Since you want to bid against me, I will play along. Mo Tianyun thought to himself. 17 billion star coins. He raised the bid by another billion. 18 billion star coins. Prescott Oka gritted his teeth. 19 billion star coins. Mo Tianyun remained unfazed and continued to raise the bid by a billion. 20 billion star coins. 25 billion star coins. 30 billion star coins. 35 billion star coins. 400. 400. This time Prescott Oka could no longer shout out the bid. Although he had prepared far beyond 40 billion star coins, he saw no reason to spend that much on a night dream flower out of spite. For him, making Mo Tianyun spend 35 billion star coins on a night dream flower had already fulfilled his purpose. While Prescott Oka might have a lofty demeanor, he was certainly not a fool. His bidding almost out of spite was to force Mo Tianyun to spend multiple times more star coins for that Night Dream Flower. If Mo Tianyun hadn't followed Prescott Oka's lead in bidding, it wouldn't matter if he spent a bit more, as it would make him appear generous and affluent. 35 billion star coins was probably Prescott Oka's bottom line. Beyond this price, he would not bid any further, for he had not come here today for the Night Dream Flower, but for an item worth hundreds of times more. If he were to spend 4 to 500 billion star coins for the Night Dream Flower, his chances of competing for that more valuable item would be very slim. Hence, Prescott Oka decided to withdraw and no longer bid against Mo Tianyun. As for Mo Tianyun, several hundred billion star coins were still within his reach. Besides the more star coins he had, if they could not be converted into resources for enhancing his strength, they were merely a string of numbers. Moreover, his planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship had yet to be sold. Once sold, it would bring him several hundred billion star coins. In that context, what were a few hundred billion star coins? Mo Tianyun also wasn't sure if he could find the Night Dream Flower elsewhere, and he certainly didn't want to run around anymore. Therefore, anything he could grasp, he would use all his strength to obtain, as he desperately wanted to become stronger and wouldn't waste a single second. The 10 seconds were up, and Mo Tianyun still spent 35 billion star coins to buy the Night Dream Flower. Subsequently, Mo Tianyun spent a large amount of star coins to purchase some other biological medicinal materials and several other super metals, totaling 50 billion star coins. For Mo Tianyun, money came quickly and departed just as quickly. Money came quickly because he could slay the insectoid race and manufacture battle mechas. How could that money not come quickly? Money went quickly because as his strength grew, whether manufacturing battle mechas or preparing potions, the materials required became increasingly numerous and rare. Next, we have the highlight of this auction, a planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship. This is a planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship entrusted to us for auction by a general. I believe most of you are here for this, so I won't say much more. Below are the detailed specifications of this planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship. Damaris Starship Interstellar Shuttle Battleship. Level: planetary level. Starship speed 3 million kilometers per hour. Starship space folding travel speed 10 light years per hour. Starship energy level: stellar grade super. Starship length 200 meters. Starship mass 33. 5 million tons. Starship equipped energy weapons 10 stellar grade super energy pulse laser cannons 30 fixed stellar grade high energy close range shock light waves 100 fixed stellar grade medium energy laser cannons. Evaluation: the combat power of this planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship is average, but its space-folding travel speed is among the top tier for planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleships. This planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship has a starting price of 220 billion star coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 10 billion star coins. Please place your bids. All the guests attending this auction fixed their gaze on the planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship. In everyone's eyes, it seemed as if a blazing fire was burning, eagerly staring at the starship. This was a powerful interstellar shuttle battleship that only generals were qualified to possess, and now they also had the chance to compete for ownership of this planetary-class interstellar shuttle battleship. How could this not make them excited? I am definitely going to secure this planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship. It will surely bring a surprise to my father. Prescott Oman was no exception, feeling exceptionally excited upon seeing the planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship. As the only son of General Prescott Oka, what rare resources could he possibly be denied? Normally, he wouldn't personally attend the 51-star cluster auction to bid on items, but he received news yesterday that a planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship would be showcased at this auction, which caught his attention immensely. It is important to note that even his father, who commands a vast fleet in the military, has only 3 planet-class interstellar shuttle battleships among all the fleets. The military honor points required to exchange for a planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship are exceedingly high. With his father's numerous contributions over the years, he has only managed to exchange for 2 planet-class interstellar shuttle battleships, plus one that was given as a gift when he was promoted to general, totaling 3. This illustrates how rare and precious planet-class interstellar shuttle battleships are. Finally, my planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship is starting the auction, beginning at a staggering 220 billion star coins, with each subsequent bid required to be no less than 1 billion star coins. It seems I have underestimated the value of a planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship. Mo Tianyun was genuinely delighted to see his demolished starship being auctioned as the final premium item, with a starting price as high as 220 billion star coins. What Mo Tianyun did not realize was that this planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship, demolished starship, was specifically chosen for him by Marshal Otis Swift. The demolished starship boasts exceptional performance, especially in speed, which is astonishingly fast. Whether in pursuit of enemies during a retreat or while executing missions, the faster one travels, the greater the advantage gained. As the saying goes, a quick step leads to every step being quick. This is the very principle. For this reason, the demolished starship received a high appraisal from the official evaluation of the 51-star cluster auction. Furthermore, since Mo Tianyun had just acquired the demolished starship only 10 days prior and had not engaged in any battles, it was almost entirely brand new, greatly enhancing its value. 225 billion star coins, 227 billion star coins, 228 billion star coins, 255 billion star coins. In just 10 seconds, the bids for the demolished starship skyrocketed by over 30 billion star coins compared to its initial price. You are all bidding so little, who would care about such amounts? I bid 300 billion star coins. Prescott Oman stood up directly, waving his hand grandly, and raised the bid for the demolished starship to 300 billion star coins. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. 301 billion star coins, 302 billion star coins, 306 billion star coins, 309 billion star coins. I, Prescott Oman, am determined to acquire this planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship. Prescott Oman made his second bid. There were now over 98 fewer bidders. The remaining bidders were all individuals with deep backgrounds within the 51-star cluster, and their financial resources posed no threat to Prescott Oman. Interesting. Mo Tianyun glanced at Prescott Oman, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He also followed up with a bid 310 billion star coins. Although the demolished starship was Mo Tianyun's own interstellar shuttle battleship, he had every right to bid. Most items at the 51-star cluster auction are collected from individuals throughout the entire star cluster. These items are entrusted to the 51-star cluster auction by their original owners, and if the owners suddenly change their minds and wish to redeem their items, they can participate in the bidding and later reclaim them by paying only 5 of the amount. Mo Tianyun's actions were twofold: first, to raise the price of his demolished starship, and second, to teach Prescott Oman a lesson. After all, Prescott Oman had just significantly inflated the value of the Eternal Night Dream Flower. Mo Tianyun was intent on making sure Prescott Oman would have to spend all his star coins to cover his losses. If Prescott Oman were to find out, he would surely feel utterly frustrated. Prescott Oman never expected that the planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship he had longed for since arriving at the 51-star cluster auction would actually belong to Mo Tianyun. Damn this kid, where did he come from? Ordinary people can't possibly have over 300 billion star coins. Prescott Oman's gaze was sharp as a knife, fiercely cutting towards Mo Tianyun. If glances could kill, Mo Tianyun would have been cut into pieces long ago. He could sense the sharpness of Prescott Oman's gaze and heard the words spoken, yet he felt no fear. If one were to calculate Mo Tianyun's current net worth, it would far exceed 1 trillion star coins. Firstly, the enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha he piloted is valued at around 500 billion star coins. The enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha has surpassed the realm of epic battle mechas, almost reaching that of legendary battle mechas. A legendary battle mecha is worth at least 10 trillion star coins, so it is not unreasonable to value the enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha at 500 billion. If an enhanced version of the 1,000-sword mecha were to hit the market, the stir it would create would far exceed that of a planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship. Additionally, Mo Tianyun currently possesses nearly 3,000 star coins along with a planet-class interstellar shuttle battleship, which altogether exceeds 600 billion star coins. Moreover, Mo Tianyun has an abundance of precious materials. After all, he had emptied the entire Dunastar defensive military base of all its precious materials. Even though most of the materials have been used to manufacture mechas, the remaining rare materials still hold significant value. In summary, the precious materials Mo Tianyun possesses, along with gene evolution potions and mental enhancement potions among other items, are worth several hundred billion star coins at the very least. A rough estimate reveals that Mo Tianyun's current wealth certainly exceeds 1 trillion star coins. If he were to sell the recipes obtained from the core space of the divine miracle, even a marshal's wealth would pale in comparison. Of course, this is impossible. Even if the spirit of the miracle allowed it, Mo Tianyun would not dare to, as for the reason those in the know understand. P.S. Things are getting better, so I am in a good mental state today. I just discovered a major issue. It is not the 51-star region auction, but rather the 51-star cluster auction. I was not in the right state of mind previously, and I did not notice this issue these past few days. Why did no one remind me? Crying. With Mo Tianyun's current wealth, bidding against Prescott Oman was not daunting at all, especially since that planetary-class interstellar shuttle warship was his. Prescott Oman, your father is here, and Mo Tianyun remains unfazed, let alone his son. 31. 5 billion star coins. Kid, this planetary-class interstellar shuttle warship is mine. If you have the guts, then follow. Prescott Oman sneered. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun felt delighted in his heart. Didn't this just play into his hands? 32 billion star coins. Mo Tianyun continued to raise the bid. 32. 1 billion star coins. 32. 2 billion star coins. 32. 5 billion star coins. Not only Mo Tianyun and Prescott Oman were bidding, others were also in the fray, because there were many others besides Prescott Oman who wanted to acquire the planetary-class interstellar shuttle warship. The combat power of a planetary-class interstellar shuttle warship is equivalent to that of a powerful epic battle mech which ordinary people can easily pilot without spiritual power. Moreover, while one can only pilot one battle mech, a single person can command hundreds or even thousands of interstellar shuttle warships. Thus, the value of the planetary-class interstellar shuttle warship is extremely high, leading to fierce competition. 36. 8 billion star coins. 36. 9 billion star coins. 37 billion star coins. 38 billion star coins. As the competition neared its conclusion, Prescott Oman directly added another 10 billion star coins. No one else continued to raise their bids. 39 billion star coins. Just when Prescott Oman thought he would secure the planetary-class interstellar shuttle warship, Mo Tianyun directly added another 10 billion star coins. This nearly drove Prescott Oman mad. If it weren't to surprise my father, I wouldn't be putting up with this. 40 billion star coins. Prescott Oman calmed himself down and continued to bid. 41 billion star coins. 42 billion star coins. 43 billion star coins. When Mo Tianyun announced that he was bidding 3 billion star coins, Prescott Oman finally could not bear it any longer, as this price was nearing his limit. Kid, do you know who my father is? My father is a major general. If you offend me, you will never leave this 51-star cluster. Prescott Oman conveyed a message to Mo Tianyun using his spiritual power. I don't care who your father is, you pauper, if you can't afford to get lost early and stop embarrassing yourself here. Mo Tianyun replied back with sarcasm through spiritual power. Good, good, good. Prescott Oman was left speechless with rage. In the end, under Mo Tianyun's continuous taunts, Prescott Oman bought the demolished starship for 50 billion star coins. Mo Tianyun felt a rush of exhilaration in his heart. Originally, the demolished starship might not even have reached 40 billion star coins. Because of Prescott Oman, its price skyrocketed by 10 billion star coins. This 10 billion star coins were effectively a way for him to get back at them. However, Mo Tianyun made a significant profit. How could he not feel elated? As for the demolished starship, which was already obsolete for Mo Tianyun, he didn't care who took it. As long as he got the star coins, that was enough. Once all transactions were completed, the control of the demolished starship was transferred to Prescott Oman through the 51-star cluster auction. Additionally, the Eternal Night Dream Flower also successfully arrived in his hands after Mo Tianyun paid 35 billion star coins. The Eternal Night Dream Flower is a highly toxic spiritual drug that can only have a slight chance of being born on life planets shielded from the light of stars. Its growth conditions are also stringent. It cannot be exposed to visible light and must remain in absolute darkness with temperatures above 80, a constant water source, and enough large exotic beasts within a 1-kilometer radius. After consuming the Eternal Night Dream Flower, it releases a potent spiritual toxin, causing the user to fall into eternal slumber, experiencing various peculiar dreams. In dreams, there is no concept of time. Those with strong spiritual power can endure and strengthen their spiritual essence, while those with weak spiritual power might die in the dream and never awaken. Thus, the Eternal Night Dream Flower is a spiritual tonic for those whose spiritual power reaches the Linghai level, but it is a deadly poison for those below that level. However, for Mo Tianyun, whose spiritual power has reached the Niankong level, consuming the Eternal Night Dream Flower directly is not very beneficial. Only by combining it with numerous other biological medicinal materials can its true immense effects be unleashed. Sister Shinji, all biological medicinal materials required to prepare a potion for enhancing Niankong level spiritual power have been collected. When shall we prepare the potion? Mo Tianyun inquired towards the core of Shinji. He dared not face the spirit of Shinji directly. Wait until you find a more advanced potion preparation room, then come find me. The spirit of Shinji responded quickly. With your words, Sister Shinji, that's settled. Mo Tianyun was instantly filled with excitement. Then Mo Tianyun immediately sought out Edmund Mitchellson. General Mo, is there something you need from me? Edmund Mitchellson asked. Do you have any high-end potion preparation rooms available? I would like to use one. Mo Tianyun said. I'm sorry, General Mo, I don't have one here, but I can take you there. Edmund Mitchellson replied. Then I appreciate it. Mo Tianyun nodded. Subsequently, Edmund Mitchellson took Mo Tianyun onto a high-end flying vehicle flying towards a nearby building. The building was named the 51-Star Cluster Apothecary Center. This center is the highest-level apothecary center in the entire 51-star cluster, with each floor's area significantly larger than that of Uluru City on the Uluru Star. Meanwhile, on the other side, aboard the demolished starship, Prescott Oman was undergoing the transfer of control of the demolished starship with a staff member from the 51-star cluster auction. However, the next scene left Prescott Oman dumbfounded. The control of the demolished starship is being handed over to you. Do you accept? Prescott Oman clearly saw that this Mo Tianyun was the one who had been opposing him at the 51-star cluster auction. This planetary-class interstellar shuttle warship belongs to that kid. I received news that this interstellar shuttle warship seemed to be auctioned by a general. Could it be? Prescott Oman seemed to realize something, and suddenly his heartbeat slowed down. I actually went against a general. Prescott Oman realized this late. He didn't say a word back then, so he probably didn't take me seriously. You must understand, Mo Tianyun is a proper general, and although his father is also a veteran general, his current strength is still far from being a general. Forget it, no need to dwell on this. Though he looks young, he might be several hundred years old. My father is about to be promoted to a general, and even though I don't know what rank Mo Tianyun is, my family isn't afraid of him. Besides, my father said I have a chance to reach the marshal level in the future, so I don't have to fear him. He still owes me thousands of billions of star coins. When I become a marshal, he might even have to apologize to me. I truly am amazing. However, he will soon regret it. The next day, the Interstellar Spacecraft Passenger Terminal. Attention passengers, the Interstellar Shuttle Spacecraft No. 003 of the 51st Star Cluster heading to the Imperial Main Star will depart in 1 hour. Please board the spacecraft. Mo Tianyun's identity card immediately received a notification about the spacecraft's imminent departure. It's getting late, it's time to board the spacecraft and head to the Imperial Main Star. He will spend quite a long time on the Imperial Main Star. The No. 003 spacecraft of the 51st Star Cluster is a civilian ship used for transporting passengers within the galaxy, capable of spatial instant transfer at a speed of 150 light-years per hour, faster than stellar-level interstellar shuttle warships, taking only 22 days to reach the Imperial Main Star. However, in terms of combat power, the No. 003 spacecraft is far inferior to stellar-level interstellar shuttle warships, even falling short of planetary-level interstellar shuttle warships. He has gone to the Imperial Main Star, where the resources he can obtain will surely surpass what he has now. With his rate of growth, he won't have much time left for me. Indeed, why should I dwell on this? Why not make myself a little happier? Isn't that just fine? Inside the core space of the miracle, the spirit of the miracle was alone, her once sorrowful and cold expression suddenly blooming like spring peach blossoms, radiating an enchanting brilliance. After boarding the spacecraft, Mo Tianyun unexpectedly discovered someone who opposed him, Prescott Oman. Moreover, Prescott Oman was sitting right next to him. Mo Tianyun glanced at him and then closed his eyes to rest. In fact, Mo Tianyun was not merely resting. He was channeling a strand of his spiritual power into the simulation space to continue practicing the miracle sword domain galaxy. For the past 2 days, he had done this whenever he had time, aiming to master the miracle sword domain galaxy as quickly as possible. Isn't that the little Mo Tianyun? Why is this Mo Tianyun on the spacecraft? Last night, he gifted the demolished spaceship to his father as a farewell gift, and his father was indeed very surprised. Then his father, Prescott Oka, asked him, "This planetary-level interstellar shuttle warship still looks brand new, as if it has never faced a war. Where did you get it?" Prescott Oman recounted everything, including his encounter with Mo Tianyun. After hearing his son's story, Prescott Oka's expression changed slightly, but he didn't seem overly concerned. A general wouldn't usually warrant much of their attention. However, to be cautious, Prescott Oka still used his rank of Major General to investigate Mo Tianyun's imperial identity. To his surprise, he couldn't investigate Mo Tianyun's identity at all. Major General Prescott Oka received a message stating, "You do not have sufficient authority to view this, Prescott Oka." This was the information Major General Prescott Oka received while investigating Mo Tianyun. Could it be that Mo Tianyun is a general? In the military, only those with a higher rank than yourself cannot be investigated. At this moment, Major General Prescott Oka began to realize the seriousness of the situation. Eventually, out of necessity, Major General Prescott Oka had to personally visit his superior. The superior of a major general is not just any general, it's a marshal. He then asked the marshal to investigate Mo Tianyun's identity, only to find that even a marshal could not uncover the details. He could only obtain simple information: Mo Tianyun, male, imperial major general. Such detailed information required a grand marshal-level military rank to access. This surprised the marshal, who found it unbelievable that such a mere general could not be investigated by an imperial marshal. As for Major General Prescott Oka, he was left completely stunned. Who exactly is Mo Tianyun? He personally sought out a marshal, yet could not obtain detailed information about him. In the end, Major General Prescott Oka's excitement over acquiring a planetary-level interstellar shuttle warship was completely extinguished, leaving him in a frozen state. Next, Major General Prescott Oka shared this matter with his son Prescott Oman. Prescott Oman was instantly terrified. He no longer had the previous arrogance. If an imperial marshal cannot even investigate Mo Tianyun's detailed identity, then there is only one possibility. That is, the people behind Mo Tianyun are at least grand marshals. Hence, Mo Tianyun's detailed identity information would be classified at such a high level. Grand marshals are the true pillars of the empire. With such a terrifying background, how could Prescott Oman not feel alarmed? Of course, these are merely Prescott Oman's speculations. The real reason is something Mo Tianyun himself does not know. Dear passengers, the No. 003 spacecraft of the 51st Star Cluster is ready to depart. The destination of this journey is the Imperial Main Star, covering a distance of 80036. 84 light-years with an estimated travel time of 23 days. A gentle and pleasant female voice resounded across the spacecraft, reaching the ears of over 500,000 people on board. With this warm reminder, the No. 003 spacecraft of the 51st Star Cluster instantly vanished from its location, heading towards the center of the Aolong Empire civilization, the Imperial Main Star, over 80,000 light-years away. While Mo Tianyun was practicing the Miracle Sword Domain Galaxy in the simulation space, the Spirit of the Miracle also entered and slowly approached him. Seeing the Spirit of the Miracle arrive, Mo Tianyun immediately stopped practicing. The arrival of the Spirit of the Miracle caused Mo Tianyun to lose the desire to continue practicing the Miracle Sword Domain Galaxy. Ever since he heard the Spirit of the Miracle say, "What can you do to help me?" he chose to avoid her and dared not face the Spirit again. Each time he entered the core space of the Miracle, he would directly enter the simulation space without passing through the main space where the Spirit of the Miracle resided. Previously, Mo Tianyun would pretend to pass through the core space of the Miracle and then enter the simulation space. This way, he could openly see the Spirit of the Miracle. In fact, Mo Tianyun could choose a straightforward approach to watch the Spirit of the Miracle openly. However, he believed deep down that the Spirit of the Miracle was merely a bioengineered creation of a highly advanced civilization, a product of technology, and he didn't know how to face such feelings of affection. Yet he was often captivated by the Spirit of the Miracle's flawless beauty, unable to extricate himself. "What's wrong? Why have you been dodging me these days? Are you afraid to face me?" The Spirit of the Miracle gazed at Mo Tianyun with eyes like the starry sky, her voice tinged with anger. "No, it's not that." Mo Tianyun shook his head vigorously, refusing to admit it. What is there to be afraid of?" The Spirit of the Miracle continued to close in on Mo Tianyun. Dressed in a colorful celestial gown, she walked gracefully, her attire billowing an ethereal beauty beyond reality, even something you wouldn't dream of. "If I did something wrong, I can apologize to you." The Spirit of the Miracle approached Mo Tianyun, smiling gently. "Sister of the Miracle, you once said that apologies are the least effective. Besides, who is right and who is wrong? It seems neither of us is." Mo Tianyun lightly shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. In this statement, he responded to the Spirit of the Miracle while also trying to convincing himself to find a reason to face the Spirit of the Miracle with ease. The Spirit of the Miracle laughed. "You learn quite fast the principles I taught you before you have applied well. Sister of the Miracle, I just blame myself for not being strong enough to share your burdens, to endure the pain with you, and to not be able to help you." Mo Tianyun continued. "You fool." The Spirit of the Miracle that day didn't even know why she cried. "At that moment, while teaching you to practice the Miracle Sword Domain Galaxy, I naturally wielded this martial art technique. Later, some inexplicable memories flooded my mind, and I felt unexplainably sad without understanding the cause. Because of this, I was a bit downhearted that day, which is why I neglected you." The Spirit of the Miracle attempted to explain. "Is that so?" Mo Tianyun still had some doubts. "Of course it's true. Would the Spirit of the Miracle lie to you? Seeing you practicing the Miracle Sword Domain Galaxy all alone, would you like me to join you?" With a flick of her right hand, a ray of light appeared which transformed into a blue slender sword. "All right." Mo Tianyun quickly accepted the Spirit's offer. The two of them began to practice the Miracle Sword Domain Galaxy together in the simulation space. The sword energy resonated through the galaxy with endless starlight, forming a realm. With each sword swing, there were infinite variations radiating boundless mysteries. The two realms intertwined, each alternating between offense and defense, working in perfect harmony. Back and forth they practiced for an unknown length of time, until Mo Tianyun's spiritual power was nearly exhausted, at which point the Spirit of the Miracle stopped. "How's it going? Have you mastered it completely? From the looks of you, even if you haven't fully mastered it, you should be close." "Yes, I have completely mastered the Miracle Sword Domain Galaxy. I can now execute it with thought alone." Mo Tianyun exclaimed with surprise. "Just a reminder, it's already been 19 days outside." 19 days. 19 days. At first Emotianyan was puzzled, but then he suddenly realized that 19 days had passed outside, which meant the spacecraft was about to reach the Imperial main star. During this time, Emotianyan had been fully immersed in the simulation space, practicing the miracle sword domain galaxy, with the spirit completely forgetting about the passage of time. If it weren't for his spiritual power being on the verge of depletion and the spirit's reminder, he might have kept practicing until he truly lost track of time. This guy can really sleep. He has been sleeping motionless for 19 days. If I didn't know he was a general, I would have thought he was dead. Outside, Prescott Oman glanced again at Emotianyan. For 19 days, Prescott Oman had been wanting to apologize to Emotianyan. Since they had encountered each other on the spacecraft and were sitting so close, it was an opportunity. Avoiding one enemy and making amends with one person is worth it. Although Prescott Oman was proud and dismissive, he could lower his pride and sincerely apologize when faced with someone stronger than himself. Finally, Emotianyan woke up. General Emotianyan, I was too reckless that day, saying so many unpleasant things to you. Today I apologize and hope you can forgive me. Prescott Oman immediately stood up, disregarding the many people around him, and deeply bowed, saying it turns out that the person who slept for 19 days is an imperial general. As soon as this statement was made, some people around felt shocked. A general has been sleeping continuously for 19 days since boarding the spacecraft. What is this? Quickly return to your seat. Emotianyan was almost dumbfounded. How come as soon as he stepped outside, someone bowed to him? It was the arrogant person from the 51st Star Cluster's auction. Please forgive me, General. I am willing to compensate you tenfold for your loss. Prescott Oman said. Note, today is the last day of 2022. I wish everyone a better year ahead, and I also hope our country will be better next year. May everyone have a healthy and happy new year. This book started its release on September 23 RD. Thank you very much for everyone's support over the past 3 months, especially those familiar big shots who often send me gifts. I will continue writing in the new year. This guy has a father who is a lieutenant general. He was quite arrogant at the auction, so why is he now as docile as a little lamb? Emotianyan found it strange. Clearly he had done nothing, so why was the other party coming to apologize? From their demeanor with deep bows and offers of compensation, it did not seem like a pretense, but rather very sincere. There must be something fishy about this. Ahem, there's no need for compensation. I don't lack that bit of money. However, I am quite curious as to why you took the initiative to seek me out to apologize. Emotianyan shook his head and then asked. Previously, he learned through Edmund Mitchellson's words that this arrogant individual at the auction was named Prescott Oman. He had a lieutenant general father and was a well-known noble scion in the 51st Star Cluster's central star system. Your Excellency, your status and position are certainly beyond that of a lowly person like me. However, I acted impulsively and offended you, so I come to apologize to you, Your Excellency. Prescott Oman dared not say much and could only answer honestly. It seems you know your place. I will overlook your previous rudeness this time, but pay more attention next time. Emotianyan pretended to be magnanimous as he spoke. However, after hearing Prescott Oman's response, his mind was filled with questions. My status and position are very high. Emotianyan's confusion lay here. Although Emotianyan was already a major general of the Empire, Prescott Oman's father was a lieutenant general of the Empire. Just how much higher could Emotianyan's status be than Prescott Oman's? Therefore, Emotianyan believed that merely relying on his rank as a major general would clearly not intimidate Prescott Oman, nor would it cause him to lower his face and respectfully apologize. However, what puzzled Emotianyan was what other higher status could he possess besides being a major general of the Empire. What Emotianyan did not know was that the day he became a major general of the Empire, his name had already been recognized by most of the grand marshals of the Empire. Due to Emotianyan's immense potential for growth, the confidentiality level of his detailed identity information was raised by 5 levels, with only those holding the rank of Grand Marshal and above being authorized to view it. Rest assured, Your Excellency, from now on I will be a changed man and will deeply regret my past mistakes. Prescott Oman repeatedly responded and then returned to his seat, sitting there warily. For the next 3 days, Emotianyan was immersed in studying the methods of applying spiritual power contained within the simulation space. The spirit of miracles was guiding him beside him. When Emotianyan's spiritual power reached the level of empty thought, both the intensity and control of his spiritual power had significantly improved compared to before. Now Emotianyan practiced the methods of applying spiritual power with considerable ease. As long as he was given enough time, he could directly manifest the materials needed for creating an extraordinary combat mech using his spiritual power. Why would he need various mech manufacturing devices? Isn't it much more convenient to directly form a mech with spiritual power? Dear passengers, welcome to the Empire's main star. Before entering the Empire's main star area, your identity information will be verified. Thank you for your cooperation. These 2 notifications were sent to the minds of everyone on the interstellar shuttle. Mo Tianyun's spiritual power immediately shifted from the simulation space to the real world. At this moment, the special ship No. 003 of the 51st Star Cluster was stationed in the vastness of space, surrounded by all sizes of interstellar shuttles and ordinary spacecraft. To enter the area where the Empire's main star is located, one must pass an inspection, otherwise they will be turned back or detained. The only requirement to pass the inspection is to possess an advanced Empire identity card. This is the sole condition. If the condition is not met, passage will not be granted. Additionally, if one possesses a pass, they can go directly to the Empire's main star without inspection. After a thorough inspection, all individuals on the ship pass the examination. In fact, to purchase a ticket to the Empire's main star, one must at least have an advanced identity card, otherwise ordinary people cannot even buy a ticket. The area surrounding the Empire's main star refers to all the space within a cubic light year around the Empire's main star. In this space, aside from the Empire's main star and some affiliated planets, all small celestial bodies, including asteroids, have been cleared away. This makes the universe around the Empire's main star feel very spacious. The Empire's main star has a radius of 360,000 kilometers, hosting over 1 trillion inhabitants, and serves as the central star zone of the Aolong Empire's main civilization. It is not a natural planet, but an artificially created one. On the Empire's main star, according to the level of identity cards, different regulations and restrictions apply to individuals with varying levels of identity cards. For example, in certain areas, individuals with advanced identity cards cannot enter, while only those with elite identity cards or above are allowed to enter, and so on, each with its own rules and restrictions. Moreover, flying freely on the Empire's main star is prohibited. This is against the law. Of course, this rule restricts most individuals with advanced identity cards and elite identity cards. However, individuals with noble identity cards are permitted to fly, albeit with a height restriction of 1,000 meters. As for those with higher level identity cards, they are completely exempt from this rule and can fly as they wish. This planet is really big. No wonder it's the Empire's main star. Quite impressive. Mo Tianyun observed the outside as the ship officially arrived at the Empire's main star. Dear passengers, the special ship No. 003 of the 51st Star Cluster has arrived at the Empire's main star. Please disembark the ship promptly. A gentle voice like a spring breeze warmly reminded all passengers. Empire's main star, here I come. Aolong Academy of Talented Mech Engineers, here I come. Mo Tianyun immediately stood up and walked towards the ship's exit. The Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy is currently in the midst of its annual admissions selection examination. The admissions selection examination at the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy lasts for 3 months, commencing on January 1st and concluding at midnight on April 1 SD. During this period, every Mecha Master candidate participating in the examination has the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Each instructor on the assessment panel from the 4 major colleges, Mecha Combat Master Academy, Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy, Mecha Maintenance Master Academy, and Mecha Accessory Master Academy, will score the candidates based on their performances. The total score is the sum of all the scores given, which represents the candidate's overall score. This total score will be ranked, and after the conclusion of the admissions selection examination on April 1 SD, the top 1 million candidates from each college will automatically qualify for further studies at the academy. A Mecha Master must be under the age of 20 to qualify for the admissions selection examination. Aside from the requirement of being a Mecha Master under the age of 20, the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy has no other prerequisites for those wishing to participate in the admissions selection examination. Those who are able to enter the Empire's main star are all holders of high-level identity cards from the Empire. Therefore, if a Mecha Master can enter the main star area of the Empire, they must either be a Combat Mecha Master of extraordinary rank or higher. Alternatively, they could be a Mecha Manufacturing Master of intermediate rank or higher, or a Mecha Maintenance Master of intermediate rank or higher. They could also be a Mecha Accessory Master of intermediate rank or higher. There are no other possibilities. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Mecha Masters of the above ranks are undoubtedly qualified to participate in the admissions selection examination of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy. Mo Tianyun arrived at the Dunistar Defense Military Base on January 1 SD, became a general a month later, and after staying at the base for around 20 days, he reached the Empire's main star after a journey of over a month. The current date happens to be March 31 SD, the last day of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy admissions selection examination. What event is the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy hosting? There are so many people at the entrance. Mo Tianyun arrived at the front of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy through a super-large spatial transfer tunnel from the port where his spaceship docked. He found that the Academy's entrance, stretching over 10,000 kilometers, was packed with people numbering in the hundreds of millions. These individuals were all gazing up at the 4 massive, all-encompassing holographic screens in the sky. The all-encompassing holographic screens maintained the best viewing angle from any position. Mo Tianyan, too, curiously looked up along with the crowd. On the first all-encompassing holographic screen, it displayed Combat Mecha Master Academy total score rankings. 1 SD place Byron Treza, total score 982764. 2 ND place Adrian O'Connor, total score 954346. 3 RD place Hall Sommerfeld, total score 953451. 4 TH place Alfred White, total score 952134. 5 TH place Cornell Montgomery, total score 949464. 6 TH place Kaka, total score 948215. 7 TH place Basaromu Sommerfeld, total score 946245. 8 TH place Albert Leonard, total score 939646. 9 TH place Candy Hart, total score 935512. 10 TH place Egbert Peschings, total score 933478. 999999 TH place Byron Kate, total score 221883. 1000000 TH place Elvis Morton, total score 221882. Oh, I think I see an old acquaintance. I wonder if it's him. If it is, then this guy has really done well. It seems he hasn't slacked off in the months since leaving Oula Star. Mo Tianyan scanned with his mental power at the level of Nian Kong and found a familiar name, Rod Hubbard. Last time, when he saved the Oula Star from the crisis of the Zerg, Mo Tianyan deliberately investigated all the information regarding that ordinary-level combat mecha master examination in which Rod had participated and learned this old rival's name. 9864333 RD place Rod Hubbard, total score 225648. It seems this guy has achieved the rank of extraordinary combat mecha master. His strength is not to be underestimated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break into the top 100,000 and secure qualification for further studies at the academy. Mo Tianyan nodded in satisfaction. After reviewing this ranking list, he already knew that the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy was currently conducting the admissions selection examination. After looking at the total score rankings of the Combat Mecha Master Academy, Mo Tianyan successively checked the rankings of the other 3 academies. When he saw the total score rankings of the Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy, he discovered another familiar name, Anders Vina. Vina has been promoted to an intermediate mecha manufacturing master in such a short time. It seems she has made quite a bit of progress. Mo Tianyan was somewhat surprised, but felt more happiness and blessings. In fact, over the past few months, the one who has made the greatest progress is Mo Tianyan himself. On Oula Star, or even throughout the entire Aolong Empire, 999. 9 of ordinary people, gene-evolved warriors or combat mecha masters have their lives goal set merely on becoming an extraordinary combat mecha master. Those with slightly higher aspirations aim to become epic-level combat mecha masters. However, Mo Tianyan has surpassed the goals that 999 of people spend their entire lives chasing in just a few short months. What a stunning rate of growth. It is worth noting that the title of general in the empire is held by roughly 1 million individuals throughout the entire Aolong Empire. Yet the population of the Aolong Empire is measured in hundreds of billions. Amongst hundreds of billions, becoming one of the strongest 1 million is a ratio of 1 in 100 billion. At least 100 billion people are needed to produce a single general. Thus, Mo Tianyan is the person with the fastest rate of advancement in the entire Aolong Empire and also the youngest general currently. Mo Tianyan, this is a great opportunity. You must seize it. Suddenly, the ethereal voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in Mo Tianyan's mind. Sister Miracle, are you saying I should participate in the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy admissions selection examination? Mo Tianyan's mind raced as he quickly grasped the opportunity that the Spirit of Miracles was referring to. Yes, I want you to participate in the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy admissions selection examination and strive to secure all first places. In doing so, the Academy will surely take great notice of you and the resources you receive will increase. The Spirit of Miracles spoke, nodding its delicate head in the core space of miracles. Upon reflection, Mo Tianyan decided not to be lazy. It's just 2 updates a day after all. No problem. Definitely no problem. As for sending blades, let's skip that. If you want to know who that big shot is, he sent a gift that seems to be called inspiration. However, it seems I don't need to participate in the admission selection for the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy, as I have a recommendation letter from Marshal Otis Swift. But since you, Sister Shinji, have said so, then doesn't that mean I'm first? With my current strength, as well as my skills in mecha manufacturing, repair, and component production, I will undoubtedly secure the top spot in all these rankings. Mo Tianyan said confidently. Yes, with his current strength and various mecha technical skills, as long as the examination is fair, the first place is certainly within his grasp. Regarding the admission selection for the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy, It is conducted under the watchful eyes of countless people in the Aolong Empire, and it is undoubtedly very fair. Each of the 4 academies has a mentoring team, each with 10,000 mentors. Each mentor can score up to 100 points, and the total score is the cumulative score from all mentors. Therefore, even if the forces behind you are powerful, it is difficult to manipulate all the mentors, as these mentors come from various factions and families within the Empire, and most of them are teachers at the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy, making this assessment naturally fair and just. General, what brings you here? Are you also a mentor at the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy? A familiar voice reached Mo Tianyan's ears. Mo Tianyan turned to see that it was Prescott Oman who had apologized to him on the spaceship. How did he end up here as well? I am not a mentor at the Aolong Genius Academy. Mo Tianyan shook his head in response to Prescott Oman. Are you here to participate in the admission selection for the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy? Mo Tianyan then asked. Yes, because my father is a major general, and coupled with my exceptional talent, I smoothly obtained a recommendation letter from a marshal. This way I don't need to participate in the selection assessment to enter the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy. Prescott Oman exhibited his somewhat arrogant and ostentatious nature, striking a pose he thought was quite cool and boasting. Oh, you have a marshal's recommendation letter too. Mo Tianyan glanced at Prescott Oman, thinking that he might run into him again while studying at the academy. 2. What do you mean by that, General? Could it be that you also have a marshal's recommendation letter? Prescott Oman instantly seized on the key point in Mo Tianyan's words. Haha, of course I have a marshal's recommendation letter. Otherwise, after today, I wouldn't be able to take the assessment. If I were late, I might have to wait another year to enter the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy for further study. Mo Tianyan admitted. General, you going to the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy for further study? Prescott Oman said in disbelief. He couldn't have heard wrong, could he? A general of the Empire is actually going to the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy for further study. It should be noted that to study at the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy, one's age must be under 20. Now Prescott Oman heard that Mo Tianyan, a general of the Empire, actually wants to enter the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy for further study. His father said that those who can become generals of the Empire are mostly in their 50s or hundreds of years old, and some are even hundreds of years old. There are only a handful of people among the millions of generals in the Aolong Empire who can become generals before the age of 20. These few are hailed as the extraordinary talents that will be the future pillars of the entire empire. Could it be? Could it be that this general in front of him is one of those few extraordinary talents? Looking at his appearance, he indeed seems quite young. No way. No way. Prescott Oman jumped up in surprise as if he had seen a ghost, looking at Mo Tianyan from head to toe repeatedly. General, you can't still be under 20, can you? Prescott Oman said with his mouth agape, pointing at Mo Tianyan with a shocked expression. Yes. Mo Tianyan acknowledged in a nonchalant tone. Hearing Mo Tianyan's admission struck Prescott Oman with a ton of emotional blows. This made Prescott Oman involuntarily recall what he had just said, coupled with my exceptional talent, which made him feel utterly ashamed. This is true exceptional talent. Compared to Mo Tianyan, what little talent he has is nothing. It's like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. It's like a monkey calling itself king in the absence of an old tiger. It turns out the fool was him all along. It's getting late. There are only a few hours left before this assessment ends. I need to hurry and participate in the assessment. Mo Tianyan glanced at the time and, disregarding the still questioning Prescott Oman, walked straight toward the assessment venue. General, where are you going? Wait for me. Prescott Oman chased after him. I'm going to participate in the Academy's selection assessment and plan to take the overall first place. Mo Tianyan ignored Prescott Oman and quickened his pace toward the Combat Mecha Engineer assessment site. Overall first. Did I hear that right? Did this general just say overall? Prescott Oman was once again stunned. In his imagination, with General Mo Tianyan's strength, winning the title of First Combat Mecha Engineer would surely be a piece of cake, and there shouldn't be anything strange about it. But overall first. Does this also include first place in mecha manufacturing, mecha repair, and mecha component production? Mo Tianyan's statement deeply shocked Prescott Oman once again. His father is a major general, and having been exposed to the 4 major professions related to mecha engineers, he understands quite a lot and naturally knows how complex these 4 mecha engineer professions are. Each profession requires an unimaginable amount of time and effort for ordinary people to learn. For example, to be a combat mecha engineer, one must comprehend their martial arts, cultivate their martial arts techniques, and practice mecha control. Which of these does not require a massive amount of time? An ordinary person definitely wouldn't have the energy to simultaneously study 2 professions, let alone 4. If this general isn't just boasting, then it's truly going against the heavens. Prescott Oman looked at Mo Tianyan's calm figure, feeling that the whole world had turned dark. Suddenly a ray of light shone upon him, and his shadow became majestic and radiant. Mo Tianyun arrived at the testing grounds for battle mecha engineers and discovered a massive virtual world computing system at the center surrounded by hundreds of thousands of virtual pods. This scene was exactly the same as that of an ordinary-level battle mecha engineer examination. At every moment, there were individuals entering the unoccupied virtual pods for academy selection assessments. After Mo Tianyun embedded the spatial orb containing the enhanced version of the Qianjian mecha into the mecha generation hole above the virtual pod, he quickly entered the virtual pod to take part in the academy selection assessment. Mo Tianyun, the Battle Mecha Engineer Academy, reminds you that you have 3 chances to pass the challenges. Please choose your enemy. Upon entering the virtual world, Mo Tianyun discovered that the assessment was conducted by defeating enemies using a piloted mecha. I choose the enemy to be the Zerg. Looking at the 6 enemy options: Zerg Mecha Engineers, Interstellar Shuttles, Exotic Beasts, the Bailey Bode Federation Civilization, and the Dylan Empire Civilization, Mo Tianyun ultimately chose the Zerg as he was most familiar with them. Time was of the essence, and he needed to challenge quickly. With only a few hours left, the rankings have almost stabilized. There likely aren't any good candidates left. Most of them are familiar faces. Even if they use all 3 chances, it's doubtful that any of them will make it into the top 100,000. These wastes are just struggling. They lack talent and don't put in effort usually, and now they think they can rely on luck to pass the challenges. It's not that simple. Within the instructor group of the Battle Mecha Engineer Academy, several older gentlemen were conversing at the front. These old men were no ordinary individuals. They were all retired battle mecha engineers with the rank of marshal, having defended in the military for hundreds of years and now serving as special instructors at the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy. That kid's mecha is unusual. Let me take a look. Wow. A 500 metal epic battle mecha, that's quite rare. This must be a perfect level epic battle mecha. To fully control such a large epic battle mecha, the pilot's mental strength must be formidable. A good candidate has just arrived. To see such a surprise on the last day is truly interesting. By the way, weren't you looking to take on a disciple? Is this kid interested? Taking on a disciple shouldn't be rushed. Let me observe first. As soon as Mo Tianyun's mecha appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of all the instructors in the Battle Mecha Engineer Academy. This sparked a heated discussion. Meanwhile, Mo Tianyun began his challenges. First challenge: 10 ordinary Zerg. Mo Tianyun effortlessly crushed them with his mental power, taking only 0.01 seconds. Second challenge: 10 elite Zerg. With the enhanced Qianjian mecha, Mo Tianyun executed a single sword strike, killing them in 0.5 seconds. Third challenge: 1 leader level Zerg. Mo Tianyun wielded the enhanced Qianjian mecha and similarly struck it down in 0.5 seconds. Fourth challenge: 10 leader level Zerg. Mo Tianyun conjured 10 radiant star swords, allocating 1 to each leader level Zerg, resulting in instant kills, taking 1 second. This is a martial technique of the Starry Sky level capable of killing each leader level Zerg with a single sword strike. It seems this kid has high mental strength. Moreover, this martial technique's realm is also impressive. This kid is promising. He must become my disciple. You're not fated to have this disciple. Oh, just look ahead. Even a few special instructors are interested. What chance do you have? Indeed, it's possible that his abilities are just starting to show. If this continues, those few special instructors might even fight over this disciple. Fifth challenge: 100 leader level Zerg. Mo Tianyun conjured 100 radiant star swords, just like the fourth challenge, all instant kills, taking 1 second. At his level of strength, having more leader level Zerg was futile. It was akin to an elephant trampling on ants. One stomp could crush thousands of ants without escape. Sixth challenge: 1 Zerg Lord. Mo Tianyun easily dispatched the Zerg Lord with a single sword strike. Without even using any martial techniques, the Zerg Lord was slaughtered by a single sword strike. This power is impressive. If he passes the 6th challenge, he can apply for graduation. This kid has not even studied at the academy, yet with his strength, he can graduate now. I believe it's not that simple. This kid has no unnecessary movements. I think he can easily pass the 8th challenge, which is the graduation level of the Battle Mecha Engineer Academy. There is a possibility. If he passes, he will be recognized as a martial-level genius, receiving top resources from the academy for training. The difficulty of his graduation assessment will then rise 3 levels, requiring him to reach the strength of a major general to graduate smoothly. Such genius candidates are only a few dozen or 100 each year, making them top-tier talents. As Mo Tianyun effortlessly passed the 6th challenge, the opinions and evaluations of the instructor group at the Battle Mecha Engineer Academy rose once more. What these instructors didn't know was that passing the 6th challenge was merely a fraction of Mo Tianyun's true power. Mo Tianyun was capable of slaying weaker Zerg commanders. 7th challenge: 10 Zerg Lords. Moments later, Mo Tianyun sheathed the battle sword of the enhanced Qianjian mecha and successfully passed the challenge. 8th challenge: 100 Zerg Lords. This time, Mo Tianyun didn't bother to draw his sword. He directly unleashed 100 radiant star swords, turning the 100 Zerg lords into data and making them disappear from the virtual world. He passed the 8th challenge in just 1 second. Now the entire instructor group of the Battle Mecha Engineer Academy was in an uproar. Passing the 8th challenge meant he was a martial-level genius. Only a few individuals managed to pass the 8th challenge each year. Such talent is incredibly rare. How could he not be valued? Certainly valued. Moreover, Mo Tianyun passed the 8th challenge in merely 1 second, which drove all the instructors into a frenzy, especially those few special instructors. Who is he? How come I've never heard of such a genius emerging from the Aolong Empire? Impressive. Killing 100 Zerg lords with ease. The one currently ranked first on the leaderboard, Byron Treza, took over an hour to do the same. The gap between them is like heaven and earth. With such strength, he should be a pillar-level genius at the Grand Marshal level. The Aolong Empire had one last year and another this year. This is a great fortune for our civilization. A genius of this caliber needs to be reported to the esteemed deans. What do you all think? Let's not jump to conclusions so early. The strength variance increases as we go further. Let's wait and see. Unless he passes the 10th challenge, we shouldn't conclude anything disturbing the deans is quite serious. That's fair. I'm keen to see whether this person can pass the 10th challenge. The special instructors discussed Mo Tianyun while the other candidates were forgotten. The 9th stage features a Zerg commander. Even in the virtual world, the formidable nature of the Zerg commander has been meticulously crafted. The towering Zerg body, thousands of meters high with its heavy and hard exoskeleton pulsating with intense energy fluctuations, all demonstrate the immense power of the Zerg commander. Mo Tianyun found this challenge to be no easy feat. He activated the enhanced version of the Thousand Sword Mecha's most powerful capabilities and employed the perfect Realm Star Moon sword technique, cleaving the creature in two with a single strike. There is a vast chasm between the 8th and 9th stages. They are not comparable. A single Zerg commander is far more formidable than 1,000 Zerg lords combined. In nearly 1,000 years at the Orlan Genius Mecha Master Academy, very few have managed to pass the 9th stage. The 10th stage has 10 Zerg commanders. This is the final challenge of the Mecha Battle Master Academy selection test, and it is rarely opened, let alone completed. Today, Mo Tianyun has once again unlocked the 10th stage. This is the 10th stage. I have to face 10 Zerg commanders. Don't tell me there are even higher levels ahead, or I'll have to withdraw. Mo Tianyun quickly passed through the 9th stage, but faced with the 10th stage, he felt a sense of weariness. At this rate, wouldn't he have to confront the Zerg commander? Moreover, the Zerg in this virtual world are quite dull. They lack the realism and agility of the Zerg in the simulated 10 trial levels. Killing them felt like dealing with Zerg dolls, and Mo Tianyun hardly felt any pressure from them. Soon the 10 Zerg commanders were slaughtered by him, returning to the data calculation system. Did you see? He swiftly passed the 9th and 10th stages. With such strength, he is at least a general-level figure. Shouldn't we quickly inform the heads of the Mecha Battle Master Academy and the principal? Don't rush us, we've already notified them. The principal and the head will be here soon. Such a genius deserves the best resources to rapidly grow into a pillar of the empire, which will significantly reduce the pressure on the Zerg front lines. Several special-level instructors began to use various instruments to send out streams of information. The other junior, intermediate, and senior instructors could do little but marvel as subsequent events did not involve them. Not even the special-level instructors had the qualifications to participate. Junior instructors are at a standard general level, typically holding the rank of major. Intermediate instructors are slightly stronger than junior instructors, with ranks reaching lieutenant general to be classified as intermediate instructors. Senior instructors correspond to the rank of general. Special-level instructors are of martial rank, holding significant positions within the Orlan Empire, each renowned for their numerous military achievements. The principal can only be a figure of the Grand Marshal level. They rarely stay at the Orlan Genius Mecha Master Academy, spending most of their time commanding the army, only occasionally teaching the top geniuses rated as martial level. The most formidable figure at the Orlan Genius Mecha Master Academy is undoubtedly the head and elder of the empire. It's the last day. He shouldn't be coming, right? I heard that one must serve in the military for at least a year before retiring. If that's the case, he might not come to the academy for further training until a year later. A girl with long black hair wearing a simple white dress occasionally looked up at the 4 massive omnidirectional holographic screens in the sky, searching, but still not seeing his name. The girl's beautiful eyes like flowing water shimmered with a dull sense of loss, almost thick enough to coalesce into tears. Xiaona, don't worry too much. There are still a few hours left until the end of the assessment, and securing a qualification for further training is definitely within reach. A tall and handsome man who kept observing the overall scores of the Mecha Manufacturing Academy assessment leaderboard approached to comfort his daughter. Behind him was a woman. She looked at her daughter with a gentle smile, signaling her not to be nervous. Father, Mother, I'm not worried at all. You don't need to be nervous. Vina quickly concealed her feelings of disappointment, forcing a smile. Indeed, given her current ranking, while it was a bit low, there was no way she would fall out of the top million in the last few hours. The overall scores of the Mecha Manufacturing Academy Assessment Leaderboard: 1 SD place, Charles Gadby, total score 98276, 2 ND place. Brock Bobby, total score 954346. 3 RD place, Albert Ezekiel, total score 9534510, th place. Kyle Rhodes, total score 952134, 5 th place. Lennon Ellis, total score 94946, 6 th place. Adrian Carlo, total score 948215, 7 th place. Kyle Sommerfeld, total score 946245, 8 th place. Albert Leonard, total score 939646, 9 th place. Juga Chi, total score 935512, 10 th place. ODI Mos, total score 933478, 66666, th place. Kai G Kuin, total score 666666, 892536, th place. Anders Vina, total score 284399, 999999, th place. Lee E Phone, total score 22091110, th place. Wu E Fan, total score 220910. It can be seen that Vena's rank is at 892536. That's true if our daughter is the best, and in a few hours it's impossible for over 100,000 people to score high enough to fall within the 800 range. Vena's father nodded, then glanced again at the overall leaderboard, suddenly noticing a significant change beside the Mecha Battlemaster Academy Assessment Leaderboard. A name under the gaze of billions surged to the first position, pushing everyone else's names back one spot and directly claiming the top. This shift was like a heavy stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up a tremendous uproar, unable to settle down, and instead growing more intense amidst the waves. My goodness, no way. Xiaona quickly look at the Mecha Battlemaster Academy Assessment Leaderboard, see who is now in first place. Vena's father Light repeatedly checked several times and finally called his daughter over to look together. Vina focused her gaze, and her eyes instantly moistened, the joy on her face impossible to conceal, her smile radiant. You finally came back, it's wonderful. Although the gap between us has grown larger, just being able to see you again fills me with contentment. Who is Mo Tianyan? On the very last day, he emerged as a formidable dark horse, securing the top position in the Mecha Combat Masters Academy assessment ranking with a perfect score. Moreover, there is an annotation next to Mo Tianyan's total score, and the content within that annotation is truly astonishing. It states that Mo Tianyan passed the 10th challenge in less than 10 seconds. Such speed could only be surpassed by a marshal. Is that for real? What kind of enemies are in the 10th challenge? I could only make it to the 4th challenge, and I haven't passed yet. I can't even fathom how difficult the 10th challenge must be. The last person to pass the 10th challenge seems to have done so over 200 years ago. According to the elders in my family, he had the potential to become an elder of the empire, but unfortunately, he was sacrificed on the battlefield against the insectoids when he became a grand marshal. So passing the 10th challenge indicates the potential to become an elder of the empire. Isn't it said that only those who pass the 10th challenge are considered peerless geniuses on the level of a grand marshal? How does one have the potential to become an elder of the empire? You don't understand. The 10th challenge has 10 enemies at the general level, and Mo Tianyan managed to defeat 10 of them in under 10 seconds. How terrifying is his current strength? If passing the 10th challenge indicates the potential to become a grand marshal level powerhouse, then what about completing it in 10 seconds? Completing the 10th challenge in 10 seconds. Against 10 general level enemies. Okay, that's far beyond my imagination. Regardless, Mo Tianyan is someone we all need to look up to. The news of Mo Tianyan passing the 10th challenge in under 10 seconds spread rapidly, along with the announcement of the ranking, with discussions about him erupting everywhere, and this news quickly reached the entire main star region of the empire, even spreading throughout the entire Aolong Empire. In summary, this time Mo Tianyan has become renowned throughout the Aolong Empire. He will soon become the hot topic of conversation after every meal. The total score ranking of the Mecha Combat Masters Academy has undergone a significant change, with the name at the top becoming incredibly sought after. All the Mecha Masters who previously participated in the assessment looked up to, envied, and aspired to become peerless geniuses at the top of the ranking. Now they no longer have the courage to imagine, let alone dream of vying for that position. The gap is simply too large. Mecha Combat Masters Academy Assessment total score ranking 1 SD place. Mo Tianyan total score 100, highest achievement, passed the 10th challenge of the Mecha Combat Masters Academy in 865 seconds. 2 ND place. Byron Teresa total score 982764. 3 RD place. Adrian O'Connor total score 954346. 4th place. Hall Sommerfeld total score 953451. 5th place. Alfred White total score 952134. 6th place. Cornell Montgomery total score 949464. 7th place. Kaka total score 948215. 8th place. Basilomu Sommerfeld total score 946245. 9th place. Albert Leonard total score 939646. 10th place. Sugar Hart total score 935512. 11th place. Egbert Pesching's total score 933478. 100000th place. Byron Kate total score 221883. Aside from Mo Tianyan's name, which has the highest achievement, all others only have their scores without any further annotations. If not for the fact that the perfect score can only be 1 million, Mo Tianyan's score would likely be even higher. 1 million total score is not Mo Tianyan's limit, but rather the limit of the assessment score. The total score that others can achieve is merely a reflection of their own abilities, while Mo Tianyan achieving a perfect score of 1 million is due to the assessment's maximum score being 1 million. This general is indeed under 20 years old. Is this the reason why his detailed identity information has been concealed? Moreover, this general claims he will take the crown in the total score rankings of all 4 academies. That must be true, right? Fortunately, I apologized to him earlier. Our relationship has been quite harmonious on the spaceship these days, and we even talk occasionally. He shouldn't hold a grudge, right? He probably won't, but I need to quickly inform my father. Prescott Oman hurriedly took out a communication device connecting to the entire Aolong Star Systems communication network, sending a message to his father, Vice Admiral Prescott Oka, who was 8,000 light years away. The content of the message was, "Dear Father, I have safely arrived at the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy. I write to you to report my safety and to share important news about General Mo Tianyan. Just now, General Mo Tianyan achieved the top spot in the total score ranking of the Mecha Combat Masters Academy. Moreover, he completed the 10th challenge, which had remained unpassed for over 200 years in under 10 seconds. This means he is under 20 years old and has the potential to become a Grand Marshal, a pillar of the Empire. He might even reach greater heights in strength. Though I acted impulsively and offended General Mo Tianyan, I now have the opportunity to be acquainted with him and witness the birth of a legend. I consider it a great honor. In the end, I will take General Mo Tianyan as my role model and strive to improve myself at the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy, living up to your deep expectations, Father, and growing into a powerhouse with the strength of an Imperial Marshal. Your son, Prescott Oman. Time year 61227, March 31. Who Mo Tianyan is no longer matters to me. He caused me to fall out of the top 1 million. No, there's still one more chance. I, Elvis Morton, will battle once more. A young man with scales on his body and 2 horns on his head with red hair walked reluctantly towards the Mecha Combat Masters Academy assessment area. From his appearance alone, this person should be from the Red Scale clan. In the history of the Aolong Empire civilization, as it conquered the vast territories of the Aolong Star System, interactions with alien races and civilizations have not solely been about slaughter and plunder, but have also involved the acceptance of many alien races and civilizations. Thus, the Aolong Empire civilization is a conglomerate of the majority of civilizations and races in the Aolong Star System. According to incomplete statistics, the current number of intelligent civilizations in the Aolong Empire can reach tens of thousands. The Red Scale clan is one of them. However, under the control of the Aolong Empire, the population of other civilizations and races is strictly limited, and their civilization development is similarly controlled. This is also a precautionary measure. Otherwise, there might arise internal crises where the vassal races become stronger than the main race. Teresa, did you see? Your name dropped to 2nd place. Surprised, aren't you? In the top-level pavilion of the floating building directly opposite the Allron Genius Mecha Engineer Academy, a young man in a black robe shook the wine glass in his hand and said to a handsome young man with golden hair in a teasing tone, "Hey, even if someone pushed you down, you're still beneath me, O'Connor." The handsome young man, Byron Teresa, immediately retorted, "These two are the top 2 geniuses from the previous assessment rankings of the Mecha Engineer Academy, neither of whom managed to defeat a general-level enemy and pass the 9th level. All right. You're amazing." The young man, Adrian O'Connor in the black robe, downed his glass of wine in one gulp. But speaking of which, who exactly is this Mo Tianyan? He solved all the enemies in the 10th level in less than 10 seconds. I've never heard of such a prodigy emerging from the Empire. After a few years of study at the Academy, I might not even reach that level. Byron Teresa glanced at the huge omnidirectional holographic screen and said, puzzled, "What you don't know is that last month I heard the old patriarch mention that the Empire has a 16-year-old major. That should be him." Adrian O'Connor waved his hand gently, and a beautiful cat girl maid obediently came over to refill his glass, then tasted a sip and said, I see if it's what Chief Carmen said, then it must be true. Byron Teresa realized after listening to Adrian O'Connor's words. Because the patriarch of Adrian O'Connor's family is the Empire's chief mecha manufacturer, Adrian Carmen. The status of Chief Carmen is comparable to that of an elder of the Empire. Can anything he says be false? Kaka, what are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought. A very cute pink-haired girl waved her delicate little hand in front of a blue-haired girl. This duo is quite famous in the Alron Empire. Both girls are exceptionally beautiful and equally gifted. One is known for her gentle and lovely demeanor, while the other is cold and violent, making it hard for anyone to associate them as best friends. In fact, the very idea of them becoming friends is somewhat unbelievable. Their personality differences are so vast that they seem like two outcasts, yet they form an inseparable pair, which is quite puzzling. Tangshin, I want to find him right now. Kaka came back to her senses, grabbing the pink little hand in front of her and pointing at the top of the rankings of the Mecha Engineer Academy assessment. Huh, Kaka, maybe you shouldn't. That Mo Tianyun breezed through the 10th level. The gap in strength between you two is too great, you can't defeat him. Tangshin quickly pulled her little hand back, already used to Kaka's actions. What's the harm? Only by challenging the strong can we find our weaknesses. That's how we can improve our strength. Tangshin, your body is still so sweet. Just smelling it lifts my spirits a lot. Seeing Tangshin pull her hand back, Kaka, undeterred, immediately hugged her body and sniffed around her. Tangshin is the current princess of the Sugar People, and her entire being is enveloped in pink. She also emanates a unique sweet fragrance characteristic of her race. Especially as a princess, the sweet scent Tangshin radiates is utterly intoxicating. P.S. Hello dear readers. I am a writer with 2.5 years of experience named Wei Feng. I can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. I have prepared many surprises for you in the upcoming plot, so please vote for me if you're looking forward to it. Hey look, it's Princess Tangshin and the Witch Kaka. Oh wow, Princess Tangshin is indeed as beautiful and lovely as the rumors say. Don't be fooled by Princess Tangshin's beauty and cuteness. Her strength and talent are formidable. Did you see? She ranks 10th in the overall score leaderboard of the Battle Mecha Master Academy. Tangshin and Kaka arrived at the square in front of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy, instantly attracting many gazes. The girl next to Princess Tangshin has an incredible figure. She's exactly my type. A man who had come from a distant planet to participate in the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy assessment stared intently at Kaka. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he was captivated and fell for her. Even Princess Tangshin could not compare to the allure that Kaka held for him. Hey buddy, you're quite brave. You dare to like the witch Kaka. Are you tired of living? The people nearby heard this and immediately gave him a thumbs up, saying, what do you mean by that? The man felt puzzled and bewildered. It's obvious you're not from the Imperial Main Star region, and you probably have very few friends, right? You don't even know about the witch Kaka. Since you're sincerely asking, I'll show you some mercy and tell you. The witch Kaka. The person next to him recounted how Kaka mercilessly brutalized others. Is the witch Kaka really that terrifying? The man listened, shivering, breaking out in a cold sweat. Yet in his heart, he thought, such a fiery temperament, I seem to like her even more. So I ask you, which overall score leaderboard are you on now? And what rank are you? Suddenly that person inquired. I'm about the 100th on the Battle Mecha Master Academy selection overall score leaderboard. The man, secretly liking the witch Kaka, replied. Anyone can find out about the witch Kaka. Do I really need to lie to you? You should give up on that thought. Not to mention her personality, the witch Kaka is the most outstanding genius of the Ka family, currently ranked 7th on the overall score leaderboard of the Battle Mecha Master Academy. What qualifications do you have to like her? Seeing the expression on the man's face that he expected, the person laughed heartily, belittling him before leaving. Just wait and see, one day, Chu Xuanyu will definitely marry her as my wife. The man said calmly, but his gaze was terrifyingly determined. The witch Kaka as his wife, he had made up his mind. Her appearance, smile, movements, everything about her he adored. As the saying goes, love at first sight. Perhaps when he first saw the witch Kaka, he knew he had found his other half for this life. Isn't the witch Kaka currently ranked 7th on the overall score leaderboard of the Battle Mecha Master Academy? Although he is currently ranked around 100, he has only been on the path of genetic evolution as a warrior for less than 3 years. Give him a few more years, and he would surely catch up and even surpass the witch Kaka. He recognized this wife at first glance, but in this life, he would marry no one else. This was the vow that the man named Chu Xuanyu silently made in his heart. Although there are far fewer people who like the witch Kaka than those who like Princess Tangshin, there are still many who admire the witch Kaka. And you, a toad wants to eat swan meat. The person turned back and mocked him before leaving the man named Chu Xuanyu, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists tightly. In fact, those who mocked him immediately belittled him upon hearing that Chu Xuanyu was ranked around 100 on the overall score leaderboard of the Battle Mecha Master Academy. The reason was simple: Chu Xuanya's current strength was still too weak, and that person actually liked the witch Kaka, as well, with a ranking even higher than his. However, that person knew that with his own talent and strength, he would never gain the witch Kaka's favor. Now, seeing someone who could be considered a rival in a certain sense, he did not hesitate to psychologically suppress him, hoping to make him give up on pursuing the witch Kaka. If I can't have her, then someone worse than me definitely can't. Isn't this a pathological thought of a self-deprecating person? At this moment, Mo Tianyun had arrived at the assessment site of the Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy. Isn't that the super genius Mo Tianyun who just passed the 10th stage of the Battle Mecha Master Academy assessment? What is he doing at the Mecha Manufacturing Master assessment site? Could it be? Is Mo Tianyun trying to participate in the Mecha Manufacturing Master assessment? Could he also manufacture battle mechas? No way. Is Mo Tianyun also a mecha manufacturer? What a mess. Given Mo Tianyun's extraordinary talent in battle mechas, to even spare time and energy to learn mecha manufacturing is just wasting his talent as a battle mecha master. Having already become the focus of attention among the 4 major mentor groups of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy, as soon as he arrived at the Mecha Manufacturing Master assessment site, another wave of discussions erupted among the academy mentors. These mentors were not concerned about whether Mo Tianyun could manufacture battle mechas, but rather why he would divide his time and energy to learn mecha manufacturing. In the view of these mentors, Mo Tianyun's actions were a waste of his extraordinary talent as a battle mecha master. With Mo Tianyun's high talent as a battle mecha master, he should focus all his time and energy on the paths of mecha master and genetic evolution warrior. As for pursuing other paths or learning other professions, that is a deviation. Moreover, even if Mo Tianyun could manufacture mechas, so what? Could he achieve the same high accomplishments in the battle mecha master path as he is now? Truly worthy of being one of the absolute cores of the Imperial Main Star, the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy has a foundation that is truly impressive. The battle mecha manufacturing platform used for assessments is simply top-notch. What a pity for such a high-end battle mecha manufacturing platform. If it weren't for time constraints, I might have tried to manufacture a legendary battle mecha. Now I can only settle for an epic battle mecha. Mo Tianyun glanced at the battle mecha manufacturing platform, discovering that all the equipment used for assessments at the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy was topophthalene, with none below the configuration needed to manufacture legendary battle mechas, and some even more advanced. Have you heard? After Mo Tianyun came out, he entered the Mecha Manufacturing Master assessment site. Is he aiming for a spot on the Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy assessment overall score leaderboard? Isn't he the one who ranks first on the overall score leaderboard of the Battle Mecha Master Academy? Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be? It's really him. This guy can even manufacture battle mechas. That's just too powerful. How can he manage to learn 2 paths at once? Who knows? Maybe his talent is so high that he learns everything quickly. Most people were discussing Mo Tianyun entering the Mecha Manufacturing Master assessment site. The previous conversation was just one of the countless discussions about Mo Tianyun. Among all the people present, only a small portion were not surprised by Mo Tianyun's actions. 2 hours later, a supreme epic battle mech emerged in Mo Tianyun's hands. Lingxing Mech. Battle Mech Level Epic Battle Mech. Height 138 meters, weight 76223 tons. Energy Reaction Core Energy Level Stellar High. Maximum Flight Speed 54000 meters per second. Energy Output Value 810. Maximum Combat Power Enhancement Multiplier 810. Evaluation Supreme Epic Battle Mech. Energy Shield Strength Stellar High. Weapons none. Other accessories none. This astonished all the mentors from the 4 major mentorship groups of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy and all the mecha masters waiting outside for the assessment to conclude. From this point on, Mo Tianyun ascended to the top position on the overall score leaderboard of the Mecha Maker Academy. This was his second time achieving the first overall score. When Mo Tianyun completed the Lingxing Mech and the data was sent back for evaluation, the mentors of the Mecha Maker Academy could no longer sit still, all of them dumbfounded and in shock. Especially a few special grade mentors who could hardly contain their excitement and curiosity came personally to take a look at the Lingxing Mech crafted by Mo Tianyun. 2 hours. How did you manage to complete the creation of a supreme epic battle mech? A special grade mentor, bald with a fine precision detector in his right eye and arms modified into transforming mechanical arms, excitedly grasped Mo Tianyun's hand and asked, "Hello, mentor, here is the footage of the Lingxing Mech creation. Please take your time to review it." Mo Tianyun recognized the identities of these individuals and had no intention of hiding anything, directly sharing the holographic footage of most of the process of crafting the Lingxing Mech with the mentors. As for the most critical and essential techniques and processes used to create the Lingxing Mech, Mo Tianyun did not record them, as they were the greatest secrets of a battle mech rights to view, which were reserved exclusively for the creator. in front of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy. On the overall score leaderboard of the Mecha Maker Academy, the names from ranks 1 to 999,999 shifted back by one position, while the person originally in rank 1,000,000 vanished entirely. Most people noticed this significant change immediately. It should be noted that to become a Mecha Master, one's mental strength must at least reach the perception level, and almost everyone present was a Mecha Master. Any slight disturbance could be keenly sensed, not to mention such a large shift in the all-encompassing holographic display floating in the sky. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble with a thud, as just 2 hours ago they had witnessed a similar sight. Indeed, 2 hours prior, the very same scene was when Mo Tianyun directly topped the overall score leaderboard of the Battle Mech Master Academy. They suddenly remembered that Mo Tianyun had entered the assessment venue of the Mecha Maker Academy 2 hours ago. Could it be the one who has directly topped the leaderboard is? In the blink of an eye, the all-encompassing holographic display of the overall score leaderboard of the Mecha Maker Academy gently flickered, and a name appeared in the first position. This. After their speculation was confirmed, many people were still taken aback, pointing at the display, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time, their fingers trembling slightly. At this moment, all the information on the overall score leaderboard of the Mecha Maker Academy had been completely updated. Apart from the name at the top, everyone else's rankings had shifted back by one position with little other change. After all, there were only a few hours left, and the rankings on the leaderboard were quite solid. Had it not been for that person now in first place, there might not have been any changes in the last few hours. After the update of the overall score leaderboard of the Mecha Maker Academy was completed, the detailed information was as follows. Overall score leaderboard of the Mecha Maker Academy. Rank 1. Mo Tianyun, total score 1000000. Full score: reason completed the creation of a supreme epic battle mech in 1 hour 58 minutes and 32 seconds. Rank 2. Charles Gadby, total score 982764. Rank 3. Brock Bobby, total score 954346. Rank 4. Albert Ezekiel, total score 953451. Rank 5. Kyle Rhodes, total score 952134. Rank 6. Lennon Ellis, total score 949464. Rank 7. Adrian Caro, total score 948215. Rank 8. Kyle Sommerfeld, total score 946245. Rank 9. Albert Leonard, total score 939646. Rank 10. Zhugachi, total score 935512. Rank 11. Automos Shou Miao, total score 933478. Mo Tianyun's name was once again prominently displayed at the top of an overall score leaderboard. Today was originally the final day of the annual enrollment selection assessment at the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy. According to past practice, there would not be much change in the overall score leaderboard in the last few days. However, no one had ever anticipated that within just over 2 hours, a star as bright as the sky would surge like a meteor, striking the top positions of the Battle Mech Master Academy and the Mecha Maker Academy. The Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy's Battle Mech Master Academy is known as the cradle of the strong. Those who graduate from this academy are talents among talents, leaders among leaders. In fact, the vast majority of the powerful pillars of the empire who are renowned and celebrated also originated from here. The Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy's Mecha Maker Academy is referred to as the top training base for master mecha makers, with the chief mecha maker of the empire, Chief Carmen, serving as the dean of the Mecha Maker Academy. Its importance is equally on par with that of the Battle Mech Master Academy. However, Mo Tianyun achieving first place on the overall score leaderboard of both the Battle Mech Master Academy and the Mecha Maker Academy is a rarity in the thousands of years of history of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy. In the past, there have been instances of dual first places, but those were almost always between the Mecha Maker Academy and the Mecha Maintenance Academy. Mecha manufacturing and maintenance share many similarities, thus attaining the top position on the overall score leaderboard of both the Mecha Maker Academy and the Mecha Maintenance Academy is relatively straightforward. But Mo Tianyun simultaneously taking the top positions on the overall score leaderboard of the Battle Mech Master Academy and the Mecha Maker Academy, both of which hold the highest prestige, has far greater implications than the previously mentioned dual first place. In a world where expertise is paramount, achieving remarkable success in one of the 4 major mecha engineer professions before the age of 20 is a truly conspicuous feat. The next step is to rank among the top 1 million out of hundreds of millions, earning the qualification to enter the prestigious Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy, thus becoming a genius among geniuses. Ascending further still, one must become a top-tier genius, ranking within the top 1,000 of any academy's assessments at the Aolong Genius Mecha Engineer Academy. Being among the top 1,000 on the leaderboard marks one as a dazzling star of genius, their brilliance shining brightly enough to guide others through the darkness. The top 10 on the leaderboard are akin to a full moon in the night sky, radiating brilliance that dwarfs any distant stars. And occupying the pinnacle, the top position shines with a brilliance comparable to that of a star within a stellar system, its intense light blinding to behold. Thus, for others, ascending to the top of the overall ranking is akin to the midday sun blazing overhead, casting its glory across the earth and bringing endless light and warmth. However, Mo Tianyun is not merely a top contender on one leaderboard. He now holds the top position on two of the most prestigious overall rankings. As a result, Mo Tianyun's rise to the top of the Mecha Manufacturing Academy's overall ranking has left everyone in awe. The shock it brings even more intense than witnessing the explosion of a star before one's eyes. My heavens! Who exactly is this Mo Tianyun? How could he possibly secure the top spot in both the Combat Mecha Academy and the Mecha Manufacturing Academy? It's simply unbelievable. On my immigrant planet, my talent as a combat mecha engineer was the highest. Yet I couldn't even rank within the top 100,000 in the Combat Mecha Academy's assessments. How could this Mo Tianyun achieve top honors in both rankings? It's utterly inconceivable. Our family is a renowned mecha manufacturing lineage within the entire star cluster, and I have been hailed as the greatest talent in mecha manufacturing in nearly 1,000 years. Yet I barely rank within the top 10,000 in the Mecha Manufacturing Academy's assessments. I can't fathom the extraordinary talent of Mo Tianyun, who achieved top honors in both. As Mo Tianyun claimed the dual top rankings, all the mecha engineers arriving at the Olan Genius Mecha Engineer Academy for assessments were left utterly astonished. Many mecha engineers, overwhelmed by their emotions, lost control of their mental energy, releasing waves of psychic force. With billions of mecha engineers gathered, the psychic waves released by each engineer created a cacophony of energy enough to stir a tempest of panic. The scene outside the Olan Genius Mecha Engineer Academy grew increasingly chaotic, and if this continued, the situation could worsen significantly. Calm. At that moment, every mecha engineer whose mental energy had spiraled out of control seemed to hear a deep, resonant voice. Accompanying the command calm was an even stronger psychic force than all the assessors combined. This immensely powerful psychic force manifested as an invisible hand that, upon forming, reached toward the center of the psychic storm and squeezed. The psychic storm was gently crushed, instantly shattering and then vanishing without a trace. What was initially thought to be a crisis that could cause significant turmoil was effortlessly quelled at the Olan Genius Mecha Engineer Academy, preventing even a ripple. Underneath a clear sky, an elderly man with white hair and a white beard slowly withdrew his hand from the air. Clearly, the powerful psychic hand that subdued the storm was his. However, neither the faculty of the 4 academies at the Olan Genius Mecha Engineer Academy nor the assessors noticed his presence. The elderly man stood steadily in the sky, his deep-set eyes faintly glowing with a purple hue. Well done. Mo Tianyun's talent is indeed remarkable. Not only did he secure first place in the Combat Mecha Academy, but he also topped the Mecha Manufacturing Academy. It's been many years since I've seen such gifted youth. The elder stroked his beard, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Teresa, look. Mo Tianyun has risen to the top of the Mecha Manufacturing Academy's overall ranking. I don't need you to remind me, my eyes aren't blind. Even if they were, my psychic sense would still perceive the changes on the leaderboard. At this moment, in a luxurious pavilion on the top floor of a floating building directly opposite the Olan Genius Mecha Engineer Academy, Adrian O'Connor and Byron Teresa were enjoying some of the finest delicacies the imperial capital had to offer. Both Adrian O'Connor and Byron Teresa felt deeply shocked by Mo Tianyun's achievement of securing the top spot in the Mecha Manufacturing Academy's overall ranking. So much so that the enticing aromas of their food dissipated, and even when tasted it felt like chewing wax. Both of their families are among the most prestigious in the imperial capital region. Since they belong to such top-tier families, they understand better than most the significance of Mo Tianyun achieving dual top honors in the Combat Mecha Academy and the Mecha Manufacturing Academy. Moreover, they themselves currently rank second and third in the Combat Mecha Academy, having emerged from countless geniuses. They fully recognize the arduous journey and the immense resources their families invested. Now, not only is someone far ahead of them in the path of the Combat Mecha Engineer, but Mo Tianyun is also leading the way among all mecha manufacturing geniuses in the empire. How could they maintain a calm disposition? Thus, Byron Teresa and Adrian O'Connor could no longer find any desire to peacefully enjoy their meals. P.S. From today onward, updates will resume. Also, seeing the comments from readers has allowed me to organize the subsequent plot. I haven't been idle these days, and I've nearly sorted out what's to come. Therefore, the author will not be going to the palace to become a eunuch, so please rest assured in following the book. Kakak, look at the overall ranking list for the Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy selection. In the Grand Plaza before the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy, on a bench provided for the examinees to rest, Princess Tangxin's beautiful face was filled with astonishment as she pushed Kakak. Incredible. This person is truly remarkable. With Kakak's perfected spiritual energy at the Linghai level, she could fully grasp the changes on the ranking list. At this moment, Kakak's rosy cherry lips were agape enough to fit an egg inside. Really, General Mo is just too amazing. Prescott Aoman did not use the recommendation letter from a martial-level powerhouse to enter the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy early. Instead, he remained in place, quietly waiting for news from Mo Tianyan. Upon seeing Mo Tianyan claim first place on both ranking lists, Prescott Aoman finally set aside his doubts about whether Mo Tianyan could achieve the highest overall score. Because for the two most important overall ranking lists, Mo Tianyan delivered on his promise, especially his ability to secure the top position in the Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy selection, which clearly showcased his formidable mecha manufacturing skills. Thus, regarding the upcoming overall ranking lists for the Mecha Maintenance Master Academy and the Mecha Parts Master Academy, Prescott Aoman was already confident that Mo Tianyan was not lying. He could indeed achieve first place across all four academies. Father, mother, look, hurry, and look. Mo Tianyan has once again topped another ranking list, and it's the first place on the Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy selection. Holding her mother's hand, Vina pointed at the highest position on the ranking list for the Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy selection, her eyes filled with pride as she spoke to her father and mother. This joyous expression was as if she had claimed the top spot herself. See, your father and mother have seen it. Light revealing a radiant smile, Light gently pressed down on Vina's hand, pointing at the ranking list. However, beneath that smile, a hint of darkness flickered in his eyes. Silly daughter, can't you understand by now? Mo Tianyan is a peerless genius shining like the sun in the sky, while you, a dim little star, are simply not worthy of him. In just a few months within the military, Mo Tianyan has already grown to a level that one could hardly aspire to in a lifetime. Even if my daughter Vina's talent is greater than mine, the gap between them is far too vast. It is unlikely that my daughter would have any future with someone like him. Light also tugged at his daughter's hand, pondering to himself. Ever since 2 hours ago, when Mo Tianyan topped the overall ranking list of the Combat Mecha Master Academy selection, Light had begun to entertain such thoughts. It wasn't that Light looked down on his daughter, he simply knew that her talent was nowhere near Mo Tianyan's, which was why he thought that way. Most young boys and girls have an infatuation with strong figures and heroic personalities. Especially since Mo Tianyan is hailed as a youthful hero on Uralu Star, this admiration from Vina for Mo Tianyan has escalated to an obsessive level. Now Mo Tianyan has become the most monstrous genius youth in the entire Aolong Empire, and Vina is likely already deeply entangled in her infatuation. This is akin to Mo Tianyan's yearning for the spirit of miracles. Knowing full well that the spirit of miracles may not be a real entity, he still covets and peeks at it from the bottom of his heart. Where is Mo Tianyan? Why haven't we seen him come out? Yes, several deans and the academy head have already arrived, but where is he? Has he not come out from the Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy assessment site yet? Many instructors at the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy were searching for Mo Tianyan's figure, yet they couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Everyone stopped looking, that Mo Tianyan is already undergoing assessment at the Mecha Maintenance Master Academy. An old man with white hair and beard descended from the sky, followed by 4 shadowy figures. The old man's aura was completely concealed, floating in the air as light as a leaf swaying in the wind, giving the impression that he could be blown away by a gust of wind at any moment. However, none of the 40,000 instructors at the Aolong Genius Academy wore smiles. Their faces were all serious and solemn. We greet the academy head and the 4 deans. Then all the instructors bowed their heads, bending at the waist in unison to show their respect. This white-haired old man was indeed the head of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy. He held another identity as the Supreme Marshal of the Aolong Empire's military and also an elder of the empire. The old man nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, all the instructors straightened their waists. That is the head of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy, and behind him are 4 deans. The head and the 4 deans are usually elusive figures. Why are they all gathered here today? This issue is evidently due to Mo Tianyan. It goes without saying that the only person worthy of such attention from the head and several deans is Mo Tianyan himself. The appearance of the head of the Aolong Genius Mecha Master Academy and the 4 deans immediately drew everyone's attention, causing a stir no less significant than Mo Tianyan's achievement of first place on both lists. The head and the chief dean of the Mecha Manufacturing Master Academy, Carmen, are the real heavyweight figures. They haven't taken in apprentices for many years. Will they take Mo Tianyan as their disciple this time? It's possible, absolutely possible. Mo Tianyan passed the 10th challenge in less than 10 seconds and was able to create a top-grade epic battle mecha within 2 hours. His strength and talent are sure to impress the head and the four deans. Countless people were discussing whether the head and the four deans would take Mo Tianyun as their disciple next.